I really wish I could be young again. With my current mind, my present experience, and the clarity I've gained through hardship. Even though I know that no matter how you answer life's multiple choice questions, you'll always pick the wrong one. I still want to try again. Lin Luo, a man who'd failed his entire life, glimpsed a sliver of hope at his darkest hour. He was reborn. From then on, he dragged his unreliable uncle into street vending, opened internet cafes, arcades, video rental parlors, pool halls, and karaoke bars. Day after day, he muddled through, until one day, he suddenly realized this small county town could no longer contain him. Chapter 01, Misery. When life hits rock bottom, calling your parents feels worse than being tortured. Son, how about letting your younger brother find you a job? You can't keep drifting like this. We told you to study hard back then. You wouldn't listen. Now you regret it, don't you? In a dim, dingy basement, middle-aged Lin Luo squatted beside the toilet, cooking dinner while listening to his mother's nagging over the phone. Yes, he was genuinely cooking there. No matter how destitute he wasn't so low as to fight dogs for scraps. It was just that his living conditions were so cramped. This was his only option. All right, I got it. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. For someone who's failed in life, dignity might be the last thing they have left. Even well-meaning parental concern felt like salt in an open wound. But his mother, raised in the countryside and now proud parent of a highly educated son, had never been sensitive to others' feelings. You've never listened since you were little. Told you to do something, you'd refuse, and now look at you, such a good-for-nothing. You say that, Lin Luo snapped, but I didn't even grow up with you. What did you ever actually raise me? That did it. His mother, whose pride rested entirely on her PhD-holding younger son, the one with a guaranteed government job, who could even secure positions for relatives, exploded. We should have never left you back in the village. Look at your brother, doctorate degree, iron rice bowl job, and he can help family members get work. And you? Fine. Do you have anything important to say or not? If not, I'm hanging up. It was always the same script. His blood pressure spiked every time. Without waiting for a reply, Lin Luo ended the call, exhaled deeply, and slumped onto the floor. His own inadequacy wasn't the worst part. It was having an outstanding younger brother, born of the same parents, that made him feel utterly powerless. Same mother, same father, no blaming toxic family dynamics here. He glanced around his bare, empty room, then thought of his brother's work unit housing, spacious, modern, allocated just for employees like him, and let out a bitter laugh. What the hell am I even living for? His place was so pathetic, he once joked, there's not even a proper spot to hang yourself. Staying here one day could inspire 3 suicide notes. Delivering food deliveries was already soul-crushing, but coming home to this coffin-like room somehow made work seem bearable by comparison. And worse than work was Lin Luo's entire life. Bankrupt, divorced, unemployed in middle age. He couldn't even name what kept him going. He rinsed a disposable chopstick left over from lunch and used it to eat his electromagnetic stove-cooked dinner. One bite, and his already grim face twisted further. The green beans aren't even cooked through. A simple complaint slipped out, and then the defeated man froze. Shit, when did I become Fan de Biao? Yes, Fan de Biao, the iconic character from the TV series Ma Da Shui. As a kid, Lin Luo had despised people like him. Couldn't hold onto his bends, lost his woman Yufan, fought endless pointless battles, clung to hollow pride, served undercooked green beans, and mourned a youth he could never reclaim. All flash, no substance, the textbook definition of failure. Yet here he was, at 40, turning into that very caricature, sailing smoothly down the river of ruin. He'd failed as a son, as a student, as a husband. If he looked honestly, he wasn't even sure he qualified as a decent human being. When kindness was needed, he acted shamelessly. When ruthlessness was required, he drowned in misplaced sympathy. He missed every real opportunity and charged headfirst into every trap. How had he ended up so broke at this age? He almost wanted to thank fate for always ensuring he swam against the tide, and for miraculously guiding him to choose the wrong option every single time. When pagers were fading, he was reselling them. When internet cafes boomed, he opened game arcades. When 3 reckless students burned down computer rooms nationwide, he jumped straight into opening an internet cafe. During anti-corruption crackdowns, he was dredging sand. During the pandemic, he launched a travel agency. When after-school tutoring was banned, he defiantly opened a child care center. That he hadn't given up yet? That was pure luck. Suddenly seeing it all clearly, Lin Luo took another bite of raw green beans and muttered bitterly, "What kind of goddamn life is this? Sigh, if only I could live once more, just once." With my current mind, my hard-earned wisdom, my hard-won clarity, maybe then, my life wouldn't be so tragic. The moment the words left his lips, the energy-saving bulb above flickered wildly. FZZZT. Then, darkness. Pitch black. Not even a hand in front of his face. What the ah? A scream. A phone clattering to the floor. Then silence. Seconds later, the light returned. Lin Luo was gone. Only his cracked phone remained on the floor beside the bed. Dizziness washed over him as consciousness returned. A familiar yet strange voice chattered nearby. 50 cents per game. We'll set up 4 tables. Each table gets at least 10 players a day. That's 5 yuan. 4 tables make 20 a day, 600 a month. Beats any salary. Someone was planning to open a pool hall. The voice was young, sounded like someone he knew, but he couldn't place it. And there were others around too. Yeah, Brother June's right. Let's do it. Go for it, June. We'll all come support you. Don't you dare charge us. I'll even watch the place for you, free of charge. A group of guys cheered him on. The June, being flattered, clearly loved the attention and seemed dead serious about going through with it. Sure thing, brothers. I'm counting on you. Still dazed, Lin Luo couldn't recall who this June was, but he recognized the tone. And as someone who'd always hated empty flattery, having fallen for it too many times himself, he couldn't stay silent. Still groggy, he sneered. Oh really? Did you forget to factor in electricity, water, rent, and overhead? 50 cents? Can you even make change for that? And what connections do you have to legally run a pool hall? To him, the plan sounded absurdly naive. 50 cents per game? That pricing belonged to another decade. This venture would bleed money from day one. The moment he finished speaking, a strong arm locked around his neck. What's your problem? The voice growled. Didn't we agree? You said I could use your family's empty courtyard for my pool hall. Are you backing out? Chapter 02, Uncle. There's a village girl named Xiaofeng. Pretty and kind with big bright eyes and long, thick braids. On the night before I returned to the city, we walked by the riverbank. And for the first time, my tears flowed with the stream. Nostalgic folk songs filled the air. On Wenhua Palace Street, blaring speakers competed with street vendors shouting. 32 yuan for a box set of celebrity cassette tapes. Come take a look. This was clearly not his time. And the person standing before him made Lin Luo wonder if he was still dreaming. Uncle, he asked in disbelief. That expression only egged his uncle on. Hey, don't get cute with me. If you won't lend me your family's empty yard, consider yourself no nephew of mine. Such was the bond between uncles and nephews. Affectionate yet brutally informal. Love was real, but respect? Not so much. As the chokehold tightened, Lin Luo stopped wondering about his situation and tapped his uncle's arm frantically. Hey, fight all you want, but leave me some air to breathe. His uncle wasn't moved. No tricks. Will you lend me the yard or not? Yes. What choice did he have? Bet his life his uncle wouldn't actually kill him? Smart kid. His uncle grunted, finally releasing him, but not before flicking him hard on the forehead. Then, with mock solemnity, you've eaten at my house for years, never paid a cent. Your schooling? Paid by my parents. Now it's time to repay your dear uncle. What's wrong with using your yard, huh? Answer me. Catching his breath, Lin Luo finally took in his surroundings. Thick eyebrows, shaved head, handsome but with a cocky, streetwise swagger. No doubt about it. This was his notoriously unreliable maternal uncle. And looking down at his own thin arms and undeveloped body, there was no need for shock or denial. He'd been reborn. By his reckoning, it was 1995. He was about to start middle school, 12 years old. His uncle, freshly graduated from vocational school at 18 or 19, was unemployed and aimless, the perfect recipe for trouble. Though his uncle styled himself Zhao Yanjun of the North Street 5 armies, Lin Luo knew the truth. He was just a small-time local hoodlum with zero capital, using their family's long-vacant, street-facing house for a business? Not a bad idea, since it couldn't be rented anyway. Lin Luo's backstory was complicated. His skilled worker father had been sent south for a construction project shortly after Lin Luo's birth. Worried about his husband's moral conduct down south, his mother followed, leaving baby Lin Luo behind in the county town. Soon after, they had a second son, his younger brother. With poor communication between North and South back then, Lin Luo became a rare case in their northeastern town, a child from a 2-child urban family. While his parents raised his brother in the South, he stayed north with his maternal grandparents, seeing his parents only during holidays. Thus, the work unit apartment originally assigned to his parents sat empty for years. His grandfather, a rural-born veteran who'd risen through the ranks and later transferred from the railway system to the local procuratorate, had joined the army precisely because he feared his daughter, Lin Luo's mother. would have no future in the countryside. Having married young, he'd endured years of separation while serving, watching his eldest daughter suffer back home. This bred deep favoritism toward her, which shaped Lin Luo's mother's entitled personality. Thanks to Grandpa's position, even as a lowly clerk, the mining bureau's collective enterprise never reclaimed the apartment, despite the family's absence. Now his uncle wanted to use it to launch a pool hall, a surprisingly sensible move, if he had startup capital. But Lin Luo knew better. With Grandpa earning only 640 yuan a month, supporting Lin Luo, his married eldest uncle's family, his unmarried younger uncle, his elderly great-grandmother, and sending remittances to rural relatives, there was no spare cash. In fact, Lin Luo remembered his grandmother's deathbed lament. Grandpa once secretly worked overtime at noon, hiding it from the family, just to earn a 10 yuan bonus, which he sent straight to his rural kin. Rubbing his sore neck, now fully accepting his rebirth, Lin Luo pressed. A pool table costs 2,300 yuan. How many can you afford with the change in your pocket? And that wasn't even factory-made. It was hand-built by local carpenters, far inferior in quality. His uncle blinked. That much? So you just dreamed of opening a pool hall without even checking how much the equipment costs? Lin Luo was stunned. It was exactly like his own post-college delusion, desperate to be a boss without knowing the first thing about business. So my recklessness runs in the family. You expecting customers to bring their own pool tables? Seeing his uncle reminded him painfully of his younger self, and the anger rose. His uncle bristled. Don't you worry. I've got ways to make money. Lin Luo didn't believe it for a second. If he really had ways, would he be loitering outside Wenhua Palace in summer with a bunch of idle buddies? True, their county was officially impoverished, but that referred to government coffers, not the people. As a major mining region, private wealth abounded. Decades ago, karaoke bars and dance halls already dotted the streets. Real entrepreneurs, even running tiny businesses, wouldn't waste time wandering the streets. At minimum, they'd be networking over beer in a nightclub. Watching his stubborn uncle, Lin Luo smirked. Then buy me an ice pop, uncle? Just 50 cents, not too much to ask, right? At home, despite tight finances, Grandpa still gave him 1 yuan as pocket money and his elementary school cousin 50 cents. Lin Luo was certain his uncle couldn't scrape together even half a yuan. Kids shouldn't eat ice pops, his uncle scoffed. Being Grandpa's youngest son, he was barely older than Lin Luo. Their relationship more like friends than uncle-nephew. So you've got nothing, just a pipe dream? Hey, don't talk to your uncle like that. Still young and impulsive, the uncle blurted out, I've thought it through. The number 3 machinery factory went bankrupt. You know that? Full of scrap metal lying around. You mean your startup capital is stealing scrap? Lin Luo had been waiting for those exact words. Because he knew, growing up trailing behind this uncle, that this was how he'd lose him. Arrested for theft, his uncle fled town for years and was never heard from again. Chapter 03. Foolishness. The illustrious Zhao Yanjun found himself rendered speechless by a mere child, inadvertently revealing his own cards. The 3rd machinery factory had fallen into disrepair. If not him, then who else would steal? He had been observing for quite some time, with tons of scrap steel piled up in the factory yard, guarded only by an elderly night watchman. Under the cover of night, a simple cart could be used to discreetly transport the materials to a recycling station, where they could be exchanged for cash. At 2 dimes per jean, with a bit of industriousness, one could easily amass several tens of thousands of jeans in a single night, thus funding the billiard case. Not just his uncle, but even the few aimless youths trailing him, had brightened at the prospect. Brother June, this is reliable. Brother June, this is feasible. Brother June, I have a cart at home, ready to go. Let's do it tonight. Those lacking in foresight tend to cluster together. After his rebirth, Lin Luo shook his head, having not even managed to secure an ice pop in his previous life. You fellows are quite skilled, but we are oblivious to your plans. We must return home for dinner. With that, he tugged his uncle away. In his past life, it was precisely because of associating with such a group that his uncle had faced dire consequences. All were young men barely 18 or 19. Just ripe for sentencing, no one could escape. The 3rd machinery factory dared to leave the scrap iron exposed, confident that no one from within could assist in its removal. A single steel rail weighed several tons, requiring multiple young men to lift. Once loaded onto a cart, the wheels would likely be crushed under the weight. His uncle and the other youths spent a considerable amount of time attempting to hoist a rail onto their cart. Before they could leave, one of them slipped, causing the rail to fall and break a leg in the process. Sensing impending doom, his uncle fled. He ran for years, and ultimately, due to lack of formal charges, the matter was dropped. However, This incident forever relegated his grandfather to a lowly position, only receiving a minor promotion upon retirement. Later, when the storm had passed, his uncle returned home, yet he was no longer the vibrant figure of the past. He had grown silent, having created a significant rift in the family. No one welcomed him back. After a brief stay, he departed once more, and they lost contact thereafter. In his childhood, with his parents absent, Lin Luo was raised by his grandparents, following his uncle closely. Their bond deepened as Lin Luo matured and experienced life as tribulations. Some people may outwardly disdain you while secretly protecting you, while others may profess affection but offer no tangible support. His uncle belonged to the former category. Having lived a second life, Lin Luo could not bear to witness his uncle make such foolish mistakes again. It would render his rebirth meaningless. Regrettably, his uncle did not appreciate the warning. Though he sensed a difference in the present Lin Luo, the fact remained that as an elder, he could not allow a child to admonish him. Lin Luo, you are just a child, ignorant of the ways of the world. Wasting the years I have spent with you. You think those fellows are good company? Mark my words, even if we do not go tonight, they will. As Lin Luo pulled him away, his uncle harbored resentment, yet he understood that those around him were not virtuous. You might as well give up. When one does not gaze into a mirror, one remains oblivious to their own reflection. Lin Luo, however, harbored no illusions of youth. Rather, he assumed the role of an elder, imparting lessons to his uncle, as if he were the one bestowing wisdom upon his nephew. Prior to the bankruptcy of the third machinery factory, the factory director had extracted his younger brother, Ning Luo, to manage the transportation team, leaving an abundance of steel conspicuously displayed. Did he assume it was intended for him? This remark held profound implications. It was only when Lin Luo reached a more mature age that he comprehended the significance of this scenario, particularly upon witnessing the transformation of the Monkey King into a mundane figure on social media. At that time, his uncle and his associates had acquired nothing, and one unfortunate soul had sustained a leg injury, yet they were ultimately charged with theft. Their grandfather, adhering to the principle of avoidance, was entirely unaware of the case details, only cognizant that his brother had been implicated, leading to a misplaced sense of gratitude towards the organization. The others, however, faced sentences that began at 10 years, in accordance with the stringent crackdown policies of the era. By the time these individuals were released, Lin Luo had matured, even sharing drinks with them. The severity of their sentences seemed unjust, as they were deemed responsible for causing significant losses. Meanwhile, Ning Luo had already established himself as a renowned wholesaler of household appliances in the county. The connections between these events, though lacking tangible evidence, inevitably aroused suspicion. Yet, these were matters for the future. At present, Lin Luo found himself unable to communicate with his uncle about the situation. The factory's looming closure was almost brazenly inscribed on its gates. His uncle was no fool. He merely lacked prudence. What do you mean? Do you know something? He questioned. Do not refer to him as Ning Luo. He is your uncle Ning. Ning Luo's sister, who happened to be Lin Luo's mother, had been good friends with her during their tenure at the same workplace, and she frequently visited Lin Luo, even during festive occasions. During idle chatter, topics might arise. Lin Luo had long since forgotten the intricacies of these social connections. His sole desire was to dissuade his uncle from contemplating theft. What do I know? I know you are being foolish. With so many lucrative opportunities available, is it not disgraceful to resort to thievery? In truth, their grandfather supported his uncle in pursuing some form of endeavor. With job placements no longer guaranteed, his uncle's persistent unemployment weighed heavily on their grandfather's mind. The pressure to compel children into vocational schools had initially seemed wise, yet it ultimately proved detrimental to the child. In his era, vocational education was regarded as a valuable asset, only to become devalued over time, a reality that their grandfather struggled to grasp. At this moment, there was no time for a conversation with his uncle. However, communication between father and son often proved challenging. Witnessing Lin Luo's brazen remarks, his uncle was nearly provoked to anger. How dare you? After living in my home for over a decade, speak of shame. Your family has not contributed a single coin. Yet I am expected to maintain a comfortable life? Lin Luo's mother was not particularly understanding. Their grandfather supported her in raising her son without ever requesting household contributions, leading her to feign ignorance, only occasionally presenting lavish gifts during holidays, which required Lin Luo to praise her as if she had achieved something significant. Ultimately, the inability to see Lin Luo was merely a burden stemming from family obligations. In truth, the two shared a temperament that was remarkably compatible between uncle and Lin Luo. When their relationship was harmonious, they engaged in all sorts of mischief together. However, when tensions arose, uncle would readily bring up past transgressions. Consequently, during his childhood, Lin Luo often found uncle to be quite bothersome. Casting a glance at uncle, who seemed displeased with him, Lin Luo swallowed the retort that was on the tip of his tongue. After collecting his thoughts, he finally spoke up. Is making money truly your sole desire? Upon noticing that his nephew was not contesting him, uncle felt a sense of triumph. Of course, without money, how could one marry? Have you started dating? Lin Luo seized upon this pivotal point. It was evident that uncle would not trivialize such matters unless he was indeed eager for a romantic involvement. Uncle appeared somewhat bashful. Why are you, a child, asking so many questions? This only reinforced Lin Luo's suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, are you willing to do anything for the sake of earning money? Uncle dismissed the notion that a child could possess any serious opinions and replied nonchalantly, what does that have to do with you? You, little one, have no understanding of what it means to earn money. Borrowing a dime here and a nickel there at school hardly counts as making a profit. Indeed, Lin Luo had never achieved much in life, resembling uncle in that regard. The resemblance between the nephew and uncle was strikingly evident. All right, if you truly wish to make money, heed my advice. Have you completed your summer homework? You're just being ridiculous. Uncle clearly did not believe him. Chapter 04. The countdown. The nephew and uncle strolled along the path leading home. In 1995, the air in the county was remarkably fresh. Despite being an energy mining region, the sky remained a vibrant blue. The road was devoid of traffic, allowing the occasional sight of horse-drawn carriages. Such carriages were rather bothersome, often leaving behind droppings that one would find unpleasant. As they walked along the highway, Lin Luo noticed flattened horse droppings, which was somewhat nauseating. Walking ahead, Lin Luo was followed by Zhao Yanjun, who adopted the demeanor of an elder. Just focus on your studies. Your parents may not want you, but your uncle does. Once I establish my business, you can assist me, and I'll even give you a cousin, allowing you to experience being an older cousin yourself. Only then will you comprehend the challenges I face. His exaggerated attempt at maturity appeared quite comical, especially considering his age, which was only 7 or 8 years greater than Lin Luo's. The phrase "your parents don't want you" was uncle's signature line. When Lin Luo was 3 or 4 years old, his parents would take his younger brother back to the south after the new year, and the family would always go to the train station to see them off, uncle included. However, uncle did not attend solely to bid farewell to his sister. He merely waited until she boarded the train, and when Lin Luo finally stopped crying, he would casually remark, "Your parents don't want you," provoking a fresh bout of tears from the sobbing child. It was a rather peculiar sense of humor. From uncle's words, Lin Luo deduced that he was indeed pursuing a romantic interest, which inevitably sparked concern. Whose daughter is she? As for uncle's comments about his own parents, Lin Luo had long ceased to be affected by them. Considering uncle's age, he was already well past the point of being naive and had seen through many things. After uncle's departure, Lin Luo was unaware of whether he had married or not. However, upon hearing that uncle had a crush, he was certainly intrigued. Why are you so curious about this? Uncle was reluctant to discuss such matters with a child. Nowadays, children are often precocious, with many entering into relationships as early as middle school. Uncle had frequently found himself mediating such issues at school for others. The children played with such exuberance that even a rogue like him found it somewhat excessive. Lin Luo cast a glance at his uncle. So, you resort to thievery to support a girl? Aren't you concerned that she lives in constant fear by your side? Who would willingly marry a thief? Naturally, his uncle was indignant. If I had an honorable job, would I need to stoop to this? No one perceives themselves as flawed. Lin Luo, observing his uncle's disgruntled expression, spared no mercy. Come on, don't blame my grandfather. With your grades, it took him immense effort just to get you into a vocational school. Yet, the blame was not entirely misplaced. Lin Luo's mother, despite her poor academic performance, graduated from high school, and his grandfather secured her a position as a billing clerk at a hospital, subsequently introducing her to one of the few college graduates from the mining bureau. As for Lin Luo's eldest uncle, while he wasn't academically inclined either, he was at least enrolled in a class, working in logistics at the factory, and even managed to find a teacher as a partner. However, for his younger uncle, it was baffling what his grandfather was thinking when he sent him to vocational school, only for him to later find himself unable to secure any opportunities due to his qualifications. It was not a matter of scarcity, but rather inequality. With older siblings to compare against, it was impossible for his younger uncle to feel balanced. Yet, complaining to a child about these grievances was beyond him, and all he could do was indignantly respond. Hey, who do you look down upon? You, who placed last in your exams. Lin Luo was hardly a scholar himself, even less so than his uncle. Which child struggles to pass in elementary school? It turned out to be a son of the Lin family. Due to his grades, the family had even taken Lin Luo for an IQ test. The results revealed that he was not only far from being foolish, but actually possessed a high IQ. Yet he simply lacked the motivation to study. Over the years, Lin Luo pondered why he had such an aversion to studying in his youth. Perhaps it was a common sentiment. We are just fortunate. Studying is irrelevant, yet we still manage to attend prestigious schools. In the realm of irritability, his uncle was no match for Lin Luo. Although Lin Luo did not excel academically, he lived in proximity to a prominent middle school due to his parents' housing division, allowing him to attend that school, while others not in the vicinity were obligated to pay additional fees. This rendered those diligent elementary school students, who worked hard, listened well, and submitted assignments on time, only to end up in a lesser school, quite comical. Ordinary children, unless they reach the pinnacle of academic achievement, will not be sought after as exceptional prospects. Moreover, most ordinary children, no matter how hard they strive, will never reach the top. His uncle remained unconvinced. Damn. Can you keep up at that school? Even if you go, you'll just be a slacker. What's the point of attending? Educational resources in the county were scarce. Producing even 1 or 2 students who could attend prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida in a year was quite a feat, which meant that by middle school, biases had already begun to form. Despite the fact that the first middle school was a key institution, there were still distinctions within that tier. With several classes in each grade, teachers primarily focused on a select few, and the school was well aware that many students would not even progress to high school, making the effort seem unnecessary. Lin Luo understood all too well that his lack of diligence in academics merely added pressure to his family. Regardless, his academic path seemed nearly predetermined. He would manage to attend middle school, high school, and then pursue a bachelor's degree. The private third-tier and second-tier institutions lead to the same fate, graduates facing unemployment. However, this notion is difficult to discuss with elders. Even if the elder is an erratic uncle, he would never accept the idea of his nephew abandoning his studies. Thus, Lin Luo glanced at his uncle and remarked, "You seem quite imposing. Does it serve any purpose? The Northern Street S5 armies, how impressive. Yet, you are as impoverished as ever, and it is still left to your nephew to worry about your romantic endeavors. You are nothing substantial." He was no longer the nephew who would be bullied to tears by his uncle. "You have no words to say?" Lin Luo challenged. "What about you? You wouldn't dare to even set foot at your father-in-law's door, would you? How embarrassing." What about me?" His uncle retorted. "With your current state, wouldn't you simply be turned into dumpling filling by them? Enough already. Stop your incessant prattle. First, go home and inform grandfather about the thief, and then accompany me on a visit." After exchanging several barbs with his uncle, Lin Luo finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, his uncle was not so easily swayed. "What should I say? How can I steal if I tell you? You still intend to steal? Pray, enlighten me. Who is the girl you have your eye on?" In Lin Luo's eyes, his uncle was becoming increasingly childish. Why was he still sulking? The uncle dared not respond further. "Lin Luo, what are you doing? Does my misfortune bring you joy?" He truly believed that stealing steel was a viable path, one that could lead him to a romantic partner. Lin Luo shot him a disapproving glance. "If I wished for your downfall, I wouldn't have let you talk to grandfather. I would have simply reported you to the authorities." His uncle was taken aback by the coldness of his nephew. He was family, after all, while those others were of no concern to Lin Luo. "You surely cannot go there. I cannot stand by and watch my uncle become a thief. They will undoubtedly steal at night, and, if caught, will claim you incited them. Will you take the fall for that? One must be ruthless to stand firm, to extricate his uncle from this predicament." The sacrifice of a few outsiders was not within Lin Luo's consideration. Yet, upon hearing this, his uncle softened. "How can you be so certain they will be caught?" Lin Luo did not reply, but instead moved behind his uncle, wrapping his arms around his neck. "Come, uncle, I can't walk anymore. Carry me, please." His uncle, of course, was reluctant. "How old are you to still ask me to carry you? Do you think this is when you were a child?" In his youth, when in a good mood, he would have gladly carried his nephew. Seeing his uncle refuse, Lin Luo did not press further but remarked, "I weigh less than 100 pounds, and you still find me heavy. Those machines at the factory, the steel rails, don't they weigh several tons? You and your brothers were strong back then?" At 12, Lin Luo stood at 170 centimeters tall, though he would ultimately grow to only 175 centimeters. Goodness! At that moment, his uncle finally comprehended. No wonder he had been so careless. If it were a yard full of gold, perhaps it would ignite one's potential. However, 2 dimes worth of scrap steel could hardly serve as a stimulant. Seeing his uncle come to this realization, Lin Luo nodded. Well, not entirely foolish. Who would have thought his uncle would respond? Indeed, I scored 98 in elementary school mathematics. He had always taken pride in his mathematical prowess. Lin Luo was not inclined to let him bask in that glory. Please, in the first grade, you were the only one who scored 98. The rest scored 100. That is still better than your 60-something. The retort from my uncle was feeble and lacking in substance. Essentially, we are both in the same predicament, languishing at the bottom. Once a ranking system is established, the quantity of points becomes inconsequential. Chapter 5. The old man. As the two elders exchanged playful jibes, we soon arrived home. Oh, the college student is back. Upon entering the alley, familiar voices greeted me. Regardless of academic performance, this moniker followed Northeastern children until graduation. Faces, both familiar and strange, emerged before me, springing forth from memory. If I were not myself, I might have been taken aback by the greetings. Annan, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu. Lin Luo dutifully acknowledged each person. It was a challenging task. One misstep in conversation could lead to ridicule from those around. Did you hear? That kid from the old family is utterly hopeless. Can't even greet anyone properly. Ah, what a shame for that child. Nevertheless, most people were quite warm-hearted. Oh, De Luo, what has you in such high spirits today? Ready for the new semester? Where did you and your uncle go to have fun? Regardless of the subject. They spoke as if they were engaging in genuine conversation. Of course, not everyone possessed such amiability, nor were all individuals truly endearing. As Lin Luo greeted everyone and approached his home, he heard a voice call out, "Didn't you go to Guangzhou with your parents for a few days?" Lin Luo was uncertain whether it was his advancing age that rendered him cynical or if this elderly man had always viewed him as a source of amusement. The question posed was innocuous, yet it left an uncomfortable feeling in the listener's heart. The speaker was the elderly Mr. Shun, who leaned on a cane, wearing a smile as he addressed Lin Luo. Observing the old man, Lin Luo thought to himself that he had lived long enough to understand the ways of life. He retorted, "No, my family doesn't need to bear sons. Why should we always run south?" This response mirrored Mr. Shun's inquiry, while it bore no fault. It was nevertheless disconcerting when directed at the individual involved. Not all Northeasterners harbor a preference for sons over daughters. In fact, many families from rural backgrounds, particularly those that have transitioned to urban life, often display such biases. This phenomenon relates to their lived experiences. In rural areas, where law enforcement is virtually absent, families with fewer male members are often susceptible to bullying, and the notion of being childless is widely accepted. Should one remain in the countryside for a lifetime, the inability to bear children might be relinquished as a reality, with the understanding that a nephew standing at the family gate does not equate to being an unmarried man. However, once one escapes the confines of rural life and enters the city, with a lifestyle more prosperous than in their hometown, the modest family inheritance becomes as precious as a royal throne, igniting hopes for an heir to inherit the family legacy. Old Mr. Shin epitomized this mindset. He had moved to the city alongside his son, who achieved success working at the municipal power company and marrying the daughter of a local official. Regrettably, the couple bore only a daughter and adhered to the one-child policy, choosing not to have more children. This decision left a lingering bitterness in Mr. Shun's heart. Furthermore, he was rather bothersome. Instead of seeking ways to have grandchildren, he envied those who did, often expressing his dissatisfaction. Every child passing by his doorstep is met with his cryptic remarks. In his previous life, Lin Luo, lacking worldly experience, failed to comprehend the old man's words, merely sensing that upon reaching his threshold, his grandmother would hastily usher him home. This lifetime, having experienced it anew, he finally grasped that the old fellow's words were piercingly incisive. Thus, he could hardly blame himself. Being a minor, his candidness could be excused as youthful indiscretion. And what of your Hainan Island? This term naturally referred to the old man's eldest granddaughter, Shun Yan. Logically, such a moniker seemed ill-suited for a young lady, even disconnected from her actual name. Yet, ever since Huang Hong's comedic skit The Family Planning Gorillas gained immense popularity on Spring Festival, it was unclear who had propagated the nickname, but henceforth, Shun Yan was dubbed Hainan Island. The belief persisted that her family would eventually produce a Turpan, a Shaolin temple, and a Beidei. Upon hearing this, the old man's laughter vanished. "You child, if your parents don't want you." But he was cut short as his grandmother unexpectedly emerged from the courtyard. Home. Though the elderly lady had not overheard her grandson's exchange with the old man next door, she disapproved of the neighbor's character and preferred to keep her child distanced from such influences. With a hasty greeting that lacked sincerity, her disappointed gaze reflected her own son's shortcomings. Lin Luo's uncle felt unjustly accused, having dutifully entered the alley. However, his grandmother's bias was evident. Had it not been for her youngest son, her beloved grandson wouldn't have been led astray. Lin Luo, unburdened by such thoughts, was simply elated at the prospect of reuniting with his grandmother. She had always favored him during his childhood, but regrettably, She had passed away during his university years. In celebration of their reunion, as he walked past the old man, Lin Luo leaned in and whispered, "If your son isn't up to it, why not let you try? He can't produce, but you could." Such banter was futile. How could an old man who had never ventured beyond the county possibly rival Lin Luo? What child speaks such nonsense? The old man was instantly flushed with indignation. Lin Luo, skipping joyously alongside his grandmother back into the courtyard, added with a grin, "I was praising you. Why are you upset?" This old man, both inept and playful, was never held accountable and delighted in provoking others, should anyone retort. He would take offense. Initially oblivious, Lin Luo's grandmother paused at her grandson's boldness, then smiled with satisfaction. Lin Luo, trailing behind her, was momentarily taken aback by her expression. "Goodness, I am such a fool." In Lin Luo's memories, his grandmother had always treated him exceptionally well, though over time, he felt her attention wane in favor of her biological grandson. Yet, the recent incident illuminated the shift that had occurred. To note, he was merely 4 years older than his younger cousin. His grandmother had not forgotten her grandson upon the arrival of her first. This change had only manifested in recent years, primarily due to that old man Shen. It is not solely due to him. Rather, it is my attitude towards old man Shen that makes my grandmother perceive me as someone lacking discernment. Since childhood, Lin Luo has not lived with his parents. Thus, he has always taken their words to heart. His parents, living with his younger brother, often returned home to instill lessons of politeness in their children. Lin Luo is uncertain whether his younger brother Lin Yang absorbed these teachings, but he himself certainly did in his formative years. Regardless of who it may be, Lin Luo has always shown courtesy to others, including the elderly neighbor, old man Shen. The notion that distant relatives are less significant than close neighbors is, in reality, a fallacy. The purported camaraderie among old neighbors is merely for the sake of children. In truth, they are often well acquainted yet are also direct competitors, leading to significant conflicts within the communal courtyard. Renovations inevitably incite discord. Each household occupies a small living space, and their haphazardly constructed homes lead to unclear boundaries, which in turn breeds friction. Typically, out of necessity, they endure the situation, but when one household embarks on a demolition and reconstruction project, tensions inevitably escalate. Lin Luo vividly remembers that in the process of building a house for his maternal uncle, despite having measured the dimensions accurately, old man Shun insisted that his family encroached on their land. Since that incident, the relationship between the two families has never been amicable. Logically, Lin Luo's family should have constructed the house for his uncle much earlier, but due to old man Shun's incessant provocations, the project was delayed until his younger brother was about to start school. This matter of building a house has led to numerous altercations with the neighbors. Furthermore, his young cousin Zhao Zhuowen has been a direct victim of these interests, and even at the tender age of 7 or 8, he bears a grudge against the neighbors. Throughout this period, influenced by his parents, Lin Luo has maintained a facade of amiability towards the Shen family, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue, which makes him appear as a white-eyed wolf within his own family. It is indeed a wonder how he is still regarded favorably by his kin. Upon realizing this, Lin Luo felt a surge of joy, yet he failed to notice the old man watching him, lost in contemplation. "Child, you have spoken wisely." Chapter 6. Transformation. Having finally comprehended where he went astray in his past life, Lin Luo was in exceptionally high spirits. One must first learn to love oneself, to treat oneself kindly, and then discern who treats them well in return. It is imperative not to become a silent martyr, obediently sacrificing oneself, only to evoke feelings of disgust in others while being moved oneself. Reflecting on it, he realized that his brother and parents constituted a family unit, and as an outsider, he need not let their emotions disturb him. With this understanding, he joyfully followed his grandmother into the courtyard. The courtyard, still reminiscent of the one in his memories, yet now somewhat alien, consisted of a single-story house accompanied by 2 unauthorized structures. To the left, adjoining Old Man Shen's residence, was the abode of his maternal uncle and his family of 3. To the right stood the cramped quarters where he and his uncle resided. And at the center was the main house of his grandparents, complete with a kitchen and storage room. In the middle of the courtyard lay a water basin equipped with running water, a stone washstand, surrounded by several water jars. These jars were now filled to the brim with water, inevitably attracting a few small flies. However, as they served as essential vessels for winter's pickling of vegetables, no one dared voice any discontent. Moreover, one could never be certain when the water supply might be interrupted, so they relied on the water stored in these jars as a temporary measure. In the county town, water and electricity outages have become commonplace. It is not unusual to be without power for an entire day or water for half a day. Beside the wall lies a drainage ditch, where the water from daily washing and vegetable cleaning flows out. The ancient stones, worn smooth over countless years, evoke a sense of nostalgia. To prevent tripping over the ditch at night, a large yellow bulb illuminates the area, its wattage modest, undoubtedly for the sake of economy. A string of lights is drawn from the wall of my grandmother's room. A gentle tug ignites its glow. On the windowsill, numerous aluminum toothpaste tubes, painstakingly collected by my younger cousin, sit in wait. Each tube can fetch a decent sum, and I must admit I have pilfered my fair share. In the corner, there are piles of cardboard and beer bottles, the fruits of my cousin's meager earnings. In stark contrast to my cousin's enterprising spirit, the windowsill on our side features a rather monotonous display. Only dried apricots and a flashlight adorn it. Our home lacks a toilet, necessitating a trek to the outdoor latrine. My uncle and I, equipped with a flashlight, anticipate the moments when my younger cousin hesitates to venture out at night, ready to extract a toll for the use of our light. Even if we manage to scrounge only a few bottles, we must at least secure a toothpaste tube. This poor child, yearning for a taste of wong rice crackers, has spent an entire summer saving, only to have his funds pilfered by us. Reflecting on this, Lin Luo, feel a twinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, my grandmother, unaware of the foolishness of youth, wonders why I linger at the door. Come in, it's time to eat. What are you daydreaming about? She calls, while bringing dishes outside and scolding both me and my uncle. Have some sense. Are you waiting for me to serve you? It dawns on me that during the sweltering summer, we all gather in the courtyard to dine, for only my grandmother's room boasts a television, positioned on the ground so everyone outside can watch. It is inconvenient to view it at night, and it saves electricity. By 8 or 9, the house is shrouded in darkness. Of course, there are only a few channels, CCTV, provincial stations, and local broadcasts. After 8, the primetime dramas are largely devoid of interest. With this thought, I hastily assist in setting up a small table in the courtyard, awaiting the placement of stools, while my industriousness seems to highlight my uncle's lack of initiative. Hey, you lazy one, why aren't you dragging your feet today? My uncle casts a sidelong glance at me. Despite the facade my cousin presents outside, at home, he proves to be just as indolent. Even the slightest bit of extra work feels like a burden to him. Usually, he directs me, yet today, he finds himself at my beck and call. The young one, though, has become unexpectedly diligent and sweet-tongued. You've grown quite capable these past few days, my uncle remarks, oblivious to any underlying issues. Believing perhaps that my cousin's parents' recent visit, or news of another cousin's acceptance into a prestigious school, has inspired him. My grandmother, truly exasperated with these two mischievous boys, interjects, enough of this banter, go call your brother back and ask if he's ready for dinner. After the return of the eldest son, he went to his father-in-law's house. The eldest daughter-in-law, a teacher in a rural township, aspired to transfer to a county position. But securing a transfer for an art teacher proved to be a challenging endeavor. The entire family was deliberating on possible solutions, yet they felt powerless to assist, opting not to intrude. After all, the family's patriarch held merely a clerical position. Such matters were beyond his purview. If they were to meddle, and the in-laws placed their hopes on them, failure to achieve the desired outcome could lead to unfortunate consequences. Alas, as long as there was no work involved, the old uncle was willing to engage in any task, especially if it meant visiting the eldest brother's father-in-law's home, where he might even indulge in a few cigarettes. Observing that the old uncle had been sent away, Lin Luo hurriedly approached, eager to flatter. Grandma, what are we having to eat today? In the past, Lin Luo often felt like a guest in someone else's home, perceiving the act of pleasing the elderly as a mere obligation, only exhibiting kindness when he sought something in return. Children are unable to conceal their true feelings, no matter how affectionate the elderly may be. Prolonged pretense can lead to discomfort. However, the present Lin Luo was different. His desire to bring joy to his grandmother was genuine, a pure effort to mend past regrets, with no ulterior motives. This sincerity left the grandmother somewhat taken aback. There's some fatty meat at the bottom of the pot. Sneak a taste. But don't let your brother see, or there will be trouble. Why had his parents brought such a burden upon him this time? She hoped no issues would arise. The grandmother's first thought was one of concern for her grandson. What was her unreliable daughter thinking? It was one thing to show favoritism, but to such an extent was unacceptable. To abandon the child in her care while flaunting the achievements of the son she raised was perplexing. What was her intention? To showcase her educational success? To suggest that her own child was superior while discrediting the care of the elderly? If that were the case, why not take the child back? It was only due to the emotional bond formed over the years that she could endure this. Otherwise, even with a biological daughter, How could she find peace in her heart? It was likely that any blame would fall upon the child. This favoritism towards the daughter had the roles been reversed. What would her in-laws think? Yet, this child, compared to the last visit, had regressed significantly. Last time, her ungrateful daughter had similarly overwhelmed the child. During the winter break, her children had brought the grandson home, showcasing their accomplishments at the cultural center and even having the child perform for everyone. Lin Luo had cried, asking her, "What is a cultural center for?" It truly pained her heart. When they departed, the child remained silent for several days, leaving her to chastise her husband at night. "This is all your fault. You've spoiled him since childhood, and he understands nothing." The couple, both working, raised one son, while they, as an elderly couple, managed an entire household. How could they be compared? Her daughter had indeed been spoiled by her husband beyond reason. When the child attended school, the husband received a promotion, and their living conditions improved dramatically. At that time, when their daughter was in school, they not only provided her with meals and groceries, but also packed 2 peach pastries and kept a couple of coins in her pocket. They supported her. Yet she failed to pass the vocational school entrance exam, ranking at the bottom of her class. And now she had the audacity to mock her own son? Her son certainly did not enjoy the same privileges she had. Watching Lin Luo nonchalantly wield his chopsticks to scoop meat from the bottom of the pot, the elderly lady sighed. "It's good to keep an open mind, but do not let your mother drive you to madness." The madman Zhao Guangdian on the street became unhinged for not letting go in the past. Health is paramount. It surpasses all else. Chapter 07. Delivering Meals Grandmother. "Today we only have 2 dishes," Lin Luo exclaimed as he arranged the meal in the kitchen and brought it out. The offerings consisted of stir-fried potato shreds in oily meat sauce and braised cabbage adorned with a few slices of pork belly. The staple was a generous serving of rice, a blend of white rice and sorghum. While ample and filling, it was, to be honest, rather unpalatable. The fondness for the meals of one's childhood often stems from the scarcity of fine fare during those years. After a few missed meals, anything seemed delectable. Lin Luo grimaced, suddenly realizing that those who yearned for the past were rather foolish. Forget about that era. Even if one were transported back to the 1990s, they would likely long to return within hours. The standard of living speaks volumes. Grandmother was not one to indulge the whims of children. With food at hand, there was no room for complaints, and it was not yet the time for meat. Truth be told, Lin Luo's family fared quite well, enjoying meat occasionally, a luxury afforded by his grandfather's occupation. Although ration tickets had long been abolished, his grandfather, a retired military personnel, still possessed a food quota, allowing him to collect certain staples and meat products from the grain station on designated days each month. Moreover, during festivals, his grandfather would receive frozen fish, apples, cooking oil, and a modest holiday bonus. These provisions were storable and represented the enviable perks of public sector employment. The little oil collected at home was reserved for frying fish on those special days. Typically, in neighborhoods where such public institutions were clustered on fish frying days, any household that did not partake would inevitably draw whispers. "Is so-and-so not participating? Why aren't they frying fish?" In summary, the ability to receive benefits from one's workplace was a testament to one's standing. However, Lin Luo, accustomed to a life of abundant and flavorful food, could hardly tolerate the lack of meat. Dinner paled in comparison to a simple meal of 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables for just 9 yuan. How could he bear it? Wasn't that jar of tasty grease right there? What was he hiding from? What harm would it do for his beloved grandson to indulge a little? Unable to resist temptation, Lin Luo reached for the precious jar of rendered fat that his grandmother cherished. Pork belly was a delightful treat. In rural areas, during the new year, one either bought it from the village or received it as a gift from relatives. The 3-finger-thick meat, when rendered into oil for cooking, was delectable, and the leftover cracklings were a delight. No child in the household could resist such a treat. The meal laid out before Lin Luo, accustomed as he was to the modern culinary arts, was hardly appealing. He felt compelled to savor a few bites of those tantalizing cracklings. Yet, his grandmother guarded that jar jealously. It was neither a holiday nor a festival. What right had he to indulge in such luxury? The elderly lady, wielding her chopsticks, playfully tapped Lin Luo, reminding him that those were meant for seasoning dishes, and questioned why a child's mouth could be so greedy. "How stingy," Lin Luo retorted, retracting his hand. "If I can't have it, then I want tea." He made a grand show of his discontent before inquiring, "Where's grandfather?" Over time, indeed, one wonders how the workload has become so overwhelming, as if the workplace cannot function without him. Once again, he has not returned home, while grandmother remains oblivious. Lin Luo is well aware. Grandfather earns a modest overtime pay of 5 yuan for each midday shift and 10 yuan for evening work. accumulating to an additional 300 yuan each month, sufficient to support his hometown, though it must remain a secret from grandmother to avoid conflict. Grandfather is no match for grandmother. During his military service, she managed to drive a certain woman from the village to madness. It was genuine insanity, and since that incident, no one dared to provoke the Zhao family again. Furthermore, Lin Luo, not one to stir trouble, would naturally keep this under wraps. What will grandfather have for dinner? I shall take it to him. Grandmother, of course, would not let him go hungry and had already prepared a meal. The aluminum lunchbox, a staple for its convenience in reheating, remains indispensable. You eat first, finish your meal before heading out. The county town does have its advantages. Everything is within reach. As grandmother served Lin Luo, she reminded him, when you arrive, inquire about the housing allocation at your grandfather's workplace. If there's news, act swiftly to secure it. If they can allocate too, then do so. Even if they are smaller, it suffices as long as there is a place to stay. It dawned on Lin Luo that this was indeed the time when grandfather's workplace began distributing housing constructed through collective funding. Although the houses were not free, the area was allocated based on rank and position, ultimately requiring a financial contribution, yet it was still quite affordable, approximately 300 to 500 yuan per square meter. Given grandfather's years of service, he could qualify for an allocation of 60 to 70 square meters. Grandmother's intention was to secure 2 smaller units of 30 to 40 square meters, thus allowing their eldest son to avoid overcrowding. Should that prove insufficient, they could purchase additional space from others. After all, the children of the elder branch had grown, and living together had become rather awkward. However, Lin Luo recalled that this endeavor did not meet expectations. His aunt had eagerly awaited the move, only for it to fall through. This led to a tremendous quarrel in the household, with his uncle storming off in frustration to rent a place of his own. The reasons behind this, Lin Luo was unaware. He realized that as a child, he was not suited to engage in such significant matters. He should focus instead on sending messages to his uncle. Where could he be? It should not take so long to inquire about news from the in-laws, given that grandfather's home was nearby. Yet, people often find themselves mulling over thoughts endlessly. Before Lin Luo could finish his contemplation, his uncle staggered back in, a cigarette perched between his ears and singing merrily. Yesterday flowed like the eastern waters, drifting away from me. Today, my heart is troubled and rife with worries. Drawing a knife to sever the water only makes it flow more freely. Raising a cup to dispel my sorrows only deepens them. Tomorrow, the gentle breeze will carry my thoughts, yet only the new lovers will laugh, while the old ones cry. The word love is so burdensome. Should one seek clarity or feign ignorance? The more one knows, the less content one feels. It was evident from his demeanor that he had indulged in drink. Do not get too comfortable. Come, accompany me to deliver dinner to grandfather. Lin Luo had even added a bit of meat to the bottom of the pot, a small gesture of filial piety. Yet, his uncle clearly lacked the capacity for alcohol. It was uncertain how much he had consumed, but he was already feeling the effects. When instructed by his nephew, he stubbornly retorted, I shall not go. Subsequently, she engaged her grandmother in conversation. Mother, I must tell you that my sister-in-law is being transferred to the county. Her family has some substantial connections. While it may not guarantee her a position at the experimental school, it could secure her a spot at the second primary school. The experimental school and the second primary school are indeed the finest elementary institutions in the county. This revelation left Lin Luo momentarily astonished. In her previous life, she had never heard of such a thing. Her aunt had dedicated her entire career to a rural school and, upon retirement, had not only failed to secure a position in the county but had also never achieved a senior title, her pension significantly lower than her peers. Lin Luo intended to inquire further, but her grandmother abruptly dismissed her uncle, emphasizing with gravity, do not speak of matters that are not yet settled. If it comes to fruition, splendid, but should the neighbors find out? Her grandmother's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. It is a common occurrence for envy to overshadow joy. Regardless of the reliability of the situation, if it were indeed credible, the neighbors could easily conspire against you, thwarting any possibility of success. Many individuals from the mining bureau had resorted to underhanded tactics for a mere chance to descend into the mines, a perilous endeavor, let alone a coveted profession like teaching. I understand. We have connections, so what is there to fear? Her uncle, however, appeared disinterested. Observing his demeanor, her grandmother hastily instructed him, go, deliver lunch to your father along with Luo. Once you arrive, partake in whatever hospitality they offer. You waste your days in idleness. Lin Luo took hold of her uncle, who was reluctant, but under her grandmother's insistence, he complied. Oh, it's just a taste of the local brew. Why are you dawdling? I haven't eaten yet. Her grandmother, noticing she was alone at home, decided to send her uncle to her grandfather's workplace for a meal, thereby freeing herself to visit her in-laws. We cannot assist in this matter, but if they require funds, be proactive. This is indeed a significant affair. While we may not have much, we can certainly scrape together a few thousand. If this endeavor truly materializes, we can always postpone the house issue. Real estate can be acquired at any time, but a job transfer is a monumental life event, one that shapes the lifetime. In 1997, being a 10,000 yuan household had lost its prestige. The older generation, despite earning less, had the ability to save. Every family, especially dual-income households, had a bit of a financial cushion. Realizing he had no choice but to comply, her uncle grabbed a mesh bag to pack the lunch. Mounting the family's bicycle, he declared, "Then I shall take the Luo along for the ride." There were 2 bicycles at home, one for his sister-in-law's commute and the other for his grandfather. Both sturdy models that no one begrudged. Lin Luo found herself nostalgic for the years gone by as she watched. Her grandmother wiped her hands with an apron and cautioned, "Ride carefully, do not be reckless." Once she had dispatched the 2, she made her way to the west side of the alley to visit her in-laws. Chapter 08. Turning against you. You're quite audacious, delivering lunch. Yet have you completed your summer homework? Her uncle began to grumble upon stepping outside, as this task was typically her grandmother's responsibility. Lin Luo was aware of his little grievances, but chose not to dwell on them. "I'm in middle school now. There's no summer homework." The transition from primary to middle school and from middle to high school was usually a joyous occasion. Really? No assignments after graduating elementary school? After completing elementary school, I went on to a vocational school, and then I awaited the day I would start working, a moment my uncle had long since forgotten. Lin Luo, clutching a lunchbox, settled into the back seat of the car and inquired with a hint of suspicion, "What are you thinking? Who's going to check?" "The elementary and middle school teachers don't communicate." As my uncle pedaled away, he feigned a sense of worldly wisdom and retorted, "Tisich, I can't remember. I don't think that existed back then." The younger one tends to act more profound, and a man in love is most captivating when he is melancholic. However, Lin Luo was not easily swayed by such theatrics. "Are you the one who does the homework?" My uncle, unwilling to engage further in this matter, continued to pedal while making small talk. "Why are you being so considerate today? Why are you so insistent on accompanying me to deliver lunch?" Lin Luo, not wanting to let him enjoy such leisure, interjected, "Of course, I want to discuss that matter with you and Grandpa." That matter naturally referred to the incident involving the theft of steel. While it was stated as such, it was not entirely accurate. Primarily, the prosecutor's office finishes work at 6 o'clock, yet there are still overtime hours, during which they organize some materials and conduct inquiries. However, during this time, the atmosphere lightens significantly, dealing mostly with minor cases that pose no substantial threat. Of course, individuals who enter the prosecutorial system for questioning are typically already in the public prosecution stage, which pertains to criminal cases that will surely result in a prison sentence. This is because the basis for probation requires a demonstration of remorse, which necessitates an acknowledgement of guilt and acceptance of punishment. This stage is completed within the public security system. It is not to say that acknowledging guilt absolves one from prosecution. Rather, if one seeks to appeal for probation, the prerequisite is to first confess. Thus, once a case reaches the prosecutor's office, one should not harbor excessive thoughts, but rather accept the inevitable consequence of serving time. Yet, one should not underestimate such individuals. Those who receive prison sentences often have intriguing stories to tell. Lin Luo recalled Grandpa's son, who shared an office with his grandfather. Coming from a similar background, yet possessing a shrewdness that led him to achieve considerable success over time. His initial fortune was inadvertently acquired during an inquiry period. My uncle, oblivious to his nephew's underlying thoughts, believed the boy was fixated on him. "Have you not forgotten? Are you trying to annoy your uncle on purpose?" Incensed, my uncle deliberately lifted the front wheel of the bicycle, intending to frighten his nephew. "Look, I'm taking off." Unexpectedly, Lin Luo showed no fear this time. The two continued their antics as if performing a juggling act while proceeding. Just as Lin Luo was about to respond, they had barely exited the alley when someone awaited them outside. Brother June, you're out. Brother June, I have the vehicle ready. Let us go." Indeed, those engaged in wrongdoing exhibit remarkable resolve. It was only in the afternoon that a few learned about the steel situation at the mechanical factory, yet by mealtime, the thieves were already fully prepared. Their eager, glinting eyes were filled with a predatory hunger. "Hurry up. If we delay, it will be dark before we can act." These individuals directly blocked my uncle's path, causing him to halt the bicycle repeatedly, as the earlier antics nearly had him toppled. "What is the fuss? Do you really take this jest seriously? Without needing my uncle to speak, Lin Luo stepped in to defend him, channeling his irritation towards these foolish individuals. This time, they had truly stirred trouble. What do you mean, you little brat? Children without the presence of their parents often find it challenging to earn respect, as no one truly knows the circumstances surrounding their upbringing. Particularly, those individuals who appear desperate for money often resort to intimidation, using titles to frighten children and extract a little cash. If they had not resorted to such unscrupulous means, their behavior might have been different. However, once their desires take hold, who dares to stand in their way? What does it matter to you? Mind your own business. Speaking to your uncle, you, who were fathered but not nurtured, should keep your mouth shut. While they have yet to complete any tasks, they have already devised plans on how to spend the money. How can they tolerate a child who dares to criticize them? Lin Luo was not one to indulge in such behavior. He had a wrench in the back seat of the car, prepared to teach these individuals a lesson about the laws protecting minors. However, his uncle was always a step ahead. Who are you talking to? His uncle was a parent who spoiled his children. But he was not one to tolerate the insolence of younger men. It was one thing for his nephew to speak up. It was another for a group of miscreants to challenge his family. They had not anticipated that a few words from the military brother would provoke such ire. Hey, military brother, what do you mean by that? You were the one who brought this up. Why are you backing down from a deal you initiated? Forget it. The uncle, who was not particularly eloquent, was quite adept at using his fists. As the vehicle came to a halt, he firmly pressed the brake and launched a punch. Who are you disrespecting? Have I spoiled you all too much? This hot-headed youth never pulled his punches. His fist aimed directly at the nose. Typically, in such altercations, the aggressor rarely faces retaliation. Most often, one bold enough to strike finds their opponent too intimidated to respond. One punch knocked one of them down, while the remaining 3 or 4 rushed to assist their fallen comrade, squatting on the ground with expressions of disbelief. Military brother, what is your angle? They failed to comprehend why anyone would forsake a lucrative opportunity over a mere exchange of words. Get lost. What do you mean? With your pathetic selves? How dare you question me? The uncle himself could not quite articulate what had driven him to violence. He felt that his nephew's attempt to halt the theft of steel, while cutting off his own financial gain, was ultimately for the best. However, his younger companions were being exceedingly inconsiderate, showing no regard for anything beyond a quick profit, even to the extent of confronting him. They clearly had no desire to continue working with him, relishing the prospect of splitting the spoils with one less person. Had they not feared retaliation from the military brother, they might not have even shown up. As the conflict unfolded, they hastily made their exit. Zhao Yanjun, you're something else. We considered you our leader. And this is how you treat us? Fine, we're done. From now on, we don't know each other. They wiped the blood from their noses and departed with a few defiant remarks. Though they had suffered a blow, losing a member meant a greater share for the rest. Nevertheless, this scene left a lingering discomfort in the uncle's heart. After all, they had been friends for several years. The bond formed through shared experiences transcended mere character. It was only after they had distanced themselves that he let out a sigh and mounted his vehicle. It seems that there is an unease in his heart as he mumbles to his perpetually silent nephew. Well, now you don't need to report me for not playing with you. Lin Luo remained silent, waiting for those few boys to muster up some courage before he would take action himself. Yet who would have thought they would flee after just a single blow? Observing his uncle's profound sadness, he could not help but chuckle. Come on, uncle, do you really believe that? Do you truly regard them as principled individuals? If they were caught, a criminal organization led by you would instantly be established. Human nature is incredibly fragile when put to the test. In his previous life, Lin Luo nearly faced dire consequences simply for washing his feet, and those who accompanied him immediately concocted tales of him being part of a trafficking ring. Had the police not been accustomed to such individuals, the outcome could have been disastrous. Regrettably, his uncle remained oblivious to what might transpire next, merely finding his nephew overly pessimistic. Why do you always mention them being caught? Can't you wish them some good fortune? Weren't you once calling them brothers? Calling them little uncles? Don't sever their means of livelihood. Can't we pretend we are unaware? If they could improve their lot, that would be beneficial, after all. It's good for the impoverished to rise, and who knows when we might need their assistance in the future. No wonder he fled. He was indeed naive and kind-hearted. Just like himself, lacking the ruthlessness when it was necessary. Seated in the back, Lin Luo spat and remarked, "Come on, are you foolish? After having fallen out, how can you still wish them well? If they do poorly, they will surely drag you down with them. And if they do well, they will only be a source of ridicule for you for life. You should strike decisively, leaving no room for future troubles." Now, it seemed that there was no need to spare his uncle. It was best to resolve the matter thoroughly. His uncle was momentarily taken aback by Lin Luo's words. What do you mean? Lin Luo cheerfully supported himself against the back seat. I won't report to Grandpa. This statement led his uncle to believe he had been overthinking things. Indeed, one must be kind-hearted. Just as he was about to compliment his nephew, he heard another remark. I must report this. Why are you so ruthless? If you report it, everything will be over, your life would be ruined, and those few won't let it slide so easily. However, Lin Luo held a different perspective. Ruthless? I am being more than merciful. If I were to call Uncle Ning, he would bring the security team from the factory, and who knows how it would end. Sun Wukong was able to settle accounts because his master was Bodhi, but did these fellows possess such qualifications? The reactions of the families involved were beyond Lin Luo's consideration. When Grandpa was seconded to the anti-corruption office, he had sentenced 7 to death. Even wealthy and powerful officials were not afraid, so these matters were trivial in comparison. How can you behave like this? His uncle pondered. One need not compromise one's integrity, but there is no need for total annihilation. Yet, Lin Luo seemed to ride his uncle like a horse from the back seat, urging him on. Enough with your concerns. Let us hurry. Grandpa is waiting for dinner. The children of today are simply too wild. Chapter 09. The guardhouse. As his uncle rode the bike, he found himself increasingly troubled by his nephew's odd behavior. This child had once been merely bothersome, but now he seemed to have turned malicious. What he did not realize, however, was that those few contemplating theft were whispering in a deserted corner. Zhao Yanjun is truly despicable. After all these years of calling him Big Brother, this is how he treats us. His lack of benevolence should not be blamed for our ensuing injustice. Once he has pilfered, let him not forget to proclaim, I am Zhao Yanjun from North Street. If he refuses to go, he should bear the consequences. Such foolish utterances betray a mind clearly unhinged. Theft is inherently clandestine, and one ought not to invite trouble upon oneself. Yet, it is precisely these individuals who often find themselves incarcerated. The vile and foolishness found in the depths of depravity is truly unfathomable. Frequently, their desire is not merely to thrive, but to outshine others. They revel in witnessing your misfortunes or scheming against you, deriving satisfaction from your embarrassment, even more than from their own financial gain. But if one were to inquire what they have achieved through such machinations, it would matter little to them. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yanjun has begun plotting against his own younger brother, still contemplating how to guide his nephew toward a brighter path. De Luo, the father of De Binzi, has long abandoned them, leaving behind a blind mother. If he were to be imprisoned, what fate would befall his family? Lin Luo has long ceased to be soft-hearted. Isn't it rather convenient? It relieves worries. Previously, his mother would search for him incessantly, but now he can be found in a fixed location each day. Old uncle truly pities that old wretch. But what of his family? Such words imply he had ever cared for her while he was present. Is it not true that his nephew possesses a heart of stone? What do you mean? Isn't it all his own doing? One cannot stand firm without a ruthless disposition. Alas, as for Binzi, it is one matter, but how well do you two complement each other? When you were bullied at school, it was he who intervened on your behalf. This argument falters, and old uncle shifts his stance. This is indeed the case. No child is exempt from bullying, though the extent may vary. Yet, Lin Luo is no longer a child. What of my refusal to lend him money? Damn it. When my classmates bullied me, all it took was to treat them to a cold drink. Yet he, on the other hand, would strike my classmates and then borrow money from me, draining my meager allowance. What? Did he extort you for your money? Old uncle remains oblivious to these details. In his youth, Lin Luo never perceived it as bullying. He merely thought of it as assistance from his uncle's friends, esteemed figures in the community, borrowing a dime or so as a mark of respect. It was only upon growing older that he realized a bag of cold drinks costs but a dime, and that same amount could easily procure a stack of them, sufficient to win over classmates and form a clique to torment others. A grown individual, deceiving even the funds of children. What commendable character could that possibly reflect? And what do you expect? Old uncle has begun to doubt his own circle of friends. But what of Bowie? Bowie is a decent fellow. This inquiry leaves Lin Luo at a loss for words. Should he confess that none among them is truly virtuous? Is it possible for good to emerge from a cesspool of depravity? Or is Bowie merely the one whose leg was broken, unable to let go of his grievances? After all, he remains a reticent, artistic youth, not one who believes that just because your father holds a minor government position, he can lift you up as well. Although grandfather is but a small civil servant, to these individuals, he is akin to a man of authority. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this rambling. It serves no purpose. If you possess the audacity, speak to grandfather. Should he declare he won't alert the authorities, then neither shall I. The elder uncle, possessing a certain audacity, commands respect as a man of integrity, Yet that respect is merely a formality. The issue at hand must be addressed. There is no room for negotiation. The elder uncle found himself somewhat speechless, his desire for conversation dissipating. After traversing the path, he ascended towards the old procuratorate. Just as he approached the entrance, he contemplated a final struggle. Must this matter be resolved in such a manner? Lin Luo, however, paid him no mind. Cheerfully carrying her lunchbox inside, and even exchanging pleasantries with the elderly caretaker at the reception. Grandfather Su. Ah, what a good child, bringing lunch for your grandfather today. One should not underestimate such elder figures. Many organizations not only rehire key personnel, but also bring back older staff to fill logistics and security roles, ensuring that former comrades can support their families. Grandfather Su is one such retired elder, now serving as a security guard at the establishment. Earning a modest salary of 500 to 600 a month can indeed ease the burden at home. Have you eaten yet, Grandfather Su? Lin Luo was naturally delighted to see a familiar face. I have eaten, no need to worry about me. Go on, your grandfather hasn't eaten yet. Their exchange was light and casual, mere small talk. Yet the old man, unable to hold his tongue, remarked on Zhao Yanjun, who was silent and unresponsive. You little rascal. You're not as sensible as your nephew. Can't you even greet someone? The elder uncle was taken aback by the reprimand. Momentarily lost in thought about his brother's affairs, and by the time he considered a response, it was too late. When Grandfather Su first came to the organization, he was the one who guided him, having been a senior figure. Now that he was retired, his sense of balance was disrupted, where he once received respectful addresses. He now found himself met with silence, an unfortunate turn of events. What sort of upbringing did you have? Can't you see what's in front of you? You're even less perceptive than a child. No wonder you're without a position. No matter how hard your father tries, it's of no use. A good for nothing. If we were to find you a job, you'd be let go within 3 days. The retired elder's scolding was a sign of familiarity. For the arrival of the procurator would be even more daunting than this reprimand. That's not fair, Grandfather Su, the elder uncle stammered, unsure of how to defend himself. You shameless fellow, come here and register. If you don't register, you won't be allowed in today. The old man was obstinate. Is that really necessary? Must family members even register to enter? What will others think? What's wrong? Is my voice ineffective? The elder was deliberately making things difficult for him. Despite the hour nearing 6 or 7, the summer days were long, and dusk had yet to fall. Directly across from the old procuratorate stood the courthouse, with the police station and the discipline inspection committee nearby, bustling with people. This was an unfortunate turn of events, as all eyes turned towards them. Who is that? What is happening? Isn't that the foolish boy from the Zhao family? The one from the second section? Exactly. What is going on? How would I know? Regardless of who they were, as long as they were compatriots, they delighted in the spectacle. Come on, Uncle Su, why make things difficult for the child? He is not a child anymore. The old man was unrelenting. Oh, just let it go, let it go. Just then, a police officer arrived, escorting someone who had been interrogated and was also being taken to Grandfather Su, thus playing the role of the Good Samaritan. Lin Luo recognized him and greeted him warmly. Uncle Chi. Finally, the elder uncle regained his composure and echoed her greeting. Brother Chi. The greeting was better left unspoken, as it only rendered Grandpa Su's expression even more displeasing. You rascal, do you know how to greet someone? As if I wouldn't, he grumbled. This left Lin Luo shaking his head in response. Grandpa Su, I shall head upstairs to deliver the meal now. Please ensure you handle him properly, adhering strictly to visitor protocols. Go on, dear, Grandpa Su chuckled, waving at Lin Luo, before turning back to his previous demeanor. Look at that child. Now observe yourself. Come, step inside. Today, I shall have a good chat with you. The door to the reception room opened, signaling that Uncle was likely not feeling well. Chapter 10. Loyalty. Zhao Yanjun was unceremoniously dragged into the reception room by the ear. What have I done to deserve this? Uncle pondered, baffled. His confusion was futile. It mattered not if it were the petty thugs of Beijia's Fifth Army or genuine societal figures like the wolfish Chai Jingyu, Li Qingxin, or the likes of Xiaozi and Xiao Fei. In this scenario, their treatment would be far less favorable. Lin Luo felt no sympathy for Uncle, skipping cheerfully upstairs with the police to visit his grandfather. As he walked, he whimsically sang, "The sun shines brightly, flowers smile at me. The little birds chirp. Why do you carry a bomb on your back?" Being a child had its advantages, often resulting in preferential treatment. Little rascal, what nonsense are you singing? Qi Guangda chuckled, amused. In the county town, most buildings did not exceed 7 stories, and thus there were no elevators. Following Qi Guangda up the stairs, Lin Luo innocently inquired about the situation. Uncle Qi, who is this person? What has he done? Adults would not take kindly to such questions, deeming them a lack of insight. After all, who could be a good person while handcuffed? Sharing such details would breach principles. Thus, any inquiry would provoke suspicion. Yet when a child asked, adults typically refrained from scolding even if they chose not to respond. A bad person, and you must not emulate him. The reply was begrudgingly offered. Uncle Chi had a good rapport with Lin Luo's family, having introduced Lin Luo's parents when they were courting. So Lin Luo was naturally familiar with him. Since he had received a response, Lin Luo pressed on. Oh, what misdeed has he committed? The greatest advantage of reincarnation is possessing fragments of future knowledge. Lin Luo was aware that a gang involved in the trafficking of frozen meat had recently been apprehended, though he was unaware of their identities. Before Qi Guangda could respond, the handcuffed individual blurted out, "It's all my fault. I take full responsibility. Come at me." This sudden outburst caught Lin Luo's attention. "What are you doing, acting all tough in front of a child?" Lin Luo scrutinized the man, who bore a vacant yet noble expression, appearing rather dim-witted, evidently unacquainted with the harsh realities of society. Qi Guangda appeared too disinterested to engage him in confrontation. "Behave yourself. If you have the ability to withstand this, when it comes time for your statement, you will confess as well. I wonder what good you will ultimately gain from this." Engaging with someone so uneducated proved futile. No matter how one reasoned, it was of no use. Originally, this matter had no bearing on him. Yet he insisted on bearing the brunt, leaving one to wonder what he stood to gain. If not for the presence of the child, he would have surely received a few kicks. Observing the man's righteous demeanor, Lin Luo found it difficult to comprehend. "Uncle Chi, is the criminal truly so defiant? Knowing he is committing a crime, one might think he is a martyr." Qi Guangdao was utterly exasperated by this individual who had been tormenting him for 3 months, to the extent that he found himself lamenting to a child. "De Luo," he said, "you must study diligently, lest you end up like this. This fool believes we are fools as well. What has happened to him? This person doesn't even possess a driver's license and cannot recognize a single character, yet insists that he is responsible for the incident. He merely carries heavy loads, pretending to be a hero from Liangshan. He truly fancies himself quite remarkable, taking all the blame upon himself. Our local authorities detained him for 3 months, and not a single soul came to visit him. Considerable effort was wasted in investigating him. What is this loyalty about? Humph. Those in handcuffs clearly do not comply. What do you understand? After 18 years, I shall emerge as a true hero once more." This individual even began chanting slogans in the corridor. At this point, Qi Guangda could no longer contain himself and approached him, giving him a firm kick to urge him to leave. "You are merely guilty of hit and run. Whether you merit a sentence is debatable." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo felt a wave of frustration. Are there truly so many legal ignoramuses? However, he suddenly recalled his uncle's situation. "Ah, Qi Yi, I have something pertinent to discuss with you. I cannot afford to be legally ignorant." Qi Guangda, disinterested in the shackled man's antics, turned to the child with a serious expression and inquired, "What is it?" Lin Luo hastily relayed everything he knew. "This afternoon my uncle and I, along with a group of others, were casually chatting, and we mentioned the steel piled up at the third machinery factory. My uncle casually remarked on how much it would fetch if stolen, and those lads took him seriously. While my uncle and I were delivering food, they even tried to persuade him to join their theft, but he chased them off. Furthermore, if they succeeded over there, it would be difficult to explain." Lin Luo was quite earnest about this matter. As for Qi Guangda, he was rather unconcerned. "That's the right attitude. One must discern right from wrong. Your uncle has finally done something commendable." Observing Qi Da Ye's indifferent demeanor, Lin Luo inquired further, "If they truly went ahead and stole, would it implicate my uncle?" "No worries. I will make a call shortly and have the duty officer check on things." In those days, mobile phones were not widespread. Having a pager was already a privilege. "Oh, since the police have said as much, it should be fine." As they approached the office, Qi Guangda glanced at the individual who was about to enter the prosecution process and remarked, "One must know the stakes. At this juncture, one should speak the truth. Charges are not something you can simply bear by mere insistence." Over these past days, Qi Guangda had exerted considerable effort regarding this person, significantly affecting his case closure rate. What could one earn from merely sitting in the passenger seat and assisting with the load? The others had fled. What use was his stubbornness? With his meager appearance, claiming that a truckload of frozen meat was his business was nothing short of absurd. Moreover, was colliding with the highway department personnel a trivial matter? Could he truly withstand that? He should promptly reveal his older brother, allowing them to address the compensation appropriately. Only he would suffer from stubbornness. Did he truly believe his brother would be grateful? Should he bear this burden, it would sever the entire line of support. The individuals from the highway department who were struck would undoubtedly pursue this matter relentlessly. The distinction between light and heavy burdens was beyond his comprehension. Lin Luo's inquiries were, in fact, directed towards uncovering this very gang. Some matters only become apparent later, often through the boastful recounting of others. This particular incident occurred many years later, when Grandpa Sun's son found himself seated at the same table as his uncle during his brother's wedding. After indulging in a bit too much drink, he jovially exclaimed, "Ah, 192, call XXXX. Ha ha, dear nephew, what a splendid day it is. I shall take a few rounds outside shortly. Ha ha ha. And you, your brother has wed. Yet you remain unhitched. Shall I arrange a match for you?" This conversation was somewhat disjointed, and Lin Luo, also inebriated, failed to grasp its meaning and inquired, "What on earth is this? A 6-digit number, but an ISNTA phone number? It's a call sign. Without this number, your uncle's restaurant could never have taken off," came the response. At this point, Lin Luo remained perplexed. It was only later, while dining at another establishment, owned by a man who had once worked with his uncle, that he learned the full context of the conversation. Coincidentally, this string of digits matched the date of his brother's wedding, and he made a mental note of it. Lin Luo sought out this group. Yet no one deemed a fool to be of any significance. Chapter 11. Pocket money. The so-called information gap refers to the knowledge that exists within certain circles, unknown to outsiders. Nevertheless, it mattered little whether Lin Luo recalled this incident, for at his grandfather's workplace, there was no shortage of individuals to encounter. One more was inconsequential. It was akin to many people being unaware of where procurement bids are held, while others thrive because of their existence. Qi Guangdao ushered the young man into the room, and Lin Luo hurried to follow. Public institutions are never truly idle. They merely offer stability. Those within are well aware of the endless reports to write, documents to organize, and inspections to address. When Lin Luo and Qi Guangdao entered, Grandpa didn't even lift his gaze. Qi Guangdao was the first to greet him. "Inspector Zhao, we've arrived. Just place it on the radiator." Grandpa remained absorbed in his tasks. Observing his grandfather's demeanor, Lin Luo mused that the 10 yuan overtime pay was well earned. His grandfather was certainly not slacking off. This generation was indeed diligent. "Grandpa," Lin Luo called out, casually placing the meal on the table. Hearing his grandson's voice, the old man finally looked up. "Oh, is it you delivering the meal today?" In his eyes, young ladies were still children, let alone his grandson. What if he runs about and gets hit by a car without an adult watching? Lin Luo quickly clarified, "I came with uncle. But he has stuck in the reception area with Grandpa Su." Fearing that his uncle would be unfavorably regarded, he felt compelled to explain. However, this clarification had little effect, as Grandpa's immediate thought was, has that boy caused trouble again? Not only did he think this, but he also voiced it aloud. He knew his son well enough to anticipate that he would not be involved in anything good. Indeed, trouble had been afoot, but it had been averted by Lin Luo, though it was a matter yet to unfold, leaving him without the opportunity to take credit. He could only chuckle. "No? Grandpa Su is just having a bit of fun with him." While the grandfather and grandson engaged in light conversation, Qi Guangdao swiftly attended to his duties. First, he secured the young man's handcuffs, then fastened him to the radiator, ensuring he could neither crouch nor rise. This was not an act of inhumanity. Rather, it was a precautionary measure to mitigate the risk of him causing harm to others or himself. Having reached this point, one should not harbor any illusions about improving one's treatment. As he tidied up, Qi Guangdao endeavored to play the role of a good person. "Ah, Uncle Zhao, how can you say that? Xiaojun is merely a bit mischievous. He is still a good child, after all. He even contributed to a commendable act." Xiaojun was considerably older than his uncle. Once he finished this task, Qi Guangdao picked up the telephone on the table in front of his grandfather. "I shall call our unit now." "A commendable act? Just him? If he ever ends up inside, and if by some miracle he earns a reduced sentence, I would consider myself fortunate." His grandfather waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was free to do as he wished. He held no faith in his son's supposed commendation. "Do not speak ill of the child," Qi Guangdao urged, while dialing the number. However, his report was not about the escorting matter, but rather, "You should check out the machinery factory. There have been public reports of a theft planned for tonight." "Yes, I am at the procuratorate." "All right. Remember to stake out for a while so that the culprits do not escape." "Trustworthy, absolutely trustworthy, rest assured." After hanging up, he turned earnestly to his grandfather, saying, "Truly, Uncle Zhao, the matter of theft was reported by Xiaojun." Naturally, his grandfather overheard the conversation. Upon hearing this, his demeanor softened somewhat. Yet he continued to focus on his paperwork, letting out a derisive snort. "Humph, they did not take him along for the theft, and he merely pointed them out." "Did he?" The old man confidently asserted this. Such is the value of reputation. His uncle had virtually none in his grandfather's eyes. Grandfather, Lin Luo interjected, unwilling to accept such a perspective on the child. Although he had guessed correctly to some extent, he found himself at a loss for words. Enough. Do not make excuses for that boy. If he can extricate himself from this, it is already a sign he is not completely foolish. The old man held a certain arrogance regarding his son's intellect and moral standing. Grandfather, after all, he is your own son. How can you view him this way? Lin Luo felt it was unjust to malign his uncle. As his grandfather perused the case files, he dismissively remarked, as long as he can engage in a proper relationship and find a suitable job, I would not mind calling him father. The two of them left Lin Luo and Qi Guangda at a loss as to how to counsel him. Let us eat, he suggested. Matters of familial affection are often complicated. As his grandfather opened the lunchbox, he continued to scrutinize the case files, becoming engrossed in them. This is untenable. These two cases, one of hit and run and the other of smuggling, are fundamentally different and cannot be combined. Moreover, the evidence you provided is woefully insufficient. How can we take his word for anything? Upon hearing the word smuggling, Lin Luo's hands trembled slightly as he organized the lunchbox. Yet no one would concern themselves with the thoughts of a child who had only just graduated from elementary school. Qi Guangdao realized the futility of the situation. What could be done? Chief Zhao, we truly have no options left. He refuses to speak, and September is fast approaching. September marks a critical time for assessments across various units, with promotions and evaluations taking place that month. Qi Guangda's implication was unmistakable. However, his grandfather was not one to be swayed by such sentiments. That cannot be right. This is clearly a wrongful case, is it not? Have you contacted his family? Yes. We have, but they are indifferent and refuse to respond even to summons. Have you sent someone to the local area? Coordinating across units is quite troublesome. Qi Guangda pulled out a chair and sat across from him, his expression one of utter despondency. Uncle Zhao lacks the necessary funds. This month's salary has only just been dispersed. The repercussions of layoffs have been quite extensive, affecting even institutions like theirs. However, this cannot serve as an excuse for negligence. Grandfather has even forgotten to eat. Yet, one cannot simply accept this situation. Furthermore, it is truly unjust. Hit-and-run incidents can be prosecuted, yet smuggling cannot be charged. Although the meat is frozen, all requisite import documentation is in order, and it is merely a transgression of regional regulations, not smuggling. What administrative penalties could possibly be directed towards me? The gray area between legal infractions and criminality is indeed vast. Because of this, Lin Luo discreetly glanced at the case file, and upon reviewing the details, he confirmed that it was precisely the individual he sought. It truly is a case of finding success effortlessly after arduous searching. Who could have anticipated that the fools would be engaged in substantial endeavors? He could no longer remain idle. Grandfather, I am off to find my uncle. Seeking his uncle was merely pretense. The true intent was to engage him in talent recruitment. Children lack the means to handle such matters due to their timid voices. Grandfather, engrossed in his tasks, barely paid him any mind. Go ahead, return home once you've found him, and do not linger outside. Be cautious on your way. Understood, grandfather. After speaking, Lin Luo extended his hand, requesting a bit of pocket money. Ordinarily, Lin Luo would never ask for money, but today was an exception, and grandfather naturally did not refuse. You are just like your uncle, always needing money for everything. Though he said this, he readily handed over the cash. It was a mere 1 yuan. Thank you, grandfather. Lin Luo accepted the money and bounced down the stairs. He had no choice. His pockets were empty, leaving him without even the fare for a phone call. He could not rely on his uncle, who was even poorer than he was. Chapter 12. Work Uncle. With pocket money in hand, Lin Luo dashed off, as if eager to meet his uncle. This child. Grandfather observed his grandson's urgency, feigning annoyance while feeling quite pleased inside. Surely, someone in the family must appreciate his little son, who is often despised. The eldest daughter is delicate, the eldest son is honest. And even though the youngest son is a rascal, what family does not have a wayward child? Without a rogue in the family, how could wealth and fortune flourish? For a family to prosper, it must have a mischievous figure to instill caution in others. If such a rogue were absent, outsiders would surely take advantage of you. The dynamics between fathers and sons are often quite complicated. Lin Luo was unaware of grandfather's opinions regarding his uncle. He only recognized that opportunity lay before him, and if he did not seize it promptly, it would slip away. Who knows when the grandson of the old man might learn of this news? At this moment, he was racing against him. He hurried down from the second floor directly to the reception area. Uncle, let us go? His uncle, appearing as if he had seen a savior, quickly rose from the reception desk window. Uncle Su, my nephew has come down. I am leaving. This old man Su had been employing him as free labor. Upon reaching the reception area, the elderly fellow busied himself roasting sweet potatoes, assigning him to cover the desk. If he were truly a diligent worker, he would not have found himself in this predicament, especially without any salary. Upon seeing Lin Luo arrive, his uncle stood up, ready to depart. In the Northeast, while adults might be able to negotiate their dignity, a child's honor is invariably upheld. Old Su, peering from the back room, was visibly relieved to see Lin Luo had arrived. Slow down, why the rush? He admonished, simultaneously retrieving a roasted sweet potato from the stove. Here, take this to eat on your way. He handed the treat to Lin Luo while playfully chiding his brother-in-law. You'd think I was asking for your life just to do a little work. Nevertheless, he opened the door, gesturing for his brother-in-law to depart. The brother-in-law, not daring to retort, grinned and asked, Su, is there none for me? You only think of food. Though he feigned complaint, he was given a share as well. Yet, as he received it, he incessantly cautioned, you should take my words seriously. Having a stable job is far better than anything else. How could I lead you astray? Understood. Uncle, the brother-in-law replied, but his demeanor suggested he took little heed of the advice. Curiosity piqued within Lin Luo about what old Su and his uncle had discussed. What is going on, Grandpa Su? The old man was earnest about his concerns, even admonishing a child who inquired. By the way, De Luo, you should inform your grandmother. My daughter's husband's company is hiring. Though it's temporary work, it's still a legitimate position, far superior to being idle. If your family is interested, you should look into it. It appeared old Su was genuinely anxious. All right, Grandpa Su, I understand, Lin Luo replied, but before he could assure, his uncle impatiently seized the sweet potato and pulled Lin Luo away. As they departed, Lin Luo could only bid farewell. Goodbye, Grandpa Su. I will certainly tell my grandmother. This reaction prompted his uncle to playfully tug at Lin Luo again in front of old Su. What does a child understand? Let us hurry, he said, moving as if they were evading a debt, which darkened old Su's expression. Once outside, his uncle, pushing the bicycle, murmured, Don't mention this to my mother. It will only agitate her. Sitting on the rear seat, Lin Luo was puzzled as to why his uncle was so agitated. Old Su was a decent man, akin to family. Yet, his uncle held a different perspective. What a ridiculous job. They want to sell it for 20,000. I addressed him as sir, treating him as a friend. And he is trying to exploit that friendship. A mere contract worker, and he dares to ask for money? The prevailing economic climate had rendered stable jobs increasingly valuable, perhaps due to state-owned enterprises initiating layoffs and efficiency measures, with many employees receiving severance for their years of service. With money in hand and nothing substantial to occupy their time, people were scrambling to secure jobs. This phenomenon aligned with market economic principles, causing job prices to soar. While his uncle grumbled, Lin Luo found himself intrigued. What is going on? Please explain. It is important to note that desirable jobs are rarely available on the market. Old Su was a retired employee from a reputable establishment, and his children were employed in public sectors. Such positions, when offered, certainly carried weight. However, the uncle's perspective diverged sharply from his nephew's. What are you prying into? Just tell me, is a salary of 320 worth 20,000? Whether it even materializes is uncertain. Given the current circumstances, many organizations have ceased to disburse salaries or have eliminated various additional allowances. While it is stated that the monthly wage is 320, in reality, one can reliably expect to receive merely 200, which is considered a gesture of goodwill from the organization. For my uncle, who cannot even procure 100, the prospect of requesting 20,000 from home is utterly daunting. At this price point, even if he were to surrender all his earnings to his family, it would take over a decade to repay, clearly rendering it an impractical endeavor. Lin Luo could generally grasp his uncle's concerns. Grandpa Su has been with the organization for quite some time and must have discussed this matter with Grandpa, who likely remained silent, indicating his lack of optimism. My uncle may have considered this and thus hesitated to voice his needs. However, old Su persists in pursuing the issue, suggesting that it is indeed a challenging situation since items that sell well are seldom lacking in buyers. Yet, conversely, if someone dares to price their work so exorbitantly, there must be some underlying complications that are not openly discussed. After all, the county is relatively small, and these are all former colleagues. How could one possibly swindle someone out of 20,000 and still maintain their integrity? Contemplating this, Lin Luo inquired further about the matter. By the way, which organization does his son-in-law belong to? My uncle actually knew the answer. It is the Office of 5 Virtues and 4 Beauties. Ah, understood. Now Lin Luo had a clearer picture. Setting this aside for the time being, as pondering would yield no fruit. There simply isn't any money. Grandma's family needs to purchase a house, and even for two 40-square-meter units, it would require 20 to 30,000. Additionally, Auntie requires a job, which isn't a trivial sum either, compounded by my uncle's predicament. It is utterly impossible to accomplish without funds. First, one must earn money. Having financial resources makes everything easier. With this thought, Lin Luo patted his uncle on the back. Uncle, how about we find a shop soon? Has my father given you pocket money again? My uncle, pushing the bicycle he wasn't riding, felt somewhat unbalanced. Why is it that when children ask for money, it is readily given, yet when he requests $5 or $10, it becomes an issue? Lin Luo nodded. Yes, let's find a store. I will make a phone call. This only further displeased my uncle. Why are you always calling your parents? Do they even care for you? The bond of living under the same roof is different, even with a biological sister. My uncle cannot overlook such treatment towards his nephew. Upon hearing that his nephew wanted to call home, he assumed the child was yearning for his parents. If you truly miss them that much, next time they come, you should accompany them to Guangzhou. My uncle spoke these words somewhat out of spite, realizing he was misunderstood. Lin Luo hurried to clarify. No, I'm not calling, you are. Once my uncle learned it wasn't for that wayward sister, his demeanor softened. Me? What am I supposed to call about? Who would I call? I have no desire to engage with them. He felt disdain for his brother-in-law, who looked down on him for lacking ability, and he reciprocated that disdain. He went down south and made some money, and now he acts as if he is on top of the world. With your father's disposition, I have no inclination to converse with him. The last time I returned, I brought back a camera, and out of curiosity, I glanced at it, but I didn't even touch it. As a result, I don't know how that camera ended up broken, and that wretched man even called back to ask about it, as if it were my fault. No one enjoys being wrongfully accused. Lin Luo also held no fondness for his father. He is the epitome of a particularly mercenary individual, one who regards you as invaluable only when you are of use to him. Otherwise, he harbors a deep-seated disdain, which he does not hesitate to express, even towards his own son. Were it not for the ties of kinship, I would never have engaged with such a person in my lifetime. Alas, I am not on the phone with my parents. Simply heed my words. How could I possibly bring you harm? Just say what I instruct you to say. Regrettably, my uncle is unconvinced. You cannot harm me. A nephew is inherently destined to bring misfortune to his uncle. Such is the nature of the trickster. With no other recourse, Lin Luo could only resort to threats. Behave, or I shall return home and inform Grandma that you are in a relationship. In an instant, my uncle's enthusiasm waned. What is this, child? Why are you making such a fuss? This, too, could be considered a form of agreement. Chapter 13. The phone call in the streets of 1995. There were no garish neon signs. Instead, there were humble homes lining the thoroughfares, where one could simply erect a cardboard sign and commence business. The offerings were basic: cold noodles, grilled beef, leather jackets, oil treatments, zippers, and seals. Essentially, these were the trades of the day. Although such establishments have become rare in modern times, at that moment, they represented the least investment with the greatest returns. A handful of customers every few days was sufficient to sustain a livelihood. Shall we indulge in some cold noodles? My uncle pushed his bicycle while dragging Lin Luo along, meandering down the street. His mind seemed to falter, having completely forgotten the purpose of their outing, turning instead to thoughts of food. Though the cold noodle shop and the grilled beef joint were one and the same, the cold noodles cost 2 yuan a bowl, while the grilled beef was priced at 15 yuan a plate. Given my uncle's financial constraints, he could only afford to treat his nephew to a bowl of cold noodles. Cold noodles? Let us attend to the matter at hand first. Lin Luo, too, craved the cold noodles but knew it was not the appropriate moment, thus suppressing his appetite. My uncle had a peculiar habit of feeling uneasy if he did not spend a little money when he ventured out, yet he was not particularly affluent. This prompted Lin Luo to impart some wisdom. Wealth is built from small beginnings, while poverty stems from neglecting small expenses. We are in need of funds at this moment. Why dwell on what to eat? Would a roasted sweet potato not suffice? To Lin Luo's surprise, his uncle was displeased. Look at you, being so calculating over a few coins. Can you truly expect me to rely on you for my old age? Besides, it is not expensive, just 8 yuan a plate in the evening. The place selling grilled beef often found itself with unsold stock, leading to discounted prices after 8 or 9 o'clock. However, the implication was clear. It was not his uncle who would be treating. Lin Luo glanced at him. So, you are short on funds? His uncle replied bluntly. Did not my father give you money? Lin Luo's expression darkened. Are you coveting my pocket change? Can I afford even the 80 cents in my pocket for this? Sighing, he added, who do we resemble? Let us abandon this notion. With your meager resources, all you can do is scheme against your nephew. His uncle displayed none of the maturity one would expect of an adult. Thus, The two exchanged banter, and before long, they arrived at a newsstand. In the county town, there were no payphones that accepted cards or coins. Logically, such phones would be the safest option. Considering Lin Luo's questionable undertakings and the dubious characters he associated with. After searching for quite some time, they eventually discovered this newsstand, which Lin Luo deemed relatively suitable. It was also a place he frequented in his childhood, having developed a certain familiarity with the owner. The so-called newsstand is, in essence, more of a book rental shop, a narrow, elongated space flanked by shelves filled with books, concealed behind a facade of newspaper stands. The center is adorned with respectable comics and novels. Further back, one encounters a selection of more risque publications, including titles like Young and Dangerous and Burning Dance of the Sun. However, the crux of the matter lies within. It is here that one can view videos. Patrons tend to slip inside, leaving the exterior relatively deserted, which conveniently facilitates conversation. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Luo called out, "Boss, please place a call." No one emerged from within, but a voice replied, 50 cents. Long distance a yuan. This is a classic example of opportunism. The proprietor does not expect to profit from this venture, as the pricing is purely meant to hasten customers along. After all, other shops charge merely 10 or 20 cents for a call. Alas, just as Lin Luo managed to grasp some funds, he was on the verge of losing them again. The owner merely shouted the price, not even bothering to come out to collect payment, likely engrossed in an engaging video. Lin Luo dialed the number 129 and spoke to the operator. "Connect me to XXXXXX. Leave a message. Long Mao has been apprehended. The highway matter needs resolution." Prompt response required. It is noteworthy that the individual who had been detained for 3 months had, under the great memory restoration technique, abandoned his alias. Yet he remained tight-lipped regarding his associates. This left Lin Luo to resort to veiled threats to intimidate others. Having conveyed his message, Lin Luo hung up and awaited a return call. Curious about his nephew's activities, his uncle inquired, "Who is Long Mao?" Lin Luo did not wish to conceal the truth. A criminal involved in a case handled by grandfather. This revelation startled his uncle. "Are you reporting to the authorities?" Despite Long Mao's reputation for brawling and criminality, he fancied himself a good boy. While he could engage in wrongdoing, his nephew should not. This was not a matter of reporting, but of resolving issues. Lin Luo shook his head. "No, you don't understand. Just trust me." His uncle was reluctant to acquiesce. "Why should I just trust you? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? At your tender age, engaging in such activities, what will become of you?" Lin Luo swiftly retorted. "I am certainly better than you stealing steel." Seeing his uncle hesitate, Lin Luo hastily added, "Come on, if I weren't so young, would I need your assistance? Hurry up." Just then, the phone rang back, suggesting the other party was even more anxious. As the phone's ringtone echoed, there was little time for further discussion. Uncertain about the situation, his uncle steeled himself and asked, "What should I say?" Lin Luo, feeling a touch of anxiety, instructed, "Just arrange a meeting with them. Remember, it must be on our turf. Don't worry, they are merely a group of timid outsiders selling frozen meat." This was somewhat of a self-encouragement, as Lin Luo was unsure how the Sun family had successfully managed this affair. Nonetheless, the words were effective. "Who is timid?" His uncle, unable to resist the provocation, answered the call while giving Lin Luo a light smack. "Why resort to violence?" Lin Luo complained, covering his head. Despite his grievances, he ultimately yielded to his nephew and answered the phone. Some individuals require a slight provocation to comprehend the situation. Yet, my uncle, having established a reputation on North Street, was certainly not one to exhibit trepidation during a phone call. "Hello? Who is this?" The voice on the other end was palpably anxious. The evident tension emanating from the receiver only served to relax my uncle further. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am well aware of who you are. Send someone out to discuss matters." Having watched numerous recordings, he emulated the mannerisms of agents in films. Even at this juncture, the other party remained obstinate. "I do not understand what you are saying." Unfazed, my uncle retorted, "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, at the tiled house on North Street. Wear a dogskin hat when you arrive." It was quite a peculiar suggestion to don such a hat in the heat of summer. Without waiting for a response, my uncle decisively hung up the phone. Once he placed it down, he inquired, "What exactly is the other party involved in?" Lin Luo glanced at the cold noodle shop nearby, clearly pleased with my uncle's bravado. "Did you not wish for roasted beef? You shall treat me." The mention of food immediately caused him to forget the earlier incident. Regrettably, Lin Luo lacked the funds. Perhaps another time, with their presence, they could indulge in roasted beef for 3 yuan a plate and roasted lamb for 2 yuan a plate, much like Xianyi and Amelie. What? My uncle increasingly found it difficult to fathom his nephew. 2 yuan a plate? The incredulity on his face was genuine. Are you suggesting that it costs merely 2 yuan a plate? I believe you have been deceived. Such affordable meat is unimaginable. If that were the case, who would still consume tofu? Ah, are you unaware? Xiani, Emili, and Sheng Qianli are quite renowned in Shenyang. They sell at those prices. Lin Luo was somewhat taken aback by my uncle's exaggerated astonishment. This is common knowledge. Anyone who has visited the provincial capital knows that the barbecue restaurants there charge only 2 or 3 yuan per plate. If one lacks connections, such low prices are unattainable. I have merely found my own connections. To his surprise, my uncle rolled his eyes, perceiving Lin Luo's words as somewhat condescending. How was I to know? I have never been there. Is the cost of living in the provincial capital truly so low? The train ride from Quanzhou to the provincial capital takes 4 to 5 hours, assuming there are no delays. Who has the leisure to venture to the provincial capital? As it stood, my uncle's farthest journey had only reached Chaoyang, and even that required an hour on a large bus. The atmosphere on the vehicle, filled with the scents of chicken and duck, occasionally accompanied by someone bringing a sheep aboard, along with the overwhelming stench of engine oil, was enough to make anyone nauseous, regardless of whether they were prone to motion sickness. Moreover, who could fathom the costs associated with such travel? Before the long-distance bus infrastructure was fully developed, venturing out was quite a torment. In truth, most individuals in this era were aware that a trip to Guangzhou to wholesale several large bags of clothing could yield a profit of 1,000 or 800 yuan. However, the train journey would consume 2 days, and the return trip another 2. Setting aside the possibility of encountering thieves or robbers along the way, merely being confined in a crowded carriage at 40 degrees Celsius, jostling with others, or even visiting the restroom was a challenge, and meals consisted solely of carried steamed buns, made the ordeal unbearable for most. Thus, few were willing to undertake such a venture. Lin Luo observed his uncle's naive demeanor and shook his head. Don't be surprised. Surely you don't think beef is exorbitantly priced? How could it not be? It's 16 yuan per jean, his uncle replied. Our family hasn't had beef in ages. Wiping his mouth, he continued, honestly, beef is delicious. If only we could enjoy a hot pot meal. But who eats beef as a staple? It's reserved for festive occasions. Besides, historically, beef has been a delicacy offered to emperors during sacrifices. Naturally, this ingrains in the common folk a perception of it as an esteemed commodity, making its infrequent consumption seem normal. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Lin Luo suddenly realized that at a price of 16 yuan per jean, it was indeed not affordable given an individual monthly income of 500 yuan. Is beef really that expensive here? Isn't it a uniform price nationwide? His uncle appeared equally astonished. Lin Luo shook his head. Certainly not. In the south, boneless beef is priced at 2,240 yuan per kilogram, which translates to about 112 yuan per jean, much cheaper than here. Although Lin Luo was uncertain of the exact price, quoting a figure with precision lent it credibility. His uncle seemed somewhat convinced. Is beef really that cheap in the south? He queried, surprised, considering his nephew's parents resided in Guangzhou while he had never ventured beyond the county. Lin Luo, however, remained skeptical. You think that's cheap? It's only 5 yuan less per jean. With a determined shake of his head, he resolved to deliver a more impactful statement to his uncle. Do you know the international price of beef? How much? According to the International Monetary Fund, the global price of beef is 8,650 cents per pound. At an average exchange rate of about 835 yuan to the dollar, that equates to approximately 174 yuan per jean. What? 174 yuan per jean? I'm referring to fresh beef, not frozen. Don't joke. If it were that cheap, every household would be consuming beef. So what do you think the beef we eat, priced in the tens of yuan, really is? His uncle was swayed by Lin Luo's methodical exposition. Yet he could not fathom why the market price was so inflated despite the apparent low cost of beef. How could Lin Luo respond? Haha, how would I know? I do know, but I can't reveal it. So, the call I made earlier was to those dealing in smuggled meat? Do they sell it to us for 1.80 per jean? 2 yuan per jean would suffice. Even cheaper than that, they deal in frozen meat, not fresh beef. Frozen meat? Yes, like the kind from Korea. Can Koreans afford meat? I'm referring to the Korea of the Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Qin dynasties. What does that mean? His uncle was confused. Let us put it this way. The beef sold by these individuals might have been frozen since the time when the cattle encountered archery battles and flintlock guns. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo's uncle's eyes widened as he pondered for a long while before comprehending. So, you mean it has been frozen for over a century? More or less. Not that exaggerated, but certainly a stockpile of several decades. For a myriad of reasons, the importation of fresh meat is stringently regulated. However, the frozen meat. which has languished in storage since the Second World War and originates from an unknown country, is subject to far less scrutiny and can even be imported legally. Some departments may grant you the approval to operate, while others may not, thus necessitating a discreet approach during sales. In essence, those with connections can amass considerable wealth silently, unbothered by oversight, reminiscent of the earliest self-service restaurants. One crucial point remains. It is imperative to avoid drawing attention, as any publicity could lead to repercussions. Upon hearing his nephew's words, the uncle understood that this indicated a partnership in this business venture. Indeed, it is a lucrative enterprise. Smuggled meat is undoubtedly exempt from taxation, and the transportation costs render it significantly cheaper than the beef sold according to the price regulations set by the Pricing Bureau. In a cold noodle shop, a plate of beef, weighing 2 liang, is sold for 8 yuan. If the nephew could indeed procure beef at less than 2 yuan per jin, they could establish a shop selling plates for 3 yuan, also containing 2 liang of meat, equating to a mere 15 yuan per jin. The profit margin of 7 to 8 times would surely drive other cold noodle establishments in the county to bankruptcy. Even selling a modest 100 to 200 plates a day would yield a steady income of 300 yuan, amounting to a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan, far more reliable than his current billiards endeavor. Yet, if the meat were genuinely that inexpensive, it would undoubtedly raise significant concerns, prompting the uncle to cautiously inquire, "It won't be harmful, will it?" This question rendered Lin Luo somewhat taken aback by his uncle's apparent ignorance. "You've only recently enjoyed a proper meal, and now you question the edibility of meat?" He recalled his grandfather recounting tales of having consumed the meat from sick pigs, questioning why his uncle would be concerned now. Not to mention, Lin Luo himself was a devoted fan of the tech-savvy culinary realm. The uncle, suddenly reminded of the past by his nephew's words, recalled the days when goods could only be procured with tickets. During that era, meat was inexpensive at 5 jiao and 2 fin per jin, yet it was rationed household by household. Although his family was fortunate enough to have a grandfather in a prominent position, acquiring meat was not a straightforward affair. The black market was not a treasure trove of goods, particularly for highly sought-after items like meat, which rarely circulated in illicit channels. However, there existed a type of meat that did not require tickets, namely, the flesh of sick or deceased livestock, colloquially referred to as sick pig meat. After removing the internal organs and decayed portions, it would undergo high-temperature processing before being sold in delicatessens, often finding its way into the black market. As for the tales of hunting wild boars in period dramas, they are nothing short of absurd. In the Hitao region, even the turtles that had jumped into the river have become a rarity, let alone wild boars from the mountains. Capturing such game is akin to winning 5 million yuan from a 2 yuan lottery ticket in modern society. The mere thought of the ticketless stewed pig meat from his childhood caused the uncle to smack his lips in nostalgia. "You wouldn't know? But it was precisely because my father's job was in high demand and required frequent trips to Beijing that our family enjoyed such privileges. Underneath the capital's overpasses, there was a shop dedicated to selling meat that didn't require tickets. Whenever my father returned from such trips, throngs of people would implore him to bring back 2 liang of meat. My dining experience back then was far superior to what it is now. I grew weary of meat and often took large biscuits to school. In the past, to purchase a modest piece of pork, no one cared about enduring the train journey lasting over 10 hours, nor did they fret about whether the cooked meat would spoil. Such delicacies were reserved for gifts, and bringing home candies or biscuits for the children was a sign of goodwill. These were privileges afforded to families of certain means. Nowadays, with access to legitimate meat, who can voice any complaint?" Thus, Lin Luo spread his hands in exasperation, exclaiming, "So what if the meat is from sick pigs? You enjoy it nonetheless. Why demand 10 or even 15 yuan when you can have it for just 2? What else do you desire?" His uncle was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, that is a fair point. Chapter 15. Fear of a lack of good people. De Luo, are you certain? Are you certain they are engaged in smuggling meat? Lin Luo's uncle, encountering what he perceived to be organized crime for the first time, felt a sense of unease. Compared to those who have formally embarked on a life of crime, his own reputation, akin to a child's play in the neighborhood, seemed insignificant. He had clearly watched too many videos, elevating the concept of criminal organizations to an unrealistic stature. In truth, these individuals merely operated a company, albeit one that skirted legality. As they approached home, Lin Luo grew weary of riding on the bicycle's rear seat, which lacked cushioning and was uncomfortable. He chose instead to walk behind his uncle, assisting in pushing the bicycle while correcting his uncle's misconceptions along the way. They are not smugglers. They have legitimate customs clearance procedures. This is an imported product. The issue lies in the marketability of this item, which is derogatorily labeled as zombie meat. Customs allows it to enter at a few cents, but the market administration prohibits it from being sold at prices even slightly above that, which complicates the livelihoods of those selling fresh meat. Thus, this industry has emerged. I have reviewed the files at Grandpa's place. Those with some social experience understand that many matters are not solely determined by one department. His uncle grasped this, likening it to a billiards hall. While the Business Bureau may permit operations, the Cultural Affairs Bureau could deny it, thereby halting the business altogether. What his uncle failed to comprehend was that these individuals did not sell their goods in the market. They collaborated directly with local restaurants. What are they afraid of then? He inquired, puzzled. Lin Luo, too, felt bewildered. Haven't I already mentioned? He was involved in a hit and run and took the blame for someone else. Just as he was beginning to get the hang of things, Lin Luo felt a surge of confusion. His uncle frowned. You didn't mention that. I detest being thrust into situations without any knowledge. Didn't I? Lin Luo scratched his head. Upon receiving his uncle's affirmative response, Lin Luo dismissed his earlier concerns. Whether or not to elaborate on the matter seemed inconsequential, yet he reiterated simply, "Oh, the one who was arrested was not for smuggling. It was a hit and run. And he was merely taking the fall for someone else, just a laborer." The driver struck a local resident and fled, leaving the laborer to bear the consequences. An illiterate fellow claimed it was his business, making matters more complicated for Uncle Chi, who was left to deal with the fallout. Upon hearing about a family member's involvement, his uncle paused and asked, how long has he been detained? It was rare for his uncle to show interest in any matter, so Lin Luo readily provided an answer. They say it's been 3 months. To Lin Luo's surprise, his uncle chuckled upon hearing this time frame. Well, that's settled. They must reach a conclusion soon. I've never dealt with such matters, Lin Luo responded, astonished. How can it be settled so easily? Pushing the cart. The old uncle cherished Lin Luo for the reason that this child regarded him as an elder, willing to listen to his teachings, despite the fact that his own knowledge was somewhat limited. The detention cannot exceed 29 days. If it does, there must be an issue, and it will inevitably proceed to public prosecution. It was only after the old uncle's reminder that Lin Luo recalled the duration of detention was indeed 29 days. Beyond this time frame, the case would certainly solidify into an ironclad one. This thought filled him with concern. Yet, wasn't grandfather saying that this case could not be established? Who would have thought? The old uncle interjected. It was merely a matter of insufficient evidence. Once enough evidence is gathered, it will suffice. However, this fellow will undoubtedly remain in custody. Is that so? Lin Luo finally understood that the problem lay with Qi Guangda's side, which was why grandfather chose not to take on the case. Taking it on would mean inheriting the complications. Seeing the child come to this realization, the old uncle felt an immense sense of pride. How old are you? I've been observing cases alongside my father since I was born. Observing the old uncle, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If only grandfather had supported you in attending college back then. Perhaps you would be part of the system now. It is often said that esteemed positions are as elusive as the plague. Yet many professions operate on the premise that familial influence outweighs formal education. In the same role, some individuals cling to the academic theories learned in university, utterly lost in their positions, while others can seamlessly transition into skilled roles from day one. Even the old uncle, despite his lack of formal training, could recount grandfather's teachings with precision. One can only imagine the industrious individuals of similar backgrounds. Upon hearing his nephew's reflection, the old uncle began to defend grandfather. What you say? My father was eager to send me to vocational school, intending for me to serve as a police officer in the court. However, plans often falter. Subsequently, they began to impose educational requirements, didn't they? My father can lament his own situation, but others cannot. Of course, this reasoning held water. Who could have predicted that the devaluation of degrees would outpace economic growth? Yet, this was a sorrowful affair for the old uncle, and he was reluctant to dwell on it, swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Lin Luo, are you certain they are merely a group dealing in illicit trade? If what you say is true, it does seem plausible. However, we must act swiftly. That fellow has been inside for 3 months now and may soon reach his breaking point. Once we establish contact with the other side, many matters can be facilitated. This individual even coined a term for this trade, referring to it as illicit meat. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo became anxious. Was there more to this situation than he realized? What did it mean to say 3 months was too long to endure? Having lasted this long, could one really capitulate at the last moment? As for the maltreatment of prisoners? Documentaries do not shy away from depicting it. In this day and age, brutality is a stark reality. Unlike Lin Luo, who was utterly oblivious to the conditions within, the old uncle had actually accompanied grandfather on visits to the prison. Individuals like him must have long since been transferred from detention to the prison. In the prison, one cannot even operate a sewing machine. If no one from home sends him money, he will have no living expenses whatsoever. Are those associated with his situation still yet to reveal themselves? The source of a prisoner's income is twofold, either from familial support or through labor within the prison. However, there is no labor in the detention center. If the family ceases to provide financial assistance, the prisoner would be left to subsist on nothing but boiled cabbage daily. Certainly, one can satiate their hunger and undoubtedly treat ailments such as hyperlipidemia and fatty liver, which are often deemed afflictions of the affluent. Lin Luo comprehended this, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, no one seems to be concerned for him. His family has been contacted, yet they remain indifferent. This response left Uncle feeling quite vexed. It has been 3 months. He must have endured considerable interrogation. Lacking financial means, he is bound to be victimized within the facility. The detention center. Unlike a simple holding cell where most occupants are merely intoxicated, brawlers, or those engaged in vice, houses a different clientele. Here, one encounters seasoned criminals, adept at deceit, who would exploit an unsuspecting fool without a second thought. We must act swiftly, otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise. It is not the absence of fortune that troubles one, but rather the absence of good souls. A naive individual amidst malevolent company is truly at risk. Lin Luo nudged the vehicle, steadying himself. There is no use in our anxiety. We must await the opportunity to speak with him directly, no? Indeed. The two shared a newfound objective, leading to a lively exchange. Let us return home. Grandmother is surely waiting for us. Yes, indeed. We must hurry back to rest, for tomorrow brings important matters. Once we connect with that individual, we shall transform your family residence into a snack bar, then open a second location, and subsequently establish a chain, perhaps even a buffet. We could sell stir-fried pork for 12 yuan a portion, yielding a 10 yuan profit, selling 1 or 200 portions daily. This is the path to greatness and renewed success, is it not? Precisely. By the way, De Luo, could you procure a pack of cigarettes? Soft white plums will suffice. Do I appear to have the means for such luxuries? I'm down to my last yuan, which I must reserve for a phone call. Alas, the two could not gather enough for a 3 yuan pack of soft white plums, yet they were plotting lucrative ventures worth thousands. Just embarking on their entrepreneurial journey, Uncle felt disheartened at their financial constraints, unable even to afford a cigarette. Consequently, the journey home was marked by silence. Chapter 16. Not easy for anyone upon arriving home. The night had deepened, yet no lights illuminated the house. Uncle entered the courtyard and called out, "Mother, mother." He turned on the courtyard lights, only to find the house empty. Where could they be? It is to be expected that grandfather is not home at this hour, as he has been exceedingly busy lately. However, grandmother's absence is peculiar. Perhaps she lingered at Aunt's house? Lin Luo instinctively thought so. In truth, he was aware that grandmother had gone there. However, having just returned from delivering dinner to grandfather, he wondered why she had not yet returned. Why not check on her? Lin Luo suggested that Uncle go take a look, just in case something was amiss. Uncle readily agreed. All right, I shall check, and I could use some pocket money, if not for the pressing matters at hand. He would hardly feel comfortable asking for financial assistance. The older he grew, the more awkward he felt requesting money from home. Lin Luo nodded nonchalantly, preparing to enter the house. Very well, I shall retire for the night. Early to bed, early to rise. Do return promptly. By this time, the news broadcast had concluded, followed by the weather report, focus interviews, and then the evening television dramas. Yet, Lin Luo had no interest in the romantic tales of Qiong Yao. He found sleep far more appealing. It is uncertain whether it is due to the developmental stage of the child's body, but Lin Luojian distinctly felt an exuberance during the day and an overwhelming fatigue at night. This sensation was far more pleasurable than the restless state of middle-aged individuals who long for sleep, yet find themselves awake, unable to find solace. For adults, the luxury of a full 8 hours of restful sleep is a distant dream, as elusive as the urge to relieve oneself after a long wait. After finishing his words, Uncle prepared to leave, advising as he walked, "Don't sleep too early, we'll discuss things further tonight." He truly took the matter of selling meat seriously. However, Lin Luo did not share the same sentiment. What was there to deliberate? There was nothing worth discussing. Observing Lin Luo's indifference, Uncle halted at the doorway. He was, after all, involved in smuggling. How could one approach such a trade without utmost caution? Yet, Lin Luo yawned and replied, "They are business people. Television dramas and videotapes have overly romanticized those engaged in such borderline trades. In the underworld, if one solely focuses on displaying strength and aggression, the outcome is often dire. One cannot truly become a formidable figure. Periodic crackdowns have eliminated many, while those who survive have merely used intimidation as a means to an end, ultimately driven by the pursuit of profit. Those engaged in such borderline enterprises certainly possess self-preservation strategies, yet they would never employ them hastily. What they seek is steady income, not mere prestige. Uncle paid no heed to Lin Luo's words. At his age, when he was eager to take action, he often envisioned grandiose scenarios. In reality, however, when one engages in such dealings, there are no intricate schemes or power plays, only the mundane and trivial complications of life. Regardless, Uncle was determined not to let Lin Luo sleep peacefully. Upon his return, he would certainly wake Lin Luo to clarify the business matters. Unexpectedly, as they were conversing and before Uncle could step out, Grandma returned. Not only did she return, but she also carried a bag from the credit cooperative. Upon entering, Grandma immediately began to scold. Why are you two only just back? All you know is to gallivant about, and not a single one of you is useful. I cannot rely on you. A bunch of freeloaders. Mother, you've just come home. How could a newcomer chastise others for not being home? Uncle expressed his dissatisfaction, and the consequence was a sharp slap to the back of his neck. Stop arguing. Grandma was not a lenient parent. After receiving the reprimand, Uncle quieted down, and Lin Luo quickly approached to show concern. Grandma, what's the matter? However, Grandma, in her frustration, also vented her ire on her grandson, tersely responding. What time is it? Go to sleep. At such a young age, hanging around your uncle will lead you astray. What future can you possibly have? At that moment, a voice from the inner room announced, Today's news broadcast has concluded. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. What kind of logic dictates that parents send their children to bed at 7:30? At your age, you are not even in the stage of having a fourth child. Faced with Grandma, who equally reprimanded everyone, Lin Luo was at a loss for words. What was going on? Why was she in such a foul mood? Perhaps after scolding the children, she felt somewhat relieved, as she finally spoke more kindly. What's the matter? Without you freeloaders, I was enjoying a few good days. How much worry do I have to bear for you? Has my mother asked you for money again? Has my brother sought financial assistance from you once more? The two of them in unison voiced their lamentations. Such occurrences had become frequent within the household, and there was no need for speculation. Lin Luo and his grandfather were well aware. It was either Lin Luo's mother, Zhao Yanhua, seeking funds, or Zhao Yanjun's brother, Zhao Yanming, requiring assistance. You know? If you do, please spare me the worry. Life at home is challenging. The grandmother cast a glance at the two, noting their identical expressions of grievance, and promptly assumed the role of the family matriarch, striving to quell the tension that threatened to escalate. The grandmother felt exasperated, not only due to her children's lack of ambition, but also because the seemingly obedient pair proved to be a source of concern, while the one who appeared more troublesome held even less promise. However, she understood the difficulties of her elder years. Both her children were dear to her, and balancing their needs was no simple task. One had to be attended to while the other was gently placated, lest discontent fester and disrupt the peace of their home. The younger generation often exhibited a degree of blind filial piety. Observing his mother's facade of strength, which concealed a hint of vulnerability, the uncle felt a pang of sympathy. The family relied on the father's income, and it was the mother who managed the household. Moreover, his elder brother had treated him kindly, though he now had his own family to care for. In short, life was not easy for anyone. Thus, he stifled the words that had risen to his throat. Yet, to his surprise, the usually taciturn nephew was quite loquacious today. What is going on? Why does my mother need money again? Lin Luo, already feeling the weight of fatigue, glanced at the cash in his grandmother's possession and quickly discerned the situation. There was likely a sum of several tens of thousands, presumably the savings she had accumulated throughout her life to purchase a home. The grandmother kept her money in a local credit union, and whenever his mother approached her for funds, she would withdraw the money from the credit union before depositing it into his mother's bank account, all to save on interbank transfer fees and perhaps to avail herself of small gifts offered by the bank. The grandmother was taken aback by Lin Luo's expression, which conveyed discontent towards his mother. As the saying goes, a nephew is like a dog of the maternal grandfather's family, eating and then departing. Yet, her grandson seemed to hold his true family, his father, mother, and younger brother, above all else. In the past, when he benefited from his grandmother's generosity, he would immediately fade into the background, demonstrating a clear understanding of familial boundaries. What had changed today? Carrying the bag, the grandmother entered the house, responding as she walked. It's not a request, it's a loan. At the end of the day, she was still her own daughter. It was this daughter who had gradually improved their lives, Calling her a blessing or a patron would not be an exaggeration. As a mother, could she truly stand by and ignore her daughter's needs? One does not comprehend parental love until one becomes a parent themselves. And surely her daughter was aware of her gratitude. Chapter 17. Borrowing money. The elderly lady had just consoled herself and was contemplating how to rearrange the funds to ensure they sufficed. There was a need to purchase a house, to secure a position for her eldest daughter-in-law, and to provide her eldest daughter with a sum. Indeed, it was not enough. Just as she was mulling over possible solutions, her eldest grandson followed her into the room, wearing a displeased expression as he questioned, "Borrow? How many times has that been? How much has been borrowed? Is there any intention of repaying a single cent? Grandmother, do you truly believe this is a mere loan?" This has truly struck a nerve with the elderly lady. So what? She is your biological mother. She is my dear daughter. You are my grandson. And Yang is also my grandson. Can I simply watch him miss out on education? In a moment of anger, she inadvertently let slip some words. When her daughter called back, she specifically cautioned against letting Lin Luo know about this matter, fearing that it might trouble the child. Indeed, as Lin Luo's mother had anticipated. Upon hearing the news, Lin Luo became quite agitated. What is this nonsense? Didn't Lin Yang gain admission to a prestigious junior high school? Some matters remain etched in one's memory throughout a lifetime. Just as, upon reaching adulthood, Lin Luo frequently hears others recounting how he once struggled to pass even the entrance exam for junior high, and how, thankfully, his family had the foresight to retain a residence within the school district, allowing him to continue his studies. Otherwise, he would have had to drop out after elementary school. Meanwhile, his younger brother Lin Yang had always shown promise and was a commendable child who secured a place in a distinguished junior high. In truth, Lin Luo had long harbored doubts regarding this childhood narrative. Why, in the context of a 9-year compulsory education, was an entrance exam required for junior high? One might understand such pressures in major cities like Beijing or Shanghai, but why was it so in a small county like Chuanzhou? Logically, he should have had access to junior high education. How could he have nearly dropped out of elementary school? Who would have thought that upon being reborn, the truth would come to light? Not only was it not due to poor academic performance that he missed out on schooling, but even his brother's admission was not entirely legitimate. What family needs to spend money for their child to gain admission to junior high? How much does one have to spend for education? Seeing her grandson so agitated, the grandmother quickly sought to clarify. It was merely that your parents did not have a registered household there, hence the need to pay a school choice fee. However, this explanation did little to quell Lin Luo's anger. It was clear that money was the only factor determining entry into a good school, so why pretend otherwise? He simply could not comprehend the vanity of his parents. What could such a small child discern about merit? They constantly praised him for progress today, then lauded him for achievements tomorrow, only to reveal that it ultimately boiled down to financial expenditure. A truly commendable student. What school would not covet such a promising candidate? As she observed her grandson harboring resentment towards her daughter, the grandmother felt compelled to smooth over the situation. How could it be said that money was the sole factor? Your brother's academic performance was commendable, and the school had indeed sought him out. It was merely due to your parents' desire to maintain a property in their hometown that they failed to transfer their household registration to the south. Hence, your brother was left without a place in the school district. Admittedly, this was a misstep on the part of her thoughtless daughter. During the few days of summer vacation, her daughter incessantly praised the younger grandson's excellence and academic achievements in front of the elder grandson, while questioning how the elder grandson was faring back home. When the elder grandson could not articulate any significant accomplishments from elementary school, she even lamented in front of the child about her own shortcomings as a grandmother. This left the grandmother feeling somewhat guilty. In our small county, there is no need for such pretentiousness. Initially, she thought she had failed in her upbringing. But who could have predicted her eldest daughter's actions, borrowing money for the child's education while keeping it a secret from the elder grandson? What kind of situation is this? It is no wonder the child would harbor grievances. Yet, the grandmother remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Luo, having been reborn, would hardly concern himself with such trivial matters. Oh dear grandmother, do not be swayed by my mother's deceptions. The primary subjects in elementary school are merely mathematics and language. How can one discern merit or deficiency from that? Furthermore, the competitions he participated in lack substantial value. Let alone the points for the college entrance examination, they don't even qualify for additional points in the middle school entrance exam. My mother might have been deceived into paying the registration fees. It is a waste of money spent on trivial endeavors, and when it comes time for legitimate schooling, the funds are unavailable, and I must ask you for assistance. How does she possess the audacity? Lin Luo genuinely cherishes money. Although earning a living was relatively easier in the 1990s, where mere courage could lead to profit, How many possess such courage? Grandmother is well aware that Lin Luo is correct. Logically, her son-in-law, being a skilled technician sent to support, earns a decent wage that nearly matches that of foreign enterprise employees, with a monthly income exceeding 2,000. Her daughter, as a dependent, originally worked in a hospital. Even now, as an administrative staff member, her salary post-placement amounts to over 1,000 a month. This income far surpasses what her husband earns, which is around 1,800, and her own meager salary of 400 to 500 monthly. In theory, as long as her daughter and son-in-law refrain from frivolous spending, they should not be in debt. Although the cost of living in large cities is high, her elderly couple managed to raise a large family, while her daughter only needs to support one child. Surely that is manageable? Moreover, she never required her daughter to spend a penny while raising her grandson. Why then, has it come to the point where they need to borrow money for the schooling of her younger grandson? Despite her bias towards the elder grandson, she cannot jeopardize the future of the younger one. Lin Luo commenced his education at the age of 8, while Lin Yang began at 6. At that age, Lin Yang could play with older children, articulate himself well, and now that he is of middle school age, he appears delicate and refined, clearly a child of the city. Not only does he speak fluent Cantonese, but his English is commendable as well. It is no wonder that the eldest daughter frequently praises her younger son. Who wouldn't he admire a child who seems destined for success? In the eyes of grandmother, standing beside the mischievous Lin Luo, it is evident to discerning observers that one is a city child, while the other hails from the countryside. Casting a glance at her eldest grandson, she could not help but remark, he is still better off. At least he is not summoned by the teacher to meet the parents daily. A child raised with care merits affection, yet the old adage reminds us that one can see the future from the age of 3. In grandmother's eyes, based on Lin Luo's character, it is a daunting task for him to achieve success compared to his younger cousin Lin Yang. He embodies the same lack of ambition as her own disappointing son. The ancients stated, parents who love their children plan for their future, and grandmother's affection for her grandson is born from the same sentiment. She constantly worries that her seemingly unambitious eldest grandson may one day rely on the younger grandson for support. How could she allow the two children to harbor discord from such a young age? Contemplating the cleverness of her younger grandson softened her heart. Yet, Lin Luo remains oblivious to these considerations. He genuinely feels wronged on behalf of his younger self. Grandmother, you speak as if my mother would inform you if the teacher called her. Furthermore, even if she did, would you be able to go? My being summoned by the teacher was due to my mischief. What does that have to do with my academic performance? No matter how poor my performance, I could hardly fail to learn both mathematics and language. Or is it that because I did not bring home a few worthless trophies, I am deemed as not studying well? If you could lend me some money, I would buy a few items for you beneath the overpass. Later, you could boast about it to my mother. It would be the same kind of amusement, and I would save a considerable amount. My grandmother also cannot ascertain whether the awards received by my younger cousin are indeed beneficial. Regardless, that mother and son duo always claim they are useful, stating that they foster a child's interest in learning, enhance concentration, and contribute positively to character development. However, when it comes to Lin Luo, he is quite pragmatic. Can these awards earn him extra points? If not, then it is merely a waste of money. The indecisive grandmother can only pose the question to Lin Luo. What do you suggest? Should we simply watch your brother miss out on education? Chapter 18. The pure-hearted individual. A mother knows her child best, and conversely, a child knows their mother well. Lin Luo is profoundly aware of what his mother is like. Zhao Yanhua is the kind of person Lin Luo has long aspired to emulate. She embodies purity and is devoid of internal conflict. Throughout her life, even in old age, she has remained rather petty and vengeful, always attributing blame to others while considering herself flawless. She has succeeded in one endeavor, raising Lin Luo's brother, Lin Yang, to be exceptionally accomplished. This achievement has become irrefutable evidence of her unwavering correctness. In any situation, she insists on her own correctness. If anyone disagrees with her, they must be mistaken. Her catchphrase is, "You understand so well. Have you educated your child properly?" The excellence of Lin Yang renders many speechless. Her level of selfishness can be summarized as believing that the entire world owes her, that everyone must indulge her, devoid of any sense of responsibility, while expecting all others to be accountable to her. If one could indeed become such a person, it would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. However, for the children of such individuals, it is a different story altogether. To illustrate, when Zhao Yanhua was young, she purchased an expensive wool coat without hesitation. Yet when it came to the modest tuition fees for Lin Luo's kindergarten, which were merely a few dozen yuan a month, she feigned ignorance when his grandmother suggested she contribute. Subsequently, She turned around and spent 7,000 yuan on a scooter, despite the average salary at state-owned enterprises that year being merely 150 yuan. When her brother faced a crisis and had to flee, the family rallied together, pooling resources and connections. Yet, she seemed unconcerned, announcing instead that she intended to settle in Shenzhen and buy a house, urging those with money to contribute as much as they could. Reflecting on his formidable mother, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. What does this have to do with my brother? This is clearly a matter concerning my mother. Is it that she cannot borrow money due to her poor relationships? Or does she know that borrowing from you comes with no strings attached? You have coddled her too much. If this continues, when will it ever end? Does she think she can just borrow from you whenever she pleases? What about your own life? In this lifetime, Lin Luo cannot control others. However, he has resolved to be a son who refuses to indulge his mother's flaws. Hearing Lin Luo's words, his grandmother was rather surprised, realizing that her eldest grandson was not merely at odds with the younger one, but was standing up for her. With a sigh, she remarked, let's not speak ill of your mother anymore. Just this once. I will no longer lend her money in the future. This statement is merely an attempt to deceive a child. Even at the age of 70 or 80, grandmother still thought of her daughter, constantly remembering to prepare meals for her. Grandmother believed that this would suffice, considering Lin Luo was just a child. However, Lin Luo would not acquiesce. How can that be? When borrowing money, there must be a semblance of borrowing. What do you mean by that? Observing her great-grandson's attitude towards his mother, grandmother felt somewhat anxious. Could it be that her upbringing had gone awry? How could he be so harsh towards his own mother? Yet, Lin Luo did not intend to challenge his mother, but rather was frustrated by her incessant demands on grandmother, which placed him in a difficult position. Even if grandmother did not mind, what would aunt think? Thus, he inquired, how much did my mother ask you for? After a moment of hesitation, the elderly lady candidly replied, she borrowed 10,000, claiming it was urgently needed for your brother's schooling. 10,000? How could my mother even have the audacity to ask for that? This was an amount equivalent to 10,000 in 1995, a sum that many laid-off workers would receive as severance pay. Is it truly that easy for her to earn money now? How could she dare to request such a large sum? What kind of school does my brother attend? An elite primary school? Lin Luo found it hard to believe that the tuition for a junior high school could exceed 10,000. If it were true, he would concede his ignorance. Oh, Big Luo, you must not forget that the greatest fear of the elderly is a household in turmoil. However, Lin Luo merely questioned his mother's intentions in asking for this money, reassuring grandmother, what does it have to do with me? My mother is like a bottomless pit. You give her whatever she asks, and she takes it for granted. If she were not earning, it would be understandable for you to assist her. But she earns more than anyone. If this continues, one day, when you refuse her, do you think she won't blame you? How could she not complain? Based on Lin Luo's understanding of his mother, it was likely that she was aware of the family's need to purchase a house, and in her mind, all this money was hers to spend, leading her to seek reimbursement. Yet, grandmother's love for her daughter was purely unconditional. She harbored no doubts about her daughter's motives, merely finding her grandson's words somewhat perplexing. Lin Luo continued, indifferent to grandmother's thoughts, cannot? And what about the money you gave to my mother? What of my uncle? ISNT and arranging work for him? How much is appropriate? While grandmother adored her daughter, she had to consider that her daughter-in-law would not indulge such habits. Grandmother found herself at a loss for words once again, as Lin Luo pressed on. If you give to my uncle, what of my other uncle? Does he not require work? With so little money in the household, can you truly divide it fairly? This statement startled grandmother. How could there be talk of division? Yet before she could respond, uncle interjected, I don't need it. This lack of ambition and inability to remain calm made it evident that he did not grasp who was aligned with whom. What do you mean you don't need it? Without a job, you won't even be able to find a partner. Lin Luo shot a glance at uncle. This look made uncle hesitate, wanting to explain that they were not in collusion, but his words caught in his throat. The young nephew's expression had already turned unfriendly, and he had an intimidating air about him. Of course, uncle understood that the nephew was acting in his best interest, and faced with such goodwill, he found it difficult to remain indifferent. As grandmother gazed at the nearly 40,000 yuan in her hands, she found herself engulfed in hesitation. This amount was barely sufficient for purchasing a house, necessitating further borrowing. Now, with an array of matters to arrange, how could one not feel troubled? What exactly do you mean, son? After some contemplation, she resolved to discern what her little grandson intended to do. Lin Luo settled cross-legged on the Kong, bringing the bag of money close, counting as he spoke. What I mean is, if it can be avoided, let us not borrow. My mother will surely find alternative solutions for my brother's schooling. She is not impoverished. Yet before Lin Luo could finish, grandmother snatched the money back. That's simply one to-do. The thought of her daughter having to humbly beg for money from others filled the old woman with reluctance. Lin Luo, however, was unfazed. What is wrong with that? She ought to face some hardships. How can one enjoy a life of ease indefinitely? Such a situation evokes envy. This statement left grandmother in contemplative silence for a considerable time. What if we lend 5,000? Upon uttering this, she herself was taken aback, wondering why she was discussing financial matters with a child. Could it be that she too felt it inappropriate to continually provide her daughter with money? Seeing grandmother's steadfastness, Lin Luo was rendered speechless. Truly, environment shapes character. Everyone indulges their troublesome mothers. How could one expect them to change? No. Lend her 4,860 yuan, an exact figure. Just say that this is all that remains in the household. Do you think she will dare to ask for more? If she shamelessly accepts it without a word of gratitude, then you must resolve never to lend her again. This has only led to her becoming ungrateful. In this chapter, it is clear that generosity is often met with prompt acceptance, contrasting with those who are stingy. Ultimately, it reflects the varying degrees of financial comfort. Grandmother, being in her 50s and nearing retirement, was certainly aware of this logic. Yet, she continued to waver on whether to proceed in this manner. Lending 5,000 would indeed alleviate many immediate difficulties. For instance, instead of purchasing 2 small apartments, they could settle for one. The remaining amount could provide a few thousand for her eldest son's wife's employment arrangements, which, though insufficient, would not leave them entirely reliant on her. Additionally, 5,000 could be allocated to her eldest daughter, leaving a few thousand for emergencies. This seemed a reasonable distribution. Yet she knew her daughter all too well. Should the money be handed over in this manner, one could only speculate how she would perceive the family's finances. Human hearts are fragile, unable to withstand trials. To maintain familial harmony, it was better not to test the waters. Fine, let us give it to her. After this transaction, should her mother request again, grandmother would truly have nothing left to offer. Ultimately, the old lady was accustomed to granting her daughter financial support and mused. Once this is over, little will remain in the household. If she asks again, I will truly be at a loss. Lin Luo understood the situation well, but he had already offered his counsel, and further persuasion would only lead to dissatisfaction on both sides. Very well, it is your money. You are entitled to make the decisions. However, when you transfer the funds, kindly inform her. Our home is too small, and living with uncle is rather inconvenient. The apartment she previously allocated for me is seldom occupied. Should I consider moving there with uncle? In our modest dwelling, a standalone house along the street. My mother has clung to it over the years, not out of the desire for security as she claims, but due to the potential for relocation. Ultimately, it's a matter of self-interest. Securing the rights to that vacant property is of paramount importance. I genuinely require a space of my own to manage various affairs. However, the moment I voiced this request, my grandmother's demeanor soured. What? You wish to move out? She straightened her back, fixing her gaze upon Lin Luo. How ungrateful. Have I mistakenly sent money to your mother? And now you think of leaving? Absolutely not. I cannot approve. This elderly lady, having toiled for years to sustain our household, never anticipated that her beloved grandson would be the first to contemplate separating from the family. Even her elder daughter, despite relocating to the south, had not bothered to change her household registration. Yet here was her grandson, seemingly more resolute than her daughter in his intentions to move away. How could a mere child think to live independently? Lin Luo found it difficult to comprehend the elderly obsession with family unity, having grown accustomed to independence. He no longer expected anyone to look after him, yet he was unwilling to be misjudged. Oh dear grandmother, it's not a matter of splitting the family. I merely intend to reside with my uncle. I would only be staying over there at night, which would allow us to tidy up that house and prevent it from feeling so desolate. I would still return for meals every day. Surely that is acceptable? The revelation that he was not actually moving away lightened the old lady's expression considerably. Is the house too small for you? Lin Luo candidly acknowledged this fact. Indeed, it felt cramped. His uncle next door hesitated to engage in certain activities for fear of being overheard, which was rather inconvenient. In the prime of youth, who wouldn't he desire a bit of privacy? Sharing a room with his uncle meant enduring the sound of his snoring, a challenge not easily borne. Yet, being still quite young, he felt unable to discuss such personal matters with his grandmother. She, however, assumed that he simply yearned for an independent space, believing that at his age, one is particularly concerned with appearances. A son does not shun his mother's flaws, nor does a dog disdain a humble home. Yet you seem to have higher expectations? Is it truly that our home can no longer accommodate you? Very well, I shall speak with your mother. You may stay there for a few days, allowing us to clear out your room and sort through some clutter. Once we secure a new apartment, you may return. The prospect of purchasing a new home was indeed a firm decision, yet the household genuinely needed a space for storage. A dilapidated home can still hold significant value, and there is no casual approach to discarding belongings. Upon concluding her thoughts, my grandmother cast a triumphant glance at Lin Luo. This summer, you shall stay at your own place. Once I have organized everything here and moved into the new apartment, you may come back. She believed that Lin Luo would share her joy at this arrangement. Unbeknownst to her, our family compound was divided into 2 phases, and a number of residents had already moved into the new apartments. In these times, there remains a sense of camaraderie. Even in moving, gifts are customary. Lin Luo had accompanied his grandfather to view the new apartments before, and ever since that visit, the idea of living in a building had captivated his thoughts. It is no wonder he yearned for such a change. Aside from the absence of coal-burning heating, the allure of warm, bare floors, and even the mere presence of a flushing toilet, was enough to ignite young Lin Luo's envy, as it was his first encounter with such modern conveniences. With a mere press, the waste vanished, its cleanliness starkly contrasting with the outdoor privy, reminiscent of a scene from a television drama. Ever since, Lin Luo has incessantly murmured his desire for a high-rise residence. This only reinforced his grandmother's resolve to purchase an apartment. She believed that no child should feel deprived. She was certain that Lin Luo, this ungrateful little boy, would not protest the prospect of moving into an apartment, given the distance from his grandmother's home. She worried about relying solely on her younger son for care when Lin Luo was not nearby. She decided to let him enjoy a few days of freedom, allowing him to revel in the summer before returning once the new home was ready, thus enabling her to keep a closer eye on his studies. However, unbeknownst to her, Lin Luo had long since outgrown his childhood. He had encountered various types of apartments. Upon hearing his grandmother's agreement, he quickly responded, "Absolutely. It's perfect for Zhuowen to stay here for a few days. Doesn't he even have a place to do his homework?" Zhao Zhuowen was his cousin. The prospect of moving out thrilled Lin Luo. This arrangement seemed to align perfectly with his grandmother's expectations. She sighed, helpless in the face of her elder grandson's excitement. "Go on, hurry up and get some sleep." Thus, both the elder and the younger achieved their respective aims, and Lin Luo departed with a grin, casually extracting 2 bills from his grandmother's pile of money. "Hey, little rascal, what do you need my money for?" His grandmother's keen eyes immediately caught his subtle maneuver. Yet Lin Luo was unrepentant, responding cheerfully, "If I don't take your 200, you'll have to give my mom some extra." He had the audacity to justify his actions. "You insolent child," his grandmother thought, at a loss for how to handle him. Lin Luo waved the 200 in the air, asserting, "Grandma, my uncle and I haven't bought a single decent piece of clothing this summer. If you give my mom 200 less, consider it as her buying clothes for us." This reasoning left his grandmother utterly speechless. "Oh dear. I truly don't know what to say to you. Spend wisely, don't squander it all in the arcade. If you don't study hard, just wait until I deal with you." With the elder daughter generously providing, how could the younger son possibly hesitate to buy a single piece of clothing? That would be unreasonable. Understood. Lin Luo clutched the money, dragging his uncle away as they dashed into the small room. Watching her grandson's retreating figure, his grandmother smiled, then glanced down at the money in her hand, muttering to herself, "Am I being too indulgent with this child? Perhaps I should reconsider." It remained uncertain whether her words referred to Lin Luo or her daughter far away. Chapter 20. The visit. This arrangement was acceptable. Having never encountered significant sums of money, Lin Luo's uncle was taken aback when his nephew easily swindled 200 yuan from him. He knew well how frugal his mother was. When had she ever been so generous with money for the children? Especially for those not earning, they had no right to manage substantial expenditures. 200 yuan was the equivalent of a month's wages for an apprentice. Consequently, without needing Lin Luo to pull him along, the uncle followed suit. Walking outside while negotiating with Lin Luo, "Big Luo, aren't we generous? How about you buy me a box of Hongmei cigarettes?" Spending 3 yuan on a box of cigarettes seemed reasonable, right? Were it not for his overwhelming craving for a smoke, he would never have made such a request. Lin Luo glanced at him. "What time is it? Are there any shops still open? It has been quite some time since he last smoked. Why the rush?" A smile graced the face of his uncle. "How about you buy some tomorrow? Whoever has the money calls the shots," and since the nephew did not decline, it was tantamount to agreement. Lin Luo was indeed willing to purchase cigarettes for his uncle, for they could serve a purpose. "All right, I shall buy you some yushi tomorrow." When it comes to the distinction between soft zhonghua and hard yushi, such comrades are truly impressive. 7 wolves and a pen, such comrades are acceptable. But Hongtao Mountain and Honghuang Mountain are rather pedestrian. Nowadays, hard Yushi genuinely stands on par with Zhonghua, while Hongmei can be considered the lowest tier. In certain situations, brand reputation undeniably holds significance. No one would engage in a transaction worth thousands with someone who smokes 3 yuan cigarettes. Unfortunately, the uncle did not perceive himself as possessing such fortune. Oh no, no, that's several tens of boxes. I could buy a carton of Hongmei with that. A carton of Hongmei costs merely 27 yuan, which hardly suffices for a box of Yushi. How could he dare to smoke that? As Lin Luo and his uncle entered the house, he noticed the uncle's anxiety over wanting to smoke something of quality and shook his head. Do you think this is for your enjoyment? This is merely to maintain appearances. Don't you have people to meet tomorrow? It then dawned on the uncle that he indeed had serious matters to attend to the following day. Right, I have to meet people tomorrow. Contemplating this, the uncle inexplicably felt a twinge of nervousness upon entering the house. I wonder, who will come tomorrow? Observing his uncle's lack of composure, Lin Luo climbed onto the bed and remarked, how would I know? They are just 2 eyes and a nose, after all, regardless of their appearance. If they are truly unruly, a swift jab will teach them a lesson. Social dynamics are rather simple. As long as a person can establish a connection with you, it reveals that they are not vastly superior. Thus, there is no need to overly esteem their superficial accolades. If they truly possess exceptional qualities, yet still engage with you, it suggests that you are formidable as well. However, if you are aware of your own insignificance, then the other party is merely a charlatan at best. The uncle lacked Lin Luo's confidence, especially facing individuals engaged in dubious dealings. Yet, the notion of potentially confronting them provided him with a semblance of comfort. Oh dear, must we resort to fighting? Perhaps I should call Qingjun and the others over? If matters escalated to the point of physical confrontation, the uncle would find himself unafraid. Qingjun, also known as Li Qingjun, was the son of an organizational department head, considered the most prominent among the 5 military figures of Beijia. The 5 military figures of Beijia comprised 5 young men with military in their names. Each of them wielded considerable influence, accompanied by a few younger associates, mutually supporting one another. These fellows roamed the streets daily with their entourage, engaging in aimless antics merely for the sake of maintaining an image of authority. They neither collected protection fees nor engaged in extortion, simply for the thrill of it. Their existence resembled a child's game, in stark contrast to the legitimate miners, karaoke operators, and lenders. Thus, when Uncle Zhao Yanjun had a falling out with his little brother today, his only recourse to uphold his reputation was to seek assistance from the closest ally, Li Qingjun. At this juncture, the uncle couldn't help but reminisce about his other companions, wondering how they were faring now. On ordinary days, a few would engage in playful banter, occasionally even coming to blows, yet they would soon reconcile. However, this time felt distinctly different. De Luo, truly, your brother Bao Yi is quite a commendable individual. Contemplating the rift between his nephew and his brother, the old uncle wished to offer a few words of defense for Bao Yi. However, just as he began to speak, a cacophony of wails erupted from outside. Oh my goodness! Sister-in-law, help! My Bao Yi has been taken away. Please, urge the elder brother to release him. A flurry of urgent knocking interrupted the hushed conversation within the room. The old uncle immediately recognized the voice. It was undoubtedly Bao Yi's mother. Given the commotion, it was evident that something was amiss, and he hastily rose to investigate. Yet, before he could move, his nephew seized his arm. What are you doing, De Luo? Bao Yi's mother is here. The old uncle was anxious to leave and pulled Lin Luo to his feet. What business do you have in this? Can you clarify anything by going out? The youth are so impetuous. How can he involve himself in such matters? It was clear that those few individuals had been apprehended, and Lin Luo had little faith that they wouldn't implicate the old uncle in their predicament. Given the current severity of the crackdown, even if the old uncle had done nothing wrong, his grandfather would have to enlist many to clarify the situation, even if the one reporting was a family member. This was under the condition of remaining uninvolved. Should the old uncle meddle and find himself detained at the police station, the situation would become infinitely more complex. The old uncle, accustomed to minor skirmishes, was blissfully unaware of the intricacies within. He genuinely believed society to be rather straightforward. Why should I be afraid? I have done nothing wrong. I just want to take a look. What was there to fear? There were indeed numerous concerns. The possibility that someone might disregard his grandfather's reputation, neglect their comrades' bonds, or use this incident to pressure his grandfather into leniency towards others. As a family member of such a unit, these occurrences were far too common. Lin Luo tugged at the old uncle once more, firmly stating, calm down. You ought to see what kind of people your brother associates with. Besides, in this world, there aren't as many issues as one might think. It boils down to what concerns you and what concerns me. Those in trouble often bring it upon themselves. What good would it do if you went out? Can you be of any assistance? It would be better to not complicate matters. Just stay put. Regrettably, his youthful voice carried little weight. Lin Luo was still merely a child, and the old uncle, unconvinced, retorted, "While I may not be of great help, I can at least offer some support. We are brothers. Regardless of how things turn out, they certainly need someone to see them off at this moment." Confronted by the old uncle's obstinacy, Lin Luo shook his head and pointed towards the door. By now, the grandmother had already stepped outside, and it was unclear what she had discussed with others. Lin Luo had no need to know. Listen closely. Have they called for you? They are seeking someone of value, and it is evident that you are not that person. You should remain quiet. At your age, you should grasp that not every matter is to be publicized, and the principle of not forcing oneself into others' affairs is fundamental. Volunteering to assist others often leads to unfortunate outcomes, devoid of gratitude. There is a saying in Taoism, "Do not help others, for when you extend your aid, you must also bear the consequences of their actions," and most individuals lack the merit to shoulder such burdens. Seeing Lin Luo's resoluteness, the old uncle, though displeased, ultimately halted his advance. A child these days has quite a lot to say. Just then, the grandmother emerged, draped in her clothing. A figure outside the door seized the elderly woman's hand and dashed away, not even pausing to greet her. Witnessing this scene, the old uncle lost all interest, realizing that they truly held him in disdain. Chapter 21, The Arrival. What is it? Speak slowly. The grandmother rose to leave, hastily donning a coat over her attire. As she traversed the courtyard, she inquired, "What has happened? Who is in distress?" The late hour and the urgent knocking resembled that of a funeral, indicating that it could not be a trivial matter. Even the most unrefined households would not visit at such an hour unless faced with grave trouble. Lin Luo, ever the sycophant, noticed the grandmother's intent to step outside and quickly stood up. "Grandmother, take the flashlight and be cautious," he urged, eagerly following her out. The summoned grandmother remained oblivious to the situation, only catching sight of an anxious peasant woman who could hardly articulate the circumstances, instead sitting on the ground and wailing. "Auntie, Bao Yi has been captured. You cannot turn a blind eye. Have your elder brother explain. It's all a misunderstanding. Set him free. Isn't your elder brother a government official? Doesn't the prosecutor's office oversee the police?" The grandmother stared at the woman before her, struggling to recall who she was until the name Bao Yi triggered her memory. This was the mother of that reckless youth who constantly associated with her foolish son. What could this woman want from her at such an hour? Had Dongzi gotten into trouble again? Infuriated, the grandmother slipped on her shoes, preparing to confront her brother about the matter. This was not merely an injustice. It was an indictment of her brother's character. As Lin Luo stepped outside, he chanced upon this spectacle, pondering, this woman outside cannot even elucidate the situation. What hope is there for resolution? What does she take my grandfather for? Even the county committee lacks such authority. Yet, why was the grandmother in such a frenzy? Why was she glaring at his house? He had done nothing wrong. "What is it, grandmother? Why aren't you taking the flashlight with you?" He casually handed her the hefty flashlight, which could serve as a means of self-defense. Upon seeing her great-grandson and recalling the presence of outsiders, the grandmother suppressed her anger, accepting the flashlight from Lin Luo and gesturing for him to return indoors. "Go back inside. Get some rest. It matters not what trouble your younger brother has stirred. What is paramount is that there are several thousands of dollars at home that no one is watching over. If they were to be lost, it would be disastrous." Clearly, her son's well-being paled in comparison to the importance of the money. Moreover, although her younger son was troublesome, he was unlikely to create any significant chaos. Lin Luo, disinterested in getting involved in such matters, thought it best to keep his distance. Why should he concern himself with the fates of others when his own family was unscathed? Thus, he acquiesced to the grandmother's wishes, stating, "Grandmother, I shall return indoors." He then addressed the woman outside. "Auntie, it is quite late. Surely it is time to conclude your business? Perhaps you should return tomorrow?" In the dead of night, Lin Luo remained apprehensive. Moreover, as the closing hours drew near, many law enforcement agencies became increasingly onerous in processing paperwork, particularly for visitation requests, which required a degree of influence to navigate successfully. Anyone with a semblance of understanding would not press so insistently. In situations where everyone was heading inside, it was essential to exercise discretion to avoid complications. Unfortunately, many individuals were ensnared in their own worlds, devoid of even the most basic social awareness. Tomorrow? What chance would there be then? The elderly woman seated on the ground, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, seized her grandmother and urged, "Sister-in-law, quickly, come with me to take a look. Your family is involved." Your words will surely carry more weight than mine. We cannot allow my dear Bowie to suffer inside. He is still so young. How can he endure this? Let us hasten to retrieve him." Without uttering a word, the grandmother was forcibly dragged away. As she complied with reluctance, she attempted to soothe. "Oh, do not rush. Do not rush. The police station is not ours. Let us first ascertain the situation." This was indeed a matter beyond her control. The grandmother, a typical community committee matriarch, often assisted with neighborhood issues, especially when they arose at her doorstep. Moreover, given that the situation might involve her own son, even in ignorance, she felt compelled to intervene. Observing her departure, Lin Luo shook his head and returned to the main house. Very well. Upon entering the room, he gathered several tens of thousands of yuan, bundling them to take back to his smaller quarters. The old uncle, whether out of guilt or a foreboding intuition, chose to remain hidden indoors after hearing Lin Luo's words. Only when Lin Luo returned did he inquire, "What are you doing?" Lin Luo waved the newspaper bundle in his hand. "Collecting money." This revelation startled the old uncle. "That is my mother's money. How dare you touch it?" 200 yuan was already a substantial sum for the old uncle, let alone several tens of thousands. If you frighten him, he will not dare to act. Lin Luo, however, was unfazed. He not only had the audacity to act, but also took pride in sifting through the money. The gray-haired bills, touched by his fingers, exuded the distinct scent of currency. Perhaps this was the essence of growing up. In his youth, he would never have dared to handle such a large sum. "Put that down. Are you out of your mind? My mother would surely beat you to death." The old uncle, who had shown no fear during confrontations, was now filled with trepidation. This only fueled Lin Luo's sense of superiority. "Do you think I am like you? When has grandmother ever struck me?" The bond between grandparents and grandchildren is indeed profound. The grandmother had never laid a hand on her grandchildren. This made the old uncle even more anxious. "If she does not strike you, she will strike me. My mother does not indulge me." Lin Luo, uninterested in further teasing the old uncle, casually tucked the money beneath his pillow for safekeeping. "Oh, what is there to fear? If we leave it in the main house, who knows whose it will become if lost? This is our family's entire fortune. It is better kept here. If grandmother returns tonight, we can give her the money. If she does not return, leaving it in the main house is far less reassuring." The old uncle, reflecting on this logic, ceased to contest. Should the money be misplaced in the main house, the consequences would be dire, not only for him, but for the family as a whole. This was their entire savings. It was wiser to keep it close at hand. Not dwelling on the situation, the old uncle scratched his face and asked, "Lin Luo, why is Bowie's mother seeking my mother? Is that even a question? Bowie must have been taken away." Lin Luo, now nestled under the covers, appeared unconcerned. Upon hearing Lin Luo's certainty, the old uncle felt a wave of dread wash over him. "Are you sure? Thank goodness he was not here today. If he had gone along, my mother would likely be out searching just as fervently." Yet, before he could fully process his apprehension, he witnessed his little nephew stroking his head, grinning widely, and declaring, "What is there to be uncertain about? I reported the police. How could I not know?" "What? You called the police? Why on earth would you do that? They are all my brothers." Upon hearing those words, the uncle's irritation was palpable. Regrettably, the nephew, who had always been so dependent on him, had undergone a significant transformation. In the past, whenever the uncle displayed anger, the nephew would cower in fear. Yet now it was the nephew who appeared more enraged than him. "Speak to me properly. Stop grimacing as if you're trying to intimidate someone. Do you think they are engaged in noble deeds? Why do you think I called the police? It was for your sake. Don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for your so-called friends, I would change my surname to yours." The unshakable confidence radiating from Lin Luo left the uncle questioning his own self-assurance. "Sleep on it. There's no use in pondering further. Breaking the law incurs consequences. You should watch less of water margin. Do you really think brotherhood can feed you?" Chapter 22. All is well. This night was sleepless, at least for the uncle. Could it be that they were truly apprehended? Even at this hour, he remained in disbelief, clinging to a sliver of hope. It was not entirely unfounded. They had engaged in numerous reckless acts before, with group brawls being a frequent occurrence. Yet nothing had ever come of it. For instance, a confrontation with a gang from Dongguan over a romantic interest resulted in one individual being struck down, or the skirmish with a rival from Jianfang over a mere couple of coins at an arcade, which escalated into a brawl involving over 200 people. Even firearms were brandished, yet ultimately, they faced no repercussions. There was also the incident with a group of students from the coal specialization, who, while stealing bicycles from the family quarters, found themselves outsmarted by the uncle and his companions, who not only retrieved the stolen bicycles, but also implicated others, allowing them to evade blame. Compared to all these events, the current predicament involving a mere scrap of unwanted steel seemed trivial, having navigated through such a multitude of experiences. The uncle understood too well that many cases go unpunished unless the aggrieved party speaks out. So why, on this day, were they so easily apprehended? Tossing and turning on his bed, he was utterly perplexed as to why those individuals had fallen into this trap. His mind racing. He longed to engage Lin Luo in a serious conversation. However, Lin Luo was soundly asleep, his snores echoing throughout the room, making it impossible to inquire. This nephew, who typically did not snore, was evidently feigning indifference. With no other recourse, the uncle forced his eyes shut, striving for a semblance of drowsiness, yet even that was elusive. Lin Luo, of course, was not truly asleep. Noticing that the uncle had finally ceased his restless movements, he stifled his fabricated snores. The young man had surmised the reason behind his uncle's turmoil. In truth, there was little to contemplate. All those who were incarcerated were not first-time offenders. They were individuals who had repeatedly gambled on their luck, ultimately falling into unforeseen traps. Lin Luo understood even more deeply that making mistakes is part of being human. However, one must be acutely aware of the cost-benefit ratio and avoid unwise decisions, especially when driven by a sense of loyalty. This was not a time for camaraderie, after all. The uncle was not entirely blameless. Should a few unsavory characters in the detention center teach those individuals about earning merit, it would be the uncle who would bear the brunt of the misfortune. Oh, how worrisome it is, considering his age. And so, the night passed, with the uncle tossing and turning until morning. Not only had his grandmother not returned, but his grandfather was also absent, indicating that the situation was quite serious. Unable to find rest, as dawn broke, he roused himself, calling out, Lin Luo, wake up. The sun is up. After a night of contemplation that yielded no understanding, he resolved to disturb his nephew once more. Lin Luo slept soundly, a privilege of youth that allowed him to drift off effortlessly, relishing the sensation of indulging in a lazy morning. Rubbing his eyes, he found his mind still foggy. Uncle, it's been years since I've had to wake up this early for work. Is it really necessary? He exclaimed, but as soon as he spoke, clarity washed over him. His reincarnation was his greatest secret, one that must remain hidden from all. He would have to tread carefully. Fortunately, his uncle was preoccupied and failed to grasp Lin Luo's words. Good habits must be cultivated. Rise and shine. Transitioning to middle school is far different from elementary. You must acclimate in advance. He believed Lin Luo was referring to school. Last night, not only did his grandparents fail to return, but no one from his uncle's side came either. This left his uncle feeling a sense of emptiness, as he sought someone to confer with. Fully awake, Lin Luo observed his uncle's distracted demeanor and understood that remaining in this household was untenable. Thus, he proposed, shall we go look for Grandma? This suggestion received his uncle's enthusiastic approval. All right, let us head to the police station. However, Lin Luo felt that such a visit was unnecessary. Let us not. The case has surely been handed over to the bureau. It would be futile, and we wouldn't want to trouble Uncle Qi. After all, it was he who had reported the incident directly to Qi Guangda. His uncle's insistence was merely a reflection of his reluctance to give up hope. But Lin Luo swiftly dispelled the notion. His uncle scratched his head in frustration. But if I don't check, I'll feel uneasy. Lin Luo paid him no mind as he dressed, muttering, just stay calm. As long as you keep a low profile, everyone will appreciate your discretion. With this case in Qi Guangda's hands, he could leverage it to request favors from Lin Luo's grandfather. It was unlikely that Grandpa would allow his brother to get entangled in this situation. He would surely resolve the matter expeditiously, ensuring everything unfolded within the bounds of legality. At this juncture, his uncle's greatest need was to remain unseen, avoiding unwanted attention. Otherwise, it would only lead to further complications. Unbeknownst to his uncle, he questioned Lin Luo as he prepared to leave. What do you mean? Lin Luo had no answer, simply replying, it's nothing. His uncle was persistent, pressing for clarity. You need to explain yourself. Lin Luo felt as though he had assumed the role of the adult, while his uncle appeared childlike in his curiosity. How does one even explain such matters? Hurry up. We have important errands today. Bring some money along, and let us shop for your new outfit. What? His uncle, preoccupied with thoughts of family, had forgotten their main objective. As Lin Luo rummaged through the house, he cast a puzzled glance at his uncle. What's wrong? Did you forget? It was only then that his uncle recalled their plans. Wait, with such a significant event transpiring, how can you still be concerned about that butcher? Often, people regard imprisonment as a catastrophic fate, convinced that it ruins a life forever. Yet, wherein life is one not confined. What is the big deal? A 3-year sentence for theft is merely akin to attending university, Lin Luo mused. After all, life outside had been anything but peaceful, with no one around the house. And now, they could see each other anytime. His uncle, uncertain of what Lin Luo was searching for, merely scoffed at the boy's nonchalant attitude. You make it sound so easy. Lin Luo perceived this situation as a fortuitous turn of events. Were his uncle to intervene, a competitive dynamic would inevitably arise, leading the circumstances to spiral beyond control, ultimately culminating in irrevocable consequences. However, in the absence of his uncle, it was merely a band of petty thieves, unworthy of confrontation, and thus posed no significant threat, negating the need for stringent measures. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of sympathy for those few individuals. Fortunately, his uncle had not become involved. Otherwise, alongside his uncle's familial background, this group would indeed have constituted a criminal organization. The distinction between organized crime and mere thuggery lies in the presence of a protective umbrella. Some thoughts must remain unspoken, and thus Lin Luo conveyed a notion his uncle would comprehend. It's quite simple. As long as there's a substantial monthly contribution, you understand. His uncle grasped this notion. With external support, enduring hardship would not be insufferable. Alas, money is indeed a valuable asset. Yet, his uncle shook his head. What money do they possess? They are as impoverished as I am. How could those who follow me fare any better? This was precisely what Lin Luo wished his uncle to recognize. You are aware of the lack of funds. Yet why not seize the opportunity to earn? Naturally, while Lin Luo intended to assist his uncle in financial endeavors, he could hardly cater to that group of individuals. Nonetheless, it was essential to instill a sense of motivation in his uncle, who often lacked clarity. Indeed, as soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, his uncle immediately rose to his feet. Right. If we deposit 200 each month, no one will dare to bully them. We must earn. Having grown up together, regardless of how those individuals had treated him in the past, in times of crisis, his uncle still held them in his thoughts. Chapter 23. Connections. Contemplating the forthcoming fate of his own kin, his uncle muttered under his breath. Brother Yin is indeed from our local detention center. He ought to keep an eye on them. As a child raised within a family of authority, he possessed an innate understanding of many matters. Knowledge that did not require deliberate study. The environment in which he was nurtured rendered those who sought to learn through illicit means utterly inadequate. Take incarceration, for instance. While others needed several stints in prison to ascend from the bottom bunk to the top, his uncle needed no such experience. He instinctively knew whom to approach for assistance and how to ensure care. This exemplifies the disparity in human understanding. 200 a month is not an insignificant sum. Reflecting on the current regulations within the facility, his uncle suddenly felt the weight of familial responsibility. Before 2003, the maximum amount a family could deposit for an inmate's sustenance was 200. Regardless of the total deposited, an inmate could only spend that amount in a month, which later increased to 500. This sum constituted the largest monthly expenditure for each inmate, with any excess being impermissible. At least in principle, such excess should not occur, and one would refrain from engaging in activities that contravened established norms. 200 may seem neither excessive nor insufficient, yet it significantly alleviates the burden for those inside. For instance, it spares them from arduous labor, allows them to enjoy delicacies like ham and pickles, and affords them basic necessities. More importantly, it signals to the guards and fellow inmates that someone cares for this individual, ensuring they are not easily disregarded. Should the person depositing funds have notable connections, the guards would certainly regard them with greater respect. With this in mind, his uncle posed a question. What kind of cigarettes does Brother Yin smoke? The Brother Yin he referred to was Yin Shirquan, residing on the lower end of the alley near his grandmother's home. Though he was only slightly younger than my uncle, he was still his senior by a few years, having also graduated from a technical school. Yet, fate is peculiar. Had he entered the workforce 2 years earlier, his career would have been secured. In contrast, my uncle found himself as an idle drifter. Observing my uncle's newfound zeal, Lin Luo hastily donned his attire. What would he smoke? Surely, it would be Huazi, as anything else might induce a cough. Lin Luo was familiar with Yin Shirquan, albeit not closely, but his subsequent circumstances were universally acknowledged. He was a quintessential example of how one individual's success could elevate an entire household. During festive gatherings, discussions about him would invariably arise, as he belonged to my uncle's generation. However, upon hearing from his nephew that Yin was now indulging in Huazi, my uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He earns merely 370 yuan a month, and he dares to smoke that? That brand costs more than Yushi, equivalent to a week's salary in a single box. Despite their similar ages, a subtle rivalry lingered between them. Observing my uncle's incredulous demeanor, Lin Luo divulged a significant piece of news. You know nothing. Dongguan's Li Xianmin has been imprisoned. In a county with a population of merely several hundred thousand, my uncle recognized Li Xianmin. Oh, he asked the brother of Li Xianjun from Dongguan Sandfield? Lin Luo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, everyone knows what kind of individuals work in the sand business. And having such a person's younger brother incarcerated could potentially benefit many. Yet, this revelation left my uncle astounded. No way. His astonishment stemmed not from doubt in Lin Luo's honesty, but from sheer shock. With a pillar of support in the family, calamity could hardly befall them. Li Xianjun was evidently that pillar, so how could he allow his brother to serve time? Furthermore, his brother had not committed any grievous offense warranting imprisonment. What could he have done that would require such a penalty? The sand business rakes in tens of thousands daily. Lin Luo casually rummaged through items, unconcerned, and replied, "Just bad luck." Bad luck? My uncle was perplexed. Unsure of what Lin Luo was searching for, he nonetheless appeared earnest, and thus, he responded somewhat dismissively. Isn't there a special operation targeting the thefts in the village? Aren't those culprits merely stealing cables? Li Xianjun wouldn't stoop to that. The value is trivial, barely sufficient to ignite his sand extraction vehicle. Lin Luo concurred with this assessment. Indeed, the stolen goods were of little worth. A gang of over 30 had committed more than 30 thefts, barely amassing a total of 30,000 yuan, which almost failed to warrant prosecution. 30,000. Would that concern Li Xianmin? Despite his poverty, my uncle was aware of the wealth amassed by individuals like Li Xianjun, who had thrived in earlier years. The village boasted a cohort of individuals who orchestrated schemes, catering to the families of such affluent characters. These individuals would often engage in high-stakes gambling. With losses exceeding 30,000 in a single night, would they really risk stealing cables? The cluttered and cramped conditions made Lin Luo's search arduous, yet after considerable effort, he finally stumbled upon a clue. It wasn't Li Xianmin who stole, it was that group who pilfered from Dongguan Sandfield, and Li Xianmin retaliated, turning them into mere tree trunks. This incident attracted the attention of higher authorities, who were eager to intervene in Sandfield matters. Coincidentally, the cable thieves were also subjects of a specialized operation. Lin Luo did not finish his thought, yet my uncle grasped the implication, growing even more bewildered. Isn't this considered a merit? Such matters, when connections are involved, can easily be maneuvered towards achieving merit. Isn't it delightful to trade a favor and forge a friendship? Lin Luo chuckled softly at this notion. If this were to be deemed a contribution, who would be the one to suffer the consequences? Ka-cha is a term that implies the act of stripping flesh. To put it plainly, it refers to something else entirely. Those who wield influence in the countryside may not necessarily hold the same sway in the county. Even leniency under the law can be considered a courtesy, for which one ought to be grateful. One must navigate the intricate web of social etiquette without faltering, and be prepared to be at the mercy of others. For Li Xianjun, however, this was not entirely disadvantageous. At the very least, while attending to matters concerning his brother, he had established connections with numerous individuals. Upon hearing Lin Luo's response, his uncle was momentarily taken aback, eventually uttering a mere grunt of acknowledgement. He had grasped the situation fully. Lin Luo, while idly conversing, rummaged through the small room and finally unearthed a synthetic leather briefcase issued by his grandfather's workplace. Well then, what is there to be grunting about? Just tell me if this matter is being conducted in accordance with the law and regulations. His words left his uncle speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Luo busied himself with handing the briefcase to his uncle, stuffing in over 40,000 yuan. Take this with you. The affairs of others are mere tales. Our own matters are of utmost importance. Whether one can transform from a penniless scoundrel into a person of stature with their own enterprise hinges on today's endeavors. For this reason, many items must be meticulously packaged. Even the clothes he would purchase later must reflect the style of this seemingly worthless briefcase. Despite being made of synthetic leather, it bore a badge that would deter most from carrying it in public, especially when faced with dubious characters. The briefcase itself served as a form of intimidation. Lin Luo's uncle, witnessing the money being tucked into the case, was perplexed. What do we need the money for? It was unclear how their grandmother had raised him, but he seemed particularly fearful of her. While it was acceptable to tamper with grandfather's belongings, touching grandmother's money was a grave transgression. Lin Luo shot his uncle an exasperated glance and retorted, "What? Do you expect me to leave the money at home? If it goes missing, it's on you." Naturally, Lin Luo's intent in carrying the money was not purely for safety. Often, money serves not only to impress women but also to establish one's standing among men, though it is certainly not intended for others to spend. However, with a reasonable explanation, his uncle finally acquiesced. "Well then, shall we leave now? Indeed, if we happen to encounter my mother, we should hand her the money first." His uncle, clutching the briefcase. Still harbored some apprehensions. Understood. Chapter 24. The substitute ghost Junzi. Let us head out. As Lin Luo and his uncle emerged, they found a multitude of early risers preparing breakfast outside. The 8 to 5 work schedule with weekends off had only been implemented this year, and it was being adhered to quite well, at least among public institutions. Thus, by 6 in the morning, the matriarchs of each household were already busy cooking. This was not solely due to the time-consuming nature of preparing meals for a large family. It was also because, although work commenced at 8, children were required to begin their early study sessions by 7. Even during summer vacation, the habit had already taken root. So those accustomed to waking early were already up by 5 or 6. Upon seeing familiar neighbors, his uncle promptly greeted them. "Oh, Annie, yes, I'm heading out." Such greetings proved futile, as he was soon ensnared in conversation. "Dongzi, what happened at your home last night?" For reasons unknown, despite the alley being comprised of individual households, there exists a notable lack of personal boundaries among neighbors. Conversely, it is only after moving into apartment buildings that individuals begin to retreat into their own private lives. The nosy old women, without hesitation, inquire about yesterday's domestic troubles of others, and everyone seems to find this entirely acceptable. Evidently, the ruckus at Old Zhao's doorstep last night has become common knowledge among the neighborhood. After all, waking early to prepare meals is arduous. And who wouldn't relish a bit of amusement from the misfortunes of others? Uncle scratched his head, uncertain how to respond, as he too was unsure. At that moment, Lin Luo spoke up. "Ah, isn't it the lad from old Yi's family down the street who got into some trouble? You know my grandmother's role. Whenever something happens, the neighbors flock to her. Unlike you, who enjoys a life of leisure as a housewife, free from worries and destined to live as a matriarch. I assure you that working entails an endless array of concerns. In this world, not even parents always wish the best for you, let alone outsiders. Thus, there is no need to wear a friendly face for everyone. The hierarchy of disdain in this compound is quite clear. Families with officials look down upon those with lower positions. Dual-income households scorn those with only one breadwinner. The head of Old Zhao's family is nearing retirement, yet remains a mere deputy director, garnering increasing contempt over the years. This disdain often manifests during casual conversations among working individuals at home, shared with family members. Consequently, those who do not work exhibit their resentment more overtly than those employed. As if Old Zhao were not simply retiring, but rather facing an official investigation, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of his family's downfall. In truth, despite their decline, the Zhao family is still of above-average standing. Only uncle lacks employment, while the others hold respectable positions, far superior to those families that survive on the income of a single worker. Lin Luo's words subtly reminded those around her. "We do not rise early to cook. My grandmother has the means to buy breakfast." This insinuation is more cutting than outright insults. Malice is not easily masked by a smiling facade. Much like the seemingly amiable greeting exchanged with uncle, the smiles of the older women could very well conceal their hopes for your family's misfortune. Just as a covert assassin, Lin Luo responded to the neighbors with a smile, yet her words pierced the air uncomfortably. Most of those not working were rural women, having married into the city, who spent their lives envying those with jobs. Even at their age, possessing a job remains the most dignified aspiration. This is precisely why the notion of purchasing jobs, despite its inherent unprofitability, continues to thrive in the market. Even now, and likely for decades to come, people are willing to spend tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, to secure a temporary position with a monthly salary of merely 2,000 or 3,000. It is impossible to ascertain how many years one must toil to recoup such an investment, yet buyers persist. Moreover, the more prestigious and scarce the position, the more valuable it becomes. Lin Luo's words incessantly reminded them of their unemployment, a piercing jab to the very core of these homemakers. The wife of the workshop director at the warp knitting factory nearly lost her composure. Her husband had, in his youth, been involved with a female student, leading her to create quite a commotion at the factory. Yet, to her dismay, no one sided with her. Instead, they urged her to be magnanimous, claiming her outburst disrupted the technician's work. Being a homemaker, she could hardly bear the disdain for her lack of employment. The wife of the vice director at the machinery plant quickly intervened, signaling her to silence, before cheerfully attempting to diffuse the situation. "Oh, there are advantages to being at home and challenges to being at work. Although one is supposed to work an 8-hour day, when does one truly find a moment to rest?" Sister Zhao also faced difficulties, being called in the dead of night to assist with work. What a burden. It is futile to argue with a child, after all. Firms like textile and warp knitting factories, which do not require much consideration for their locations, often choose to establish themselves near heavy machinery plants. The rationale is simple. Textile and warp knitting factories predominantly employ women, while machinery plants are filled with men, facilitating social interactions. It is well known that women do not struggle to find partners. However, if a group of men, particularly those clustered together, find themselves unable to attract mates, chaos may ensue. Thus, the warp knitting and machinery plants can be seen as matrimonial units, with the women-s director of the warp knitting factory even able to blend into the machinery plant's family. Consequently, when the vice director's wife spoke, the wife of the warp knitting factory fell silent. After pacifying her, the vice director's wife turned to Uncle Lao and inquired, "Junzi, what was all that ruckus about yesterday?" Before Uncle Lao could respond, Lin Luo interjected. "The son of Ilaonian from the front street attempted to steal from your machinery plant No. 3 and was apprehended by the police. Those boys didn't even manage to enter the factory premises, yet during the loss assessment at your plant, it was claimed that 2 scrapped boilers for trucks, a set of flip machines, a hot press, and molds were missing." Ilaonian was indignant and caused a scene at the police station, threatening that if your factory did not provide an explanation, he would take drastic measures. Lin Luo's words were merely a frivolous attempt to intimidate the women, who were indeed rather vexing. Yet, the guilty party could not withstand such bluster. Machinery plant No. 3 had indeed lost those items, although those boys could never have stolen them. Nevertheless, those involved in the investigation at the factory insisted they were the culprits, treating the police as fools or deliberately misleading the factory. Everyone knew where the factory's belongings had gone. Reporting the truth might not yield results. However, transforming the situation into such absurdity and treating everyone as simpletons was the only way for the matter to escalate. In the interest of the greater good, many issues are often handled with indifference. Yet, if this situation were to turn into a scandal, it could not be easily contained. If the authorities were to become a laughingstock, how could progress be achieved? One could mention the 4 infamous figures of Chuanzhou, Zhao Guangding, Sha Guilan, Hu Laojiu, and Yu Bingyan. The last 2 individuals, one a senior official from the mining bureau and the other from the county committee, now find themselves alongside the fool. Although they still hold high positions, those with discernment understand that their political careers have effectively reached an impasse, with no further advancement in sight. What? The wife of Deputy Director Ning from the machinery factory turned pale. "Dongzi, isn't Bao your friend? Why didn't you accompany him today?" Lin Luo has taken on the role of his uncle's spokesperson, promptly interjecting, Annie, what do you mean by that? My uncle is a respectable person. How could he possibly engage in such underhanded dealings?" Back then, he sensed something amiss, and it now appears that his uncle was indeed a scapegoat. Chapter 25. The game of strategy. They left. Observing that the family members from these factories were engrossed in endless conversations, Lin Luo tugged at his uncle, intending to exit the alley. What more is there to say? Some matters require no validation. Once suspicion arises, the charge is already established. There is no need for him to discuss anything with the Ning family matriarch. Given his doubts about his uncle's involvement, which implicate her family, it is sufficient to accept this conclusion. He is not a judge. Notions of innocence or guilt hold no sway here. From a pragmatic perspective, attributing the wrongdoing to her family is most advantageous for him. After all, only by placing the blame on them can he avoid offending influential figures. Compared to the nearly bankrupt machinery factory, rallying a group of well-connected individuals to claim a share of its assets is far more tangible. As Moro Bing from the winds of Haokong aptly stated, "I may not be your son, but I too wish to partake in your inheritance." As Lin Luo and Zhao Yanjun attempted to depart, the Ning matriarch grew genuinely anxious. "Oh, this child. The matter remains unresolved. Why are you running away?" The cluster of matrons leading the charge from the factory premises immediately expressed their discontent. It has been ages since any significant event transpired in the county, especially one concerning the machinery factory. Everyone is aware that items have gone missing from the factory, and they know precisely where they disappeared. However, as long as it does not pertain to them, they maintain an aloof stance. Now that the situation seems impossible to conceal, naturally, they desire to uncover the truth. The mining bureau has been faltering, and each individual is seeking their own way out. What alternative could be more appealing than the spoils of the factory? Ever since the coal market was liberalized in '93, local state-owned enterprises like the county's mining bureau have struggled to compete with the low-cost mining regions of Shaanxi. Their operational cost per ton of coal stands at approximately 4,846 yuan, excluding the 33 yuan National Special Fund subsidy. In some affluent mines, this cost can even be compressed to below 30 yuan. while the sale price of washed coal has reached 23,385 yuan. In contrast, the mining costs in Chuanzhou have approached 200 yuan, with resources gradually depleting. Furthermore, the mining bureau must shoulder social responsibilities such as schools and hospitals, with a staggering ratio of retirees to active employees at 121, resulting in a heavy burden. This year alone, they have incurred losses nearing 100 million yuan. As the largest upstream enterprise in the area, all local factories revolve around the mining bureau. If it falters, no one can thrive, particularly secondary units like the machinery factory. With one whale falling, myriad creatures suffer. If the factory does not incur losses, how can anyone's pockets swell? However, the matrons were reluctant to allow Lin Luo and his companion to depart so easily. Dongzi, do you know which police station the person is at? Madame Ning even entertained the thought of seeking connections to find someone. The family matters are not yet fully resolved, and if they escalate due to a few petty thieves, it would reflect poorly on everyone involved. I don't know. Why are you all so idle? Haven't you prepared the meal? I see the chimney is smoking. Shouldn't you check on the fire? Without regard for the reactions of those around, Lin Luo tugged at his uncle and ran. One should do less to offer assistance in times of distress and more to stoke the flames of chaos. It is imperative to let those with ulterior motives create disorder, allowing one to navigate the murky waters more freely. Sister Ning truly does not comprehend how this troublesome little brat is proving to be so difficult. Oh, why the urgency? Dongzi, have you eaten? Aunt's house fried fish this morning. Why not come over for a bite? The more enthusiastic the response, the more Lin Luo felt his suspicions were confirmed. No, my throat is tight. I might choke. Uncle has already extricated himself, and now it is merely your enterprise. With each department showcasing their unique talents in this matter. Our Zhao family's temple is small. We shall not get involved. In a bid to evade a few meddlesome aunties, he nearly lost his shoes, and yet these aunties remain undeterred. Oh, where are you going? First, tell me where the person is. That scene was more frightening than a horde of zombies invading the city. Upon exiting the alley, Uncle finally realized something was amiss. Luo, what exactly are they inquiring about? Inquiring about what? They are curious why you are unharmed. Having finally shaken off those nuisances, Lin Luo glanced at his uncle and suddenly felt that he too was quite wronged. Whether calculated or not, targeting a young person who could escape such a situation. Of course, Uncle did not possess such an abundance of information. It was a matter Lin Luo had only come to understand over a lifetime, hence his confused expression was genuine. What have I done? What trouble could I possibly be in? Hee. Lin Luo chuckled, feeling somewhat at a loss in explaining this to his uncle. Regardless of the actual circumstances, even if theft did occur, as long as Uncle was not the one to bear the brunt of it, the outcome would have been entirely different. The reason Sun Wukong could become the great sage equal to heaven was due to his excellent mentor. Had another demon king attempted such a feat, the accounts would never have balanced, and no one would have accepted the outcome. This contest is not merely between individuals, but rather a struggle between families, localities, and enterprises. Do not underestimate Grandfather's lowly position. He represents an institution that cannot afford to have its own personnel embroiled in such issues. When institutions communicate, they typically present a united front in addressing external problems before resolving internal conflicts. In that moment, Uncle did indeed make a tangible mistake to minimize his issues. He had no choice but to acquiesce to the amount proposed by the other party. All institutions must cooperate, downplaying major issues into minor ones, avoiding any embarrassment surfacing. And now, those ensnared are merely a collection of individuals with no connections or backgrounds. Conducting business as usual poses no issues. Who would still collaborate with you? What does this have to do with our institution? The machinery factory dares to firmly assert the loss of so many items. Grandfather's institution will dare to investigate in that direction, and regardless of where the stolen goods are recovered, if you have the courage to bear the consequences. That is your concern, not ours. Under such circumstances, can the families of the heads of the machinery factory remain calm? The stolen equipment has long since been transported to the abandoned mine shafts for illicit extraction. If by chance it were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly stir up a considerable commotion, leading to a chaotic scene where no one would find peace. However, these are merely Lin Luo's conjectures, and he refrains from voicing them aloud. His dismissive chuckle irked his uncle. Lin Luo, I've come to realize that you've become quite bothersome lately. You speak in riddles and mock me at every turn. What's your issue? Are you challenging me? The principle of earning respect is paramount in their world. It is not merely about wealth or gain, but rather about whether one commands respect. Lin Luo grasped his uncle's arm and led him into a shop nestled within an alley. Uncle, am I not your nephew? Whether I respect you or not, What difference does it make? If I don't, are you going to strike me? After saying this, he called out to the shopkeeper, "A pack of yushi, please." Initially, his uncle was quite irritated, but upon witnessing his nephew genuinely purchasing yushi for him, his annoyance dissipated. "You rascal, speak your mind. But do you still regard me as your uncle? And don't forget to get the hard pack. Only those who overstep boundaries can procure the premium yushi." Chapter 26. Casual Conversation. Ah, Junzi, well done. You've got yourself yushi, yet your father owes me for a box of tashin. Why not settle it? The alley functions like a small society where everyone is familiar with one another. The shopkeeper, while fetching cigarettes for Lin Luo and his uncle, calculated the bill. Hard yushi is 43 a pack, tashin 7, so I'll give you 50 back. Yushi would later drop to over 20 a pack, but at present, it remains a prestigious brand. Lin Luo was well aware of the shopkeeper's penchant for gossip, which is precisely why he chose this particular store. The alley's entrance is a bustling hub, frequented by local residents, and with such an inquisitive shopkeeper, news travels swiftly. When one speaks, there is often an underlying purpose. Otherwise, it is better to remain silent. Thus, as Lin Luo paid, he engaged his uncle in conversation. "It's not that I purposely avoid discussing the mechanical factory's trivial matters. Uncle, don't you find the women from the factory a bit peculiar?" His uncle was clearly drawn into the discourse. "So, you weren't just joking when you said Bowie and the others truly pilfered 2 boilers? Of course not. The mechanical factory lost far more than just 2 boilers. The losses are substantial. Take, for instance, Deputy Factory Director Ning's brother, Ning Laosi, just by helping his brother dispose of scrap. He managed to sell over 2 million worth of pure junk, cardboard boxes, screws, and the like, all remnants from dismantling machinery. One can only imagine how much his brothers must have stolen." Reflecting on this, Lin Luo couldn't help but express his discontent. Why should their family profit while ours cannot? Yet, he understood that he could not state this too bluntly. So Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come on. A converter alone weighs over 200 tons. Even if Bowie were a titan, it is impossible for him to steal it in one night. Besides, the mechanical factory lost more than just 2 boilers. The losses are extensive." At that moment, the shopkeeper returned with the cigarettes, and Lin Luo's words piqued his interest. His uncle, casually accepting the cigarettes from the shopkeeper, seemed oblivious to the presence of the proprietor as he pressed on. "So, are you suggesting that Bowie is being wrongfully accused?" Lin Luo intentionally feigned a demeanor of indiscretion, retorting, "No, I meant that the machinery factory has truly lost 2 boilers." "What?" Uncle was thoroughly baffled. Lin Luo pulled him outside, deliberately lowering his voice to feign mystery. All right. Let the adults worry about adult matters. What good does it do for us to know? Besides, this isn't exactly a secret. Several people from the machinery factory have discreetly reported it to the capital, and they've sent someone to investigate. We might as well enjoy the spectacle." Having obtained the information and said what needed to be said, Lin Luo rose to leave. Having accomplished his purpose by casting the crucial tidbit into the fray. Half-truths are often the most believable. Conspiracy theories will always find a market. Indeed, someone from the county had lodged a complaint, but that was due to the mining bureau failing to pay wages for over a year. The authorities had indeed dispatched personnel. And as a result, the mining bureau entered bankruptcy proceedings in 1996. This exemplifies the information gap, without the channels available in later times. How could people today possess such precise knowledge? The workers at the machinery factory, even being aware of the investigation, could be considered quite astute. Unaware of the specific matters under investigation, they were bound to make increasingly grave errors. The essence of the scare the snake tactic is, after all, to startle the snake. Lin Luo was well aware that the shopkeeper had undoubtedly overheard this conversation, and it wouldn't be long before the entire alley was informed. That was sufficient. Upon exiting the shop, Uncle, still unconvinced, muttered, "But we can't wrongfully accuse Bao Yi and the others, can we?" As Lin Luo guided him toward the heated brick bed, he engaged in idle chatter. "They are not innocent. Who prompted them to steal? Uncle, you must understand. If everyone knew that something was profitable and valuable, there would undoubtedly be hidden risks within this trade, and truly lucrative ventures are never openly circulated in the market. Bao Yi and his crew were ignorant. Hence they deserve their fate. Displaying it so blatantly is merely an invitation for theft." Uncle gazed at his nephew beside him, his thoughts troubled. Just yesterday, he was a sniffling child trailing behind, repeatedly calling out, "Uncle, Uncle, take me to stand the pole," and today, he seemed increasingly inscrutable. "Why are you becoming more and more cryptic?" Lin Luo offered no explanation, merely responding with a hint of indifference. Better than those who are capable of anything. Lurking in the shadows, don't you think? You. This was clearly a self-referential remark. Exiting the alley, The two made their way to the heated brick bed. Along the way, Lin Luo purchased a camouflage vest for Uncle, which, when paired with his previous blue work trousers and rubber shoes, gave him an air of a grassroots worker. The heated brick bed was originally a guest house for the mining bureau. Regrettably, it had fallen into disrepair over the years and had long been vacant. The floors were a mire of mud, compounded by various debris piled up by the neighbors, making the path difficult to traverse. Perhaps due to concern for his brother, Uncle remained reticent until they entered the heated brick bed. Anticipating their imminent encounter with the underworld, he began to ramble. Luo, do you know who we are dealing with? He was evidently anxious. Lin Luo was happy to indulge him. They are boat runners. Huh, how do you know that? These individuals haven't revealed their identities, have they? It's written in the case file. The lad who was caught has a Jianzhou accent. Jianzhou, nestled by the sea, lies to the south of the Bohai Sea, characterized by its extensive coastline and numerous bustling ports, alongside a plethora of fishing villages. This locale is ideally suited for the discreet transportation of smuggled goods, akin to the industriousness of ants. The vessels operating in these waters predominantly engage in the trade of bulk refined oil and frozen products. Even our region's most renowned delicacy, the Shenyang chicken frame, primarily hails from these waters. What? The chicken frame isn't sourced locally? Speaking of food, my uncle perked up. Lin Luo shook his head. No, it originates from Japan. They consume only the meat, discarding the bones as waste, hiring others to dispose of them. Our locals bring them back. Not only do they receive payment there, but they can also profit here. Goodness, that's a lucrative venture on both ends. Indeed, for those with connections and channels, making money is remarkably effortless. Are the individuals involved in freezing products similar? Certainly not. Those who truly possess such connections do not toil for meager earnings. Conversely, those engaged in the smuggling of frozen goods earn their keep through labor-intensive work, with large vessels anchored offshore while small boats ferry goods to shore, earning only the wages of manual labor. Upon hearing this, my uncle nodded. Surely, that must yield more than actual manual labor? Undoubtedly. The two sat on a dilapidated wooden bed, engaged in casual conversation, when suddenly a man wearing a straw hat entered, exclaiming, "Ah, young brother. You seem quite knowledgeable about us." Chapter 27. Connections. As Lin Luo assessed the newcomer's accent while he ascended the stairs, he scrutinized the individual before him. If one were to deem him impoverished, he donned a silk jacket, 2 walkie-talkies tucked into his waist, and in his hand, a high-end brick-sized mobile phone worth thousands. Conversely, if one were to consider him affluent, he wore a tattered straw hat, a rag around his neck, and a small bag wrapped in plastic at his waist, resembling a person who possesses wealth yet refrains from spending it. Here to mediate a dispute? With an outsider present, it was awkward for the two to converse. My uncle felt somewhat uneasy, uncertain of how to initiate dialogue, while Lin Luo spoke first. As Lin Luo appraised the man, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny. In the eyes of this newcomer, the two before him appeared to be mere adolescents, yet they were not to be underestimated. The elder of the two was clad entirely in state-issued attire, signaling a connection to a powerful institution. The younger exuded a conspicuous air of confidence, as if there were nothing he could not accomplish. Such demeanor at a mere teenage age surely stemmed from familial indulgence, a trait he had only witnessed in the children of the local Zhang family, who were the region's leaders. One's aura cannot be feigned. Even if Zhong Yuemin wore tattered garments, he remained a child of privilege, while a ruffian, no matter how fine his coat, could not conceal his rustic demeanor. Initially intending to seize a mere chance, the elder brother tempered his condescension, softening his tone considerably. "Young brother, what should I call you?" This older gentleman, somewhat familiar in manner, sat on the opposite bed frame of the dilapidated room, crossing his legs, and retrieved a cigarette. Care for a smoke? The tobacco was far from premium, Huangalu, potent in flavor. Naturally, Lin Luo, still a child, declined, as smoking could hinder his development. However, my uncle, upon seeing the cigarette, regained some of his composure. Men often possess the most confidence when they are putting on airs. "What a brother, we are not well acquainted. So why not draw me in on this?" He even took the time to carefully unwrap the cigarette from his pocket before presenting it, showcasing a flair for the dramatic. Observing the demeanor of the older gentleman, it was clear he was unimpressed with the cigarettes at hand, yet he understood the vanity of youth. He was here to conduct business, and thus needed to adopt a demeanor suited for soliciting favors. "Ah, impressive, young brother. You possess quite the taste," he remarked. As he accepted the elder's cigarette, he took care to pat the back of the elder's hand while lighting it, a gesture of gratitude that resonated well. Such a gesture, imbued with the essence of the streets, endeared him to the elder, instantly enhancing their rapport. "My surname is Zhao, May I inquire how to address you, elder brother? He asked. Women and younger men place immense importance on the ceremonial aspect of interactions. Otherwise, the Hongmen would not rely solely on an initiation ceremony to captivate so many naive souls. The elder took a satisfying puff before responding. Ah, Zhao, my young brother. We share a surname with our master. 5 centuries ago, we were part of the same lineage. I am named Xiang, if it pleases you. Feel free to call me Brother Xiang. His jovial demeanor certainly won the elder's favor. Brother Xiang, the younger replied, as they shook hands firmly, exerting a bit of pressure in a display of strength, a ritualistic exchange reflecting their camaraderie. It was evident to Lin Luo that this handshake was more than a mere greeting. It was a contest of sorts, a customary rite of the streets, with the opposite party seemingly having the upper hand. Ah, my young brother, you are indeed robust, the elder exclaimed. The exchange of pleasantries and subtle gestures had already fostered a sense of familiarity between them, dispelling any earlier reluctance. This was not a negative development. Seeing the amiable nature of the other party allowed the elder to relax. With the elder finally regaining his composure, Lin Luo felt assured in relinquishing the dialogue to him. After all, given the elder's experience, it was improbable he could negotiate matters with a mere child. Silently observing, Lin Luo watched as the pair engaged in conversation while sharing cigarettes. Have you seen my brother, the one with the long hair? How is he faring? Brother Xiang inquired directly, cutting to the heart of the matter. The elder had indeed encountered him, albeit briefly, as he was being taken upstairs, and they had exchanged no words. Nevertheless, such encounters were inconsequential. What can I say, elder brother? Your sibling has been left unattended for 3 months. I see you are also a man of the streets. Surely you cannot be oblivious to the situation within? This is no trivial matter, he remarked casually, as though discussing mundane affairs. Upon hearing this, the opposite party pondered. This lad possesses a sense of loyalty, standing up for my brother. Thus, his expression turned one of resignation. Brother, you must understand, it's not that we do not wish to intervene. It is that we are unable to do so. In this unfamiliar territory, we do not even know whom to approach. With a slap of his thigh, he lamented, upon arriving here, who knows who we are? We can't even distribute funds. With that, he produced a small bag from under his arm, opening the plastic to reveal neatly stacked bundles of cash, adorned with images of elderly figures, totaling around 20,000. The implication was unmistakable. He was prepared to spend money to ensure the well-being of his brother. If this had been yesterday, the elder, still in need of funds to open a billiard hall, would have been dazzled by the sight of such money, far more appealing than engaging in theft of steel. However, at present, he carried over 40,000 yuan from home in his bag, and his sensitive pride prevented him from taking the money outright, fearing it would invite scorn. Brother, what do you mean? The seasoned man quickly discerned the young man's emotional shifts and hastily clarified, little brother, do not misunderstand. Since you have found me, you must have met my brother. I understand. We should proceed as necessary, but I kindly ask you to look after him, with age and wealth. Yet adopting such a humble demeanor, it was hard not to evoke admiration from the younger generation. The older uncle had no intention of accepting the money. He aimed merely to assist, seeking the face of having someone request his help. From what you say, your brother is akin to my brother, right? Rest assured, Yin Shirquan, known for his strictness, is a friend I grew up with. It's a matter of a word. Remarkably, he even returned the money, a gesture that, under normal circumstances, would have provoked Lin Luo to react aggressively had it been anyone else. Fortunately, the individual before him was genuinely there to conduct business, not to deceive a fool. Little brother, I sensed your reliability the moment I stepped inside. However, one must repay favors in this day and age. It is not easy for anyone to lend a helping hand. I mean no offense. This money is not a bribe for you to work on my behalf. Since you mentioned that Yin can be reasoned with, should he have any requests, let him voice them, and I shall arrange it. I merely wish to make a friend in you, as we will need to navigate your local scene together in the future. He mentioned a key individual, indicating the significant nature of the matter at hand. As he spoke, he pushed the money toward the older uncle again, saying, consider this. There are many matters we must discuss, which will require some outings, right? But at this moment, I cannot reveal myself. Let us treat this money as a means to enjoy an outing together. After all, a business trip could easily cost 10 to 20,000. The way he articulated this truly showcased his affluence and social grace. Chapter 28. Handling affairs. Old Xiang's eloquent words made Lin Luo, who held himself in high regard him with newfound respect. This was indeed a person here for business, not one seeking mere transactional exchanges. The approach of offering a sum in exchange for services felt very utilitarian and created a sense of distance. Old Xiang's manner was purely one of friendship. I am so impoverished that only money remains. Take it and spend it. Whether or not it leads to anything is immaterial. For are we not friends? Song Jiang embodies this very ethos. Indeed, the secret of those who are wealthier and more successful lies in their indifference to being cheated. They possess ample room for trial and error. Their actions are unencumbered by hesitation, willing to invest 10 or 20,000 to maintain goodwill and foster relationships without regret. Were it Lin Luo in such a position, he would find it difficult to perform such a noble act. It was not due to stinginess, but rather a lack of confidence. Unfortunately, the older uncle insisted on undermining the effort. Just as Lin Luo was poised to accept the money, the older uncle interrupted him. The poorer one tends to cherish appearances, often striving to project a facade of affluence. The older uncle, with barely a few coins in his pocket, insisted on feigning wealth, waving his hand grandly. "Ah, my older brother. If you call me brother, I shall accept you as a friend. Do we need to adhere to such formalities when we are brothers? Indeed, dignity is the most valued possession of the impoverished." The elder uncle, momentarily satisfied with the superficial accolades, has forgotten the purpose of his visit, demonstrating a clear naivety towards the harsh realities of society. Ultimately, the unspoken rule of navigating social spheres lies in acknowledging the perspectives of the underprivileged, safeguarding the interests of the elite, and preserving the dignity of the middle class. Observing the elder uncle becoming increasingly disoriented by a few flattering remarks from the opposite side, Lin Luo interjected swiftly. "Elder uncle, the matters concerning Uncle Yin are trivial. With a mere word, they will undoubtedly extend their courtesy. Our purpose today is to advocate on behalf of the road section personnel, is it not?" This action from the elder uncle effectively closed off Lin Luo's opportunity to leverage benefits by attending to the brothers within Brother Xiang's circle. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he and the elder uncle were intertwined, and it was imperative not to let the elder uncle lose face at such a moment. Pressured by the situation, Lin Luo had no choice but to invoke the matter of the road section. However, the personnel from the road section were entirely unfamiliar with who Lin Luo and his companions were. Upon hearing this, Brother Xiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What do you mean, young brother? Are you suggesting that you can resolve the issues with the road section?" As the principal organizer of this cargo venture, he was acutely aware of the magnitude of trouble they had encountered. If this situation remained unresolved, it would equate to losing the market in this county. One must not underestimate the significance of a small county with a population of hundreds of thousands. For merchants of their scale, penetrating the markets of large cities was an insurmountable challenge. The competition was fierce, with smuggling operations utilizing cargo ships and containers, far surpassing their modest endeavors. Thus, their market was confined to eking out a living in this small county. Even then, they had to share their profits with local factions. Losing the market in one county could result in countless brothers who followed him being left without sustenance. It is essential to recognize that loyalty is always underpinned by material support. "Young brother, this matter is indeed our responsibility." At that time, we were all new and somewhat flustered. But rest assured, I am not one to shy away from challenges. I merely wish to inquire. Is there any possibility for leniency? We are prepared to accept any monetary terms, as long as we have a clear understanding. The elder uncle cast a doubtful glance at Lin Luo. The personnel from the road section reside in the city government street, near the island of Wanyuan village. While we are situated close to Yigao, there is no intersection between us. Are you truly capable of handling this matter? Lin Luo noted the elder uncle's skepticism and responded with a look that seemed to say, "Do not complicate things further." It was not as if he had wished to delve into such complexities. Rather, it was the elder uncle's pretentiousness that had necessitated this discussion. Fortunately, with a population of only 400,000 in the county, and merely 20% being urban residents, any family with a modicum of social standing could invariably find a connection, provided they were willing to establish ties. With wealth to pave the way, the task became even more manageable. Lin Luo endeavored to recall experiences from a previous life, eventually licking his lips before speaking slowly. Uncle Ge has sustained considerable injuries, and various organizations have begun to contribute donations. It seems likely he will be retiring due to health reasons. Uncle Xiang, you must comprehend the distinction between being employed and not." The elder uncle was genuinely taken aback, realizing that Lin Luo had connections even in this regard, suggesting he had been well prepared. His nephew had certainly made significant strides over the summer. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Luo did not actually know Uncle Ge from the road section. He had merely recalled the name due to the family's daughter's notable reputation. Uncle Ji's daughter, Gu Jing, is renowned for her beauty among those of Lin Luo's age. Even in her teenage years, her enchanting allure was evident, exuding an innate grace. During her time at the experimental elementary school, she was the belle of the class. Now that she has transitioned to the prestigious San Middle School, known for nurturing talents in literature and the arts, she has already claimed the title of school beauty, overshadowing the likes of the charming Geng Qiumiao and the ethereal Yu Xuejiao. In a small county where beautiful girls abound, if their families do not maintain strict vigilance, it is often challenging for them to focus on their studies due to the myriad temptations around them. Thus, even though Gu Jing has not engaged in any scandalous behavior, she has become the primary object of desire for many wayward youths in various schools. Anyone seeking notoriety must associate themselves with her in some manner, otherwise, their reputation remains unestablished. Her status is reminiscent of Yaning, the mother of Nie Feng from the wind and cloud, a quintessential figure of strength, embodying the very spirit of a martial arts overlord. Although Lin Luo has not interacted with her directly, he has heard tales of her legendary reputation. The old adage rings true: when a family is impoverished, yet their daughter is beautiful, stories are never in short supply. This is not only true in the present, but also promises an exciting future for her. In essence, a good woman gains renown, while a bad woman acquires everything. Several establishments along the grain and oil street are owned by her, truly a single individual sustaining a flourishing enterprise. Whenever Lin Luo returns home during festive seasons, he often frequents these venues, though he has never engaged with her personally. Thus, whenever the retired Uncle Gu from the highway department is mentioned, a multitude of memories floods Lin Luo's mind. During this time, the warmth of human connection is often expressed through collective donations. When a child from a family gains admission to university, or when misfortune befalls a household, there is invariably a wave of contributions from the workplace. Lin Luo once donated 2 yuan to the Gu family. Uncle Xiang, the Gu family also has a daughter pursuing dance studies, which entails considerable tuition fees. With the pillar of the household gone, they would be left in dire straits. When tragedy strikes, if a resolution is not reached, the highway department personnel will undoubtedly hold a grudge against you outsiders, rendering any attempts futile. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xiang realized that Lin Luo's familiarity with the Gu family's affairs indicated a close connection with them. That alone was sufficient. As long as he could secure a chance to visit, he was confident he could resolve the matter. "What do you call me, uncle? Just call me Big Brother." Uncle Xiang quickly interjected, "Little brother, I understand that dead wages and living wages are not the same. I grasp that. Money is not the issue. How should we proceed with this matter?" Chapter 29. 2 matters to profit from the wealthy. One must operate within their areas of inexperience. The current figure, Brother Xiang, is undoubtedly a savvy player in the underworld, yet he is not adept at navigating social connections. Perhaps it is also due to being from out of town, rendering him unfamiliar with local relationships. The phrase "a fierce dragon crossing the river" speaks to the challenges faced by such formidable figures. Lin Luo leaped onto the bed, reclining beside his uncle, ensuring that those across from them could clearly see both their faces, while maintaining an air of casual ease. "Uncle Xiang, in terms of camaraderie with my uncle, you are certainly my elder. This matter can be seen as both straightforward and complex. Ultimately, it encompasses 2 key issues. One is to restore faith to the personnel of the Highway Bureau, and the other is to pacify the Gu family's grievances. You likely have a plan in mind for how to proceed, correct?" Xiang Kaijiang was well aware of the situation. What was there to misunderstand? The other party sought him out because they had obtained his pager number, which undoubtedly indicated some underlying connections. His willingness to take the risk of coming here, without attracting the attention of the police, spoke volumes. The individual across from him was undoubtedly a broker, someone who navigated the delicate line between people like him and the authorities. The presence of such a person suggested that the situation was manageable, that money could resolve it. As a father, Xiang's politeness towards the 2 young men before him surpassed even that he would show to his own father. "My young brother, what do you think I should do about this? How much should I prepare?" No matter how much Lin Luo emphasized hierarchy, Xiang still referred to him as an equal, never daring to climb the social ladder or act superior. To him, reputation was of little importance. What truly mattered was finding a solution. There was nothing that could not be settled with money. If there was, it simply meant there wasn't enough. Xiang was confident that while he might not have sufficient funds, his older brother Zhao Changlong undoubtedly possessed the means to sway the hearts of the local officials. Lin Luo had come to earn his first pot of gold, and seeing the other party's understanding, he snapped his fingers. "All right, let me be straightforward. Regarding the highway section, it all depends on your sincerity. If you wish to continue doing business, the highway will be out of reach, and you'll have to rely on the national road." Xiang nodded in agreement, interjecting, "No problem. We usually take the national road." Such transactions typically occurred on the national road, as it allowed for quick changes of direction. Consequently, the highway department often conducted vehicle checks here. Gaining the other party's approval, Lin Luo continued, "There are 2 restaurants and a car wash along this national road. One of the restaurants is struggling. Uncle, could you please lend them a hand?" While he claimed the business was poor, Xiang understood that there were decent profits to be made. "No issue. My brother, how should I assist?" Lin Luo, avoiding any pretense, replied directly. "The owners of these establishments all share the surname Xing. When we're on the road, when we're tired and need a meal, we should eat there. If we need repairs, we should go there too. They are running legitimate businesses. Just think, after a long drive, how could one not stop to rest? If there's any wear and tear on the vehicle, wouldn't it be wise to have it repaired there?" Xiang Kaijiang couldn't help but scoff internally. Legitimate. My foot. Who doesn't know that if one seeks companionship, they head to the national road, where the quality of the girls from Chuan province is renowned. A night of entertainment there would cost at least 1,000 or 800 yuan, a considerable sum. However, he was more aware that the head of the local transportation bureau had the surname Hu, and his wife was a Xing. So, should I be charged per vehicle or per trip? Whether calculated by vehicle or by trip, each passage would incur a fee of 1,000 or 800 yuan, which was painful to contemplate. Yet, under the eaves of others, one must bow their head. If he did not handle the situation delicately, the other party's influence could truly complicate matters for him. Fortunately, the costs could be absorbed, as a few dimes added to each kilogram of goods would cover the expenses. Lin Luo was aware of this situation because he knew someone named Xing Jia, or more accurately, he would come to know this person in the future. They would eventually become high school classmates, and Xing Jia's father, Xing Changming, was the owner of those establishments. Coincidentally, Xing Jia's uncle bore the surname Hu. Presently, as he spoke to Xiang Kaijiang, he merely aimed to showcase his extensive connections, without any intention of exploiting Xiang's goodwill. "Uncle Xiang, there's no need to quantify anything. It's simply about making a friend. When I have some free time, I'll gather everyone together. Uncle Xing is quite a decent man, and I have a good rapport with his son. Oh, so it turns out we are family friends." Upon hearing this, old Xiang felt reassured. With this connection, many matters would become manageable. "That gives me much more confidence, my dear brother. Now, what shall we do about Master Go, who has been injured on the highway? Once one issue is resolved, we must swiftly tackle the next to ensure our business can proceed smoothly. My elder brother has invested heavily in several iceboxes at the abandoned mines in Chuanzhou, spending millions. Every day they remain idle incurs losses." Observing his urgency, Lin Luo feigned contemplation for a moment. "Uncle Xiang, I have a bit of trouble with my Uncle Go. He is bound to retire due to health issues. He is a well-liked person, and we mustn't let him alienate his friends. His only concern now is for his daughter, who aspires to pursue a career in the arts." As he spoke, Lin Luo snapped his fingers to emphasize his point, leaving no room for misunderstanding. "Understood. Please wait for me." Xiang Kaijiang swiftly descended the stairs, disappearing from sight. Thus, only the 2 uncles remained in the room. Ever since Lin Luo had spoken, old uncle had been silent. It wasn't until he peered out the window and confirmed that Xiang Kaijiang had indeed left that he expressed his confusion. "What on earth makes you think you can ask for 20,000? He had assumed those 2 sounds indicated a request for 20,000. Lin Luo shot him a glance. What a lack of ambition. What can 20,000 accomplish? It's hardly sufficient. That amount could barely buy a small apartment. The units constructed through collective funding are around 40 square meters, costing about 20,000. And you're content with just that? How much more do you intend to ask for?" "At least 200,000. What? Have you lost your mind? Back in 89, when the credit cooperative was robbed, they only took 8,000. In 93, the accounting office of the mining bureau was burglarized, and they lost merely 11,000. You dare to demand 200,000? For old uncle, this was a recent event that had left a deep impression. 200,000 was indeed an astronomical figure. However, for Lin Luo, with the rapid economic development over the past 2 years, money was becoming increasingly abundant. "I could do with 200,000 less. Do you have any idea how much profit one can make from smuggling? How many shipments can one manage in a month?" Old uncle shook his head. "I don't know." "How much?" Lin Luo suddenly laughed. "I don't know either." "Then how can you ask for such an amount? Moreover, how do you even know these people? I'm not aware of your connections. My friends are far more reliable. At least they stand their ground in a fight, while your acquaintances flee at the first sign of trouble." Old uncle spoke the truth. Lin Luo had never been adept at forming genuine friendships. He never invested sincerity in others, and thus did not expect it in return. He shrugged. "I don't know anyone. You don't know anyone. Yet you dare to make promises? That is quite shocking to old uncle." Surprisingly, Lin Luo remained unfazed. "Oh, uncle, if I truly had 200,000, Do you think I wouldn't be able to meet anyone I desire? You see, my maternal grandfather, compared to those who maneuver for power and influence, lacks only money. Comrade Zhao Guichun, in terms of achievements, has demonstrated his capabilities, and as a former officer of the Railway Corps, he possesses commendable work ethic. Apart from his rural origins, lack of connections, and limited education, he is quite competent in every other aspect. If someone were to assist him in building connections and networking, many matters would naturally fall into place. The uncle did not anticipate Lin Luo's ambition to be so grand. Are you planning to pay as you go? This could easily expose you. Who would have thought that Lin Luo would scrutinize his uncle closely and chuckle? Uncle, would you like to work in the highway department? What do you mean? Chapter 30. A favor to Luo. Do you have something in mind? Upon hearing about the job, the uncle grew anxious. Who wouldn't wish to work at a respectable establishment? He was 18 in actual years, 19 in nominal age, and soon to turn 20, in no time. He would reach the legal marriageable age without even having a job, making it impossible to pursue a romantic relationship. While wealth could certainly enhance one's quality of life, securing a reputable position would elevate his social standing. In the matchmaking market, those engaged in business lack the competitive edge of doctors, civil servants, or teachers. The societal hierarchy represented by the four categories of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants has remained unchanged throughout history. However, many misunderstand the essence of farmers and artisans, mistakenly believing themselves to belong to this tier. In reality, the four classes are defined as follows. Scholars refer to officials, with only those of the 7th rank or higher considered. Farmers denote landlords and gentry, akin to today's representatives and negotiators. Artisans refer to those within the institutional framework, and merchants are those who engage in trade. These individuals possess unifying value, while the common populace remains outside the realm of contention. Only those born into such families can genuinely grasp the meaning of society. Upon hearing that De Luo intended to assist him in finding a job, and glancing at the 20,000 yuan left behind by Xiang Kaijiang, the uncle straightened up, retrieved a cigarette, and offered it to Lin Luo, signaling him to elaborate. You can manage this? I certainly do not desire temporary work. Who wouldn't want to achieve their goals in one fell swoop and stand tall? Lin Luo looked at the cigarette, and then at his uncle. You're bold. How old am I for you to offer me a cigarette? It was evident that he was willing to overlook everything for the sake of employment. The uncle then realized, oh right. He hurriedly took back the cigarette, recognizing that it was inappropriate for an uncle to offer one to his nephew. Let us speak privately. How well do you know the Lao Ge family? Don't tell me that young lady is your girlfriend? He truly regarded Lin Luo as an adult, failing to recognize that at his age, he should not be exposed to cigarettes, nor did he perceive anything wrong with early romance. Although the uncle retrieved the cigarette he had offered to Lin Luo, he lit his own. Can the Lao Ge family provide us with a job? If that is the case, we could buy a position, at worst. I could become his apprentice and pay him a visit during holidays. The uncle was well aware that job positions in the county were limited. Hence, the tradition of substituting roles emerged. When one reached a certain age or could no longer continue for various reasons, they would recruit their children to take over their positions. This saying has persisted since the era of large collectives and continues to this day. It is precisely due to this tradition that an industry has evolved, the trade of job positions. Due to the favorable circumstances of children from well-off families, they often enjoy superior education and nurturing environments, which significantly increases their chances of securing better employment as they mature. Consequently, the jobs held by their families may not be passed down, leading to high-value sales of these positions to relatives or apprentices. Naturally, if finances are abundant, selling to outsiders is also an option, provided that once employed, one maintains discretion and reliability in their work. Uncle has been listening to Lin Luo ramble on, mistakenly believing that he is quite familiar with the esteemed old Gu. By the way, how did you come to know someone from the highway department? Are you perhaps involved in a youthful romance? I have heard of Gu Jing. Even the top students from the 3rd and 1st high schools, Yin Han and Lu Guanghao, have pursued her. Are you capable of handling such a situation? Do not come crying to your uncle later. At Lin Luo's age, the only way to establish a connection with the Gu family would be through a romantic relationship with their daughter, which is the only avenue uncle could conceive. Lin Luo hastily waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Let us not entertain that notion. How could I possibly be involved with her? That woman is formidable enough to subdue her own uncle and has the audacity to treat her father with disdain. In her father's later years, she even employed a caretaker to push him into the sun during winter and to watch her mother dance with others in the summer. She is a woman who has thrived against the odds. The root of this turmoil lies in employment matters. Her father made a unilateral decision, without consulting her mother, to bestow a job upon her uncle. The entire Gu family believed this was the rightful course of action, fearing that otherwise, they would be benefiting outsiders. After her uncle assumed the position, he somewhat turned his back on his family, failing to adequately care for the brother who had secured the job for him. This very situation has piqued Lin Luo's interest in that position. When others are in hardship, should we not extend a helping hand? Securing a role at the highway department would be quite advantageous, would it not? It is better to benefit oneself than to benefit others. Yet, uncle remains somewhat apprehensive. Would the Gu family be amenable to this? Lin Luo shook his head, affirming that the Gu family would certainly be unwilling. Uncle's disappointment was palpable. Then what is the point? I might as well accept a position at the market management office from Uncle Su. After all, Su's son-in-law is in charge. He is certainly more dependable than a child. Lin Luo glanced at uncle. Why the rush? Just because the Gu family is unwilling does not imply that their daughter would be opposed. Should we not assist Uncle Xiang in this matter? At this remark, uncle comprehended the situation entirely. So you intend to utilize their funds to address our concerns? What is this talk of seeking justice for old Gu? In essence, you wish to claim compensation for work-related injuries from Uncle Xiang and use that money to acquire old Ji's position, correct? 200,000. It would not only persuade old Ji's wife to sell the job, but could also suffice for her to sell herself. Seeing uncle so obtuse, Lin Luo reprimanded him sharply. How could you say such a thing? Just state that as long as you can secure a position in the highway department, Uncle Xiang's issues would be resolved too. Wouldn't we also be addressing their concerns? The Gu family would receive their due compensation. Who would be displeased with such an arrangement? With our own person in the highway department, Uncle Xiang's matters would become trivial. Would he still dare to quarrel with us over expenditures? The old Gu family has acquired wealth, yet they remain as humble as ever. We are not merely his relatives, we are also his benefactors. Although uncle has secured a job, a lifetime of diligent work may not suffice to amass such a sum. Yet, is he not an honest man? What is there to critique? Uncle has come to understand this reality, albeit with some difficulty in acceptance. How can one harbor so many ulterior motives? You truly are a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Lin Luo appeared to bask in praise, modestly responding, I am flattered. Uncle has reconciled with the truth that he is outdone by a mere child. While they were conversing, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs broke the moment. The dilapidated staircase, neglected over the years, was inherently noisy. Even the most careful tread would be hard-pressed to remain silent, which was precisely why Lin Luo had chosen this location. Someone has returned. Let us observe their sincerity. Chapter 31. Transparency. Lin Luo spoke candidly to uncle, treating old Xiang as one of their own. No sooner had he finished speaking than a robust voice echoed from outside. You speak the truth, little brother. We may lack in other areas, but we certainly possess sincerity. In the presence of Lin Luo and his uncle, old Xiang could not maintain his pretensions. As Xiang Kaijiang entered, he carried a woven bag in his arms. Brother, behold, inside this bag lies 200,000. He approached the bed, opened the bag, and poured its contents onto the mattress, with a cascade of gray cash spilling forth. The sight was truly staggering. While numbers may lack impact when spoken, the tangible presence of real money is enough to startle anyone. Uncle's gaze followed Xiang Kaijiang's movements, his pupils dilating in astonishment. You merchants of private goods truly regard money with little respect. Having never earned a legitimate income since graduation, he understood the arduous nature of acquiring wealth. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. In contrast, Lin Luo remained remarkably composed, not because he considered 20,000 a trifling amount, but because he had previously encountered a mountain of cash amounting to 100 million during a visit to the underground vault in Liziba, Chongqing. In comparison, this sum seemed trivial. This illustrates the power of exposure, enabling one to transcend petty vanity and remain unperturbed by minor gains. Those who have seen through the world's superficialities are often those who have navigated its challenges. Observing Lin Luo's reaction, Xiang Kaijiang recognized that this young man had indeed encountered significant wealth. Ironically, while the nephew was familiar with money, the uncle appeared as if he had never seen such a thing, which was somewhat peculiar. However, he did not dwell on it, and instead began to spread the cash across the bed, clearly revealing that the amount exceeded 200,000. My dear young brothers, within this sum is 200,000. I kindly request your assistance in sorting out our road segment matters. We are genuinely sincere. Do not worry about the child's education. We have connections with teachers and schools. While I cannot guarantee a prestigious institution, I assure you that securing a place for the child with teacher Shun or Shin Yin is entirely feasible. Since the matter has transpired, let us advise that elder brother to look towards the future. We genuinely acknowledge our mistakes. If necessary, we can introduce another individual. The implication is quite clear. Should Changmao falter, they can present another person to take on the burden. Such an arrangement indeed reflects a profound sincerity. As he spoke, Lao Xiang pushed the remaining 50,000 towards the two before him. Of course, elder brother cannot allow you two to toil in vain. Please accept this. Do not find it lacking. My cash on this trip is limited, but I shall compensate you on the next occasion. Surely, you cannot deny this modest gesture to elder brother, right? He was exceedingly generous, even neglecting to mention the previous 20,000. It is truly commendable to keep matters distinct. That 20,000 was a plea for your consideration of the brother Changmao already within, while other affairs shall be settled separately. In truth, affluent individuals are rarely miserly. Perceiving them as such merely indicates that, in their eyes, a person holds little value, hence their reluctance to be generous. Yet when they encounter someone of worth, their spending can be as liberating as a gale. Lin Luo, unreserved, directly opened Lao Jio's bag and began to stuff money inside, exclaiming, "How refreshing! I enjoy conducting business with straightforward individuals like you, Uncle Xiang. Await my tidings. I assure you, we shall have you back to work in no time." As he proceeded, the 40,000 cash belonging to his grandmother also caught the eye of Xiang Kaijiang, which further reassured him. "No issues, my younger brother. I await your news. I relish dealing with someone as prompt as you." Carrying such a hefty sum, it appeared today as endeavors extended beyond mere personal affairs. Altogether, more than 300,000 swelled the bag, making it considerably weighty. It is no wonder that some say carrying 100 pounds of corn is burdensome, while 100 pounds of cash can be spirited away with ease. Lin Luo found the bag, weighing approximately 7 pounds, lighter than a school backpack. "Uncle Xiang, we shall not impose further. We will take our leave and contact you later. Allow me to see you off." Xiang Kaijiang rose, prepared to accompany them a short distance. Yet Lin Luo halted him. "No need." As they passed by Xiang Kaijiang, he deliberately paused, adding, "But remember, we are a band of deceivers, understand?" Upon hearing these words, Lao Jio's heart felt as if gripped by a mighty hand, straining with anxiety. What is this foolish child saying? Fortunately, there was only Lao Xiang present. He could still manage. If necessary, a beating followed by a hasty retreat would suffice. To Lao Jio, the crimes of fraud and robbery seemed scarcely different, as this money could never be returned. However, to Lao Jio's astonishment, upon hearing his nephew's words, the man named Xiang smiled even more radiantly. "Understood. Young brother, we comprehend. We have never solicited any leader's assistance. We have merely been deceived. Should a real crisis arise, I shall certainly maintain this stance." Hearing this, Lin Luo nodded. "Clever. Uncle, you are a man of action. We can rest assured." Without further hesitation, he turned to leave, leaving behind the remark, "You are understanding. We also adhere to principles." In that moment, it appeared as though he were the elder, while Lao Xiang had become the novice stepping into society. The uncle and nephew left with the money, and only after their figures vanished completely did a fellow in a baseball cap emerge from the corner, addressing Xiang Kaijiang. "Brother, they openly admitted to being frauds. So why did you allow them to take the money? We barely have this much left." Lao Xiang wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel, glancing at the burly, foolish man beside him. "Do you even understand? What kind of fraud would openly declare themselves as such?" The dim-witted one replied, "Oh, so they aren't frauds?" It was evident that the fool was not very bright, and this was precisely why Lao Xiang enjoyed having him around. "Those two are certainly not frauds. Such people operate like this. When you seek their assistance, they will fulfill your request. As long as everything goes smoothly, all parties benefit. But if trouble arises, we merely assert they are frauds, allowing their superiors to sever ties with them, thus granting us some breathing room. Do you comprehend?" The fool remained perplexed, prompting him to inquire further, "Then what exactly are they?" Lao Xiang, growing weary of the conversation, chose not to respond and instead asked, "By the way, what about Scarface? Has he not returned yet?" Just as he finished speaking, someone rushed up the side stairs. "Here I am, brother." The prominent scar on his face indicated he was indeed the Scarface Lao Xiang referred to. Upon his arrival, Lao Xiang pressed for information. "What did you find out?" Scarface leaned in closer. "Brother, nothing particularly noteworthy. Just that this guy is considered a pariah locally, nicknamed Beija Wujuan. He has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Yet no one dares confront him because his father holds significant power." Hearing this, Lao Xiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All right then, let us go buy some supplies and wait for news in the mountains. This should suffice to report back to the elder brother." Chapter 32. Unclean once outside. The uncle attempted to flee multiple times, only to be restrained by Lin Luo. It was not until the area was deserted that he breathed heavily and exclaimed, "Damn, Luo. You nearly scared me to death. How can you say anything so audacious?" If someone truly considered you a fraud, you'd be done for. His nephew was indeed reckless, unafraid to do or say anything. Is this what frightens you? Lin Luo shot him a glance. Even in the face of great danger, one must remain composed. Like a deer that does not blink in the presence of a tiger, one must assess the situation and strategize. His audacity stems from recognizing that Xiang is a clever individual. Clever people tend to overthink, hence the need to deceive them with the truth. If faced with a genuine threat, they would never fall for such tricks. Unlike you, uncle, who would not ponder your words. If you claimed to be a fraud, you would simply attack. Seeing Lin Luo lecture him further, the uncle waved his hand dismissively. Stop with the fancy talk. I can't understand it. Is this really such a trivial matter? Damn it. We just swindled over 20 people. Wasn't Zhang Chonglin executed for defrauding 30,000 back in 90? You've done enough to warrant 8 executions. Lin Luo regarded his foolish uncle. Fancy talk. You haven't even grasped that concept. How do you calculate that? It's at most 7 times. Is the quality of vocational school graduates this concerning? Unfortunately. The uncle remained in a state of exhilaration from their successful misdeed, urgently stating, does it even matter to nitpick over 1 or 2 instances at this point? Let us not dwell on that. What do we do now? The money is in our hands. His meaning was clear. Should we not consider fleeing? For over 200,000. Running away would certainly be worth it. Lin Luo was acutely aware that the matter was far from settled. He picked up the phone and instructed to summon Qi Guangda to pick us up. Uncle looked utterly bewildered, questioning how a con artist could willingly walk into a trap. Noticing his uncle's hesitation, Lin Luo urged him, hurry up. Confounded by the situation, Uncle could only respond with an affirmative and slowly made his way to a nearby newsstand to make the call. Qi Guangda possessed a mobile phone, which was convenient. However, only close friends and family had his number. Most often, people would contact him through the office-issued pager. As calling a mobile was not only costly, but also involved two-way charges. Given his meager salary, it was burdensome to frequently call mobile phones unless it was truly urgent. Although this situation did not qualify as urgent, Uncle, feeling financially secure, decided to call the mobile directly. After an unclear conversation with Qi Guangda, he returned shortly, seemingly satisfied. Brother Qi is on duty and was curious about what was happening. He thought I had stirred up trouble again, he remarked with a frown. Why did you summon him? You're just causing unnecessary hassle. He has to take the office vehicle to come here, and if he gets caught up in other emergency calls, it will only complicate matters. If this gets back to my father, I'll be in trouble. Not fully grasping Lin Luo's intentions, he expressed some discontent. On duty? That's splendid. That's precisely what we need, Lin Luo replied, glancing upward. Following his gaze, Uncle Tu looked towards the Firecon building, realizing that old Xiang on the second floor could see them. Even Uncle, with his lack of perception, began to comprehend. Luo, are you intentionally letting those people observe us? Is this of any use? A public vehicle coming to pick us up, what does that signify? He was indifferent. Having ridden in numerous official vehicles since childhood, from hospitals to the procuratorate, the police department, and the courts, he no longer regarded it as significant. This exemplified a typical cognitive bias. Lin Luo pointed towards the surrounding storefronts. To you, this may seem trivial. But consider this, an ordinary individual dining with the head of the police station can brag for months, instantly elevating themselves to the status of a close buddy. Look at this restaurant. As long as there are dishes like gobura and scattered baskets on the table, there's bound to be someone claiming to be Lu Ju's brother, who is a close associate of Zhang Sua. But in reality, Uncle followed Lin Luo's gesture and vaguely heard a cacophony of boasts emanating from the storefronts. What is going on? Your child isn't accepted at Eschewing? Just wait. I'll call the education bureau. What a mess. How can we still handle this? Just give me some money, and I'll help you out. I guarantee our nephew will get into school. What? It's already at the prosecution stage? Was it just a woman? Is it really that serious? They even charged him with rape? Don't worry. If it were at the police station, it would indeed be difficult to manage. Lu Ju and I have some history, and he won't give me face. But since it's at the procuratorate, isn't that our territory? With a single call, I can have him released. Waitstaff, another serving of meat, please. Brother, let me invite old Zhua from the procuratorate to join us for a meal. You arrange it. Each one boasted, as if they were more formidable than Shi Tongwei. Uncle finally grasped. Many trivial matters that he dismissed had been magnified tenfold in the eyes of others, and once passed through the mouths of bystanders. Who knew what embellishments would emerge? So, you're saying that as long as Qi Guangda comes to pick us up, allowing old Xiang to see us, this matter will be resolved? It is unclear what causes Uncle to feel uneasy. Perhaps he has never accomplished anything substantial. Lin Luo patted the bag, from which a muffled sound emanated. We certainly have not deceived anyone. The matter will undoubtedly be resolved. You do not believe that the 20,000 within is given freely, do you? This sum is precisely what they sought to ensure the welfare of their associates. Uncle scratched his neck, still perplexed. Why then seek Qi Guangda? He is not from the detention center. We should approach Yin Shirquan. It is his understanding that one ought to engage the relevant authority for assistance. However, Lin Luo was acutely aware that providing services to such individuals is a process that requires navigating indirect channels rather than direct ones. It is a procedure layered with the necessity for multiple endorsements of credibility to instill confidence. Casting a glance at Uncle, who believed that matters like these could be easily resolved among the various factions, Lin Luo scoffed. First and foremost, while you are aware that Qi Guangda is not affiliated with the detention center, do the others, like the old Xiang S group, know this? They are all public servants. Can those outsiders differentiate which unit is which? Secondly, who do you think you are? Just because you ask Uncle Yin for a favor does not guarantee his assistance. In the past, such requests might have been feasible, but recently, Yin Shirquan has tasted the benefits of aiding Li Xianmin, thus making such favors come with a price. That which holds value cannot be given freely. Uncle fails to grasp this, as the elder of the Yin family has watched him grow up. Even if Yin Shirquan refuses him, the elder would still feel compelled to speak on his behalf. Oh, what a hassle. In the end, we still have to seek Yin Shirquan's assistance, don't we? If it were up to me, I would suggest a direct visit to the Yin household. Uncle Yin has a certain fondness for me. Lin Luo rolled his eyes. You may be familiar with Yin Shirquan, but that does not mean you are on good terms. He may not hold you in high regard and is unlikely to extend any courtesy, even to the point of disregarding his own father's reputation. Will the matter even get done? Moreover, Qi Guangda, despite any shortcomings, is still part of Uncle Yan's network. His words carry more weight than yours, especially considering that this case is primarily managed by Qi Guangda. Finally, Uncle comprehended the severity of the social hierarchy within their circle. Those with affiliations only interact with others of similar standing, as they are mutually beneficial. Conversely, those without connections are often ignored. Can Brother Qi intercede on our behalf? Contemplating this, Lin Luo chuckled. Qi Guangdao was someone who had recently acquired property and utilized a mobile phone. Chapter 33. Achievements. In 1995, the mobile phone, colloquially known as the Big Brother, was officially introduced to the domestic market. Telecommunications companies procured it at an international price of $33, approximately 271 renminbi, and subsequently sold it for 10,000 RMB per unit. This price excluding additional fees. 3,000 RMB for network access, 3,000 RMB for number selection, 2,000 RMB for prepaid talk time, and a 20,000 RMB deposit. In essence, acquiring a mobile phone would cost at least 38,000 RMB, not accounting for the added complexity of number selection. This price was sufficient to purchase a sizable apartment in the county. Qi Guangda possessed one such device. Understanding this information was indeed sufficient. Lin Luo patted Uncle S' shoulder. When we get in the car, remember to smile more and refrain from speaking too freely, especially not allowing Elder Qi to learn about the money we have secured. Uncle nodded obediently like a compliant child, understanding the importance of discretion regarding wealth. This brought a sense of comfort to Lin Luo. At least he wasn't foolish, he had indeed matured. However, some individuals simply could not resist boasting. You are the foolish one. By the way, didn't you mention wanting to procure goods from those illicit meat sellers? Why isn't that happened? There was indeed a matter at hand, but it merely constituted an industry, one that did not necessitate personal involvement. Engaging in it was merely a matter of visibility, unsuitable for him. After all, it required people associated with an organization, and setting up a stall would invite scrutiny. Uncle, however, held a different perspective, believing his nephew doubted his capabilities, and thus, he defiantly inquired, "What? Am I not capable?" Lin Luo opted not to elaborate, simply responding, "Our family isn't suited for it." Many had inexplicably risen to prominence over 3 to 5 years, merely acting as proxies. With each generation, the ambitions multiplied, and then it all concluded. Among neighbors, who didn't have a son-in-law engaged in business? The principle remained the same. Thus, Lin Luo was in search of someone to assist in this endeavor. Unfortunately, he currently found no suitable candidates. As the two chatted idly, a vehicle approached from a distance. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, it came to an abrupt halt before them, and a head emerged from the window. "Junzi, what's the matter now? Have you stirred up trouble again?" The newcomer was Kiguangda, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be in good spirits. He had eagerly anticipated a call about Zhao Yanjun getting into trouble. hoping to leverage the boy's antics to garner a favor from Uncle Zhao and shift the car accident case to a new colleague in Zhao's office. This arrangement would facilitate the smooth progression of the case without hindering his own affairs, quite fortuitous. If Uncle Zhao's unpromising son were to create further chaos, it would make repaying the favor even more perfect. He couldn't fathom why his luck had been so favorable lately. Just as he concluded matters on one front, he received a call from Junzi while Aunt Zhao had yet to leave her workplace. The boy, perpetually idle and engaging in mischief, was notorious throughout Beijia Street. Anyone he could overpower faced relentless bullying. Those he couldn't would find themselves at the mercy of the authorities. Kiguangda, constrained by the ties between their families, had often found himself cleaning up after him. However, it was precisely this relationship that allowed his own cases to progress so seamlessly. Who are you planning to apprehend this time? If that boy has caused trouble again, wouldn't he that conveniently repay the favor? Unlike the patronizing tone he adopted with Lin Luo, Kiguangda appeared more relaxed this time, even jesting like a close friend. The notion of apprehending was merely a form of coordination, a playful banter. Lin Luo promptly opened the rear door of the car and pulled his uncle, who was about to step forward, into the back seat with him. I'm not here to apprehend anyone, Uncle Kiguangda. I sought you out for a reason. My uncle has been concerned about his brothers all day, and I reported this to you specifically to inquire about the situation. He grinned as he climbed into the vehicle, even waving at the direction of the fire-heated building, ensuring they could see him. Although Kiguangda was unsure of his intentions, upon learning that the two hadn't caused any trouble, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Oh, children should refrain from prying. It is not really my concern, yet those individuals are undoubtedly bound to face charges of theft. However, Junzi, I must advise you to refrain from associating with those individuals named Bao Yi and Lu Wenbin, as they may reveal everything you have been involved in over the years. Why must this child always court trouble? Such debts of obligation will require alternative means of settlement. Upon entering the vehicle, my uncle appeared somewhat puzzled, exclaiming, "What have I done? How am I implicated in this?" He had committed no wrongdoing. It remains unclear what Kiguangda's intentions were, as he only spoke once my uncle had closed the car door, leaving just the four of them inside. You must be aware, otherwise, could you remain at ease? Yet, I still feel compelled to advise you. When you return, persuade your father to tighten the reins on the cases involving your little brothers, and expedite their transfer from the detention center to the custody facility. These children have strayed from the right path, and it seems someone in the detention center has led them to assert that you are part of a gang, claiming you orchestrated their thefts, while also disclosing all the misdeeds you previously committed. My uncle, now settled, scratched his chin in bewilderment. What have I done? He protested. It has been ages since I last engaged in illicit activities. Besides, those past transgressions were merely the folly of youth. Yet, immaturity is no excuse. Kiguangda responded with a knowing glance. What have you done? Were you not involved in the brawls with the gang from Guanshan? Did you not assist in collecting gambling debts for Taiji? Were you absent during the abduction at Wuchalu? Which of these actions could be deemed lawful? By the time these events transpired, my uncle had already reached adulthood. Consequently, my uncle grew agitated. No, Gu, your reasoning lacks merit. The gang from Guanshan wielded hammers, emerging under the cover of night to commit robbery. I heard a female worker from the knitting factory suffered a severe injury to her head, all for a mere 32 yuan. Shouldn't such individuals be dealt with? Moreover, after confronting them, I promptly reported the incident. He gestured emphatically, clearly indignant. And what of Taiji's crew, with their slot machines and graphic cutters, believing they were beyond reproach in the village? When they lost, they demanded more chips. When they won, they insisted on cash. Do they truly think that becoming village leaders grants them immunity? The mention of graphic cutters caused my uncle to lick his lips. Those machines, associated with games showcasing beautiful women, are far from inexpensive. Youth often bears the burden of unrequited desires. As he contemplated this, a vivid image danced in his mind, further fueling his ire. The incident at Wuchalu was even more outrageous. That girl was a fresh university graduate sent to my father's workplace. What right did she have to fall for an illiterate rural man? Merely because she was sent to promote initiatives in the countryside, she was detained. The entire village obstructed her departure and even assaulted my father. Had I arrived even a moment later, who knows what calamity might have ensued? Confronting them was hardly excessive. Logically speaking, my uncle's actions were not unjustifiable, yet reason does not equate to law, and law must also reflect humanity. Kiguangda found himself at a loss against my uncle's assertions. Thus, he waved a hand, signaling him to cease speaking, lest it paint him as the villain in this narrative. Very well, I concede that you have your reasons. However, let us not forget that you have also engaged in your share of reckless behavior, have you not? I say this for your own benefit. You must expedite the resolution of this case, categorizing it simply as a theft. As for the amount involved in the case, let the court decide. For this group of destitute individuals, the distinction between attempted theft and substantial theft is negligible. Surely you understand this? Uncle certainly does. He often associates with Qi Guangda and has witnessed numerous individuals betray their accomplices for minor infractions, believing such actions would be seen as meritorious, only to end up sentenced to several months in prison. After all, non-significant contributions do not count as merit. Fine, I understand. I will discuss this with my father. By the way, where is my mother? Has she returned? My grandmother ventured out in the middle of the night due to this matter, and I am unaware of how she is faring now. Chapter 34. A hairpin of 1,000 threads upon entering the vehicle. There was no need to inquire about the destination. Qi Guangda headed directly towards the Zhao residence, grumbling as he drove. So, this is what you summoned me for in broad daylight. At this hour, Aunt Zhao should be returning home, right? Encourage your mother to refrain from meddling in such trivial matters. I have my doubts about that oldie family. Qi Guangda sensed that something was amiss. How could the Zhao family's offspring not only be harder to deceive, but also increasingly settled? This is not a favorable sign. Although the judicial system is theoretically unified, there must exist a hierarchy of closeness. As an outsider with no local connections, if it weren't for my relationship with Uncle Zhao, many matters would not be so easily navigable. If his son were to settle down, what reason would Uncle Zhao have to look after me? The intricacies of this situation are manifold. Junzi, you have been quite sensible lately. Your father praised you last night. After extending his regards to Aunt Zhao, he promptly shifted the conversation to Uncle Zhao. Despite Uncle Zhao's modest position, he has served for over 20 years, mentoring several chief prosecutors, which speaks volumes about his deep-rooted influence. Yet, he has remained stagnant due to his educational background and personal ambition. However, it is not to say that none of his protégés are grateful. It all depends on whether Uncle Zhao is perceptive enough. Of course, Qi Guangda does not imply that all of Uncle Zhao's mentor are ungrateful. It is common for individuals to forget their mentors once they ascend the ranks. In truth, the mentor-mentee dynamics in such institutions are considerably shallower than those in factories. In a factory, a master genuinely imparts the skills necessary for sustenance. However, in our institution, being entrusted with mentors signifies respect for one's professional capabilities. Yet, the absence of a mentor does not hinder one's advancement. Uncle Zhao's flaw lies in his inability to humble himself and seek assistance from his mentors. Had he been willing to bend a little, would he have remained stagnant all these years? Dajuan, pay attention. When you return, you must be discreet and avoid causing trouble for your father. In contrast to Uncle Zhao, Qi Guangda is far more astute. During his business trips to the provincial capital, he frequently leveraged Uncle Zhao's reputation to visit his former superiors in the military and those of Uncle Zhao's protégés. Although they may not pay him much mind, it is inconsequential. Frequenting such places means that discerning eyes will take notice, and as time passes, who can gauge his true depth? Consequently, some trivial yet favorable opportunities may eventually come his way. This is the art of maneuvering. Uncle loathes being advised to behave, for it is the untruths that do not wound, while the truth cuts like a knife. What trouble have I caused? He is acutely aware of his own shortcomings, which is why he is reluctant to acknowledge them. This is a manifestation of immaturity, coupled with a fragile sense of pride. Lin Luo possesses far more audacity than his uncle, who is shameless. He promptly interrupted his uncle's sour demeanor and seized control of the conversation. Uncle Qi, my uncle is about to head to work and has no time for nonsense. Oh, he has a job? This revelation sparked a glimmer of interest in Qi Guangda. After all, Junzi has been idling at home for several years. Could it be that Uncle Zhao has finally come to his senses and is using his connections to get him into a factory? Yet, those who are closest to you do not necessarily wish you well. Even biological parents may hope for your success, but they would never wish for it to the extent of losing control. Lin Luo was not one to speak lightly. Well, I won't disclose the details of the job just yet. Once everything is confirmed, I shall treat you to a meal. The more Lin Luo withheld information, the more Qi Guangda speculated that it must be a reputable establishment, warranting such secrecy. Is that so? So you two young rascals sought me out for this? Oh my. Flaunting it in front of me. If not for your youth, I would surely tease you a bit. Seated in the back, Lin Luo paid no mind to Qi Guangda's thoughts and continued, that isn't the sole reason for our visit. We are hoping to ask for your assistance. Assistance? Qi Guangda was well aware that his social connections were maintained solely through Uncle Zhao's reputation. He found it hard to fathom what these two children could possibly need from him. Of course, after years of navigating these relationships, he had managed to establish a degree of efficiency in his dealings, But that did not imply that the Zhao family could not manage on their own. Lin Luo, despite being reborn and unfamiliar with the intricacies involved, realized that Qi Guangda was not as straightforward as he appeared. Yes, assistance. Originally, my uncle intended to open a barbecue restaurant behind the first high school using our old house, but before he could commence, a job opportunity materialized. As you know, in our line of work, engaging in side ventures is strictly prohibited. However, my uncle has already prepared for procurement and renovation. If we do not open, all efforts will be in vain. Therefore, I was wondering if you know of anyone reliable who could oversee the establishment. The Highway Division is indeed under the jurisdiction of the Transportation Department. By subtly hinting at his uncle's identity, Lin Luo achieved his objective. Now it was up to Qi Guangda to discern the deeper implications. His uncle cast a glance at Lin Luo, puzzled by his intentions, yet remained silent. Qi Guangda was also surprised by how the Zhao family was now orchestrating matters, seemingly devolving into a childlike state. Why seek me for this? Wouldn't it suffice to spend a couple of hundred yuan to hire someone? It's merely a matter of running a small eatery, employ a few vocational school students, and perhaps an unemployed worker. It won't cost much. Seeing that Qi Guangda had not grasped the gravity of the situation, Lin Luo pressed on. Uncle Qi, hiring someone won't suffice. Our house is right behind Guanshan, inhabited entirely by laid-off workers. Just 2 streets away lies a demolition zone filled with shantytown residents. And there is never a moment of peace with the raucous activity of those ruffians. The remaining individuals were robust laborers, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glint at the sight of women. Who could withstand such circumstances if one were to hire just anyone? What sort of person should be sought? Qi Guangda, still in a contemplative state, suddenly seemed enlightened. Oh, I see. But why did your uncle decide to open a barbecue shop here? His words left Lin Luo perplexed. With such intellect and sensitivity, how had he managed to rise to the position of director? Was the world truly a vast stage of amateurs? Isn't it because laid-off workers receive resettlement fees, and those affected by demolition are compensated as well? They have no serious business to attend to and possess a bit of spare cash. It's simply a matter of capitalizing on their financial looseness over these past 2 years. Moreover, laborers in the demolition zone are paid daily, hence they have spending power. You may not be aware, but our supply channels are quite favorable. And we even have a name in mind for the shop, one Mao de Chuan. Since he seemed to lack comprehension, it was necessary to elaborate further. Qi Guangda pondered this for a moment. One Mao de Chuan? What profit would you derive from that? Chapter 35. A disruption. Lin Luo was on the verge of slapping the answer onto Qi Guangda's face, yet Qi merely appeared astonished by the price. It is worth noting that meat skewers from street vendors typically cost over 2 Mao, albeit on small iron skewers with hardly a bite of meat. To dare name it 1 Mao de Chuan implies that the skewers must indeed be substantial. Should they be unsatisfactory upon serving, it could lead to a tumultuous scene. After all, patrons enter the establishment with that very name in mind. Opening a shop is not akin to merely setting up a stall, while a stall may be relocated with ease. A shop cannot escape its establishment. If this venture were to take flight, I, too, would be compelled to patronize it. Those unacquainted with business fail to grasp the concept of costs. He genuinely believed Lin Luo was banking on thin margins through high sales. After all, Guanshan is notably a residence for the impoverished, and without reasonable pricing, sales would falter. Lin Luo remained unsure whether Qi Guangda grasped his intentions, thus he pressed on. Therefore, it would be a pity to let our channels go to waste by not opening this shop. We're currently at a standstill. Our family cannot spare manpower. And the miscellaneous tasks in the market are not suitable for our family's involvement. Wouldn't you agree? Qi Guangda still did not catch Lin Luo's drift. Assuming that the Zhao family had finally seen the light, this was not merely about hiring employees. It was about seeking someone to maintain order. Where could one find individuals capable of establishing control? Naturally, that would be within the confines of a prison. This is precisely why the term further studies is used in prisons. If one performs well during their time there and catches the eye of certain individuals, upon release, they might be rewarded with a meal. Through the guidance of the authorities, one knows precisely who is seeking them out, and how could they dare to disobey? Furthermore, with a meal secured, one could transition from a petty thug to a legitimate businessman, subsequently supporting a few loyal brothers. Those brothers who gain wealth from following you are far more steadfast than those who solely admire your reputation. Many burgeoning young leaders can easily be scattered with a single blow, while seasoned veterans, regardless of how many battles they have lost, continue to stand apart as leaders. Old Zhao's family intended to have him introduce a graduate from the institution, someone capable of commanding respect in the scene. Even if they couldn't quite manage the cunning Chai Jingyu, they at least needed to instill a sense of caution and deference in him. This would enable them to leverage the geographical advantage of the barbecue restaurant to secure catering contracts at the construction site. What a clever scheme indeed. The skewers, priced at a mere cent, might not yield profit directly, yet they could compensate through beverage sales. After some contemplation, Qi Guangda suggested, "You ought to approach Xiaoyan. Your families are quite familiar with each other." Upon uttering these words, Lin Luo felt a surge of urgency. "My dear lord, why don't you think this through a bit more? Consider my connections with the 1-cent skewers. That was a case you recently handled, where a group of smugglers collided with the highway section personnel, leading to the establishment of my family's modest eatery. Don't you find anything amiss about this situation?" Resigned, Lin Luo decided to be more straightforward. "Uncle Yin is certainly someone we'll seek out. However, inviting each individual would be overly cumbersome. My uncle is preoccupied with work matters these days, and as a mere child, I am not suited to make public appearances. Thus, I was contemplating gathering everyone for a casual get-together at a convenient time. We can invite Uncle Yin, along with Grandpa Su's eldest son-in-law, my Uncle Li. And I would appreciate it if Uncle Qi could also extend an invitation to Officer Zhang from the local precinct, Yang from the Power Supply Bureau, Su Ming from the Health Office, and Old Wang, who inspects fire safety." As Qi Guangda listened, he began to nod in agreement. This young man seemed quite capable of organizing matters. The individuals he mentioned may not hold official titles, yet they were all relevant local authorities. Officer Zhang, a seasoned patrolman, and Yang, an electrician from the Power Supply Bureau, were both pivotal. Su Ming, though holding the title of Deputy Director, was part of a subordinate unit of the Community Supervision and Management Bureau, which itself was not even considered a full-fledged department. Old Wang, who inspected fire safety, was rather amusing, being merely a fire extinguisher salesman. Yet, his presence in the area meant that anyone conducting business here had to support the local work. Otherwise, they would find themselves facing repercussions. This strategy effectively encompassed all local influences, especially with the introduction of a significant figure, Li Ding, the son-in-law of Old Su, who served as the deputy head of the 5 Virtues, for Beauty's 3 Loves office. The head of this office oversaw publicity and cultural development, holding communication authority with various departments, including education, cultural tourism, and civil affairs. Recently, it was rumored that this office would establish 2 new departments, a city management bureau and a market management bureau, with over 50 positions at stake. By inviting such a county-level figure to share a drink with these local influencers, it would certainly earn them respect. With such arrangements, what could possibly go awry? If this young man succeeded in his endeavors, no one in the area would dare to light their charcoal for barbecue without acknowledging his family's establishment. All right, I understand now. If you two are sincere, make the necessary arrangements, and I will ensure everyone is welcomed. Just have Director Li make an appearance. He has been quite busy lately, so let us not impede his work. This exemplified a classic exchange of resources. Qi Guangda and the son-in-law of Old Su were unfamiliar with one another. Yet this gathering would facilitate their acquaintance. Similarly, the Zhao family would become acquainted with the local figures through this shared meal, fostering newfound familiarity. Although it is unclear what conditions the Zhao family imposed for Director Li's appearance, Qi Guangda could not refrain from inquiring. Is that military fellow going to work at the soon-to-be-established Urban Management Bureau? What exactly does that department oversee? This was the only institution that came to his mind at the moment. Finally, Old Uncle spoke up. Who would go to such a place? He had never even heard of this department, yet he understood that the first person to take a risk seldom fared well. Those with advantages invariably followed as the second to partake. In any situation, someone must venture to discern the merits and demerits. And there will always be individuals who reap the rewards of success. This notion was not erroneous, but Lin Luo was already aware of the eventual outcome. Thus, without waiting for Old Uncle to finish, he quickly interjected, "It is a promising place, albeit a bit arduous. My uncle may not go, but we will certainly arrange for someone else to take the position. If Old Master Qi has any thoughts, simply communicate with my Uncle Li. It's a matter of a single sentence. This will be the future Urban and Rural Management Comprehensive Administrative Law Enforcement Center, akin to a legitimate bathing house for influential figures." However, Lin Luo's explanation only heightened Qi Guangda's suspicions. "We are relatives. There is no need for secrecy. I certainly won't cause you any trouble." He was convinced that Zhao Yanjun was indeed heading in that direction. Yet, this place lacked any potential for advancement. Chapter 36. The matter of everyone being well and good is easily settled. All right, it is decided then. Qi Guangdao agreed, accelerating the vehicle slightly as he swiftly delivered the pair to the Zhao household. As the two disembarked, he remarked nostalgically, "Ah, how time flies. The child has grown so much. When I first came here, he was still in diapers. He was, of course, referring to Lin Luo. However, before he could finish his thought, a woman emerged from the Zhao household, displaying no tolerance for mischief. "Where have you two little rascals been?" The grandmother, indifferent to Qi Guangda's presence, seized both boys by their ears and dragged them inside. The scene resembled not a search for children, but rather the capture of rabbits. Alarmed, Qi Guangda hastily protested, "Aunt, be gentle, they are just children." Unfortunately, the elderly lady showed no mercy. "Silence. Don't waste my time with your pointless chatter. I am simply unable to manage everything at once, or else I would deal with you too." It seemed the grandmother had quite the temper. "Why is she coming at me?" Qi Guangdao was not surprised, but felt somewhat aggrieved. He was aware of the events that had transpired in the bureau earlier. That woman from the old Yi family stormed in, hurling basins and kicking chairs, shouting, "The matriarch of the Zhao family has arrived. Release my son immediately, or I shall have you arrested." Her haughty demeanor suggested she had summoned a high-ranking official, thoroughly humiliating the Zhao matriarch. This incident left Aunt Zhao unable to hold her head high at work. Throughout the morning, she had faced both disgrace and humiliation, only to plead for a meeting. Yet, the outcome of that meeting was disheartening. The young Yi Baoi claimed, "Zhao Yanjun instructed me to do this. She is Zhao Yanjun's mother. Arrest her." Even the most temperate of individuals would lose their composure in such a scenario. "Do you not understand human language? Return to your work." The elderly lady was seething with frustration, her words sharp and cutting. In the presence of their neighbors, Qi Guangda found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. Unable to voice his grievances beyond a quiet murmur, that old lady. After a moment of self-reassurance, he resolved not to stoop to the level of the elderly women. He then shouted to the three who had already entered the house, "Hey, I'm off to Lao Yan's place. You two entertain the auntie, and make sure not to upset her." Encountering such a person, one could hardly find a solution. With a shake of his head, he shooed away the children who had gathered around, eager to play with the police car, parked it on the slope, and wobbled his way toward Lao Yan's home, muttering, "Whose child is this? Truly bothersome." The children in the alley were indeed a nuisance, born without any sense of reverence for police vehicles. Qi Guangdao was vexed, and Lin Luo's pair were not faring any better. The grievances endured by the elderly lady were all unleashed upon the uncle as soon as they entered the courtyard. Upon closing the door, she seized a fire hook, exclaiming, "I let you run wild. I let you neglect your responsibilities. I let you roam freely. I let you be reckless." This was not merely a reprimand for a son, it was akin to striking an adversary. Fortunately, the uncle was resilient. Having grown accustomed to such beatings, he dodged while pleading, "Oh dear mother, I was wrong. I wasn't running amok. I was attending to serious matters." In a clash between flesh and iron, there could be no favorable outcome. The uncle, though not foolish, was wise enough to evade blows. Retreating from the courtyard to the house, yet he still endured several hits. "Oh my, is this for real? I am your biological son." In his attempt to evade, he lost his grip on the bag tucked under his arm, sending it crashing to the ground. This bag, already modest in size, was bulging with cash. Even without movement, it was prone to spilling its contents. When it fell, money scattered everywhere, an impressive sum exceeding 300,000. The commotion startled the grandmother as well. "Goodness," she gasped, her reaction more composed than the uncle's. Quickly, she shut the door, fearing prying eyes, and then resumed her tirade, brandishing the fire hook while cursing. "I warned you against gambling. I warned you. I knew that keeping money at home would eventually lead to trouble." In her view, the uncle's money could only stem from taking the 40,000 from home to gamble. This was the only conceivable avenue to multiply that sum many times over. In truth, most parents' aversion to gambling stems from the fear of loss. Should one win, they would paradoxically be pleased. However, the grandmother was different. She believed deep down that, regardless of winning or losing, gambling was inherently detrimental. Cultivating a gambler's mindset would inevitably lead to ruin. Not everyone can maintain a winning streak. Thus, the most popular gambling-themed movies were more strictly regulated at home than even those deemed inappropriate for minors. The earlier blows had merely been a manifestation of her menopausal frustrations. But now, her strikes were genuinely fierce, the fire hook whistling through the air. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the uncle understood that further punishment could lead to severe consequences. With no time to call for help, he resigned himself and confessed, "I wasn't gambling. I wasn't gambling. That was money for a legitimate matter entrusted to me by someone. Truly, I was handling business, not deceiving you. I wouldn't dare to gamble. If I did, I would cut off my finger." Whether it was the sight of his pitiful state or the weight of his words, it ultimately stirred a glimmer of maternal affection within the grandmother. With a few swings of her fire hook, Grandmother was not yet exasperated to the point of being unable to listen. She understood that, in such moments, her youngest son would not dare to deceive her. So she turned her head, holding the fire hook, and cast a puzzled glance at Lin Luo. The sight frightened Lin Luo, prompting him to raise both hands in a gesture of surrender. Grandmother, you can't hit me just because you struck uncle. After all, I am your beloved grandson. Grandmother had always refrained from punishing her grandchildren, particularly Lin Luo, for she felt a deeper affection for him, given the absence of his parents. However, if the child misbehaved, she, as the elder, could not simply turn a blind eye. Taking a deep breath, she softened her tone as much as possible. I want to strike you. Now tell me, what truly transpired? With grandmother's promise, Lin Luo gradually lowered his hands and explained, well, grandmother, there was a group of outsiders who accidentally ran over old Gu on the highway with their truck. You are aware of this, right? Grandmother was indeed informed, as various organizations had been donating, and the community was also raising funds for old G's family. It was said he suffered a comminuted fracture of the ankle, and even if treated, he would be left with a limp. The medical expenses alone had already exceeded several tens of thousands, and to ensure old Gu suffered no lasting effects, only imported materials were used, which were not reimbursable. During meetings, the neighborhood committees had prominently discussed this matter, and the focus of the city government street committee this month was to appropriately handle the situation concerning old G's family. Noticing that grandmother was absorbing the information, Lin Luo hurriedly added, the person who hit him genuinely wishes to settle the matter, and they intend to provide additional compensation to old G's family. However, being unfamiliar with the area, they did not know how to approach old G's family, and since I know them, I facilitated the connection. He gestured towards the money, implying that it was the source of the funds. Is that true? Grandmother remained skeptical. It was not that she doubted Lin Luo's account, but rather, she found it hard to believe that such a substantial sum could be offered. That amount could buy a life. Where would a fool come from who treats money so lightly? Seeing that grandmother was no longer inclined to anger, Lin Luo cautiously approached her. How could I dare to deceive you? Truly, I was thinking that this money shouldn't just be handed over directly. Instead, I thought of using it to secure a job for uncle at the highway department. What do you think? At this point, grandmother's eyes lit up. A child cannot fully disclose the truth to their parents, but Lin Luo's ability to articulate these thoughts was already quite satisfactory to the elderly woman. She shot a glare at uncle. You little rascal, you can certainly scheme. Hee. Did grandmother understand? Lin Luo quickly stepped forward to feign filial piety, massaging grandmother's shoulders. Having lived half a lifetime, the elderly lady had seen it all. Everything else was mere illusion. The money in front of her was the only tangible truth. Regardless of what those two little rascals claimed about someone seeking their assistance, how unreliable that sounded, as long as her son had not fallen into the vice of gambling. And with money at hand, they could resolve their own issues. It was indeed a good thing. Grandmother's ire dissipated instantly as she settled onto the calm. Now, speak to me properly. What exactly did you two do? This was not an angry inquiry. Lin Luo quickly recounted the events to her in a rapid-fire manner. Just like that, you see, these merchants are afraid of offending the highway department. As long as we arrange for uncle to be placed there, wouldn't they no longer have anything to fear? Uncle would have a job, and old G's family would receive the money. Chapter 37. The gambler. The elderly lady sat on the Kong, her demeanor reminiscent of an ancient landowner, especially if she were to puff on a pipe of dry tobacco. Undoubtedly, her insight far surpassed that of the error-bound landlords. Contemplating the money brought back by her grandson and youngest son, she pondered deeply. You little rascals. You certainly know how to stir things up. This remark essentially affirmed the actions of Lin Luo and his companion. What was there to stir? To put it plainly, only those with wealth would spend money to secure certainty. They had the means, thus investing a considerable sum for peace of mind. Our family lacks wealth. But isn't that all relative? Using their money to provide them with assurance, doesn't that facilitate our own endeavors? Lin Luo articulated a seemingly sound argument, which made the grandmother feel that the boy had matured. It was only someone who had endured the tumult of changing times, like her, who could grasp the essence of such words. The reason the old lady discouraged her son from gambling was that she herself had always been a gambler of her generation. For the impoverished, striving for upward mobility is akin to gambling with one's life. Transitioning from a rural household to an urban one is no small fortune. Throughout her life, she first gambled on Zhao Guochen, a man of humble origins but honest character, believing he had the potential to be a soldier. Then she gambled on herself. A woman raising a daughter, wielding a knife as a military spouse to deter the village bachelors. Ultimately, she gambled on a man who had been through hardships, having encountered educated women yet never indulging in frivolous conversations. By the age of 40, in a bid to outmaneuver a female apprentice at her husband's workplace, she became pregnant and bore a son. Even in this final gamble, she wagered that should she perish during childbirth, at least she would have made space for someone new, who, recognizing her years of struggle, might treat her child kindly. Each of these gambles, if lost, would have cost her a lifetime. Fortunately, she triumphed. Yet she knew that a gambler cannot afford to lose. This distinction between the poor and the affluent is stark. Like the educated youth who came to her village, daughters of wealthy families excelled at purchasing their own security with their money. Reflecting on this, the old lady slowly remarked, "If you accept their money, you must fulfill your end of the bargain." Lin Luo eagerly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, grandmother, we shall certainly see to it. I calculated that old Gu at the highway department earns over 1,000 a month, so this 20-some thousand would suffice to secure him for 20 years. If we give this money to his wife to resolve his job situation, what objections could they possibly have? Now, we just need to figure out how to approach them." In many matters, the wisdom of elders, who have navigated the complexities of human relationships for years, is far more valuable than that of the younger generation. Even a mere suggestion from them is a rare gem. Since the old lady had acknowledged the endeavor, she would undoubtedly partake in it. However, she contemplated, the calculations aren't so straightforward. If we proceed in this manner, how will the other families at the highway department manage their future work arrangements? While it is permissible to purchase goods above market value, buying at an exorbitantly inflated price is unacceptable. It not only draws attention but also offends others, making continued transactions impossible. The market price for a position at the highway department is 40,000. Spending 50,000 is already excessive, but offering 200,000 would alienate everyone involved. Lin Luo's intention to proceed with this plan stemmed from his unfamiliarity with the individual in question, compelling him to resort to monetary persuasion. As his grandmother posed a query, he cautiously inquired, "Grandmother, what do you mean?" She gestured towards the money she had gathered on the Kong, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Do you know? Your aunt and the wife of old Gu are colleagues." "Oh, I had no idea," Lin Luo exclaimed, for ever since he entered university, he had distanced himself from the local circle. The wife of old Gu taught music at Sambao Township Primary School, which afforded her the time to care for her children. This information was solely attributed to his grandmother's work at the street office, where gossip was the primary occupation. Upon hearing his grandmother mention this, Lin Luo realized that she intended to take on this matter and promptly pressed on, "So, grandmother, what are you thinking?" His grandmother had many thoughts. "De Luo, there's a music teacher at Eschewing who is retiring. Her child has been admitted to a school in Shanghai and will not be returning. Why does this involve Eschewing?" Lin Luo cautiously probed, suspecting his grandmother's intent to arrange for the wife of old Gu to teach there. Rather than answering directly, she began to reminisce about familial matters. "Oh, De Luo, your aunt has had a tough time. She married your uncle under false pretenses. Your uncle appeared earnest, but he was rather sly. During their courtship, he boasted of our family's connections. Your grandfather was in the procuratorate, your grandmother was with the county committee, and your father was an engineer at the mining bureau, while your mother worked at the hospital, with only a younger brother still in school." As she recounted these tales, her tone seemed to express reproach. Yet a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. "Back then, your uncle didn't even have a proper job. When he brought your aunt home, she discovered our true circumstances, but by then, she was already expecting your younger brother. Who would have thought that such a lackluster eldest son could manage to win a wife?" Your grandmother was utterly astonished. There was no choice but to hastily secure a job for your uncle, and thus, they wed. While she spoke, shaking her head like a weasel that had pilfered a hen's egg, her tears bore an air of insincerity. "Over the years, our family has not treated your aunt well. Given her looks and background, she could have done far better than your uncle. As for him, I am at a loss for words." Lin Luo, however, did not concur with his grandmother's sentiments. Firstly, his uncle and aunt shared a strong bond. Secondly, their family had not wronged his aunt in any significant way. She hailed from a rural background and had initially been a private teacher. After years without official employment, she secured a position shortly after their marriage, undoubtedly aided by their family. Later, when she moved closer from the countryside, it was also facilitated by their family's efforts. These were merely compensations for any perceived shortcomings towards his aunt. Thus, the elderly woman's earnest reflections seemed to serve only as a pretext for seeking benefits for her younger grandson, in an attempt to compensate for her elder grandson. However, such meticulousness could disrupt familial harmony, and as long as his grandmother could manage the situation, Lin Luo was unconcerned about the specifics. "So, grandmother, feel free to express your thoughts," he encouraged. Upon meeting the bright gaze of her eldest grandson, His grandmother suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. When elders feel such guilt, it often morphs into irritation. You little rascal, do you dare to mock your grandmother? I consume more salt than you do rice. This is the least appealing rhetoric for me. And thus Lin Luo leaned against the wall, ceasing his gentle kneading of his grandmother's shoulder. Grandma, you should limit your salt intake. Excessive consumption may lead to hypertension. What? This child is becoming increasingly obstinate. The doting grandmother feigned a strike. Chapter 38. Taking on everything. Lin Luo quickly dodged, fully aware that the slap would not genuinely land, yet still mindful of maintaining the elder's dignity. Oh dear. A good grandmother should not strike a child. His cautious demeanor was clearly feigned, yet it was also an admission of guilt. Observing her eldest grandson relent, the grandmother finally spoke. You sly one. Who did you learn this from? Enough of this banter. Let us discuss serious matters. I visited your aunt's house yesterday and sensed that the person she hired for work is rather unreliable. Moreover, your aunt's desire to go to the second elementary school is not a promising path. Even if she goes, she would merely serve as a laid-back assistant teacher. It would be far better for her to attend the first middle school. With your aunt there to keep an eye on you, I can rest assured about your schooling. The grandmother's words were merely an excuse. Her previous reluctance to address her eldest daughter-in-law's issues stemmed from financial constraints. However, now that money was no longer an obstacle, she was more adept at arranging such matters than anyone else. It was not merely about her husband. Even her standing in the community was not without merit, far superior to that of a few old farmers who were barely acquainted through drinking tables. The disparity in treatment between elementary and middle school teachers is significant. The differences are most pronounced among core subject teachers. The tutoring fees and holiday bonuses alone are earnings that elementary teachers could never hope to achieve in their lifetimes. In the backyard of her grandfather's home, there lived a family whose daughter-in-law was an English teacher and who ran a tutoring class at home, charging $200 per student each month, with over 30 students. Regardless of their learning progress, they were obliged to pay monthly. Their living conditions were such that they were on the verge of purchasing a small car. It appears that the grandmother's intentions extend beyond merely securing a job for her son. She is also preparing to place her daughter-in-law into the first middle school. Oh dear grandmother, isn't your daughter-in-law merely going to be an assistant teacher at the first middle school? Are you essentially finding someone to supervise me? Have I, in essence, paid for my own overseer? As I approach my transition into middle school, should my aunt enroll at this time, it would only imply one thing. She would be monitoring my studies. Otherwise, what could an art teacher possibly do? What is it? Are you discontented? The grandmother cast a glance at the dissenting Lin Luo, who hurriedly waved his hands in protest. I dare not. In truth, the grandmother's plans were not as simple as they appeared. It was unnecessary to divulge every detail to the child. The essentials sufficed. This was a fortuitous opportunity to position the daughter-in-law of the Gu family in the first middle school, essentially as a job exchange, supplemented with additional financial support. Consider this. Can one's personal affairs and family matters receive the same level of attention? No wonder it is said that the elderly are shrewd and perceptive. In terms of understanding human nature, the grandmother indeed surpasses Lin Luo. When the Gu family allocated work to the younger brother, it did not provoke much upheaval because, from the perspective of the good daughter-in-law, the matter held little relevance to her. Thus, Lin Luo initially aimed to bind the good daughter-in-law's interests to this situation with money. Yet in the face of social obligations and moral pressures, money does not hold the advantage. Allocating work to the younger brother and selling work are perceived entirely differently within the realm of social reputation. The terms money and excrement have an inexplicable connection. Discussing finances is often a taboo for those of considerable standing. This is particularly true within the intricacies of an extended family, where one may succumb to the whispers of gossip, leading to situations where one might assert that even if money is not required, the work must nonetheless be passed down. However, when grandmother intervenes, the dynamics change. She leverages her husband's position to secure her own future, all while obtaining a compensation that leaves no room for criticism. Even if her husband's brother were to demand the job, he would be drowned in scorn. It would then be perceived as the brother coveting his elder sibling's possessions, a notion that is frowned upon in society. Upon realizing this, Lin Luo could not help but admire his grandmother. Grandmother, your plan is truly ingenious. This will surely disturb their peace. How should he address her? This time, grandmother did not indulge Lin Luo, giving him a gentle tap. Typically, she refrained from chastising the boy, as his parents were absent, making him sensitive. She wished to avoid causing him emotional distress akin to that experienced by the niece of the Zhou family, who presented one facade at home and another behind closed doors. Observing her grandson's increasingly mischievous behavior, grandmother decided to keep the child within the confines of home, for only then could the household remain undisclosed to outsiders. All right, off you go. Attend to your tasks tomorrow. After tidying up Lin Luo, grandmother resolved to gather all the money. To the eyes of a guardian, this seemed entirely reasonable. What need does a child have for such a sum? Yet, Lin Luo protested. Grandmother, don't take it all. We still need some. What do you need all this money for? To spend 200 on a day out? No matter how well off a family might be, they would never place hundreds of thousands into a child's hands for reckless expenditure, regardless of the child's maturity. However, Lin Luo often forgot that he was still but a child when he looked in the mirror. No, grandmother, we still have to dine with Mr. Chi, remember? He had mentioned this to her during their earlier discussions. Grandmother was, of course, aware of this matter, and cast a glance at Lin Luo. Let your uncle take the son-in-law from the Su family along. His uncle's factory was not performing well. It was time to relocate him. The Su family's son-in-law seemed urgently in need of funds. The specifics were unclear to grandmother, but it was evident that he could not sell a contract worker for 20,000. He needed to bolster his elder son's finances to secure a position at the Market Management Bureau. Naturally, grandmother acknowledged Lin Luo's insights about the promising future of the Urban Rural Management Bureau. The endeavors Lin Luo had recently undertaken demonstrated considerable judgment. However, wagering on the future and focusing on the present are two distinct matters. Since the boy had already established connections with individuals in the frozen meat business, the family could not remain unrepresented at the Market Management Bureau. It was essential to have a certain standing to shield the family's business and gather intelligence. While having contacts in the highway department could ensure the smooth transit of frozen meat, lacking presence in the market could lead to significant liabilities should complications arise. Lin Luo understood the implications of having his uncle dine with the Su family's son-in-law, and he bore no objections. Even if the money was sourced through his and his uncle's efforts, it mattered little. In fact, he found it rather agreeable. The relationship between money and power resembles the equivalence of gold and Q coins. Although both may appear equal in the marketplace, gold can be exchanged for Q coins at any moment, while the reverse entails a considerable discount. However, 200 is truly insufficient. My uncle and I must visit our friend who is incarcerated among those individuals. On our first visit, shouldn't we save at least 500 or 600? After all, we have accepted payment from them. Since my grandmother dares to confiscate her son and grandson's money, she has taken this matter into her own hands. Therefore, without hesitation, she instructed that Bowie should be the one to handle it, as she has taken over this case. Han Bowie is my grandfather's new apprentice. She was the female student detained at Wuchi building last time. Before Lin Luo could speak, my uncle expressed his displeasure. Why let her take charge? This matter seems dubious. Doesn't my father know? Does she truly understand the situation? That fellow named Chang Mao has taken the brunt of it all, and everyone knows something is amiss. Although he appears loyal now, time is unpredictable. What if, in the future, he turns against us? Wouldn't that put Bowie in jeopardy? Han Bowie is 5 years older than my uncle, at 24. Not only is she a graduate of Capital University, but she also holds a provincial city residency. The year she came here to study, my uncle was still a minor. Regardless of my grandmother's thoughts, she would never consider pairing these two together. Moreover, in a year, the young lady is likely to be reassigned back to the provincial city. It remains uncertain which unit her personnel relations will fall under. She is not originally from here, and our family feels a disconnect with her. My grandmother merely assumed that my uncle was overly concerned for Bowie's well-being. If there is a problem, it should be resolved. The next time we encounter that group, ensure that someone looks after that fellow's child and clarifies who is responsible for his case. Although the sentence may be heavier, if he behaves well inside, he can be released sooner. We shouldn't wait for him to return and find his son in dire straits. After expressing this to her son, she found him unreliable and turned to Lin Luo. This matter, De Luo, you can manage it, right? The tone of my grandmother's latter remarks was rather stern. Chapter 39. Support good people cannot succeed. Struggle is inherently a gamble. It requires not only seizing the collective growth brought by development, but also consuming more and appropriating the value created by others. It is akin to leading troops into battle. If the enemy approaches with blades drawn, discussing righteousness and morality with them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Morality may earn admiration, but that is of little consequence after death. My grandmother refrained from discussing the care for that inmate's child with her son, as he could only comprehend the literal meaning. By mentioning it to her grandson, she sought to ascertain whether he had truly matured. This care is not about heartfelt compassion, but rather a means of control. The notion of control does not imply imposing burdens on someone to create trouble. Rather, it signifies that once this care is withdrawn, the child's environment will change, a transformation parents dread. In plain terms, it is about leverage. Lin Luo was contemplating a similar situation. Well, it seems that fellow has an elderly mother, a son, and a housewife who appears to disdain his poverty and is on the verge of running away with someone else. I intend to arrange for that group of sellers to secure a position for his wife, on the condition that she waits for him to be released. What do you think? These words prompted the grandmother to nod in agreement, signifying her formal recognition of her great-grandson. The more impoverished a man is, the more he tends to regard a woman as a lifelong pursuit. For her, he would expend a lifetime of effort. This arrangement could not be more favorable. Send his son to school, enroll him in a good institution, and ensure the family does not amass wealth too rapidly, the grandmother added. As a woman, she understood women all too well. Once a woman secures a high-paying job and broadens her horizons, she often looks down upon men, especially for those who are eager to escape their circumstances. If she possesses a bit of money, it could spell disaster. Nothing could quell her ambition, and she would not reflect on how she attained her situation, nor would she contemplate the consequences of her actions. In essence, between men and women, admiration outweighs all. Once that admiration is lost, no arrangement can suffice. Therefore, one must allow this woman to enjoy herself without gaining anything. The grandmother's wisdom was clear. However, Lin Luo, still reluctant to depart after their conversation, felt a sense of injustice about leaving with merely 200 yuan. Observing his grandmother hoarding the money like a hen safeguarding her eggs, Lin Luo could no longer contain himself. Grandmother, my uncle and I are planning to open a restaurant. This venture requires funds. 200 is hardly sufficient. Money will eventually run out, and our family cannot solely spend without earning. Relying on a meager salary will never amass a bridal price. Could you possibly give me 50,000? Just 50,000. While he spoke the truth, his underlying motive was still financial. Bargaining is typically a game of inflated demands and reduced offers. The grandmother was not swayed by such tactics. 1,000. You little rascal. Stop scheming. I cannot entrust you with a large sum. Just 1,000, which you can share with your uncle. I will take care of the remaining matters. You need not worry about anything else. When the time comes for your marriage, I will undoubtedly be able to provide the bridal price. It is rare for a maternal family to prepare a bridal price for their grandson, yet the grandmother was not jesting. She genuinely regarded Lin Luo as her own grandson. The primary reason for this, however, lay in the peculiarities of the Lin family, where all fortune seemed concentrated on Lin Luo's father, Lin Guohua, who was the sole respectable individual produced over 3 generations. Tall, a college graduate, and an accomplished technician at the mining bureau, he managed to win the affections of Lin Luo's mother, Zhao Yinhua. Despite her tumultuous personality and the airs of a spoiled young lady, she was undeniably beautiful. In her youth, the military clamored to recruit her as a cultural soldier, but her talents in singing and dancing were non-existent. Her allure was purely based on looks. Had it not been for the grandfather's reluctance, her circumstances might have been quite different today. This very situation led the elderly couple to indulge her whims, allowing her to stubbornly marry a rural lad. It was not that the Zhao family looked down upon Lin Guohua, but rather upon his entire family. To illustrate, on the day of the wedding, what should have been a grand affair in the Lin family's village turned chaotic when the patriarch of the Lin family, without prior consultation, announced before the entire village that his son was marrying a city girl, the daughter of an official, and that the family would be relocating to the city with her. This bewildered Zhao Guochen, who attended the wedding, leaving him utterly perplexed about the situation. Having just established himself in the county town, he lacked the capacity to transform an entire family of rural residents into urban citizens. Furthermore, he himself was not without siblings. If he possessed such ability, who wouldn't he take care of their own kin? Ultimately, this endeavor proved futile and left the naive old Lin family harboring resentment for a long time. Naturally, they became a source of ridicule in the village, and the grandparents held them in perpetual disdain. What sort of behavior was this? Reflecting upon these matters, the grandmother felt a sense of frustration. It was fortunate that Luo was by her side. Had he been among that family, they might have easily devoured this child for a mere few 100,000. Lin Luo remained oblivious to his grandmother's concerns, and even if he were aware, it mattered little. While his prowess in dealing with outsiders might be mediocre, when it came to managing the old Lin family, he was exceptional. The rivalry between relatives revolves around a contest of shamelessness, and in this regard, Lin Luo surpassed even his grandfather. At present, his sole worry was the potential loss of his money. Grandmother, you mustn't do that. I have already promised Uncle Chi that he could join us. What will we do if we run out of money? Besides, do you know how to run a restaurant? It's a labor-intensive business, quite arduous. Given your age, you shouldn't be toiling so hard. The grandmother might not be one to shy away from hardship, But she understood that Lin Luo was certainly not the type to suffer. He was not opening a restaurant for the sake of his own toil. Deceiving oneself was a tad naive. Didn't Ti say not to include the Qi? She retorted. Enough, go play. At your age, you should focus on your studies and refrain from getting entangled in such matters. What kind of family lets a child run around like this, without any adults present? With that, she began ushering him away. Naturally, Lin Luo was reluctant to comply. Grandmother, what are you doing? This money was earned by me and uncle. This is far too little. No way, I must insist on more. The child who cries receives the candy. The grandmother squinted at Lin Luo. Indeed, the money was earned by the two of you, but it is the family's reputation that is being sold. If you wish to spend this money without worry, the entire family must assist in filling your gaps. For this sum, arrangements must be made regarding finances, seals, pens, knives, and medicine. With this money, we can settle everyone, and it's high time for our family to move. In truth, Lin Luo merely wished to negotiate for a bit more money, even if just a few thousand. However, the grandmother seized the opportunity to clarify matters with him, ensuring he did not misconstrue her intentions as favoritism. In the eyes of elders, mutual support among family members is paramount. Advancing together is what truly matters. This 30,000 could elevate their family's standing. And spending it came with its own set of considerations. Chapter 40. A complicated relationship when the grandmother gave birth to her eldest uncle. It coincided with the grandfather's promotion. Those smooth sailing days filled the grandmother with ambition. She envisioned that in the future, her eldest son would work in law enforcement, and her eldest daughter in taxation and finance. In time, they would find suitable partners, regardless of whether they worked in tobacco, oil, or the electric grid. The entire family would thrive together, living a splendid life. Alas, fate had other plans. The children in the family proved to be disappointments. And it was a struggle even to see them graduate from high school, let alone attend university. She has been strong her entire life, but now it seems as though she has exhausted the little fortune her family possessed. With her children, each one is more inept than the last. After indulging in too many Qiangyao novels, her eldest daughter has become spoiled. Her eldest son is a selfish scoundrel, and the youngest son is a complete disgrace. This has left the elderly matriarch disheartened, convinced that she is unfit for motherhood and has failed to raise her children properly. She even regrets that when she gave birth to her youngest son, had she perished on the operating table, perhaps a capable stepmother would have entered their home, enabling the Zhao family to rise from this small county to a grand city. That woman was no ordinary individual. She possessed wealth, knowledge, and beauty. It remains a mystery what she saw in old Zhao. It is said that she now holds a position at the provincial level, a deputy at the division level. Back when she was involved with Zhao, he was a mere 4th-level chief clerk, while she held the rank of a 2nd-level clerk. Now, Zhao remains a 4th-level chief clerk, while she has advanced to a 4th-level research officer. A woman who rises so swiftly in her career speaks volumes about her family's strength. Sometimes, the elderly matriarch finds herself resenting her own choices. Having such a stepmother must surely be more beneficial than a biological mother. How could she not have summoned the resolve to make room for her? Such is fate. Initially, she believed that remaining in the county would suffice, a comfortable existence, unobtrusive and free from bullying. Who would have thought that at her age, a grandson would suddenly appear? A lethargic little rascal who, at the slightest whim, prompts her indifferent daughter to treat him like a pitiful child, bringing such an unexpected surprise. Counting her money, the elderly matriarch instantly felt invigorated. Her years of gossiping on the streets finally bearing fruit. All right then, I will give you an extra 1,000, buy clothes, educational materials, but do not squander it. If you dare to buy a game console, I will break your legs. Despite her initial sternness, she softened at the thought of her grandson's contributions. After saying this, she added, call your mother and inform her that I will send them money in the coming days. There are many matters at home. Indeed, there are many matters. These days, the grandmother has been running from one household to another, delivering gifts today and arranging affairs tomorrow, while also trying to find time to tend to the housing matters, thus inevitably delaying her daughter. However, Lin Luo was displeased upon hearing this. No. Why can't you stop thinking about sending money to my mother? Is this fair? Why indulge her? As soon as there's money, you only think of that wasteful daughter. We all support her alone. The grandmother glanced at Lin Luo, puzzled by his intense reaction at the mere mention of his mother. What had his mother done to provoke such a response during her summer visit? You are her biological son. If you are making something of yourself, shouldn't she know? The grandmother failed to comprehend Lin Luo's feelings, yet she believed that regardless of how his mother had affected him, he ought to let her know about his achievements, perhaps even to spur her on. However, the animosity between Lin Luo and his mother, akin to a rift across vast oceans, was beyond verbal expression. Only those involved could grasp such helplessness, and voicing it would only seem pretentious. Thus, Lin Luo could only redirect the matter towards his grandmother. Humph. If your son achieves success here, she will resent you for life. My mother, in her manner, would even eat the sharpest of food. She is your daughter, and you remain oblivious to this fact? To her, a son merely serves as a tool for comparison, and should he fail to flourish under her guidance, it would be a grave injustice. How do you speak of your mother? Grandmother may not appreciate such remarks, yet she is aware that Lin Luo speaks the truth. A mother knows her own daughter, though there may be a hint of folly in her mind. Lower your voice, lest the neighbors overhear. Family disgrace ought not to be aired in public. Should the neighborhood discover the discord between mother and son, it would reflect poorly on her role as a nurturing grandmother. Lin Luo understands the weight of reputation. It holds some significance. Thus he reluctantly fell silent. Very well, I understand. Grandmother, you wouldn't be so generous as to gift her 10,000 at a time, would you? This money doesn't come from thin air. Be it spent on grandmother, grandfather, uncles, or aunts. Lin Luo has no objections, as their well-being translates to his own. Only his mother is an exception. For a moment, grandmother felt at a loss due to Lin Luo's stubbornness, cautiously suggesting, we had agreed, didn't we? Isn't 5,000 sufficient? After all, she is still your mother. Indeed, this had been a prior arrangement, leaving Lin Luo at a loss for words. Spend it as you wish. It's no longer my money. When it comes to his mother, he cannot help but feel resentful. Grandmother scolded him lightly. This child, why have you turned against your own mother? Lin Luo himself could not comprehend his feelings. He simply could not bear to see his mother thrive, just as she could not stand to witness his success. Perhaps this is hereditary. Certainly, Lin Luo is slightly better off than his mother. His mindset is, you can do as you please, just stay out of my sight. His mother, however, is another story. In impoverished families, one speaks of relying on parents, while in capable households, it is referred to as support. When grandparents were still alive, Lin Luo had a margin for trial and error, but once they were gone, his mother's attitude towards him became clear. You focus on your efforts, and I will find ways to hinder you. Years ago, he successfully deceived a health supplement company and participated in a promotional event in Hong Kong, having prearranged with his family to refrain from contacting him for a fortnight, as he would be abroad. His mother, however, took it upon herself to report him missing, accessing Lin Luo's immigration records and having him detained at customs, thereby ruining the entire endeavor. The direct loss amounted to over 200,000, and the indirect losses, such as offending people and severed relationships, were incalculable. He could no longer pursue that line of work. That was one of the few opportunities for him to turn his fortunes around. How many chances does a person get in a lifetime? Reflecting on these potential misfortunes left Lin Luo feeling suffocated, angered. He was not prepared to leave with just 1,000. Instead, he seized over 2,000. Under his grandmother's reluctant gaze, he declared, Grandmother, if you allow her to spend, then you must allow me as well. The way my mother squanders your money, I shall do the same. If you are wealthy enough to support her, then I shall benefit as well. I will not feel sorry for you. This left the elderly lady in shock. Oh dear, don't go down the wrong path. Lin Luo glanced at her. You are aware she is not on the right path, aren't you? Chapter 41. Adding trouble. The matriarch of the Zhao family had almost managed to establish the family's reputation for prosperity. Yet she found herself unable to rein in her eldest daughter and grandson. Ah, De Luo, it is your mother who has brought us to this present state. Your grandfather only learned the essence of living decently upon your mother's birth. Once again, your grandfather's old refrain resurfaces. He enlisted in the army for your mother's sake. Before grandmother could express her annoyance, Lin Luo interjected. All right. She has had her share of good fortune, hasn't she? At this juncture, Lin Luo suddenly conceived a notion to provoke her mother, recalling that her mother had gone south. Was her position at the hospital still secure? It seemed she had taken a leave of absence. After all, the sudden mention of this topic was rather conspicuous. As for her motivations, Lin Luo couldn't quite articulate them. Likely jealousy was at play. Good fortune often bears no relation to one's character. Some individuals need not strive at all, and the world revolves around them. A notion that irked those like Lin Luo, who struggled deeply. Upon hearing Lin Luo's thoughts, grandmother became immediately wary. Indeed, what's this? You better not covet your mother's position. If she finds out, she will stop at nothing. How dare you touch what belongs to her? She could tear up your household registration. Lin Luo was well aware that her mother would indeed resort to such extremes. Her guiding principle in life was clear. Only she could benefit at the expense of others, while her possessions, no matter how dilapidated, were off limits to anyone else. Yet Lin Luo remained unfazed and continued. I recall when my mother moved south. She did so as a dependent of the chief engineer of the mining bureau. Logically, the hospital should have retained her position, hiring a contract worker to fill her role in her absence. However, this matter should have been discussed within the family. Yet there has been no communication whatsoever. In this booming economic climate, many organizations have adopted policies for unpaid leave, allowing individuals to venture into business while still maintaining their insurance, albeit without salary. However, work still needs to be done, leading to the hiring of contract workers. Yet, securing positions in reputable establishments is not so easily achieved, especially in hospitals, where even contract roles are fiercely contested, particularly in non-examination required support and administrative positions, which are in high demand and should be subject to the approval of original staff members. In essence, it is all about internal recommendations. In truth, good jobs have never circulated freely in the market. Grandmother discerned Lin Luo's intentions to covet her mother's position, but discussing the matter made her blush slightly, leading her to respond vaguely. Oh, how could she explain to her grandson that her daughter had indeed retained her position but sold the contract role to an outsider, someone the family did not even know? Noticing her grandmother's evasive response, Lin Luo sensed there was more to the story and decided to lay her thoughts bare. In my opinion, our family has been without a representative in the hospital for years, making medical visits quite inconvenient. This presents the perfect opportunity to get my cousin, my little aunt, into the hospital. Before grandmother could interject with a no, Lin Luo pressed on relentlessly. Isn't she a graduate of a medical school? If nothing else, she can surely handle billing at the outpatient window, right? If that doesn't work out, I will speak to my mother. After all, we are family, and we shouldn't play tricks on one another. Of course, family members can indeed play tricks on each other, and none are innocent in that regard. It is merely at grandmother's place, where her principles dictate that one must not act frivolously. Lin Luo cleverly employs grandmother's own ideals to silence her. The grandmother, feeling cornered, becomes increasingly uncomfortable, fidgeting in her seat. It seems futile, as the mining bureau is on the brink of bankruptcy. The future of the mining bureau hospital remains uncertain. Whether it will be transferred to local governance or privatized is anyone's guess. Should it indeed become private, it would spell trouble for your aunt. Her temperament would hardly withstand such indignity. Originally, the mining bureau was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Industry. If it were to fail and revert to local control, it would be considered a downgrade, and if it transformed into a private enterprise, it would be even more disheartening. In the eyes of the older generation, private enterprises bear no distinction from the unemployed. The aunt Lin Luo refers to is a genuine relative of grandmother, the daughter of her brother, named Shan Lingfang. Lin Luo wishes to secure her a position, both to honor grandmother and because the young lady is tall and fair-skinned. An old adage suggests that a tall figure stands out even without embellishment, and fair skin can mask many flaws. With both attributes combined, she is undeniably a beauty. In terms of appearance, this aunt rivals Lin Luo's mother, and her height offers her an advantage. Furthermore, this young woman is quite ambitious, aware of her strengths, and has always aspired to marry into a good family. However, her academic performance has been lacking, preventing her from meeting suitable partners. Coupled with her underprivileged rural background and lack of a stable job, she is yet to wed. Eventually, she managed to find a remarried man in the mining industry, who even facilitated her employment at a rural commercial bank, somewhat fulfilling her aspirations. What Lin Luo admires most about his aunt is her gratitude. She remembers the kindness shown to her and maintains her appreciation, even if circumstances change. This quality is rare. During a period when Lin Luo was thriving, he had assisted her in securing a savings deposit, and according to the banking customs of the time, one was expected to present gifts during holidays. When Lin Luo later fell into hardship and resorted to food delivery, her attitude towards him remained unchanged. The reason is simple. Lin Luo's assistance had helped her establish a foothold in the bank, and she has always cherished that favor. Gratitude, especially among those in lower positions, is truly a precious trait. Most individuals cannot even manage a modicum of respect, let alone express gratitude. Therefore, Lin Luo contemplates that if he were to place his aunt in a hospital setting, given her emotional intelligence and inherent qualities, she might achieve greater heights. Even if she does not ascend far, it matters little. After all, his aunt is quite adept at vexing his mother, which Lin Luo finds amusing. Grandmother, if possible, do try to secure her a position there. Having someone in the family at the hospital makes a significant difference, does it not? Have you not noticed over the past 2 years? Whenever there is a slight ailment at home, going to the hospital is deemed a hassle. I have heard you complain numerous times. When my mother was in the hospital, family members could obtain injections and medications without waiting in line, everything was expedited. Now, even if one wishes to cut in line, the staff will grumble at you. Moreover, working in a hospital makes it easier to find a partner. Your aunt is your own niece, and you ought to be concerned for her well-being, regardless of Lin Luo's true intentions. He must articulate his flattery well to keep grandmother engaged. In her maternal family, Grandma had 5 brothers, but in the end, only she and one brother remained. This brother had a daughter and a son, and she felt no concern, for who else could? Grandma was indeed swayed, sighing, "You are considerate. You still remember to thank your grandmother." Chapter 42. Settling accounts. Grandma's surname was Shan, the same as Shan Tianfang. In the older generation of the Shan family, there was but one son, the sole heir, Shan Lingzhu. A rather inept fellow, he often spoke with arrogance and acted with obstinacy, convinced of his superiority over his uncle, boasting to everyone in the village. He was even more reckless than Grandma's own younger son, and the entire family looked down upon him. Yet he was the only one who feared his uncle. This fear was not born of any charm his uncle possessed, but rather because his uncle was truly ruthless, administering harsh discipline. From childhood, his uncle treated him as less than human. While he would use an empty wine bottle to discipline outsiders, he would hit this nephew without even bothering to open a beer bottle, striking him with it straight away. A cowardly man by nature, he followed his uncle around all day, calling him little brother, which made Grandma feel embarrassed. He even refused to acknowledge his own sister as sister. Fortunately, Grandma's niece was somewhat capable, though her talents went largely unrecognized by the Shan family. In the past, Grandma was too preoccupied with her own family to concern herself with her nephews and nieces. Nonetheless, it must be said that Grandma's nephew and niece genuinely treated her as family, showing more filial piety than their biological father, obediently following her every request. Shan Lingfang understood that only this aunt could support her, while Shan Lingzhu was merely afraid of his uncle's son. As Lin Luo contemplated ways to vex his mother, he suddenly recalled these 2 relatives. In a family where the potential of the leading figure has been exhausted, one can only rely on a vast network of connections. Regardless of the nature of relationships among relatives, they ultimately remain kin. Blood ties save time compared to relationships forged in hardship. One requires experience to be given an opportunity. The other, simply based on lineage, earns a chance to be assessed for worthiness of responsibility. If all matters align, it could indeed facilitate Grandma's niece's affairs, merely requiring her daughter to endure some discomfort, which Lin Luo desired. Grandma pondered. This was initiated by her own daughter. Surely, she wouldn't go too far? Seeing Grandma still hesitating, Lin Luo pressed on with a strong argument. Over the years, how much have you contributed to my mother? Even if it's to buy her this position, she ought to repay your nurturing. Originally, her job was arranged by the family, so it was only right she adhere to the family's arrangements now. Any course of action would be justified. This statement bolstered Grandma's confidence. Indeed, it was a position arranged by the family, and reclaiming it was appropriate. She nodded immediately, yes. Your mother must vacate her position. She will not return to us. Insurance in the South is far superior to what we have here. Why hold on to a meager position? At worst, I can supplement your mother's income. Wouldn't you agree? What nonsense is this? Why must money be given again? How indulgent my grandmother is towards my mother. Is this proper? After my grandmother spoke, she gazed at her grandson with increasing fondness, smiling as she remarked, "De Luo has grown up and is becoming more sensible." After praising Lin Luo, she turned to admonish my uncle. "Look at you. De Luo is thinking of his aunt, while you, his biological cousin, remain oblivious." My uncle, lost in a reverie, was jolted back to reality by my grandmother's reprimand. His dazed expression ignited a flicker of irritation within her. "Ah, I shall teach you a lesson." She wielded the broom as if it were of no consequence, delivering a swift reprimand that left my uncle cradling his head, too intimidated to look up. "What's the matter, mother? Why are you hitting me?" he protested, feeling genuinely wronged. Must one be punished for merely not paying attention to a conversation? What? Is it not permissible to discipline you? Does one need a reason to correct a child? My uncle, ever meek, merely wished for his mother to cease her chastisement. "Fine. You are my mother, and I shall endure whatever you see fit." He clearly was not heeding my grandmother's words, leaving Lin Luo exasperated. "I am in a contest of wills with my mother, while you indulge in filial piety. What do you take me for, your mere foil? You truly are my uncle, backstabbing me thus." The very words of my uncle prompted my grandmother to glance at Lin Luo in disbelief. "You are both my sons, yet the disparity is astonishing." "I'm done. I'm leaving," Lin Luo declared, taking over 3,000 and departing without even bringing his uncle along. My grandmother felt somewhat at a loss. "Hey, wait for me." Seeing Lin Luo leave, my uncle hurried after him. It was better to associate with Lin Luo, who had money to buy cigarettes, rather than face punishment in his mother's presence. My grandmother shook her head, watching her son and grandson exit. They truly are still children. Having said that, the elderly lady retrieved a hefty stack of large envelopes made of cowhide from the drawer, resembling a dossier, and began to organize the money, including her own modest savings. The total amounted to just under 310,000, especially after Lin Luo had taken nearly 3,000. That stubborn child. What does he need such a sum for? It is hardly enough to make a complete amount. Very well, I shall keep this money for emergencies at home. Such is the nature of the elderly. Once they save enough, they become reluctant to spend. However, spending is essential now, if utilized correctly. This money is worth more than anything else. Sorting through over 7,000 and change, she planned to keep that amount at home and began organizing the remaining funds. 20,000 was allocated for the Ge family, while 30,000 was to be given to Ji's wife for a job, and another 50,000 for the eldest daughter-in-law, totaling 100,000. One envelope after another was filled. My frugal grandmother finally experienced the joy of spending money. No wonder the family struggles. Lacking funds truly hampers progress. Can anything be accomplished without financial resources? After completing this task, she prepared 2 more envelopes, one for Chi and the other for Xiaoyan, and still needed to contact Director Zhang of the Mining Bureau's employee hospital to discuss how to secure a position for her family member without terminating the contract worker. Adding it all up, another 100,000 was set to be dispensed. Her eldest grandson is indeed impressive, thoughtful, and knows to consider his own needs. However, what about the children of the Zhao family? With a remaining sum of 100,000, the elderly lady pondered. Very well, let us spend it wisely. Purchasing 3 sets of houses, dividing the family, and allowing everyone to live independently. The household must not possess excessive wealth, for any surplus would invariably be squandered on the children of the Zhao family. This course of action is feasible, yet it must be approached methodically. First, my own children must establish their footing before making further arrangements. One cannot expect to consume a feast in a single breath. I must act swiftly, otherwise, the old man will return and be displeased. Resolute in her decision, the grandmother disregarded the grandfather's thoughts, preparing to solidify her plans. After all, I am raising a fine grandson. With this thought, the grandmother felt a surge of happiness, believing it was her time to enjoy life. Meanwhile, her beloved grandson squatted outside, playfully engaging with a loach, accompanied by her foolish son. Luo, after all this fuss, we've only managed to scrounge 3,000? Unperturbed by the dirt, Lin Luo waved a branch, sketching something unknown, casually responding, what of 3,000? It's sufficient for me to verify a student ID. The old uncle was left bewildered. Chapter 43. The Divine Maiden. Isn't the essence of rebirth to mend past regrets? Yet, many of these regrets can only be resolved with power and influence. After some time spent contemplating on the ground, Lin Luo finally grasped certain truths, casting aside his stick and rising to clap his hands. All right, enough staring, let us go. The market hasn't closed yet. We must buy some supplies. Opening a barbecue restaurant is one of the more economical ventures in the culinary industry, with the primary expense being a large freezer, costing even less than Shibai. However, the grandmother refuses to part with any funds. A single coin can thwart a hero's endeavors, and 3,000 is certainly insufficient to launch a barbecue establishment. Since we cannot pursue the main venture, let us not allow unattainable desires from youth to ensnare us for a lifetime. Of course, Lin Luo was not referring to a charming female classmate. Noticing Lin Luo preparing to leave, the old uncle hurriedly followed, anxiously exclaiming, What are we buying? Lin Luo, now fully asserting his authority in their nephew-uncle dynamic, waved his hand dismissively. You needn't spend your money. Why ask so many questions? Just come along and carry the bags. The old uncle indeed displayed a somewhat subservient demeanor. No, Luo, I wish to visit my father's workplace. It appeared he genuinely had a matter to discuss with Lin Luo. This prompted Lin Luo to halt. Why visit grandfather? Aren't you the one who least enjoys seeing him? A son naturally feels apprehensive when facing his father, particularly as the grandfather has always been strict with the uncle. The uncle typically avoids encounters with the grandfather, preferring to wait in the reception area rather than ascend the stairs. So why at this moment? Was he so eager to go? Observing the uncle's awkwardness and recalling his previous despondent demeanor, Lin Luo suddenly grasped the crux of the situation. Oh, young man. Well done. Quite the taste you have. This was evidently not a visit to grandfather, but rather a pursuit of the young lady, perhaps captivated by grandfather's female apprentice. Hanbaoi. The grandmother and grandfather might find it perplexing. When the young lady visited the workplace, the uncle was merely a half-grown child. Yet Lin Luo found it entirely normal, for it is often said that nephews resemble their uncles, sharing a fondness for exquisite older sisters. In truth, Lin Luo's words were rather innocuous. However, his uncle felt a twinge of guilt. Don't speak carelessly. I have no knowledge of whether Aunt Han has a partner. This was, in essence, an inadvertent admission. Lin Luo raised his hand and patted his uncle's shoulder. Comrade, having a partner is advantageous, with only one rival. The path to success becomes far more attainable. Without a partner, given Aunt Han's standards, you wouldn't even catch a whiff of her undergarments. How can you speak so? Normally. His uncle was even coarser, yet when someone dared to utter such crude words about his goddess, he immediately bristled, even if that person happened to be his own nephew. He raised his hand as if to strike, but Lin Luo quickly evaded. Oh dear, still a pure-hearted young man, are we? What is this? Dreaming of marriage, perhaps? A jest, albeit one devoid of levity, rendered his uncle's face crimson. Well, dating is surely a prelude to marriage, is it not? XXX taught us that any romance devoid of matrimonial intent is merely licentious. He halted his pursuit of Lin Luo and appeared increasingly awkward. De Luo, please be gentle with your words. Your Aunt Han is from out of town. Her relocation for work has not been without its challenges, and she has faced her share of harassment from ruffians. You are my nephew. Do not further disgrace her, lest her reputation be tarnished. This made Lin Luo pause, furrowing his brow as he posed a curious inquiry. Are you certain that she is often harassed by ruffians? This seems amiss. Setting aside the intimidating presence of the prosecutor's uniform, one must recognize that she was equipped with a Makarov service pistol. Although this contraption might not be lethal even if pressed against one's head, who would dare to test that theory? It takes a considerable degree of audacity for a petty rogue to harass a prosecutor. Do not be deceived by signs in shopping malls prohibiting the abuse of customers or by warning signs along the roadside against robbing police vehicles. These are merely extreme exceptions. The ruffians bold enough to trouble Aunt Han surely do not fall within such rarefied categories. Observing Lin Luo's seriousness, his uncle refrained from pursuing the earlier banter and nodded. Indeed, recently, Bowie has encountered numerous predicaments. Whether it be bandits or forced marriages, she has had her share of troubles. Had it not been for my timely information, she might have been forced to become a fool's bride at Wuqi Tower. Just the thought sent a shiver down his uncle's spine. Once such an incident occurs, it would be irrevocable, even if he cherished Bao Yi and was unbothered by her plight, and even willing to marry her. Extracting her from that wretched place would not be a simple task, for once something like that transpires, the entire village would unanimously declare her to be the village bride. Considering the implications for a woman's reputation and the local repercussions, resolving the matter would be anything but straightforward, potentially dragging on for months. If a child were to be born, the woman's intentions would become even more inscrutable. Is that not the very reason for the difficulties in reclaiming abducted women? While his uncle's thoughts were entirely consumed with Aunt Han, Lin Luo, harboring no affection for her, increasingly sensed the incongruity of the situation. If this were an ordinary woman without power or influence facing such tribulations, it might be somewhat understandable. But this was Han Baoyi. She was the most accomplished disciple of his grandfather. Although her father was merely a teacher, he was a police academy instructor, adorned with the insignia of a third-level police supervisor. If such an incident were to occur, given his influence, it would not be surprising if he initiated a local counterterrorism operation. A stringent crackdown would merely be a show of leniency. To speak frankly, even if Qi Tongwei were present, he would have to stand at attention and respectfully address him as teacher. A group of unruly individuals thinking they could capture him as a spouse. Do they truly believe that the myth of the cowherd and the weaver girl could become reality, or do they presume they could produce a divine offspring like Erling Shun? Clearly, there are those who are utterly oblivious to the greater forces at play, deliberately targeting Aunt Han. But what could their motive be? With this thought, Lin Luo inquired further. Are you certain that there have been persistent troubles for her lately? Yes, his uncle replied indignantly. It's as if he's been marked, facing some form of harassment every few days. Lin Luo pondered and continued. Have you encountered any of her admirers? None. Upon mentioning admirers, his uncle couldn't help but reflect on his own situation, letting out a sigh, lamenting how a girl from the big city could never be interested in someone from our small town. It's difficult not to feel inferior in the presence of someone one admires, especially since Han Baoyi is indeed remarkable. Hence the saying, a clever wife often sleeps with a clumsy husband, holds some truth. Clumsy husbands, often thick-skinned, do not inherently feel inferior and bravely pursue their affections. Much like Lin Luo himself. Observing his uncle's self-sacrificial demeanor for love, Lin Luo couldn't help but swat away an imaginary fly. Enough of that. The primary role of unions, women's federations, and community organizations is to connect single men and women within the system. A girl as beautiful as Aunt Han would undoubtedly be their focal point. Under their influence, how many girls from big cities have chosen to stay locally? Would losing her really matter? Lin Luo spoke to reassure his uncle, urging him not to procrastinate, lest he wallow in self-pity later. With his hands clasped tightly in front of his chest, his tone was as earnest as a poetic recitation. In our youth, we often believe that if the girl we love does not marry us, she will never find happiness and will live in misery. At that time, we felt that only we were meant for her, and other suitors were merely fleeting or materialistic. Only our love was genuine. It was only after many years that we had to admit she could indeed thrive with someone else. A girl as wonderful as she is a blessing to anyone fortunate enough to be with her. If she does not choose you, it simply means you were not meant to be. His words struck a chord with his uncle, who was thoroughly convinced and resolved to silently guard Han Baoi's happiness. However, Lin Luo shifted his tone, retracting his hands. You cannot genuinely believe in this notion, can you? Pure love ranks behind the warm-hearted. Warm-hearted individuals are often placed behind mere pets. What relevance does her happiness hold if you cannot first secure your own? How could someone lacking the ability to love themselves ever love another? After saying this, he pressed further. Uncle, if you truly have feelings for Aunt Han, you must take the initiative. Otherwise, someone else might seize the opportunity. Have you not grasped the situation? There are those purposely tarnishing her reputation, persistently harassing her. A girl without family ties would undoubtedly feel insecure. If a hero were to emerge at this moment to protect her, Aunt Han would surely be swayed. It would be better for someone like you to take advantage of the situation than to let someone else do so. Isn't that precisely what the bridge effect is all about? Lin Luo, in the depths of his heart, acknowledged Han Baoi's affluent background, believing it more than sufficient for his uncle. Han Baoi's father was a police academy instructor, her mother a surgeon. And though her grandfather had long since retired from a leadership position, he remained active within the retired cadre bureau. Thus, Lin Luo surmised that it was highly likely a man of dubious intentions, a so-called Phoenix man, had set his sights on Aunt Han. In light of this, the presence of an additional uncle was hardly significant. Although his uncle was a naive romantic, Lin Luo's own intentions were far from pure, equipped with both strength and cunning. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, his uncle grew anxious, his voice rising in pitch. What? Are you saying someone is deliberately harming her? It seemed that amidst all the other information, this was the only detail he had grasped. What was there to be astonished about? Were it me, I would act similarly. If Aunt Han were truly flawless, would individuals like you even have the audacity to approach her? Even if she were on her third marriage with 6 sons, she would still be out of your league. The community she resided in had security at the entrance. Only by tarnishing her reputation, instilling a sense of insecurity within her, could one find an opportunity in this insular county. Tales of celestial maidens serve to instruct Phoenix men on how to ascend. Such lessons are not lost on those who apply them in life. Having witnessed the treachery of humanity over 2 lifetimes, Lin Luo had never hesitated to assume the worst of others. His uncle genuinely believed Lin Luo's words and was about to inquire who could be so malicious when Qi Guangda and Yin Shirquan emerged from the alley. Yin Shirquan, with his slicked-back hair, donned a crisp jacket and polished leather shoes, leaving a faint scent of cologne in his wake. Spotting Lin Luo and his uncle at the alley's entrance, Qi Guangda took the initiative to greet them. Junzi, busy today? Previously, he and Yin Shirquan had contemplated at the Yin household for quite some time, trying to decipher which organization Lin Luo's uncle was heading to. Fortunately, with the elder Yan's guidance, Qi Guangda discovered that the Zhao family's connections were broader than he had anticipated. It was no surprise which unit or department he might join. If one day he were to become a scribe in the county committee office, it would hardly be shocking, given that there were familiar faces inside, such as the third-in-command Qiu Tingyan and the husband of the eldest Zhao daughter, who happened to be university classmates. Confronted with Qi Guangda's enthusiasm, Lin Luo's uncle merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, his thoughts consumed by Lin Luo's earlier words. The mere idea of someone covertly undermining Han Baoi caused a knot of anxiety to form in his chest. Yet, what right did he have to engage with such people when he had not even secured a proper job? What if, by the time he found stable employment, Aunt Han had fallen prey to such sinister individuals? This predicament was a source of great longing, haunting his thoughts, causing him to toss and turn restlessly. Lin Luo, secretly amused, recognized that his uncle was a man of little guile, possessing woeful emotional management. His despondent demeanor compelled Lin Luo to initiate a conversation. Uncle Qi, Uncle Yan, are you heading out? Qi Guangda, undeterred by his uncle's indifference, smiled and waved at Lin Luo. De Luo, Come on, uncle will take you out for some fun. Let us go dance at the cultural palace. This was clearly an attempt to entertain a child. Yet the cultural palace was currently hosting social dances like the three-step and four-step, hardly a venue for children. Lin Luo immediately exchanged knowing glances with Yin Shirquan. Uncle Yin, are you off to a blind date? Dressed so sprightly and having made a special trip to the cultural palace to dance, aside from matchmaking, what else could there be? The young lad certainly knows a thing or two. Perhaps having heard that his uncle is on the verge of securing employment, Yin Shirquan's demeanor towards him has softened considerably. With a smile, he engages with Lin Luo and, as he passes by his uncle, casually mentions, Erhua is out now. I'll have him reach out to you. Clearly, this matter has been discussed among them. The individual Yin casually references is quite notable, with a reputation that resonates throughout Guanshan and proves to be quite influential. He commands a small group of 3 to 5 brothers, previously involved in mediating conflicts for students. Recently, however, he had been sentenced to labor reform for a brawl, only to emerge sooner than expected. Lin Luo grasped the implications of this. His uncle, momentarily oblivious to his age, deemed nothing more significant than romance. Inadvertently allowing Lin Luo to act as his spokesperson. Oh, great, let us find a time to dine together. Lin Luo was well aware that apart from his physical prowess, Erhua possessed few other virtues and lacked sharpness of mind. Years later, he would meet his demise in a fight with Li Qingjun. Just from that particular fierce clash, one could discern the economic disparities between the two sides. Li Qingjun arrived with 4 luxury vehicles, while his men disembarked wielding firearms. In contrast, Erhua's crew armed themselves with a few sharpened bamboo poles, charging into battle. Despite their inadequate gear, they exhibited a certain courage, enough to defend their honor. After exchanging a simple greeting with Qi Guangda, Zhao Yanjun appeared entirely preoccupied. Yin Shirquan, who had always looked down upon him, would not have been so courteous had he not suspected that Zhao might be heading to a respectable position. Qi Guangda, perplexed, turned to Lin Luo and inquired, "De Luo, what is going on with your uncle?" Even Lin Luo couldn't help but jest at his uncle, smirking. Hee, just like Uncle Yin, he's yearning for a wife. What? Your uncle is dating? This is monumental news. Between finding a job and dating, it's no wonder the Zhao family has been so active lately. Even old Zhao has to make some adjustments. This family is on the brink of a resurgence. Chapter 45. Organization. Some matters, when poorly articulated, become gossip when expressed well. They transform into public pressure. Without waiting for his uncle to retort, Lin Luo decisively cut off the conversation. It's my grandfather's disciple. Aunt Han from the complaint and appeal section. We're all familiar with each other. It's not a serious relationship, just getting to know one another. She might not even fancy my uncle. The procuratorate comprises over 10 departments. Initially, Han Baoyi and Lin Luo's grandfather were in the position of combating occupational crimes. However, due to the previous rural incident that startled the young lady, the institution preferred not to have her on the front lines, thus transferring her to the complaint and appeal section. They also elevated her from a secondary staff member to a primary one as a form of reassurance, fearing she might report grievances upon returning home. The situation in Wang Lanchi village of Wuqi Tower is inherently complex, and there is no need to exacerbate it. Yet, as Lin Luo spoke, his uncle hastily denied, No. His face flushed crimson. Han Baoyi was entirely unaware of his affections. This bashful demeanor was a perfect embodiment of the phrase knowing of beauty, yet yearning for the modest. It elicited playful banter from Qi Guangda. Well, Dejun, you're making strides. That's the daughter of our judicial circle. Consider yourself fortunate to have caught her eye. No wonder the Zhao family has been bustling about lately. It is all for the sake of this child. The social standing is somewhat mismatched, necessitating additional effort. Although the civil service examination was established in 1994, it wasn't until 2005 that it became widespread. During this period, appointments were primarily based on organizational recommendations and superior assignments, leading to a system where offspring of bureaucratic families often began their careers in inconspicuous locales, starting from grassroots positions, securing non-leadership roles in comprehensive management, and subsequently transferring to vital departments for corresponding leadership positions. This trajectory typically leads to higher ranks, rendering their backgrounds plausible upon scrutiny. Han Baoyi is one such child. She is merely passing through, and should Zhao Yanjun become involved, it would indeed be a significant embarrassment for the Zhao family. Even Yin Shirquan, who has never been fond of Zhao Yanjun, became notably cordial upon hearing of his interactions with Han Baoyi. You truly are impressive, Dajuan. Well then, we shall converse later. We are off to dance now, no time for further discussion. Behave yourself. If your partner discovers you are mingling with us, they may not take kindly to it. And how then shall we continue to socialize? Given this demeanor, it appears that Yin Shikuan is not one to scheme against Han Baoyi, thus eliminating him from suspicion. As they departed, Qi Guangda and his companion seemed to have other matters to attend to. Lin Luo quickly smiled and called out, "Uncle Yin, safe travels. Wishing you success in your matchmaking." Yin Shikuan, not particularly old and in a hurry, stumbled slightly at Lin Luo's words, nearly losing his balance, and muttered with a bemused expression, "This child, such a loose tongue." The atmosphere remained amicable, just as they approached the alley's entrance. Qi Guangda suddenly recalled something and turned back to shout, "Oh, De Luo, please inform the family that your grandfather is working overtime these days and will be traveling to Tahuapu for business soon. They should prepare some clothes for him." "Understood," Lin Luo responded, suddenly realizing the implications of Qi Guangda's words. The butterfly effect had taken hold. In his previous life, at this time, his grandfather had not been on a business trip but was occupied with resolving matters concerning his uncle's theft. Now, however, with that issue resolved, his grandfather was set to travel? One should not underestimate this trip. Having served as a clerk in the Criminal Investigation Division for many years, with several changes in leadership, including one former head implicated in bribery, a case that his grandfather handled, it was only reasonable that he too would be moved along soon. A business trip often serves as a precursor to an adjustment. Being assigned an external task allows the organization to discuss potential changes in one's position more conveniently. Otherwise, among familiar faces, it becomes difficult to voice opinions for or against, as there is a fear of collusion among those involved. Qi Guangdao's words stirred a whirlwind of thoughts in Lin Luo's mind. It is often said that those who are overly meticulous and sensitive may meet an early demise. Am I overthinking this? Yet, upon reflection, it seems plausible. His grandfather has at most a decade left before retirement, and it is customary to promote him once before retirement, ensuring that his benefits keep pace. To be frank, it is indeed about time for his grandfather's turn, although last time he was sidetracked by his uncle's troubles. The question remains, will he merely experience a salary increase without a change in rank, or will he be reassigned to another department? Should I seek an opportunity to inquire further? Perhaps a visit to Li Qingyuan's residence would be prudent? The old gentleman is in charge of the organization department. Although the county-level organization department is primarily responsible for the personnel appointments and registrations of officials at the department head level and above, promotions for prosecutors and judicial administrative personnel must also be reported to this department. However, the Li family has recently been embroiled in numerous matters. Li Qingyuan's elder brother, Li Qingxin, has been diagnosed with stomach cancer while in prison, and it appears his time may be limited. Is it appropriate to complicate matters at such a time? Reflecting on this, Lin Luo's eyes brightened. Originally, Li Qingxin was part of the same gang as the notorious Chai Jiangyu, with Li Qingjun merely following in his elder brother's footsteps. During the crackdown in '89, the gang led by Li Qingxin and Chai Jiangyu was dismantled. Lin Luo recalls vividly that these individuals, along with members of other criminal organizations, were sentenced to death. They were paraded through the streets, only to be executed on-site at the Ganzi Mountain. Yet, inexplicably, only a portion of them faced execution after the public display, while the rest, who avoided the death penalty, were later commuted to life imprisonment. Even Chai Jiangyu, as an accomplice, was soon released due to good behavior. Now, Chai Jiangyu has ventured into the demolition business, engaging in earth-moving contracts, and has even taken on the sales operations for the local brewery, Songlin Beer. At this critical juncture, Li Qingxin in prison has developed stomach cancer. Stomach cancer is a condition that allows for medical parole, and acquiring a death certificate during this period is not particularly challenging. What follows? This situation invites further contemplation. No wonder Chai Jiangyu has managed to evade severe consequences despite multiple incarcerations. Given his close ties with the Li family, he might possess some insights. This piqued Lin Luo's curiosity even further. Alas, he is burdened with the affairs of the entire family. It is indeed a case of pressing down one gourd only to see another pop up. Once Qi Guangda and his companion had walked away, his uncle, visibly anxious, reproached Lin Luo. "De Luo, how can you spread such rumors? What will Baoyi think of me if she discovers this?" Lin Luo, still pondering a breakthrough in dealings with the Li family, was abruptly brought back to reality by his uncle's concerns. Observing his uncle's romantic preoccupations, Lin Luo felt a sense of helplessness. "My dear uncle, I have known since elementary school that rumors about two people dating can sometimes lead to actual relationships. Are you not aware of this? Without a hint of scandal, how will you both ever break through that invisible barrier?" His uncle, having received an education, recalled similar occurrences from his school days, murmuring, "But we can't let old Yin find out." Despite his surname, His mouth is the least discreet. Did Lin Luo not know this? Indeed, he must know. His loose lips, akin to the waistband of a cotton-padded trouser, cannot keep secrets. Once he knows, others will too. The person who resorted to such underhanded tactics against Aunt Han surely lacks a solid background. You need to create some commotion to draw him out. Is that not clear? Lin Luo believed he had articulated his point well, yet his uncle remained fixated on one concern. But how will Bowie perceive me? Lin Luo covered his face. Let her see you first. Does she even have you in her sights at this moment? Chapter 46. Provocation. All right, enough of this prattle. You are my uncle, but otherwise, I wouldn't bother with such matters. Come on, let me take you shopping. When someone is in love, they become easily entangled, speaking only in circles. As the conversation continued, Lin Luo couldn't help but think that even the local ruffians and vagabonds could conduct their own lessons on moral conduct. He raised his voice, calling out to the courtyard, "Grandma, we're off to play? We want to be home tonight. We'll stay at my place." Having recently reclaimed the rights to his own room from his grandmother, it was only fitting that he pay a visit. After his shout, he suddenly remembered his grandfather and added, "Grandpa will be on a business trip to Peach Blossom Village, so please remember to bring him some food and clothes." Little did he know, his call barely finished when his grandmother emerged from the yard. "What are you shouting about?" she said, clutching a bag with a look akin to that of a thief. "You two want to be back for a couple of days. There's no food at home. And you both have money, so figure out your meals. Just be sure to bring some food for that old ghost as well. I have matters to attend to and can't manage him." The term old ghost referred, of course, to Lin Luo's grandfather. Clearly, she was so busy that she had no time to cook. Lin Luo, discerning more than his uncle, refrained from asking too many questions. "Oh, then how about a little extra for food?" he ventured, stretching out his hand. "I'll reward you with a slap." His grandmother swatted his hand away, glaring at him with irritation. "You're always just asking for money. Do you even know how to spend it? I'm not even sure I have enough for myself." Despite having over 300,000, she was meticulous in her spending, calculating every expense to ensure it was sufficient. Confident in his ability to manage finances better than his grandmother, Lin Luo understood that her current expenditures were of greater urgency, such as networking and securing employment, matters beyond a child's purview. In a society governed by personal connections, significant interests and relationships were not evaluated by one's character or talents, nor even by the amount of money one possessed, but rather by the essence of the individual, what is colloquially referred to as being acquainted with one's roots. Realizing his grandmother was preoccupied, Lin Luo withdrew his hand. "If you want to give, then why hit? At least 50 would be fair." This jest was merely a playful poke at a long-lost relative, particularly one who had always cherished him as a child, leading him to momentarily regress to childishness. Ignoring Lin Luo's antics, his grandmother pulled her grandson and son along, all the while cautioning, "I want to have time to cook these next few days, Dajuan. You're old enough to look after your nephew." Lin Luo's uncle seemed lost in thought, completely oblivious to his mother's admonitions, a demeanor that often invited punishment. "Oh dear," his grandmother exclaimed, glaring at him. "Did you even hear what I said?" "Oh, I heard," the uncle hurriedly responded. Seeing this, his grandmother knew he hadn't truly listened, and in her frustration, she kicked him again. Still feeling unsatisfied and ready to strike once more when they passed by old Ning's house, a sarcastic voice emerged from the courtyard. "Oh, it's not even raining. Yet you're beating the child?" The implication was that beating children was justifiable when it was raining, a sentiment that, despite its origins in Sichuan, was met with acceptance in the Northeast. However, old Ning's comment was clearly laced with provocation. Who could have imagined that the grandmother, once notorious in the alley for her fierce temperament and notorious for wielding a kitchen knife in pursuit of others, would react so unusually upon hearing this bothersome commotion? Children, in their innocence, must be disciplined, mustn't they? The young lady of the Ning family, preoccupied with her tasks, displayed a demeanor so amiable and gentle that it starkly contrasted with the earlier sternness of the adults. This sudden shift in expression could serve as a lesson in benevolence at a prestigious institution. As the grandmother softened, the Ning family matron tossed aside her sunflower seed shells with renewed vigor, remarking on the child's lack of decorum and audacity to speak freely, lamenting the absence of proper upbringing, and questioning how he could ever hope to marry. The mere mention of marriage seemed to resurrect the old uncle from his reverie. Previously, he had been contemplating names for his child with Han Bowie, but the unexpected intrusion of a woman declaring his inability to find a wife was intolerable. "With whom do you think you were speaking?" The old uncle was feared for his propensity to resort to violence without regard for age or gender, striking out when provoked, for he was unable to best others in verbal exchanges. Oh, the Ning family matron, having gained the upper hand in their exchange, was taken aback when Zhao Yanjun dared to retort, prompting her to exclaim in exasperation, "And you, a grown man, yet unable to articulate a single sentence. If you cannot restrain yourself, I shall send you to Lingyuan to break stones." Lingyuan housed a significant portion of the prisons in Liaoning, and such a fate was far from desirable. Uncle Lin Luo quickly intervened to prevent any escalation from the grandmother's side. The grandmother nodded in approval. This was precisely why she hesitated to arrange for the children's futures all at once. Securing employment was governed by unspoken rules that could not withstand close scrutiny. With too many people involved, it became challenging to maintain discretion. If even one person faltered, all would be implicated. Until one was officially documented and archived, engaging in disputes would only invite unnecessary hardship, particularly for the Ning family, currently entangled in a web of legal woes. The last thing they desired was to drag others into their misfortune. What gain could there be from a fleeting victory in verbal sparring? Observing the Ning family matron, the grandmother mused that with such a daughter-in-law, their good fortune was surely dwindling. At that moment, she was too preoccupied with fostering goodwill to consider the implications. Otherwise, if matters spiraled beyond control, not a single ally would be found. A daughter-in-law of such temperament was surely not a suitable match for their family. Reflecting on this, the elderly lady continued the conversation. "You are absolutely right, dear young lady of the Ning family. Who would want to take on such a burden as my unrefined kin? If you happen to know anyone suitable, do introduce them to us. We are not particular, as long as they have limbs and are earnest in their approach to life." This was clearly disingenuous flattery. Yet, the Ning family matron seemed oblivious to the underlying implications. "Humph, your standards are rather lofty. My fourth aunt has a simpleton. I shall take you to meet him someday." With that, she slammed the door shut, clearly seeking to provoke a reaction. Damn, the old uncle, lost in dreams of matrimony, could hardly contain his fury upon hearing that he was deemed worthy only of a simpleton. He seized a brick, ready to smash the door. This was not merely an insult to him, but a direct affront to his beloved Bowie. "Put that down," exclaimed the grandmother, torn between anger and urgency. This reckless child, so easily riled, had taken the bait, falling right into the trap. No wonder the old Ning family had initially targeted him when seeking someone to shoulder their burdens. With just a few whispered words, he took them to heart, proving himself to be exceedingly easy to manipulate. Certain matters, once undertaken, may be concealed for a time, but it is impossible to hide them indefinitely, especially when the situation begins to unravel and all eyes are upon it. Gossip ensues, and the truth is likely to emerge. This naturally includes the sons of the old Ning family, who, in the presence of the Zhao family's children, began discussing the steel supplies from the machinery factory. In the past, such conversations might not have raised suspicion, yet now, with friends of the Zhao family's son present, one cannot help but ponder the implications. It is wise to be vigilant against others while harboring no ill intentions oneself. The Zhao family, perceived as the victims amidst the public discourse, can only await the day when the authorities come to address the Ning family's transgressions. Why invite unnecessary complications at such a time? Where should I place this? "You wretched creature," the grandmother exclaimed, snatching the brick from the uncle's grasp. Chapter 47. The broken drum of weakness must inevitably be exposed, whether it be avarice, lust, or recklessness, yet it must never be one's true vulnerability. The uncle, lacking such discernment, laid bare his genuine flaw, impulsiveness. The grandmother, increasingly frustrated with her son, lamented that he was far less manageable than her eldest grandson. Why should he care about what others say? The entire county was abuzz with rumors of the Ning family's misappropriation of factory resources, and yet, while others disregarded such slander, he felt compelled to defend himself against the notion that he was unable to find a bride. Did he truly wish to marry a fool? Such sentiments were hardly hidden, even from the Ning family, who feared their neighbors might overhear. "Damn it," the uncle muttered in response. The bride he sought would undoubtedly not be a simpleton. The grandmother, unaware of the object of his affections, shot him a warning glance as he continued to speak out of turn. "Are you still at it?" At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from the alleyway. "Mother, what are you all doing?" The elder uncle had returned with his wife, the latter being the one to greet them. The grandmother exhibited considerable leniency towards her daughter-in-law, perhaps due to her own understanding of the challenges faced by wives. Gu Ping had arrived. The elder uncle's wife, named Wen Gu Ping, possessed a distinctive surname and an equally unique name. The previous tensions within the Ning family dissipated immediately upon her arrival. Though the grandmother was delighted to see her daughter-in-law, it was evident that Gu Ping herself was not in high spirits. "Mother," she greeted, her demeanor somewhat subdued, as if she were grappling with unspoken grievances. Clearly, The elder uncle's wife had encountered a difficult day, likely feeling wronged, yet unable to voice her concerns openly, which only compounded her discomfort. Even Lin Luo noticed the shift, making it impossible for the grandmother to overlook. What troubles you? The grandmother, now preoccupied with her daughter-in-law, embraced the elder uncle's wife. What has caused you distress? Upon inquiry, the elder uncle's wife, with tears in her eyes, poured forth her woes. Mother, my job may be in jeopardy. The promised 30,000 has now been increased due to changes in the job placement arrangements. We have exhausted all our resources over this matter, and we still fall short by 20,000. What shall we do? Having placed her trust in the wrong person, the elder uncle's wife had already resigned from her position as a teacher in the township. Today, I had initially set out with great joy to make a payment, eagerly awaiting arrangements, only to be met with an unexpected outcome. My aunt, with a somewhat reckless demeanor, confronted my grandmother, her teeth gritted and lips parted in agitation. Could you lend us 20,000? She implored. We can no longer reside in the new building. My aunt was aware of the family's financial resources, yet that money was earmarked for purchasing a residence, rendering her request somewhat inconsiderate. In the grand scheme of life, possessing a home outweighs the importance of employment, for jobs are plentiful, whereas families blessed with homes are few. Upon hearing this and witnessing my aunt's distressed expression, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. It seemed that familial discord in a past life was rooted in his mother. In that previous existence, my aunt's job placement must have also fallen through, with grandmother having presumably passed the money to his mother well before that. The outcome, as one might expect, was dire. With limited funds, the trifecta of buying a home, securing employment, and providing education for children all collided, inevitably leading to inequitable distribution. Most family conflicts stem from poverty. Affluent households, as long as the head is alive, encounter no such discord. For instance, during Old Zong's lifetime, his daughter, fully aware of her father's character, still played along in the charade of filial piety. Unlike the struggles of the impoverished, where even a mere distribution of several thousand yuan can spark significant conflict. However, the situation has since transformed. Grandmother's confidence now surpasses even her swollen purse. No worries. Eschewing isn't a prestigious school anyway. Your mother will arrange something for you. Come, let us step outside. Had this been yesterday, grandmother would not have dared utter such words. Mere connections without financial backing are of little value. Empty promises would only be met with skepticism. Yet now, grandmother possesses both influence and wealth. As for borrowing money, there is no need. We no longer regard Eschewing as an option. We shall aim for Eschewing. What do you mean? My aunt, bewildered by this sudden shift, found herself at a loss. Just follow along. Do you think your mother would deceive you? Many matters cannot be spoken of openly. Grandmother, holding her daughter-in-law close as if they were mother and son, turned her back on her biological son with a stern demeanor. Dadong, there is no food at home these days. You will have to eat at the canteen at work and stay in the dormitory. I must take Gui Ping to attend to some affairs, so I cannot look after you. Please take care of Wenjie. Zhao Wenjie, the child of my aunt's family, bore a name that combined his parents' surname with the character for excellence. What? The bewildered uncle found himself at a loss. Having anticipated a loan but instead faced the prospect of meals at the canteen and being barred from returning home. What kind of situation is this? Unfortunately, no one considered his feelings, and by the time the uncle regained his composure, grandmother and the others had already departed. Where are they off to? He inquired of his brother, voicing his confusion. They went to arrange a job for aunt. Before the uncle could respond, Lin Luo interjected. Arrange a job? Your mother is merely a community committee worker. Does she possess such capability? At the entrance of the Ning residence, where discussions were ill-advised, Lin Luo urged his uncle to step outside. Let us go. What are we lingering here for? The two uncles, one on each side, were drawn along by Lin Luo out of the alley. As Lin Luo traversed the bustling streets, surrounded by familiar faces, he found himself engaged in a seemingly ceaseless conversation. Uncle, you ought to steer clear of the Ning family. They harbor ill intentions. Ill intentions? I specialize in dealing with rogues, his uncle replied, taking Lin Luo's words at face value. Unfazed, Lin Luo continued, have you not noticed? They are eagerly awaiting your arrival to wreak havoc upon their household. They are deliberately seeking to provoke you. Do you believe that? The more people passed by, the clearer his words became. When have you ever seen that woman at home? Especially at this hour? By now, she is likely engrossed in a game of mahjong. If she is at home now, she is merely waiting for you to show up. His uncle remained oblivious to Lin Luo's intentions, still questioning, waiting? For what? This prompted Lin Luo's elder uncle to wonder how his brother could be so naive, as Lin Luo's words were effectively being broadcasted for all to hear. The elder uncle, slightly more astute, grasped the situation and pulled his younger brother aside, prompting him to cease his chatter. Yet, even in silence, Lin Luo continued unabated. Do you not realize that the moment you knock on their door, the previous theft incident will be used against us, suggesting a grievance between our families? They would assert that we are retaliating against them, thereby evading responsibility and shifting the case onto you. It matters not who takes over the case. What is essential is that they buy time. In the meantime, if they can address their previous issues, they will manage to evade scrutiny. It is clear they are using you as a scapegoat. As they spoke, they exited the alleyway, emerging into a square bustling with card games and lively conversation. Lin Luo, feeling as though sand had infiltrated his shoes, deliberately paused to adjust them. While doing so, he called out to his elder uncle who had taken a few steps ahead. Regarding the Ning family, we cannot afford to grant them a moment's respite. A broken drum draws a multitude of drummers. Anyone with incriminating evidence will not hesitate to report. Will you wait until the matter has passed to find a solution? Keep in mind that several individuals have been trailing Lin Luo, feigning nonchalance all the while. After issuing this statement, Lin Luo, apprehensive of being abandoned by his uncles, hurriedly donned his shoes and sprinted ahead. Wait for me. Whether anyone heard him was uncertain. Chapter 48. Schemes upon exiting the alleyway. They found themselves on a broad street adjacent to an open space. Perhaps the elder uncle had elucidated the earlier incident to the younger one, for he seemed to grasp the situation somewhat, yet remained unconvinced. Lin Luo, your approach is entirely unnecessary. If it were up to me, I would confront the Ning family directly. Do you truly believe I am incapable of dealing with that woman? I have faced far worse than her, numbering at least 30 encounters. What could she possibly do to me? If brute force were effective, then martial arts would undoubtedly be a requisite for civil service examinations. Lin Luo, disinterested in his uncle's rhetoric, replied nonchalantly, what could she do to you? She could very well have you imprisoned. Do you truly think the Ning family is akin to those raucous women you typically confront? His uncle, evidently undeterred by past grievances with the Ning family, expressed his disbelief. However, Lin Luo was acutely aware of his uncle's potential fate and almost wished for him to experience such a downfall. Your disbelief changes nothing. They are precisely prepared for such an outcome. From beginning to end, they have been calculating against you, and you remain oblivious. The elder uncle had also heard about the family affairs, particularly concerning his younger brother's friends who had encountered trouble. With a sense of unease, he tentatively inquired, could it be? Our family bears no grudge against the Liaoning family. It seemed absurd to him that they would conspire against his brother. Such behavior indicated a certain twisted mentality. His thoughts lingered in the past, reminiscing about the era when their grandfather was in his prime, a time when their family enjoyed great prestige, and everyone treated them with utmost respect. Who would dare to offend a promising prosecutor? Yet now, their grandfather had been inactive for over a decade and was nearing retirement, his once formidable potential having long since faded. This situation had little to do with animosity. It was simply that their family was perceived as easy to bully. Lin Luo felt a twinge of sadness at this realization. Who would have thought that a cadre transitioning to a local position, particularly within the public security and judicial entities, would struggle to even reach the threshold of a deputy section chief? It was common knowledge that failing to attain a formal position by the age of 35 marked the end of a civil servant's political career, and their grandfather was already in his 50s. The elder uncle could sense this to some extent, but the younger uncle appeared utterly oblivious. Our family is easy to bully. Nonsense. Count me out. I'll confront them. In his mind, being easy to bully meant one wouldn't dare to retaliate. Ironically, he had become the one who bullied others on the streets, as he had never been on the receiving end of such treatment. This attitude transformed the elder uncle's sorrow into anger, which he directed toward his brother. Tiger, I told you they were scheming against you, waiting for you to make a move. Why would you even go there? I can't believe how foolish you are. His words were quite blunt. This was a matter intended to defend the family, yet it led to such harsh words from his older brother, causing the younger uncle to lose his composure. You fool. You're the real fool here. The entire day had been spent enduring such insults. Seeing the brothers on the brink of a quarrel, Lin Luo quickly intervened. What are you arguing about? There is nothing wrong with being foolish. One must embrace being foolish, or else what is the point of living? Foolish? The sudden term caught both of their attentions. Indeed, foolish, and also showy and pretentious. As he led his two uncles to the market, Lin Luo continued to weave his persuasive narrative. You think I'm bold? Dalu, you are far bolder than I. What a peculiar compliment, he thought. Yet he welcomed the attention. Seeking insults was undoubtedly foolish behavior, and the younger uncle felt certain of that. However, what the younger uncle did not realize was that dialectics, at its core, presents two sides of the same coin. Ah, my dear uncle, if one has never been called a fool, it suggests a gentle disposition. One who never engages in disputes. If one has never been called showy, it indicates an ordinary appearance that elicits no jealousy. And if one has never been accused of being pretentious, it merely reflects a lack of capability and conditions that could inspire envy. It is far better to be criticized than to be pitied. Every situation has its pros and cons, depending on how one chooses to accept them. Theoretical musings have a certain allure. The younger uncle nodded repeatedly. So you're suggesting that if the Lao Ning family insults me, I should feel grateful? Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle at his uncle's earnestness. Such self-soothing remarks should not be taken seriously, yet the younger uncle did indeed take them to heart. You envy me? Dalu, you've called yourself foolish. If not envy, then what is it? What kind of reasoning is this? The words of Lin Luo's uncle left him in a state of bemusement. What I mean is, the insults hurled by the Ning family were not mere insults. Rather, they served a purpose, a means to achieve their own ends. That family is, by nature, devoid of shame. Competing with them in shamelessness would only bring misfortune upon oneself. One should not contest others based on their strengths. Yet, Lin Luo's uncle remained unconvinced. Their lack of dignity is their concern, but insulting me is unacceptable. If they insult me, I shall retaliate. The Ning family was well aware of this dynamic, which is why they resorted to insults. Who would have thought that grandmother would intervene at that moment? Do not be anxious. Allow me to finish my thoughts. Summer days are long, ample enough for idle chatter. Lin Luo led his two uncles into the market, selecting fruits and delicacies while engaging in conversation. The Ning family could be considered a prominent clan in our area, boasting numerous brothers, with some ascending to the position of deputy factory director at a subsidiary of the mining bureau, a legitimate figure of subdepartmental rank. During his ascent, continuing education, and social interactions, he must have encountered many influential individuals. The mining bureau's industrial department, though confined to a county-level city, is essentially a departmental unit, with its head undoubtedly enjoying the privileges of a deputy inspector, receiving benefits akin to those of bureau-level officials. This structure ensures autonomy from local governance. Most resource enterprises in the Northeast follow this model, which contributes to the sustained economic revitalization of the three provinces. In simpler terms, it is a matter of local enterprises maintaining their own leadership. Within the subordinate units of the mining bureau, a deputy factory director holds genuine authority and commands respect among county committee officials. At this point, Lin Luo's hand trembled slightly as he selected fruits. Whether it was a transportation issue or a matter of pricing, even in summer, purchasing fruits in the north was exorbitantly expensive. Lychees at 12 yuan per jean, bananas at 8 yuan per jean, and mangoes at 22 yuan per jean. Only local fruits remained relatively affordable, watermelons at 0.5 yuan per jean, cantaloupes at 0.2 yuan per jean, and autumn white pears at 0.7 yuan per jean. The fruits were not for his own consumption, but rather intended as gifts. Lin Luo was always willing to spend on women. After selecting just a couple of each item, he had already spent 200 yuan, enough for an entire family to live on for a month. Perhaps Lin Luo's words had divided his uncle's attention. They failed to notice his tendency to choose the pricier fruits and did not intervene. This allowed Lin Luo to express himself more freely. Everyone was aware of how the Ning family had depleted the factory for personal gain. Yet was there ever any consequence? Could a mere deputy factory director truly wield such power over the mechanical factory? This indicates that the issue was not solely a familial one, but rather one that involved the entire upper echelon of the factory. Regardless of personal grievances, no one seemed capable of addressing the situation. To have managed to empty an entire mechanical factory could not have been the work of a single individual. So why provoke them further? Lin Luo's eldest uncle, also employed at the factory, quickly grasped the situation. He had witnessed his nephew's earlier remarks upon exiting the alley. Was this not akin to offending someone? Lin Luo's audacity to offend others surely had its rationale, for circumstances had shifted. Consider why the Ning family sought to scheme against his uncle. Chapter 49 Identity. Did you not mention that our family is easily bullied? Zhao Yanjun has nearly muddled his own nephew's mind. It was Lin Luo himself who stated that our family is an easy target, thus making us vulnerable to such treatment. However, can this truly be compared? At last, Lin Luo had procured the fruits and, after placing them in a red and white striped plastic bag, handed it over to his uncle, instructing him to carry them carefully. The notion that our family is easy to bully is merely a rationale concocted by the Ning family to justify their scheming, not a reason for her to plot against others. These two concepts are fundamentally distinct. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. Lin Luo's uncle took the two bags without comprehending why Luo had purchased such an abundance of bananas and mangoes. Nonetheless, one must admit, it had been quite a while since he had tasted a banana. In the past, their home was often graced with gifts of high-end fruits, and before Lin Luo's arrival, he had savored durian. But in recent years, such gifts had dwindled. After selecting the fruits, Lin Luo searched throughout the market and finally found yogurt. Holding it up, he explained to his uncle, "What is there to misunderstand? It simply indicates that the Ning family has encountered an issue at some point, and they are now obliged to provide an explanation. An explanation is never directed downwards. It is meant for those above. There are numerous ways to appease superiors, one of which involves implicating another authoritative entity to engender caution among the higher-ups, thereby diverting their attention." Lin Luo's uncle opened the bag and placed the yogurt inside, still shaking his head in confusion. He did not comprehend. This foolish expression made Lin Luo feel as though he were imparting knowledge to a eunuch. "Very well. Let me articulate it more clearly. The current situation clearly indicates that the individuals at the mechanical factory have been discovered engaging in the illicit sale of the factory's assets by their superiors outside the unit. However, these assets have long since been divided among the factory personnel, and none are willing to relinquish them. Given the large number of participants, redistributing the assets is impractical. Yet, the superiors who have identified this issue cannot simply turn a blind eye. This is not merely a matter of benefit. Should problems arise in the future, they would be held accountable for negligence." Having acquired several bottles of yogurt, Lin Luo did not forget his grandfather. He instructed a vendor selling beef patties, who was pushing a diesel barrel, to prepare a few pastries. This stall was adjacent to the beef stand, boasting the claim of pure meat pastries, and the aroma wafting through the air was tantalizing. Observing the proprietor chop the meat and prepare the patties on the spot, Lin Luo imagined that when their family's zombie meat enters the market, they could also establish a fresh meat stall nearby. Wouldn't he that serve as an unspoken advertisement? Of course, he did not neglect to engage in casual banter with his uncle. "Do you understand now, uncle? In such circumstances, how can one ensure that this superior remains willing to bear the weight of responsibility for negligence, even without a satisfactory answer? The only way is to stir up trouble without reaping any benefits." Thus, the impulsive and naive uncle became the target of their machinations. Whether or not Lin Luo's uncle grasped this, it was evident that his elder uncle, whose child had already entered elementary school, understood quite well. This situation mirrors what transpired with our father during the incident at Wuchi building, does it not? A group of villagers, uncertain of who instigated the situation, claimed that the Rural Legal Education Initiative was merely a guise for matchmaking, resulting in someone being apprehended. He glanced at his uncle as he spoke. "The individual was indeed saved by you, yet the matter has ultimately come to naught, primarily because our prosecutorial office and the local village committee are unable to bear the burden. The well-being of the individual is of paramount importance." This exemplifies the classic case of imperial authority failing to penetrate rural domains. At last, there is someone reliable nearby, which encourages Lin Luo to engage in conversation more willingly. Presently, the situation mirrors the past. The old Ning family's schemes against the uncle have failed, inadvertently providing an excuse for the superior authorities to express their frustration, which has led them to behave erratically. Their frantic actions are merely attempts to buy themselves time. In truth, if we simply ignore them and deny them the opportunity to secure more time, we can incite others to act against them. The prosecutorial office may be oblivious to the mechanical factory's affairs, but the offspring of the factory are certainly aware. As the conversation unfolded, the pastries were ready, not only for the grandfather, but also for Lin Luo. Wrapped in craft paper, Lin Luo received them, the heat causing her to jump. The uncle, unable to bear the sight, took them from her with ease. "Be careful," he admonished. Despite not being particularly close in the previous life, the uncle harbors a deep-seated affection for his nephew, though it is often overshadowed by his own son. Such is the nature of human sentiment. Lin Luo tugged at her ears, a gesture that offered some relief to her scorched fingers, before turning to the uncle with a smile. "Thus, it was the grandmother who orchestrated our family's retreat, allowing everyone to attend to their own affairs. Although the uncle has been absent of late, he is well aware of the happenings in the alley, having heard the whispers long before. Yet, it seems our family has been treated with such disdain. Surely they do not regard us with any seriousness. Even if our father is not at his best, he has spent a lifetime in the judicial system, and there remains some network to draw upon." While the uncle spoke, Lin Luo had already dashed to the sugarcane stand to purchase sugarcane juice. Using a traditional hydraulic press, the vendor squeezed the cane, yielding a cup of juice that, while not particularly palatable and somewhat pulpy, was favored for its affordability compared to soda, ensuring a steady demand. With the sugarcane juice in hand, Lin Luo took a sip and smiled at the visibly agitated uncle. The previous scheming against us was indeed an act of bullying. and their relentless pursuit may stem from desperation. Grandpa Chi mentioned that the elder is set to venture into the countryside, likely indicating a forthcoming shift. Our family may lack the connections to ascertain what position the elder might be assigned, but the old Ning family undoubtedly possesses such contacts. The elder's new post is surely linked to their affairs. Otherwise, they would not be acting so recklessly. Those whom one has offended cannot be permitted to investigate one's position. The county town resembles a microcosm of society, where it is prudent to leave room for others, as it is nearly impossible to entirely vanquish a rival family. Instead, one often obstructs their ascendancy, waiting for their inevitable decline. The old Ning family's repeated assaults on a single individual signify not just offense, but the forging of a bitter enmity. Unless absolutely necessary, one would seldom act in such a manner. Hence, the old Ning family has evidently thrown caution to the wind. The uncle may be unaware of the elder's rural assignment, but he understands that if his father is being adjusted at this moment, it must be an elevation. After so many years, has this promotion finally materialized? Following behind his nephew, the elder uncle felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing the news. He was indifferent to the position his grandfather might attain, but he was keenly interested in whether his grandfather had received a promotion. It was no small feat, after all. It was rare for a good person in their family to remain in a subordinate role for over a decade. At that moment, Lin Luo had arrived at a stall selling cutting boards, busily selecting and slicing fruits. Not only that, but he also purchased a Japanese imported hard plastic lunchbox from a neighboring stall. This lunchbox alone cost over 80 yuan, enough to buy more than 10 aluminum lunchboxes, yet it was impractical, as it could not withstand the heat of a steamer. Hearing the elder uncle's excited voice, Lin Luo waved his finger. No, it was a position of real authority, at least a secondary post. Is it true? The elder uncle, holding a beef pie, trembled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Luo continued to fill the lunchbox with fruit, drizzling yogurt over it, and reminded his uncle, I don't know if it's true, but you could ask Grandpa Li. Uncle, I remember you used to follow Uncle Qingxin around when you were a child. Now that something has happened to Uncle Qingxin, Grandpa Li must be feeling quite distressed. Shouldn't you represent our family and pay him a visit? Li Qingxin, the father of brothers Li Qingjun and Li Qingzhao, held a significant position in the organization. It would be entirely reasonable to visit under the pretense of concern. The elder uncle clenched his fist. Indeed, he should go and see. Shall I go tomorrow? At this point, Lin Luo had finally finished packing the lunchbox, which he deemed quite satisfactory, resembling a beautiful fruit medley. After completing this task, he handed the lunchbox and the pie to his uncle and said, It's best to act sooner rather than later. You should go tonight without bringing anything. Just go empty-handed. However, do convey a message to Grandpa Li. Turkish passports do not retain original identities. Remember to deliver this message clearly. Chapter 50. A beautiful meal in a pre-internet era. Regardless of one's elevated status, understanding remained limited. In a small county town like Chuanzhou, there wasn't even a proper travel agency, let alone a plethora of people knowledgeable about visas, passports, or permanent residency. Lin Luo sent his elder uncle to the Li family, banking on the hope that Li Qingxin was still alive and merely needed to assume a new identity to survive. For someone with familial roots in the county, with the family head still holding a pivotal position, whether changing identities was difficult or not was unknown to Lin Luo, as no one in his family had reached such heights. However, he understood that if the individual needing to change identities was inherently restless, even a new identity would not prevent future troubles, just like that notorious figure, Sun Xiaohua. Therefore, a far superior method than merely altering one's identity was to become a foreign national. Those who spent time along the coasts of Zhejiang and Fujian were well aware that the standard answer was Turkish immigration. Once one obtained Turkish citizenship, one became a new Turkish citizen. This nation is one of only 2 worldwide that does not retain original identities and has no extradition treaty with China. The other country with similar conditions is Japan. Thus, many who succeeded in illicit enterprises along the coast but failed to cleanse their records became Turkish citizens, while those who did manage to purify their backgrounds became Japanese citizens. This was the primary reason Lin Luo urged his elder uncle to deliver that message. Many matters, when subtly hinted at, can be comprehended by those of discerning intellect. Lin Luo's words were not merely a guiding light for the Li family, but also an implicit suggestion. We are well aware of your family's affairs. Rest assured, we shall not hinder you. Yet shouldn't you also consider fostering a closer relationship with us? The nuances of this exchange are left for the head of the Li family, Old Master Li, to ponder. However, this conversation was lost on the elder uncle. What was this about Turkish immigration? It made little sense to him. Yet, the confident demeanor of his nephew left him almost unrecognizable. Was this truly the same boy who had once trailed behind his troublesome uncle, easily reduced to tears by his parents? Could it be that a boy's maturation occurs in the blink of an eye? How could he suddenly be so perceptive? Before the elder uncle could delve deeper, Lin Luo noticed that old uncle was holding pies and fruit salads, prompting him to inform grandfather to focus on his work and not concern himself with other matters. His strengths lie in his professional capabilities and case handling. He should refrain from meddling in other affairs. The family does not require his worry. Also, casually mention to him that you will be working at the highway department, that the elder uncle will be employed at the market management bureau, and that the elder aunt will be assigned to the first middle school. The smooth progress of our family depends on his performance. Lin Luo did not look down upon grandfather, but rather recognized that his political acumen relied heavily on his professional skills. Yet, before he could finish, the elder uncle could no longer contain himself. What on earth? In just a few days, how could he be expected to manage the market? His own brother was going to the highway department. These were all authoritative positions. As long as one refrained from misconduct, there was no expectation of salary, and a mere fine would suffice. Such fortune landing in their family seemed too good to be true. And as for his wife, he sensed she might be deceived regarding the younger one. As the younger one had now become part of the first middle school, that institution was the finest junior high in the county. If he were to become a teacher there, how many parents would come bearing gifts? In a moment of jubilant excitement, he forgot that his wife taught art. Lin Luo did not have the time to explain to the elder uncle. Hold on, let me finish advising old uncle first, one step at a time. Once he had calmed the increasingly agitated elder uncle, Lin Luo patted the fruit salad and continued addressing old uncle. The prosecutor's office will likely be working overtime these days. Aunt Han might also be busy. After you check on grandfather, you should pay her a visit. Upon hearing Han Baoi's name, old uncle began to stutter. I feel embarrassed to go. Wait until I finish. How can you interrupt me? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Luo's tone had taken on a slight air of authority, akin to an adult reprimanding a child. Approach them without any ulterior motives. Simply go to their department and, in front of the staff, confidently say to Aunt Han, I heard that fruit salads are all the rage in the big city, and girls adore them. I happened to make one and thought I might try my hand at this venture. Would you be so kind as to taste it for me? As long as you find a valid reason to do so, naturally, someone will spread the word, and it will eventually become a reality. However, just as Lin Luo finished asking old uncle not to interrupt, the elder uncle interjected again. Wait, didn't you say Yin Jun was going to the highway department? Why is he suddenly selling fruit? In the county town, there is no place that sells fruit salads, and my uncle has no idea what that is. This statement amused Lin Luo. Oh dear uncle, spending 200 yuan to buy a bag of fruit only yields this little, and with the box and fruit included, the cost nearly reaches 300. What do you think is a fair price? Can this business even thrive? If it weren't for the knowledge that young girls enjoy aesthetically pleasing meals, would I have invested such a significant amount? It was at this moment that his uncle recalled that all these items were purchased in his presence and quickly inquired, Wait, Lin Luo, where did you acquire the funds? Lin Luo, with a sense of firmness, replied, It's useless to discuss this. If the family has no money, how can I arrange jobs for you? His uncle was unconvinced. As the eldest son of the family and a married man, although he was unaware of the exact amount in the family savings, he had a general idea that it was certainly not sufficient to justify Lin Luo's extravagant spending. He wanted to ask further, but Lin Luo interrupted. No, it's not what you think. Enough, stop staring at me. Get on with your tasks. Do you really think entering a new unit is that easy? Without proper groundwork, you will be bullied once inside. Let's disperse. To assist his uncle in pursuing Aunt Han, Lin Luo had already invested 300 yuan. That amount could have purchased a gaming console. What more could be desired? Although he was urging them to leave, Lin Luo still took out 400 yuan from his pocket, giving 200 to each of his uncles. He understood that his uncle was struggling, but his elder uncle was not in a much better position. The factory where his elder uncle worked was not performing well, and wages had not been paid for 6 months, relying solely on his aunt's minimal income to sustain the household. Otherwise, his grandmother would not have been so eager to find a new job for his elder uncle, as one tends to care for their own child. Despite the couple's good relationship, the reality of living off the handouts was undeniably challenging, especially for a man who had to depend on his wife to support the family during the day, while also worrying at night. Life was not that simple. 200 yuan may not seem like a lot, but it effectively silenced both uncles. The younger uncle accepted it without any psychological burden, even feeling that it was only right for Lin Luo to provide for him, given that he had watched Lin Luo grow up, spending more time with him than with his own parents. The elder uncle, however, felt a bit embarrassed. Noticing his discomfort, Lin Luo urged, "This is from Grandma. Meant for you to use ahead of time. I kept it to prevent you from spending it recklessly." This remark finally eased his elder uncle's burden, and he accepted the money, though the more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. What did it mean that he kept it to prevent them from spending it carelessly? Wasn't that a reversal of roles? However, as the child had extended a hand, the elder uncle, being perceptive, did not press further and merely asked, "Shall we proceed with our tasks now?" Chapter 51. Youth is vibrant in every endeavor. You are the protagonist, able to summon rain or wind. Leaping through the dragon gate is a different matter. Youth is indeed vibrant, yet fleeting. The golden years pass, leaving behind empty halls, and life feels insubstantial within it. The tape recorder played a pirated compilation of 10 songs by a famous artist. Although the sound was somewhat muddled, it did not detract from the beauty of the melodies. Certainly, the charm of old songs may stem from nostalgic memories. Yet one truth was undeniable. Finally tasting the high-grade beverage he had never enjoyed in childhood made Lin Luo realize that his classmates who often praised it had likely never experienced anything truly exquisite. It is undoubtedly a concoction of industrial saccharin. I cannot ascertain whether I have purchased a counterfeit product. Engrossed in his mixing endeavors, he took a hearty gulp, only to immediately feel deceived, a significant loss indeed. At this juncture, indulging in this sip serves merely to compensate for the regrets of his childhood. It is worth noting that such mixers are offered only with the purchase of 2 boxes, each priced at a staggering 80 yuan, a luxury not afforded lightly by most households. After bidding farewell to 2 uncles, Lin Luo returned to his own abode, a property reclaimed from his grandmother, and he was resolute in not shortchanging his mother any further. Seated within, he flung open all the windows, dispelling the stifling heat that had accumulated from years of disuse. One must acknowledge that, in terms of self-reward, his mother truly excels. The house, built over a decade ago, remains stylish even by today's standards, and it boasts a comfortable Simmons mattress. Whether authentic or not, even a replica would command several thousand yuan, money from the 80s when gold was merely worth a few dozen yuan per gram. Lin Luo sat cross-legged on the mattress. Before him lay a pirated version of the Little Tyrant learning machine, while the coffee table was adorned with Lego, popcorn, animal cookies, popsicles, and sorghum candy, each a treat he yearned for in his youth, but dared not indulge. Throughout his life, he harbored a lingering sense of being an interloper in someone else's home, leading to a prolonged period of inferiority, starkly contrasting with his younger brother's unabashed confidence. In childhood, he believed his academic struggles marked him as a bad child, while his brother's successes branded him as a good child, hence the disparity in their treatment. It was only upon maturation and after experiencing various life events that he discerned the truth. This was merely the misguided influence of his mother. Particularly poignant was the realization of his grandfather's relentless efforts to advocate for him, which illuminated the fact that he was not merely someone else's child, but rather a cherished grandson. The source of his inferiority was none other than his erratic mother, who incessantly emphasized her surname, Zhao, in contrast to Lin Luo's surname, Lin, thereby fostering misunderstandings within the family during his formative years. The proud elder, who never conceded in his career pursuits, willingly humbled himself for the sake of his downtrodden grandson, striving to restore his confidence and provide him with a project to engage in. If they were not family, who would care for such matters? Standing before the wall adorned with his grandmother's accolades, Lin Luo felt a swell of emotion. I too was once a commendable student. Regrettably, the plethora of awards on display lacked substantial merit. Titles such as Best Group Leader, Outstanding Progress Award, and Second Batch of Young Pioneers all abruptly ceased after the 3rd grade. Even Lin Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment upon viewing them. Uncertain of his uncle's capabilities, he had yet to witness any accomplishments from them, fearing they might have squandered their efforts. Concerned about his uncles, Lin Luo switched on the television, immersing himself in the nostalgic sounds of the Little Tyrant as he launched into the game Contra, invoking 30 lives. As he clumsily navigated the game, he reassured himself, progressing as a person is not solely about executing every task flawlessly, but rather about bearing the cost of trial and error. No one can avoid mistakes perpetually. The opportunity to rectify errors is the most invaluable lesson of all. In the realm of gaming, completing a game in a single life is undoubtedly commendable, yet achieving victory with 30 lives is evidently a far more worthy aspiration. A life devoid of cheating holds little significance. Lin Luo, who squandered 5 lives on merely the first level, spoke with unwavering confidence, exhibiting no sense of impropriety. However, his comfort bordered on excessive, evoking envy from the other children who beheld him. The mere sight of that shoebox filled with yellow cards was something others yearned for yet could not attain. Titles like Devouring the World, The Investiture of the Gods, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Hot-Blooded Story, and Double Dragon each provided but a singular experience, with few offering a comprehensive package. Such monotony rendered life decidedly unexciting. How could existence be so dull? Compared to the entertainment of later generations, these low-resolution mini-games offered little joy. Lin Luo quickly grew weary of the novelty, realizing that his expenditure had bin in vain. The game console and cartridges alone had cost him over 500, a complete waste of resources. Yet, this had already captivated the children outside, who pressed their faces against the window, unwilling to depart. As the number of children around him multiplied, Lin Luo rose to close the window and secure the door before retreating to his inner sanctum for rest. The moment he moved, the children sprang to attention. Brother, what are you playing? I'm your neighbor from the back street. Why is no one home at your place? Are you back for school? This residence was situated on a busy street, adjacent to a prominent school, where many families resided temporarily, returning only when their children attended school. Furthermore, the local housing market was quite favorable for those accompanying students. The educational landscape of the county was fiercely competitive. The inquisitive child not only pried into Lin Luo's affairs, but also fixed his gaze intently on the television, his intentions unmistakable. This audacity to intrude, believing that being neighbors afforded him the right to meddle and perhaps gain an advantage, was clearly a product of parental influence rather than an innate quality of childhood. It was truly vexing. There seemed to be a complete lack of boundaries. Lin Luo's greatest irritant was not merely the loquacious children, but children themselves, those who oscillated emotionally and believed their youth justified any behavior. He firmly subscribed to the notion that humans are innately predisposed to malevolence. Approaching the window, Lin Luo observed the boisterous child clinging to the windowsill, who had been chattering incessantly and had scrutinized Lin Luo's hands for several moments. When their eyes finally met, the child remained firmly grasping the window frame, preventing Lin Luo from closing it. Both understood each other's intentions, one urged to dismiss, the other reluctant to depart, leading to an impasse. Gazing at this 5 or 6-year-old, Lin Luo pondered, should he strike the child? Adults would undoubtedly accuse him of bullying, yet refraining from action might encourage the child's insolence due to his tender age. Ultimately, he could withstand the stalemate no longer and spoke up. Do you wish to play the game console? The child, displaying no sense of formality, immediately responded, thank you, brother. Without waiting for Lin Luo to finish his sentence, he attempted to leap through the window. Fortunately, Lin Luo acted swiftly to intercept him. Hey, what are you doing? Have I finished speaking? You can play, but it will cost you 1 yuan per hour. Do you have any money? The child, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. The neighbors had never behaved in such a manner. One should not merely smile and comfort oneself, hastening to play for a while before returning home, lest one keep the family waiting anxiously. Why deviate from the expected course of conduct? Chapter 52. The Child Brother. I have already expressed my gratitude. The child, with a runny nose, half inside the house, was unceremoniously pulled back outside by an individual he had never encountered before. Ask around the 10 miles and 8 townships. Who hasn't been taken advantage of by Wang Chao? You, a newcomer, dare to confront me? Do you not know who my father is? Lin Luo observed the defiant figure before him, arms crossed over his chest. Why is your thanks so valuable? Are we even acquainted? Lin Luo regarded the little boy with disdain and contempt, dressed in ragged clothing, lacking in hygiene. It was evident that he came from a family of meager means, devoid of care and affection. Such a child, without significant fortune, is unlikely to rise above his circumstances. His background assuredly diminished his chances of encountering opportunities, far less than winning a lottery. Bullying him posed no risk. Is my gaming console free? Or are game cards free? Or perhaps electricity is free? It's $1 per point. If you can afford to play, then play. If not, return home at once. Refusing someone with an accomplishment unattainable by others is the most subtle expression of those who have aged. Such actions are not merely to maintain harmony, but to assert reason. Lin Luo recognized that among the throng of children outside, this one was a lone troublemaker. Had he exhibited even a modicum of cleanliness, some semblance of upbringing, combined with his audacity, he might have become a remarkable individual in the future. Alas, he had received no guidance. Indeed, children of good upbringing but lacking wealth, and those devoid of both, are equally pitiable. One struggles to set aside pride to curry favor with a mentor, while the other, with questionable manners, finds it difficult to win the favor of any benefactor. The boy with the runny nose was unconcerned with such reflections. If you, lacking any adult supervision at home, dare to treat me this way, Do not blame me for my actions. Do you know who my father is? Do you believe I can make it so you cannot stay here? He had the audacity to point and scold Lin Luo. What boldness! A child not yet in primary school dared to reprimand someone on the cusp of middle school. It was indeed admirable. Yet, Lin Luo was not one to possess extraordinary decorum either. Little brat, do not prattle with me. I am timid. Should I lie on the ground and not get up? Do not blame me for seeking your family. Had their roles been reversed, it would have been more typical. Yet, who has ever witnessed a child extorting another child? In the realm of rogues, it is a contest of who can be more unscrupulous, and Lin Luo was the clear victor. Not only did the adults across the street fail to comprehend the situation, but even the surrounding children cast skeptical glances between the two. The boy with the runny nose, having experienced some hardships, realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Sure, if you can locate my father, I will concede your prowess. I suppose I am also seeking kin. He himself did not know where his father was, buried under stones on some distant hill, much less this individual before him. His earlier words had been mere bluster. However, children will forever be children. Their mouths often outpace their thoughts. Had he kept silent, it would have sufficed, but upon uttering those words, Lin Luo could no longer indulge him. With a resounding slap, he delivered a sharp retort. In a state of exasperation, he found himself alone at home, devoid of any adult presence, yet confronted with a figure attempting to embody the essence of a gangster. Aware that the adversary lacked parental oversight, he unleashed a brutal assault. The slap delivered with such force that it could potentially rupture an eardrum. A courageous individual directs their wrath towards the formidable. However, a timid one misplaces their ire upon the vulnerable. Lin Luo, acknowledging his own frailty, always gauged whether his opponent was indeed weaker before engaging. This weakness transcended mere physical prowess, encompassing familial circumstances as well. A boy, struck across the window, tumbled onto the street, narrowly avoiding a collision with cyclists returning home from work. This child, seemingly accustomed to such violence, did not succumb to tears as most would. Instead, he resiliently picked himself up and defiantly hurled insults at Lin Luo, exclaiming, "How dare you? You're nothing but a coward, striking a child. Just wait." With his hands already raised in aggression, Lin Luo could not permit such slander to continue. He leapt from the window in pursuit, shouting, "Hey, don't run. I'll make you pay for this." In the realm of children fighting, there exists a lack of psychological burden. Yet, Lin Luo did not wholeheartedly pursue him. Not out of compassion, but rather out of a desire to discern the child's home for future retribution. The boy, evidently seasoned in escapades, sprinted into an alley, yelling, "Murder! Murder! Just wait." His cries startled several neighbors, even prompting adults across the street to intervene. "Enough, enough. What are you doing? How old are you? The child is but a few years old. Go home, go home. Why bully a child without parents? Kids today have no sense of decency, unlike our time. We would never have dared such disgraceful acts. Indeed. By the way, whose child is this? Where are the adults? The miners and the Lin family have gone to the south for construction aid and have been away for years. Why is this child left unattended? Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard he is not doing well in school, so they left him behind while they went for a second child in the south. Just another failure, neglected by his parents? Come on, keep it down. There are children present." A group of ineffectual adults, silent until the matter escalated, suddenly found their moral compass in the aftermath. Lin Luo, having just climbed through the window, barely had time to react before the child vanished from sight. Remarkable. A true survivor, he could thrive even in Gaza. Having rarely resided in this vicinity, Lin Luo was puzzled by his notorious reputation. Yet he dismissed the onlookers and turned to return home. However, just as he pivoted, a hand grasped his sleeve. A few inquisitive children, emboldened by their desire for video games, called out to him, "Hey, brother, I have money. Can I play?" Clearly, in the eyes of the children, the allure of the arcade far outweighed that of companionship. Lin Luo, held back, began to scrutinize the group of children. Their palms were coarse, their knuckles thick, their complexions dark, and their hair, though disheveled, was yellowed, an evident sign of prolonged malnutrition stemming from a disadvantaged background. Yet, paradoxically, their garments were all new, and even their sandals fit comfortably. Typically, children grow rapidly. In families of modest means, it is common to purchase shoes a size or two larger, allowing for prolonged use despite the sloppiness of fit. This contradictory and complex situation could only arise from a singular circumstance: the children of nouveau riche, suddenly flush with cash, yet oblivious to the art of spending. Given the locale, the answer became even clearer. They were undoubtedly the offspring of families displaced from nearby shantytowns. Lin Luo took a quick glance and decided, Let us first provide them with some money. With that, he opened the door and ushered the 4 or 5 children inside. One must first possess the capacity to earn before learning how to spend, particularly remembering this principle. If you do not seek wealth, it will not seek you. Do not refrain from earning simply because the sum appears modest. In the South, shopkeepers often adhere to this belief, even when closing. If you request a portion of fried rice, they are willing to pause their tasks to accommodate you. Moreover, Lin Luo aimed not only to earn but also to glean information about the surrounding area through the children's chatter. Chapter 53. Old Wang. As the 5 children entered the room, they plopped down onto the sofa, having never encountered a gaming console before. This was their inaugural experience, and they dared not even touch it, requiring Lin Luo's assistance to set it up. Come, for just $1, 2 can play around, merely 50 cents each. What a bargain. Even if the customers were young, Lin Luo did not treat them lightly. Observing their age, he procured a collection of Double Dragon for them. This game was easy to grasp, not overly challenging, and allowed for 2 players, featuring spectacular finishing moves that many youths imitated during schoolyard antics. Even those unfamiliar with gaming were aware of the whirlwind kick. Upon hearing that this was the game, the children immediately settled in. 2 utilized the A and B controllers while 3 watched eagerly. In their haste to play, they paid willingly. Each contributed $1, and Lin Luo effortlessly pocketed 5. As the proprietor of the arcade, he felt compelled to justify this modest sum. So he even demonstrated how to play. A simple jump using the A button and a double press for the finishing move sent the children into exuberant delight. In an era of scarce entertainment, children were easily satisfied. All right, enjoy, call me if you need assistance, but no quarrels. Continuing to demonstrate would only prolong the wait for the impatient children. Thank you, brother. After arranging the children comfortably on the sofa, Lin Luo seized the opportunity to tidy up the snacks on the table. Spotting the can of Gola Gola that he had previously dismissed, he, with a mindset of repurposing waste, announced, I also offer beverages. Gola Gola is 50 cents a cup, and you can use the mixer to prepare it yourself. Who would like some? This proclamation captured the attention of the children, who were engrossed in the game. They exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, one finally mustered the courage to part with $1. Brother, let us have 2 cups to share. It appears that even if they possess some pocket money, it is insufficient, and their families have not afforded these children, aged 5 or 6, who should be attending preschool, the luxury of ample funds. Lin Luo, unreservedly, thought it a delightful opportunity to earn another $1. He seized a spoonful of powder from the high Lego container, poured hot water from the thermos, inserted the mixer, activated it, and handed it to the 3 little boys who were not engaged in gaming. Here, take it, and enjoy. This individual was indeed quite lazy, unwilling to exert himself even to assist with the stirring. Thank you, brother. This unintentional gesture made the children regard him with increased courtesy. The reason was rather straightforward. Mechanical devices invariably captivate young boys. Sure enough, the 3 children, engrossed in using a single mixer to blend a Lego, found great joy in their activity, their attention diverted from the television. Observing the children's happiness, Lin Luo inexplicably pondered the peculiar nature of parenthood. How parents could invest lavishly in their children's education, yet hesitate to spend on ensuring a joyful childhood for them. What could be the reasoning behind this? Unable to grasp the logic, Lin Luo picked up the game controller capable of playing Tetris, reclined on the bed, and allowed the children to play on their own. Were it not for the lingering repercussions of mobile phone usage, he would feel uneasy lying there without something to manipulate. He genuinely did not relish these low-resolution games. While fiddling with the controller, he engaged the little ones in conversation. Hey, little brother, who was that child earlier? The 3 boys vying for the mixer exchanged glances but remained silent. However, the 2 engrossed in gaming answered without a second thought. It's the kid from Old Wang's family. As they spoke, they complained to each other. Hey, don't hit me. If you do, I will retaliate. Stop being so competitive. This game allowed for both battling monsters and striking teammates, albeit without inflicting damage. Merely knowing the child's surname was not the answer Lin Luo sought. He pressed on, what does his family do? I don't know, the children replied, seemingly oblivious to the implications of Lin Luo's inquiry about their family background. The child who had struck his companion and was subsequently hit back appeared to be more familiar with the boy from Old Wang's family. He first apologized to his companion. Hey, my mistake, don't hit me again. Only after this did he respond to Lin Luo. His father is a thief. His mother ran off with someone, and his grandmother is raising him. During the demolition, his grandmother broke her leg and is in the hospital. These statements were somewhat disjointed and required contemplation to comprehend. Essentially, he was without parents, and his grandmother was incapable of managing him. The term demolition likely referred to a relocation process, yet the circumstances surrounding his grandmother's injury remained obscure. Those involved in demolitions could potentially engage in hazardous activities. Did they demolish his house? This was a crucial matter. Of course, the ambulance took his grandmother away, and then they razed the house. My dad says their family is particularly troublesome. The entire alley signed except for them, and without their signature, the developers won't pay us. From this, it was unclear who had actually injured old Wang's grandmother. For the sake of money, residents of the slum could resort to any means necessary. The two children playing the game finally found their rhythm and were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Another child, witnessing his companion's lengthy discourse, promptly interjected, "My mother forbids us from playing with him. His family is quite unlikable." Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. A child, devoid of relatives and disliked by the neighborhood. Managing to mingle with others is indeed no small feat. How does he survive? Without anyone to care for him, how can a mere child endure? The boy seemed to have grown familiar with Lin Luo, revealing every thought without reservation. There were many friends of his father in the alley, uncles and older men who would lend him support. Essentially, he survives on the goodwill of others, ensuring he does not perish from hunger. Then why do you still play with him? The group before Lin Luo may seem unremarkable, yet they were indeed second-generation wealthy. Lin Luo understood that the demolition of the shanty town had compensated some with tens of thousands, while others received hundreds of thousands along with housing. These 5 young masters lacked guile, speaking candidly. Buy him an ice-cold snack, and he'll do anything you ask, obedient as can be. A child with a few coins in his pocket could indeed be considered wealthy among others. It was entirely normal for the child from the Wang family to gather with this group, akin to that one adult in a gathering who is often bullied and teased. You lot are even keeping a lackey. With complete assurance, Lin Luo paid little mind to the boy anymore. He posed no threat. The children failed to detect the mockery in his words, interpreting it merely as praise. After their laughter subsided, the usually quiet child suddenly added, "But brother, his uncles, especially the 4th one, are quite formidable, so be cautious." Lin Luo dismissed the child's warning, flamboyantly crossing his legs and declaring, "Damn it, your brother, can handle anything that dares challenge me." Yet, before he could relish the children's flattery, a sudden crash of shattering glass pierced the air, followed by a shriek, "It's him! It's him!" A robust voice soon boomed, "Damn it, drag him out and beat him." Chapter 54. The danger of unexpected encounters. Danger often arrives unannounced. Years of street fighting experience had endowed Lin Luo with an instinct akin to a sixth sense. While an ordinary person might panic at the sound of breaking glass, Lin Luo reacted like a conditioned reflex, curling into a ball and rolling off the bed, landing near the coffee table. Seizing the only object that could offer him protection, a watermelon knife, purchased for 15 yuan at the market. The intruders did not regard Lin Luo as a threat. Naturally, 4 or 5 grown men would hardly take a mere teenager seriously. An impulsive youth crashed through the window, charging at Lin Luo while hurling profanities, "You little brat. Think you're tough? Come out, and I'll finish you." He did not view Lin Luo as a person, and Lin Luo reciprocated the sentiment. Instead of shouting back at his assailant, Lin Luo raised the knife and aimed for the intruder's eyes. The broad blade of the watermelon knife lacked a sharp point. A wild swing might not even slice through clothing, especially given Lin Luo's still developing physique, making the eyes the most vulnerable target for his attack. A gust of wind surged towards the man's face. Those who recklessly charge and are often fools. A few grown men bullying a child with such fervor is simply a sign of desperation. Moreover, the intruders were entirely unprepared and never anticipated that the child would retaliate. Good heavens! Before the adrenaline even had a chance to kick in, he was struck. The blade glided from his right temple to his left eye, slicing down his cheek. The fragile eyelid could hardly withstand such a blow. Damn it! The man, having received this injury, dared not advance any further. But the narrow confines of the room made retreat difficult. Blood streamed down from his eye, obscuring his vision, and amidst Lin Luo's complete state of panic, he paid no heed to the fact that the injured man was beginning to back away. He continued to slash wildly, aiming for the head with each stroke. Had this been an adult, the skull would surely have been shattered. This reckless disregard for life instantaneously intimidated those outside. It wasn't until Lin Luo had struck 5 or 6 times that the one directing the window smashing finally reacted, shouting, "Damn it! Get inside and pull Lao Ba out." Only then did 3 or 4 individuals outside regain their senses, with 2 of them stepping through the shattered window. However, upon reaching Lao Ba, the 2 hesitated, too intimidated to approach. It was not that they were cowardly. It was merely that the silent child was far too ferocious. Lao Ba had already crouched down, clutching his head in a futile attempt to shield himself, unable even to cry out, while the child continued to mechanically rain blows upon his skull. It was evident that he was intent on ending Lu Laoba's life. The old man cast a glance at Lu Yonggang, his expression seemingly asking, "Is it a crime for a teenager to kill? We are merely vegetable vendors. Is it worth our involvement? Do we share any significant connection with Lu Laoba?" Lu Yonggang himself was also conflicted. That child was clearly in a frenzy. Was it worth enduring a few blows? There was a real risk of injury or worse, and even if he were to sustain a cut, it would be futile. After all, we were the ones who intruded upon their domain. Furthermore, within the gang, there were varying degrees of closeness. Lu Laoba had been brought in by Wang Weitao, making him a relative stranger to their group. Yet, before he could make a decision, Wang Weitao, with his prominent nose, stood outside the window urging, "What are you waiting for? Save him." Oh, with the elder's command, the two finally resolved to advance. At that moment, Lin Luo regained his composure. He could not allow them to approach. He brandished his knife towards the outside, shouting, "Damn you, Wang Weitao, if you dare move an inch, I will take your mother to fill a pit in the mountains. I know where you live. Aren't you from Longtan?" The newcomers did not recognize Lin Luo, but he certainly recognized them. The elder, suddenly called by name, felt a jolt of apprehension. "You know me?" Indeed, he did. At that moment, Wang Weitao was nothing more than a mere lackey, squatting in the Tianlong Internet Cafe to mediate for children. He was a thug Lin Luo had frequently employed during high school. A couple of packs of Sherlin cigarettes could easily summon him along with a gang of followers. After Lin Luo went to university, they lost contact, and he had only heard that Wang Weitao's fortunes had dwindled, now reduced to selling vegetables at the market. The news of his whereabouts reached us only in 2023. This fellow somehow managed to secure a position at an iron selection factory in Longtan Township, ultimately becoming an object of a severe crackdown on crime. However, at this moment, it was fair to say that neither of the two recognized the other. Lin Luo was uncertain whether mentioning he could find the man's home and his intimate knowledge of him would intimidate the other party, so he hastily declared, "My uncle is Zhao Yanjun. You weigh your options. Damn it, don't think I won't finish you off." As the adrenaline faded, Lin Luo felt a tinge of anxiety being cornered by 4 or 5 burly men, who wouldn't feel apprehensive in such a situation. Fortunately, he understood that Wang Weitao and his cohort were nothing but a bunch of ruffians, lacking power, influence, or backing, relying solely on their audacity to survive. Presently, they only dared to bully ordinary citizens at the market and students at school, far from comparing to someone like his uncle, who had a formidable reputation in society. In plain terms, they had undoubtedly heard of Zhao Yanjun, but he was certain his uncle had never heard of them. Indeed, upon Lin Luo uttering Zhao Yanjun's name, Wang Weitao visibly panicked, yet tried to maintain bravado. "What is Zhao Yanjun to me? Come on, call him here and see." There were countless pretenders on the streets claiming to be someone important. How could one expect them to actually show up? Wang Weitao's confidence stemmed from the belief that even if the other truly was Zhao Yanjun's nephew, they had him cornered in the room. Where would he go to find Zhao Yanjun? At worst, he could just beat him up and flee. Yet, fate has its own designs. Just as he was about to instruct his lackeys to charge in, Wang Weitao suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head, followed by darkness enveloping his vision. When he regained his senses, he found someone atop him, wielding a brick and striking it against his face. Blow after blow. The assailant provided a rather considerate wake-up service. "What is your worth, huh? What is your worth?" Chapter 55. Arms and ammunition. The assailant was evidently his uncle. In the realm of bullying the weak, his uncle was undoubtedly the chief. Where was that bravado now? The bricks fell like raindrops, relentless and unyielding. Crucially, his uncle was also rather cunning, as if deliberately preventing Wang Weitao from uttering a word, focusing his strikes on his front teeth, rendering him incapable even of pleading for mercy. To those aware, it was a beating. To the oblivious, it seemed a film shoot. Returning alongside his uncle was his elder uncle. While the former relentlessly pounded Wang Weitao, the latter busied himself, having procured a shovel from somewhere, swiftly dispatching the remaining ruffian outside with a single blow. Not content with merely incapacitating him, he struck again towards the man's heel and then stood upon his hand, grinning. "Damn, you even have a scorpion tattoo. You think you're tough, huh?" The last 2 remaining thugs were thus dealt with by Lin Luo's 2 uncles. In terms of social reputation, the elder uncle was indeed more renowned as a pure ruffian. However, when it came to fighting, Lin Luo could easily discern that the elder uncle was the true expert. While most would merely strike someone's back with a shovel, the elder uncle, however, did not conform. He would first deliver a blow to the back, destabilizing the opponent, and then slice at their Achilles tendon, bringing them down to the ground, leaving them unable to rise or flee for a considerable time. As for why my uncle possesses such profound knowledge about the patterns of a scorpion's grip, Lin Luo remains oblivious. Upon the arrival of his family, Lin Luo felt emboldened. 3 against 5.5, the advantage lay with me. Brandishing a watermelon knife, Lin Luo struck the man lying on the ground with the back of the blade once more. How dare you trespass into my home with such brazen audacity? In this day and age, a handful of ruffians think they can storm into a person's abode, as if this were some remote countryside. After receiving another blow, Lu Laoba let out a yelp, indicating he was still alive. Lu Yonggang, observing Laoba on the ground, noticed the foam gathering at his mouth. Their leader outside, hidden from view, seemed equally grim. Scanning the room, he realized that the most reasonable one among them was this youth who had nearly dispatched a man to death. Thus, he hastily begged for mercy. Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We meant no harm. Yet, this plea for mercy sounded insincere. At that moment, a misunderstanding? Weren't they quite arrogant upon their arrival? Did they genuinely believe they could resolve everything with a mere word? Lu Yonggang felt helpless. Who could have anticipated that a scrawny child would turn the tables on them? No, we merely came to take a look. Is it not acceptable for us to leave now? Unable to articulate a reasonable explanation, he spoke hastily. Leave? Where do you intend to go? You cannot just come and go as you please. Being young, you find this bothersome, but some people treat you like children, thinking they can deceive you. So, little brother, what do you propose? We bear no deep-seated grievances. As the second in command of Wang Weitao's gang, Lu Yonggang was among the most eloquent. Yet he found himself in a compromising position, lacking both the upper hand and the moral high ground. He believed that bowing his head would suffice, considering they were neighbors. However, Lin Luo felt wronged. He had done nothing, yet these several burly men sought to harm him. Had his uncle not returned in time, he would have been at a loss for escape. Did he not know these ruffians? They were all old acquaintances. Given their conduct, they would surely have him pinned against the wall, administering a thorough beating and perhaps even threatening him with disgrace. This band of thugs was capable of such deeds, lacking any sense of decency. In a past incident during his second year of high school, Lin Luo had clashed with a boy from his grade, offering this group 2 packs of cigarettes, worth a mere 100 yuan. At that time, Lin Luo thought to enlist the aid of some local toughs to intimidate the other party. Yet, for such a trivial sum, this gang of nearly 11 individuals cornered the boy by the toilet, mercilessly kicking him and nearly throwing him into the pit. When calculated, each member had barely contributed enough for 2 packs of cigarettes, just over 10 yuan each. They were all in their 30s, yet this was their level of ambition. Thus, upon recognizing these familiar faces, Lin Luo felt genuine fear. He knew these individuals had no moral compass. Enough with your bluster. Get against the wall and cover your head. Determined to make an example of them, Lin Luo was resolute in his plans for retribution. In such circumstances, few dared to resist. They helped each other, one supporting the other, leaping from the window to crouch on the street with their heads bowed. Uncle did not go too far after his bout. Compared to Lu Laoba, who had been slashed by Lin Luo's knife, Wang Weitao was undoubtedly in a more grievous state, having lost most of his front teeth. Yet, even in such pain, he remained obedient, crouching with his head down. Noticing that Lin Luo was mostly unscathed, Uncle, without inquiring into the reasons, expressed his concern. "De Luo, are you all right?" Lin Luo, having merely experienced a fright without any serious injury, reassured him. "I'm fine, Uncle." Slightly inebriated, Uncle then asked, "What happened? What were these fellows up to?" Just as Lin Luo was about to explain, a new group of people staggered into view from across the street. "Yanjun, what is going on? Who are you bullying now?" The newcomers were none other than the notorious local gang leader, the Wolf, Chai Jingyu. Uncle instinctively thought of calling him fourth brother. Following the hierarchy established by Li Qingjun, as Chai Jingyu was known as the fourth in Li Qingxin's gang, this form of address seemed fitting. However, upon Chai's arrival, Lin Luo's immediate instinct was that something was amiss. It was late at night, and his sudden appearance raised his suspicions. Could such a prominent figure be so leisurely? Growing increasingly agitated, Lin Luo erupted. "Damn you, Chai Laosi. Why do you show up now, when the Li family has loosened their grip? Are you here to play the fool? What nonsense is this about being a big brother in society, employing both favor and threat? Who are you trying to intimidate?" Chai Jingyu's countenance turned ashen. Since the incident with Li Qingxin, he had emerged unscathed, having subdued numerous thugs from places like Guanshan and Yuanyi, earning himself a fearsome reputation. Yet, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially not a mere child. How was he to respond to such insolence? Fortunately, he was not alone. His subordinates quickly rallied beside him. "You little brat, Do you even know who you are speaking to? They shouted, brandishing their weapons. One, acting particularly brazen, reached into his briefcase, mimicking the act of pulling out a gun. Truly, they appeared like ferocious demons. In the streets, even the most hardened thugs, including those engaged in mining, feared Chai Jingyu, granting him respect for his genuine fighting prowess and his willingness to act decisively. Lin Luo, however, was unafraid, for he understood Chai. In society, Chai was a fierce figure, yet he was also astute. His rise was a result of knowing how to leverage power, avoiding conflicts with those in authority. Chai Jingyu hailed from a poor background. In his youth, he owned but a single heavy cotton coat, which he wore even in the summer by removing the cotton filling. His initial foray into the underworld was facilitated by living next to the old director of the Grain Bureau, where he adeptly assisted with various tasks, leading to his acquaintance with Li Qingxin and his eventual entry into the circle of influential youth. Many mistakenly believed him to be a high-ranking offspring, when in reality, he merely played the role of the enforcer for those individuals, embodying the fiercest presence among Li Qingxin's entourage. Later, Li Qingxin encountered his own troubles, yet he remained unscathed, which only deepened the misconceptions among the people of the underworld. They believed that the eldest son of the organization department's Li family had been brought to justice, while the wolf, having spent only a few years behind bars, emerged. Such a background must be substantial, they thought. This series of misunderstandings elevated his status in society, making those involved in the darker dealings hesitant to confront him. However, Lin Luo was aware of his true nature. The wolf could not maintain his facade in Lin Luo's presence. Witnessing him feign superiority was quite irksome. If it weren't for the way he had just referred to his uncle, as if he were an elder brother, Lin Luo would not have been so perturbed. What infuriated him was the certainty that the wolf had been lurking nearby. This scoundrel had undoubtedly savored the sweetness of leveraging situations, instinctively waiting for Lin Luo to find himself in peril, hoping to come to his rescue and thus earn a favor. Had others been unaware of his background, they might have fallen into his trap. Chapter 56. The wolf. One who lacks understanding cannot be a worthy subordinate, and one who cannot generate income cannot be a leader. Without redemption, one cannot become a figure of authority. The wolf, though capable and astute in financial matters, was constrained by his origins, forever unable to contemplate shedding the criminal facade that served as his means of livelihood. Consequently, he even deemed the son of the Zhao family mentally unfit. De Luo, I once cradled you as a child. Why have you now turned hostile towards your fourth uncle? His tone betrayed an assumption of kinship, as if he were truly Lin Luo's blood relative. Yet this rogue had forgotten what it meant to belong to the upper echelons of society. The upper class treats you with utmost disrespect, and that, in their eyes, constitutes a form of respect. Lin Luo was impervious to the wolf's antics. To hell with you. Chai Jingyu, do not attempt this charade with me again. I know precisely what you are, and you are well aware of who I am. Do you believe I could easily send you back to where you came from? Do not play your games here. I have no patience for your antics. Unlike Li Qingxin, who had once genuinely regarded the wolf as a brother, Lin Luo was not inclined to indulge such behavior. The transformation in Li Qingxin's mindset over the years had perhaps led Chai Jingyu to underestimate the gravity of his situation. Were it not for the political landscape of the county being one not of zero-sum games, but rather of established facts and vested interests, some might have already dealt with Chai Jingyu. Despite the wolf's reputation as a powerful figure, he was easily preyed upon, even by an aging police officer. For instance, Lin Luo could easily whisper a word to his grandfather, and a cursory investigation into Chai Jingyu's records could lead to his immediate incarceration again. However, such actions could implicate those responsible for releasing the wolf, individuals who might have intricate connections with Lin Luo's grandfather. Thus, as long as the wolf did not become a nuisance, others preferred to leave him be. The wolf, however, was remarkably adaptable, responding to Lin Luo's ire with a demeanor more suited to pacifying a child. De Luo, have you truly endured such injustice? It is your fourth uncle's fault. Shall I speak on your behalf? He maintained a gentle disposition, akin to soothing a child who did not comprehend the world. Dealing with such a rogue was indeed challenging. He had you at a disadvantage, fully aware that no matter how furious you became, the facade of civility would remain intact. Lin Luo could only persist with a firm demeanor. Do not feign goodwill with me. I have no time to indulge you now. The wolf, ever opportunistic, turned to the surrounding lackeys and friends, saying, This child has had a fiery temper since childhood. He is my own nephew, raised in the prosecutor's family compound. After this cheerful explanation, he added to Lin Luo, Uncle just came from the construction site. What a coincidence. It is no wonder the wolf is clever. With a mere mention of the prosecutor's office, he managed to regain his lost dignity. However, The latter remark to Lin Luo was superfluous. Had he remained silent, it would have been better. By speaking, he only fueled Lin Luo's inherent suspicion. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Luo had already concluded that, even if the wolf's arrival was coincidental, his intentions were far from pure. Reluctant to engage with such a character, Lin Luo decided it was prudent to keep his distance. After all, one could never know when he might be exploited. Disinterested in the group loitering by the wall, Lin Luo turned to his uncle. "Uncle, please call 110. Saying this, he threw all the money he had at those few squatting there, almost in defiance. Just as his uncle was about to leave, he paused. Observing Lin Luo's actions, "What are you doing? Don't waste your money." Uncle was not inclined to meddle in Lin Luo's affairs. Rather, he suggested, "Why call 110? Just summon Qi Guangda. It's much more convenient to deal with our own." However, Lin Luo's perspective diverged. He preferred not to involve acquaintances. Matters of public concern should be handled formally. In situations where one is in the right, one should pursue procedural justice. In cases of injustice, one may rely on personal connections. It is imperative to believe that, although the lower echelons may have a tenuous grasp of the law, they possess a robust sense of rights. If it can be achieved legitimately, there is no need for the tactics of Qin Chuan. Among the group crouching in the corner, only Lu Yonggang exhibited any semblance of ambition, cradling his head and daring to speak. "Young brother, we were wrong. Just let us go, and we'll forego the medical expenses." Naively, he presumed Lin Luo intended to settle the matter with money. The others, even those who had not been struck, fell silent, having witnessed Lin Luo's audacity in berating the wolf. This was no ordinary individual. He was the infamous wolf of Chai Jingyu, known for having taken lives in the old coal mine of Gangxi Mountain. Years ago, the court had barely read out his verdict, and yet he served merely 3.5 years before being released. Such a figure would not dare to retaliate against a child pointing a finger at him. What kind of person was this child? In that moment, the group realized they were in deep trouble, particularly the one with a runny nose, who wished he could bury his head in the wall. He was the one most eager for the police to be called. He understood that, at his age, the law would not hold him accountable, but having stirred such a considerable ruckus, the uncles he had summoned would surely not spare him. Lin Luo, too, was puzzled by Lu Yonggang's thoughts. Did he truly believe he would pay for medical expenses? "Take it," he said tersely, without further ado. Despite their loud bravado, Lu Yonggang and his companions had not faced much in life. The traditional belief that one should not engage with the authorities unless absolutely necessary kept most people from dealing with officialdom. Upon hearing Lin Luo's shout, Lu Yonggang hurriedly accepted the money. With the group having taken the money, Lin Luo disregarded them and urged his uncle, "Uncle, let us go." The Zhao family has a somewhat indulgent tradition when it comes to raising children, and the elder uncle did not inquire much, simply turning to depart. Meanwhile, the cunning wolf, eager to assert his presence, chimed in, "Hey, Dedong, I have a mobile phone. Feel free to use mine. If not, I'll call the local team and urge them to hurry." He began to flaunt his connections once more. The elder uncle, not one to be overly polite, took the phone and remarked, "I just returned from old Li's house. You ought to behave yourself." In the past, during old Li's grandfather's birthday celebration, the elder uncle had paid his respects, and back then, the wolf had followed closely behind Li Qingxin, almost like a beloved grandchild. Who could have imagined that just a few years later, everything would change so drastically? Upon hearing that the elder uncle had just come from old Li's residence, the wolf's face instantly brightened with enthusiasm. "Is the old gentleman doing well? I should visit more often, but the demolition site requires my constant attention. I must remain here daily. Once this busy period ends, I will certainly make a trip home." As the elder uncle dialed the number, he casually replied, "He has lost quite a bit of weight." After that, he ceased engaging with the wolf, focusing intently on reporting the incident. The nephew's suggestion to call the police was undoubtedly sound. Having previously tasted the benefits of a Turkish passport, the elder uncle had grown increasingly convinced of Lin Luo's capabilities. The organizational department and the political and legal committee are both functional entities under the leadership of the organizing committee, tasked with steering the direction, overseeing the broader picture, making decisions, and ensuring implementation. Yet, the disparity between the Zhao and Li families is indeed vast. In the past, when there were celebrations at the Li family, the elder uncle merely needed to sign the guest book at the door. But today, due to a casual remark, he found himself seated at the Li family's banquet table. Reflecting on his current standing, the elder uncle felt a sense of boundless potential. Particularly after the Li family learned of his impending role at the Municipal Management Bureau, they made a phone call right in front of him. Was this not enough to affirm his nephew's capabilities? Thus, the nephew must have his reasons. It was wise to adhere to his guidance. After all, He was his beloved uncle. Could he possibly lead him astray? Chapter 57. Who called the police? Many hold the misconception that individuals from the lower rungs of society tend to be simple and kind-hearted. However, as one encounters more of them, it becomes apparent that many are neither simple nor kind. Rather, they can be quite deceitful, selfish, and opportunistic, driven by greed and malice. They are often foolish and wicked but merely lack the opportunity to commit their misdeeds. The situation had been brought under control, and Lin Luo took a seat on a stool at the entrance, still feeling the lingering frustration, choosing to ignore everyone around him. He had intended to bully a child, but found himself nearly outmaneuvered instead. Who would not feel humiliated in such a scenario? He truly felt he had brought disgrace upon those reborn, while others thrived after their rebirth, effortlessly leading others to ruin. He was cornered by a child and several burly men. The elder uncle, observing his obstinate child, smiled and returned the mobile phone to the wolf. The cunning wolf understood that it was futile to argue with a child at this moment. Engaging further would only invite rebuke, and the embarrassment would rest upon him. This little one certainly did not grant him any dignity. Thus, he accepted the mobile phone, produced a pack of Dazhanji cigarettes, and offered them to the elder uncle, remembering to toss one to the elder as well. The two children of the Zhao family are both promising. The elder is steady while the younger is daring, each possessing the potential for greatness. It is said that the esteemed elder of the Zhao family, upon his return from a business trip, will be appointed as the head of the second division of the Criminal Offenses Department, a position made possible by the impending transformation of this division into an anti-corruption department. Although it may merely be a nominal role, the authority vested in the head of such a significant department warrants a shift in address from Old Zhao to Elder Zhao for Chai Jingyu. It is sufficient to convert the shortcomings of the Elder Zhao's two sons into merits. At this juncture, the news remains unconfirmed, presenting an opportune moment to cultivate relations with the Zhao family. Consequently, he took the initiative to offer a cigarette to Zhao Yandong and casually inquired, "Dadong, are you still working at the mine bureau? What else could I do? It's still a job, after all." The composure of his uncle is reflected in his guarded demeanor. Even if a matter comes to fruition, he refrains from boasting about it, and many years later, if one were to discover that he was the orchestrator, it would be a testament to their keen awareness. For instance, in a previous life, when the mine bureau faced bankruptcy and chaos erupted as everyone clamored for their entitlements, only his uncle quietly scavenged at the workplace. Once the storm had settled, he accrued a significant sum of 60,000 from collecting discarded items, cardboard, bottles, and cans, none of which could be deemed theft, in a factory employing thousands. This amount may seem trivial, yet combined with severance payments and compensation for years of service, it was sufficient for his uncle to purchase 3 small storefronts on the grain and oil street. In a small county town, rent was not exorbitant. By 2010, a storefront commanded merely 1,000 yuan per month. Earning 3,000 monthly was certainly more advantageous than traditional employment. This revelation emerged over a decade later, inadvertently disclosed by a tenant renting from his uncle, much to the chagrin of his somewhat erratic mother. Lin Luo's distance from his uncle was largely influenced by his mother's persistent warnings of his uncle harboring ulterior motives and not being a good person. Reflecting on this, one might ponder, you, a spendthrift, squandered all the family's resources, while your uncle, during a crucial moment when the family was financially strained, humbly resorted to scavenging, subsequently establishing some assets. Surely, such an endeavor did not require your approval? It is quite possible that he harbored resentment towards you. Observing his uncle conversing with the opportunist, Lin Luo found himself increasingly convinced that his mother lacked discernment. Upon hearing that Zhao Yandong was still employed at the mine bureau, the opportunist, with a sly grin, leaned in and remarked, "I've heard the mine bureau is struggling. They can't even pay the wages of the miners." For frontline workers in the mining industry, particularly those who descend into the depths, any delay in salary signifies imminent collapse of the enterprise. A person with a strong sense of pride would have likely erupted in indignation or boasted about seeking alternative employment. Yet, his uncle merely smiled softly and replied, "What can one do? We must endure. We won't starve, will we?" The opportunist, possessing some cunning and having engaged in various shrewd ventures, displayed foolishness by believing himself to be the only clever one in the world, likely a result of his prolonged association with Li Qingxin, which had fostered such delusions. The two sons of the Li family were indeed rather foolish. Upon hearing his uncle's words, the opportunist mistakenly assumed that his uncle was facing considerable hardships, and after feigning contemplation, finally suggested, "Why not join Junzi and work with me on the demolition project? It's laborious, but I assure you, the pay is 3,000 a month." This was indeed a substantial wage, comparable to that of foreign enterprises. At this moment, the majority of people have yet to shift their perspectives, still ensnared in the outdated fantasy of the elevated status of laborers. This is precisely why the term migrant worker exists, to distinguish them from traditional workers. Lin Luo observed the wolf's anxious demeanor, feigning a facade of camaraderie, nearly unable to suppress a chuckle. However, Uncle Da maintained his nonchalant demeanor, saying, "Forget it, I want to add to your troubles. After all these years in the factory, I've developed an attachment I can't bear to leave." In reality, Uncle Da was to report to the Municipal Management Bureau the following day, commencing his role as Deputy Director of the Southern Market Management Office, overseeing several properly appointed contract workers. The wolf was completely unprepared for the fact that, despite offering a high salary of 3,000 yuan, he still failed to sway Uncle Da, internally questioning, "Shouldn't this work?" After taking a deep drag of his cigarette, his frustration was evident. "You are simply too nostalgic. What is wrong with earning more money? I say you should join us. Although this work may lack dignity, it is genuinely profitable. I cannot guarantee you a lifetime in this role, but working for 3 to 5 years and earning enough for a lifetime is certainly better than anything else." After being rebuffed, the wolf could no longer contain himself, his demeanor becoming increasingly fervent. He exhaled smoke and, seeking a compromise, nodded towards Uncle Da. "What if Junzi starts working with me first? He can assess the situation after a few months. How does that sound? If he couldn't win over the eldest son, the younger son, being the child of the head of the anti-corruption department, would suffice, which department wouldn't feel the need to show some respect." He believed himself quite clever, extending an olive branch even before the appointment was publicized. However, Uncle Da regarded the mere 3,000 yuan with disdain. The southern market is the largest produce market in the area, engaging in both retail and wholesale, with a little ingenuity. He could easily inflate management fees to earn more than 3,000 a day. Why waste time conversing with the wolf? Engaging in demolition was a perilous trade, devoid of the dignity of an official position. He was destined to don a uniform in the future. Enough of this. You have no idea how troublesome my son can be. He might bring you unforeseen complications. Let him stay at home and mind his own business. The notorious reputation of Uncle Da's wayward son was a gilded emblem. The wolf instinctively followed Uncle Da's gaze toward the young Zhao, who was squatting beside Lin Luo, grinning mischievously. "Hey, De Luo, what do you think about me opening a fruit salad shop?" Having seen the world, Chai Jingyu chuckled upon hearing this. If his family were not in the fruit wholesale business, they would have a surplus of unsellable rotten fruits. How could one possibly run a fruit salad shop without understanding that good fruits should not be cut? Besides dealing with spoiled fruits, who would engage in such a business without incurring losses? Truly, he was a dreamer, just as he intended to speak with Zhao Yanjun. Inquiring if he would prefer to work with him instead of opening a fruit salad shop, 2 police officers on bicycles approached. Who had called the police? Chapter 58. Before the auxiliary police system was established, the duties of auxiliary police were undertaken by joint defense team members and community workers. Thus, there were no stringent regulations regarding the number of personnel an on-duty officer should bring along when responding to calls, nor was there a standardized questioning process. 2 police officers arrived, pedaling their bicycles while wielding flashlights, one of which had a child's seat attached to the front. It was uncertain whether they were using public or private vehicles, yet no one seemed inclined to scrutinize the matter. Upon their arrival, Lin Luo stood up, ready to explain the situation. He had barely uttered a word when 2 individuals, seated on beer crates across the street, rushed over. Leader, you arrived quite swiftly. I'm with the local joint defense team." These 2, clearly intoxicated and still bearing remnants of grease on their lips, hunched forward, bypassing Lin Luo to grab the 2 responding officers. "Leader, I'm Chui Dei. We've met before. Let me brief you. The one who called the police is a friend of the esteemed Chai Dogwan, and the troublemaker is a local resident." After delivering this message, he winked at the officers, implying a shared understanding. If they could placate Chai Dogwan and downplay the incident, it would serve to strengthen their social ties. Observing this scene, Lin Luo found himself less irate and rather amused, as he realized the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, a group had been smashing windows and barging through doors, and now the local defense team was merely observing? There had been no signs of life until now, and suddenly they were playing the role of the wise. Did they truly grasp the gravity of the situation? It was a folly to engage in social niceties without understanding the context. In the eyes of the joint defense officers, the local figure, Chai Jingyu, was a person of considerable stature, deserving of respect. However, they failed to consider that even Chai Jingyu, who didn't dare to retort when scolded by a child, held no real authority in this context. How could a child, having suffered indignities, easily let things slide? Not only Lin Luo, but even the two newly arrived officers viewed Chai as merely an ordinary individual. These rookie officers, brimming with a sense of justice, held the utmost disdain for local bullies. Let us stick to the facts. I will reach out to you for information when necessary. The officers offered no deference whatsoever. They had been roused from their slumber in the dead of night, only to discover that the situation was being trivialized. To converse with them amicably was already a concession. Lin Luo had deliberately chosen not to contact acquaintances, but instead opted for the proper channels to report the incident. Knowing full well that the most diligent officers on the night shift would be the newcomers. They were the ones who would adhere strictly to the protocols learned in the police academy. Had it been Qi Guangda, he would have been disinclined to create unnecessary friction at such an hour and would likely have attempted to smooth things over first. Once he opened his mouth, the relationships involved would compel them to show him some respect. Yet, once the respect was paid, what would be done about the matter at hand? Such issues required the involvement of strangers. Approaching the officers, Lin Luo quickly relayed his account. Police officer, this group attempted to rob my home, and I fought back. I'm 13 years old, and they took over 3,000 yuan from me, damaging a table in the process. There are several friends at my house playing games who were also startled and are now hiding indoors crying. They even broke the gaming console. The child's narrative amplified the losses, painting a picture of greater devastation. Upon hearing that such a significant case had emerged, the two young officers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, are they the ones lurking in the corner? It is well understood that a group of 3 or more constitutes a gang. And home invasion robbery is considered a serious criminal offense, typically warranting a sentence of over 10 years. Coupled with the amount involved, which exceeds 3,000 yuan. This case falls into the category of considerable financial significance. Should a crackdown occur, the penalties could be even more severe, potentially leading to the death penalty, especially given that the victim is a minor. In a small county where major incidents are rare, encountering such a case is undoubtedly a means to achieve great merit. Coincidentally, this coincides with the month of professional evaluations. What fortuitous timing. Had an experienced officer been present, upon hearing Lin Luo's words, they would have instantly recognized that they were dealing with someone knowledgeable. Regardless of the youth's age, his statements should not be taken at face value. Meticulous inquiry is essential to avoid future complications. However, these two young officers, arriving in the dead of night, were too preoccupied to consider such nuances. All right, Xiao Lu. Handcuff them all and take them back to the station. After issuing the command, he turned to the adults, who were evidently involved, and said, "Let us proceed to the station for a discussion. This is not an appropriate place for conversation at this hour." The individuals crouching in the corner were utterly subdued, lacking any legal understanding and unaware of the gravity of their situation. When informed that they were being taken to the station, they complied, believing it to be merely a mediation. Typically, such disputes are resolved in a similar manner, and they had not perceived any serious repercussions. Yet, apart from Lin Luo's expertise, the officer known as Wolf was no novice either. His extensive experience rendered him more knowledgeable than many lawyers. Young Zhao's reputation was formidable. He intended to deal harshly with these individuals. If the case were to be classified as robbery, these men might well require pre-existing health conditions, such as hypertension or heart disease, to emerge unscathed. Wolf recognized these youths as local demolition workers who had previously assisted him in negotiations with neighbors, saving him considerable expense. It seemed utterly unreasonable for them to be falsely accused by a child over such a trivial matter. The distinction between robbery and mutual combat escaped the understanding of these youths, but Wolf was acutely aware of the implications, and it all hinged on how the situation would be characterized. "Comrade, may I speak for a moment?" Chai Jingyu intended to privately discuss with Lin Luo his work in the area and how these individuals could be beneficial to him, allowing for a smoother demolition process. A monetary compensation for Lin Luo would suffice to sweep this matter under the rug. Why create unnecessary turmoil? However, in the presence of others, his intentions were unclear, leading the officers to believe he had something significant to convey. As law enforcement officers, they were well aware of who the local troublemakers were. They had been informed on their first day about the notorious figure known as Wolf, surrounded by sycophants who referred to him as Chai Dagoran. In truth, he was nothing more than a thug. The principle of no victim, no prosecution had shielded him thus far. Had any victims come forward, he would have faced consequences long ago. The zealous young officers were indifferent to his status, dismissing the pretense of Chai Dagoran. Even if influential figures attempted to intercede on his behalf, they were merely messengers. If they truly wished to pursue action against him, they could simply feign ignorance. Bringing him to justice would be a service to the community, and afterward, who could hold it against them? Lu, the enforcer, scrutinized Chai Jingyu from head to toe. What's the matter? Do you wish to accompany us back to the station for a little chat? He shook the handcuffs in his grasp with a mocking flourish. A few members of the joint defense team are giving you some respect, and you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? Since Li Qingxin's downfall, the Wolf has lost much of its former clout in official circles. Although he is involved in numerous ventures, such as the local Songlin Brewery sales agency, the demolition of slum areas, the business at Daling River's sand pit, and the operation of a driving school, all these endeavors are merely fronts held in trust for others, intended to silence him. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not dare to leverage his connections lightly. Having encountered yet another setback, the Wolf's intoxication dissipated entirely. Why was fortune so unfavorably inclined today? Was it fate that had turned against him? Was his connection with the Zhao family truly severed? It shouldn't be. Hadn't Zhao Yandong just emerged from an audience with old Li? They were supposed to be allies. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Despite feeling somewhat humiliated, he maintained his suave demeanor. No, I merely wish to speak a word of fairness. After much effort to assume the role of the Good Samaritan, exposing another's deceitful machinations, why did everyone still regard him with disdain? His words fell upon deaf ears. Chueda, a member of the joint defense team, observed Chai being treated so poorly and assumed that the newcomers at the police station had failed to recognize the esteemed individual before them. He rushed forward to smooth things over. Ah, comrade, this gentleman is, he intended to boast of the Wolf's stature, highlighting the numerous managerial titles he held. However, Lin Luo, seething with suppressed anger, happened to pass by and, seeing the meddlesome individual, chose not to grant him any courtesy. Pointing at the Wolf's chest, he declared, Chai Jingyu, you will keep your mouth shut. Do not overestimate your worth, or I may very well make you suffer the consequences today. Interfering individuals seldom find favorable outcomes. The truth is insignificant compared to the imperative of stability and unity. Since the reforms of Shangyang, the legalists have pursued but two words, maintaining order. You, the Wolf, are merely a worn-out glove, classified within the realm of targets. What authority do you possess to act as a judge? After delivering another rebuke to the Wolf, Lin Luo disregarded his reaction and approached the two police officers with a beaming smile. Uncle, may I sit on the front of your bicycle? He feigned childlike innocence, as if he had not just treated the Wolf with utter contempt. The rapidity of his transformation even caught the officers off guard. Behave yourself. We will have a proper discussion once we arrive. Though he said this, he made room for Lin Luo to mount the bicycle. The Wolf was left utterly speechless, confronted with an utter disregard for his presence, as if he held no significance whatsoever. Infuriated, he considered turning back. However, his elder uncle, ever composed, sensed that Chai Jingyu was cornered and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Come on, Fourth, let us borrow your bike. He had no desire to walk to the police station. Furthermore, this gesture would provide the Wolf with a semblance of dignity, avoiding unnecessary conflict and preserving relationships for future contingencies. This act of kindness allowed the Wolf to breathe a sigh of relief, for otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to reclaim his lost face. All right, Dongzi, you drive my car, and I will call a few of my brothers to take the others over. No one anticipated that this trip would turn into a capture operation. The criminal is already apprehended, but with only 2 bicycles, there is no way to transport everyone. Calling for reinforcements would be too late. Moreover, the criminal is quite compliant, doing whatever is asked, so finding a van would suffice to bring everyone back. However, Lin Luo has completely lost trust in the Wolf and refrains from speaking to him. Instead, he turns to the few fellows who are preparing to follow and says, I know where you live, so don't even think about running. Don't wait for me to come knocking on your door. The few who were caught, looking rather pitiful, have resigned themselves to their fate, realizing that even a big boss from society couldn't save them. Liu Yonggang thought to himself that, at worst, he would just have to pay a fine. What else could he do? With his head hung low, he sighed, understood. Then, supporting Wang Weitao, they lined up to board the Wolf's subordinate's vehicle. The police took Lin Luo, with his uncle driving and the other uncle in tow, followed by a van, heading to the police station. Watching the departing vehicles, Master Chai finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to regain his composure. Indeed, having a formidable grandfather is impressive. He smirked, his face a mask of ferocity and disdain. The boisterous younger brothers, who had previously dared not approach when their big brother was present, had chosen to remain silent. But now, seeing their brother's displeasure, they felt compelled to inquire. Brother, who is this? So impressive. Chai Jingyu had been waiting for this question, rubbing his nose as he replied. How could he not be impressive? The grandson of Zhao Guochen from the Anti-Corruption Bureau is that kid we just saw. Who wouldn't be intimidated by him? Out of the 13 corruption cases in our county, 9 were handled by his grandfather, the top harbinger of doom. Would you say that's not impressive? To be fair, even when dealing with cases of official misconduct, his grandfather's professional capability is widely recognized. Just looking at his track record, it seems he has offended nearly every official in the county. Those who drift through society have no understanding of how many departments the procuratorate has and what powers each department holds. Upon hearing that he was involved in anti-corruption, they mistakenly believe that all the officials in the county fell under his jurisdiction. In reality, the main responsibilities of the procuratorate anti-corruption department pertain primarily to bribery cases. Do not think that just because one has started a company, all the money belongs to them. It is, in fact, public property. What his grandfather dealt with were cases of embezzlement and bribery of officials. Unfortunately, these younger brothers are oblivious to this reality. Damn, no wonder he's so impressive. He truly is a young master, even disregarding your authority, big brother. The wolf nodded in agreement, believing that as long as someone sufficiently impressive did not undermine his authority, he would not lose face. He curled his lip in disdain, saying, spoiled. Completely spoiled. He behaved like this even as a child. When I hung out with Brother Qingxin, I often wandered around the back mountain of his house. Back then, he would pickpocket us, spending our money on candy. He has never been well regarded. Although he claimed not to be well regarded, such words only served as evidence of their acquaintance in the ears of the younger brothers. Eager to flatter their big brother, the younger ones chimed in, this kid has no upbringing at all. If he were my son, I would beat him every day. Come on. If you had such a capable grandfather, who knows, you might be even worse, and you still have the audacity to criticize him? Indeed. I find myself engaged in petty mischief, and if I possessed such a formidable grandfather, would I not be compelled to relieve myself at the very gates of authority? Ha ha ha. A bout of laughter serves to preserve my dignity. The cunning wolf, satisfied with the outcome, declared, enough jesting. It suffices to understand his background, and we shall keep our distance. Do not presume that only his grandfather wields power. His grandmother was once a member of the Women's Federation, assigned to the neighborhood committee, and shared a close rapport with my sister-in-law. That old woman is fiercely protective of her kin. Once, when I made her grandson weep, she wielded a broom in fury, scattering its bristles in her wrath. She truly regarded me as less than human. The sister-in-law referred to by the wolf is none other than Li Qingxin's wife, who now bears the title of widow, ostensibly mourning excessively, seemingly preparing to resign from her position. It appears the role of neighborhood committee director will soon be vacated. Until the new appointee arrives, it seems the matriarch of the Zhao family will temporarily oversee affairs. Initially intended as an introduction to the young master's family background, the wolf abruptly sensed a dissonance. Why is it that all recent fortuitous events seem to favor the Zhao family? Could it truly be that one person's elevation leads to the prosperity of all? Chapter 60, Merits and Faults. As they exited the police station, dawn had already broken. Inspector Zhang of the Nanshan precinct personally escorted Lin Luo and his companions out, waving farewell as they departed in their vehicle. Zhao, take care, let us gather again soon. The Zhao referred to as naturally Zhao Yandong, known to all after a single phone call from the old Li family. Thus, Zhang, previously unfamiliar with the Zhao family, had become acquainted with them. Zhang was not on duty that night, having been roused from a peaceful slumber by a call from two newly assigned officers regarding a significant robbery case involving a group. He felt compelled to investigate the matter within his jurisdiction. With a sense of foreboding, he hurried to the station. Upon arrival, he found the Zhao family's eldest grandson diligently recording his statement in the interview room. Officer, I was terrified at that moment. Instinctively, I grabbed something to defend myself. At my tender age, how could I not panic when faced with 6 individuals? The young officer taking his statement nodded in understanding. Yet, the seasoned Inspector Zhang observed the boy's tearless demeanor and realized the truth. The situation was not as presented. The lad lacked even a hint of fear. It was all an act, and a poorly executed one at that. Glancing at the 2 other young men from the Zhao family, who were huddled together, smoking and whispering, he felt it prudent to refrain from further comment. Recently, the Zhao family had been quite active. Who could fathom their plans? It seemed unwise to offend them over such trivial matters. The elder Zhao had been enjoying a period of notable prominence. Although Zhang held the title of chief at the Nanshan precinct, his wife worked at the Jianfeng neighborhood committee alongside the Zhao matriarch. While others remained oblivious to the Zhao family's recent undertakings, he was well aware. First, the elder Zhao had engaged with grassroots initiatives, followed by his wife assuming the role of acting director for the Jianfeng neighborhood committee. The elderly matron, nearing retirement, held a position that was increasingly precarious. Even with the arrival of a new director, as long as old Zhao's wife demonstrated propriety by willingly relinquishing her power and stepping back, She would undoubtedly transition into the role of the principal. The new appointee would commence their tenure as vice principal, overseeing operations in a nominal capacity, while the former would retain actual authority. This was the established protocol. Consequently, both of the Zhao elders would ascend in their careers. Moreover, old Zhao had heard from his father-in-law, who worked in the education bureau, that on the brink of the day's end, the bureau received materials from a local junior high school. 2 new instructional directors had been appointed to the esteemed institution, which boasted 13 classes per grade, each comprising 60 to 70 students. Previously, there had been only 1 instructional director. Now, there would be 3. The former instructional director had been elevated to vice principal, focusing on the guidance of the third-year classes. The second-year director was the niece of the new principal, and the first-year director happened to be the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. This matter prompted his father-in-law to invite him for an evening drink, during which they discussed the previous instructional director's circumstances. One could argue that individuals emerging from rural backgrounds often lack understanding, naively believing that diligent work alone would guarantee promotions. Old Zhang wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Regardless of the organization's scale, ascending the ranks within one's original institution is relatively straightforward. Yet attaining a significant leadership role, especially as the head, is invariably a process reliant on external appointments. He himself had been parachuted in from a subordinate precinct, well aware that factionalism is anathema to the system. Therefore, no matter how well one performs as an instructional director or how much popular support they garner, a promotion within the same institution is implausible. At best, one might be reassigned to lead another school, but advancement within the current establishment is simply out of the question. The former instructional director, under the delusion that the absence of the previous principal and vice principal created an opportunity for advancement, soon found himself sidelined by the new principal, who would dare vie for accolades against the daughter-in-law of the anti-corruption unit. The cases involving the previous principal and vice principal were orchestrated by old Zhao himself. How could such naive individuals attain the leadership of the finest school? Old Zhang could not fathom it. As he observed the Zhao family departing, he shook his head and returned indoors. Upon entering, he found young Lu awaiting him with a pile of records, eagerly approaching as soon as he spotted his superior. Director Zhang, we have gathered all the witnesses and evidence. We can proceed with filing the case. I'll organize everything, and once work hours commence, I'll make a trip to the prosecutor's office to file it. The young colleague felt a surge of accomplishment at the prospect of handling a major case right from the outset of his duties. Director Zhang glanced at the enthusiastic young officer and reminisced about his own fervor in years past, contemplating offering a word of advice, yet hesitated to voice it. What was there to say? Prepare your materials well, for when the time comes to file, the prosecutor's office will prompt you. Having served as director for many years, he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The individuals labeled as criminals, in truth, were often oblivious to their own transgressions. The crucial factor was that they had some connection, however tenuous, to the Zhao family. Firstly, residing in a demolition zone, with a bit of effort, one could gather a sum of money. On ordinary days, I also assist those involved in the demolition by running errands. The Zhao family possesses a house near the demolition area, though its fate remains uncertain. Additionally, several individuals are engaged in business at the South Market. The eldest son of the Zhao family is about to start working at the South Market. Zhang, however, senses some underlying connections that elude his comprehension. There is an air of peculiarity about the situation, and rather than making hasty judgments, he believes it prudent to allow the Zhao family to decide for themselves. Upon hearing that there was no urgency to transport the individuals in question, Xiao Lu grew anxious, pressing for clarification. So, are we detaining them, handcuffing them, or placing them under protective custody? There must be some explanation, right? Is it 7 days, 29 days? Or do we need to have a few neighborhood patrol officers keep an eye on them? There has to be some procedure. Otherwise, we cannot compile our report. Zhang, eager to return home for some much-needed rest, glanced at Xiao Lu and pondered. This university student is rather naive, truly believing a lawyer would intervene for these individuals. Simply confining them to a room would suffice. Our station is not lacking for their sustenance. However, considering that this earnest police academy graduate has a promising future ahead, he softened his tone and replied, there is no need for haste in handling this matter. Notify their families. Allow them some time to devise a solution. It's not easy for them, after all. We ought to extend an opportunity. If their families can reach an understanding with the Zhao family, it would relieve us of much concern. Then we could simply submit the materials to the bureau and finalize a plea agreement. Casting a glance at the case file, Zhang understood the Zhao family was deliberately causing trouble. Yet, such actions surely have an ulterior motive, either monetary gain or some other agenda. Thus, Both parties must be afforded a chance for dialogue. If they were to hastily conclude the matter, it would inevitably lead to irreversible consequences, rendering their efforts futile and potentially jeopardizing the other party's affairs. Having conveyed his thoughts, he paid no further heed to the hesitant Xiao Lu, leaving him with a parting remark. Young comrade, in my years at the station, I have witnessed many who have earned accolades only to be dismissed, as well as those who have erred yet received promotions. Achievements and missteps often coexist. Many matters should not be rushed to resolution. You are still young and educated. The future undoubtedly belongs to you. With that, he left Xiao Lu in stunned silence and rode home on his motorcycle to catch up on sleep. Chapter 61, Women Brother. That Zhao Yandong is a cop. Once the matters at the police station concluded, a loyal underling of the wolfish leader hurriedly called his superior after witnessing Zhao Yandong and his companions depart. Today's events were truly exhilarating. Bringing a cop to the station to report an incident. It's a new experience for us. What nonsense is this? The wolfish leader, still slumbering on the construction site, answered the phone, with the wife of a demolition victim lying beside him. He had been enjoying a few drinks in the company of a woman, reveling in the comforts of the moment. If only he could sleep until dawn, it would be pure bliss, especially with Han Meijiao beside him. She was indeed a remarkable figure, unmatched in her connections throughout the area, experienced and skillful. Even the seasoned man who has traversed the rivers of women, Chai Dogwan, had never enjoyed such comfort. After a night of revelry, just as dawn broke and before he could fully awaken, his underling's call shattered his tranquility, dispelling any hope of further slumber. What did you say? Repeat that. As a trusted confidant, accompanied by a subordinate of considerable stature, one can certainly be deemed reliable, at the very least. They are unlikely to engage in fabrication. I refer to that individual named Zhao Yandong. He is an officer, lacking in education. He mistakenly believes that only the chief of the police station is entitled to the title of chief. Did you catch that? The wolf, suspecting an issue with his hearing, was taken aback. Meanwhile, the subordinate confidently asserted, it is indeed true. The head of the Nanshan police station, Zhang, referred to him as Chief Zhao. What else could he be but an officer? This revelation struck the wolf with clarity. I wondered why he was reluctant to work for me for a mere 3,000 a month. It turns out he has been promoted to leadership. After musing to himself, he casually inquired of his subordinate, where have the others gone? The subordinate, having paid attention, promptly responded, they took your car to the Beimei Hotel. All right, prepare me some cigarettes and wait for me. With this accurate information in hand, the wolf ended the call, rose, and playfully patted the woman's backside, saying, my dear, everything we discussed previously is now null and void. It seemed the woman was not merely a companion for his nocturnal pursuits. She had been roused from her slumber by the phone, her mind still foggy and not fully alert. Upon hearing his words, she sat up abruptly, ready to dispute. Do you truly think I am merely a pastime for you? If it weren't to save my brother, would I have sought you out? The wolf was well aware of what she intended to say, and before she could voice it, he gestured dismissively. Hold on, don't rush. I haven't taken advantage of you without due cause. As for the shop front on Zhongmen Street, I still regard it as yours. Everything we discussed regarding finances remains intact. However, I shall consider your prior associations with those men as though they were never mentioned. Brother Chai, what do you mean by that? I attended to your every need throughout the night. You dare to bring this up now? The woman's frustration was palpable, her gaze capable of incinerating the little wolf. Yet, the wolf remained unfazed by her ire, nonchalantly running his fingers through her hair. Come now, you speak as if you are a virtuous maiden. In truth, neither of us has the upper hand. With that, he seized her hair and leaned in, ignoring her struggles as he indulged in his desires, breathless and relentless. With a woman like you, I might as well be doing it for free. If it weren't for your potential to earn a bit, you'd be paying me instead. The woman was indifferent to such encounters. She had seen more men than pedestrians crossing the street. However, due to the wolf's sudden change of heart, she refused to cooperate, lying there like a lifeless body with vacant, fish-like eyes. After all, an agreement made one day should not be altered the next. And even the most casual of women cannot easily accept such a shift. The wolf, however, was unconcerned, primarily focused on dissipating his frustration. He understood that even in this situation, should he desire her again, she would likely comply. He had encountered many women of this sort. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the wolf lit a cigarette and pulled up his trousers. Perhaps his anger had subsided somewhat, as he kindly offered the woman a parting piece of advice before stepping out. Do not blame me for my lack of decorum. I advise you to steer clear of any new flings or comrades, for this one is bound to end poorly. Just yesterday, Zhao Yandong was merely an unemployed worker. Today, he has ascended to the rank of chief. This matter is far more complicated than you realize. Having completed his attire, he lifted the woman's legs, inhaled the scent of her feet, and then, with an expression of bliss, exited the door. Alas, such exquisite long legs. What a pity indeed. The woman lying in bed uttered not a single word, simply gazing vacantly at the ceiling. After some time lost in thought, she regained her senses and exclaimed, "Wait until I catch a disease before I sleep with you again." Seemingly resolute, she rose, donned her clothing, and made her way outside. Upon reaching the street, she hailed a rickshaw, instructing, to the North Cole Hotel. Whether human or specter, all were rushing towards the North Cole Hotel. Inside, the uncle and his nephews finally had the opportunity to exchange a few words. "Brother, did you truly go to the municipal office? The South Market is now under your jurisdiction?" The uncle was genuinely taken aback by the swiftness of his brother's affairs, yet the police station's demeanor towards him appeared authentic. The elder uncle needed to report to Mr. Su's son-in-law at the Five Talks for Beauty's office soon. So he had not rested, but was instead freshening up while responding to messages. "What is so surprising about that? Did you not also visit the highway department?" He added. "By the way, make sure to report to the traffic bureau on Monday." Yesterday, when I dined with Old Lee, a high-ranking official from the traffic bureau was present and is already aware of your situation. For the next few days, ensure your organizational relationship is registered with the traffic bureau before heading to the highway department to avoid any potential exclusion. The uncle, scratching his head, murmured, "Is our mother really that competent? Does she resolve matters so effortlessly? If she possesses such capabilities, why didn't she utilize them sooner? It's embarrassing to have spent years as a rogue, unable to face Bowie." However, the elder uncle found this situation rather ordinary. Money had been spent, connections established, and most importantly, their father had received a promotion. Could one not feel elated? Having a good father was superior to anything else. "So, does this mean I am employed now?" The younger uncle still harbored doubts about himself. Wiping his face, the elder uncle observed his brother with genuine mirth. "Rest assured, the benefits will be comparable to mine. You will begin as the captain of the National Road Inspection Team. The road from Jingxian to our Chuan province will be your responsibility. This route originally belonged to Old Go, who also suffered an accident on this very stretch. Is it appropriate for me to assume the role of captain right from the start?" The younger uncle, embarking on his first job, felt somewhat overwhelmed by the high expectations. Yet, the elder uncle believed that since they had only sought assistance once, and the words of his nephew had bewitched Old Lee's family, the expectations were still modest. "That is why you will report to the traffic bureau first, then to the highway department. Fear not, it is entirely reasonable." Old Gu was also slated for the captaincy. "The former captain has retired, and you are effectively filling his position. This promotion has been sanctioned from above, and no one dares to object." After finishing his face wash, the elder uncle tossed the towel, signaling the younger uncle to clean up as well, while emphasizing, "However, you must grasp the nuances of social dealings." The younger uncle caught the towel, but remained motionless. I don't understand. I'm a newcomer. What do I know?" During their exchange, Lin Luo had been listening intently, and upon hearing this, could not contain herself, giving the younger uncle a light tap on the head. "If you don't understand, then just watch quietly. The one surnamed Xiang knows. Does this require instruction? How can one be so lacking in ambition?" Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar name, the elder uncle inquired with intrigue, "Who is this person surnamed Xiang?" Without waiting for Lin Luo to respond, the elder uncle could no longer restrain his tongue. "A butcher?" The elder's expression grew serious. Undeterred by Lin Luo's grim countenance, the elder uncle continued, "Well, the money we used to secure jobs came from him." "From him? Is he the kind who sells meat on the street?" The elder uncle pondered uneasily. Is our mother intending to sell her son? He mused that only someone like a woman from the South, involved in illicit activities, could possibly amass such a substantial sum. Zhao Yandong found it hard to believe that a market butcher could possess such wealth. After all, we are speaking of tens of thousands. Only such dubious women could produce such a large amount of money. Would our parents truly consider selling their youngest son for the sake of the family's livelihood? How could an elder brother allow his younger sibling to marry such a woman for his own future? "We cannot allow this," he thought, troubled by the implications. Chapter 62. The box meal. What on earth is this? Observing the nonsensical exchange between his two uncles, Lin Luo quickly interjected, "Old Xiang is a man." The elder uncle, surveying the robust features of the elder uncle, became even more serious. "Why would a man spend money on you? Wouldn't that be foolish, especially such a significant amount? My own brother isn't that imprudent." The gaze of his brother was one even a fool could decipher. "No, brother. This old Xiang has crossed paths with the gang led by the old Gu on the highway. He deals in smuggled meat. the elder uncle hastily clarified, insisting that he was courting someone and could not afford any scandal. However, the elder uncle remained skeptical. Is selling meat truly that lucrative? The only kind of profitable meat selling I know of is that which involves trips to Hong Kong. To not think twice about tens of thousands. One must be earning several thousand a day at least. Upon mentioning this, the elder uncle became animated. It's incredibly profitable. Do you know how much their meat costs? The elder uncle appeared unconvinced. How much? The elder uncle raised his thumb triumphantly. A pound of meat costs merely a few dimes. No way. Hearing this price, the elder uncle's voice cracked, believing he must have misheard. Before Lin Luo could clarify, the elder uncle began to boast. Those fellows deal in frozen meat left over from World War II. Their cost is just a few dimes. Once I start working on the highway. He was about to elaborate on his future plans, but the elder uncle wasn't interested in listening. What the hell? Why is meat at the market selling for 16 a pound then? His focus was solely on the price of meat. As the eldest son, he hadn't bought meat for the family in quite some time. Watching the two uncles engrossed in their discussion, Lin Luo quickly interjected, "Elder uncle, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you haven't even started working yet. Don't start fixating on those market stalls now. Besides, stabilizing prices isn't within your purview. You're merely a fee collector." He cautioned that during market downturns, vendors would typically reserve unsold or defective goods as a favor for the administrator. This is an unspoken rule. Lin Luo feared that before the elder uncle even began his duties, he might already learn to exploit the system. So he advised, "You must serve the people." "I know. You little rascal, are you mocking your elder uncle?" Uncle is certainly not the type to take advantage of others. I simply feel that if meat were truly this inexpensive, wouldn't it raise questions? The idea is commendable, yet impractical. Let it go, uncle. Lin Luo waved his hand. Good intentions do not always lead to positive outcomes. Overly cheap meat is not something to be lauded. One must approach issues from a developmental perspective. The nephew even began to educate his uncle, prompting uncle to quickly gesture in dismissal. All right, this child has begun to lecture me. Now let us speak seriously. Since we have this channel, why not sell at the market? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Luo replied, "Because it's illegal." Uncle understood he hadn't articulated his thoughts clearly. "No, what I meant was, why not open a restaurant at the market?" Seeing that their thoughts aligned, Lin Luo inquired further. "Uncle, what are your thoughts?" The southern market is adjacent to the construction materials market, where laborers such as bricklayers and manual workers congregate. Many of them earn well, possessing money in their pockets but hesitant to spend it. Numerous boxed meal vendors surround the area, selling meals for 5 yuan, lacking any meat or vegetables. Dressed neatly, Uncle was in no rush to leave. He pulled out a stool, settled in, and began to count on his fingers. Behind the southern market lies the Galaxy Shopping Center, the Chuanzhou Mall, and the Big Poplar Shopping Mall. None of these establishments have cafeterias, and the stall owners must purchase their meals, often opting for boxed lunches. Those selling clothing, electronics, and toys are financially capable, often spending 12 yuan on meals with 4 meat dishes. Despite Chuanzhou being a small place, the presence of 3 decent shopping malls illustrates its consumer capacity. The Mining Bureau may report poor performance, yet this is largely superficial. In reality, areas rich in mineral resources generally boast decent consumer power, albeit with a significant wealth disparity. Uncle's detailed knowledge of the local market conditions clearly indicates he has done his homework, though this research was not intended for him to become a market administrator. Wait a moment. Uncle, you aren't seriously planning to sell boxed meals, are you? Lin Luo interrupted Uncle's narrative. Uncle did not conceal his intentions. Well, a man must earn a living. You know the general manager of Galaxy Shopping Center, Su Wensong, right? Yes. His son Su Kai is quite wealthy. Lin Luo typically received only a couple of yuan as pocket money, and being sensible, he rarely asked for more, whereas Su Kai freely spent 50 to 100 yuan. Lin Luo had met Su Kai during a scuffle at the experimental primary school. The boy had often spent money to smooth things over for Lin Luo, but he hadn't realized the connection between their families. Noticing Lin Luo was aware, Uncle feigned mystery. Su Wensong's father, Old Su, was once the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. After retiring, he encountered some issues, and your grandfather investigated at the time. Given the special circumstances, it was not pursued further. His family owes our family a favor. To emphasize this connection, Uncle began to reminisce about past events. You're too young to understand the intricacies involved here. In those years, the elderly Su was involved in numerous dealings, engaging in speculative trades and various underhanded activities. He even partnered with a group from the Mining Bureau, using a large truck to transport coal in exchange for food, televisions, and sewing machines. There was hardly anything he couldn't orchestrate. Lin Luo was previously unaware of these matters, but considering the old director's status, he could surmise the peculiar circumstances of that era. However, one must question whether such favors were genuinely acknowledged. Items like televisions and sewing machines were not typically within the reach of ordinary individuals at that time. Thus, it seems that during his tenure as the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, Old Su must have accumulated a wealth of goodwill, which later allowed him to be treated leniently. Otherwise, his son would not have been able to hold the position of general manager at the Galaxy Commercial Building. Therefore, in the eyes of the Su family, whether the leniency shown by their grandfather constituted a genuine favor is indeed a matter of debate. More importantly, in the year 2000, the Galaxy Commercial Building underwent a privatization reform, transforming the entire structure into the Su family's property. This complicates the assessment of the favor's significance even further. What one perceives as a favor may not necessarily be regarded as such by others. If the uncle truly discussed the matter of selling boxed lunches with Su Winsong, and if Su Winsong genuinely acknowledged this favor, the outcome would undoubtedly be far more than merely permitting the sale of boxed lunches. After a lengthy discourse filled with numerous pieces of evidence, the uncle paused when he noticed that his nephew had remained silent. Deep down, he understood that his arguments were merely self-justifications. If there were genuine ties of friendship, such extensive proof would be unnecessary. Luo, why are you so quiet? As it was his uncle, Lin Luo found it challenging to express certain thoughts directly. After some contemplation, he refrained from dousing his uncle's hopes with cold water and instead shifted his perspective. When seeking assistance from others, one is ultimately subject to their will. It is not a reliable endeavor. Upon hearing this, the uncle straightened his back. Previously, he had felt compelled to seek help out of desperation for profit. But now his position had changed. He was now Zhao Suo. Although he was reluctant to abandon profitable projects, did they truly still need to seek Su Winsong's assistance? What do you mean by that, Luo? The uncle had grown accustomed to listening to Lin Luo. Lin Luo pondered for a moment, striving to recall fragmented information from his past life, and finally remembered a rather trivial matter. I seem to recall that there were issues with the drainage system at the Galaxy Commercial Building, which caused some subsidence in the area behind it. Did the neighbors in the nearby bungalows raise any objections? The uncle was already aware of this situation. That property belonged to the housing authority. What could they do if they had complaints? A group of tenants would hardly concern themselves with the landlord's issues. Yet, Lin Luo held a different view. Uncle, as long as there is something to gain, the public's awareness of their rights can be quite strong. At this point, the uncle began to understand. Are you suggesting? With a shared spark of inspiration, both uncle and nephew formulated their own plans. While the old uncle remained perplexed, glancing around in confusion, unable to comprehend a word. What are you two discussing? Chapter 63, Report. All right, let's proceed with the report. The elder uncle, ignoring the naive and bewildered gaze of the younger uncle, adjusted his collar in preparation for departure. Before leaving, he added, I have quite a few co-workers residing in the urban area. I shall have someone inquire after them. Among intelligent individuals, words are often unnecessary. And Lin Luo understood perfectly. Let Juzi handle it. He had nothing but idle time on his hands. Regarding his maternal grandfather's cousin, Lin Luo held little reverence for this man, and merely refraining from addressing him by name was a courtesy. The elder uncle was certainly aware that Juzi referred to his mother's cousin, Shan Lingzhu. The thought of this child, who was even more reckless than his own brother, caused him some concern. Your grandmother cannot intercede. After all, with the surname Shan, how could she possibly allow her kin to mislead a naive young man into reckless pursuits? Is it not utterly foolish? Lin Luo was cognizant of this as well, yet he found himself bereft of alternatives. There had to be someone trustworthy. Would he really send the younger uncle? Such a notion was merely a jest. Regardless of the younger uncle's foolishness, he had good relatives to rely on, with a promising future ahead, making it impossible for him to undertake such menial tasks. Stealing a glance at his brother, the elder uncle was clear in his mind. For matters of this nature, one must seek out the boldest, the more reckless, the better. His biological brother was certainly not suitable. Thus, he could only turn to his cousin. With no other options available, he increasingly felt that the cousin would suffice. If there was a pit to befall, let it be his cousin's. At most, he could share a portion of the boxed meal business. Having accepted Lin Luo's suggestion, he headed towards the door, and upon reaching it, turned back to add, if your grandmother inquires, I shall say it was your initiative. A mother may not chastise her grandson, but she would certainly reprimand her own son. At his age, if he had any semblance of shame, being pursued down the street by an elderly woman wielding a fire hook would not be a dignified affair. Enduring a beating would be one thing. But the humiliation was unbearable, and he wished to avoid such a disgrace. With that said, He disregarded Lin Luo's objections and cheerfully set off to report. Children ought to engage in more exercise and run about. However, upon reaching the corridor, he unexpectedly collided with the wolfish Chai Jingyu. The latter's familiarity was even more pronounced than the previous day. "Hey, Zhao, what gathering are you organizing? Can I join?" Without even grasping the situation, he rushed into metal. Yet, to his credit, the mere utterance of Zhao brought a sense of comfort to the elder uncle, prompting him to respond favorably to Chai Jingyu. "Are you here for the car keys? Here you go." He assumed Chai Jingyu was merely retrieving the vehicle he had borrowed the previous day. Though it was just a modest sedan, worth around 200,000. It was still a near-new car, and while lending it for a short while was acceptable, it would be unacceptable if it were not returned. After tossing the keys, he considered the matter settled. At that moment, Chai Jingyu realized, in his eagerness, that he had mistakenly assumed the visit was about the car, rather than to forge connections. Did this not create a misunderstanding? Had he known, he would have waited until the vehicle was returned to broach the subject. "Oh, take it and drive. Why the haste? We are all brothers. What is mine is yours." This situation felt rather disingenuous. The elder uncle understood that, given his current standing, such pleasantries would be abundant in the future, and thus he did not take it to heart. "Well, if you truly let me drive away, you would soon be anxious. There will be time for conversation later. I must take my leave. It is my first day reporting in. I am the one waiting for others, not the other way around. I cannot linger." This rationale is irrefutable. The individual is engaged in serious matters that pertain to fate and future prospects. And who would dare to delay such affairs? "Shall I escort you?" The wolf, eager, hastily grabbed a bag and followed along. For it would be much more convenient to drive in our own vehicle. However, my uncle was unwilling. "No, I can take a taxi." How could one possibly drive a 6-digit license plate car to the county committee? He needed to first pay a visit to the county to notify Mr. Li with a phone call. Mr. Su's son-in-law had extended a courtesy, providing a note for him to carry, which he still needed to retrieve. This was no mere personal favor from Mr. Su's son-in-law. It was an official document bearing the signatures and seals of 3 key personnel. The wolf could discern Zhao Yandong's intentions. Everyone in the county knows his vehicle. To be chummy on the very first day of reporting, what sort of behavior is that? However, it would have adverse repercussions for you, not for me. I am merely aiming to foster the impression that we have a connection. Ah, no worries. Which station do we not know? Which station does not know us? Let us proceed. Speaking thus, he enthusiastically grasped my uncle's hand, attempting to pull him along. My uncle, perplexed by the wolf's overly friendly demeanor, shook off his hand. "I am going to the county committee. Are you coming too?" Even the most oblivious person should recognize where one can act with impunity and where one must exercise restraint. The county committee. The wolf had even prepared to accompany Zhao Yandong to the municipal bureau, never anticipating that they were headed to the county committee instead. Although the station chief holds considerable power, the county does have a municipal bureau, 2 sub-bureaus, for major stations, and over 30 security posts. When there is an abundance of anything, its value diminishes. The same applies to the station chief. Moreover, given Zhao Yandong's background, it would be impossible for him to directly assume the position of chief. At most, he might attain the role of deputy chief. Not to mention, even a sub-bureau chief lacks the qualifications to report to the county committee. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Realizing something was amiss, the wolf released his grip. "What business do you have at the county?" My uncle, equally perplexed, replied, "When did I ever need to report to you? I am not your subordinate. Do you have something to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." It was only due to the Li family's involvement that my uncle refrained from rebuking him further. Noticing Zhao's displeasure, the wolf quickly adjusted his approach. "No problem. You carry on. What about June? If he is free, I was thinking of inviting him for a drink." Unable to extract any information from Zhao Yandong, the wolf turned his attention to Zhao Yanjun. That foolish lad is easily manipulated. A casual conversation would allow him to spill his innermost thoughts. My uncle was well aware of this. If his brother lacked prospects, he would gladly let him associate with the wolf. At least the wolf could provide his brother with sustenance. However, now that his brother was doing just fine, there was no need to involve him with the wolf. Thus, my uncle's expression darkened. "My brother is catching up on sleep. Do not disturb him. My nephew has a volatile temper. If he says something to you, can you handle it?" My uncle had come to understand. His brother, who fancied himself a man of the underworld, might show some deference to the wolf. Yet, his nephew Lin Luo was different. He truly did not regard the wolf as a person worthy of respect. While reprimanding the wolf, he would still require the wolf to placate him. Upon hearing Lin Luo's name, the wolf's mind buzzed. Once just a snot-nosed child, how had he transformed into this? This fellow had clearly taken advantage of the fact that the wolf would not dare to act against him, and now spoke freely, voicing whatever came to mind. The wolf is genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of misstatement. The young man has directly gone to the provincial authorities to report on himself. Currently, he is under medical parole, and I cannot afford to engage with this troublesome youth. After some contemplation, I decided to swallow my grievances. Very well, let Junzi rest well. I shall return to the construction site and later arrange for repairs on our house, replacing a pane of glass. It seems I have not sufficiently considered matters in my own territory, leading my nephew to harbor some discontent towards me. That is indeed my fault. In the shifting dynamics of our familial hierarchy between my uncle and my younger uncle, the core consideration is who proves to be of value. Having concluded this, the wolf and my elder uncle walk side by side outwards, casually suggesting, I have taken note of the house at the entrance of our former middle school. The renovations are truly commendable. It would be a pity to dismantle it. What shall we do with it? Should I compensate you more, or should we retain it? Chapter 64. Unrequited love is still love. The soundproofing in the guest house is rather inadequate, while one cannot discern the specifics of the wolf's comings and goings. It is evident that he has arrived and departed. Inside, my elderly uncle, having spent the night awake, learned from his brother that he would be returning to work next week, leaving him quite anxious. People often harbor an inexplicable emotion towards the unknown. Unable to find solace in sleep, he naturally sought to disturb those around him. Luo, what is the wolf here for again? He inquired. While he struggled to rest, Lin Luo was soundly asleep, his body in the prime of growth, filled with exhaustion. Yet, my uncle on the adjacent bed would not allow him the peace to slumber. How should I know? Perhaps he has caught wind of some news. Given his proximity to the Laoli family, it is only natural for him to be privy to certain information. Lin Luo spoke in a weary tone. Positions of higher authority are generally more informed. This is common knowledge. Thus, when information becomes public knowledge among the masses, it either signifies a trap or has lost its value. My uncle vaguely heard the wolf discussing matters of demolition and curiously asked, how could he suddenly decide to raise your house? Isn't that area still undecided? Can it be demolished at will? Certainly not, came the reply, but the means of bribery have never been overtly brazen, with bags of cash and bottles of liquor. They are always delivered through legal and subtle channels. However, Lin Luo had no intention of benefiting from the wolf's schemes. No way am I allowing that. My house is right next to the school gate. Any endeavor here is bound to be profitable. Even selling spicy noodles could lead to fortune. Monopolies invariably yield exorbitant profits, even in a market with merely 3,000 students. My uncle, hearing an unfamiliar term, hastily inquired, what are spicy noodles? Lin Luo, in a casual manner, responded, they are Korean instant noodles. You understand this? My uncle expressed surprise, as imported goods are typically synonymous with high quality. Lin Luo refrained from elaborating. I am well versed in many things. My uncle believed him. Indeed, I could never have imagined that cutting fruit and drizzling it with yogurt could be so delightful. By the way, do you think my idea of a fruit salad is viable? He still harbored thoughts about this venture. Lin Luo could only speak the truth. Uncle, the reason your dish is delectable is that it was crafted from over 200 yuan worth of fruit. I only used the heart of the watermelon to assist you in courting a girl. How could you take it so seriously? Upon hearing about courting, my uncle flushed slightly. However, Baoi truly enjoys it. I must often send her more. Then you must first earn some money. What good is it to tell me? A young woman of Han Baoi's background is surely indifferent to wealth, perhaps even oblivious to its significance. Yet, if one wishes to touch the heart of such a lady, every gesture inevitably entails expenditure. Whenever the topic of earning money arises, my uncle cannot help but interject. Of course, if I were adept at making money, would I still seek your help? How can you speak so confidently? Lin Luo, cradling his head, lamented, I am merely 13. Do you comprehend that? Even my PC does not heed me. My uncle, however, remained undeterred by such youthful grievances. You are my nephew. I have raised you. Is it not reasonable for me to seek your assistance? This argument was indeed irrefutable for Lin Luo, who recalled how, during his childhood, his grandmother worked tirelessly by day and returned home at night to manage the household, leaving only his uncle, who was reluctant to tackle his own homework, to care for him. All right. First ensure your tasks are carried out. On your way, intercept Lao Xiang's vehicle. Just show your face, and Lao Xiang will figure out the rest. When you seize the car, make sure to bring along all members of your inspection team. And when Lao Xiang offers you something, do not pocket it all. You must know how to distribute it accordingly. Regardless of my uncle's motivations, he genuinely looked after Lin Luo, who understood this well. But can we afford to treat Baoi to fruit salad? I calculated it, 200 a week, which amounts to roughly 1,000 or 1,800 a month. 1,800 is no small sum. I've heard that housing prices in Shanghai are merely 1,500. Lin Luo was at a loss for words at his uncle's cautious demeanor. Such ambition. My uncle leaned back on the bed, chuckling to himself. Should I buy a bicycle? It would make commuting and picking up Bowie much more convenient. Or perhaps I should rent a place. How can one live without a home? I wonder how much the road section pays. After treating Bowie, will there be any money left for my cigarettes? Hey, Luo, would you be my best man when I get married? His daydreaming had begun prematurely. Lin Luo, already drowsy and nearly senseless, muttered in response. Has she even agreed to that? And you're already dreaming? A bucket of cold water splashed upon his uncle, waking him. She has accepted my gifts. Does that not imply consent? That is absurd. Even if she accepts your betrothal gift, she could still accuse you of assault. Lin Luo, fatigued and unable to think clearly, blurted out nonsensical remarks. What are you talking about? That is impossible. Who could think like that? My uncle was incredulous. Lin Luo had not anticipated that his uncle harbored a potential for laborious devotion. Without much else happening, they were already contemplating their contributions to one another. He turned away, too lazy to even glance at his uncle. But my uncle persisted. Luo, Bowie was so delighted when she ate it. She even remarked that this fruit salad is bound to become popular and urged me to create more new items for her to taste test. Does that not indicate her interest in me? Upon hearing this, Lin Luo recognized that his uncle had misunderstood. Han Bowie was merely a young lady of privilege, entirely unaware of the struggles of the world. Yet, truth be told, it was quite natural for her to be so. Enough, uncle. Her acceptance of your kindness is already a favor to you. But remember, your gestures, in her eyes, hold little weight. A girl of good fortune, beauty, and education will have many admirers. Such relentless devotion as exhibited by the uncle may be perceived as mere commonplace kindness by the recipient. Unfortunately, men in love often possess a remarkable talent for self-deception. However, Bowie is different. Is not a secret admiration a form of love in itself? The uncle desperately sought reasons to persuade Lin Luo, yet Lin Luo was disinterested in listening. There is nothing fundamentally different. In truth, what he wished to express was that the darkness renders all the same, a thought he fortunately refrained from articulating. Merely uttering there's no difference could be considered slanderous in the uncle's eyes. Indeed, it is quite different. The last incident at Wuchi building, when I rushed to save her. She clung to me, weeping pitifully, continually thanking me and expressing her desire to repay my kindness. Is repayment not akin to offering oneself in devotion? Yet, Lin Luo understood clearly. Had it not been for that affair, when our family was relentlessly pursued by the factory system in our past lives, could you have so easily extricated yourself from those dire circumstances? Would grandfather still be safe and sound in his position? This, in essence, constitutes repayment. Currently, this matter bears no relation to you. After years of stability, grandfather has even received a promotion. Does that not signify gratitude? They have indeed fulfilled their part. Yet, such reasoning is utterly lost on a man infatuated with women. Fearing the uncle's fanciful notions might lead to romantic suffering, Lin Luo reluctantly turned his body back. Gazing earnestly at the uncle. Uncle, you must always remember, whether it is Aunt Han or another woman, your affection for her is your concern, not hers. Your kindness towards her is solely for your own happiness. Your joy is the true impetus behind your sacrifices. Once you begin to crave reciprocation for your generosity, yet find it unfulfilled, do not forget to chastise yourself. This anguish is self-inflicted, unrelated to her. She bears no obligation to provide you with any response. A girl who clearly rejects you while also declining your kindness is simply being virtuous. Yet, those who accept your goodwill without reciprocating cannot be blamed, for they have committed no wrongdoing. If you cannot endure it, that is entirely your own doing. What do you mean? The uncle did not grasp the meaning. It seemed Lin Luo's life insights were utterly lost on him. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he covered his head with the blanket, leaving behind a remark. What I mean is, you are merely 18, and Aunt Han is already 22. You two cannot legally marry at this moment. Do you intend to have Aunt Han wait for you until you are 26? The uncle understood this statement, and subsequently found himself unable to sleep. What? We cannot marry? We cannot obtain a marriage certificate? After dating for so long, I never considered this issue. Chapter 65. A visit. The matter of age is indeed a significant concern. The legal marriage age is 20 for women and 22 for men. Yet, society has always been particularly harsh on women regarding marriage. If a girl reaches 20 without a partner and remains unmarried by 22 or 23, whispers and judgments begin to circulate. By 25 or 26, lacking a marriage prospect, she finds herself at a disadvantage in the matchmaking market. Should she still be unmarried by 27 or 28, it would spell disaster, as she would be labeled a leftover woman. At the age of 30, if one remains single, others may begin to question either your orientation or your mental state, perceiving you as somewhat eccentric. With this topic broached by Lin Luo, Uncle recalled his own age. By the time he reaches the appropriate age to marry, Bao Yi would likely be considered a late-blooming single woman. Even if Bao Yi were willing to wait for him, her family would likely disapprove. So what to do? Lin Luo, do not slumber. Your aunt cannot wait forever. Do you still wish for a younger sister? Truly, this is quite vexing. Cousin Wen Jia is quite amiable, and one can easily playfully tease him as one wishes. However, should uncle and aunt have another daughter? If she were to resemble her father, it would be a source of great concern. Perhaps it would be better not to have her at all. Oh dear. Do not dwell on such uncertain matters. One must do their utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Even if it does not come to fruition in the end, it is simply destiny. Having made the effort, one shall not regret it. Why ask so many questions? From beneath the covers, Lin Luo shook his head, his voice muffled. I could teach you the gradual approach, slowly testing the waters, casually lingering around her, occasionally presenting small gifts, inviting her to dine from time to time. Once the relationship has developed sufficiently and her guard is lowered, perhaps you could invite her to a Western restaurant for drinks, and in the convivial atmosphere, turn the raw rice into cooked rice. That would be utterly unthinkable. In matters of the heart, Uncle is a naive romantic, incomparable to Dajio. Years ago, prior to Dajio's marriage, their cousin had already made his intentions clear. Uncle appeared somewhat perplexed, unsure whether Lin Luo was advising or admonishing him. How could that possibly work? Would her father allow me any leniency? The patriarch of the Han family is a law enforcement officer. If I were to act as Lin Luo suggests, I would surely face repercussions. Moreover, Bao Yi would never forgive me. It is quite astonishing that Uncle, a notorious rogue, harbors such a strong sense of morality, something Lin Luo had not anticipated. Of course, you would not escape unscathed. They would likely charge you with a crime. Would you not have to sincerely apologize? To demonstrate your sincerity, would you not have to offer yourself as a son-in-law? Should you have children, they would all bear the Han surname. If they were to consider your earnestness, perhaps they would lessen your sentence, and you would be forever grateful for their great kindness. What nonsense is this? You want me to become a son-in-law? My father would surely disown me. I am his own flesh and blood. Could that elder accept such a situation? Uncle finally grasped the implications and expressed disdain for Lin Luo's suggestion. Yet, Lin Luo spoke the truth. Enough of this. If it were truly the case, your grandfather would provide a dowry. He lacks neither sons nor daughters, nor grandchildren. Do you think you are particularly precious? A grandfather with many sons and daughters need not worry about the continuation of his lineage, but the Han family has only a single daughter. Am I so insignificant in my own family? The truth can be quite painful. Uncle clearly struggled to accept this. Whether he was present or absent, it mattered little to him. In fact, such matters are not of great consequence. Ah, Uncle, do not feel aggrieved. For a family to thrive, someone must make sacrifices throughout their life. Are you not aware of Director Zhu Jihong from the external department at the mining hospital? His surname is Zhu, his wife's surname is Li, and their son's surname is Hu. Can you guess why? Uncle indeed recognized this individual, but had never contemplated the reasoning behind such naming conventions. Why, you ask? Lin Luo chuckled. Due to Zhu Jihong's father being a son-in-law, the family name was reverted back by the time it reached the grandson. However, his actions are rather unbecoming. As it seems someone at the mining hospital might be plotting against him. He must refrain from such behavior. It turns out that there are indeed individuals who take on the role of a son-in-law. With this realization, the uncle can somewhat accept the situation, muttering to himself. Is there truly no other path than this? Lin Luo was perplexed by his internal conflict. If you are unwilling to take on that role, there are plenty who would aspire to. Do you truly believe that the scheming of Wu Qilu towards Aunt Han could lead to his marrying her? Even if that scoundrel manages to succeed, he would still bear the stigma of being a son-in-law. If it weren't for you meddling in his affairs, he would never have had the chance. Given this, your future father-in-law would not look down upon you too harshly. Aunt Han's family holds her in high regard. Otherwise, they wouldn't invest so much effort in a girl disinterested in a political career. However, her father has a nephew, which complicates matters. Regardless of what outsiders say about the uncle's reputation, in the eyes of the Han family concerning Wu Qilu's situation, his character is still deemed acceptable. Alas, being a son-in-law is ultimately a source of embarrassment. The uncle inquired, is it truly only possible to be a son-in-law? Must I change my surname in the future? Oh, so this is your concern? Lin Luo responded with the last vestige of patience. You are fortunate to have a good father. Were it not for your grandfather being an official, Not only you, but even he would have to change his surname. Aunt Han's father, on the other hand, is a man of stature, akin to a minister in ancient times, a legitimate fifth-rank military officer. Not only could he attract suitors for his daughter, but he could also marry her off to a family of significant repute. And what of you? A mere rogue. Your highest aspiration might lead you to the likes of Lin Luo's family. To marry into theirs, you have two options. Either wait for their downfall, akin to the Wang Shifeng family being implicated, thereby allowing the girl to fall into your hands, or you must wait until the girl loses her virtue, granting you the opportunity to become a son-in-law. Even this would be a stroke of luck for you. Do not entertain any other dreams. Fortunately, this is a new society that no longer adheres to such customs. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to interact with them. After expressing these thoughts, the uncle finally fell silent, appearing to wrestle with his thoughts, allowing Lin Luo a moment of respite. It was uncertain how long this brief slumber lasted. In his dreams, Lin Luo had just finished a date with Lu Yifei and was about to hear Mimi shout, "Wait, where's my husband?" Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted his reverie. "Get up, De Luo, let us find a Western restaurant." Startled, Lin Luo sprang up, genuinely annoyed, and delivered a kick towards his uncle, exclaiming, "Zhao Yanjun, if I can't continue that dream, I'll make you pay." The chance to have such a dream is rarer than winning the lottery. Who wouldn't he be frustrated? The uncle, bewildered, asked, "Why are you so agitated?" Just as he had come to terms with his resolve to sacrifice himself for the family, he inadvertently provoked his nephew's anger. What could he possibly have dreamed about? Not daring to retaliate, he could only feign annoyance with his nephew. "All right, De Luo, if you hit me again, I might just strike back." "Strike back? Go ahead and try. I have my grandmother and Aunt Han backing me. Am I afraid of you?" "Enough already. Is that not satisfactory?" Mentioning those two immediately silenced the uncle. As the two were engaged in a heated argument, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. "Hello, may I inquire if Director Zhao is present?" A woman's voice called out. Chapter 66. The loose woman old uncle shielded himself from Lin Luo's onslaught, impatiently shouting back, "Director Zhao is not here, Captain Zhao is. Who are you?" If it weren't for Lin Luo, this half-grown child, causing him some discomfort, he would hardly bother with the intruder. It was common knowledge that those who arrived uninvited at such a moment were merely sycophants, immediately inquiring about Director Zhao. How could they not be well informed? Old uncle was quite aware of his own standing. However, seeking assistance from others was a matter of audacity. The woman unceremoniously pushed open the slightly ajar door of the guesthouse room, surveyed her surroundings, and placed 2 bags on the tea table. "Junzi is teasing my sister again." The county town was small, devoid of any myths. The notable figures were quite familiar with one another. The newcomer was none other than the infamous Han Meijiao, known for her scandalous reputation. Although she had no direct ties to Zhao Yanjun, she was nonetheless aware of him. As for Zhao Yandong's ambition to become the director, in such a small place, once the direction was set, information could be easily acquired. Having gleaned some hints from the wolf, Han Meijiao made a few phone calls and discovered even more than the wolf himself. It turned out that he had not become the police station director, but rather the head of the South Market Management Office. This revelation only heightened her urgency to visit. However, few knew that Zhao Yanjun had become the squad leader of the highway inspection team. Han Meijiao regarded him as just a mischievous boy, much like Lin Luo. Both nothing more than impetuous youths. "Is Captain Zhao in? I would like to meet Sister Han." Her unexpected visit caught both Lin Luo and old uncle off guard. Han Meijiao? Han Meijiao. One was perplexed, while the other was astonished. Old uncle wondered, what brings her here? Her reputation is far from respectable. She is not the sort of person one would expect to associate with us. The contents of those 2 bags were indeed valuable, filled with tradable Maotai liquor. Lin Luo was equally astonished, pondering how she could no longer contain herself. This should be her time to shine. She shouldn't be in such a hurry. Hearing the commotion, Han Meijiao naturally took a seat, as a woman of her caliber did not require an invitation. Sister was no longer part of her address. Dressed in a long dress and wearing flip-flops without socks, her brightly painted toenails drew attention, compelling one to follow the curve of her calves, curious about whether her attire was made of pure cotton or lace. Moreover, her restless feet playfully swung the shoes, creating an air of anticipation, leaving one to wonder whether they would fall to the ground or take flight. If the room were filled with naive men, they might instinctively close the door to create a more intimate atmosphere. Subsequently, whether through coercion or temptation, the dynamics between a solitary man and woman would inevitably shift in favor of one side. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to her alluring appearance. After all, what do men desire? To earn and to spend. Yet in this room, one was resolutely determined to become the son-in-law. while the other was acutely aware of the woman's formidable nature. This character embodies the principle of having her younger sister earn money while she indulges in it. As long as there are benefits to be gained, she shows no hesitation in her choices. From Hu Laojiu to Li Bingyan, she has even been with Zhao Guangding. Hu Laojiu and Li Bingyan, despite their age and physical shortcomings, can be somewhat understood. One is in his 70s and the other, a portly old man with a face full of blemishes, has at least seen better days and once held significant authority within the mining bureau in the county. Even now, there are women willing to tolerate their remnants for a taste of what they once had. However, Zhao Guangding is a complete fool, running around in the streets in his nakedness, with dirt on his body serving as his armor. The fact that this woman could bed such a man, and not due to the legendary prowess of simpletons, is astonishing. At that time, she too was in dire straits, desperately needing money. And it is unclear who suggested that she turn her attention to this simpleton. This woman married the fool and, remarkably, managed to drive him to madness, ultimately leading to his demise. Under the guise of a married couple, she donated Zhao Guangding's body to the provincial medical college, receiving a compensation of 600,000. This simpleton, who survived countless winters, tragically did not make it through that spring, having been literally slept to death. Yet one might suppose he was blissful in his ignorance. Of course, these events have yet to unfold. Thus, even though this woman flaunts her charms in front of Lin Luo, he can only regard her with admiration, holding no other sentiments, speaking to her with the utmost respect. What does Sister Jiao want from us? Lin Luo mused, fully aware of his own actions. His desire for revenge against those who dared to trouble him at home was merely a matter of pride. The true objective was to lure out Han Meijiao through these individuals. The local criminal elements led by Wang Wei Tao, who ultimately took control of the Longtan iron selection plant, were significantly influenced by this woman. Each of the 11 men involved was, without exception, one of Han Meijiao's lovers, capable of coexisting harmoniously without jealousy. A woman who can achieve such finesse undoubtedly possesses remarkable cunning. Han Meijiao was keenly observing the room, surprised to hear Lin Luo speak first. It was unexpected that a mere child held the reins of conversation. Yet upon reflection, it was not so surprising. After all, this child had sent half of her lovers to jail. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? What child dares to expose someone's vulnerabilities and not only escapes financial repercussions, but also secures a 10-year sentence for someone? This certainly was not the child of an ordinary family, far superior to Hu Laojiu and his son. Hu Laojiu merely knew how to drag people into the dark, while his son was so inept that he even consumed his father's dishwater. Truly pathetic. You must be Lin Luo, right? Even my uncle addresses me as sister, and yet you still call me sister? The woman preferred to avoid extensive communication with the child, fearing he might lack authority. However, the child yearned to converse with her. It's just a title. Let us each adhere to our own. You are so young. If I call you aunt, would it not make you seem older? Lin Luo's thoughts were straightforward. He referred to Han Baoyi as aunt because that woman might become his aunt by marriage. Yet this woman before him was merely a socialite. What need was there to treat her as a senior? Calling her aunt would only be detrimental to her youth. However, in an effort to avoid provoking such a morally bankrupt woman, Lin Luo maintained a courteous demeanor. After all, this world is never devoid of lustful men at any moment. Beautiful women possess the leverage to turn the tide, especially those with intellect. The young lad certainly knows how to converse. Han Meijiao, producing a lady's cigarette from seemingly nowhere, lit it up and remarked, I'm smoking. I trust you won't mind? Zhao Yanjun had retreated to the head of the bed, clutching a pillow. It seemed the conversation could only be had with the child. Observing Han Meijiao smoke, Lin Luo mused silently, You're already smoking. Can I really ask you to extinguish it? Yet, upon noticing the cigarette, he sensed something amiss. A slender red more. Chapter 67. A discussion. The slender red more. An American cigarette is not particularly expensive, priced around 7 yuan, resembling a small cigar. Due to its status as contraband, the market price can soar to several dozen yuan per box. Being a lady cigarette, its market share is inherently limited and is predominantly traded along the southern coastal regions. It is only in recent years that it has gradually become a favored choice among certain affluent rock music enthusiasts in the capital. Thus, this cigarette is popular among wealthy and influential women in the underground, while it is virtually unheard of in the local county. Upon seeing this cigarette, Lin Luo quickly deduced why this woman monopolized the sales of green onions and chili peppers at the market. It became evident that she also controlled a smuggling line. Such observations allowed discerning individuals to unravel many previously incomprehensible matters through subtle details. This cigarette is no trivial matter. Han Meijiao was taken aback. realizing that her smoking habit had given her away. The young lad certainly has a broad perspective. Lin Luo's remark prompted her to reconsider her previous dismissive attitude. The fact that he recognized this cigarette indicated that his insights were extraordinary. Acknowledging the compliment, Lin Luo casually remarked, "It's not bad, but frankly, the slender red more is not as enjoyable as the salon." Preferences are inherently subjective, whether in film, television, literature, cuisine, beverages, or even cigarettes. It ultimately comes down to personal taste. The debate over whether the red more or the salon is superior hinges entirely on individual preference. Thus, Lin Luo's statement was laden with implications. After all, boasting often intertwines truth and fiction, inviting speculation. Salon is a Japanese cigarette. And the subtext of Lin Luo's statement was unmistakable. He possessed smuggling channels from Japan. The industry is replete with jargon, as well as unique euphemisms. However, Lin Luo's assertion was not entirely unfounded. If Old Xiang's associates were engaged in smuggling, they would most likely be dealing in goods from Japan or Korea. Given Lin Luo's connection with Old Xiang, his channels were presumably his own. If Han Meijiao were unable to comprehend such implications, she was destined to remain a mere plaything rather than a puppet master. Originally, she had come seeking leniency for her younger brother, yet upon hearing Lin Luo's words, she drew back her legs, no longer flaunting her footwear with arrogance. The previous day's incident stemmed from her brother's provocation, but the current intensity of the situation, with others unwilling to relent, clearly indicated that the focus was not solely on them, but rather directed towards her. The young lad is no ordinary individual. Had she known this would unfold, why bother entangling herself with a wolf? She should have approached him directly to resolve the matter. It would be utterly unjust to let someone take advantage without recourse. If matters are unresolved at the marketplace, this issue shall not be considered closed. Lin Luo was certainly not inclined toward a mere group of ruffians. If there were truly a necessity for such characters, a simple word to Yen Shirquan would suffice. Those who have undergone the education of confession leads to leniency, while resistance invites severity are far more manageable than the clueless thugs wandering the streets. What Lin Luo sought was an individual capable of safeguarding the Zhao family's assets with the ferocity of a wolf. Someone who could be summoned back to relinquish power at any given moment. This person should ideally be in a vulnerable position, requiring protection. A woman would be even more advantageous. Lin Luo nudged his uncle aside to create some space, then sat face to face with Han Meijiao on the bed. "Sister Han, you are not as simple as you appear. I have heard much about you." Their conversation transitioned into a formal exchange. "You have heard of me, brother? How flattering." Han Meijiao chuckled softly, adding, "You must know that I make my living in the vegetable market. I hear that our elder brother Zhao is set to manage affairs at the South Market. After all, we are family, henceforth. My brothers and I shall be seeking our fortunes under Zhao's guidance." The chocolate-flavored smoke wafted from her lips, carrying an alluring scent that complemented her deliberately soft tone, making it pleasurable for any listener. "My brothers, in their ignorance, have offended Daba. Might he consider showing them some mercy?" As she spoke, she leaned forward, revealing a glimpse of her nurturing femininity. "Whatever conditions Daba may propose, I shall comply." Without hesitation, she referred to him as Daba, a term of endearment she seemed to relish. At her tender age, she was brimming with youthful exuberance, her hormones pulsing vibrantly. Fortunately, Lin Luo was acutely aware, given their respective ages, should anything transpire, it would likely lead to his disadvantage, and he would be obliged to present her with a monetary gift as per custom. "Daba is also feeling wronged." Lin Luo elongated his tone. "While Daba is at home engrossed in games, intruders barged in, frightening several of my friends. I find myself unable to sleep at night. Adhering to the principle of if you dare to tease me, I shall retaliate in kind." Lin Luo leaned closer, his nose twitching in response. This brazen demeanor even prompted his uncle to kick him lightly, signaling him to maintain their family's dignity and not embarrass themselves. To be teased by a mere child was hardly befitting of Han Meijiao. "Oh dear, my heart aches for you, sister," she feigned intimacy. "How about I lull Daba to sleep tonight, perhaps with a gentle pat?" The exchange was a playful dance of advances, each pushing the boundaries further. Lin Luo, evading his uncle's foot, grinned at Han Meijiao's opportunistic demeanor, saying, "Sister, I have but one attitude towards my enemies. They shall not find peace until they are vanquished." Han Meijiao, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized this as a subtle warning, prompting her to articulate the benefits she could offer. By her age, one understands a fundamental truth. Adults are most reluctant to acknowledge that they engage in matters devoid of advantage. Relationships and friendships are secondary, without mutual benefit. One ought not seek assistance from others. If the individual across the table were an old fox in his 40s, it would be understandable. However, the two gentlemen before me are not even 40 combined. Logically, they should be in the prime of their lives. A period marked by fervent ambition and a desire to please. If someone were to request their assistance, even a mere compliment should suffice to bring them joy. Yet here they are, demanding tangible benefits for their efforts. The pressing question is, what can I possibly offer in return? Spending a night with this young man? While that is not out of the question, would he even be inclined? To speak bluntly, in ancient times, I would have been old enough to be his parent. As for the house, the car, the money, those seem rather difficult to produce, and I am reluctant to part with them. Unsure of how to proceed, Han Meijiao can only offer a gentle smile. Dear, please do not torment your sister. What is it that you desire? I shall give you whatever I can. If I give too much, I shall feel a sense of injustice. If I give too little, that would be unacceptable. It is better to let the other party voice their demands. Lin Luo has been waiting for this very moment. He straightens his posture, straight to the point. Sister, I shall be candid. I am aware of your connection with Hu Laojiao, and I require photographs. Do you understand what I mean? The truth shall be revealed. Chapter 68. Hu Laojiao. Lin Luo still grapples with a moral dilemma. In persuading Han Meijiao to engage in such activities, he feels as though he is coercing her, as a domineering superior would. However, without this approach, given his current resources and manpower, he finds himself at a standstill against Ning Laosi and his associates. What Lin Luo never anticipated was that Han Meijiao would be far more straightforward than he imagined. All right, little brother, it's settled then. I do not have the photographs on hand, but I shall provide you with a videotape tomorrow. This woman seems to regard the matter with casual indifference, and fearing Lin Luo might change his mind, she promptly rises to prepare, not even granting him the opportunity to respond. As she reaches the door, she recalls something and retrieves a wad of cash from her pocket. After a moment's thought, she adds a bit more, placing it on the coffee table. Little brother is at that playful age, and my friends, in their carelessness, have broken his game console. This should suffice for you to purchase a new one. With that, she departs. Lin Luo is left astonished. What he perceives as a considerable dilemma is, for her, as simple as a meal. In fact, it requires no special effort. She already possesses the necessary means. With today's technology, recording such matters leaves no room for clandestine actions. This is not the realm of spies. It seems this woman has indulged quite liberally with Hu Laojiao. Impressive. Lin Luo sincerely applauds Han Meijiao. Once she is left, Uncle begins to stir, having been somewhat reticent earlier. Though he is quite adept at dealing with men, he finds himself at a loss for words in the presence of women, especially beautiful ones, excluding, of course, Ning Laoxi's boisterous wife. Thus, children from affluent backgrounds often exhibit a character reminiscent of Jiao Baoyu. Perhaps this is a reflection of their upbringing. With Han Meijiao gone, Uncle resumes his activities, shifting the pillow that had been pressing against him and meandering over to the coffee table to count the stack of cash. Well, Han Meijiao is quite generous. She has compensated you 3,000 for something worth only 300, a tenfold reimbursement. Uncle expresses his admiration for her. Lin Luo cast a glance at his uncle, who was blissfully counting his money, and remarked, "This is not generosity, it is a sign of mediocrity. My dear uncle, if you ever find yourself in such a situation, simply take out whatever you have in your pocket and display it as if you were laying bare your entire wealth, regardless of its authenticity. The essential aspect is to exude a positive attitude, rather than meticulously calculating every penny, which only makes one appear miserly. At times like these, the amount of money lost is secondary. What truly matters is the impression of goodwill you leave behind. If others feel at ease, they may grant you leniency." Korean beauty Jiao, evidently hailing from humble origins, constantly weighed the pros and cons and lacked any resilience. However, this behavior is to be expected. When one bears the risks alone, every move becomes a precarious endeavor. Yet, his uncle harbored no such thoughts. "Look at you. They are giving you money, and yet you find faults with it," he quipped, slipping the money into his own pocket. Regardless of the character of Han Meijiao, money is a valuable asset. Using it to buy fruit for Bowie is surely preferable to any alternative. But his uncle, in his eagerness to pocket the money, also criticized Lin Luo. "You say it's hard for a woman. Why make it difficult for her? It's not a grave matter. Let her compensate a little and be done with it. Why involve Hu Laojiao? That old fellow, for all his faults, is still a significant figure in the mining bureau, and his son is no lightweight. Don't think he won't come after you. You wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hu Laojiao's son manages a large fleet and can command a considerable number of people." Lin Luo was incensed by his uncle's reckless generosity. "Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's for you. You are my dear uncle. Could I stand idly by while Ning Laosi clings to you? These desperate individuals could devise any number of schemes in the end. The thief may operate for 1,000 days, but who can defend against a thief for 1,000 days? Hu Laojiu is one of the principal leaders of the mining bureau, while Ning Laosi and his mechanical factory are subordinate units within it. Their relationship is self-evident. Yet, his uncle seemed to dismiss Hu Laojiu entirely. What do you mean by stirring up trouble with a woman against Hu Laojiu? That man has long since lost his power. I heard from his brother that during meetings at the mining bureau, he doesn't dare to utter a word. If Ning Laosi's backing is him, what difference does it make? However, many matters are not as simple as the rise and fall of power. Lin Luo, weary of arguing with his uncle, recalled how he too struggled to comprehend such complexities in the past, often seeing things clearly only in hindsight. Consider this with your limited intellect. Why have Ning Laosi and his associates escalated things to this point without making a bigger scene? This statement only reinforced his uncle's belief in his correctness. Of course, it's because someone behind them is formidable. So it cannot be Hu Laojiu. He has already fallen from grace, so he is not formidable at all. Lin Luo pressed his forehead in frustration. It's not that simple. In our meager locale, there are only a few powerful figures. Who doesn't know whom? While Hu Laojiu may no longer be considered a formidable person, still, no one dares to touch him. Have you considered why that is? Hu Laojiu is a product of his time. In his heyday, he harmed many, but as times changed, his power faded. Yet, such a person has not faced reckoning and has landed safely. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar? If he were merely a figurehead who stabilized the situation and catered to everyone during that time, it would be one thing. However, that was not the case. He was the instigator of all the machinations, and they were indeed substantial. Those who currently share a table with him in meetings have all endured his wrath. Despite this, he managed to extricate himself, a feat easily attributed to the fact that during his tenure of power, he must have possessed compromising information on numerous individuals. My uncle's mind seldom contemplates such matters. What? Do you mean to say that Hu Laojiu is still formidable? Yes, his son has achieved success. But who would pay him any heed otherwise? It is common knowledge that the Hu family no longer wields significant power, yet they remain affluent, with large trucks tirelessly transporting goods, earning considerable profits. Lin Luo deliberately steered my uncle's thoughts in this direction. How did his son achieve success? My uncle, without hesitation, responded. By having money, of course. And what gives him that wealth? He acquired a fleet of large trucks to haul furnace ash and made a profit. It seems his son has indeed found himself in favorable circumstances. At last, a serious discussion ensued, prompting Lin Luo to shake his head. Is that truly furnace ash? Whether it is coal or ash, it ultimately determined by the mining bureau. The mining bureau oversees numerous enterprises, such as machinery factories, which require vast amounts of coal resources, all allocated by the bureau itself. When these entities utilize coal, they produce coal ash, necessitating external assistance for disposal. However, whether this coal ash is completely burnt remains uncertain, with many instances of a combustion rate reaching 60. Consequently, heating companies seek to procure such ash, which is significantly cheaper than purchasing coal. Once this venture becomes profitable, it evolves into an entire industry, with the scope continually expanding, eventually leading to cases where coal is misrepresented as ash for disposal. Hu Laojiu's son, Hu Yongjun, is engaged in precisely this trade. Presently, Hu Laojiu is no longer the imposing figure he once was, capable of targeting anyone at will, yet he still manages to stabilize his son's business, a feat undoubtedly grounded in reason. My uncle finally grasped the situation, though disbelief lingered. What do you mean by that? It is no wonder my uncle finds it hard to believe. Hu Laojiu is reproached by the entire county to the point where he dares not utter a word in defense, and even faces insults directed at his father in front of his son, with little retort from the younger Hu. Given such circumstances, who could still regard Hu Laojiu with any seriousness? Lin Luo, concerned that my uncle might misconstrue his intent and cause further complications, patiently elucidated. What I mean is that from Hu Laojiu to Ning Laosi, the leaders of all these secondary units under the mining bureau are acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Their elder brother, Hu Laojiu, is nothing but a foul nuisance. No one dares to challenge him lightly, for there is no guarantee that should Hu Laojiu fall, he would not drag others down with him. You must understand that in the eyes of those powerful figures, our family's affairs are mere trifles, insignificant enough that no one would champion our cause. In other words, Hu Laojiu currently represents a flaw in the system, unmatched by any competitor. So, if you capture a few compromising photographs of him, could that not bring him down? My uncle remains skeptical of this notion. He has handled numerous cases, and not a single individual involved has been free of moral issues. Yet, none of these cases have faltered due to such ethical concerns. Even when a mistress reports, it is not truly a matter of morality, but rather a sign that an adversary has intensified their efforts. Thus, discussions of trivialities are merely exacerbations following the revelation of a situation. The true root of the issue lies not in personal failings, but rather in the emergence of new forces within the opposing camp. One can only be toppled by another equally formidable force. Lin Luo comprehends this. Yet he still finds his uncle, with his singularly focused thoughts, rather endearing. My dear uncle, why must we seek to bring him down? The enduring strength of Hu Lao Jiu stems from his possession of others' secrets, rendering them hesitant to act against him. If we hold his secrets, he will naturally cease his pursuit of us. There is no profound enmity between our families, is there? At this juncture, a case must indeed be pursued. But who bears the blame is inconsequential. This is not a life or death struggle. As long as the opposing party feels apprehensive, they will shift their direction. While there are accounts of individuals being silenced by reckless driving, one is yet to hear of a large truck being used for such purposes. My uncle is not foolish. He is simply too well protected to think critically. After listening to Lin Luo, he paused for a moment before responding. Goodness, De Luo, how have you changed so? You can think of such things? Have you eaten something unusual? Our family lacks a guardian spirit. The influence of the shamanic spirits in northeast China is still quite significant. Lin Luo would not accept such flattery. Do not speak carelessly. You are to don a uniform. There can only be one belief. Once you join this camp, you are no longer an ordinary citizen. Thus you must embody those principles and believe in them subconsciously to avoid revealing any weaknesses. My uncle nodded, acknowledging Lin Luo's wisdom. Well, there are no outsiders here. Though he verbally acquiesced, he kept in mind that a certain individual at his grandfather's workplace had retired early while wearing prayer beads. Many matters unfold as such. The absence of good fortune is less worrisome than the absence of good people. Being obedient makes one a good child. After Lin Luo finished speaking, he rose from the bed. All right, get up. You have slept long enough. Let us go out and stretch our legs. Now that he was awake, it was time to attend to serious matters. What shall we do? My uncle also got up. Lin Luo perused the items brought by Han Meijiao and casually inquired, have you attended to old Xiang's situation? His brother is still inside. We need to check on him. Should we not wait for news from Yan Shikuan? My uncle was in no rush regarding this matter, as the organization had already taken action. However, Lin Luo was eager to meet this individual and habitually chided his uncle. Whose child are you? Must others come to you? One must adopt a humble demeanor when seeking assistance. Since we have items here, let us visit Uncle Yan. Han Meijiao had indeed brought some valuable items. Are we to use others' belongings to conduct business? My uncle scratched his head, puzzled by this turn of events. Otherwise, do you have any money? Lin Luo found it perfectly reasonable. During the new year, when gifts are exchanged, don't you give me something, I give it to him, and he returns something to you? My uncle was left speechless. As Lin Luo slipped on his shoes, he replaced the bag containing the items gifted by Han Meijiao, meticulously reorganizing everything and checking for any hidden surprises before feeling adequately prepared. Shall we go? I'm treating you, he said. All right, let's go. Upon hearing they were to seek out Yan Shikuan, his uncle displayed a hint of reluctance. Yet, in recent days, Lin Luo had orchestrated all matters, reaping the benefits himself, which instinctively made his uncle more inclined to heed his words. He understood that working alongside his ambitious nephew seldom lacked rewards. Thus, the two gathered their belongings and departed from the guest house. After descending the stairs, they hailed a two-door Xiaoli taxi, where the base fare was 5 yuan, applicable throughout the county. Observing the taxi fare, Lin Luo couldn't help but ponder. When salaries were merely 300 to 400 yuan, the taxi fare was 5 yuan. Now, with wages soaring to 3,000 to 4,000, it had only risen to 8. However, the price of taxi operating licenses had skyrocketed from a mere 10 or 18,000 to several hundred thousand. The realm of economics, indeed, seemed devoid of logic. Once inside the vehicle, his uncle, clutching the items, couldn't help but grumble, De Luo, there's no need to go to such lengths with Brother Yan. Just visiting him is already a great show of respect. Having grown up together, their familiarity often blurred the lines of propriety. It is challenging for one to regard someone with whom they once played as a child as a figure of stature. What's the matter? Are you actually concerned about these items? Lin Luo jested, teasing his uncle about his lack of ambition. Still fretting over 4 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. To his astonishment, his uncle nodded earnestly, yes. I've never tasted Maotai. This revelation ignited Lin Luo's ire. You must be joking. Have you not secretly indulged? Those few bottles of aged Maotai gifted to us, are any left untouched? Didn't you pry them open? Those bottles were from when their grandfather first joined the workforce, a gift of the external sales edition of De Yi's Sunflower Maodai, with labels in traditional Chinese characters. Later, Lin Luo learned from the news that such liquor had become exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 bottles remaining. And one even fetched a staggering 200,000 at auction in 2020. Yet, 2 of those bottles had not survived, having been surreptitiously opened and consumed by his uncle, who then refilled the empty bottles with cheap liquor. Eventually, their grandfather, wishing to help Lin Luo with his financial woes, intended to sell the remaining bottles, which led to the revelation of the uncle's misdeeds. By then, however, the uncle had long severed ties with the family. At that moment, their grandfather, holding the bottles, must have felt a profound sense of sorrow and helplessness, caught between thoughts of his son and grandson, an emotion known only to him. Now the uncle, oblivious to the exposure of his past, tightened his grip on the items, startled by Lin Luo's insinuation. How did you find out? He asked, his anxiety palpable. Lin Luo, feigning intimidation, replied, I might have indulged as well. Otherwise, how would I know? The state of those bottles made it obvious it was your doing. You better behave and listen to me, or I shall inform grandfather. Please don't. My father just upgraded his steel-toed boots. His grandfather rarely resorted to punishment. But that did not mean he was incapable of it. Once action is taken, it becomes evident what enabled a young man from a rural background to ascend in the military ranks. Observing his uncle's trepidation, Lin Luo advised him. You ought to understand a few things, right? When you earn money in the future, remember to buy some fine liquor to honor your grandfather, especially during a grand occasion. We shall bring out that foreign Maotai to conceal your actions, lest the old man feels sorrow. His uncle, perplexed by Lin Luo's implication of sorrow, was it truly such a grave matter for a son to pilfer a few bottles of wine? Nonetheless agreed, all right. When I start working and receive my first paycheck, I will buy Maotai for your grandfather. Chapter 70. The detention center. Those seemingly inexplicable items endowed with financial attributes are often not meant for money laundering, but rather devolve into instruments of bribery. High-priced artworks, fine wines, and antiques fundamentally serve as intermediaries for power rent-seeking. En route to the detention center, Lin Luo's uncle cradled a bottle of Maodai. The thought of having to buy fruits for his wife and Maotai for his father each month filled him with immense pressure. Is my meager salary even sufficient? Perhaps I should just hand it all over. Whether for family or spouse, it is certainly preferable to fret over such matters personally. As they traveled to the detention center, the vehicle passed through a village. His uncle observed the incongruous prosperity of the village and muttered, in a remote and impoverished area, they are surprisingly wealthy. It was understandable. In a rural setting, rows of 2-story buildings and newly paved asphalt roads amidst a scarcity of utility poles and a neatly lined set of streetlights presented a stark contrast. This was a remote mountain village in a poverty-stricken county of a 13th-tier city, yet one could mistake it for a prosperous enclave. Even Lin Luo could not help but shake his head. Hospitals, schools, prisons, these places can consume a family's or even an entire lineage's lifetime savings. Those who revolve around such institutions undoubtedly find opportunities for profit. It was rare to see Lin Luo express such sentiments, prompting his uncle to glance sideways and remark, So, you are currying favor with Yin Shirquan. You see, you constantly feel inferior to Uncle Yin. Thus, any earnest gesture towards him appears to you as flattery. This is a clear manifestation of your insecurity. You must alter your mindset. Lin Luo sensed that his uncle's feelings of inferiority were not merely about being outpaced by Yin Shirquan, but also hinted at a touch of jealousy, specifically, jealousy towards his own nephew. Therefore, he patiently imparted wisdom as one would to a child. At present, you possess a formal job, and your workplace is commendable. You are now capable of engaging with Uncle Yin on equal terms. If you show him warmth, he will reciprocate in kind. This interaction differs from the camaraderie you experienced in the alleys, which, while somewhat insincere, is ultimately pragmatic, as both parties can assist one another. As he spoke, Lin Luo gently patted his uncle, a gesture reminiscent of comforting a child. The path of a rogue holds no future. Legends surrounding Qiao Laosi may suggest a certain prowess. Yet those who indulge in such a lifestyle often find themselves ensnared in a cycle of mediocrity, much like him. The reality is that his alleged prowess stems from the influence of those who command him. He is, in essence, nothing more than a lackey to Yao Yifei. To speak rather bluntly, if Uncle Yin does not improve himself, he could potentially cultivate numerous individuals akin to Qiao Laosi, and you are no exception. Uncle Lao may not know who Yao Yifei is, but the reputation of Qiao San is well known to all. Adhering to the superstitious principles articulated by Lin Luo, he clicked his tongue in disbelief. Is Yin Shirkuan truly so formidable now? Can he really produce someone like Qiao San? I find it hard to believe. Lin Luo, unable to elucidate in front of the taxi driver who had begun to eavesdrop, could only cryptically suggest, once you reach your workplace, you will comprehend the vast disparity between you and individuals like Qiao Si. Therefore, do not harbor such deep-seated prejudices against Uncle Yin. He previously disregarded you because, at that time, you were merely a street ruffian. No matter how impressive your current status, you were still just Qiao Si. Now, however, you must learn to coexist amicably, as we are all comrades striving for a common purpose, to serve the people better. In essence, he was urging himself to reconcile with Yin Shirkuan. And Uncle Lao's temper flared once more. You speak from a position of comfort. How did Yin Shirkuan belittle me back then? He wouldn't even spare me a word. And he took great pleasure in undermining me, which he looked down upon. Indeed, it was true that Yin Shirkuan held Uncle Lao in contempt back then. Grandmother recounted how the two, in their youth, were inseparable, only to become estranged due to his genuine disdain. Thus, Lin Luo cast a glance at Uncle Lao. You speak as if you have accomplished something worthy of respect. Is it not entirely normal for others to look down upon you? Zhao Hongbing, Lu Yong, and Jia Dai, none of these individuals come from a background that would afford you any esteem. Despite sharing the same origins, others have become diplomats. Or figures like Qi Tongwei and Gao Yuliang, while you have become Chang Chuanhu. How can you expect respect? Complaining yielded no solace. And Uncle Lao could no longer contain his frustration. But you are my own nephew. How can you side with outsiders? What makes Yin Shirkuan superior to me? Is it merely that he graduated 2 years earlier? Does that even qualify as an achievement? Had I graduated a year earlier, I would already be a judicial officer. The whims of fortune are not easily articulated, and even Lin Luo felt compelled to reflect. Fortune itself is a skill, one cannot dismiss it. Even a difference of 2 years, or even a single second at birth, could mean the loss of countless lives. You, my child, Uncle Lao struggled to articulate. What does it mean for a 13-year-old to utter such words? It betrays an unsettling maturity. Enough of this rambling. We have arrived. Lin Luo exited the vehicle, offering a parting admonition. Do not wear a grim expression. Be more amiable. In the future, we might not need each other. We are all friends. Remember, you are now a valuable individual and must engage with others of similar worth. If you cannot learn, then it must be forced upon you. Uncle Lao followed suit, muttering in defiance, I have friends. Why should I engage with him? This remark elicited a laugh from Lin Luo. Ah, your friends are currently inside, being entertained. If you do not forge a good relationship with Boss Yin, you may soon find those friends unable to assist you at all. Your blunt honesty is truly hurtful. Uncle Lao retorted. Lin Luo dismissed him, striding purposefully towards the detention center. At the entrance, 2 individuals stood guard. One of them was unfamiliar with Lin Luo, who initially intended to stop him. However, the other guard discreetly nudged him and whispered, Hey, that's the grandson of old Zhao, one of our own. Here to see Brother Yin. The perimeter guards, part of the armed police, aspired to remain in the detention center upon retirement. Thus, they dared not engage in conflict with the regulatory team, especially when the latter had connections. Noticing the courtesy extended towards him, Lin Luo reciprocated with warmth. Greeting the familiar guard, Uncle Qian, I'm here for a visit, let us chat later. Afterward, he stealthily opened a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and discreetly slipped a few boxes into the guard booth. He then, with an astute understanding of the situation, took out the registration book and began to fill it out without prompting. The perimeter guards were not particularly strict, and casual conversation was commonplace. The guard surnamed Qian called over a colleague. Oh, why didn't you bring your grandfather today? Serving in the military requires not only consideration of training, but also foresight regarding one's future. If there is no unit to accept them upon discharge, they often find themselves returning to where they came from. The regulatory teams of the prison, the judicial police of the prosecutor's office, and the court's bailiffs are all esteemed positions that those stationed at the perimeter frequently encounter. They hope to perform well in hopes of being noticed by influential figures, securing a promising path ahead. Take the young man before them as an example. His grandfather had previously worked at the prosecutor's office, and he had never had the chance to greet the guards, as visitors usually entered directly by vehicle. Now that he paused to acknowledge them, it would be rather ungracious to disregard him. Who was he here to see? When Lin Luo was not in school, he either accompanied his grandmother or went to work with his grandfather. Thus, he often frequented the detention center. His grandfather needed to handle cases and interrogate prisoners. It's just that a few friends of my uncle have encountered some trouble. My uncle brought me along to take a look. His psychological maturity had long surpassed the stage where one might mistake courtesy for superiority, leading to arrogance. Having experienced considerable social nuances, he reciprocated others' kindness with warmth, becoming quite amiable. Whether one calls it the wisdom of age or mere maturation, being congenial, especially towards earnest individuals, incurs no cost. Furthermore, those aware of one's background would not belittle someone simply for their cordiality. Such an approach could only yield positive outcomes. His amiability also softened his uncle's demeanor, who, although still not greeting anyone, nodded slightly. This small gesture astonished the two guards. "Please, go ahead, don't let us delay your business." Those stationed at the perimeter had no authority over the internal wards and could not claim to provide any care. Moreover, it was unnecessary for them to do so. Who didn't he know that Yin Shirquan's father and Zhao Yanjun's father had once served together in the railway troops? They were comrades, much like Xiao Qian and the young Yin beside him. With that, the guard opened the door, granting them passage. Lin Luo, familiar with the surroundings, guided his uncle inside. As they approached the office, he deliberately called out, "Uncle Yin, we have come to see you." In the span of 2 years, Yin Shirquan had risen from his previous role as a patrol officer to become a supervising officer, responsible for various tasks. He had indeed become a minor leader. Now, he had also begun to oversee ideological work, the construction of the police force, integrity education, and psychological counseling. It was clear to everyone that it was only a matter of time before he would ascend to the position of instructor or even deputy director. Therefore, he had been allocated an independent office, though not entirely so. It was merely a partitioned space within a larger room, where his team was stationed outside while he worked within. Upon entering, Lin Luo found Yin Shirquan engrossed in writing, unaware of their arrival. Upon hearing Lin Luo's call, he immediately set aside his work, surprised yet warm in his demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference towards Zhao Yanjun. The reason for this change was simple. Zhao Yanjun had made significant strides in life. Previously, Qi Guangda had taken Yin Shirquan to a dance, ultimately securing a romantic prospect for him, a teacher from the Cultural Palace, specializing in Japanese, who had been formally assigned to the organization. While the young woman was not particularly beautiful, she was not unattractive either, and their backgrounds complemented each other well. Her surname was Sun, and her family was associated with the court. Although she worked as a teacher, she was essentially on a temporary assignment, with the prospect of either returning to the organization or pursuing a career as a translator in the county. For Yin Shirquan, either path would be advantageous. He was not lacking in looks or family background, and the initial chemistry was apparent between them. They quickly decided to explore their budding relationship further. Yin Shirquan had even contemplated taking the girl to the movies next. Qi Guangda had planned to discreetly excuse himself to allow them privacy and had already wandered off to engage in conversation with others in the judicial system. However, before he could stray too far, some colleagues returning from work delivered shocking news. Zhao Yanjun had indeed begun dating Han Baoi. The revelation left everyone astounded, leading to an afternoon of chatter in the office. The magnitude of this news shattered Yin Shirquan's worldview. He now perceived Zhao Yanjun as someone with hidden depths. A poor scholar connecting with a wealthy heiress could at least be rationalized as a tale of ambition and perseverance. But how could a fool, with such a limited education, achieve the status of a scholar? Such a narrative would be deemed implausible even in fiction. Were it not for Yin Shirquan's prior knowledge of Wang Lanqi from Wuqilu, he might have suspected that Zhao Yanjun had set a trap. Initially, he had planned to finish his current tasks and then visit Zhao Yanjun with her Hua to engage in conversation as a courtesy. However, he was taken aback by how quickly Zhao Yanjun had come to them. As he rose, he noticed Lin Luo smoking in the office, with a substantial array of cigarettes on the table, cheerfully promoting Yin Shirquan. "These are for Uncle Yin. Everyone should feel free to partake." In this modest office, which housed 4 or 5 desks, the sight of such a collection of cigarettes represented a considerable sum. Yin Shirquan felt increasingly embarrassed to remain seated, hastily stepping out. "Please, this is Uncle Zhao's grandson, Lin Luo. Whether you are acquainted or not, it is best to make introductions." With a wave of his hand, he urged everyone to enter. It was indeed a fortunate circumstance when someone sought to win the hearts of the people. After all, if he could manage the battlefield's Li Xianjun, he could certainly handle this minor affair. However, he often found that certain matters could not be shared with his colleagues. At critical junctures, one must guard against the possibility of others leveraging such matters against him, though he need not fear his subordinates using Uncle Zhao's grandson as a bargaining chip. Who would dare to bring such issues to the forefront during Yin Shirquan's pivotal moments, especially when it involved brotherly units? Such actions would only invite trouble. Upon noticing Yin Shirquan's emergence, Lin Luo gestured to those around him, saying, "It's time to go. Perhaps my uncle can treat everyone to a meal another day." With that, he pulled his uncle into the inner room. The transformation in Yin Shirquan's demeanor was palpable. Previously, He regarded Zhao Yanjun with disdain, but now, without waiting for anyone to enter, he busied himself with boiling water and even took out the Da Hong Pao gifted to him by Li Xianjun. Rumored to cost over 10,000 a pound and hard to procure, he had only received 2 taels, which he had been reluctant to consume himself. Yet today, he was eager to serve Zhao Yanjun, wishing to glean a few insights on romance from him. The very fact that Zhao Yanjun dared to pursue Principal Han's daughter was worthy of Yin Shikuan's study. Not to mention, several in their department were graduates of the police academy, all secretly yearning to take action against Zhao Yanjun, waiting only for the old principal's word. Earlier that morning, while passing by the technical department, he overheard a discussion among the forensic experts, medical police, and logistical support officers, who jokingly suggested chopping Zhao Yanjun into dumpling filling to feed the pigs, thus circumventing the need to conceal a body, with the forensic expert confidently asserting that he would never be able to determine the cause of death. In light of the universal disdain directed at Zhao Yanjun throughout the entire system, was it not worth Yin Shikuan's while to cultivate a relationship with him? Come in, come in, Yin Shikuan called out as soon as they entered the room. This was a man who had nearly gone head-to-head with the fish in Longtan Reservoir, and he deserved a warm welcome. Chapter 72, Childhood Friends. As Lin Luo stepped into the room, he placed the remaining items on the table. Yin Shikuan, upon witnessing Lin Luo's stance, immediately concluded that it must be alcohol, likely with some extravagant embellishments outside. What else could it be? Why bring something along? It seems rather unnecessary. The exchange of gifts between the Zhao and Yin families was merely a customary show of goodwill. No one would dare to raise any objections, even if the gifts were quite lavish. Lin Luo instinctively wanted to respond that the offering was not for him, but rather for the children. However, realizing the inappropriateness of such a remark, he managed to stammer, "This is merely my uncle coming to visit you." How could he arrive empty-handed? Perhaps having received counsel along the way, his uncle was less resistant, and with a stern expression, he managed to utter, "Brother Yin." Upon saying this, a wave of emotion surged within him, and he felt on the verge of tears. In his youth, he had always trailed behind Yin Shikuan, fervently calling him Brother Yin. Yet, how had they drifted so far apart as adults? What had transformed their relationship into this? It was difficult to articulate, but he certainly felt a competitive spirit towards Yin Shikuan. Yin Shikuan is not devoid of emotion. Witnessing Zhao Yanjun in such a state stirs feelings within him. Their quarrel has escalated to this point largely out of spite. If you refuse to speak to me, then I shall reciprocate in silence. My intentions, though aimed at your well-being, have been misconstrued as disdain. Moreover, Zhao displays an attitude of self-righteousness. Regardless of how close their childhood bond may have been, such grievances can erode even the strongest connections. However, the presence of gifts indicates that there are no insurmountable issues between them. Why stand? Sit down, Yin remarked, aware that Zhao's visit was not merely a social call, but rather an attempt to intercede on behalf of a few mutual acquaintances. He understood all too well that the friends had fallen under his influence, compelling them to lower their guards. The matters concerning the Lao Zhao family are hardly breaking news. Although they exchanged pleasantries in passing, today was distinctly different, allowing for heartfelt dialogue. Upon reminiscing about old friends, the uncle felt a pang of nostalgia and took a seat. "So, how are they faring inside?" he inquired, knowing Zhao had heard about their predicaments through his mother. Initially, Zhao intended to remain uninvolved, but Yan's probing ignited a flicker of concern within him. Observing his uncle's reaction, Yin felt vindicated in his assertions. "How are those fellows so adept at writing your name? They report you daily. You consider them friends, yet they regard you as a fool." Upon discussing Zhao's companions, Yin could not suppress his vexation. I had no idea it was like that," the uncle admitted, taken aback. Yin, not wishing to further humiliate others, shared his insight. "These types are all too familiar to me. They believe that by dragging someone capable into their mess, they can absolve themselves. Fortunately, you've gained some wisdom this time. Otherwise, the fallout would have been entirely on you." His tone was genuinely one of relief for his childhood friend. After a few exchanges, the uncle fell silent, stammering, "So, where are they?" His hesitation revealed his discomfort. Yin, not wishing to put him in an awkward position, reassured him, even if they haven't faced any severe consequences. "They need to be mindful of you. However," he added, "truth be told, their family has not shown any particular concern for their well-being. They haven't provided any financial support, so they are left to subsist on meager rations. This was their deserved fate. In prison, the disparity between having and lacking funds is stark. The impoverished endure uncooked corn buns, while the wealthy dine on roast duck." Even though the uncle had never set foot inside, he understood the harsh realities of prison life. Scratching his head, he tentatively suggested, Should I send them some money? This suggestion sparked ire in Lin Luo. What are you saying? I have money but nowhere to spend it. You won't give me any? Lin Luo exclaimed, his frustration evident. Clearly, the uncle was ill-suited to manage finances, as he lacked any sense of restraint. Fearing further embarrassment for the uncle, Yin interjected, Uncle Yin, we did not come for them. We are purely here to see you. Do not overthink it. It was merely a passing remark from my uncle when you inquired. Had you not asked, he would have remained aloof from them, as they have long drawn the line. Thankfully, Yin Shirkuan appreciates this aspect of my uncle. However, do not speak ill of him. Dejun has always been a person of integrity, having grown up alongside them, so there is a bond that persists. Those who value loyalty and righteousness, even if somewhat foolish, still find admiration. While my uncle conversed with Yin Shirkuan, Lin Luo aimlessly wandered inside, catching sight of the densely written report on Yin Shirkuan's desk. Fearing that the two would continue to dwell on the topic of friendship, he swiftly interjected, changing the subject. Uncle Yin, you seem quite busy. I see you have a considerable amount of material written here. He hoped to steer them away from the emotional discourse, as his uncle, being rather sentimental, might be moved to tears. With the water boiling, Yin Shirkuan poured himself a cup and casually responded, There's no choice. Our educational backgrounds are lacking, and now 2 college graduates have joined the department, so we must strive harder. I experienced the setbacks from attending a vocational school, which allowed me to enter the workforce early, but this educational background. He trailed off. Ultimately, it was thanks to the vocational school that he secured his current position, far superior to Zhao Yanjun, who graduated 2 years later without guaranteed employment. Yet, human aspirations are insatiable. Having acquired a modest fortune, one desires more, and those who rise to power often seek even higher realms. Without this job, Yin Shirkuan would certainly contemplate seeking a position elsewhere. However, once employed, who does not aspire to ascend the ranks and become a leader? His family possesses the capability for such advancement. Speaking of education, Lin Luo suddenly recalled that Lao Xiang had promised to assist Lao Gu's daughter with her academic arrangements. He must have resources in this regard. What's wrong, Uncle Yin? Are you facing obstacles with your academic qualifications for a professional title? It seems there might be troubles. Yin Shirkuan did not conceal his predicament. It's not that I'm being troubled, it's just that I lack an advantage in educational qualifications, which is a significant shortcoming. Life is seldom a smooth journey. Hearing this, Lin Luo feigned contemplation, deliberately pausing. I happen to know a friend of my Uncle S who possesses resources in this area. Perhaps we could ask for his assistance? Really? Dejun, do you have such a friend? Yin Shirkuan's eyes sparkled with interest. I lack many things, but a college degree, even a diploma, is what I truly need. In truth, as long as Yin Shirkuan is willing to set aside his current job to pursue further studies, many institutions would welcome him. However, this would require at least 3 years. And upon returning to the workplace, circumstances might have changed. What he desires is an in-service bachelor's degree. Zhao Yanjun's family indeed possesses this capability. Otherwise, Yin Shirkuan would not regard him so highly. After all, his future father-in-law is the one who manages these matters. My uncle himself is unaware of this capability. He mused, momentarily taken aback. Lin Luo quickly nudged him under the table. Although his uncle did not fully grasp the situation, he was sensible enough to respond promptly. Oh, I shall inquire about it for you. That would be splendid. Let us enjoy some tea. Yin Shirkuan poured tea for both of them, having received a satisfying answer, and openly inquired. We are all acquaintances here, so let us be honest. You didn't come today just to see me, did you? I can hardly believe that. Chapter 73. The intimidation stick. Unbeknownst to my uncle, he nearly found himself competing with fish in holding his breath. When offered tea, he genuinely indulged. To his delight, the tea was exquisite. The price tag of over 10,000 naturally justified itself. Even an unrefined palate like my uncle's could discern the delightful flavors, leaving a lingering aroma that was particularly pleasant. Do you like it? If so, I shall procure some for you later. As he uttered these words, Yin Shirkuan felt a pang of discomfort. He had only 2 taels left for himself and had been unwilling to share even with the director and the instructor, ultimately leaving the spoils to this grandson. All right, do bring me more. Noticing Yin Shirkuan's softened demeanor, my uncle grew audacious. The camaraderie that had once soured only to be rekindled now rendered my uncle entirely at ease. Lin Luo, exasperated, felt an urge to bang his fist. You truly blossom with a mere hint of sunshine. Indeed, it's quite splendid, Uncle Yin. But this tea must not come cheap. In the presence of Yin Shirkuan, Lin Luo could not directly address his uncle. He could only subtly remind him, we are here today to present a gift. Let us not later find ourselves in a position of disadvantage. Despite the discomfort in his wallet, Yin Shirkuan feigned generosity. "Ah, what does money matter between us? If you fancy it, take it. However, my supply is rather limited. I shall have Li Xianjun send more. Let him, the fortunate one, assist us less fortunate souls." In his words lay a certain disregard for Li Xianjun. After all, despite his wealth from mines in Haichengzi and lucrative ventures in Dongguan, Yin Shirkuan could manipulate him as he pleased. Even if he were to strike him, Li Xianjun would only turn around to ask if Yan's hand was pained. Such was the plight of a man without children, with his younger brother still toiling under Yin Shirkuan's thumb. Mentioning Li Xianjun naturally led the conversation to his brother, Li Xianmin, who was still inside. Is he not seeking a way out for him? Sipping the fine tea, my uncle rekindled the familiarity of his youth, and the conversation flowed freely. Yin Shirkuan, not one to hold back, retorted, "Damn. I've considered everything, but can I simply let him go? We must act in accordance with the law." His self-satisfied demeanor made Lin Luo reluctant to challenge him. If you were to release Li Xianmin now, who would you rely on for sustenance? The notion of intimidation sticks has existed since ancient times, albeit in varying forms. Without Li Xianjun shedding some of his power, his brother would remain ensnared indefinitely. It must be a rather unpleasant experience within, thought Lin Luo, who had never been incarcerated. He was curious about the lives of the affluent behind bars. Certainly, the conditions were less comfortable than outside, yet not entirely lacking. After all, wealth affords certain privileges. At least the meals were decent, with a roast duck served daily and ample tobacco to indulge in, far more than he himself could enjoy. The prices within were not comparable to those outside. A duck that normally cost a mere dozen yuan could command the price of a renowned establishment, while cigarettes, typically inexpensive brands, were sold at a premium, surpassing even the likes of Yushi and Zhonghua, leaving the inmates with limited options. Theoretically, each prisoner had a monthly allowance of 200 yuan, which meant saving for 2 months to afford a roast duck. However, Li Xianjun had ample funds, and with wealth came opportunity. Many had unspent allowances, which could easily be shared with him. Reflecting on the past year and a half since Li Xianmin's arrival, Yin Shirkuan felt a sense of satisfaction as the bonuses within the unit had significantly increased. If it weren't for him, how could he have swiftly attained his professional title? He could hardly bear the thought of letting him go. Observing Yin Shirkuan's demeanor, his uncle teased him, recalling how he was as a child, capable of squeezing a toad for every bit of powder it contained. Yin Shirkuan chuckled in response. "Whenever I benefit, I always think of you." Their bond had indeed grown closer through their banter. However, Lin Luo felt a sense of urgency. He had come to see his uncle on behalf of old Xiang's brother, having promised to look after him. Yet, as the grandson of Zhao Guochen, he could not directly deposit money for the other party, as it would cause trouble for his grandfather. When Qi Guangda's case reached his grandfather, it was promptly returned. Subsequently, his uncle took on the role of the victim, Old Go, and the case proceeded smoothly with someone new. Yet, Lin Luo, the grandson, was still in the detention center depositing money for the suspects. It was evident to anyone that something was amiss. Although everyone was aware of the situation, without evidence, there was little that could be done. Therefore, when Yin Shirkuan mentioned Li Xianmin, Lin Luo scratched his head and said, "Uncle Yin, I genuinely have a favor to ask of you." Yin Shirkuan smiled knowingly, pointing at Lin Luo. "Huh? I knew you had something on your mind. You came specifically to see me? Shouldn't you be at home?" This was not mere teasing, but rather the affectionate teasing of an elder towards a younger relative, recognizing the subtle nuances of their interactions. Lin Luo, emboldened by his youth, replied, "Of course. My visit is sincere. Besides, with our relationship, even if I have something to discuss, would you really refuse to help? Have I called you uncle for all these years for nothing? All right. It seems you have indeed grown up without me noticing. Speak your mind." In truth, Yin Shirkuan already had an inkling of what Lin Luo was about to say, but tradition dictated that the other party must initiate the conversation. The principles of respect and propriety dictated this interaction. One does not impose on another without invitation. Lin Luo, however, was not one to follow his mother's example of pleading, waiting for the other party to take the initiative. He straightforwardly stated, "It concerns Wu Yu, the one who had the accident with old Ge from the highway department. I hope you can look after him as well." Wu Yu was the man with long hair who had a young son named Wu Di. Mentioning this individual in light of Li Xianjuan's affair was unmistakably clear. Yet, Yin Shirkuan cautiously inquired, "Have you arranged everything with the highway department?" They have relayed the message that if Wu Yu is willing to take responsibility, let him do so. Taking responsibility was not necessarily a positive situation. Ordinarily, protocol dictated that a party involved in an accident should compensate and face penalties. However, due to a lack of communication, the issue had stalled with Wu Yu. This individual, inexplicably loyal, took it upon himself to shoulder all responsibility, leaving those willing to compensate unable to find him, and those seeking resolution unsure of whom to approach. As a result, Lin Luo inadvertently found himself benefiting as an intermediary. Lin Luo nodded affirmatively, rest assured. My uncle will first go to the Transportation Bureau to file the necessary paperwork on Monday, and then he will report to the Highway Department. Certainly, everyone will be satisfied. You need not worry about the sincerity of this matter, for it is assuredly without issue. Those who dare to take on grand responsibilities must possess remarkable capabilities. Yin Shirquan gazed at the child before him and inexplicably felt a profound trust in him that surpassed that of his peers. Very well. I shall arrange for that long-haired fellow to go to Li Xianmin's place, so he can associate with him. With Li Xianmin providing sustenance, he will not lack for provisions. The leftovers from Li Xianmin will suffice for his survival, and as a companion to that young master, no one will dare to bully him. Moreover, this is under the auspices of Yin Shirquan, the king of hell. After conveying this to Lin Luo, the uncle raised his teacup and took a sip, signaling that their conversation had reached its conclusion. Lin Luo followed suit, setting down his cup and remarking, Uncle Yin, we shall take our leave now to inquire about the further education matters and will promptly send you news. Upon hearing this, Yin Shirquan felt a sense of satisfaction. The child had indeed become enlightened. Clearly, this trust was not given lightly. The child comprehended everything he said, proving far easier to communicate with than Zhao Yanjun. Splendid. Please give your uncle your utmost attention. I am merely one tremor away from success. After discussing this with Lin Luo, Yin Shirquan glanced at his childhood friend and understood that it was not his friend who had achieved success, but rather someone in his family had taken on all the burdens. Indeed, the foolish often find their fortunes. Chapter 74, The Subject in the End. The uncle took away a plethora of items: tea leaves, American ginseng, dried abalone, and rasher powder. He freely selected whatever he desired from Yin Shirquan's filing cabinet. Showing no regard for the fact that Yin Shirquan's expression had darkened considerably, Lin Luo could not intervene. Facing the situation directly was impossible, so he could only smile apologetically from the sidelines. Hee, Uncle Yin, forgive me, my uncle has this tendency, and you are well aware of it. I understand. Yin Shirquan could say no more. At least not everything was taken, half remained. These items were originally gifts from others, and while it pained him to part with them, he could not truly begrudge their loss. It had been many years since he last visited Uncle Zhao, and this time could be seen as an opportunity to make amends for the past. Ever since Yin Shirquan and his uncle had drifted apart, the elders of both families maintained their interactions as before, yet he had not set foot in his uncle's home for quite some time. Even when encountering him in the alley, it was merely a nod and a greeting, devoid of the closeness they once shared. However, his uncle not only drank and took, but also disparaged Yin Shirquan. Why be polite with him? My mother was so kind to him back in the day, yet he turns his back and claims he won't visit. What an ingrate. Yin Shirquan's mother had passed away early, and during his childhood. It was his grandmother and a group of people from the alley who raised him. As their homes were in such proximity, his grandmother often took care of him. Mentioning the elderly lady who had once cared for him brought tears to Yin Shirquan's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. However, accompanying his uncle on this visit, Lin Luo's mind was nearly overwhelmed. Your grandmother is your grandmother. You are you. Uncle Yin treated your grandmother very well, buying her clothes far more than you, her own son. This uncle of mine is truly a child at heart. It is all too easy to harbor grudges under the guise of gratitude. Those who truly understand appreciation will act on their own accord without prompting, while those who are oblivious to gratitude may perceive your actions as threats. How is it that my uncle dares to speak so freely? Observing Lin Luo speaking on his behalf, Yin Shirquan chose not to dwell on his uncle's words and casually inquired, how is Aunt Dan doing lately? It is no wonder that people speak out. He indeed acted wrongly. How could one forget the person who took him to the hospital during his fever and fed him? Simply because he could not meet Zhao Yanjun? Seeing that Yin Shirquan bore no sign of anger, Lin Luo felt a sense of relief. She is well, just a bit busy. The daughter-in-law of the old Li family has been overwhelmed with grief, leaving all the chores to my grandmother. Now, my grandmother is so busy that she hardly has time for me. Upon hearing about the old Li family, Yin Shirquan's thoughts were drawn from nostalgia. Had the eldest son of the old Li family truly passed away? This was significant news. Who in the county was unaware? Li Qingxin had previously been serving his sentence in giant pain. And while Yin Shirquan knew he had only a few days left to live and had been released for medical reasons, he was uncertain if he had indeed passed. Lin Luo intentionally revealed this information to him, suggesting, we are all in the same boat. Who else would we take advantage of if not the old Li family? Uncle Yin, If Li uncle has passed, then so be it. The Li family has toiled greatly for him. Perhaps this is for the best. Allowing them to finally let go. Grandfather Li is younger than my maternal grandfather, yet in the past 2 years, he has aged to a point that is truly hard to bear. As he spoke, he began to fiddle with a box of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes on the table. In my opinion, his daughter-in-law should simply resign and take a trip somewhere. Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, France, Turkey, Nicaragua, anywhere to clear her mind. While she is still young, she can find someone else. Their family is certainly capable of supporting her. Must she truly remain a widow for life? Who isn't aware that the eldest daughter-in-law of the old Li family is the director of the neighborhood committee? Lin Luo's words seemed to echo a hidden desire for her position. Yet, upon further reflection, it did not appear so straightforward. He did not explicitly state anything. Yet his implications were clear to any listener. This made it difficult for me to visit the Li family, as everyone seeks to curry favor. Yin Shirquan, uncertain about whether to express condolences, pondered the appropriateness of such actions. What is wrong with that? If they are holding a memorial, we shall attend. If not, we can simply feign ignorance. Lin Luo, however, remained unfazed. Indeed, with confirmation of the news from the child, Yin Shirquan felt his spirits lift. He glanced at his uncle, exclaiming in exasperation, "Oh, De Luo, please keep your uncle in check. I saved this little something to visit my father-in-law, and he is nearly depleting it." In the brief moment of inattention, his uncle had already begun packing up boxes, something even the most avaricious would not dare to do. "Uncle, enough. Why must you be so lacking in dignity?" Lin Luo quickly interjected. "After just reconciling with them, you begin to act so annoyingly." Upon hearing Yin Shirquan's remarks, his uncle halted his actions, not out of fear of ridicule, but with a look of astonishment. "Yin Gu, are you in a relationship? One can only have a father-in-law if one is in a relationship." Uncle finally took note of Hua Dian. "What? Just because you have a partner, I cannot have one?" Yin Shirquan shot a bewildered glance at Zhao Yanjun, pondering to himself. "Although my partner may not come from a family as affluent as yours, we are quite compatible. Once we marry, my standing at home will undoubtedly be elevated, unlike you, who might not even be invited to the dinner table." There was a hint of jealousy in his tone as he spoke. However, Uncle was not inclined to delve into matters of relationships. He pressed on. "Who is it?" His greatest curiosity lay in whom Yin Shirquan was seeing. "Zhao Xiaoxia from the Cultural Palace." Yin Shirquan was candid about it. Oh, Uncle had never heard of this before, and his heart brimmed with joy for his brother finding a partner. It was Lin Luo who recognized the name and inquired, "Is she the one from the court?" Yin Shirquan was taken aback that Lin Luo was acquainted with her, exclaiming, "You know her?" "Not exactly acquainted. Just heard that her great-grandfather is a member of the Provincial Calligraphers Association." Not only did Lin Luo know, but he had also worked for her. "You truly do know." Yin Shirquan was surprised to learn that Zhao Xiaoxia had a great-grandfather, and a cultured one at that. However, Lin Luo's knowledge extended beyond this. Years ago, in connection with Uncle's past troubles, his grandfather had sought help and made various acquaintances. Zhao Xiaoxia's father and grandfather both worked at the court. Her father was merely a junior judge at that time, having faced considerable adversity after being marginalized by a newly appointed president due to familial connections. Initially, he was transferred to the circuit court, enduring much hardship traveling between the town and county. It was only after that president was investigated that he returned, but by then, all desirable positions had been filled, leaving him relegated to the execution work office. Chapter 75. Zhao Xiaoxia in life. One will inevitably encounter several turning points, often independent of personal effort. Zhao Xiaoxia's father is a quintessential example of this phenomenon. The execution work office had long been regarded as a nominal department. Prior to 2000, the prevailing model was one of unified trial and execution, rendering the execution office virtually devoid of substantial work. This situation arose from the fact that execution personnel faced two scenarios. Either local execution could adhere to the unified trial and execution rules, concluding their involvement once a verdict was delivered, or they would interface with execution matters from other regions and courts. Unfortunately, due to local protectionist policies, this work was nearly impossible to carry out. When attempting to execute local enterprises' assets in other regions, locals would naturally resist, just as we would object if others sought to execute our local enterprises' assets. As a result, Zhao Xiaoxia's father was essentially idle in his position, a mere figurehead. However, since 1998, when the Supreme Court's report on resolving execution difficulties proposed a new system managed and coordinated by the high courts of various provinces and cities, the situation changed drastically. A single policy transformed the fates of an entire group of people. Zhao Xiaoxia's father experienced a remarkable turn of fortune. swiftly ascending to the position of the County Execution Bureau Chief, with his organizational ties shifting from the local court to the provincial high court. Despite still being employed at the local court, this change endowed him with considerable authority. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaoxia's uncle, a calligrapher, operated a thriving auction house, and the family boasted relatives engaged in asset evaluation at a major insurance company, effectively creating a complete industrial chain within the household. However, Lin Luo harbored a sense of unease. Something felt amiss. Zhao Xiaoxia had remained single throughout her previous life, and he was uncertain whether Yin Shirquan was married or not. Could there be unexpected developments in this situation? Thus, Lin Luo seized the moment to inquire, "Have you two settled on anything? If they truly become a couple, Yin Shirquan would essentially be my uncle, even closer than a blood relative." Yin Shirquan appeared somewhat bashful, responding softly, "We're in a relationship." His shy demeanor starkly contrasted with the previous night's dimly lit scene, where he had embraced a girl affectionately. Lin Luo was far more anxious. "So it's settled then? When is the wedding?" In this day and age, relationships rarely last for several years. Once both parties agree, they typically start planning for marriage. In discussing this, Yin Shirquan expressed his own frustrations. "I find it quite favorable, but my father, the elder Yan, seems unimpressed with the match introduced by Qi Guangda." Despite the camaraderie between Yan's father and Lin Luo's grandfather as wartime comrades, they were fundamentally different individuals. Lin Luo's grandfather hailed from humble agricultural roots, lacking formal education and only able to recognize a few characters. He advanced through the military ranks, acquiring all his knowledge within that environment. Everything he possessed was a gift from the party, leading him to firmly believe in the principle that hard work yields rewards. He felt assured that as long as his children studied diligently and made earnest progress, the party and the nation would not forsake them. Consequently, he never concerned himself with their future, trusting that if they possessed talent, the organization would recognize and promote them. Conversely, if they were of no merit, the state would not support them unconditionally. In contrast, Yan's father represented the quintessential urban intellectual. The Yin family had a distinguished lineage, with ancestors who had once held the title of provincial scholar, and their ancestral home was even referred to as Yin family tomb, complete with a family tree, ancestral teachings, and certain feudal traditions. They possessed a profound understanding of the wielding of power, with a focus on elevating their kin, truly comprehending the adage that noble families remain rooted while the impoverished seek fortunes elsewhere. Even after enduring the tides of change, they were slowly reclaiming their status, thanks to their educational background. Regrettably, Yin Shirquan's father had limited capabilities and frequently made poor judgments in his decisions. Observing Yin Shirquan's hesitance, Lin Luo recognized that the elder Yin had likely erred once again, failing to appreciate Zhao Xiaoxia's family background and the potential of her father. "Do not heed my grandfather's opinions. Has he ever made a correct choice in his life?" Lin Luo thought, feeling even more anxious than Yin Shirquan himself. Were he of a similar age, he would have married Zhao Xiaoxia even if she were a mere pig, let alone her being a remarkably attractive woman. Particularly, after becoming a business owner, her poise had only improved. Alas, sons often harbor a fear of their fathers, alongside an unrealistic idolization of them. Such adulation often dissipates only after one enters society and experiences more of life. Of course, when someone candidly articulates this situation, there is a chance it may demystify the figure of the father. When someone openly criticized his father, Yin Shirquan was naturally displeased and was about to retort. However, upon reflection, he realized that indeed, his father exemplified such traits. His father had been a legitimate vocational school graduate, quite different from him. In those days, a vocational school graduate could easily ascend to the position of county mayor, as they were often groomed as reserve officials. Yet, upon graduating, his father was tasked with supporting a group of students from prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, who were directed to serve in grassroots positions, essentially leading the charge. Strangely, these students expressed a desire to enlist in the military, which infuriated his grandfather. While enlisting might have been acceptable, his father was not particularly spirited. Given his educational background, he could have easily pursued a technical military role, whether in the Air Force or as a submariner in the Navy. However, upon hearing that several submariners had received first-class honors, he became apprehensive and ultimately chose to become a railway soldier. As a result, while others were promoted to colonels, his father only managed to attain the rank of company deputy. Alas, at least he was promoted, but when it came time for him to transition to civilian life, one would assume that after a lifetime of service in the railway system, he would remain within that familiar domain for a smoother transition. Yet, his father was adamant about venturing into local government, insisting that many of his former classmates and colleagues would be there to support him. This somewhat hinted at a disregard for organizational directives. He should have considered that those selected students had only met him a few times. Why would they remember him? Consequently, there were no favorable placements for his father. While Uncle Zhao was assigned to the procuratorate, his father was relegated to the County Cultural Federation. The sole merit of the Cultural Federation lay in its potential for matchmaking, devoid of any other advantages, particularly for someone like Yin Shirquan, who was evidently sent there as a form of punishment. As for finding a partner, his father lacked discernment, choosing a woman reminiscent of Lin Luo. While she was indeed beautiful, she possessed nothing beyond her looks and was frail and ailing. Tragically, she passed away during childbirth, leaving him without any maternal family. Had he had maternal relatives, perhaps with a nephew like Lin Luo, life would have been considerably easier. To compound matters, his mother's frail health contributed to his own congenital deficiencies, as he suffered frequent illnesses in childhood, primarily cared for by Aunt Shan. In summary, under his father's stewardship, their family was steadily on a downward trajectory, and now, those cousins and siblings relied heavily upon him. The demeanor of his father left Yin Shirquan at a loss for words in response to Lin Luo's remarks. "All right, you two should leave now. Don't linger here. It's quite vexing to see you." Regardless of the validity of Lin Luo's statements, Yin Shirquan was particularly reluctant to listen. His uncle also reprimanded Lin Luo, saying, "Indeed, what nonsense are you spouting? Yin Gu, we shall take our leave. Next time, let me know about any good things in advance. I'm quite quick on my feet." Go on, go on. Regarding the uncle, Yin Shirquan was decidedly less cordial. Chapter 76, The Intent to Kill. The commotion caused by Yin Shirquan as he kicked and punched the duo out of the office drew the attention of everyone present. "What has happened?" a curious newcomer inquired. While a seasoned veteran offered an explanation, "It's nothing. They've been like this since childhood. They've merely reconciled again." Although the veteran was not well acquainted with Yin Shirquan, at his age, assisting the younger generation required either a display of defiance or an overt display of camaraderie in order to maintain one's standing. The newcomer, oblivious to the circumstances, mistakenly believed the elder truly understood the situation and pressed on with questions. "Oh, this is called reconciliation? I have never seen Yin lose his temper. Who doesn't know he is the cold-eyed king of hell?" The elder opened a porcelain jar and took a sip of tea. "It's good that you know. If Yin were to ignore you, then you'd truly be in trouble. As long as he is willing to engage with you, your predicament is not dire. Moreover, these two children, though not born of the same mother, were raised by the same. The one receiving the beating is the son of old Zhao from the prosecutor's office, and his mother took care of young Yin. Oh, there's this layer of connection? Uncle, I was unaware. Please tell me more. Here, take this pack of cigarettes." The newcomer, just starting to familiarize himself with the environment, was naturally pleased to receive a gift of cigarettes. The elder accepted the young man's offering and began, "This tale is quite extensive." He then rambled on, sharing both known and unknown anecdotes. The various grievances and entanglements he recounted were nothing short of captivating. In reality, however, it was merely two children having a spat, which, as time passed, had resulted in a growing estrangement. There was no deep-seated hatred involved. Yet, who enjoys a narrative devoid of drama? Such discussions echoed throughout the corners of the detention center. In summary, everyone became aware that the Yin family and the Zhao family had reconciled once more. Due to Yin Shirquan's potential within the workplace, as the duo exited, the number of acquaintances greeting them had increased, with a greater warmth in their salutations. The uncle, who had benefited considerably from Yin Shirquan, was in good spirits, greeting people along the way, at least ensuring he became a familiar face. It wasn't until they approached the security zone, where there were fewer people, that the uncle, who had been chastised by his nephew in recent days, glanced at Lin Luo and attempted to assume the demeanor of an elder. "The Luo, why do you say everything? Yin is quite good to you." The Yin the uncle referred to was, of course, Yin Shirquan's father. He was even indignant on Yin Shirquan's behalf. Lin Luo shot a sidelong glance at his uncle, who had been heavily suppressed by him these past few days, attempting to regain some semblance of dignity as an elder. The nephew dismissed such behavior with disdain. "Yin is good to me, but that has nothing to do with his lack of ability. Your kindness does not excuse your foolishness. In fact, it is precisely because you are good to me that I cannot stand by and watch you act foolishly. Alas, all my blessings are squandered on you." However, on reflection, is this not the essence of rebirth, to rectify past regrets? The uncle, believing himself in the right, was taken aback by the response. Growing anxious, "How dare you speak to your uncle like that? I am your true uncle." Such words were indeed juvenile. If Lin Luo were to buy into the notion that age confers wisdom and authority, he would have truly squandered his life. It is precisely because you are my dear uncle that I choose to educate you. Who else would pay you any heed? What are we here for? You seem to indulge in both consumption and gain. Will you not strive for a better future? We are here to seek favor, not to stir up trouble. Strangely enough, just as I intended to assume the role of an elder, a wave of guilt washed over me, leaving me with a chilling sensation at the nape of my neck. This was due to my tight finances this month. I still owe quite a bit to my father. Do not think that I can simply placate you with a bottle of wine for the hardships you have endured over the years. If I do not extort a bit from Yin Go, how shall I manage my father? As I spoke, this brazen man began counting on his fingers. Do you recall the year your grandfather retired from the military? He brought back some internal supply Unity cigarettes, did he not? Wasn't it you who clamored for roast chicken? I exchanged those cigarettes for your roast chicken. Lin Luo, upon hearing this, dared not interject, for he had indeed partaken of it. Yet, if that had been exchanged for Unity cigarettes, had he not consumed several thousand in one sitting? Before he could grasp this reality, the uncle continued. Furthermore, your grandfather's good friend from the recruit camp later transferred to the Air Force and gifted him a set of stamps, which I also traded for crabs for you. At this remark, the phrase Purple Army Post and the figure 190000 flashed through Lin Luo's mind. Indeed, the tea sent by that comrade from Wuling was also exchanged for sugar for you, was it not? The uncle continued to tally, recounting several instances, nearly 7 or 8 items, most of which had been bartered for food. The most absurd was when he exchanged a commemorative oil painting of the engineer corps for popcorn. Lin Luo mused inwardly. No wonder grandfather noticed the missing wine. His first thought was of you. You truly have taken quite a lot. Listening to this made him want to strike himself. Fate had truly played a cruel joke on this glutton. How had he become so indulgent? Goodness, in the future, he must boast. All the food we consumed as children could have sufficed to purchase a house in Shanghai. Growing increasingly pained by the uncle's tirade, Lin Luo hastily interjected. All right, enough. Let us procure something good this month to satisfy grandfather, and ideally, we can exchange it for his prized cabinet. We mustn't let him find out, otherwise. You will surely bear the brunt of his anger, and I will not escape unscathed either. Just that set of stamps and that oil painting could fetch several 100,000. Swapping a storefront for a street in the county would be entirely feasible. Even a grandfather who dotes on his grandchildren would not remain unmoved by such matters. After all, these items have aged and begun to appreciate. Moreover, the pure sentiments from those comrades have been tarnished by the two of us. Yet, the uncle grew increasingly pleased with himself, unaware of the danger in his thoughts. I have taken my father's belongings without cost. Why should I not do the same with Yin Shirquan? This mindset was perilous, as he carried the notion that the world owed him something. Lin Luo sighed. Unwilling to argue further with the uncle, no one's belongings should be taken for free. Now, it seems that the matter of Yin Shirquan's educational pursuits, which could have been optional, has become imperative. Are you truly considering seeking Aunt Han's assistance? From the moment, Yin Shirquan displayed excessive enthusiasm. Lin Luo realized he had placed his hopes on an unreliable individual, deviating from his original plan. After all, the uncle and Han Bao had barely established anything. To make such a request now would be utterly awkward, wouldn't it? This predicament left Lin Luo quite vexed. However, his uncle dismissed it entirely. Wasn't that your promise? Damn. This truly is my own uncle. How could he brazenly utter such words? Wasn't it he who coerced me step by step? Yet, what could Lin Luo do? He certainly couldn't push him under the wheels of the delivery truck, could he? Chapter 77. Good cause that was the Purple Army Post. The second most valuable among the yellow, purple, and blue army posts. Although this item had a vast initial issuance of 380,000 pieces, due to confidentiality reasons, most were recalled and destroyed, leaving only a few in circulation. Compared to the exorbitantly priced blue army post, the purple army post, representing the Air Force, also held considerable value, often fetching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Was his uncle truly willing to trade it for crabs? This transcended mere greed. It was sheer extravagance on his uncle's part. Unaware of Lin Luo's rising resentment, his uncle continued. Indifferent to his nephew's internal turmoil, why are you meddling in Yin Ji's romantic affairs? With that idle mind, you should be more concerned about me and Bowie. His uncle was genuinely smitten with that elder sister. He had been captivated since their first encounter. In their small county, where had he ever seen such a fashionable woman? Clad in a woolen coat, she appeared as if she had stepped out of a television screen. The fragrance she wore was intoxicating. Marrying her would be worth a lifetime of happiness. Yet, Lin Luo had no inclination to entertain his uncle. The thought of his expenses surpassing even those of the Shanghainese made him want to jump up and berate his uncle. What I cultivate is a good cause, and I shall reap good fruits. Lin Luo retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically. What does that mean? His uncle, oblivious to Lin Luo's disdain, pressed on with his inquiries. By this time, they had reached the door, and Lin Luo chose not to explain. Instead, he turned and called out, "Hey, Qiangu, haven't you switched shifts yet?" With that, he took the initiative to pick up the register at the entrance, recording his exit. Upon seeing him, Qian, the attendant, hurried over. "Finished? You've been here quite a while. Had a good chat with Director Yin?" The young officer was eager to engage. Yin Shirkwan was merely an acting head, sharing some responsibilities but not holding the official title. However, within the system, calling someone director was always safe, as it applied from ministries down to neighborhoods. Initially, Lin Luo had no intention of engaging with him, but his uncle's incessant murmuring distracted him. "What good cause have you cultivated this time? I've noticed you've been rather peculiar lately. I tell you, we don't engage in nonsense. Don't hinder my progress." This boy was merely fishing for conversation. Lin Luo, disinterested in conversing with his uncle, simply replied to Qian, "All right, Qiangu, we're done here, and we're leaving." Hey, okay, I'll open the door for you." Qian promptly busied himself. Just as Lin Luo turned, a sudden thought struck him. He leaned closer to Qian and whispered, "There's an exam at the court in a few days. If you're interested, you should give it a try." He spoke with an air of mystery. Upon hearing this from Lin Luo, Qian's eyes lit up. Oh, got it, thank you." His gratitude nearly overflowed. Little Qian pondered deeply. "I knew it all along. Associating with the offspring of prominent families could never lead to misfortune. Just look, the benefits have already begun to manifest." As a child from a rural background, serving as a conscript, with only a year left until discharge and no clear path ahead, he felt a sense of uncertainty. In this final year, the military had become less stringent, allowing everyone to seek connections. But what connections did he possess? While he recognized the faces of those passing by at the detention center, none recognized him in return. All he could do was strive to ingratiate himself, hoping for a stroke of luck. He had almost succumbed to despair during these days, yet unexpectedly found hope through the child of the Zhao family. Would such a person casually engage in conversation without reason? Surely, it signified an opportunity. He resolved to make every effort, regardless of the outcome, to express his gratitude in person. With his humble origins, the only virtue he had left to offer was a sense of gratitude, for others would not regard him otherwise. With these thoughts in mind, little Qian eagerly opened the large door, bustling around to see the two off, even going so far as to summon a vehicle. His uncle was taken aback by Lin Luo's sudden remark and remained silent throughout the journey. He was aware of the court's recruitment examination, but he himself had not applied, clearly indicating a lack of opportunity. Why was this child so intent on involving the guards? Uncertain of Lin Luo's intentions and hesitant to voice his concerns in the car, his uncle felt a mounting tension. Lin Luo, in a fit of frustration, sensed his uncle's unease, and the two remained quiet until they arrived at Lin Luo's residence, a modest house near the middle school. At last, his uncle could no longer contain himself. "Lin Luo, I must speak frankly. You always preach about sowing good seeds and reaping good fruits, yet here you are, leading a soldier astray. This young man has endured hardships for years. How can you send him on a wild goose chase?" With no outsiders present, his pin-up words finally escaped. However, Lin Luo chose to ignore him. Yet this did not deter his uncle from continuing. "Am I not as aware of the court's recruitment for bailiffs as you are? If it were that simple to enter, I would have already applied. Others may be oblivious, but we are not. The recruitment criteria are nearly explicit, tailored for someone's nephew, with even the accompanying candidates already chosen. This is what they call a carrot position. Are you merely toying with little Qian? What has he done to deserve this? You don't understand anything." Lin Luo glanced at his home, noticing that Chai Jingyu had been considerate enough to have the glass installed promptly. "If you don't understand, then speak up," his uncle retorted, uninterested in the house. "All right, let me elaborate for you." As Lin Luo entered the house, he prepared to impart some wisdom to his uncle, who followed him inside. "Speak. Let us see what you can articulate." The two settled on the sofa, Lin Luo casually crossing his legs as he surveyed the neatly arranged snacks, opening a package without hesitation. "First, consider why the individual at the court would go through the trouble of the examination process if they could simply facilitate the entry of their relatives. Surely, they possess the capacity to bring them in directly. Why would I know? It's merely a trivial matter. If I were in their position, I would surely utter a word to allow our family to enter. Once one reaches such a position, isn't it merely a matter of a single phrase?" His uncle found this logic perplexing. Yet, the more absurd a situation becomes, once it occurs, the more it seems to make sense. Hence you are not them, and you shall not attain their stature," Lin Luo mused with a hint of resignation. Are you satisfied now? In response to his uncle's dissatisfaction, Lin Luo shook his head. I am not. Thus I cannot fully comprehend his circumstances or understand the necessity of such actions. However, I do grasp one crucial distinction: the difference between those who secure employment through dubious means and those who follow the proper protocols to enter through specified conditions. What is the disparity? It directly pertains to oneself, which is why my uncle is somewhat concerned. Lin Luo gestured for his uncle to help him open a drink, continuing. The difference lies in your fear of sabotage, your anxiety about scrutiny, particularly during promotions, where the greatest fear is interference. Yet those who enter through this examination method are untroubled. Chapter 78. The carrot. His uncle opened a can of cola for Lin Luo and began to ponder the implications of his words. Are you suggesting that the individual wishes to adhere strictly to the established procedures, not hindering his nephew's future? The procedure is clear. The more one aligns with it, the less one is subject to criticism. Thus, those in positions of power are inclined to utilize their authority to uphold the process. Both rule of law and rule of man are not mere formalities. Not entirely foolish. Lin Luo nodded affirmatively. Receiving confirmation, his uncle grew perplexed again. Then why allow Xiaoqian to meddle? This examination is specifically tailored for your nephew. Isn't anyone else merely a participant in a feudal race? If it were otherwise, I would have enrolled long ago. The court is indeed a desirable place, and serving as a court officer offers substantial benefits. His uncle believed Lin Luo had made a grave error this time. However, Lin Luo confidently asserted, no matter how much it adheres to the process, it is futile if his nephew lacks ambition. Providing him an opportunity would be of no avail. This left his uncle momentarily stunned. Do you know his nephew? Lin Luo shook his head. I do not. Then how can you be so sure? His uncle wondered how it was possible for his nephew not to be known by anyone. This was precisely where Lin Luo intended to demonstrate his astuteness. Uncle. Reverse thinking can be immensely beneficial. Consider this. If his nephew were truly competent, would there be a need to stipulate such precise examination conditions? It would be nearly explicit that they are recruiting solely for him. It is precisely because his nephew is inept that they impose such limitations on candidates to ensure he qualifies. Recruiting someone under 35 with a high school diploma would flood the court with applicants, yet specifying someone from the 1992 cohort of Class 2, senior year at Chuanzhou High School, who was merely a bystander, makes it abundantly clear that the job is not for himself. Naturally, no one would apply. His uncle understood this well. Does that mean Xiaoqian has even less opportunity? Lin Luo mysteriously shook his head. On the contrary, the more specific the conditions of such a position, the greater the opportunity, provided you meet the criteria. The sole competitor is that incompetent individual. His uncle pondered this for a long while. Suddenly his eyes lit up. So are you implying that I too have a chance? If I were to become a court officer, would that not increase my opportunities to meet Bao Yi? Yet, before he could indulge in his fantasies, Lin Luo doused him with cold water. You are not suited. You would easily be outperformed. Did not the prosecution also arrange an examination to recruit individuals like you, who are aimless? Is the outcome not evident? Lin Luo was reluctant to expose the unfortunate truth of their shared mediocrity. After pondering for a while, Uncle Lao finally grasped the implication, his expression darkening. Are you suggesting that I am inferior to him? I cannot even pass an exam designed for the inept. Alas, it seems that speaking the truth has its consequences, Lin Luo sighed. However, he was correct in one aspect. The more restrictive the conditions for a position, the less likely it is that the ideal candidate will be selected. Initially, everyone believed that this position was not intended for outsiders, but when an uninformed applicant came forward, the process unfolded, and indeed, that ideal candidate was not chosen. Ultimately, the candidate sought other opportunities, while the newcomer, despite seeming to squander their life, had actually fulfilled their ambition by entering the system. Uncle Lao prepared to retaliate, but as he gathered his thoughts, he recalled numerous matters, leading him to a realization. The finger that was meant to point at Lin Luo was withdrawn. All right, I concede. But how can you be so certain? Are you sure that Xiaoqian will succeed? Lin Luo offered no response, merely smiling enigmatically. The truth was simple. Even without his guidance, Xiaoqian would eventually learn of the opportunity and would indeed pass the exam. Although he would face significant ostracism upon entering the organization, the reality remained that as long as one gained entry, others could only suppress them. Expulsion would prove challenging. Lin Luo had merely foreseen a future event that was destined to occur, thus sowing the seeds of benevolence. He chose not to elaborate. For Uncle Lao would not comprehend. What nonsense. You're merely spouting empty words. Uncle Lao remained unconvinced, grappling with the disparity in information, unable to grasp many complexities. Nonetheless, today, he felt compelled to restore his dignity as the uncle before his nephew. Yet, the more one seeks to prove a point, the more elusive opportunities become. Before Uncle Lao could launch into another round of stubborn argument, the door to their home was suddenly flung open. A boisterous greeting rang out from outside. "Ah, Brother Dajuan has returned." It was none other than Chai Jingyu. Having completed the glass repairs for Lin Luo's family, he had kept a watchful eye on the situation. Upon noticing the presence of others in the house, he abandoned his work site and rushed over without delay. In that moment, he had also clarified his previous misunderstanding. It turned out that Zhao Yandong had not become the head of the police station, but had instead been transferred to the municipal management office. Although the municipal office offered better than the police station, it was entirely irrelevant to someone like him, who thrived in the underworld, and he could not expect to gain favor from Zhao Yandong. Initially relieved, he soon learned that Zhao Yandong's transfer was due to a particular circumstance. This young comrade from the municipal management office had traveled in the county's fourth vehicle to report to the county committee. Chai Jingyu had managed to rise to his current status largely because Li Qingxin genuinely treated him as a brother. Thanks to the connections with the Li family, he had soared to great heights. However, with the Li family's influence waning, he felt a sense of urgency. Despite appearing prosperous to outsiders, expanding his business, the struggles he faced were known only to him. It was akin to drinking water, where one alone could discern the temperature. Previously, under the banner of Li Qingxin, no one dared to question his actions. Now, however, anyone in uniform felt emboldened to confront him with harsh words. This only intensified his desire to find a new benefactor. For instance, Zhao Yanjun would be an excellent choice. Although not as formidable as old Li, Zhao Yanjun was significantly less astute than Li Qingxin. There exists a fool who stands in the forefront, making many matters convenient. Should a mishap arise, he can simply be blamed for it. This is not the first time he has engaged in such antics. Thus, when news reached him that someone had returned to the recently tidied-up house across the construction site, Chai Jingyu rushed over without delay. "Good brother, I have been waiting for you all day." He poured all the warmth he once bestowed upon Li Qingxin onto this new brother. Little did he anticipate that not only would he find the person he sought inside, but also a child named Lin Luo, who harbored an innate disdain for him. "How dare you come in here, you bastard?" Lin Luo exclaimed, pointing a small finger, not allowing a word from the wolfish intruder to escape unchallenged, as he unleashed a torrent of insults that struck at the very core of Chai's lineage. How could this man have the audacity to show his face here? Chapter 79. It is said that this world belongs to the shameless. Lin Luo pondered. Had he been subjected to such scorn, he would have fled far and wide. Yet, Chai Jingyu was not merely seeking utility from him. He was brazenly encroaching upon Lin's space. What was his objective? In truth, prior to his arrival, Chai had an inkling that Lin Luo would undoubtedly confront him. Hence he came unaccompanied by any of his subordinates. For anyone to endure such public humiliation would naturally lead to a breach of camaraderie. "Big Luo, what have I done to offend you? Why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" After enduring a verbal lashing, Chai felt oddly grounded, even somewhat proud. He realized his foresight was indeed commendable. What significant matters could exist between brothers, after all? Wouldn't you agree, Dajuan? This fellow was truly capable of bending and stretching, engaging in brotherly discourse with a child. Should any outsider witness Chai Jingyu in this state, they would scarcely believe he was the notorious local enforcer, a wolf of the society renowned for extracting teeth with pliers. Yet, being a leader also entails its own set of challenges. After all, when supported by a powerful figure like Chaosite, one may wield weapons. Without such backing, one is merely a root vegetable. Even the unruly youths in the internet cafes, armed with their slingshots, would hardly show him respect. The demise of Li Qingxin, the wolf's backer, had become of little consequence. Much like Shui Pan from Dream of the Red Chamber, he was legally a non-entity, certain not to show his face in the locality again. This was undoubtedly a grievous blow to the Li family. The elder Li, once poised to become the executive vice mayor, now faced relegation to a secondary position, merely awaiting a role in the association as Old Li. However, for the wolf, this was akin to the sky caving in the elder Li's heart. His son was always the good one. Thus, Chai Jingyu, naturally tagged as the corrupter of his son, became the scapegoat. Were it not for his deep entanglements with the Li family and the knowledge he possessed regarding their affairs, Chai Jingyu might have already met with an unfortunate accident while laboring in the mountains. Even now, it was only due to the Li family's urgent need for funds that they exchanged power for projects, benefiting the wolf considerably. Yet, the wolf still yearned to act under the Li family's auspices, yet those of even modest stature had long ceased to accord him respect. Thus, he found himself in desperate need of a new guise of authority. The legendary local tyrant Zhao Yanjun became the prime choice. But how could he have such a troublesome nephew? What is even more perplexing is how you, as an elder, seem to lack any semblance of dignity in front of your nephew. Where is your bravado? Before me stands Zhao Yanjun from the North Street 5, cautiously nudging his nephew. Lin Luo, could you please buy me a pack of cigarettes? In response, his nephew, with an expression that is neither here nor there, retorts, don't you have any money? Zhao Yanjun, feeling rather aggrieved, mutters, I do have money. At this scene, even the wolves would feel embarrassed for him. How can a grown man fail to produce 200 from his pocket? He hastily pulls out his own cigarettes. Here, take mine. While offering a cigarette to Zhao Yanjun. He must also placate Lin Luo. Lin Luo, don't you remember? When you were little, you always ran around with us. Your fourth uncle even took you to play billiards. What has changed now? Don't you like your fourth uncle anymore? Lin Luo genuinely does not wish to engage in conversation, feeling a visceral aversion. You know I don't like you. As a child, he played with Qingxin and Qingjun. Who were you to him? He shows no regard for the elder, wanting to make it abundantly clear they are fundamentally incompatible, destined to walk separate paths. The reason for Lin Luo's disdain is simple. He recognizes that he and Zhao Yanjun share a similar nature, greedy and lustful, oblivious to loyalty when faced with profit, capable of penning denunciation letters as readily as leading a charge in violence. Both are exceedingly selfish individuals. There is nothing inherently wrong with such people. But when two selfish individuals collide, they cannot find common ground. From the moment Zhao Yanjun entered the room, he was met with ridicule. No matter how shameless one is, they cannot remain indifferent. Lin Luo, are you truly not going to acknowledge your fourth uncle? We see each other often. His face fell, his brow furrowed, and his eyes narrowed, resembling a predatory wolf ready to pounce. Even the oblivious elder could sense the tension. Fourth, what are you doing? The fourth brother's name was no longer uttered. Faced with such a wolf, even Zhao Yanjun of the North Street 5 felt out of his depth. He was not operating on the same level. The so-called North Street 5 is merely a group posing as chivalrous vigilantes, bullying children. Yet Zhao Yanjun has the capacity to summon several vans, armed with weapons, ready to unleash chaos. Lin Luo dares not meet the wolf's gaze. To suppress his own unease, he sinks into the sofa and picks up the gaming console that Zhao Yanjun had recently purchased. Come on, don't put on this act. Isn't your mistress in the provincial capital taking care of your child? Do you think I wouldn't dismantle her for parts? Zhao Yanjun is indeed capable. He not only repaired the shattered glass in Lin Luo's home, but also provided numerous toys and snacks. However, this does not diminish Lin Luo's disdain for him. Such selfish individuals always expect a return for their investments. Zhao Yanjun never engages in a losing venture. If Lin Luo didn't understand him so well, he wouldn't dare to confront him so boldly. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, it was Zhao Yanjun who found his composure slipping. How could this child know such things? After all these years, even my wife remains oblivious. What do you mean? Lin Luo, we have our rules. Family should never be dragged into our troubles. Nonsense. A group of individuals who disregard the law could hardly adhere to any rules. Even Lin Luo, engrossed in his Ninja Turtles game, couldn't help but chuckle. What a pathetic tyrant. As for your wife's inability to conceive, are you not aware of the reasons behind it? Is it truly a matter of misfortune affecting family? This past incident is hardly a secret. Yet who would dare mention it in the presence of a wolf? If this lad were not the grandson of Zhao Guichen, the wolf would feel compelled to shatter his gaming console. Yet, who can deny the advantage of having a benevolent grandfather? With a simmering anger, Chai Jingyu remarked, do you know what became of those boys back then? Their fates were indeed tragic. One might wonder where they ended up, perhaps on some desolate plot of land. However, Lin Luo was unfazed by such intimidation. He produced a portable recorder and raised it, saying, you see, I'm recording this. This very device had been gifted to him by the wolf. Damn it. In such circumstances, what can the wolf possibly say? Lin Luo, however, did not press further and simply pressed the pause button. You refuse to speak? Very well, allow me to articulate a few words on your behalf. Facing a child, the wolf felt a sense of helplessness. Damn it, go ahead. Chapter 80. Suspicion. No one considers themselves a villain, not even a person like the wolf. For individuals of his ilk, the hurdles posed by their upbringing are merely the most fundamental of obstacles. Thus, Lin Luo realized that engaging with him would be futile, as both their moral compasses were decidedly lacking, making them susceptible to manipulation. Chai Laosi, you dare not confront your wife, for all the companies under your name are registered in her name. He set aside his phone and controller. Of course, even without those companies, your business endeavors would remain unaffected, but it is precisely because your wife possesses these enterprises that she manages your finances. In terms of monetary matters, The wolf had indeed not treated his wife poorly. Adjacent to the local vocational school stands a driving school, and across from it, an expanse of land has been transformed into storefronts and a two-story building, designed to resemble the villas of the provincial capital. All these enterprises belong to the wolf and are registered under his wife's name. Regarding this, Chai Jingyu felt a sense of pride, stating, "My wife has stood by me for so many years. I genuinely feel indebted to her. As a man, having already burdened her, I must ensure I am worthy of her support. Setting aside all else, these properties alone justify the trials she has endured alongside him." Even those close to the wolf believe that he treats his sister-in-law with utmost respect, which is why they hold her in high regard. However, Lin Luo had seen such trivial games before. "Spare me. None of your businesses are legitimate. Your wife is merely a front for you to evade responsibility." Leaving aside issues like demolition, sand mining, and beer monopolization, even the driving school, vocational school, and the 2 rows of storefronts in front are dubious in nature. The driving school serves as a front for collateral vehicles and illegal taxi operations. The vocational school is a breeding ground for his recruits. And the storefronts are involved in lending small loans. If left unchecked, there are no repercussions. However, should an investigation occur, none of them would be found to have been in operation for less than 7 years. This illustrates the limitations of those entrenched in society's underbelly. It is not that Chai Jingyu lacks the desire to engage in legitimate business, but rather that, given his level of education, he is incapable of comprehending any legitimate enterprise. Running a bar or karaoke hall is already pushing the boundaries of his capacity. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, the wolf felt a sense of injustice. "Is that truly how you perceive my uncle?" He believed that being a man of his caliber was commendable. Lin Luo chose not to engage in a debate. Instead, he resumed grasping the game controller. "Your perception of me is of little consequence. What truly matters is how your wife perceives you. The matters between you two are clear to both of you. Do you genuinely believe your wife is oblivious to your extramarital affairs and the child you have outside? Moreover, if she were a virtuous woman, would you have been able to marry her in the first place? A woman who could align herself with the owner of a 4S dealership and has amassed millions through her connections with Shai Jinjiu, only to ultimately ensnare him. Such a woman cannot be underestimated. It is only the naive wolf who believes that a woman destined for solitude can rely solely on her husband and the children they bear together. Selfish individuals often harbor a deep-seated suspicion. What do you mean by that, De Luo? If it were anyone else speaking, the wolf would dismiss it as an attempt to sow discord within their marriage, convinced that only the couple truly understands the dynamics of their relationship. Yet, these words came from Lin Luo, who, curiously enough, was aware of his secret son in the provincial capital. How well must one know their own circumstances to make such a statement? The wolf could not dismiss it as mere conjecture. However, Lin Luo was merely attempting to provoke him. Feelings can indeed be feigned, Cha Lao Si. Before you seduce a young woman into bed, which of them do you truly love? The reasons behind the eventual discord in this couple's relationship are manifold. It cannot simply be reduced to love or lack thereof. Yet, this does not preclude Lin Luo from leveraging future matters in his current discourse. Once doubt is sown, the accusation becomes valid. Once this seed of uncertainty is planted in the wolf's heart, notions of love and years of affection become trivial. Nonetheless, such matters need not be aired before outsiders. In the face of Lin Luo, the wolf maintained his bravado. "Listen, kid, I want to hold this against you today. You can say whatever you like about my uncle, but you cannot speak ill of my aunt. Considering your youth, I will forgive you this once. But remember, should there be a next time." He pointed a finger at Lin Luo, the implication of threat unmistakable. Afterward, he patted Junzi's shoulder. "Brother, I must take my leave. We should gather privately sometime." Having faced humiliation at Lin Luo's hands repeatedly, he understood that he was not welcomed in this circle. Such circumstances only fueled the wolf's contemplations. However, before addressing these issues, he needed to clarify matters at home. The discord with his wife could not be resolved merely by a beating. The woman who had managed his finances for years, alongside a cadre of subordinates, would not necessarily extend him unqualified respect. Burdened with myriad thoughts, the wolf stumbled as he exited, tripping over the threshold. As he leaned forward, a voice floated back to him. "Damn, my aunt is a prosecutor, not a brothel keeper. Your mother." The wolf's hand instinctively reached for his pocket, but ultimately withdrew, and he exited in a huff. Due to Shai Jinjiu's attitude toward Lin Luo, although his uncle dared not confront the wolf, he did not see him off. Once the room was empty, he turned to Lin Luo and remarked, "Why provoke him? That man is a brute, more venomous than you can imagine. You have no idea of the deeds he has committed." Due to the age difference, Lin Luo could only follow his uncle around, and had only encountered the wolf a few times in certain situations. However, his uncle had genuinely associated with the wolf, and he harbored a profound fear of him. Are you familiar with the southern man who sells home appliances at the Galaxy Shopping Center? Zhang Damon, intrigued by his business, sought the wolf's assistance. The wolf devised a scheme that led the southern man to lose 200 yuan at the mahjong table. Within 2 months, he returned with the debt note for that amount, demanding repayment. Can you guess how much he asked for? His uncle's fingers trembled as he spoke. Oblivious to whether Lin Luo was listening or not, continuing on, he demanded 200,000. Lin Luo, engrossed in the challenging first boss of the game Ninja Turtles, was not paying attention. Yet, even now, his uncle spoke of the wolf with trepidation. The southern man was wealthy and not foolish. He immediately recognized it as an attempt to instigate trouble. He had a few people under his employ, and soon, a brawl ensued. Do you know what happened next? The wolf threw the man's child into the hot Kong. At that moment, his uncle had watched from a distance, and the memory of the child's struggles in the fire has haunted his dreams ever since. After recounting this, he shivered. However, seeing his nephew engrossed in the game, he felt compelled to advise, don't take this lightly. Just because my father has our backs doesn't mean we're safe. There are many out there who are wealthier and more powerful than us. Do you know the owner of the mine in Haichengzi? Do you know how his mine fell into the wolf's hands? His uncle raised his thumb and gestured behind him. That owner is from Hong Kong, with a legitimate background, doing business in Causeway Bay. But what happened? He was kidnapped by the wolf, his head forced under a car tire to coerce him into signing documents. After he signed, they crushed his legs. This was a distinguished guest of the China Merchants Group, far more significant than a minor official in the prosecution system. His uncle had witnessed all these events firsthand. Back then, he was just a child, and since then, he had kept his distance from the group led by the wolf. How could Lin Luo dare to insult such a figure? His uncle feared that with one wrong word, the wolf might whip out a gun and end Lin Luo's life. Such individuals were far more dangerous than someone like his uncle. Yet, Lin Luo remained unconcerned, smiling as he remarked, so, considering that Qingxin received a suspended death sentence, he has actually gotten off easy. Chapter 81. What to do? The activities that Li Qingxin engaged in with the wolf could easily serve as the foundation for a thrilling film, even without special effects. Thus, Lin Luo's composure unsettled his uncle. Did he truly believe the name wolf was merely for show, or that he wouldn't dare take action against him? Stereotypes are not easily dispelled with mere words. This was true for both his uncle and Lin Luo in their perceptions of the wolf. That guy wouldn't dare do anything to me. Lin Luo's confidence was enough to make his uncle doubt himself. Why are you so stubborn? His uncle questioned. Do you really not understand who the wolf is? Lin Luo paid little heed to his uncle's words. His primary concern was whether the game Little Overlord was truly this difficult. This reaction only increased his uncle's anxiety. How long have I known him? Am I unaware of what kind of person he is? Alas, time often obscures one's true nature. Lin Luo remained engrossed in the game. He chuckled. You've known me since my birth. Do you truly understand who I am? This question left his uncle perplexed. Had it been earlier, his uncle would have confidently asserted, I know you well. I can discern your every action. Yet, in recent days, he genuinely found it challenging to grasp the nature of his nephew, whom he had watched grow up. What do you mean? The uncle, whose worldview was still in formation, was not particularly resolute. As Lin Luo's character swayed in the game, he casually responded, the wolf may appear fierce, but he possesses considerable restraint. His uncle found this hard to believe. Restraint? Can one exhibit restraint while brandishing explosives to seize resources? In regions abundant with mineral wealth, even abandoned mines could yield significant profit. Naturally, high profits attract fierce competition. A small, abandoned mine could generate over $1 million in profits, and while some may resort to explosives, many others would not hesitate to engage in less drastic measures. However, this did not necessarily prove the wolf's ruthlessness. Money can tempt the most honest of individuals, leading them to act against their nature. You still don't understand him, Lin Luo remarked, shaking his head slightly. His uncle, clearly unconvinced, replied, you understand him? In the realm of stubbornness, Lin Luo had the upper hand. His uncle readily conceded the point, yet continued to argue. You must look beyond the surface. Every audacious act the wolf undertakes shares a common thread. Someone is always there to back him. What do you mean? His uncle was bewildered. How have you not grasped this yet? Li Qingxin is an unpredictable fool. Encountering him has been a stroke of fortune for the wolf. Logically, given Qingxin's uncle's status and wealth, someone like the wolf should have been the one to take the fall for him. Yet what happened? His uncle, not particularly astute, struggled to comprehend. Lin Luo pressed on. The outcome was that Li Qingxin received a suspended death sentence, while the wolf served only 7 years. and he was released after a brief time. Why do you think that is? 7 years? The amount stolen was substantial, and repeated offenses warranted such a sentence. At this point, Lin Luo noticed his uncle's eyes glazing over. He was beginning to understand, yet he still asked, why? Lin Luo was pleased to dismantle his uncle's illusions. Because, while those actions appear shocking, the wolf was merely an accomplice and involved only superficially. He is acutely aware of which actions carry risk and which do not. Essentially, he is a person who seeks profit while avoiding harm. Are you suggesting that Qingxin was manipulated by him? His uncle was starting to believe. Isn't it obvious? The last drop of blood from a ninja turtle can unleash limitless special moves, Lin Luo said, pressing the buttons with glee. However, the implications of his words were not lost on his uncle. How could the Li family maintain such close ties with him? Lin Luo, not being omniscient, replied. That is their business. We are unaware of their dynamics. Damn. His uncle pondered the implications, drawing parallels to his own experiences. For instance, if I were to commit a crime with De Binzi and Bao Yi, I would certainly face the lightest punishment, thanks to having a good father. Similarly, if Li Qingxin and the wolf are found guilty together, it would be only logical for Li Qingxin to receive a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve, while the wolf should face execution within 6 minutes. This reflects the interplay of human governance and the rule of law. Of course, had the Li family faced a downfall, the outcome would have been the opposite. Yet, it is precisely this circumstance that has led to Li Qingxin's current predicament, while the wolf remains unscathed, which seems rather abnormal. Understanding this, the uncle was not overly concerned about Lin Luo, but he still expressed his grievances. Just be cautious. The worst you can do is ignore him. Why provoke him unnecessarily? Offending others without reason is ultimately unwise. Lin Luo merely wished to avoid engaging with the wolf, not to forego the benefits he might offer. Rest assured, when I return, he won't be angry. He'll actually thank me. After all, if my barbecue restaurant opens, I will be counting on his beer. Songlin beer sells for 1 yuan a bottle in the market, and even at wholesale, it costs 8 jiao. However, once I establish my shop, if the wolf has any sense, he will surely extend credit to me, perhaps even offering it for free. Thus, with negligible costs for meat and beer. Once this business is underway, if I do not profit, who will? Reflecting on this, Lin Luo felt quite elated. Regrettably, the issue of manpower remained a concern. The individual introduced by Yin Shirquan, Hua, had yet to show up. Lin Luo was not well acquainted with him, but his reputation was decent. With one caveat, he was somewhat impoverished and a local strongman in the Guanshan area. The term strongman refers to the local power brokers. Unfortunately, Hua had no business dealings, connections, or money, only a few brothers. Guanshan had originally housed frontline workers from the mining bureau, but due to the bureau's poor performance, it had become a gathering place for laid-off workers. Hua's primary role involved leading a group of brothers to loiter around the streets daily. His frequent altercations had put him at odds with Ma Dongbin and Bai Li Bin, 2 businessmen with significant standing, both of whom were brothers of Li Qingjun. How deep were these feuds? In 2013, Hua used his belt to burst Qingjun's eye at a karaoke hall, leading Qingjun to pursue Hua with a band of brothers for several months. Ultimately, Hua could not withstand the pressure and arranged a meeting with Qingjun, which resulted in his demise. As Lin Luo sat there mulling over these thoughts, he struggled to even play a simple game like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Having failed numerous times, his uncle, noticing his distraction, remarked, "What are you pondering? Are you even focused on the game?" Frustrated by the diminishing enjoyment, Lin Luo abandoned the game, contemplating what he should do while his uncle was at work. Chapter 82. Learning if a person is foolish, even medicine cannot eradicate their ignorance. The uncle, feeling idle, began to seek out tasks. At your age, you should be studying. What else can you do? If necessary, I can find you a tutoring class. Isn't Brother Yan's partner at the Cultural Palace? I could enroll you in a special skills class. My sister-in-law could charge us a fee. With less concern for the wolf, the uncle felt considerably more at ease and began to meddle with Lin Luo. He was truly one to seize any opportunity, immediately referring to the newly confirmed relationship as sister-in-law while preparing to take advantage of the situation. This remark prompted Lin Luo's nephew to cast a bewildered glance at his uncle. Is it that you feel uneasy unless you assign me some task? While the words were spoken flippantly, Lin Luo felt a twinge of gratitude that his uncle remembered he had never visited the Cultural Palace. This was truly taking his personal affairs to heart. Alas, children often harbor unrealistic desires for that which eludes them. Love is one such longing, as is the allure of the Cultural Palace. Once attained, disillusionment often follows. The essence of beauty resides eternally within the realm of fantasy. Nevertheless, Lin Luo was perhaps overthinking. His uncles simply relished seeing him puffed up with indignation, unable to resist teasing him. Heh, I merely noticed your idleness. School is wonderful, isn't it? Your younger brother speaks foreign languages remarkably well. Aren't you keeping up? The younger brother referred to Lin Luo's biological sibling, the one who was a year his junior and remained by their parents' side. Yet, the uncle's words were sheer pretense. The truth lay in his inability to bear witness to his nephew's ease of life. The sudden mention of his younger brother indeed unsettled Lin Luo. It was no wonder his uncle was not well liked. His words often struck at the core of others' vulnerabilities. Am I not allowed to engage in some small trade? Must I dedicate my entire life to studying? The matter of education perplexed Lin Luo. Upon reaching 30, it seemed one lost the capacity to learn. Perhaps it was a matter of acceptance, of coming to terms with the realization that the examination-oriented education system is merely a trap, indistinguishable from antiquated rote learning. Marriage, after all, is pursued in the quest for happiness. With happiness as the goal and marriage as the means, education follows suit. Intended to equip one with the skills necessary for survival in society, with the ultimate aim being stability. When the method fails to achieve its goal, it becomes unnecessary to invest excessive effort in it. It is not one's only option, especially as Lin Luo approached university. When expansion of admissions meant that anyone with a desire could gain entry, it became increasingly evident how swiftly educational credentials depreciate. To squander the most precious time of one's life on pursuits that would ultimately prove futile seems rather cruel. However, his uncle's mention of foreign languages piqued Lin Luo's interest. With a younger brother studying in the South, Lin Luo had long understood the disparity in educational resources across regions. For instance, in the South, prestigious schools introduced English in the 3rd grade, whereas Lin Luo only discovered in middle school that English was a major subject for college entrance exams. Perhaps he ought to seek a place to learn English, not to compete with his brother, but to mask the fact that his spoken English was quite proficient. How else could he explain being outshone by his brother's southern accented English last year, only to find his own speech tinged with a hint of a London accent? If one were to say Lin Luo had potential, it would be true. He would not study for the sake of learning, but would undoubtedly strive for the sake of women. Initially, to win over a foreign girl, he diligently practiced English for a time, ultimately achieving the ability to engage in simple conversational exchanges, only to discover she spoke French. In his life, women and money remain his 2 primary motivators. Reflecting on this, he found it rather amusing. Lin Luo was still contemplating whether to truly pursue his studies at the Cultural Palace when his uncle, upon hearing that he was venturing into business, immediately perked up. By the way, is our barbecue restaurant still operational? His uncle was genuinely weary of poverty, and with 3,000 yuan in his pocket, he felt a newfound sense of confidence and security, prompting even this rogue to yearn for wealth. Lin Luo, jolted back to reality by his uncle's inquiry, pondered for a moment. Of course, we can proceed. It's just a matter of you starting work and having a word with old Xiang. Such matters required a complete lack of unforeseen circumstances, necessitating an in-person meeting between his uncle and old Xiang on the national highway. His uncle pressed on, using your house. Initially, that was indeed their plan. However, Lin Luo shook his head. No, it would get dirty. Though his mother's temperament left much to be desired, her taste was impeccable. The decor of their home would remain timeless even after 20 years. It would be a shame to tarnish it by turning it into a barbecue joint. But his uncle was indifferent to such considerations. He had once contemplated transforming that very house into a pool hall. Now, his sole concern was whether it could generate income, as he was now responsible for supporting a wife. So, where do you intend to conduct this business? Lin Luo was uncertain, lost in thought, when suddenly a group of children gathered at the window, calling out, "Brother, are you home?" The downside of living in a street-facing house was that people often peered in first when looking for someone. Lin Luo glanced over, surprised to find the same group of kids who had come to play games previously. "What brings you here?" he asked. That day had been chaotic. With knives drawn and the police involved, the 5 children had vanished in fright. Why were they back today? It seemed they had likely been lurking nearby, waiting for someone to answer the door. "Brother, is your game console still for rent? We didn't get enough playtime last time." The leader of the group bounced on his toes at the window, anxious that Lin Luo might not recognize him or recall their previous encounter. "Are you all this eager to play?" Lin Luo found it hard to comprehend what was so entertaining about it. However, since they had already paid, and their previous session had been cut short, he, as a businessman, could not afford to disregard his customers. It was essential to fulfill the transaction. To his surprise, the children were even more eager than he was. "Brother, we brought money today? We can buy snacks." Seeing the money, Lin Luo hesitated no longer and opened the door. The children rushed in, neglecting to greet his uncle. They were much more adept than before, quickly grabbing controllers, organizing themselves, and selecting games independently. Let us play this one. It's fun, San Mu Tongzi. Yes. The kids in class said it has special moves. No way. That's a solo game. I paid too. So we must play a two-player game. The 5 children bickered for a while about who would play first and what game to choose. His uncle, who had been preoccupied with fighting that day, had not paid attention to the situation inside and did not recognize the children. However, he was a notable figure among the kids on North Street 5, accustomed to being surrounded by them wherever he went. Today, however, no one seemed to acknowledge him, which displeased his uncle. He tilted his chin and asked, "Who are they?" "They're kids from around here," Lin Luo replied. "What are they doing?" "Playing games." "I'm not blind. I can see they're playing games. Why did they come to our house to play?" Lin Luo's manner of speaking has grown increasingly obstinate. After all, money has been spent. It seems you are keen on pursuing this business. Observing the children in the living room jostling for the gaming controller, they eventually reached a consensus of taking turns. One round for you, and one for me. It resembled the camaraderie he shared with his friends in the arcade, where a single coin grants access to a machine, allowing for alternating play. Surely, his own nephew wouldn't stray too far from the right path. But could this venture actually prove profitable? In Chapter 83, if his uncle hadn't mentioned it, Lin Luo would never have contemplated opening an arcade near the school. Wasn't he that courting trouble? Yet, with his uncle's suggestion, he suddenly pondered, perhaps it wasn't such a far-fetched idea after all. If he rented a house to establish the arcade, it could definitely work. After all, his aunt was conveniently located right across from the school, and he had connections with officials to back him up. The local resident, Han Meijiao, was also a valuable ally. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. In business, one must not be overly scrupulous. So, right before his uncle, he began to calculate. You know, these gaming machines can earn $1 an hour. Surely not worse than your billiard business? For 200 yuan, I could procure an old television, and with another 200, acquire a new gaming console. With 4 to 5,000 yuan, I could set up around 10 machines. Electricity could be tapped from the substation. And if I sold some snacks, wouldn't I easily pocket 100 or 80 yuan a day? Then, I could hire a couple of people to manage the shop. After deducting their wages, I could still save 1 or 2,000 a month. Over the course of a year, that could amount to 10 to 20,000, which is certainly more lucrative than a regular job. However, he was aware that the clientele would mostly consist of local children, and parental approval could pose a challenge. Upon learning that Lin Luo intended to open an arcade, several children became quite animated. "Bro, are you really going to do it? I know many people. I can help you attract customers. Will I be able to play a bit more?" Their enthusiasm far surpassed Lin Luo's own. Yet, he was apprehensive about this eagerness. While he could justify running a business catering to middle schoolers, deceiving children felt unjust. All they do is play. "You didn't witness the chaos I encountered last time, did you? You should come here less often." Traditionally, playing has been viewed as a loss of ambition. And even Lin Luo couldn't help but scold them for their youthful frivolity. But then again, could a child truly be a child without a bit of playfulness? He had hoped to intimidate the youngsters with tales of brawls, yet they appeared utterly unfazed. "Come on, it's just a fight. My parents fight all the time. The scar on my dad's head? That's from my mom chopping at him with a kitchen knife. It's no big deal." It turns out that the fierce reputation of the people in the Guanshan area was not to be taken lightly. Lin Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. But how could such matters compare? These children were remarkably resilient. What if your parents divorced? Who would you live with? Unintentionally, Lin Luo asked this most irksome question, a reflex born from childhood exposure to such themes. The moment it left his lips, he regretted it. What if he made a child cry? Yet, to his surprise, the children didn't take it to heart, grinning widely. "Heh, whoever has the money, that's who I'll stick with." Such a pragmatic statement from a child caught Lin Luo off guard. They seemed far more resilient than he had been at their age. Back then, hearing similar words would have left him sulking for quite some time. Especially the remark about being abandoned by one's parents. Such a thought could genuinely pierce Lin Luo's heart. "What a splendid son you are, truly." Lin Luo shook his head, his voice tinged with a playful mockery. However, the children, either oblivious to the jest or unconcerned, generously pulled together 10 yuan from their pockets. "Brother, could you fetch us some drinks and snacks? We haven't had dinner yet. Is there no food at home?" Lin Luo inquired, though his hands were already at work. Having accepted the money with earnestness. After all, he was fortunate enough to benefit from the generosity of the wolfish owner, utilizing the provisions bestowed upon him. Some of the children busied themselves with play, while others gathered to observe, showing little interest in Lin Luo. They replied casually, "My parents are off playing mahjong." Others are singing. They won't be home tonight and gave us money to fend for ourselves. I figured you'd be back soon, so I waited to play. The leader of the group waved the money in his hand, declaring, "Don't worry, brother, we all have money today." Indeed, some clutched 5 yuan, while others had 10. All for the sake of amusement, foregoing their meals. Very well then, with money, everything is negotiable. Would you prefer haichu or milk powder? Lin Luo busied himself with great attentiveness. While he tended to these 5 young lords, another group of children gathered at the door. Someone began knocking. Is anyone there? Lin Luo, unsure of the situation, opened the door, and the children, without a moment's hesitation, rushed inside. Hey, what are you doing? This group of youngsters was remarkably swift. Lin Luo managed to catch only the last one. With a puzzled expression, the captured child replied, "Isn't this the place for video games? My friend is inside." After struggling momentarily, he slipped from Lin Luo's grasp and darted into the room. The newcomers wasted no time in making themselves at home. Can we really rent the game console? Aren't there controllers? Step aside, let me play for a bit. Hold on. Have you paid? The children treated the place like a makeshift clubhouse, and soon enough, they were fully engrossed in their games. Observing this lively scene, Lin Luo was taken aback. Is business truly this thriving these days? No need for advertisements, and customers are bringing themselves in. Is the market really this buoyant? It was evident that the children had returned home and boasted to others, drawing in this eager crowd. They were overly enthusiastic, arriving before he had even decided whether to operate or not. Back when he opened his own establishment, which platform didn't he require advertising? What events didn't he necessitate participation? Without promotions or activities, there would be no clientele. Without clientele, there would be no business. Sometimes he would even incur losses, forcing himself to forge ahead just to attract some attention. How different it was now, with these customers entering without spending a dime. Seemingly embarrassed at the prospect of not being entertained or allowed to play in the future, a dozen children surrounded a single game console, shouting instructions. Jump. Can't even jump? Use your special move. Unleash your ultimate attack. Can you even play? If not, give it to me. Amidst their complaints towards one another, they also called out to Lin Luo. Brother, could you grab me a bag of sour plum powder? Brother, I want figs. Brother, how much are the whistle candies? Brother, you have a bulletin board too. Let us play that while we wait for them to finish before we play the video game. Some even began to organize activities. That exuberance even prompted Lin Luo, who was rather unruly himself, to comment. If only this fervor was directed towards their studies. Wouldn't they all be promising candidates for Tsinghua or Peking University? Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but chuckle at how he had become the very embodiment of the person he despised most, unable to tolerate the joy of children. Once he came to terms with this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Who could predict whether an unexpected event or tomorrow would arrive first? It is the present moment that holds the most authenticity. A brief period of happiness is still a blessing, considering the hardships that lie ahead. Observing the group of children playing in his home, Lin Luo could only maintain order. Hey, play is fine, but don't start fighting. Just a little fun, and then it's time to head home. Don't make it troublesome for the adults. To his surprise, several children were even contemplating an overnight stay. No worries. There's no one at home. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. But today, it seems you're staying over. The children were so engrossed in their play that none were inclined to converse with Lin Luo. Yet, it must be said, these children, who had no need to earn money, spent it with such abandon. 3 yuan from one, 5 from another. It was a genuine outpouring. In no time, Lin Luo had accumulated over 100 yuan. His uncle glanced at the scene before him, then at the children peering in from outside, hesitant to enter, muttering, "This is quite remarkable. Far better than my billiard business." Chapter 84. To do or not to do despite their limited grasp of money. Children can be more vain than adults. They vied for the chance to play first, hoping to establish connections with the owner of the soon-to-open game store, so they could bring others along and have something to say. "Hey, can you get us something cold? It's on me." With someone treating, Lin Luo was delighted. He counted the number of people in the room. 13 in total, 10 cents a bag, amounting to 1 yuan and 30 cents. Just then, 2 more children entered, and he gestured to include them. Do these 2 count? After all, the snacks the wolf sent over were abundant, and there's a whole box of cold drinks. There's no fridge at home, and I can't drink them all, better to cash in. The child readily handed over 2 yuan, stating, "I know them." They wouldn't even let Lin Luo return change, adding, "Bro, when those 2 finish playing, can I go first?" This child was far more straightforward than most adults. Lin Luo ignored the remark, as the others perceived the child was clearly trying to bribe the owner and began purchasing items as well. "Bro, does buying things mean I can play first?" Then I want 2 colas and some Wong Wong biscuits. In pursuit of first dibs, they emptied their pockets. No wonder parents disapprove of arcades and internet cafes. Children truly lack self-control. Grab whatever you want, just remember to pay. Let me see if that broken game console is still operational. There's also an old black and white television at home. If you're interested, I can set it up for you to play with first. The console might be slightly damaged on the outside, but it was still functional. Just some tinkering would suffice. Deal. Upon hearing they could play, no one cared about the quality anymore. Lin Luo's uncle remained silent, merely counting the number of children. In this brief moment, the influx of children had reached around 20. Some individuals find themselves financially constrained, uncertain whether to return home or seek assistance from friends. Nevertheless, when it comes to their expenditures on gaming, these youngsters exhibit a remarkable lack of restraint, far surpassing those who gamble on billiards and suffer losses. The gamblers, upon losing, are genuinely distressed. Even Uncle, observing the situation, recognizes the potential of this business venture. Look at this momentum, Big Luo. This enterprise is indeed viable. Word of this opportunity seems to have spread, leaving Lin Luo unable to close the doors as patrons flock in and out, surpassing even those dining at nearby barbecue establishments. With the influx of customers, chaos ensues, leading to an inevitable dip in morale. As Lin Luo watches his uncle reclined on the bed, leisurely sipping from a bottle of beer of unknown origin, he feels akin to a laborer, tirelessly worrying over his uncle's affairs, which he takes for granted. I always knew this would work. There is no ill-gotten money that is difficult to earn. The key lies in assessing the risk-reward ratio. When risk does not align with potential gain, the endeavor becomes untenable. Who knows how local parents perceive the education of their children? If this venture truly takes off, it wouldn't be long before parents come knocking with grievances, and that would be a burden. Contemplating these concerns, Lin Luo could not help but give his uncle a nudge. Enough lounging. Lend me a hand. Go next door to the restaurant and borrow some ice. We don't have a refrigerator, but any nearby dining establishment surely possesses one and has plenty of ice stored. In summer, merely selling ice could yield considerable profits. Don't rush me. I'll just call out. His uncle, indifferent to the surrounding commotion, was solely focused on evading work while reaping rewards. He leaned out the window and shouted, "Send some ice over to my house." His voice boomed with an audacity as if issuing commands. After calling out, he disregarded whether anyone heard him, leaning closer to Lin Luo. "Why don't we truly pursue this venture? Isn't this location already set up? I can contribute more funds, and together we can make this happen." He calculated that Lin Luo likely had 3,000, and with an additional 1,000 from himself, they could nearly launch this business. Given the current trajectory, he estimated they could recoup their investment in no time. While the idea of proceeding was enticing, Lin Luo was puzzled. "What draws you to my place? Why are you so fixated on this location? Initially, you needed it for billiards. And now for a gaming hall. Does this place hold some significance? Furthermore, this property was a reward from his grandmother after Uncle helped the family with a significant matter, intended for Lin Luo to utilize in the future to trouble his mother. Why does Uncle constantly seek to exploit this space?" Noticing Lin Luo's reluctance, Uncle perceived a hint of suspicion but sensed deeper apprehensions. He intentionally stoked the flames. "What's the matter? Afraid your mother will scold you? Afraid?" Lin Luo longed for his mother's next visit to have a proper confrontation, to finally voice all the grievances of their lives. Thus, Uncle's tactic fell flat. "Let us not dwell on the irrelevant. This is my space, and I'm reluctant to part with it." His calm demeanor did not seem feigned. All right. We can manage without your place." After contemplating for a while, Uncle suddenly conceived an idea. Given that the heated Kong building has remained vacant for so many years without any oversight, why not install a few glass panes in the windows, tidy up the place, and light the stove to give it a try over the summer? The heated Kong building is not far from the first middle school, merely separated by a street. And it is the very place where Lin Luo and the others previously encountered Xiang Kaijiang. This building has been uninhabited for years. Primarily due to property rights issues, the land belongs to the local government, while the building was erected during the era of the Big Brother. Later, the mining bureau took over for maintenance, converting it into a guest house and employee dormitory. Subsequently, the mining bureau established its own family compound and even constructed the first 3-star hotel in the area, the North Cole Hotel, rendering the heated Kong building obsolete. That row of houses has been neglected for many years, and now, due to years of deterioration, it has become a refuge for a group of homeless children seeking shelter from the cold at night. Opening a shop there could be feasible, but Lin Luo harbored 2 concerns. Firstly, refurbishing the place inside and out would require a significant investment of funds. While he could potentially seek assistance from Chai Lang, who has a construction team. He hesitated to approach him after their recent confrontation, feeling it might undermine his dignity. Secondly, the reason this location remains unused is that whenever someone attempts to start a business, the elusive overseers seem to materialize from nowhere, regardless of what one does there. As soon as profit is generated, someone inevitably casts an envious eye. Nonetheless, these two issues did not weigh heavily on Lin Luo's mind. After careful consideration, he thought it might be worthwhile to undertake a summer project to see how it goes. The local idle rascals, who typically bully ordinary merchants, would not dare confront him, especially as he is still a minor without even a business license. Who could possibly hold him accountable? If push comes to shove, it would merely lead to mutual annoyance. All right then, Lin Luo nodded, before inquiring, do you have anyone to help? Who will manage the shop? Uncle was momentarily taken aback. Huh, aren't you going to oversee it? What, you expect me to? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Am I really going to bother for a measly 1 or 2,000 yuan? Uncle cursed, damn. Then what's the point of doing anything at all? With a chuckle, Lin Luo remarked, it seems we are both without help, merely indulging in idle thoughts. Suddenly, Uncle slapped his thigh in realization. Wait, I know someone. Shinemo, do you remember? She is that niece of the old rogue Shun. Lin Luo frowned. Hasn't she gotten into university? That's a prestigious medical university, such an excellent institution. Speaking of this matter, Uncle cursed again. Damn, her uncle 1T pay her tuition. This revelation puzzled Lin Luo. Isn't her family in decent condition? Students who gain admission to such a reputable institution are often a focus of attention from the county. It's hard to believe that her family wouldn't support her. Even the county rewards should suffice for her education. How did it come to this? Lin Luo was merely curious, but he noticed Uncle S' expression darkening. Chapter 85. Unruly. The academically gifted child was well known among the neighbors, especially Shinemo, who was viewed as a potential candidate for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. Unfortunately, her recent underperformance, resulting in admission only to the medical university, has led to a wave of schadenfreude from many. Those who were once overshadowed by this girl, who had lost both parents and relied on her uncle for sustenance, could finally hold their heads high. Especially someone like Uncle, who finally found some amusement in this situation, has been paying close attention to others' affairs. However, these individuals have not completely risen above their circumstances. After all, they have also taken the rigorous exams, achieving scores that surpass those of other children by 100 or 2. Even Lin Luo, a middle school student, has heard of her and finds it quite unbelievable. How can this be? Even if she performed poorly compared to her usual practice tests, she should still have scored around 580 or 90 points, right? Just because she did not perform well in a simulated exam, she is denied the chance to continue her education? This seems utterly unreasonable. If that were the case, why bother adopting her in the first place? Uncle appears to know some underlying truth, and his expression grows more pained. It's not as simple as that. His demeanor suggests a deeper understanding of the situation. Regrettably, Lin Luo is not inclined to meddle in others' affairs. She merely feels a tinge of regret. If this were in our family, Grandpa's steadfast beliefs would surely waver, prompting him to rush back to the old home in a fit of rage. The Zhao family has no issues with character, yet academically, each member seems to perform worse than the last, with Lin Luo's mother being the most educated among them, a mere high school graduate. Observing Lin Luo's expression of sympathy, Uncle's fragile pride takes a hit. Why drag me into this? I am merely attending a vocational school. The lack of educational attainment is not solely a flaw of Yin Shirquan. It is also his. One must understand that the woman he pursues is a legitimate university student, attending a prestigious law school. Yet, Uncle's reasoning fails to convince Lin Luo. What is wrong with vocational education? The college entrance examination does not prohibit vocational students from taking it. Being a vocational student is not an excuse for not attending university. Failing to qualify is. In the face of his nephew's disdain, Uncle feels a surge of indignation. Hey, enough of this. My mother constantly brings up others, and now you join in? Is she truly that remarkable? Infuriated, Uncle grabs Lin Luo in a playful yet firm embrace. Without Uncle's interference, Lin Luo would have completed her tasks long ago, but his presence has impeded her progress instead. In contrast to Uncle's towering stature, Lin Luo can only struggle. Let go, I need to work. Uncle, of course, is not easily swayed. He declares, who is better, her or me? This time, he must compel his nephew to relent. Why is there jealousy involved? Lin Luo finds this puzzling. Naturally, it is her. She is beautiful, excels academically, and is considerate. She brings life to any household she visits. Far superior to your lounging about like a lord. Will you ever stop? Provoked by his nephew's jibes, Uncle becomes even less agreeable. Perhaps having indulged in a bit of drink, he becomes more talkative, but thankfully, he remains composed and aware of his limits. Releasing his nephew, whom he refuses to praise. He glances at the children in the room before secretly whispering to Lin Luo, "You don't know. Her uncle neglects her because she lacks propriety." Lacks propriety? Lin Luo ponders this, as her impression of Shun Mo is that she is a quiet and demure girl. During her school years, several delinquents pursued her, but none succeeded. If she were truly lacking in decorum, she would have been entangled with the likes of Yin Han or Lu Guanghao long ago, and rumors would have circulated by now. The tactics employed by ruffians to pursue girls go beyond mere flirtation. They often breach legal boundaries, involving actions that are truly reprehensible. In such circumstances, even silence failed to gain an advantage. Could it be that enlightenment dawned only after the college entrance examination? This notion holds some merit, as the month following the exams is indeed a peak period for gynecological clinics, with years of repressed desires surging forth uncontrollably. However, observing my uncle's shifty-eyed demeanor, Lin Luo felt it more likely that rather than improving oneself, he preferred to tarnish others' reputations. Spreading scandalous rumors about women is, after all, the most effective tactic. What was her transgression? Was she distracted by romance at the expense of her studies? Yet at her age, engaging in a relationship seems quite normal. At 18 or 19, it would be unusual not to have a partner. Lin Luo believed that if this were the case, there was nothing improper about it. Love and intimacy are, in fact, the most legitimate pursuits in life. Seeing his nephew's disbelief, my uncle curled his lip in disdain. It's not with outsiders. It's with his brother, Shun Hui. What nonsense is this? Aren't they siblings? Isn't Shun Hui's father none other than Uncle Shin Mo? Now Lin Luo understood why the family refused to finance her education. This was undoubtedly a scandal, and it would be reasonable to cast her out. Shun Hui is the only son of the infamous Shun Lao Lai, a few months younger than Shun Mo, and is also preparing for the college entrance examination this year. It is rumored that he estimated his score to be over 400, which would secure him a place in a second-tier university. His father had even booked the banquet for his admission celebration. However, when the results were revealed, his scores were so dismal that even a private night school would be a struggle, ultimately relegating him to a special education institution. Consequently, the already tarnished reputation of Shun Lao Lai took a significant blow. If his son were to become involved with his niece, how could the Shin family possibly maintain their standing in the community? Perhaps realizing the gravity of the situation, my uncle pulled Lin Luo aside to a secluded corner, ensuring no one was around before lowering his voice. They are not blood relatives. Shun Lao Lai and Shun Mo are merely brothers by circumstance. They simply share the same surname. After Shin Mo's parents tragically perished in an accident, Shun Lao Lai took her in. Oh, so they are on the same household registration? If that is the case, it indeed complicates matters. Legally, they would be considered fictive kin, making marriage unlawful. However, the scandal would not be deemed too scandalous. At least the villagers could comprehend it. My uncle shook his head. Not at all. Shin Mo remains on her original household registration. He is genuinely concerned about her, even to the extent of knowing this. But this left Lin Luo perplexed once more. It hardly seemed a significant issue. Isn't that rather advantageous? She could be deemed a child bride. Given Shun Hui's dismal character, without such a sister, he might never find a wife. Shun Hui was rather cowardly, unappealing in appearance, and lacking in academic prowess, displaying signs of diminished intellect. My uncle often bullied him. Even Lin Luo found him somewhat pitiful. When gossip arose, my uncle perked up. If she were to truly become a child bride, that would be splendid. Yet this girl has entangled herself with a gang of thieves from the Kalchin region, only to be confronted by Shun Lao Lai's wife. No matter how disreputable Shun Lao Lai may be, he cannot permit his son to marry such a girl. Quite the scandal indeed. Though my uncle spoke in veiled terms, it was clear that the girl was involved with her brother at home and mingling with a band of thieves outside. If so, it would certainly qualify as disreputable behavior. So, was it for these trivial matters that the Shun family severed ties with this girl? If the girl truly descended to such depths, being expelled would be justifiable. It would indeed be somewhat shameful. My uncle shook his head once more. However, it is indeed the case that old man Shun has detained Shin Mo, preventing her from leaving the house or attending school, leading Shun Mo to escape on her own. Observing the serious demeanor of my uncle, Lin Luo suddenly felt something was amiss. So, you are filled with benevolence and intend to take her in? Is Aunt Han aware of this matter? Chapter 86. The money trouble. My uncle seems to understand Shin Mo far too well. This is rather unusual. The crux of the matter lies in Shun Mo's appearance, which is not devoid of allure. As the saying goes, the first tier of beauties are graceful and refined, the second tier are affluent and fair, and the third tier are seductive and enchanting. Shun Mo possesses a quiet demeanor, displaying both intelligence and grace. Her family background was decent in her early years, imbuing her with a touch of nobility, and she stands tall at 175 centimeters. According to my uncle, given the turmoil she has stirred recently, she likely harbors a hint of seduction in her nature. For such a captivating young woman, if a normal man is so invested in her without any explanation, Lin Luo finds it hard to believe. This simply cannot be allowed. If my uncle dares to provoke such a woman, he is showing a blatant disregard for Aunt Han. Is Aunt Han privy to this situation? His relationship with Han Baoyi is not merely a lifelong affair for my uncle. It is crucial for Lin Luo's entire family's advancement, and he cannot act recklessly. Upon mentioning Han Baoyi, my uncle immediately grew despondent. Lin Luo, it's not that I want to take her in, it's that your Aunt Han also feels pity for her. She has been associating with that group of ruffians, enduring beatings and nearly being sold off by that notorious Madame Zila from Grain and Oil Street. Madame Zila is a well-known brothel keeper in that area, and it is notorious for young girls mingling there to eventually encounter misfortune. For boys, it leads to inevitable ruin as well. She must also evade old man Shin's attempts to drag her back. If this continues, her life will be ruined. We are merely providing her a chance at survival. Allowing her to come here and observe the gaming hall is far preferable to scavenging cardboard on the streets to support those useless rascals. My uncle spoke with a hint of melancholy. The girl's propriety is of little concern to him, yet witnessing a once promising child now reduced to asking vendors, "Do you want a bottle? Or do you want cardboard?" while collecting scraps, evokes a sense of compassion within him. Your Aunt Han is aware of this. Even without Han Baoyi's support, he had once contemplated employing her if he were to open a billiard hall. After listening to my uncle's words, Lin Luo nodded. If that is the case, it could indeed be worth considering, not to mention the complexities of Xiaoyao Street. Just the fact that local thieves have not yet had their fingers broken by local toughs indicates they have managed to escape swiftly. If this girl continues to associate with those individuals, the next time they meet, it may be either in Daling River or within the confines of a women's prison. Since Aunt Han is aware, Lin Luo decided not to intervene further. Very well, then bring her here. Even if we do not open a gaming hall, we still need help with the barbecue, don't we? Regardless, we cannot force her down a path of despair. Every individual has the inherent right to pursue happiness. Seeing Lin Luo agree so readily, my uncle also felt a sense of joy. All right, I will find someone to send her a message. After speaking, he gazed at his nephew, who was busily tinkering with the broken game console. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "What on earth are you doing? Didn't fourth uncle buy you a new game console? Why are you still fiddling with this junk?" Just like my father, unable to part with anything. No wonder they call our old uncle a spendthrift. Lin Luo, wrapping the game console with tape, replied nonchalantly, "The casing is just damaged. It's still functional. With a little care, it can still be played. Why throw it away? You really have no idea about managing resources. Money is not just earned, it is also saved. We should not be frugal with necessary expenses, but we must avoid wasting money on unnecessary ones. Look, with a bit of tape and an old black and white television. It's still operational, albeit with a slightly inferior picture. See, it's still usable. Thanks to my previous experience at the internet cafe, I can handle this sort of task with ease." He proudly showcased his handiwork to his uncle, feeling quite pleased with himself. Reflecting on it, he wondered if these seemingly outdated skills could be considered advanced technology in today's context. Suddenly, it struck him. In the future, he might be regarded as obsolete, perhaps merely fit to apply for a position as a network administrator. Yet, in the present, he was indeed a well-rounded individual. He could assemble computers, install operating systems, craft gold jewelry, and even weld. A 13-year-old possessing such a diverse skill set was truly remarkable. He mused about whether Xiang Kaijiang and his associates, involved in smuggling, would perhaps trade in electronic waste. If they did, he could procure some components and, utilizing the skills he had honed at the internet cafe, effortlessly set up his own computer room. Operating an illicit internet cafe for a few years would surely be more profitable than this endeavor. He resolved to inquire during their next meeting. His uncle, having absorbed the comment about not managing resources, dared not retort, although he still feigned stubbornness. What is the point of all this? Who would want to play with such rubbish? Who would spend money on junk? Lin Luo countered, "You see, you just don't understand. For these kids, the mere ability to play is sufficient. They are not picky." Having repaired the game console, he called to his uncle, "Come on, uncle, help me bring it inside." He carried the game console into the room while his uncle obediently picked up the old black and white television. Upon entering, as Lin Luo had predicted, a throng of children immediately gathered around, clamoring, "Brother, can we play now?" Lin Luo had anticipated this. As long as it was playable, they would not complain. Well, it's just a black and white television, no color. If you're willing to play, then play. If not, that is fine too. It isn't cheap, after all, 50 cents per session. Play, cheered the excited little ones. Their enthusiasm invigorated Lin Luo. All right, but remember, you must all go home by 9 o'clock. We don't want your parents coming looking for you. He was becoming increasingly audacious, not treating his young customers with the respect they deserved. Yet, it was a necessary precaution, considering they were merely elementary school children. Northeasterners are indeed unforgiving towards human traffickers, but that does not imply their absence. If anything were to happen to the children late at night, he could not bear the responsibility. Fortunately, it was summer, and the days were long. If it were winter, he would have to rush home by 6 o'clock. The child who managed to acquire the gaming console paid no heed to Lin Luo's words, preparing to play while casually remarking, "Don't worry, bro. My dad is even more reckless than I am. When I told him I wanted to learn how to use the learning machine, he even slipped me 10 yuan. He spoke with a sense of pride, adding, if you say this is a tutoring class, my dad could easily hand you 200 a month. Exactly. Another child chimed in, my dad is even less at home. I haven't seen him in a week. The children exchanged banter. I might as well be getting a stepfather or stepmother. Why should I care about going home? As long as I have money to spend, I'm fine. Such words hardly seemed fitting for a group of children to utter. Lin Luo scratched his head in confusion. What is going on? Is this some kind of gathering of unfortunate children? None of them are being supervised. This was exceedingly abnormal. Among those Lin Luo interacted with, most regarded children as significant, especially those who were reluctant to have their own. Paradoxically, they treasured other people's children. Perhaps they were the ones who truly cared for children, as they pondered too much about their well-being and thus feared procreation. Why was this place so unique, where parents appeared indifferent to their offspring? Noticing Lin Luo's furrowed brow of bewilderment, his uncle felt a rare sense of satisfaction and began to enlighten him. De Luo, you don't quite grasp it, do you? It's all about money. The issue is money? Lin Luo inquired naively. The gaming consoles were neatly arranged, with 2 devices and a dozen children playing. The others either watched intently or casually joined in, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. Lin Luo's uncle, feeling lethargic, plopped down onto the bed without removing his shoes. Oh, you've forgotten? This area is undergoing demolition. They remain here because the relocation housing hasn't been completed, yet a substantial amount of money has already been allocated. How much can that be? Lin Luo questioned. While he believed they possessed wealth, he was unaware of the compensation amounts in their small town. Could it rival the millions or tens of millions awarded in cities like Shanghai or Guangzhou? That seemed implausible. For a larger plot, it might be several 100,000. For a few dilapidated rooms, a few thousand would be considered fortunate. However, the notion of money is relative. It cannot be compared to the demolitions in larger cities. At the very least, it provided a greater sense of financial ease than before. Indeed, his uncle felt it was quite a significant sum. It's considerable, far exceeding the unemployment relocation fees. Otherwise, why would the wolves be lurking here? It's not merely profit from demolitions. There are those who encourage the demolition residents to spend their newfound wealth. His uncle fell silent, feeling that some matters were not suitable for children to hear. Regardless of his own mischief, he would never teach his child to stray from the path of righteousness. In truth, Lin Luo understood without needing his uncle's explanation. When the impoverished suddenly come into wealth, they often become frivolous and lose their sense of prudence. A little money can lead to reckless behavior. They tend to dabble in vices they had never experienced before, especially when it comes to illicit pleasures. That is the most potent temptation. Why do heroes find it difficult to win the hearts of beauties? Because beauties do not engage with the impoverished. The meager funds in the hands of demolition residents are insufficient to entice a beauty's interest. Of course, one cannot entirely blame the beauties. After all, it is those who possess wealth who attract the attention of others. Damn, I wonder how the Galaxy commercial building is still standing. It seems to be on the verge of collapse. Several exquisite boutiques have emerged. These boutiques, which specialize in clothing, represent the earliest forms of entrepreneurship. A group of stylish young women personally travels south to select merchandise, promoting high-end apparel under the banner of special sales. It is in such places that one can find a pure cashmere overcoat priced at 8,000 yuan. Whenever a beautiful woman dons such a coat, complemented by a pair of expensive boots, and rides a scooter while wearing sunglasses, she inevitably captures the attention of passers-by. Thus, in the Northeast, it is difficult to discern who lacks wealth, for showcasing one's entire fortune through attire has become a hallmark. Money tends to flow from those with limited understanding into the hands of women, who then circulate it across various industries. In Chuan Prefecture, with merely hundreds of thousands of residents, The shopping center was already saturated. Yet, a new mall, the De Lu Shu Shopping Center, was constructed nearby. And even the half-dead Inham Mall managed to persist inexplicably. This phenomenon is not indicative of an improved economy. Rather, it reflects the fortunes of those who have been laid off or compensated for relocation, as their money is easily squandered. For a period, everyone spent lavishly, driven by a collective sense of hopelessness. Uncle did not anticipate that his nephew would grasp the situation so astutely. What do you mean by still holding on? This year we've turned a profit, haven't you noticed? Our train station has been renovated, with trainload after trainload arriving from the south laden with clothing. Ditsila, do you know? He is driving an Audi 100 now. His foreign car has broken down. Ditsila is the biggest procurer on Grain and Oil Street, profiting from women's desires. An Audi 100 costs over 400,000 yuan, a vehicle even the most brazen dare not drive, for fear of envy. Yet, he has truly made a name for himself. With such wealth, one could easily elevate Lin Luo's grandfather to the position of deputy chief prosecutor before retirement. What kind of earnings must one achieve to inflate to such proportions? Why is no one keeping him in check? Even Lin Luo harbors resentment towards the wealthy, let alone those who wield tangible power. For someone engaged in illicit dealings to flaunt a luxury car is bound to provoke envy. It's not just the law enforcement agencies that take notice. Even kidnappers would target individuals like him first. The scarcity of supercars in the north is not due to affordability or poor road conditions, but rather a consequence of the real dangers that accompany wealth. However, Uncle dismisses these concerns, believing that once one has money, they can forge genuine friendships. Lin Luo reflected and agreed. Those who thrive in such environments may not have many prominent acquaintances, but they certainly know numerous influential figures. Indeed, the speed of wealth accumulation appears inversely proportional to one's moral boundaries. As long as one's morals remain intact, there are no limits to earning potential. He mused upon this notion. Yet, once wealth surpasses comprehension, it loses its meaning. If Ditsila were to claim he earns several tens of thousands a month, even Uncle would feel envy and might attempt to extort him. However, when one can casually purchase a vehicle worth hundreds of thousands, it suggests they have amassed substantial wealth, leading Uncle to perceive himself as belonging to a different echelon, consequently distancing himself from any aspirations of rivalry. All right, let us refrain from speaking ill of others. Tomorrow, let us visit the Fire Kong building. Once this matter is arranged, I shall head to work. My uncle remains preoccupied with his meager monthly salary. A respectable position is what defines a person's worth in society. Otherwise, no matter the earnings, one lacks social standing and invites disdain. Very well, Lin Luo casually acquiesced, falling silent thereafter. The summer days stretched interminably, rendering the concept of nightlife somewhat deceptive. Outside the window, the cicada's incessant chorus drowned out the mosquitoes' buzzing, compelling Lin Luo to apply some floral water on a few children. On the streets, scattered individuals were already pedaling bicycles, some carrying grills to sell skewers, surprisingly. A considerable number were indulging. The issue of unemployment has severely impacted collective trust. People began to doubt the credibility of promises, and faith in slogans dwindled. Yet, society still offers a means of survival. Those riding bicycles to the small park with their wives are not exactly the paragons of respectable living. Most are merely striving to make a living. The more unscrupulous the business, the greater the financial reward. Lin Luo leaned against the windowsill, observing those selling lamb skewers, who clearly could not compete with the street-side chess games that swindled the elderly. This group of individuals exerted minimal effort, merely standing beneath the construction site's floodlights, conducting their trade. An elderly man would be surrounded by others, offering advice, and before long, he would be swindled out of dozens, enough for those selling skewers to earn for an entire evening. In contrast, Lin Luo's business thrived. His door remained perpetually open, with a steady stream of children entering and exiting. Initially, they were predominantly boys, but soon, girls began to appear as well. It was puzzling. Despite the presence of nearby convenience stores, these children preferred to purchase snacks from Lin Luo. The meager offerings from the wolves were entirely consumed by these youngsters. Each child exhibited an odd demeanor, posing questions that left Lin Luo perplexed. Brother, were you once from the Central Primary School? My sister knows you. She is Zhang Zhun. You two were once an item, weren't you? Brother, can I call you brother? I have money. I can give you 2 yuan a day. Brother, do you know Xiao Lao? He claims to be quite familiar with you. He is my elder brother. In essence, they posed a series of nonsensical inquiries. And Lin Luo could hardly recall having had romantic entanglements at such a young age. Although he answered each question, his responses were exceedingly perfunctory. As he noticed his uncle chuckling beside him, what a laugh. Does he not understand the value of assistance? He speaks of wanting to earn money, yet takes no action. Lin Luo could not fathom what his uncle was contemplating day by day. His uncle shifted position, remaining still. The laughter in his eyes more concealed, yet his body quivered. Too obvious. Still laughing. Indeed, it was wise not to have children. They are a bunch of lunatics. His uncle is no exception. Chapter 88. The stick. His uncle laughed because he had heard of Lin Luo's early romantic endeavors. A fact Lin Luo himself was unaware of. Imagining returning home to inform his mother that her beloved grandson had taken to early romance. He found amusement in envisioning her expression. However, at present, he could not confide in his nephew. Yet, as someone who had experienced life, his uncle understood well. When a group of children approaches, there is surely something amiss behind the scenes. No wonder Lin Luo's business is thriving. It is not merely the allure of the gaming console that draws customers, but rather the illustrious reputation he has established. Much like when he initially ventured into the billiard business, he brimmed with confidence, fully aware that his fame would undoubtedly attract a substantial following. Haha, Luo, have you truly cemented your status? Lin Luo's authority has indeed been recognized. Even his uncle, who jested about his early romantic endeavors, dared not confront him directly, resorting instead to light-hearted banter about his newfound prominence. His uncle, having once been in a similar position, understood the dynamics of such recognition. It is akin to a scenario where children incessantly inquire about you, eager to befriend you, and among conflicting factions. A mere mention of "I know so-and-so" can swiftly dissolve tensions. This is the essence of establishing authority. Lin Luo, however, was bewildered. What does it mean that I have cemented my status? What have I accomplished? The term establishing authority seems entirely foreign to him. His disposition is more akin to that of a pariah, with few friends, let alone any semblance of leadership. Deep down, Lin Luo harbored a lingering question. How does one become a figure of authority? In his recollection, one must proclaim oneself as the leader, followed by a confrontation with a bespectacled rival, culminating in a brawl to solidify one's reputation. Aren't Qin Haonan and Sidu Haonan prime examples of this? Yet, he found himself perplexed. How had he come to be regarded as such? A throng of children clamoring for his attention had inexplicably conferred upon him this status. Does this mean that establishing authority equates to being a king among children? What truly baffled Lin Luo was the nature of this newfound title. It seemed to hinder his progress. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, muttering under his breath, "How have I been elevated to this status? Who have I surpassed? I am but a step away from being an exemplary student, merely lacking in grades. This cannot be a fair accusation." His uncle scoffed. "You, an exemplary student." Yet he too was at a loss to elucidate Lin Luo's newfound prominence. The inequities of life are ever present. Many engage in fierce brawls, unrestrained and defiant, yet fail to earn any recognition. In a few short years, they may find themselves imprisoned, emerging subdued, even if they remain unruly. They ultimately gravitate towards a formidable leader as mere enforcers. In contrast, those who ascend to positions of authority often do so without having fought any significant battles, propelled instead by sheer happenstance and inexplicable support from others. How would I know? Perhaps you should inquire of those children. In truth, Lin Luo's uncle suspected that Lin Luo had, indeed, confronted Wang Weitao and his associates, a scene witnessed by these children, who in turn spread the word, thus establishing his reputation. Wang Weitao's group held a modicum of notoriety in the vicinity. But how to ask? Lin Luo, no matter how brazen, could not approach a child of 8 or 9 and inquire, "Do I appear authoritative to you?" That would be akin to a fox seeking validation from the henhouse. Instead, he turned to his uncle. "Let us not jest, uncle. How do local figures of authority truly establish themselves?" Although he remained unaware of how he had gained his status, Lin Luo was eager to understand the pathways others took to become leaders. "I often feel that these individuals resemble celebrities. You may not have any interest in them, nor do you know who they are, yet one day they suddenly rise to fame, their names incessantly echoing in your ears. Particularly during my school years, among the underperforming students, the gossip was rampant. Someone's brother was someone significant, so-and-so had a brawl, and someone was summoned to witness. In short, they were quite impressive. Perhaps it is due to hearing my nephew refer to his uncle that Zhao Yanjun, who has not encountered this term much lately, feels somewhat flattered. To be honest, I cannot say for certain. The uncle himself is unsure how such prominence is achieved, nor can he elucidate what sort of behavior attracts attention. It seems that merely orchestrating events for others can lead to acclaim. Lin Luo, not being a typical member of society, has come to know quite a few of such individuals for specific reasons, yet he remains unclear about their hierarchical distinctions. "Uncle, how many prominent figures do we have locally?" The two of them, merely passing time, sat on the bed, exchanging banter, which drew the attention of a group of children, their ears perked up. This topic proved to be even more entertaining than video games. The big brother? The fourth brother is surely in a league of his own. No one in society dares to challenge him. The fourth brother is a wolf. His reputation is immense, leading everyone to believe he is the leader of that group, completely oblivious to the existence of Li Qingxin. In truth, Li Qingxin is the core of that organization. Without him, this group would have faced repercussions at their first misdeed. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. That's true. Based on his actions, he certainly deserves to be called the big brother. The wolf bears the weight of the organization, leading a criminal gang of a nefarious nature. This is indeed a state-sanctioned crime syndicate, and it is entirely reasonable for him to be regarded as the local big brother. Years removed from disgrace, he likely only lacks a bullet to seal his fate. Seeing his nephew's approval, the uncle began counting off on his fingers. Next down the line is by Li Bin, Ma Dongbin, Li Qingjun, Xiao Fei, and the likes of Hua, Da Wei, and Xiao Ku. After stating this, he proudly gestured towards himself, adding, "Of course, your uncle is also among this tier." Lin Luo, however, could not concede. "Do you really think you belong there?" The individuals his uncle mentioned, without exception, are nothing more than petty thugs, their pockets emptier than their faces. If those beneath the wolf are indeed them, then the local security situation must be exceedingly favorable. Others may be unaware, but the notoriety of that Xiao Ku stems solely from his addiction to drink. To place such a person in the second tier is nothing short of a jest. This displeased the uncle greatly. "Damn it, why do you speak of your uncle like that? Is your uncle ineffectual? He believes he can only contend with the wolf. The rest he could at most manage to draw a tie with." Lin Luo, of course, was skeptical. "It's not that I look down on you, but our Chuanzhou is not devoid of resources. We have sand quarries, earth-moving operations, and even projects for highways, national roads, and train stations. If you truly had the capability, how come none of these ventures involve you?" It was not that Lin Luo disbelieved his uncle, but it seemed logical that the next tier down would include figures like Li Xianmin or Li Xianjun. Among the individuals his uncle listed, the most successful merely owned a small eatery. How could they possibly compete with those operating sand quarries? Lin Luo could never have anticipated that. After opening another bottle of beer, his uncle would utter words that would completely upend Lin Luo's perception of him. "The matters you speak of are not transactions. They are connections. Only those with such connections can engage in this business. Without them, one cannot operate. Those individuals who have ventured into this field find themselves entangled in a myriad of affairs, yet they are not the type to resort to violence and chaos." To dispel Lin Luo's doubts, uncle deliberately provided an example. "Isn't Zheng Tianren a minor?" Despite his endeavors, he was thoroughly beaten by Xiao Fei and even publicly conceded. If mere violence could secure success in this trade, then would Zheng Tianren's mine not belong to Xiao Fei by now? Upon hearing this, Lin Luo experienced a moment of clarity. Chapter 89. The law. Some individuals enter certain trades not out of a desire for a tumultuous life, but rather because once they are in the industry, they find themselves compelled to navigate its complexities. This causal relationship must be clearly understood. Mining, operating sandpits, and renting excavators require prior connections. These connections serve as the entry ticket. With this ticket in hand, one becomes embroiled in a myriad of chaotic affairs, leading to the necessity of adopting a social persona to maintain order. Otherwise, one cannot wield authority. Lin Luo grasped this concept. However, the example uncle provided regarding the ranking of underworld figures lacked persuasive power. Enough of this. I am well aware of Xiao Fei's character. He may have beaten Zheng Tianren, but shortly thereafter, he had his men brutally attack him in an alley. Why is this not mentioned? Although Zheng Tianren is not a major mine owner, merely a digger of abandoned wells, his ability to conduct business without falling prey to those who specialize in mining disputes indicates he is not to be trifled with. The incident involving Xiao Fei is quite notorious locally. It began when two students at Yingge High clashed, prompting one side to summon Zheng Tianren for support, while the other called upon Xiao Fei. Zheng Tianren did not take the children's altercation seriously and arrived in his Land Cruiser with two drivers. He intended to utter a few words urging the kids to focus on their studies and resolve the matter amicably. He is a grown man. Engaging in a brawl with children would be laughable. Ideally, this should have been the resolution, but Xiao Fei did not play by the rules. He showed no respect and immediately struck Zheng Tianren. Xiao Fei's audacity stemmed from his strength. He had called in over a dozen tricycles, bringing more than 30 people with him. Upon arrival, this group forcefully subdued Zheng Tianren in his vehicle, beating him and demanding to know if he submitted. Zheng Tianren, being pragmatic and with a family and business, realized that retaliating by running them over would be unwise. He promptly conceded. Following this confrontation, Xiao Fei's reputation soared. In Yinga, he was more effective than a wolf. If you called upon Xiao Fei for assistance, he would indeed come, and a mere couple of cigarettes would suffice to settle matters. In contrast, a wolf would not be so easily appeased. Nevertheless, no matter how resounding his reputation, it did not alter Lin Luo's disdain for Xiao Fei. In the social arena, exchanging blows is commonplace. Who hasn't been struck at some point? One cannot elevate someone to greatness simply because they have bested another in a fight. To be a leader, one must possess industry, support their subordinates, and maintain connections across the board. Xiao Fei, akin to a mere frontman, hardly embodies the qualities of a true leader and reflects poorly on the title. This individual spends his days idly, clutching a tattered bag while surrounded by 4 or 5 companions, occupying a deep blue internet cafe to play a game of Legend. He even has to accrue debts with the cafe owner for his game cards. The bag itself seems to suffer alongside him, as it rarely contains a bill of even 100 yuan. Such a character is truly difficult to regard with any respect. To put it bluntly, he does not dare to wield real weapons in a fight, relying solely on his fists, for he could not afford the consequences of serious injury. When he assaulted Jing Tianran, he shouted fiercely but merely tugged at his hair while delivering punches. Moreover, with over 30 individuals confronting just 3, who wouldn't feel emboldened? Lin Luo pondered over Xiao Fei, but then recalled that his uncle seemed to share a similar disposition. He could not help but shake his head, growing increasingly disdainful of the underworld. Uncle, if you truly belong in the same league as Xiao Fei, it would be better for you to refrain from such associations altogether. As a pragmatic individual, Lin Luo believed that the foundation of engaging in such activities must be that the benefits outweigh the rewards of a conventional job, and the potential for gain must be substantially greater. Only then would it be worth the risk. In his future aspirations, he envisioned earning in a few years what would sustain a lifetime. Such gambles must yield significant returns. As for the law, the law merely delineates the penalties for actions, not what actions should be avoided. However, if one were to engage in illegal activities and still struggle to secure 3 meals a day, then it becomes utterly unnecessary. Upon witnessing his nephew's disdainful expression, Uncle was quite displeased. What's wrong? What's our issue? I command respect on the streets. Who doesn't grant me a modicum of esteem? Don't they all call me brother wherever I go? Hearing this, Lin Luo finally grasped the fundamental difference between himself and individuals like his uncle. They sought spiritual validation, while he prioritized tangible growth and wealth. Returning to the topic, Maslow's hierarchy of human needs seems rather dubious. Individuals like his uncle, who have not fully satisfied their basic needs, should logically focus on establishing a solid material foundation first. Why then are they immersed in the fleeting satisfaction of being addressed as brother? All right, Brother Jun, if we were to open a gaming center, how much are you prepared to invest? Lin Luo, aware of his uncle's financial constraints, posed this question purely to tease him, initially expecting his uncle to be miserly. Refusing to contribute a single yuan and relying solely on himself, he was taken aback when his uncle reached into his waistband, pulling out a crumpled plastic bag. Unwrapping it layer by layer, he finally revealed the money inside, and without hesitation, he moistened his fingertips and began to count it with feigned bravado. 100, 200, 300. When he reached 1,000 yuan, he paused and counted back 200 to tuck away in his pocket. Here, Uncle will invest 800, taking a 50% stake. He even understood the concept of shared responsibility. Lin Luo observed his uncle's dramatic display with a scornful expression. Is this meager sum worth hiding in your trousers? Have you lost your mind? With that, he snatched the wad of cash from his uncle's hands. What's this? Does this money carry the scent of Han Meijiao that you must sew it into your underwear? Uncle had never been one to be frugal, not because he lacked the means, but because he had never had the opportunity to be lavish. Today's antics were purely for amusement, as he found it entertaining. Even as Lin Luo took all the money, Uncle was unfazed and shouted playfully, "Hey, leave me 200. Your Aunt Han still needs to buy fruit. 300 is enough? I still need to buy cigarettes. If Lin Luo takes it, I won't mind, as I know he is attending to serious matters. If he doesn't need the money, Uncle can keep it for pocket change. After all, who doesn't spend a little when courting someone?" Counting the bills, I contemplated and handed back 1,000 to Uncle. Don't be too frugal. Spend what you must on Aunt Han, lest we appear small-minded. Uncle was taken aback that the money which had found its way into Lin Luo's pocket could be returned, and the joy of its recovery was evident on his face. I know. Do you really think that just because you have a crush, you can teach me about romance? He teased Lin Luo about it. Are you done yet? Lin Luo could hardly recall who Zhang Zhen was. Classmates from elementary school had little connection, and most had gone to different middle schools, effectively severing ties for life. Who exactly was Zhangzhen? Lin Luo found it hard to remember. Yet, Uncle dismissed Lin Luo's forgetfulness, assuming it was merely youthful shyness. Don't worry, I won tea, tell your grandmother. Look at you. What is there to fear about early romance? Lin Luo was disinterested in Uncle's boasting. A virgin like him had no right to discuss love with someone like Lin Luo, a VIP member of the elite social circle in Manhattan. It was absurd. He glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. The children in the game room had just begun playing, and it was inappropriate to rush them out. Considering what else to discuss with Uncle, he casually inquired, "Where's Grandma? Her business should be wrapped up by now, right?" Uncle, interrupted in his grandiloquent musings on love, shook his head, his ignorance apparent. Spending every day with Lin Luo, he was oblivious to Grandma's situation. However, before Uncle could respond, the door to Lin Luo's home swung open once more. "Brother, I missed you so much." The constant influx of visitors to Lin Luo's home had accustomed him to being called brother, but this voice was different. It belonged to his younger cousin. Chapter 90. Cousin, something was amiss. It was highly likely that something was amiss. His cousin's sudden enthusiasm was evidently prompted by someone else's influence. Surely, he understood others. But could he not comprehend himself? "Hey, hold on. Let us clarify things before you start acting up. It's late, and I can't go out to buy you treats." Lin Luo pushed aside his older cousin, Wenjie, and caught sight of his uncle behind him. Observing his uncle's crisp uniform, Lin Luo wondered, could it be that after a successful day at work, he had come home boasting about his own merits, hoping to foster a closer bond between Lin Luo and Wenjie? Such unnecessary meddling. Throughout their lives, Lin Luo had always felt he owed more to his cousin, who had treated him with unwavering kindness. There was no need for Uncle to insinuate any alliances. Wenjie was merely a child. What did he truly understand? He was simply following orders from home, having grown up hearing nothing but praise for his older brother. Pushed aside by Lin Luo, Wenjie wore a perplexed expression, unsure of where he had gone wrong. Today, his father, having started a new job, had driven home in the company vehicle, clad in his uniform, radiating pride. Yet, throughout their journey, he had incessantly praised his older brother, urging Wenjie to cultivate a good relationship with him, leaving Wenjie somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, it had genuinely made an impression on him, so upon arriving at his brother's place, he rushed forward. The result was a forced display of enthusiasm, only to be brusquely dismissed by his elder brother. Consequently, he felt a deep sense of grievance. Turning his small face towards his father, his eyes were filled with confusion. "I don't eat snacks," he protested. Although he was a bit plump, he wasn't that greedy. Yet, the way he licked his lips rendered his claim unconvincing. Lin Luo, who was 4 years older than the child, was acutely aware that this little boy had previously dodged him like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Now suddenly, he was being overly friendly. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Besides, given their relationship, was there really a need for such insincerity? Since starting work, this kid had frequently invited him, his elder brother, out for meals, showing more affection than a biological younger brother would. Reflecting on this, Lin Luo kicked his uncle beside him, instructing, "Go fetch some snacks for my little brother. Don't let that child eat while ours just watches." The snacks sent by the family's wolf had been nearly devoured by a horde of children, who were indiscriminate in their consumption. In the end, only a few remained. His uncle rummaged through cabinets, but found little, eventually spotting a child clutching an unopened package of rice crackers, which he seized with determination. In his fervor, he even raised a fist to intimidate the child, nearly causing Lin Luo's little client to burst into tears. Exasperated, Lin Luo called from the bed, "Hey, what are you doing? Return the money to him, and let him play with the game controller for a while. Can't we discuss things calmly?" This uncle, truly accustomed to bullying others, such behavior was detrimental and could lead to future troubles. The little boy, initially startled upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, managed to stifle his tears and sniffled, "No, it's fine, brother. I'll treat Wenjie. We are classmates." Lin Luo was taken aback, not expecting that among the children playing here, there was one who attended the same school as Wenjie. "All right, you children can share," he said. Regardless of how much he cared for his cousin, it was infinitely preferable for him to play with peers rather than rely on his elder brother for entertainment. He truly lacked the patience to placate children, especially those who neither earned nor contributed financially. Ultimately, Wenjie, being young, was captivated by the array of snacks and the game console, entirely forgetting about his elder brother and father, as well as the times his elder brother had secretly exchanged his soda cans and toothpaste tubes for money. Childhood truly is a blissful time, free from grudges. After sending off his little brother, Lin Luo finally turned his gaze towards his uncle. Observing the gleaming, oiled scalp, He couldn't help but chuckle at the hairstyle, reminiscent of a trader with a lightning split parting, which his uncle seemed quite pleased with. "So, how's the new job treating you?" he inquired. No wonder his uncle was following this trend. The hairstyle itself wasn't too bad. It was merely that Aaron Kwok's endless love had become immensely popular, selling over 1 million copies and achieving quadruple platinum status, catapulting him to stardom. At this moment, it was the height of fashion, with many emulating his look. Ignoring the children, his uncle tossed his briefcase onto the bed, plopped down beside Lin Luo, disdainfully nudging his other uncle's stinky feet aside, urging him to shift over. Settling comfortably, he raised his chin and declared, "Of course. Being an official is not the same as being a worker, is it? Dear Luo, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Today, at the workplace, the atmosphere was remarkably favorable. How could it not be?" Initially, a senior colleague from the organizational department, nearing retirement, made a special call to the head of our system, personally orchestrating the assignment for my uncle. This position had already been solidified within the system, as had been previously articulated by Secretary Su. The leadership intended to honor the senior colleague, planning to invite my uncle to the office upon his arrival for a few encouraging words, fostering a spirit of camaraderie. However, to their surprise, my uncle arrived in a much more imposing manner than anticipated, arriving in the 4th official vehicle of the department. This display immediately piqued the leadership's interest. Upon investigation, they discovered that this newcomer was no ordinary individual. He was the son of the soon-to-be appointed Director Zhao of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, though all were of similar rank. And he held an age advantage. The authority vested in the Anti-Corruption Bureau meant that respect would be accorded to him throughout the county. Consequently, the leadership took it upon themselves to organize a welcoming ceremony, meticulously introducing my uncle to department heads and market leaders, even confirming his role as the head of the Southern Market and Construction Materials Market on the spot. Henceforth, in this domain, my uncle wielded considerable influence. He could command action with a mere word, and dissent would not be tolerated. Reflecting on today as triumph, my uncle felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Not to mention, the organization had even provided him with a special model of a pager, which buzzed incessantly throughout the afternoon with congratulatory messages. He had to decline numerous banquet invitations. Oh, at last, he comprehended the potency of sugar-coated artillery. The challenges faced by leaders are indeed formidable. This sentiment was tinged with a hint of pride. Observing his spirited demeanor, Lin Luo, unable to resist, opened his briefcase, only to find it utterly devoid of contents. What purpose does an empty briefcase serve? He spoke of sugar-coated artillery, yet he had not received any. Could it be that he was too timid as a newcomer? My uncle did not respond directly. Instead, he rummaged through his pants pocket and produced a collection of official seals. "Ah, place this inside for me. This is my means of sustenance." These were all essential receipts and official seals for documents. The seamless transition indicated that my uncle had firmly established his position within the organization. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. "Impressive. Aren't you supposed to learn from the senior colleagues for a few more days?" Typically, during such transitions, even with strong connections, elders would find a way to test you, ensuring you grasp the rules and assimilate swiftly. At the very least, those seals representing authority are not easily relinquished. Yet, my uncle had indeed struck gold. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Learn what? That senior colleague is embroiled in criminal activity and is currently under isolation for investigation. Who in the Southern Market Management Office does not know who your grandfather is?" The glances directed at me are filled with apprehension, even in sobriety. His exhilaration surpassed that of someone intoxicated. Moreover, aside from that elder, the remaining staff were all contract workers, and with the power of personnel appointments in my hands. Who would dare to challenge me? They could be dismissed without hesitation. With only a handful of temporary workers remaining, there was no threat posed to my uncle's ascension. Observing this display of bravado, my uncle, unable to bear his brother's arrogance, nudged Lin Luo with his elbow. "Look at him. He is even more boastful than I am." It is only natural to be joyful when there is a cause for celebration at home. The elder uncle, basking in the glow of success, took his younger brother's teasing in stride, displaying a hint of childlike playfulness as he reached down to tickle the old uncle's foot. Observing the old uncle's startled retreat, he suddenly recalled their mother's words from earlier that day. She had mentioned that on Wednesday, after he finished work and settled in, the family should gather at the luxurious Fushinjuan 888 private room for an important discussion. Both the old uncle and Lin Luo were momentarily taken aback. Fushinjuan is the finest hotel in town. A family meal there would certainly cost several hundred yuan. The price for their signature sweet and sour pork exceeded 30 yuan, and the portions were rather modest, adorned with a southern-style sauce and an elaborate presentation. To be frank, Dining out is as much about the ambience as it is about the food. One cannot satiate their hunger solely on the latter. The grandmother's insistence on dining out rather than returning home hinted at a matter of significance. Understood, Lin Luo replied casually, acknowledging the grandmother's authority as the head of the family. The elder uncle merely intended to inform Lin Luo without seeking his approval and leaned back comfortably against the bed. Tonight, I'll be staying here with Wenjia. Your grandmother insists we don't go home. Lin Luo nonchalantly edged closer, making room for the elder uncle. There was ample space in the room. Not only was there a large bed, but also a heated calm, which, though unused in the summer, still provided warmth. Accommodating 4 people was hardly an issue, and even more could fit comfortably. Understanding that his nephew would not refuse, the elder uncle felt at ease after receiving affirmation. He rested his head on the old uncle's lap, oblivious to his brother's discomfort, and began to grumble. You say your grandmother has matters to attend to, which is why we can't go home, but why is she dragging my wife all over the place? For days, the elder aunt had been bustling around with the grandmother, meeting various people and discussing unknown matters. Observing his uncle's demeanor, Lin Luo surmised that he was eager to show off to outsiders and boast to his wife. The air of triumph was palpable, prompting Lin Luo to tease him. If you miss your wife, just say so. It's not as if you don't know that grandma is helping aunt find a job. Naturally, she must meet people. Despite being no longer young and having children of 8 or 9 years, the elder uncle could not shake off Lin Luo's playful jabs. You, my child, seem to meddle in everything. Do you even understand what it means to miss one's wife? In the eyes of his uncle, Lin Luo was forever a child. Before Lin Luo could respond, the old uncle, restrained beneath his brother's weight, could not help but chuckle. Brother, you might not be aware, but De Luo has already embarked on his first romance. What? The elder uncle was taken aback by this revelation. De Luo, you're seeing someone? While it's not entirely implausible, isn't he a bit too young for such matters? Engaging in a relationship at such a tender age, how reliable can that be? Perhaps your mother is indifferent, but De Luo's mother, my sister, would surely object. Lin Luo found himself at a loss for words. Stop making unfounded accusations. When have I ever been in a relationship? The truth of the matter had become irrelevant. The old uncle was determined to relish the opportunity to tease Lin Luo for some time. Look at you, still shy about it. What is the big deal? It's merely dating. Your uncle, when I was young, used to bring girls home. Lin Luo was entirely oblivious to the fact that his uncle had this side to him. How impressive. Indeed, his uncle, who possessed considerable experience in the realm of romantic pursuits, was even taking the time to impart his wisdom to Lin Luo, counting off on his fingers. Unfortunately, Lin Luo had no desire to listen. These 2 individuals, one who had devoted his life to a single woman, and the other who remained uncertain about his romantic history, were now attempting to educate themselves? How utterly embarrassing. The 2 uncles, somewhat lacking in decorum, noticed that Lin Luo wasn't even casting a glance their way, prompting them to consider initiating a rather risque lesson. However, just then, a knock resounded from outside the door. Is Director Zhao in? The door was ajar, allowing easy access for the children. Thus, a knock could not have come from them, as they were not so polite. Who is it? The 2 uncles in unison called out, their conversation abruptly interrupted. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a fragrant breeze wafted in from the outer room. A captivating woman, her shoulders delicately exposed, with a rosy complexion that seemed to bloom with vitality, gracefully parted the door curtain and entered. Before she was even seen, her voice reached them. I noticed a vehicle from our South Market parked outside, and I thought it must be Director Zhao, so I came to deliver what our precious darling requested. Her sultry voice, reminiscent of a tantalizing tease, seemed to brush against the ear like a caress. The newcomer was none other than the renowned local courtesan, Han Meijiao. Oh, this must be Director Zhao, she exclaimed upon entering the room, her tone becoming even more syrupy upon spotting the elder uncle. The elder had never encountered Han Meijiao before. He might have heard her name, but had no direct experience with such a woman. A fleeting glance caused his face to flush crimson. The elder uncle scrutinized this woman and then glanced around the room. The term precious darling could not possibly refer to him. He was aware of his brother's entanglement with Han Baoi. Thus, the only remaining candidate for that endearing title would be his nephew. Caught off guard, he turned to Lin Luo and blurted, "Is this your partner?" What a perplexing thought. It appeared that his embarrassment was not due to shyness, but rather indignation. What parent would not be incensed if their child were to bring home a woman of their mother's age as a romantic interest? Lin Luo was rendered speechless by his uncle's reaction. Get lost. This is our neighbor, Sister Han Meijiao. The ones who damaged our property are her associates. Upon hearing this, the elder uncle understood. She was not a romantic partner, but rather an indiscreet woman. Ah, someone here to settle the damages, he remarked. He was aware of the altercation, having been a participant himself. While he had never met Han Meijiao, he had certainly heard of her reputation. The versatility of such a woman was astonishing, and even if his nephew were somewhat misguided, he should not become entangled with someone of her ilk. There's no need to involve us. You can resolve this directly with the police. Before the woman could fully settle in, the elder uncle was eager to dismiss her. He had no desire to associate with her, but she was quite determined. Noticing that Zhao Yandong recognized her, the woman became even more animated. Ah, Director Zhao, you mentioned compensation. I am indeed here to make amends. We can offer more than just monetary reparations. We are open to any form of compensation. As long as we maintain harmony in our neighborhood, isn't that the most important thing? The woman disregarded the attitudes of others entirely, boldly pulling up a chair to sit across from the three men. With an air of confidence, she crossed her legs and, before a room full of children, nonchalantly adjusted her bosom, as if the weight of such appendages was a burden. Once comfortable, she continued, "Here I am, just as I promised. We didn't meet last time at the Beimei Hotel, so it's essential we become acquainted this time. We are bound to cross paths again." Having cornered the newly appointed manager of the South Market twice, she felt triumphant. Indeed, the heavens reward the diligent. Engaging in conversation with Director Zhao ignited a flicker of hope within her, as if the beating her brothers had endured was not in vain. Her actions drew the attention of the children engrossed in their games, their focus disrupted by her audacious demeanor. Who had ever witnessed such a spectacle? Chapter 92. A fortuitous surprise. Alas, the more alluring she became, the less she was welcomed. Uncle did not wish to entangle himself with her. He resided elsewhere and saw no opportunity for encounters. With a family and a career, what need did he have for someone of her ilk? Such associations could lead to ruin, and he could hardly bear the thought of having such a friend, fearing his wife's wrath. Given his mother's temperament, she would certainly not side with him, and ultimately he would be the one to suffer. The best outcome was to be shunned by all, prompting him to retreat swiftly. However, Han Meijiao was unconcerned with whether others liked her. In her world, there was no man who could resist her charm. Not living here? Then you must be working at the South Market. I have a stall there as well. I wholesale the scallions. We will certainly meet often, my esteemed director. The men who dared not associate with her were merely apprehensive, fearing her influence might disrupt their familial ties or, worse, become a burden. All she needed was to dispel their fears. Han Meijiao relied on men, undeniably so. Ah, splendid. Do your best, remarked the newly appointed uncle, uncertain of how to converse with her, sensing something amiss. All right, Hanjia, weren't you supposed to bring something? As uncle seemed ready to feign sleep, Lin Luo quickly interjected, aware that having someone with such questionable morals at home was sufficient. He would not allow his uncles to be led astray. Han Meijiao leaned in closer, responding, "What do you mean? I am here to deliver something." With that, she produced a videotape. "Come on, let us watch it secretly tonight. If you can't, I'll watch it with you." Both were aware of the contents of the tape. Lin Luo had not seen such a bulky item in years. If Han Meijiao had not deceived him, this tape was certainly not clandestinely recorded, indicating her entanglement with the likes of old Hu. "What are you watching? Don't stray from the right path." Uncle's watchful gaze oscillated between his nephew and the woman. Han Meijiao was unfamiliar to him. Had he not heard? She was the mistress of even old Hu, who was considerably older. Such a woman had entangled men of all ages. What difference did a mere teenager make? With the boy's parents absent, he must ensure he did not fall into her sway. Lin Luo could discern his uncle's intentions merely by the look in his eyes. Why had he allowed himself to sink so low? For 2 generations, had he not earned the right to indulge in a finer life? Must he always associate with women of dubious repute? Speaking in hushed tones, Lin Luo attempted to soothe his uncle before addressing Han Meijiao. "Sister Jiao, it's late, and I mustn't impose on you any longer. As for your brother, it's time he was released." He deliberately left an opening in his statement. Han Meijiao, seasoned in the ways of the world, instantly grasped the implications. "Dabao, what do you mean by it's time to be released? If later you tell me it's not appropriate, who shall I turn to for solace?" Lin Luo had anticipated her inquiry. "Sister Jiao, our family isn't a police station. We can't simply decide who to release. We must adhere to the law, you see. Throughout, I, Lin Luo, have been a law-abiding citizen, steadfast in my commitment to upholding and leveraging the rules. I would never engage in unlawful activities. However, to someone like Han Meijiao, who placed her faith in power, his words seemed utterly ludicrous. Isn't Bao merely avoiding his responsibilities after receiving something? What do you mean your family doesn't run a police station? If it isn't yours, then how can you just arrest someone?" She retorted. her irritation palpable as she reached for a nearby videotape, nearly tumbling onto her uncle. The uncle, eyes closed, swiftly turned away, prompting Lin Luo to retreat and hide the tape beneath him, smiling as he said, "Sister Han, why the rush? We are not the sort of men to neglect our promises." Her actions, somewhat ungraceful and ultimately fruitless, left her a bit flustered as she stood up. "So my brother will surely be released soon?" Her voice rose, startling the children in the room. Almost immediately, several male voices resonated from outside. "Jiao Jiao, what is going on?" It appeared she had brought company. Lin Luo's expression darkened instantly, pondering her motives. The last encounter had seen his uncle and two others confronting her 5 brothers, and now it seemed they were short by 6. Han Meijiao appeared to have an epiphany, quickly recovering her composure. She shouted outside, "You can't silence us with your feasting. A few bottles of liquor, and you forget who you are." After venting her frustration, she returned to her previous amiable demeanor, turning to Lin Luo and his companions. "My brothers are dining nearby with 2 department heads from the power supply and urban management bureaus. Dabao, don't misconstrue this." She resumed her seat, realizing that dialogue was the only viable path forward. "Isn't it true that I've collaborated a bit with the wolf? After our brother's demolition, we not only divided the profits, but also secured a row of storefronts right here on our street. The Wolf's construction site won't be sorted out for at least a year or 2, and with the need for new buildings. I can't predict when my storefront will be ready." Perhaps sensing complications on their end as well, she sighed and pulled out a cigarette. "I was merely considering putting a few makeshift shelters on the foundation of our shared property to earn a little during the summer. And once the Wolf's project is complete, I could have them removed. You know how lucrative our street can be. Indeed, there is significant potential for profit." Directly across the street lies an elementary school, and a mere 500 meters ahead stands the central hospital. Behind me, a substantial number of individuals displaced from their homes are present, representing the local populace with the highest purchasing power. The absence of a Sam's Club in this vicinity is undoubtedly a grave oversight on his part. After speaking, Han Meijiao observed Lin Luo's lack of response, inhaled deeply from her cigarette, and exhaled slowly. "Dabao, you see, I still have to accompany these 2 department heads this evening. I truly find myself unable to spare the time. Sister genuinely requires additional hands. Those brothers have been with me for quite a while, and I cannot neglect them, as their families are earnest in their intentions. What do you propose to facilitate their release?" Lin Luo sensed the irregularity of the situation. Logically, if your family member is incarcerated, no matter how much assistance is provided from behind the scenes, it is expected that family members would intervene. A letter of understanding must be signed by direct relatives. Yet, thus far, there has not been a single elderly person kneeling before me, pleading for the release of their child. This deviates from established tradition. It is evident that someone is leveraging my name, assuring the families that the matter has been settled and preventing any disturbances, while conveniently appropriating the compensations that should rightfully belong to me. These families are also displaced individuals, possessing some financial means. Their release is certainly feasible. Lin Luo reclined against the windowsill, hands clasped behind his head. However, Han Jie's approach to this matter seems rather insincere. How would your brother's release benefit you? Would they accompany you to appease the department heads? If they are willing, it does not guarantee acceptance. The children may not comprehend Lin Luo's musings, but Han Meijiao certainly does. "Dabao, you are being rather unreasonable. Speak up. What further demands do you have?" "Jiao Jia, it seems you harbor a rather skewed perception of me," Lin Luo retorted, aware of his own requests but unwilling to voice them in front of so many. The enchanting beauty was indifferent to such nuances. "Little one, though my sister may not grasp your intentions, she recognizes that your desire for this videotape indicates a sound proposition. If you could promptly secure my brother's release." As she spoke, Han Meijiao settled onto the bed and gently clasped one of Lin Luo's hands, caressing it in the presence of the gathered crowd. "Speak freely. Whatever you wish, I shall accommodate." Though Lin Luo maintained a rational mindset, his youthful body was still subject to the allure of her touch, leaving him momentarily flustered. In the presence of 2 uncles, such a gesture rendered any discourse somewhat dubious. At this juncture, Lin Luo felt compelled to speak up. "Sister, you are being overly sensitive. I assure you, I will exert every effort to assist you. I have no intention of complicating matters. However, a complete release is unattainable. The bureaucratic procedures cannot be navigated as simply as you envision. The case has been established, thus it must be resolved. If no one is presented for accountability, how is the case to be closed? I must provide an explanation to those aspiring young comrades. After all, you, Han Meijiao, are maneuvering adeptly within this situation, benefiting from both sides, the plaintiff and the defendant. Why should I, Lin Luo, not navigate the currents to my advantage. You must provide accountability to your brothers and their families. Yet I too bear responsibility towards my comrades. As a university graduate assigned to the local police station, how would it reflect on me if I mishandled my first major case? Lu Wenbin is counting on this incident to achieve merit. So, what is it that you truly desire, Debao? Han Meijiao found dealing with this young man to be quite exhausting. He appeared to possess far too many ulterior motives. Nothing of consequence, Lin Luo replied, rubbing his thumb thoughtfully. Well then, my brother, I can only release 3 of them. You may choose whom to let go. Do you understand? After saying this, Lin Luo felt he had been overly merciful. There were a total of 6 individuals involved in the crime, 5 adults and 1 minor. The minor, due to legal protections, did not count. Out of the remaining 5, if he released 3, then the 2 left would face severe consequences for their collective actions, although the severity of the charges for burglary could vary considerably. Thus, he would not only resolve the issue with Han Meijiao, but also ensure Lu Wenbin could take credit for his achievements. Holding both Han Meijiao and another individual in his grasp provided him with leverage over her, while simultaneously serving as a warning to the others. If Han Meijiao were to utter a few words, he could easily release them all. What kind of boasting would they return with? What of the grandson of old Zhao? What about the so-called 5 armies of North Street? They claim they can act on a whim. Thugs have no sense of shame. This, however, was in stark contrast to Han Meijiao's intentions. Did it truly have to be this way? She remained perplexed as to why he insisted on detaining a few of her associates. Ultimately, she was merely a woman, and one who had risen from the lower echelons. Her limited experiences constraining her perspective. A woman who only knew how to leverage her body for gain was incapable of perceiving it as a weapon. Lin Luo understood this, and, due to his grandfather's influence, could maximize the potential harm of such a weapon. Noting Han Meijiao's persistence, he released her hand. Zhao Jia, between you and me, it is not about what you desire, but rather what I intend. Your usual tactics do not apply here. If I were not to see any value in you, I could easily find a reason to deal with you, and you wouldn't dare think you are untouchable. In truth, Han Meijiao was quite clean. Bribery and receiving bribes are distinct matters. While sexual bribery also constitutes bribery, it does not attract criminal penalties. Only those who accept bribes face scrutiny. Lin Luo was merely attempting to intimidate her. Han Meijiao, however, was oblivious to this. Few wrongdoers are free from guilt. Oh, my dear treasure, just yesterday you were calling me sister, and now you act this way. You are even more heartless than those who forget their friends after pulling up their trousers. Her tone had softened considerably. Lin Luo, however, would not concede to her words. What are you saying? Do we share any bond? I have never been intimate with you. Haven't you? Han Meijiao persisted. Have I? Lin Luo replied with unwavering resolve. Very well, dear treasure, let us not waver this time. Release Lu Yonggang, Scorpion, and Old Guai. Han Meijiao contemplated the proposal. Following Lin Luo's suggestion seemed reasonable. After all, the de facto leader of their group was Wang Weitao. Therefore, he could not be released. Nor could Lu Laoba, who was staunchly loyal to him. In the past, when this group was impoverished and lacked any business, Wang Weitao had been somewhat obedient, especially considering that she was likely the most remarkable woman he could find, which made him cling to her and treat her with utmost care. However, now that they had established a business in the market, although the men were still not wealthy, they at least had a bit of spending money for cigarettes and drinks. Consequently, Wang Weitao's ambitions grew, and he began contemplating finding a legitimate woman to settle down with. This could not be allowed. It was the perfect opportunity to use Lin Luo's hand to eliminate him, making it easier to control the rest. Lu Yonggang was far more astute than Wang Weitao. Interacting with intelligent individuals alleviates the burdens of life. During times of hardship, one may betray friends. In moments of difficulty, one may scheme against others. In poverty, one may resort to deceit, and in wealth, one may become arrogant and dismissive. These are trials that one must endure. It is not that Han Meijiao lacks conscience, but rather that she is compelled by circumstance. Understanding this, Han Meijiao leaned closer to Lin Luo and whispered, Sister will record these 2 department heads for you tonight. You shall see how capable I am. She was not so naive as to believe that children were oblivious to such matters. Before Lin Luo could respond, the uncle abruptly pushed the woman aside, inadvertently shoving her in an inappropriate manner, causing him to retract his hand in alarm. This elicited a melodious laugh from her. Ha ha. Director Zhao, is it comfortable? She teased. The uncle was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Luo deftly interjected, Enough. Sister Han has assured me that my brother will handle it. In a few days, I will summon you to meet. Who would have thought there would be unexpected delights from the power supply and urban management departments? There was one who belonged to the same system as the uncle. Then, Sister shall await news from Dabao. With no other options, Han Meijiao prepared to depart, as two department heads awaited her outside. No need to see me off, she insisted, clearly reluctant to remain. Do not linger. I fear that if you do, you may not wish to leave. How annoying, you mock me, sister. Han Meijiao rose to leave. Heh. Once she had departed, Lin Luo let out a cold chuckle. The elder uncle could not contain his curiosity, asking, "De Luo, why did you deduct 2 points?" As a man accustomed to the ways of the world, he found this behavior perplexing. The uncle, hearing his brother's words, chided him. You're hopelessly naive. We cannot allow a woman to lead us by the nose. How could his younger brother be so immature? Chapter 93. Ecological niche. The elder uncle was the second child in the family, and those who occupy such positions often possess traits of introspection and a touch of cunning. If one dislikes this temperament, it may be deemed selfish. One must first be treated well before reciprocating kindness, devoid of any spirit of sacrifice. However, Lin Luo believed that such behavior was normal. While those who are eager to give are undoubtedly noble, Lin Luo preferred to be the one who inspired others to contribute. Well, every family has its guardians, does it not? Those who protect the home and village surely require a fool, do they not? The elder uncle did not comprehend this remark, but chose to overlook his brother's words for the sake of familial ties. After all, thanks to his nephew, he had finally escaped the brink of bankruptcy and secured a respectable position, even witnessing progress in his wife's career, which earned Lin Luo considerable favor in his eyes. Certainly, the elder uncle cared for his brother, yet he was still simmering with frustration after the earlier encounter with the woman. He is still managing the household. We should be grateful if he does not squander it. The elder uncle too harbored grievances. I meant to ask, are we truly to follow Han Meijiao's instructions? To release the 3 individuals she desires? Just reprimanded by his brother, he merely acquiesced outwardly, yet internally, he was indecisive. The elder uncle knew his brother all too well. This fellow had clearly not grasped the gravity of the situation. We certainly cannot comply with her wishes. He attempted to articulate his understanding. But Lin Luo raised his hand and declared, no, we shall proceed as she suggests. With that, both uncles fell silent once more. Lin Luo did not require them to voice their doubts. She provided the answer directly. Following her directive, they released Lu Yonggang and his 2 companions. But it was imperative to convey a message to these 3, subtly implying that they were originally unqualified for their release. The interplay of truth and deception is the most disconcerting. Although uncle is somewhat naive, his tongue is perpetually active. Is that of any use? Once they reconcile, won't everything be exposed? This is precisely what Lin Luo desires. Trust is not easily established. After prolonged interactions among individuals, conflicts are inevitable, especially when interests are at stake. Regardless of how matters are divided, one always feels disadvantaged. We need not concern ourselves with the outcome. Our goal is to plant seeds of discord among them, ensuring they cannot coexist comfortably. As for Han Meijiao, despite her capabilities, she is ultimately just a woman, with limitations aplenty. This is what one might call a chain of suspicion. Uncle still fails to comprehend. Why exert such effort then? Since Han Meijiao's abilities are limited, why bother with her? It is not a mark of prowess to bully a woman. Little does he realize that while her ability to achieve may be modest, her capacity for mischief is considerable. In a society governed by relationships, being capable is not a true measure of worth. Rather, it is the ability to thwart endeavors that signifies true skill. Yet, Han Meijiao remains unaware of her own potential, requiring someone to exploit her. Lin Luo's thoughts, however, are rather sordid, not easily articulated, and yet she must make her 2 uncles aware of the current situation. After a moment of contemplation, she refrained from answering directly and instead posed a counter-question. Uncle, why do you think Qingxin has met with such a fate? Uncle, not grasping the question, replied with an obvious answer. The things he did, he deserved it, didn't he? He pushed others to their demise. If he didn't perish, who would? Yet, Lin Luo's inquiry pertained to an entirely different matter, one that could be rephrased as ecological niche. With the intention of enlightening him, she shook her head. No, if I were Qingxin, all matters should have been handled by the wolves, while I would merely be an unwitting pawn. Qingxin deserved what he got for genuinely treating the wolves as brothers and shouldering the burden. Aren't the wolves his brothers? Uncle was quite puzzled, wondering how Qingxin could be unaware, given he was the one orchestrating everything. Lin Luo smiled. Do wolves deserve to be his brothers? Uncle remained perplexed, his confusion evident. Observing his bewilderment, the eldest uncle felt an urge to return him to his mother's womb. After such effort, how could such a creature emerge? Without Lin Luo needing to speak further, he took it upon himself to educate his nephew. How did your mind come to such conclusions? Who is Qingxin's father? And who is the wolf's father? Qingxin's father is the head of the organization, is he not? I do not know the wolf's father. Uncle responded succinctly, his certainty revealing a lack of deeper reflection. You truly have the gall to answer so confidently? The eldest uncle laughed in exasperation. For who is unaware of their father's backgrounds? The crux of the issue lies here. If the wolf's father were merely a village official, their brotherhood would not be scandalous. Yet, the wolf's father is a man who has lost more than half of his land to others. How can they claim camaraderie? Li Kueyong and Zhong Yuemin will never be able to associate comfortably. Should they ever find common ground, it would merely indicate that Li Kueyong has outmaneuvered Zhong Yuemin. It may be unpalatable to say, but had Qingxin treated his own brother, Qingjun, with the ferocity of a wolf, perhaps neither would have found themselves in the same grim prison, with one singing merrily for pleasure while the other languished in despair. The old uncle remained perplexed, glancing between his brother and nephew. Their conversation seemed shrouded in ambiguity, lacking the earnestness of the past when a simple box of bubblegum could elicit heartfelt confessions. What are you two discussing? He asked, somewhat petulantly. Since the conversation had commenced, Lin Luo resolved to engage his uncle more openly, lest he find himself with a brother akin to a wolf. Uncle, are you aware of someone named Shadowy? Who isn't? Brother Shadowy is quite a prominent figure. He replied, his interest piqued. Finally, a topic that resonated with the old uncle, who responded faster than anyone else. Since you find this subject intriguing, let us delve deeper. Do you know what Shadowy's father does? What is his family's background? The old uncle shook his head, pondering if a figure of the underworld could even be dissected by lineage. In truth, it was a cycle, from Shadowy to Lu Yong, and then to Tian Bo from Maihiku. Their enduring reign of terror shared a common thread, a distinguished lineage. Lin Luo could not elucidate Shadowy's family background too explicitly, opting instead for subtle hints. Let us put it this way, uncle, in Shadowy's household, even a people's entrepreneur would be considered a disgrace, with such a prestigious lineage. Their very essence is far purer than yours. Yet, he chose to delve into the underbelly of society. His actions rendered the achievements of his grandfather and father utterly futile. The old uncle remained baffled, muttering in confusion, purer than blood? That suggests a prostate issue. He ought to see a doctor. Lin Luo realized the futility of trying to communicate with his uncle. Thankfully, the eldest uncle seemed to grasp the situation. De Luo, are you implying that we are not seeking friendship with this woman, but rather to leverage her? Indeed, some individuals simply cannot be educated, while others grasp the essence with little effort. Precisely. Consider our status and lineage. Not only this woman, but even a wolf would be unworthy of our friendship. They must serve us and learn to anticipate our desires, proactively undertaking our tasks. That is their rightful place. Li Qingxin failed to comprehend this principle, which ultimately led to his ruin. Chapter 94. The environment. The art of manipulation has long been the prerogative of emperors, yet it is not an exalted skill. By casting aside moral principles and deceiving a few times, one can easily master it. Lin Luo did not regard this as a talent. Yet the eldest uncle found it increasingly fascinating. Is Han Meijiao obedient? Of course not. Am I unfamiliar with women? Lin Luo was about to lament his own heartbreak due to women when the eldest uncle suddenly slapped him, with no restraint in his force. At your tender age, what do you know of women? I care not for your entanglements with her. Remember to keep your distance. And that videotape, whatever it contains, you would do well to safeguard it. Do not wait for me to inform your grandmother, lest she come to reprimand you. Originally hoping to glean profound insights from his older nephew, he found him equally lacking in wisdom. Lin Luo shielded his head. All right, I shall refrain from speaking further. Having a couple of astute individuals in the family suffices. Some matters need not be overly articulated. As the sight of his nephew indulging in games became apparent, the elder uncle reluctantly withdrew his hand, glancing at the clock to realize that it was quite late. He then called out to his son, "Hey, enough of the games. You can't just play all day and neglect your studies. Have you completed your summer assignments?" Lin Luo had no assignments, but his cousin did. Burdened with 2 thick volumes of Chinese and mathematics, not to mention 30 essays, a considerable task indeed. The cousin had not anticipated such an unforeseen predicament. With no gaming console at home, he had managed to play for a brief moment, only to have his father intervene. With a sense of grievance, he turned towards his older cousin. "Brother, this noise could summon even Meng Jiangnu." The youthful determination to play was unabashed. Lin Luo, observing his cousin's expression, reminisced about the grilled meats, hot pot, and seafood buffets he had previously treated him to, and felt compelled to intercede. "Come on, uncle, let him enjoy his break. Everyone deserves a joyful childhood." However, the elder uncle was not inclined to agree. If you don't focus on your studies, don't disrupt my son. Your cousin is quite academically proficient. Pride tinged his voice as he spoke of his son, who had always displayed intelligence from a young age. He believed that having one prodigal child in a generation was sufficient. The rest should aspire to excel academically. Indeed, the elder uncle had reason to be proud. His cousin nearly scored high enough in the college entrance examination to gain admission to a prestigious university, falling just a few points short. Even so, this was a noteworthy achievement, particularly in their county, where he was considered exceptionally fortunate. After graduating from university, he dedicated 7 years to aid border regions, only to return home due to the inability to find a spouse, as there were hardly any eligible women in the areas he had served. Yet, fate had not favored him, as he often found himself just shy of success. Had he lingered a few more months during his service, he might have been reassigned back to his original unit, securing a position as a quality inspector in the oil industry, a stable career that would have ensured a lifetime of security for his descendants. This child had many admirable qualities, yet he always seemed to fall just short. Nevertheless, with Lin Luo as his older brother, he would not lack that extra bit of support. Observing his uncle's stern demeanor towards his younger brother, Lin Luo remained undaunted. Listen, uncle, if you genuinely care for the child, transferring him to an experimental elementary school would be far more beneficial than this. A little playtime won't hinder his progress. In primary school, character development is paramount. Ordinary people often perceive a clever child as mischievous, quick-witted, and articulate. However, these traits merely reflect superficial intelligence, or what might be termed as pseudo-intelligence. In reality, a truly intelligent child possesses strong focus, meticulous reasoning, self-discipline, and clear goals. The nurturing of a child should not revolve around being loquacious, having quick reflexes, or excelling in social interactions. Rather, it should emphasize deep contemplation in the face of challenges, exploring causality, being thorough and serious, and diligently seeking patterns. Consistent effort and steady progress are essential. Of course, the elder uncle was an ordinary man. Is it really necessary? He pondered, taken aback by his nephew's unexpected assertion. Surely, there couldn't be much difference in the teaching quality among the various elementary schools. His own son was enrolled at Jianfang Primary School, which was not particularly distinguished. Yet there he had the opportunity to hold a class leadership position, honing some skills. If he were to transfer to the experimental school, his child's abilities might appear rather unremarkable in comparison. Better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. Yet, Lin Luo's perspective diverged significantly from that of his uncle. Uncle, what do elementary school students learn? The key lies in the environment. Environment? What significance does that hold? The uncle appeared perplexed. Does our county even possess a notable environment? Lin Luo scratched his head. Just take a look at the 5-room elementary school attended by my cousin. Among its graduates, half go to technical schools, while the other half enroll in vocational schools. Those who manage to attend the 3rd junior high school are truly rare. The 3rd junior high is the second best in our locality. As he spoke, he pointed at his cousin. Attending that school, as long as no one meets a tragic fate before reaching adulthood, one could consider the teachers diligent. If the boys survive and the girls remain unscathed, that would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Uncle followed Lin Luo's gaze, observing not only his son but also several children engrossed in video games. These youngsters, entering gaming establishments daily without adult supervision, were not only unmonitored but some even sported butterfly knives at their waists, casually displaying their knife tricks. Uncle was at a loss for words. Lin Luo wasn't openly criticizing. He was merely speaking quietly to his uncle. Uncle, consider the experimental elementary school. The students there are either children of teachers or offspring of various professionals. Setting aside personal abilities, the upbringing alone is evident. They are not raised to engage in petty theft, social manipulation, or to assume a dominant persona. This statement did not escape Uncle's attention, and he reacted defensively. Hey, you can talk about Wenjie, but why drag me into it? It seemed he was aware of his own shortcomings. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing Uncle's silence, Lin Luo continued. Enrolling Wenjie in the experimental elementary school isn't merely to aid his academic pursuits. It is to provide him with a superior environment, away from these influences. The more Uncle listened, the more he found this reasoning compelling. Was this not akin to the tale of Mencius' mother relocating 3 times? Should I seek someone upon returning? Indeed, cultivating friendships with such individuals from a young age would be fortunate if one could grow up unscathed. Noticing Uncle's agreement, Lin Luo smiled. There's no need. Aunt surely has connections. You only need to mention it to her. Does he truly think Aunt has been idly relying on Grandma? At this point, the Educational Bureau must be quite familiar with Grandma's influence. perhaps even more so than the trio of nephew and uncle. They hold tangible resources in their hands. Uncle considered this and nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly expressed doubt. But Lin Luo, you understand the reasoning. Why don't you arrange things for yourself? Previously overlooked, he suddenly realized his nephew possessed a profound cunning that uncle could accept, yet not fully comprehend. You clearly discern right from wrong. Why not apply yourself to the good? With such wit, why endure your mother's reprimands? Uncle, unfamiliar with how others manage their motherhood, was certainly aware of his sister's sentiments. She held a genuine disdain for her eldest son. This question caught Lin Luo off guard, rendering him unable to maintain his facade. He released a deep sigh, as if burdened by the weight of the world. Some matters must be undertaken by someone. Sacrifices must be made for the family. After all, having completed this performance, Lin Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 95. Understanding sacrifice, once a solemn term, had been exploited in the northeastern provinces, leading to the relinquishment of all that was valuable. Upon hearing this, Uncle immediately protested, "Get lost. Are you now speaking of sacrifice?" Children, in their playful nature, often neglect their studies, and when confronted, they insist on their innocence. Do not engage me in trivial matters, for I shall inform your grandmother. At this age, one's worldview is continuously reshaped by reality, and certain words become unbearable to hear. This is especially true for those once celebrated as models of excellence, who sacrificed so much for their organizations, making it even harder to confront such terms. In a moment of frustration, he delivered a light reprimand to Lin Luo, leaving him bewildered. He had been content in his facade, yet his uncle's disbelief was disheartening. "Please, do not resort to violence. I value my dignity," he pleaded. But the more he protested, the swifter his uncle's hand moved. "Do you still think you deserve dignity? If you continue this folly, I shall discipline both you and your brother." Of course, these were merely jesting threats, and Lin Luo did not take them to heart. However, they startled his cousin, who hastily abandoned his gaming device and attempted to hide, curling up in a corner as if to become invisible. Upon seeing his cousin flee, Lin Luo quickly surrendered, gesturing for his uncle to cease the playful skirmish. It was never his uncle's intention to cause harm. He merely sought an outlet for his discontent, and upon seeing Lin Luo's gesture, he relented. Lin Luo then glanced at the clock, realizing it was time to conclude their gathering. "All right, everyone. It's time to stop playing. We shall resume tomorrow." The room was filled with reluctant children, their heads drooping in disappointment. "But brother, we haven't finished our game," they lamented. Lin Luo, accustomed to indulging his younger brother, had little patience for this group of adolescents. "Enough. If you choose to stay up, I shall need my rest." Off you go swiftly. With their pockets filled with coins, they paid little heed to after-service care. A reluctant procession ensued, with children turning back every few steps, reminding him, "Brother, I still have several save files. Please do not delete them." In mere moments, they had learned to navigate complex games. Such is the remarkable capacity for learning in children. "All right, I understand," he replied, finally managing to send them on their way. After securing the door and thoroughly checking the windows to ensure they were locked, he returned to the living room. Upon entering, he was met with the unexpected sight of his uncle, no longer jovial but sitting sternly on the sofa, awaiting his return. "Lin Luo, what was the purpose of that videotape?" Indeed, adults often harbor hidden motives. The earlier jovial atmosphere had dissipated, and certain matters could not be evaded. Anticipating his uncle's inquiry, Lin Luo had no intention of concealing the truth. What else could it be? It contains the trivialities regarding Hu Laojiao and Han Meijiao. His uncle, however, would not let the matter rest with just an answer. Lin Luo resigned himself to sit across from his uncle, fully aware it was in regards to his elder relative. The elder had been quietly observing, unaware of the previous interactions during Lin Luo's brief absence. "What troubles your uncle now? Is it still about the stolen steel?" his uncle inquired, suddenly recalling an incident from the day he returned home. Piecing together the reason for their concern, "I have always advised him to choose his friends wisely, but he never listens. Your uncle serves as a cautionary tale. Some individuals, once entangled, bring nothing but trouble. Do not follow in his footsteps. The younger brother has already strayed down this path. The nephew must not follow suit. It is futile to lament the situation now. He has already become entangled, and we must devise a means to extricate him." Lin Luo, exhibiting understanding, offered a glass of water. "What exactly transpired? Please elucidate," the uncle inquired, his tone softened. "Indeed, the incident has occurred. Regret serves no purpose. What truly matters is how to resolve the matter. In truth, the uncle is not to blame. He has been ensnared by others, a case of being outsmarted. It is fortunate that he has not faced greater consequences. However, We cannot allow ourselves to be made fools of. We must take action. Lin Luo took a seat and began to explain slowly. Isn't it true that the uncle is due to commence work at the highway section soon? Hu Laojio's son, Hu Yongjun, is currently engaged in the coal transportation business with large trucks. His vehicles, due to their weight, must traverse national highways. And he has never been one to adhere to regulations, either overloading or misreporting. Furthermore, he cannot declare the truth. Despite transporting pure coal, he insists on claiming it as slag. How could he dare to report honestly? Are you suggesting we create trouble for him on the national highway? The uncle instantly grasped the intention. Lin Luo nodded. I intend to use him as leverage while simultaneously enlightening his father. After all, do we not know a group involved in the smuggling of meat? Let the uncle confront Hu Laojio on the national highway in front of this group, and then provide the incriminating footage to Hu Yongjun. He will undoubtedly inform his father, Hu Laojio, who has spent a lifetime in conflict. He will know precisely how to respond. After a pause, Lin Luo added, this approach would effectively deter both sides from further provocation, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. It would also serve to demonstrate our family's capabilities to Xiang Kaijiang. Most importantly, it would reassure Xiang Kaijiang, for having invested such a significant sum, they must provide their subordinates with a justification, proving that their money was well spent and that true stability has been secured. Being the elder brother is no easy task, despite having the final say in matters. One cannot overlook the grievances of subordinates. After all, it involves a considerable sum of money. The uncle nodded in understanding, reflecting on the funds spent on securing jobs for himself, his wife, and his brother, which likely stemmed from this situation. Although the outcome is better than expected, it is attributed to his father's promotion, which has afforded them some respect. Without this financial backing, their foundation would crumble. Relationships and money hold significant weight. Having grasped this, the uncle's tone was filled with acknowledgement. I never anticipated that you would be able to take charge in our family. There was no hint of resentment in his words, only a sense of pride. With a nephew looking after his brother, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the uncle had come to a realization. If they could suppress Hu's influence within the machinery of the mining bureau, their own troubles would dissipate. Given this understanding, there was no longer a need to burden the nephew. All right, as long as you both are aware. Do not hesitate to reach out if you find yourselves truly out of options. Remember, you still have your grandfather in me. After imparting this advice to Lin Luo, the uncle turned his attention to his brother, who had been silent, a surge of frustration welling up within him. And you? What are your plans? You start work the day after tomorrow. Shouldn't you prepare properly tomorrow? With your lackadaisical attitude, how can you face your reporting? Uncle Lao was originally leaning with his arms crossed, watching the commotion, when he was unexpectedly called out, feeling quite uncomfortable. What is wrong with me? This is called being fashionable, do you understand? He dismissed any laughter at Big Uncle's outdated hairstyle, for his own appearance was even more outrageous. With long hair messily piled atop his head and torn jeans adorning his legs, the respectable attire he once wore when meeting Xiang Kaijiang seemed to have been lost. In the context of a crackdown on vice, one could easily mistake him for a ringleader, even if he stood alongside a client. What fashion indeed! Get my hair cut first thing tomorrow. Ever since Big Uncle became a leader at work, he had become increasingly blunt with his younger brother. Beneath this brusqueness lay a desire for his brother to also find a proper path in life, stemming from his own improved circumstances. However, this attitude left Uncle Lao, who had grown up with little guidance and few constraints from his elder brother, feeling quite uneasy. I really have something to do tomorrow, Uncle Lao mumbled evasively. What could possibly be so important? Big Uncle pressed, not taking his words seriously at all. It's true. I'm serious. You know Shinemo? I want to open an arcade with the Luo and help her out a bit. We finally have a respectable college student among our acquaintances. We can't let her miss out on education. Shinemo? At the mention of this name, Big Uncle's brows furrowed. Yes, the girl adopted by that old rascal Shun. Uncle Lao quickly clarified. Is she asking for your help? Big Uncle continued his inquiry. No, I just feel sorry for her. Uncle Lao scratched his head, recalling their childhood together. I can't just let her hang around with those unsavory characters all day. Most people can discern right from wrong when their own interests are not at stake. For instance, pursuing a college education is certainly not a mistake. Yet, hearing Uncle Lao's words, Big Uncle's frown deepened. You don't know anything. He suddenly raised his voice. That kid, Ka La Chin, is her biological brother. It seemed Big Uncle was far more informed about the situation than Uncle Lao. Uncle Lao's eyes widened in surprise, clearly hearing this for the first time. Not her boyfriend? He genuinely believed that Shun Mo had gotten involved with Shun's son and was now entangled with some ruffians. Young people can have all sorts of relationships. Big Uncle replied, though not entirely confident, confirming once more, Is he the one who stutters a bit? Uncle Lao nodded repeatedly. That's him. Damn. You're meddling without knowing anything. Big Uncle cursed, though his tone softened. That kid is seeking refuge with his sister. Wouldn't she care for him? Some things were better left unsaid, especially in front of Lin Luo. Uncle Lao, unable to read his brother's expression, ventured, so, does that mean we should just ignore it? His voice carried a hint of disappointment. No matter how reckless Uncle Lao might be, he understood that good girls should not associate with thieves, especially not with their own brothers. Big Uncle fell silent for a few seconds and sighed. It's not easy for anyone. If you want to intervene, then do so. What does that mean? Are we intervening or not? What exactly does my brother intend to do? The Shun family situation was rather sordid. Big Uncle not only wished to keep Lin Luo in the dark, but also preferred that his own brother not become too deeply involved. After careful deliberation, he finally made a decision. If we are to take responsibility, let us do so thoroughly. First, we shall bring the child here and let her stay for a month to ascertain her character. If she proves to be of good disposition, we can send her to school. After all, we are not incapable of supporting a university student. If not us, at least my elder brother cannot manage it. Supporting a daughter-in-law while also repaying father's debts leaves little room for extra expenses like a university education. As he pondered these matters, he felt overwhelmed. Yet, since he had initiated this discussion, and now that his brother had made the final decision, he could only grit his teeth and concede. Very well. You are my elder brother. I shall defer to your judgment. Thus, he cleverly shifted the primary responsibility onto his brother. The two siblings reached an agreement. Just as they were about to call Lin Luo for his opinion, they turned around only to discover that the child had fallen asleep, unbeknownst to them. Oh, this little fellow. He certainly falls asleep quickly. Well, I suppose we should rest as well. In this moment, the two uncles genuinely recognized that children remain children. Even if they often display precociousness and an abundance of ideas, they still retain their youthful innocence. Indeed, while they were engaged in serious discussion, the child had succumbed to slumber. This was quite agreeable. Being overly wise could attract misfortune. Children should embody the essence of childhood. Since the child was asleep, they chose not to disturb him. The elder uncle stood up, saying, "All right, I shall check on Wenjia." The younger uncle nodded in agreement and did not insist on his brother's presence. He skipped his nightly routine and dove into bed, preparing to sleep. However, just as he lay down, he heard the sounds of his brother coaxing the child to sleep next door. "Close your eyes, my dear. The moon is bright. The wind is gentle, and the leaves are whispering. Hurry, close your eyes, or the leaves will come to steal you away." The younger uncle was left speechless. He thought that the child would be better off sleeping on his own. At least, Luo was more manageable, sleeping soundly and even beginning to snore and mumble in his dreams. But what was he dreaming about? Do not blame your former self. I stand lost in the fog. What a puzzlement. He was clearly the most lucid one in the family. Unaware of Lin Luo's dreams, the younger uncle tenderly covered him with a towel, mindful of the summer breeze that could easily cause a chill. As long as he can eat and sleep well, that is sufficient. Lin Luo relished his ability to fall asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. His slumber was particularly deep, and when he finally opened his eyes, the day was already bright. How delightful. He stretched languorously, feeling his blood circulation invigorated, his entire being at ease. In a moment of inspiration, he couldn't help but recite a couplet. Who awakens first from the great dream? In life, I alone know. A spring nap in the cottage is ample. Outside the window, the sun lingers. Awake? By this time, the elder uncle had already left for work, leaving only the younger uncle, his cousin, and a throng of children peering through the window, eagerly awaiting their turn to play games. Lin Luo rose and drew back the curtains, instantly locking eyes with dozens of expectant gazes. Goodness, they are cueing this early? He couldn't help but ponder how admirable it would be if such enthusiasm were directed towards their studies. Yet, just as he contemplated this, he chuckled at himself for becoming increasingly like those adults who disapprove of children playing. The younger uncle interjected, "You should open the door. These children have been climbing the window all morning, back and forth. It makes me anxious just watching them." Lin Luo rubbed his face to awaken his senses, then pushed open the window and called out to the group of children below. Hey, don't crowd. I have matters to attend to today." Before he could finish his sentence, the children outside erupted in dismay. "What? We can't play anymore?" These youngsters were clearly infatuated with games. Lin Luo quickly gestured with his hands. "It's not that you can't play. It's just that I cannot supervise you here. And I have no snacks to share. There are only 2 machines available, and each person can play for 5 yuan all day until I return in the evening. But I can only accommodate 4 of you." I, shouted one child. "Brother, I just acknowledged you as my elder brother yesterday. Me too, brother. We've known each other for a long time. I watched you deal with Wang Weitao and his gang. A throng of children eagerly clamored to sign up. Lin Luo's intention was to find a few children to watch over the house, while he took his uncle and cousin on an errand, hoping to earn a little money in the process. To his surprise, the children were so enthusiastic about handing over their money. All right, just you few. Take good care of the house. I won't be accepting anyone else today. It's unsafe with no adults around. With that, he ushered a few children into the house. Chapter 97. The eldest brother, upon hearing that they could still play games, albeit with only 4 slots available. The children hurriedly pressed money into Lin Luo's hands, fearful of missing out. As soon as they finished handing over their money, they squeezed into the house, even physically preventing other children from entering. Did you get picked? They urged each other. This trivial matter starkly highlighted the hierarchy among the children. Lin Luo had not intended to make money today. He was content to have someone watch the house. However, after tallying yesterday's earnings from games and snacks, which amounted to 130 yuan, and with an additional 20 yuan today, he had just enough for another day of gaming. The increase in production resources signifies a leap in productivity. Such an opportunity is not to be dismissed lightly. Thus, with a sense of delight, he accepted the 20 yuan, arranged for the 4 children, and set off to find his uncle. Money is indeed easy to earn. If a business can entice clients to compete for payment, success is almost guaranteed. In a few days, once the equipment is fully set up, he plans to seek out a supplier of near-expiry imported snacks. Then alter the production dates with acetone and sell them at the price of loss and S to these children. A conservative estimate suggests a gross profit margin of around 70. To earn money, one must sometimes resort to unscrupulous means. Running an honest business hardly fills one's stomach. In his previous life, Lin Luo had run a supermarket, often engaging in practices such as short waiting and selling counterfeit goods. The business prospered, and he employed a dozen attractive sales assistants. However, once a person achieves a modicum of material comfort, they begin to contemplate self-actualization. At that time, the philosophy of success was all the rage. He had read a book by Inamori Kazuo, often hailed as the god of trade in Japan, which espoused the principles of altruism and integrity in business. After reading it, Lin Luo was profoundly moved and believed that to grow a business, one must adhere to these principles. Consequently, he removed all high-profit counterfeit goods from his shelves and ceased the practice of short waiting. However, the supermarket collapsed within 2 months. Since then, Lin Luo has come to a stark realization. If one values integrity, one should not be a merchant. The essence of a merchant is to inflict harm. Bearing the lessons of the past, he pondered how to cultivate this group of children into loyal customers while also strategizing to expand his clientele. He resolved to no longer be an overly accommodating individual. The first step in realizing these plans was to seek out his uncle. Come on, uncle. Let's go shopping and get your hair cut. You do have work tomorrow, don't you? No matter how meticulous the plan, it must not remain merely verbal. Action must accompany thought. At present, the most pressing concern was to gather all necessary equipment, for once his uncle began work, he would have to shoulder these tasks alone. Of course, his little cousin Zhao Wenjie must accompany him. If his father discovered that he had neglected the child all day, allowing Wenjie to frolic with wild boys, he would undoubtedly be furious. Others treated Wenjie as if he were their own son, unlike himself, who felt the absence of parental affection and saw his biological parents only once a year. His uncle had risen early, even sneaking a quick session on the game console. The children soon noticed that their game saves had been tampered with. Their faces darkened with dismay, yet none dared to express their displeasure. In the room, Lin Luo could easily render even adults like Zhao Yanjun from North Street powerless with his demeanor. He was not one to indulge children. Although children might be easily deceived, they could discern who to provoke and who to avoid. After the events of the previous days, this group of children harbored a genuine fear of the two. Naturally, this did not include his cousin. Zhao Wenjie, still in bed, had believed he could sleep in, and even upon waking, he thought he could directly play on the console, only to be yanked from his cocoon by Zhao Yanjun, who seized him by the nape of his neck. Still sleeping? Your dad has already gone to work. Even with his eyes closed, Wenjie knew who it was, grumbling and whining in a feigned display of affection. Observing his cousin's reluctance to rise, Lin Luo realized he needed to offer some incentive. All right, enough of this. We're going shopping today. Don't you want that Transformers pencil case? I'll buy it for you today as a celebration for the new school term. The family on his maternal side were all employed and lacked the time to specifically look after children, which was why his cousin started school early, enrolling at the age of 6, while most northern families typically waited until 8. Despite being only 9 years old, Wenjie was already in the 4th grade. The younger the child, the more pronounced the differences in age become. As one of the few in his class still struggling with bedwetting, Wenjie's role as a class monitor was, in essence, a means of self-preservation. Serving as a sycophant to the teacher ensured that other children would not bully him, and if he did face any harassment, he had a place to voice his grievances. After all, the other children were already 11 or 12, while he was still wetting the bed. Who would want to befriend him? Really? You're actually going to buy me stationery? Wenjie perked up at the thought. He had few friends. Most of the children around him were wary of him because of his uncle's reputation, preventing them from being overly cruel. Having played alone for so long, he developed a peculiar obsession with toys. In truth, that Transformers pencil case was merely a metal box adorned with numerous buttons, featuring an image of Optimus Prime. It neither transformed nor was it an imported item, but the mechanical buttons were satisfying to press. Yet, it cost a considerable amount, and his cousin had long coveted it, though the family had recently been financially strained, preventing him from mentioning it. To his surprise, Lin Luo was now fulfilling that wish. "Let us go," Lin Luo said, patting him on the back. "Are we really buying it?" Happiness arrived rather unexpectedly, leaving my cousin somewhat at a loss. "Truly, could I deceive you? I possess wealth. If nothing else, this is no boast. Which teenager carries 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in cash? Only Lin Luo, perhaps." At last, I succeeded in fully convincing my cousin. "Elder brother, you are the best." This endearing appellation warmed Lin Luo's heart inexplicably. It is worth noting that his younger brother, just a year his junior, always addressed him with indifference. That little one, astute as he is, naturally felt no inclination to be close to an older brother deemed unimportant by their parents. Reflecting on this, his cousin's affectionate call stirred a twinge of sadness within him. "Stop dawdling, get dressed quickly. It will be difficult to hail a cab soon, and I refuse to ride a rickshaw." The rickshaw has become the mainstream mode of transport, costing only 2 yuan to traverse the city, even cheaper than the 50 cents for a bus ride. However, Lin Luo was unwilling to endure any indignity. He deemed it necessary to travel in a 5 yuan taxi, which he felt was more respectable. Chapter 98. The taxi. By the time the two of them were ready, Lin Luo had already hailed a taxi at the door. He stood there, signaling his intent to leave, and immediately, a swarm of rickshaw drivers surrounded him. Let's go, 3 yuan. Where to?" Seeing Lin Luo was merely a child, they eagerly inflated their prices. Lin Luo paid them no mind. Things were different now, and he desired to maintain a certain elegance. A 5 yuan taxi was a must. The trifling sum of 3 or 2 yuan was beneath his consideration. Those rickshaws were flimsy, merely a plastic cover that offered little comfort. Ignoring the throng of rickshaw drivers, he waved down a taxi. "Damn, spendthrift," was the muttered complaint from the surrounding drivers, who exhibited a complete lack of service awareness. Indifferent to whether Lin Luo heard their grievances. Of course, one could hardly blame them. Life was indeed tough. Next door to Lin Luo's grandmother lived a family with the surname Zhang, well respected, with doctors, teachers, and police officers among their ranks. And the older generation were all comrades in the educational sector. Yet now, during family gatherings at New Year's, over 10 rickshaws could be seen parked outside, belonging to those who had once thrived. The broader environment had soured, and even with so many holding secure jobs, they could not extend help to all their relatives. Rickshaw driving, with minimal investment, became a quick avenue to income. For 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, one could start. Once a leader among the working class, they now found themselves reduced to the status of a rickshaw puller, even less than the character Xiangzi from the classic story. Such a stark contrast made it impossible for them to foster any sense of service. Adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict with the fortunate, Lin Luo chose not to engage with them. As Lin Luo called out, a taxi came to a halt. In comparison, taxi drivers exuded a certain flair. Yet their demeanor was far from pleasant. "How many of you?" "With so many, you'll have to pay an extra yuan." The driver parked at the entrance, poking his head out of the window to make demands, completely disregarding whether one agreed or not. Taxi drivers seldom picked up passengers without taking a detour. One could hardly blame them for their arrogance. A taxi, even a humble model like the Summerly, costs over 120,000 yuan upon purchase, and the operational license adds another substantial sum, totaling over 300,000 yuan, certainly not a burden everyone could bear. These prices hark back to the 1990s. After the turn of the millennium, they were driven up by the people of Wenzhou to several hundred thousand, even soaring to 800,000. What sort of income must one possess to justify such an investment? Regardless of anything else, Lin Luo's uncle has managed to sustain 2 taxis, living a rather comfortable life. He has long since adapted to the demeanor of taxi drivers. Those with substantial means tend not to be overly amiable. Silence. Now, Who among those hailing a cab is financially constrained? I am no exception. How boastful. The taxi driver muttered in complaint. Just then, Uncle brought Wenji out. Ah, military brother. Who would have thought the taxi driver recognized Uncle? Big Toad. Uncle was equally surprised to encounter an acquaintance. How did you end up driving a taxi? This fellow, a local tough, immediately softened his tone upon seeing Uncle. Come, hop in, where to? Having a reputation has its advantages. Perhaps Uncle has merely lacked the ability to transform fame into fortune throughout his life. If he possessed even half the cunning of a wolf, he might have fared quite well. Lin Luo opened the rear door and ushered his cousin inside, while Uncle took the front seat. There was no mention of seatbelts in this instance. The driver, Big Toad, immediately offered Uncle a cigarette. Military brother, where are we heading for some leisure? The cigarettes were indeed fine, Furong Wong, but the matchsticks used to light them were rather lowbrow. Uncle, knowing they were off to purchase gaming consoles, took a puff before replying. To the mall. I intend to buy 10 gaming consoles at once and also scavenge for second-hand small televisions at an electronics repair shop. Consequently, we must head towards the vicinity of the Galaxy Mall. Oh, that place is quite crowded and hard to navigate. The driver appeared somewhat hesitant at the thought of going there. It is a peculiar trait of Chinese business culture to cluster together. When one street begins to profit from a particular product, the entire street hastily follows suit, with shopping malls being no exception. Such clustering creates a facade of prosperity, filled with small vendors, and the thoroughfares become thoroughly congested. The law cannot reprimand the masses, and the traffic police are powerless. Consequently, all taxis and tricycles simply transport customers to the vicinity, leaving them to walk the remainder of the journey, regardless of distance. This might work for others. But Big Toad dared not treat Zhao Yanjun in such a manner. Once he settled into the car, he would ensure you reached your destination. Otherwise, he wouldn't let you out, risking a loss himself. However, Uncle was no longer the man he once was. All right, just take me there. You can stop when it's about right. Good. With this confirmation, the driver felt emboldened to drive. The summer car was no new vehicle. It appeared to be a relic from the provincial capital, still bearing its original license plate and inspection sticker. The interior was rife with the scent of motor oil. Uncle opened the window to prevent the smoke from overwhelming the child. Big Toad had no personal connection with Uncle. He recognized him, but their acquaintance ended there. Sitting together in the same vehicle was a rarity, and thus, the driver did not cease his chatter. Military brother, are you taking the child out for some fun? Your child has grown so much. Most taxi drivers are somewhat rough around the edges, often entwined with unsavory elements, especially those who have been designated a particular area to operate within. The first-tier taxi drivers undoubtedly operate in front of train and bus stations. If you are not part of that circle, you are simply not permitted to approach. The second-tier drivers serve the county and city areas, charging 15 per person for a trip, with 4 passengers needed to set off. They have a steady clientele, yet they must still rely on the protection of local influencers. Otherwise, they risk having their vehicles damaged while on the road. The third-tier drivers are those who pick up passengers in the city, where earnings are less stable and lucrative compared to the previous 2 tiers, resulting in fewer individuals venturing into this realm. The absolute worst are those who are not allowed to take passengers even in the county, relegated instead to the outskirts of urban-rural junctions. The character known as the Big Toad is among the third-tier drivers. He has long aspired to operate at the bus or train stations, where the work is easier, and the passenger flow is continuous. There, he could set his own fares, 30 or 50, depending on his audacity, far better than the struggles of working in the county. However, these stations are controlled by prominent figures, and one must have a strong local connection to even gain the privilege to operate there. Thus, he contemplates developing a closer rapport with Zhao Yanjun, believing that a word from him might open doors to opportunity. Uncle, however, is reluctant to engage in conversation with him. Yet having already shared a cigarette, he feels obliged to acknowledge him. Indeed, you are my nephew, he says, seeking common ground. Ah, I thought you were quite young, he remarks, noting that the young man does not even know his age. Uncle genuinely wishes to avoid discussing family matters. So he counters with a question. Aren't you helping at your sister's restaurant on the street? How did you end up driving a taxi? In Chapter 99, the Big Toad seizes the rare chance to converse with Zhao Yanjun, speaking without restraint. Well, my brother-in-law has also lost his job. So my sister's small eatery only requires a couple of hands. I can't just sit idly by and eat my fill, so I've taken on this job. Though his words reflect misfortune, job loss, a family business, and the inability to support his brother-in-law, his grip on the steering wheel suggests a hint of pride. Perhaps he believes that driving a taxi is a step up from riding a tricycle. Moreover, a decade ago, being a driver was not a barrier to dating or finding partners. The income in this field was consistently reliable. Unfortunately, Uncle does not comprehend the source of his pride. How much do you earn in a day? He inquires, intending to ask about the daily rental cost of a taxi, fully aware that the big toad cannot afford his own vehicle. Yet, the big toad misinterprets the question, thinking Uncle is asking about his earnings. Well, the daily rental is 100. I don't make much, just enough to get by, maybe around 200 altogether. In our county, it's still tough. There are few people hailing cabs. If I could work at the station, I'd earn more. His words are somewhat boastful. Working a 12-hour day means making 200 is already commendable. After paying the vehicle rental, refueling, buying a pack of cigarettes, and having a meal, he is left with merely a handful of change. The term vehicle rental refers to the payments made to the taxi owner. The taxi business is one where drivers rarely rest, with diligent ones working day shifts and renting out for night shifts. Those who have managed to acquire their own taxis have typically reaped the benefits, yet they continue to live frugally, working one shift themselves while leasing out the other. However, some drivers simply forego their shifts altogether and opt to rent out their vehicles instead. With the income from a single car, they indulge in leisurely drinks and play mahjong, and perhaps even find companionship. The large cicada dreams fervently of owning a taxi, for he understands that by avoiding the payment of vehicle fees and renting out, he could earn far more in a month than his sister's modest eatery, leading to a life of considerable ease. In due time, he envisions marrying, having a son, and purchasing a home, believing it to be a life well worth living. If he could also pick up passengers at the station, it would be even more ideal. Currently, he can earn several hundred a day. Working at the station could multiply that income manifold. With this thought in mind, he disregards any potential familial ties with his uncle and boldly inquires, "Brother June, do you have any connections at the train station or the bus station? Could you give me a hand? Help you out? What is wrong with you?" His uncle, unaware of the full extent of his situation, hesitates to offer any promises. Who have you crossed? Even if he had a legitimate job, his inclination to step in for others remains unchanged. Damn, is someone bullying our folks from North Street? Just tell me who, and I'll teach them a lesson. His enthusiasm is evident, albeit lacking in a certain decorum, driven by a fundamentally kind heart. Not at all. The large cicada quickly refutes. It's just that the bus station and train station don't allow me to pick up fares. That area is under the watch of Qing Jun and that kid. You two are on good terms, right? Do you think you could help me get in there? Logically speaking, his uncle's social standing wouldn't typically align with someone like Qing Jun, but given their shared age, he could engage in conversation with him. Yet, his uncle truly had no idea that Qing Jun was involved in that capacity. What's the deal? Has he monopolized the train station? He lacked understanding of the taxi industry and mistakenly believed that Qing Jun had transformed the station into his personal domain. The large cicada, equally perplexed, continued along the line of conversation. Of course, any taxi working at the train station has to pay him 50 yuan a day. It's been a while since anyone has engaged in such a no-investment venture. Nevertheless, the two managed to keep the dialogue flowing. No investment venture? Lin Luo, who had been listening from the back seat, initially had no intention of engaging with the driver. "We're not close. Why should we assist you just because you ask?" He refrained from speaking out of courtesy, fearing that a few harsh words might provoke a reckless response. Yet, he inadvertently gleaned some valuable information. The large cicada was quite baffled. He saw no reason for skepticism. Of course, there are about 20 cars working right in front of the train station. Others wouldn't dare to work there. Their legs would be broken. Old Nianba had his eardrums pierced just for dropping off a passenger at the station. In the county seat, with over 20 taxis, the market is already saturated. Speaking of Qingjuan's modus operandi, the large cicada couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. However, it made sense considering he was raised alongside his brother Qingxin and the wolves. One could hardly expect him to embody virtuous qualities. Yet, Lin Luo's confusion stemmed from his inability to comprehend the actions of these second-generation individuals. Why resort to such aggressive tactics? With a father like yours, you could simply have a word with the Transportation Bureau, and they would likely grant you additional taxi operation permits out of respect for your family name. Taking these certificates to the bank as collateral, wouldn't the funds for a second-hand Xiaoli or AO2 be readily available? Moreover, using these to engage with several taxi companies, pooling vehicles under a single certificate, who in the county would dare to investigate? Is this not a far more secure and legitimate approach than gathering a few individuals to extort money at the bus station? Why is such a simple matter beyond comprehension? Lin Luo expressed his confusion, yet offered his respect. In any case, it did not concern him, so he chose to remain silent. However, his nephew had fallen quiet, leaving the elder uncle to speak, for otherwise, the awkwardness would be palpable. "All right, I shall inquire with Qing Jun." This statement was merely perfunctory. when it comes to interests, mere words cannot suffice. The uncle had no intention of making the inquiry. Yet, De Xiaohu took it seriously. Brother Jun truly gets things done. I did not make an acquaintance in vain. As he spoke, he drove while unfastening his belt, revealing about half a cigarette inside. Here, Brother Jun, take this. Even the uncle, despite his naivety, understood that it was not the right moment to accept something from someone, especially when he had no intention of providing assistance. Of course, this was only because he had money on hand, a sum of around 1,000 or 800. Otherwise, he might have accepted it. Let us forget it for now. We can discuss it later. If I do not assist you, what can you do? It would merely be an embarrassment. Brother Jun was candid. Given to Xiaohu's understanding of Zhao Yanjun and his reputation, it was clear that gifts were to be given after the completion of a task. Indeed, who presents a half cigarette as a gift? That would indicate a lack of professionalism on one's part. By the way, Brother Jun, I heard that Qingjuan's significant other works at the shopping center in Chuanzhou, and he has been frequenting there lately. Would you accompany me on a visit? Such audacity is unrivaled. The uncle hastily declined. Aren't you working today? This won't take long. We can drive the car to the back of the Galaxy shopping mall. And I happen to need to buy a few pieces of clothing. Let us stroll together. The uncle, in a good mood and unwilling to argue, thought, why not go? After all, I am not the one handling the matter. However, upon hearing that Qingjun had a partner, the uncle was somewhat surprised. What? Qingjuan's partner is a sales clerk at the shopping center in Chuanzhou? It dawned on him. Chapter 100. The sales clerk, you were unaware? To Xiaohu's astonishment seemed genuine. He truly believed that with the close relationship between Zhao Yandong and Li Qingjun, such a matter could not have escaped his notice. If they were to marry, wouldn't he need to give a gift? How could he not know who the bride was? Not only Zhao Yanjun, but even he would have to attend. Such matters are hardly kept secret. Perhaps people in this era were still relatively innocent, as dating was genuinely aimed at marriage. The uncle's surprise was entirely reasonable. If Han Baoi were to agree to date him, despite her being older, he would eagerly announce it to the world, even requesting local stations to air an advertisement. This was not merely love, it was a matter of prestige. Having captured the heart of a young lady from a prominent family in the big city, who wouldn't envy that? However, if his partner were merely a sales clerk at the shopping center in Chuanzhou, it would be best to keep that under wraps. Revealing it would lead others to think he was unwell. How could he possibly choose such a partner? The uncle's expression of disdain was far from feigned. There was no escaping the fact that the reputation of the sales clerks at the Chuanzhou shopping center was notoriously poor. In that place, beautiful women gather in droves. When something becomes abundant, it loses its value, especially in a realm rife with entangled interests. To speak frankly, sexual bribery there is as cheap as a mere token of appreciation, casually exchanged upon a chance encounter. Such women are not ones to boast about their circumstances. Yet, is it truly so dire for Qingjun's family? Zhao Yanjun understands well that engaging with those women does not require emotional investment. Mere wealth suffices. Is it only out of desperation that one seeks such a partner? Uncle flicked the half-smoked cigarette away, watching the ember collide with the wall, still vexed by the folly of it all. What is the big deal? The big fellow interjected. She's pretty, just graduated, quite fresh. Uncle shot a withering glance at this naive individual. What good is that? If the criteria for a partner and a courtesan are indistinguishable, what meaning is left in the pursuit of companionship? Qingjuan's actions were utterly disgraceful, tarnishing not only his own reputation but also casting a shadow over those who were closely associated with him, exposing them to ridicule. If he had indeed sought out a courtesan, one could at least understand the motivation rooted in financial gain. After all, the women from Chuanzhou are renowned for their beauty. Those resolute in entering the profession typically head to Hong Kong, where a few months could yield substantial earnings. Society may frown upon poverty, but seldom upon prostitution. If one were to marry such a woman, she might buy you a house and a car, with the only drawback being a touch of infidelity. Yet life could be quite comfortable. However, seeking a partner working as a sales assistant in a Chuanzhou shopping center leaves one bewildered. Is it for her looks? This place is overflowing with beautiful women. Is it for her wealth? While a sales assistant's salary is relatively decent, comparable to that of bank clerks, is it truly worth the risk of infidelity? It would be wiser to leverage connections to secure a managerial position in the shopping center, enjoying the perks without the pitfalls. Lin Luo could understand Uncle's frustration. Just how chaotic is the situation with sales assistants in Chuanzhou? Upon watching Blue Sky Airlines for the first time, he thought it depicted the very lives of these salesgirls, a narrative eerily reflective of reality. Two friends at a KTV encountered a sales assistant still in her uniform after work. Despite not knowing her, they whisked her off to a private room. And by the next day, the three were entangled in a relationship. Such occurrences are far from rare. To speak bluntly, the situation has reportedly escalated to the point where almost anyone could suffice. Observing Uncle's agitated response to others' affairs, Lin Luo quickly interjected, perhaps she knew. Under the protection of her uncle, no one dares to approach her. In a few days, she'll likely quit anyway. He always referred to Qing Jun as Little Uncle. His words were intended to silence Uncle, not to speak ill of friends in front of outsiders, as it would not reflect well. Yet Uncle was dissatisfied with Lin Luo's reassurances. Damn it, having a record is far better than leaving behind a mere resume. Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle at Uncle's remark. Indeed, it's no exaggeration to say that the Chuanzhou shopping center is akin to the Huangpu military academy of the brothel industry. After 2.5 years there, one often simply vanishes to Dongguan, never to return. Let us refrain from disparaging others. Lin Luo had just finished advising his uncle when, unexpectedly, his uncle turned around and began to scold him. Faced with an elder who constantly sought to reclaim his dignity, Lin Luo could only pacify him. Considering this incident as resolved, what if his uncle's feelings were genuine? Why should he assume the role of a villain disrupting their romance? However, the more his uncle pondered, the more uneasy he became. No, I must inquire about Li Qingjuan's true intentions. Among the so-called 5 military leaders of Beijia, only he and Qing Jun could command respect. The other 3, like Wei Lijun, once formidable and ruthless, had become targets for ambitious youths eager to make a name for themselves. Each of them, merely strolling down the street, would find themselves pursued by brash youngsters wielding weapons. Particularly, the recent upstarts, Lu Guanghao and Yin Han, showed a blatant disregard for Wei Lijun. Initially, a conflict had arisen between these two boys. Yin Han, hailing from a less fortunate background, had rallied a group of brothers through loyalty and toughness. Lu Guanghao, running a bathhouse, exuded a certain streetwise charisma. The reasons for their clashes were unclear, yet they engaged in repeated confrontations. After Yin Han had bested Lu Guanghao in a fight, the latter retaliated in kind. For an entire year, they alternated between hospital stays, a cyclical exchange of visits. Eventually, they realized that such disputes were futile and united their efforts against Wei Lijun, intending to see who could keep him hospitalized longer. One day, after Yin Han sent Wei Lijun to the hospital for a week, Lu Guanghao would ensure he was incapacitated for 2 weeks. They were treating him like a testing device. Ultimately, unable to endure the situation any longer, Wei Lijun fled. Even in his departure, he remained bewildered. Who had he offended? The actions of Yin Han and Lu Guanghao set a precedent, inspiring other emerging talents eager to challenge the elder. Thus, among the 5 military leaders of Beijia still active, only Lin Luo's uncle and Qing Jun remained. As for why no one dared to confront them, others could cause disturbances without fear of police intervention. But anyone who dared to provoke the duo would find themselves swiftly dealt with by law enforcement. This very scenario led Lin Luo's uncle to contemplate a shared fate with Qing Jun. After all, they represented the last bastion of the 5 military leaders of Beijia. He could not allow himself to be disgraced. What his uncle had mentioned in passing, De Liao had long awaited as an opportunity. If Zhao Yanjun could meet with Li Qingjun, how could he not mention my name? This was a matter long agreed upon. Brother Jun, I believe I know where Qingjun is. Chapter 101. Deceive if you can. The economy of the county resembled a stagnant pond, devoid of any liquidity. It was not that there was a lack of money in the small town, but to truly stimulate economic activity and foster prosperity, one could only rely on healthcare, education, direct sales, health products, and, regrettably, con artists and charlatans. De Liao, eager to escort Zhao Yanjun to meet Li Qingjun, as this was crucial for his future, drove with remarkable speed, reaching Jinxing Street in Chuanzhou in no time. However, beyond this point, maneuvering the vehicle became cumbersome. He quickly found a place to park and urged Zhao Yanjun to weave through the crowd. Walking from this street to the Chuanzhou shopping center and locating Li Qingjuan's position is not a lengthy journey, but the throngs of people make it quite arduous. If one truly intends to traverse this distance, it requires considerable effort. The large cicada, apprehensive that the difficult path might dissuade Zhao Yanjun, and fearing that his vigor would be entirely spent in the crowd, promptly urged, Brother Jun, I will forge ahead, you follow closely. Once we navigate this section, we shall be fine. In truth, such caution was unnecessary. Zhao Yanjun, being a local, was well aware of the street's conditions and had long since acclimatized to the bustling crowd. Enough dawdling. I am more familiar with this place than you are. Jinxing Street is merely the old North Street, and I am one of the 5 armies of North Street. Were it not for the need to look after his nephew, he would not require someone to lead the way. With a single shout, he could disperse the crowd and make his way through effortlessly. Now that he had secured a respectable job, He had indeed acquired a touch of maturity and recognized his role as a responsible adult who must set an example for the children. Uncle had ceased to exhibit the boisterousness of his youth, instead opting to draw closer to the side, shielding the two children in front of him. He cautioned Lin Luo. "De Luo, keep a close eye on your brother. Be wary of child abductors." At last, he exhibited a semblance of adulthood. "All right, just watch over him. Do not concern yourself with me." Lin Luo had no intention of feigning maturity and promptly returned the responsibility, adding, "Between human traffickers and myself, it remains uncertain who is the true predator." Having spent years dealing with direct sales company owners and frequently visiting Macau, Lin Luo had encountered the intense atmosphere of coercive sales and understood the operational dynamics of the entire industry chain. Thus, should a trafficker encounter him, it was uncertain who would be the unfortunate one. After all, traffickers merely sold forgetful children into the depths of the mountains, whereas he possessed the capability to sell individuals to northern Myanmar, ensuring a profit from various regions. Zhao Yanjun found himself at a loss with this nephew and could only keep a watchful eye, his gaze fixated on Lin Luo and Zhao Wenjie, scarcely daring to blink. However, it did not take long for him to realize that his nephew was not there to conduct business, but rather to indulge in a leisurely outing. "Brother, would you like a hot dog? Brother, would you like pineapple?" Lin Luo inquired as they walked. His gluttonous nephew, ever eager, responded enthusiastically, "Yes. Brother, you are the best." Consequently, Lin Luo would take a bite of a hot dog and pass it to his brother, nibble on a skewer of pineapple and hand it over, and even sample Tonghulu only to transfer it to his brother. In essence, at every stall, they would pause, purchase an item, sample it briefly, and then pass it to the younger sibling. Zhao Wenjie did not mind at all, accepting whatever his brother offered, his mouth smeared with syrup. No household indulges children in such a manner. Zhao Yanjun furrowed his brow at the sight, remarking, "De Luo, wealth cannot be squandered in this way. How are you more wasteful than I?" He was acutely aware of his own tendencies to indulge, yet his nephew showed no sign of remorse, instead pointing at a woman selling deep-fried cakes to chastise him. "Am I the one squandering? That woman is the true spendthrift. Look at her, 5 cakes for $1. She buys $2 worth yet insists on receiving 2 more for free. For those 2 measly cakes, she has haggled for nearly half an hour." Zhao Yanjun followed the direction pointed by his nephew and indeed spotted a woman persistently confronting a vendor at his stall, clutching a bag tightly. "What is wrong with giving me a little extra? I've purchased so much. Can't you show a bit of consideration? What's 2 more? The vendor, looking utterly helpless, replied, "Sister, I truly cannot give anything away. This small business barely breaks even. If I give you 2 more, I will incur a loss." As he reached to take back the bag, the woman protectively shielded it. "What do you mean by loss? I will return to buy again. It's settled." With that, she clutched her 12 fried cakes and turned away, disregarding the vendor's shouts in pursuit. "Hey, sister, that is not feasible, really not feasible." This scene unfolded on the most bustling street of the county, a common occurrence. Who doesn't tea-haggle when shopping? Only someone like Lin Luo, who treats money as if it were blown in by the wind, wouldn't he feel the pinch. Even Uncle felt the woman was justified, remarking, "She knows how to manage her resources." Lin Luo, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. "Oh please, just keep watching." Zhao Yanjun was at a loss as to what to observe, so he patiently continued to watch. The woman, with her fried cakes in hand, strode directly into a shop adorned with the sign for Shuang and Kong aerobic health swing machines. Lin Luo immediately chimed in with schadenfreude. "Once you step into that store, don't expect to leave without spending 6,980. With that kind of money, she could buy enough fried cakes to burst." Little did Lin Luo anticipate that such pyramid schemes had infiltrated even the small county, as evidenced by the bustling activity outside the store, with a notable number of participants. People are often fearful of saving their entire lives only to hand it over to swindlers. It is far better to spend money like I do. Just look at how well these vendors treat me. When I find something I like, I never haggle." He paused and added, "We spend money for comfort. It's never a waste. Wealthy individuals' money is easily earned but hard to deceive. Conversely, the money of the less fortunate is difficult to earn but easily swindled. When the majority of a market consists of those without money, don't expect to profit. One must find ways to deceive." "You always have your reasons," Zhao Yanjun conceded. Unable to argue with his nephew, they continued their banter, enjoying snacks and drinks until they finally traversed the county's most prosperous street. Recently, the aerobic health swing machines by Shuang and Kong had become quite the sensation in the county. Purchasing one machine would grant membership, and by recruiting 10 others, one could elevate to a promoter level, even earning a promotion bonus of 36,800. Rumor had it that some in the county had ascended to the second tier of the 5-level, 3-tiered agency system, amassing fortunes exceeding 1 million. How could such a lucrative business be dismissed by Lin Luo as something so unworthy? Uncle remained undeterred, defending the woman. Perhaps she simply has a broad network. She must be spending that money because she can earn it. Lin Luo, however, was too preoccupied to explain, as he spotted something more intriguing after maneuvering through the crowd and into an alley. Uncle, look, there's a fight. Darn, Jiamuxi's big crook, Harbin's cruel tactics. Chapter 102. Li Qingjun. What was described as a fight was more accurately a group assault on several individuals. Approximately 15 or 16 assailants were targeting merely 3 or 4 victims, averaging 5 or 6 attackers per one victim, with plenty of surplus. This has already gone far enough to be considered bullying, yet the one leading the assault shows no mercy at all. The victim is utterly defenseless. One would think a few lessons would suffice. Instead, he retreats, gathers momentum, and delivers a powerful kick resembling a tiger's strike, all while shouting, "Are you submissive yet?" His arrogance is noteworthy. However, the one pinned to the ground, with only his head exposed to the blows, displays surprising resilience, remaining silent. The look in his eyes suggests that, had he not been restrained, he might have attempted a counterattack. Such a display of fortitude ignites a sense of schadenfreude within Lin Luo, who even mutters aloud, "Impressive, you truly have spirit. You deserve to be beaten to death." How can one not yield when faced with such punishment? Ultimately, retaliation can always follow. There is no shame in that. Throughout history, those who have survived are invariably the ones who know when to be pragmatic. The longevity bestowed upon us by our ancestors comes from this very understanding. The notion of spirit is often celebrated by those who do not face the front lines. "Who dares?" Lin Luo called out, fully aware that the assailant would hear him. It was evident that Li Qingjun was the one behind the blows. On this street, he was the only one capable of being more arrogant than Lin Luo's uncle. As for the individuals being beaten, Lin Luo did not recognize them. Qingjun, already incensed, was taken aback to find someone daring enough to stand by and watch. "Get lost," he barked without even glancing at the newcomer. His irritation at being unable to subdue that young man had already left him in a foul mood. But upon turning around and realizing it was a familiar youth, he swallowed his anger. "Oh, it's you, Luo Luo?" The overly familiar address left Lin Luo feeling exasperated. What nonsense. Any young man would be displeased to be addressed in such a manner. Were it not for Qingjun's father being well-connected, Lin Luo would have certainly fired back with a few scathing remarks, far more cutting than mere insults. However, given that Qingjun's father held a significant position within the county committee, Lin Luo had no choice but to suppress his irritation and approach him amicably, infusing his words with a touch of playful charm. "Uncle, how old do you think I am? Do you still see me as a child? Am I in a cartoon? Can't you just call me Big Luo?" To have a man in his 40s address someone in their 20s with such endearment requires a certain audacity. Fortunately, Lin Luo's youthful appearance spared him from ridicule. However, before he could feel embarrassed, he noticed something intriguing. This uncle, whom he was not particularly close to, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief upon his arrival. "Who are you three? How did you come here?" Qingjun hastily waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to drag away the 3 or 4 beaten individuals like discarded dogs, and then turned to greet Lin Luo's uncle. "So how is it, Yanjun? Are you satisfied with the arrangements?" This seemingly random question was certainly not without purpose. Lin Luo's uncle had recently been tasked with a job arranged by the Li family. The task had been executed quite satisfactorily, so naturally, there was no dissatisfaction. He nodded in acknowledgement and casually patted Qingjun on the chest, their unspoken understanding lingering in the air. The two individuals understood each other well enough. There was no need for outsiders to be privy to too much information. "Is it not feasible for me to observe you?" After this unspoken understanding, Uncle pointed at the few individuals detained nearby and inquired, "What transpired here? Why such a commotion?" The individuals on the ground appeared disheveled from the altercation, and he could not discern their identities. Qingjun and Uncle Zhao Yanjun shared a cordial relationship, but the connection between their families had been rather lukewarm until now. His grandfather's character lacked the finesse to garner respect, and his social standing was not high enough to attract attention. However, ever since his elder uncle visited the Li family recently and discussed the matter of Turkish immigration, the situation had taken a significant turn. At the very least, Qingjun felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhao Yanjun at this moment. Just a few words from him had allowed his brother to cease evading and not only transform his circumstances, but also earn his family's patriarch's first commendation for finally befriending a person of merit. For this, Qingjun had felt a sense of pride for several days. Although he and Zhao Yanjun did not belong to the same social circle, he had always held a superior position during their encounters, thus earning him the title of brother from Zhao Yanjun. Now, though they could not be deemed entirely equal, they could at least refer to each other as friends. Qingjun pulled over 2 stools and gestured for Zhao Yanjun to take a seat, casually explaining, "Damn it. I don't know where these petty thieves came from, but they broke into my house. I caught them red-handed." It was only with his words that Lin Luo noticed the circle of low tables surrounding them, along with dozens of stools. This group had been indulging in drinks and skewers. Yet, this place was evidently not Qingjun's home. Lin Luo was well aware that his residence was situated in the county courtyard. How could one possibly catch someone in the act here? It seemed Qingjun was indeed harboring individuals in this place. Lin Luo needed no invitation from Qingjun. He pulled over a stool to sit down, dragging his younger brother Wenjie beside him, and casually picked up a freshly grilled skewer from the table to hand to his cousin, engaging with Qingjun. "So, uncle, who is so foolish as to dare steal from the county courtyard?" He could hardly believe that anyone could be so dim-witted as to attempt theft in such a place. It would be far more sensible to target the armed forces. Should they succeed, they could emulate the notorious bandit Zhang Ziqiang of the century, wielding an AK in one hand and a shotgun in the other, striving for greatness and glory. To attempt stealing from the county courtyard, even if successful, would invite dire consequences. They needed to understand the severity of repercussions that surpassed even the strictest enforcement. Due to Lin Luo's probing inquiries, Qingjun seemed to realize he had inadvertently revealed too much and quickly diverted the conversation. "It's nothing, just a bunch of petty thieves. Why bother with them? We'll send them to the precinct, and they'll behave." After having dealt with them, they would still need to be handed over to the authorities for legal action. Fortunately, he was in the right, or things could have escalated further. Yet, even with justification, Qingjun's expression carried a hint of discomfort. He waved his hand, signaling his younger brother to approach. "Go, arrange a separate table for these 2 nephews. Grill some crispy bones or something. My eldest nephew loves to eat. Don't add chili, just sprinkle extra cumin." As he spoke, he introduced his younger brothers. "Do you all know them? This is my nephew, the grandson and great-grandson of the Zhao family. In the future, keep your eyes peeled and don't bring trouble upon my family. Their father has risen in status." His words, though sincere, struck Lin Luo as an attempt to shift the topic. "However, one matter has been firmly established. The promotion of my grandfather is a certainty." The younger brothers responded in clusters to the words of the elder brother, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere filled with voices. "We know, brother. Do you really need to remind us? We are well acquainted." One exclaimed, "Lin Luo. Impressive. Did he not just deal with Wang Weitao a few days ago?" "I've heard about it." Each of them not only agreed, but also promptly cleared Lin Luo's table, removing the drinks, cigarettes, and spicy skewers, replacing them with non-spicy options and serving Bei Binjiang soda. It seemed as though this would pacify the children, while they themselves resumed drinking. Chapter 103. Your partner Lin Luo was indeed not there merely to partake in a meal, yet unexpectedly, he found himself eating upon arrival. With such a warm invitation, he could not decline and had to sit down. Naturally, Uncle Zhao Yanjun shared a table with Qingjun. The small roadside tables were hardly spacious, accommodating a maximum of 4 individuals. 3 felt cramped, while 2 sitting opposite each other was just right. The younger brothers, uncertain of what business Zhao Yanjun had with Qingjun, dared not approach, leaving only the 2 of them at the table. To keep an eye on Lin Luo, their table was not far from Qingjun and Uncle Zhao's. As soon as they settled, Qingjun initiated the conversation. "What brings you here? Aren't your brothers still in the cells? Are you truly indifferent to their plight?" With this question, he took the lead. Zhao Yanjun, momentarily forgetting his purpose for being there, snapped impatiently, "Damn, is it necessary to bring this up? Who has such bothersome younger brothers? It's quite vexing." Seeing the topic shift, Qingjun let out a relieved laugh. "Haha, look at your 2 half-brothers. Honestly, you've made quite a name for yourself in the cells, selling out your older brothers so decisively. You're the first to do so. It's not uncommon for younger brothers to crack under pressure and betray their older brothers, but to drag an older brother into trouble when there's no issue at all? Now that's a new trick. The seasoned veterans at the Chuanzhou County Detention Center have certainly gained some insight. So, this is how it can be played? Well, I've learned something. If it weren't for Zhao Yanjun's solid standing, he would have surely been in trouble. His brothers have imparted a profound lesson to all in the underworld. Older brothers must remain cautious of their younger siblings, while younger brothers need not indulge their older brothers too much. When it's time to sell, one must sell. All right, enough of this. Zhao Yanjun's face turned crimson. "Come on, let us toast. Let us not speak of this anymore, shall we?" He raised his glass, acutely aware of the embarrassment of being an older brother. solely bearing the burden for his younger siblings. Uncle Zhao also raised his glass, and Qing Jun obliged. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. It was only after Qing Jun swallowed the burning liquor that he noticed someone accompanying Zhao Yanjun. He casually inquired, "Who is this? Weren't you supposed to be going to work? Why have you taken on a younger brother?" Among the ruffians of his brother Qingxin's generation, there exists a code. Anyone who genuinely goes to work effectively exits the underworld, and thereafter, they would no longer involve each other in brawls or gatherings. Others may be unaware, but Qing Jun was privy to Zhao Yanjun's impending employment at the Highway Department, marking the end of the North Street 5 Army-S operations. Beside them, the large shrimp held a wine bottle for quite some time, yet no one regarded him as a person. Even when Qing Jun was mentioned, he received no acknowledgement. He had intended to seize the moment to toast and have Zhao Yanjun speak on his behalf, but Zhao Yanjun, upon noticing the large shrimp, suddenly recalled his purpose for being there and turned to Qing Jun, inquiring, "By the way, are you in a relationship?" In terms of emotional intelligence, Zhao Yanjun had certainly inherited his father's legacy. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Qing Jun's expression darkened, and he slammed his glass down onto the table. "Who told you that?" His face was a picture of fury. However, Zhao Yanjun remained undeterred. "While you, Li Qing Jun, may wield your power to retaliate against others, I, Zhao Yanjun, am not without my own lineage. Though my father may not possess the prowess of yours, should you choose to harm me, you cannot possibly have me penalized, can you? Regardless, you should at least offer an apology." Uncle even failed to notice Qing Jun's anger. Upon seeing his empty glass, he filled it again. "What's the matter? Is this topic off limits?" Had anyone else uttered those words, Qing Jun would have hurled a bottle at them, but this was Zhao Yanjun. He held back for a considerable time before exhaling and raising the newly filled glass. "If we are brothers, let's refrain from discussing this. I shall not bring up your younger brother's matter again." With that, he drained the glass as if bearing an immense burden. Uncle understood immediately. He had likely become involved with a barmaid, and given his protectiveness, it seemed he had truly developed feelings. He shook his head, sighing, "What were you thinking?" His tone was filled with confusion. The thoughts of youth are often ambiguous and indecipherable, and Qing Jun could not articulate his feelings. So he changed the subject. "I cannot compare to you. So, are you truly getting along with Han Baoyi?" This little detail seemed to be common knowledge throughout the county. Upon mentioning Han Baoyi, Zhao Yanjun, already under the influence of alcohol, felt his face flush even more. Yet, he was far more forthright than Qing Jun, responding, "No, not yet confirmed." This denial was tantamount to an admission, at least from one side. Thus, it was likely to hold some truth. Observing his unreserved demeanor, Qing Jun felt a pang of discomfort and took a swig of liquor to steady himself. "Well, look at you. When Sister Han visited us, you were still in vocational school, weren't you? Back then, you couldn't even hold your bladder, and yet you were already fixated on her?" As they reminisced, a smile finally broke across Qing Jun's face. "So, you no longer wish to be my brother, but aspire to be my brother-in-law instead?" Qing Jun expected Zhao Yanjun to feel bashful, but unexpectedly, Uncle puffed out his chest. "What? Is Baoyi not beautiful? Didn't you drool the first time you met her?" That was a matter of several years past. At that time, who had seen a woman in a trench coat, knee-high boots, and a form-fitting pair of jeans in the county? Not only Zhao Yanjun, but even Qing Jun and the others who had been present were astonished. A few remarks pulled Qing Jun back into the depths of memory. "Goodness. It's no wonder you have such discerning taste. To be fair, Sister Han truly is exceptional." He took another sip, then suddenly smacked his thigh. "Wait a minute. I remember we were both at the vocational school, even sharing a dorm. What were you up to every night under the covers? Speak up. Were you not engaging in anything illicit?" Before Qing Jun could finish his words, the uncle quickly raised his glass to interrupt, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? There are children present." The mention of children, particularly when Lin Luo was brought into the conversation, seemed to inadvertently reveal more than intended, suggesting that at that time, they were engaged in some sort of craft. Zhao Yanjun, feeling guilty, glanced back at Lin Luo, only to find him sitting behind, attentively listening with a soda bottle in his mouth. The uncle, suddenly agitated, snapped, "What are you staring at? Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating?" Lin Luo, who had said nothing, found himself scolded for merely listening. He disdainfully scoffed, turning his attention to the eager and anxious figure of his cousin, who, despite having no opportunity to interject, was desperately trying to join the conversation while hesitating to step forward. This person was certainly amusing. How could he believe that someone who had yet to find a place at the table could expect assistance from others? Those lacking value should not harbor such grand aspirations. One must accept their own ordinariness. Having faced some indignation from the uncle, Lin Luo felt it unjust to endure it silently. He turned his ire towards his cousin instead. Eat properly. Do not stray from the right path. If you fail to get into university, you'll end up as a thief, and when that time comes, you might be beaten so badly that your mother won't recognize you. His cousin, engrossed in devouring food, with a skewer of meat in one hand and a candied hawthorn in the other, looked up with an innocent expression, as if to say, "Who have I offended?" I haven't even eavesdropped. Perhaps sensing his older cousin's unusual protectiveness, his cousin mustered the courage to respond. Pointing toward the corner, "Brother, isn't it true that even those who get into university can end up as thieves?" This statement caused Lin Luo to abruptly glance toward the corner, finally recognizing the individual who had been beaten. He exclaimed in shock, "How could it be you?" Chapter 104. So it was her Li Qingjun and the others consumed their drinks, effectively commandeering the entire alleyway. Passers-by were well aware of the gang's presence, deliberately avoiding the area. Consequently, the street vendors catered specifically to this group, even going so far as to play music for them through loudspeakers. Regardless of how things might conclude in the future, at least we once gathered here, unburdened by the need to impose restrictions on one another, nor bound by verbal promises. The mere fact that we shared moments together sufficed, as life is rich with memories, and I only wish that in your recollections, there exists a trace of me. Accompanied by this song, imbued with regret and the essence of farewell, Lin Luo finally noticed that among those who had been beaten, there was someone he recognized. Emojia. What are you doing here? The age gap between him and Shun Mo was considerable. They were merely former neighbors, and Lin Luo had nearly forgotten this individual existed in his life. Fortunately, it was a remark made by Wenjia earlier that prompted Lin Luo to connect the dots. It was someone he knew, who had attended university, and now found themselves engaged in thievery. These elements led to only one conclusion. It had to be Shin Mo. Now that he had recognized her, he could not feign ignorance. Lin Luo approached her, adopting a tone that was decidedly insincere, and inquired, "What has happened to you?" In truth, this question was unnecessary. Shin Mo was likely associating with her brother for illicit purposes. Local thieves typically favored train stations and bus terminals, where foot traffic was high, and most individuals were not locals, making it less likely to attract trouble even if they succeeded. Whereas itinerant thieves preferred to infiltrate the most bustling streets. Observing the scene, it was evident that the two had certainly been caught red-handed by Li Qingjun, hence their restraint. Shin Mo, who had been called out, felt a flicker of shame and hurriedly averted her gaze, unwilling to let acquaintances witness her disheveled appearance. After all, she was a local student capable of gaining admission to a prestigious university, once regarded as the pride of her parents, and still possessed a modicum of dignity. However, her current state was indeed quite pitiful. The girl who once had flowing locks now sported a disarray of short and unkempt hair. She had deliberately smeared her face with soot for concealment, and her attire consisted of an old high school uniform that had faded and was even patched. It had been ages since Lin Luo had seen such craftsmanship in mending clothes. Her footwear was equally unfortunate, even in the sweltering summer. She wore a pair of worn-out sneakers with peeling soles, which, in a sense, adapted to the environment, allowing for some ventilation, thus serving as makeshift sandals. Upon hearing someone call her, she intentionally lowered her voice. "You've mistaken me for someone else." This was somewhat akin to a futile attempt at deception. Her voice, though feigning masculinity, was unmistakably feminine. Nonetheless, her desire to remain unrecognized was clear. Lin Luo was not one to intrude. Aiding Shun Mo was merely a task assigned to him by Han Baoi for his uncle, and it bore no relation to his personal affairs. Since she chose to feign ignorance, he decided to respect her wishes. He turned his gaze toward his uncle, who had been observant of the situation on Lin Luo's side, surprised to learn that it was Shun Mo who was being assaulted. Just yesterday, he had been troubled, pondering where to locate this group of individuals. His partner's sympathy often leading to his own predicaments. Now, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him as the person he sought appeared before him. Before he could approach for a closer look, Qingjun spoke first. "What the hell, it's a woman." He had been reminiscing with Zhao Yanjun about past times, lost in painful memories, when the commotion on Lin Luo's side drew his attention. "Do you know her?" He swiftly diverted the conversation, gesturing with his chin towards Shun Mo. "Who is she?" "Ah, she was my neighbor back in the day," his uncle affirmed without further verification. "She's the one who got into the medical university this year." In the locality, there were only two high schools capable of sending students to university, the First High School and In High School. Each year, when the college entrance examination results were released, a grand list was displayed, showcasing the names and scores of those who had been accepted. The numbers were modest. A few dozen students were considered a bountiful harvest for that year. Shin Mo, being one of those accepted into the medical university, naturally appeared on that list. And her name was notably prominent, rendering her somewhat of a local celebrity. Li Qingjun was genuinely taken aback to discover that among those he had brutally assaulted, there was such an individual. He couldn't help but mock Zhao Yanjun. Damn, has your area fallen to such depths that even university students resort to stealing my cardboard and empty bottles? After saying this, he generously waved his hand. Come, let us add a few more tables and make sure they are accommodated as well. This gesture was undoubtedly a show of respect, not only towards his uncle, but also towards the educated individuals. Strangely enough, those without knowledge seemed to harbor a peculiar admiration for the learned. With the boss's command, the underlings scurried about like automatons, immediately bringing over another table. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they threatened Shen Mo and her companions. My brother has shown you kindness, so sit down and eat. Don't even think about running. Otherwise, we'll come looking for you. The menacing words might hold significance for the locals, yet they bear little weight for Shen Mo. Given her family's circumstances, she would almost welcome trouble at their doorstep. Moreover, these individuals had already been beaten to the point of being unable to stand, leaving them with no means of escape. However, an unexpected twist arose. One among them, previously kicked around by Qingjun, still wore a defiant expression, refusing to utter a word while exuding an aura of violence. Had Shen Mo not held him down with unwavering resolve, he would likely have lunged forward in a fit of rage. His gaze was fierce enough to instill fear. Even in Lin Luo, Qingjun, too, maintained a facade of bravado, yet he felt a twinge of unease under such a fierce stare. He was merely a bully who thrived on intimidation, lacking even the prowess to match his uncle. The long-haired one was clearly a force to be reckoned with. Not daring to meet the long-haired man's eyes any longer, Li Qingjun quickly redirected his gaze to Zhao Yanjun, attempting to salvage his pride with a disdainful expression. I recall your family resides in an area populated by various units or the mining bureau. Surely, you wouldn't have fallen so low as to resort to stealing cardboard or empty bottles. Perhaps out of guilt, he blurted out an error in his haste. Upon hearing Li Qingjun's words, Lin Luo perked up. Uncle, why are you collecting cardboard and bottles? I heard you have a business at the train station? The act of scavenging seemed rather beneath Li Qingjun's station. Huh, how do you know that? Qingjun was taken aback. It was surprising that even a half-grown child was aware of his activities at the train station. This was no trivial matter. His father had recently cautioned him against causing trouble, and if his father were to discover this, he would surely face a beating. Before Lin Luo could respond, the nearby large cicada finally seized the moment to interject. Heh, little brother, I'm a taxi driver. Due to Qing Xian's influence, everyone referred to Li Qingjun as little brother, while Li Xian was acknowledged as the true leader. It was quite normal for a taxi driver to be aware of Qingjun's unscrupulous dealings at the train station. However, the cicada's indiscreet remark did not sit well with Li Qingjun, who shot him a glare. Damn it, is that a mouth or a pair of cotton pants? Were it not for Zhao Yanjun's presence, Li Qingjun would have been inclined to teach him a lesson right then and there. Just as the cicada attempted to reintroduce himself, he immediately shrank back. Yet, Li Qingjun's demeanor was intriguing. He seemed reluctant for others to uncover the truths behind his actions at the train station. Heh, uncle, something seems off with you. Chapter 105. The benefits of power. Taking advantage of the conversation, Lin Luo leaned closer to Li Qingjun and whispered, Uncle, I heard that taxi drivers at the train station are required to pay you $50 in rent each day. Is that correct? So why are you still considering collecting cardboard? Let it be known, even in the year 95, or even if one earned $30,000 a month, I would not stoop to scavenging cardboard. It is essential to provide the less fortunate with a means to survive. This is what one might call social responsibility. Qingjun was initially taken aback, but then it seemed he had decided to be forthright. Poor indeed. He expressed his grievances without fear of being looked down upon for his lack of wealth. Ever since my elder brother's incident, my father has ceased to care for me, as if I were the one who caused it. Look at these freeloaders around me. Who among them do I not have to support? That rent from the train station. What good is it? His words were clearly disingenuous. He had around 20 subordinates, and the 20 taxis at the train station alone generated over $30,000 in rent. Even if evenly distributed, each person would receive more than $1,000. This sum, let alone being spent by a few ruffians on indulgences, would be ample to support an entire family. How could anyone truly be impoverished? Yet, some truths need not be exposed if one chooses silence. There must be a reason behind it. Lin Luo continued to elaborate on Qingjun's words. Indeed, as a significant figure, one could hardly rely solely on collecting rent for income. One must possess a legitimate enterprise, for which prominent leaders lack their own means of livelihood. Those few at the train station were hardly sufficient. Human desires are boundless. No matter the earnings, there always seems to be a deficiency. Lin Luo sought to engage Qing Jun in conversation, aware that Qing Jun's family had connections to the train station. Qing Jun concurred, nodding in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Lin Luo's statement. However, he sighed. It's complicated. Raising his glass to toast with his uncle, he seemed to have found a means of venting his frustrations. To succeed in business, one must engage in substantial ventures. The trivial transactions are devoid of meaning. Yet large enterprises require capital. Speaking of money, he grew agitated, gesturing towards Lin Luo. Look over there. The cultural palace is currently available for external contracting. If we opened an arcade there, we could rake in a fortune. We wouldn't even need to go all out. Just set up around 100 machines, including slot machines, coin pushers, and fishing games, and the rest could be dedicated to gaming. We don't even need to rely on selling tokens. Just consider the profits from point accumulation over a month. Lin Luo listened, feeling a genuine envy for Qing Jun's ease in discussing such ventures. This was no mere arcade. It was akin to a gambling den. If Qing Jun truly pursued this, how could he not profit? Uncle, that sounds feasible. Isn't the cultural palace under the youth league? The head there was promoted by your family patriarch. Given your connections, isn't it a matter of a single conversation? The venue surely won't demand payment from you. After all, the newly constructed building is still vacant. Who would be using it otherwise? Qing Jun's ambition to stake a claim on the cultural palace stemmed from this very reason. Everyone was aware of the ties between the county's youth league and the Li family. Having consumed a bit more alcohol, Qing Jun appeared somewhat inebriated, his words slipping beyond his control. Do I need a child like you to instruct me? I can secure the venue whenever I wish. The crux lies in acquiring the funds for the machines. Each machine costs 2,000 to 3,000, and for such a large space, 100 machines would be a mere starting point. That's several hundred thousand. And that doesn't even account for renovation costs. Where would I procure that? It turned out he truly lacked funds. Individuals of his stature rarely entertained notions of cooperative prosperity. They were accustomed to solitary indulgence. Even if an opportunity arose for partnership, he would perceive it as a means for you to pay tribute. Not only would he withhold a fair share of profits, but he would also expect to dominate the arrangement, as his presence ensured your business would avoid significant troubles. Thus, while they found it easy to procure funds, it remained challenging, contingent upon their willingness to speak up. At this moment, Qing Jun seemed reluctant to engage with certain individuals or entities. Naturally, Lin Luo had no intention of entering into business with him, as he did not require his protection from complications. Therefore, he echoed Qing Jun's sentiments. Indeed, that is a considerable sum, far from a trivial amount. While it is said so, the matter of the venue mentioned by Qing Jun stirs a yearning within me. Indeed, having power is advantageous. However, it seems Qing Jun has become quite enamored with showcasing his prowess. The youth remains oblivious. Earning money is truly arduous. Otherwise, I would have ample business ventures at my disposal. He gestured behind him, indicating his plans. Are you familiar with the old Xinhua bookstore? They are soon to relocate to a new building. I have already negotiated to open a cinema at the old site, as the existing decor can still be utilized, which would save me quite a bit. Yet, I underestimated the complexity of the situation, naively thinking it would be akin to my childhood days of screening films in the countryside, a simple tattered cloth, borrowing the local station's projector, and screening a few films to commence operations. Qing Jun raised 3 fingers, indicating the types of films he intended to show, and upon mentioning this, he appeared quite exasperated. Despite having prepared everything diligently, he lamented the inability to sell tickets. It is utterly baffling. Tickets priced at merely 1 yuan, yet no one is interested? Can you believe it? These are prime locations. Lin Luo found it hard to accept. In this era, when the internet is not yet widespread, indulging in Hong Kong comics or reading Huang Yi's novels is already considered thrilling. Yet you say that with a large screen displaying films such as The Lust of the Jade Platter, The Peach is Ripe, Naked Lamb, and Immoral Gifts, no one is willing to spend money on tickets? This is simply inconceivable. Uncle, do outsiders truly not know what you are screening? 1 yuan to watch this. They wouldn't suffer a loss or be deceived. However, Li Qingjun found Lin Luo's confusion somewhat perplexing. Such matters cannot be casually discussed. It turns out he is reluctant to promote the films, waiting for patrons to come to him. Without any marketing, how would anyone know what you are showing? More importantly, Li Qingjun lacks patience. In his line of business, one must endure for a while. Once word of mouth spreads, the results will be immediate. Yet, he envisioned a bustling opening. Upon failing to meet expectations, he quickly loses morale. Still, with activities such as renting spaces, running game halls, and operating cinemas, it is evident that Qin Jun is indeed in need of money. Lin Luo felt a sense of pity for him. Uncle, your endeavors are quite sensible, if all else fails. Why not consider taking out a loan? These are all lucrative ventures. If it were Lin Luo in his position, not only would he approach the bank for a loan, but he would even resort to high-interest lenders. However, upon hearing this, Li Qingjun scoffed in disdain. What, do you think I can't afford to live? He had no intention of taking a loan, as that would be too humiliating for him. The old buy at the credit union would practically kneel before me, begging to lend me money. Do you see me paying him any heed? Such is the current atmosphere. Borrowing from a bank is seen as a disgraceful act, reserved for those whose relatives and friends have all passed away, not to mention someone like Qin Jun, who is keen on maintaining his image. Even ordinary folk do not entertain the notion of bank loans. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, if a relative or friend works at a bank and seeks your assistance for their performance, one might still consider it. But such familial ties would necessitate some form of gifting. Thus, when Lin Luo suggested that Li Qingjun apply for a loan and was met with rejection, he felt a fleeting moment of confusion, but quickly found solace in the situation. It was perhaps for the best. Without initial capital, Qingjun would struggle to succeed, making it easier for Lin to take advantage of him. Such a fortunate opportunity is rare indeed. If the bank declines, shall I not take the chance? The bank seeks borrowers, and Lin's interest was piqued. It is indeed unheard of to reject a golden opportunity. This sentiment led Li Qingjun to regard Lin as a naive child, blissfully unaware of the world's gravity. What is the fuss about not utilizing the offer? Where else would one find such generosity? Just because your grandfather has attained a modest rank, do you expect everyone to pamper you? Little did Qingjun know, times were changing, and many circumstances were beyond his wildest imagination. In this era, borrowing from banks could indeed result in funds that need not be repaid. Since 2002, banks transitioned from paper-based operations to digital ones, resulting in many loans becoming non-performing, often without any record. As long as one has connections and knows the right timing, it is possible to secure funds without any repercussions. Amounts could range from hundreds of thousands to millions, and once labeled as bad debt, they simply cease to exist. Lin Luo was particularly aware that the current head of the rural credit union, a certain white god of wealth, was destined for promotion as his successor. Who would dare to investigate the bad debts incurred during the tenure of the former leader? Everyone was scheming to balance the books, ultimately benefiting those who had taken out the loans in the first place. However, there was one drawback. Lin was still a minor and thus unable to secure a loan himself. This realization left Lin feeling somewhat frustrated. Uncle, you scold me again. Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. He was chastised without the option to retort, forced to play the fool. I merely wish to assist you, given your lack of funds. The words were sweet, yet what Lin truly sought was not Qingjun's goodwill, but rather the resources he could leverage. In his youth, Lin had been perplexed by the presence of many private enterprises within the offices of governmental and corporate structures. Now, he comprehended the audacity of second-generation individuals like Li Qingjun. The misuse of public resources had become their lowest standard of conduct. Yet, he had never encountered someone so inept at utilizing even common resources. While he could not compare with Qingjun in terms of influence, it mattered little whether Qingjun prospered. Lin was intent on claiming his share. His playful demeanor proved effective, as Qingjun chuckled and allowed the matter to slide. However, unsatisfied with the lack of benefits, Lin remained undeterred, contemplating his next approach. Uncle, if you lack capital, what about Chai Lang? He needed to subtly probe into the Li family's tolerance of Qingjun's actions. Chai Lang was the family's financial reservoir. The ability to access this resource indicated the family's level of endorsement for Qingjun. Qingjun, devoid of any ulterior motives, did not perceive Lin as a child capable of manipulation and remained entirely unsuspecting. My father does not allow me to engage with him. Yet, the mere mention of Chai Lang darkened his expression further. It appeared he had sought Chai Lang's favor, but had been unsuccessful. This was understandable. When one's father does not support them, but rather favors outsiders, a son would naturally feel discontented. Upon receiving this news, Lin Luo felt assured that, in his father's eyes, Li Qingjun's recent actions remained nothing more than foolishness. Well then, foolishness is indeed delightful, for it allows one to frolic with children. Lin Luo drew up a chair and settled down at Qingjun's table, nudging his uncle to make some room. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Li Qingjun. Uncle, I see you are well acquainted with various departments. Do you know who is responsible for the row of heated Kong houses at the entrance of the first middle school? Let us set aside financial matters for now and discuss your connections instead. That place. No one takes charge, Qingjun replied, puzzled by the boy's intentions. He casually responded. But suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Luo was forthright. "I noticed the row of heated Kong houses at the first middle school is vacant, and I was thinking of opening a gaming room there. How about granting you a share? It could turn a profit, and with all your ventures requiring funds, we could save a little." Asking for a share right off the bat was not meant to be genuine. Knowing Qing Juan's disposition, he would certainly dismiss such a meager proposition. However, it seemed Li Qingjuan misunderstood. A little brat wants to open a gaming hall. How absurd. I haven't to even manage to start mine. And you wish to open one too? He glanced at Lin Luo with a look of disdain. Does your family know about this? This is utterly ludicrous. Everything that can generate profit is sold at a premium. If the price were lower, it would be better to run it oneself. Are the costs of billiards, computers, and gaming machines exorbitant? Not particularly, but because they are lucrative, the prices are often inflated. Even Qing Jun lacked access to cheaper channels. He even considered leveraging his connections to raid a few establishments under the guise of illegal operations to bolster his gaming hall. Yet, such actions would still involve numerous personal relations to navigate, and when calculated, the savings would merely amount to a few hundred yuan, risking enmity in the process. Upon hearing that the little grandson of the Zhao family intended to run a gaming hall, he couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, such innocence. Without waiting for Lin Luo's response, he mischievously encouraged, "Are you familiar with the Tianlong gaming hall on the island? They have 20 or 30 machines, and the owner is currently in hiding after a brawl. If you speak to your grandfather, he might just let you have a few machines." The island was once the earliest village to reach 1,000,000 yuan in earnings, but it had since fallen into decline. Li Qingjuan's thoughts were rather whimsical, inciting the child to engage in wrongdoing, hoping to implicate the adults. Once the Zhao family intervened, he could act freely. However, Lin Luo was no ordinary child. He was not only a law-abiding citizen, but also far from foolish. "No, uncle. I merely wish to purchase a few educational gaming consoles and establish a tutoring center for children in the heated Kong house. That is all. I truly cannot manage a gaming hall. If the educational console can call itself a learning machine, why can't I label my venture as a tutoring center?" It was then that Qing Jun comprehended the child's true intentions. Indeed, he came from a rural background, and the Zhao family exhibited a certain parsimony. Can that possibly be profitable? Qing Jun mused. His own gaming hall was geared towards gambling, with each gambling machine raking in hundreds to thousands each day. A hall filled with half gambling machines could easily earn tens of thousands in a day, with monthly revenues reaching hundreds of thousands considered a true business. The meager earnings of 300, whoever desires to earn can do so. As for Li Qingjun, he has no intention of profiting. Lin Luo understands that this venture, while not lucrative, falls well within the capabilities of his grandfather to support him. Should it turn out to be as successful as Qingjun's, countless would undoubtedly be envious. A situation his grandfather would struggle to manage. Earning merely a few dimes or a single yuan might not amount to much, yet it is still possible to make dozens in a day. The main reason lies in the fact that this is for my Aunt Han. Han Baoyi. The mere mention of her name instantly made Qingjun somewhat serious. Chapter 107. There is no end to taking advantage. The act of wielding power through association must be executed with finesse. Lin Luo is acutely aware that Li Qingjun neither regards him as a child nor intends to grant him any favors. Attempting to exploit him is not a task that an outsider from the Zhao family could accomplish. Thus, he feigned a troubled expression and began to weave a tale. Wasn't it my uncle and Aunt Han shopping when they happened to encounter this university student? He lamented, gesturing towards Shun Mo, who was soothing her younger brother. Aunt Han, noticing her plight, thought to find her some work to earn money for university. After all, it is not easy to produce a university student in this humble place. In truth, it is not so difficult, but Li Qingjuan's lack of education complicates matters. Before him, praising the value of education becomes a formidable task, rendering his ignorance appear quite normal. Li Qingjun wholeheartedly endorsed Lin Luo's words. Of course, in my father's era, a high school graduate could become a county magistrate. University students are quite precious. Observing Qingjuan's enthusiastic agreement, Lin Luo sighed with a sense of concern for the nation and its people. Indeed, we are also safeguarding intellectuals. However, with my uncle and granduncle both at work, who will tend to this matter? It seems it falls upon me. Little uncle, I recall you were about my age when you ventured out into the world. Most of Lin Luo's statements were mere platitudes. Yet the mere mention of Han Baoyi's name was sufficient to command Qingjuan's attention. Qingjun had long since lost interest in entertaining children. Come on, just because your uncle studied well, does that mean you should stop? Never mind, focus on your studies. Is helping Sister Han truly a burden? I can speak with the housing authority, and you can utilize it. His frustration grew as he had failed to draw the child into his plans, instead finding himself at a disadvantage. Lin Luo had anticipated this outcome long ago. "Thank you, little uncle," he said, clasping his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Smiling somewhat mischievously, Li Qingjun dared to jest with him, and while he could refuse his uncle, he would never dare to disregard Aunt Han's reputation. Nor would he even think to verify the truth of the matter with her. If Qingjun were akin to the unruly Shui Pan in Jinling City, then his uncle was merely a country gentleman, while Han Baoyi represented Lin Ruo's beloved Lin Daiyu during his lifetime. Shui Pan lacked the qualifications to even dine at the same table as her. However, this does not imply that Shui Pan could not speak ill of Lin Daiyu behind her back. Indeed, having just assisted Aunt Han, he could not help but gossip. "Goodness, this young lady is overflowing with compassion. Junzi, you'll have your share of troubles in the future." The rumors regarding his uncle and sister Han had begun to circulate. The good news was that Han Baoyi did not publicly deny them. The bad news was that she also did not confirm them. Concerning Han Baoyi, "My uncle always treads carefully, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Luo, who seems eager to interject but is at a loss for words. Recently, my nephew has been somewhat pallid. As an uncle, he has discerned that once Lin Luo adopts a serious demeanor, it is certain he harbors some mischief. Indeed, his flattery flows as if it were without cost. It is my uncle who operates with remarkable efficiency. Otherwise, why would anyone wish to associate with him? In our county, you should be deemed the paragon of benevolence. It is indeed the predatory wolf that thrives on the merits of your household, yet now he adopts a facade of grandeur. I have come to realize that the scoundrel is merely an opportunist. You may not be aware, but a few days ago, a band of ruffians led by Wang Weitao descended upon my home, while that despicable wolf pretended not to notice from a distance. In truth, Qingjun is aware of this. Otherwise, his younger brother would not have brought it up in Lin Luo's presence. Since Lin Luo has taken advantage of their goodwill, he must utter words that please them. Given that Li Qingjun cannot confront the wolf, he is, of course, aligned with him. While mocking the wolf, he pours wine for Qingjun. What sort of dog is this wolf? Once the deed is done, he emerges to play the role of the big brother, expecting me to grant him some semblance of respect. With his people having invaded my home, does he truly believe his words hold weight? I did not indulge his arrogance. I pointed a finger at him and unleashed a tirade of insults. "You can ask my uncle." My words turned his face a shade of blue. "He is but a hound of your household, and my actions were merely an acknowledgement of your stature. What is he really? If it were not for the notion of respecting the owner while chastising the dog, my uncle and I would have dealt with him on the spot. This rascal is hardly worthy of the title wolf." Their united front against a common foe was indeed stirring. In the contest of canine loyalty, he and the wolf stand on equal footing. Qingjun knows well that Lin Luo speaks few truths, yet he cannot resist the allure of his words. The extent of his admiration is such that he even forgets Lin Luo is but a child, raising a toast in camaraderie. Let us not dwell on pleasantries. In the future, do not feel obliged to extend me courtesy. If he pulls this stunt again, do not hesitate to confront him. Otherwise, he will become insufferably shameless. With a toast raised, Lin Luo found himself compelled to reciprocate, lifting his own cup in kind. With my uncle's words lending me confidence, I thought to myself, let us see if Chai Jingyu dares to maintain his pretense. I would surely bring him down a peg. With that, I downed my drink in a single gulp, as if I truly possessed the ability to confront the wolf. The child had already partaken of the drink, and Qingjun, no stranger to fine spirits, wiped his mouth and followed suit. Both placed their cups upon the table simultaneously. These few compliments seemed to have thoroughly pleased Li Qingjun. As Lin Luo set down his drink, he noticed the Songlin beer bottle on the table and, recalling his barbecue business, casually remarked, "Songlin has a robust flavor. It's truly delightful." Qingjun, appreciating the child's unreserved enjoyment, chuckled and remarked, "Ah, you little imbiber." Lin Luo did not deny it, but smiled then, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "By the way, uncle, didn't that scoundrel, the wolf, seem to have secured the distribution rights for our local Songlin beer? Isn't that the factory belonging to Auntie's family?" The auntie in question naturally refers to Qingxin's wife, who monopolizes the local beer industry through the Songlin brewery owned by her family. Before 1989, this factory was a state-owned enterprise, but it later transitioned into private ownership, eventually becoming a monopolistic entity in the region. Local shops predominantly sell only its beer, with even the provincial capital's snowflake beer unable to penetrate the market. Interestingly, Qingxin's family is solely responsible for production, while sales are managed by the Erching Songlin Beer Wholesale Department, which is under the purview of the notorious Wolf Company. This arrangement has only come to fruition in the last couple of years. The wolf's sales tactics are rather ruthless. They spare no small retail or snack establishments. And any shop daring to sell other beer brands faces harsh repercussions, often leading to the destruction of their stock. Upon hearing this, Qing Jun grew irritable. He cursed, expressing frustration that Cai Jingyu had managed to secure a production order for German Stockman's wheat beer for his sister-in-law's family, thus monopolizing the sales aspect. The brewery not only produces its own beer, but also engages in contract brewing. Qing Juan's comments were somewhat vague, likely intended to downplay the wolf's accomplishments. But Lin Luo understood the underlying implications. Currently, the focal point is economic development, not merely a matter of GDP, but rather the generation of foreign currency. The wolf's ability to attract production orders from Germany, regardless of profitability, translates to a flow of marks and euros. This transcends mere profit margins and becomes a matter of political achievement. It is no wonder that Cai Jingyu enjoys favor. He has indeed accomplished a significant feat. Lin Luo, on the other hand, found himself feeling out of sorts. I suppose I shouldn't voice my concerns, uncle. Chapter 108. Draft beer. While it may seem improper to speak up, the truth is that it is precisely what one wishes to do. This reflects an empathetic ability to guide conversation. With a little attention, it is easy for the other party to continue the dialogue, especially after having consumed alcohol. Self-control tends to wane. Without hesitation, Qing Jun bluntly asked, "If there's something on your mind, just say it. Why are you being so polite?" This was a veiled insult towards Lin Luo's mother. Had it been directed at another family member, Lin Luo would have truly been unable to endure it. "Uncle, there's no need for formality between us. I simply fear putting you in a difficult position." The matter at hand circles back to the wolf. Having a strained relationship with one's parents can have its advantages. For instance, when insulted, one may remain unfazed. Upon hearing the term wolf, Qing Juan's expression soured. What about him? What difficulty could he impose? Speak. Lin Luo decided to be forthright. "Well, my family wishes to establish a few snack bars. You know well that in the restaurant business, profit from the food is scarce. What truly earns money is alcohol. Regarding that alcohol, I prefer not to source it from the wolf. So, I wanted to ask if you could mention this to my aunt. But given what you've said about him securing a large order for your family, I fear." At this point, Lin Luo hesitated, gauging Qing Juan's reaction. If the request were simple, Qing Jun would likely agree without hesitation, allowing Lin Luo to save face. However, Li Qing Jun showed no immediate response, indicating that Cai Jingyu had solidified the beer dealings, leaving no room for Lin Luo to intervene. Lin Luo understood profoundly that when seeking assistance, it is wise to avoid putting the other party in an uncomfortable position. He quickly retracted his statement. "Uncle, I am not attempting to take advantage of the situation. The crux of the matter is that I don't want the beer prepackaged. I simply want the liquid itself, not bottled." This peculiar request finally elicited a response from Qing Jun. What do you intend to do with that? Install a tap at your shop and drink straight from it? Who buys beer without bottles? Lin Luo was not indulging in frivolity. Rather, he stumbled upon an intriguing observation: the absence of draft beer, which should be ubiquitous in barbecue establishments during summer. Instead, patrons were seated on the ground with a few bottles, engaging in playful banter, while some even performed military-style exercises. This was somewhat out of place. How could summer festivities lack the refreshing allure of draft beer? More significantly, draft beer was quite economical. Currently, scrap collectors regarded beer bottles as prized possessions, which indicated that the glass manufacturing industry had not yet driven down the prices of bottles. At present, Songlin beer retails for 1 yuan per bottle, and the deposit for the bottle is also 1 yuan, as collectors could sell the returned beer bottles for 20 to 30 cents, thus yielding a profit. This suggested that the most substantial cost in beer production lay in the bottles themselves. Qing Juan's stance made it evident that he had no influence over the dealings of the wolves. If even he could not negotiate with the wolves, then persuading them to lower their prices would require considerable goodwill, which would not benefit him. After much contemplation, Lin Luo resolved to circumvent the wolves altogether and pondered the idea of directly selling canned draft beer. "Uncle," he mused, "drinking from a cup is feasible. Must beer necessarily be in bottles? I could simply use large cups and sell by the cup. How could a wolf dealing in branded distribution interfere with my venture of selling loose beer?" This notion piqued Qing Juan's interest further. Selling liquor by the cup is one thing. Can beer be sold in the same manner? I have never encountered that. Noticing Qing Juan's attentive demeanor as he set down his glass, Lin Luo felt emboldened in his discourse. "I understand that if my family faces dire straits, all I would need to do is inform you. And your connections with the wolves would surely yield some benefit for me. However, my business is profitable. It is unnecessary for you to intervene on my behalf for such matters." While speaking, He filled Qingjuan's glass to the brim. This way, I want to be entangled in his business. He sells Songlin beer, while I will sell loose beer. Would it suffice to merely inform Auntie about this arrangement? If so, it would indeed simplify matters. Is that really all it takes? Qingjun, evidently intoxicated, readily agreed. Whenever you wish to procure it, just head over to the brewery. I will make the necessary introductions now. As long as you can arrange for transportation, you are free to take as much as you please. Given our camaraderie, I shall not charge you a dime. But do remember, if you end up needing a large quantity, consider it a negotiation with my brother-in-law. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and, in Lin Luo's presence, initiated the arrangement. Hello, my second brother, I need to discuss something. I have a nephew whose friend requires some wine. Just loose beer will do. Can you assist with this? Prior to Lin Luo's arrival, Qingjun had already consumed a fair amount, and now, with his second drink, his tongue was quite loose. Nevertheless, the prospect of Lin Luo acquiring the wine still sounded like music to his ears. Uncertain of the details on the other end, Qingjun concluded the brief conversation and, with a grand gesture, declared, All right, are you familiar with the southwest entrance of the brewery? Lin Luo nodded eagerly. He was well acquainted with that location, having pilfered bottles from there on numerous occasions. Just as long as you know where it is, go find a filling truck to transport it. That should not pose a problem, right? Qingjun did not dwell on the details, and thus, the matter was settled. Lin Luo was pleasantly surprised by how straightforward it turned out to be. Certainly, there is no issue at all. Such trivial matters are easily managed. I am deeply grateful to my dear uncle, and I hold you in high esteem. I have indulged, so now you may proceed as you wish. He too had partaken a bit too much, having forgotten his youth. Enough of that. Perhaps it is wise to drink less. As for my uncle, he welcomes all who come. I cannot neglect my dear uncle, for he is quite discerning. It is only fair that he receives emotional gratification for any favors rendered. Thus, flattery flowed as if it were costless. Qingjun relished such adulation, raising his glass to clink with Lin Luo. Ah, it matters with whom one drinks, with my elder nephew. It requires no further words. And so, they engaged in hearty toasts, completely forgetting their original purpose for gathering. Once they began, there was no stopping them. Lin Luo's final recollections were of his uncle. Truly, I am not boasting, but if I were you, I would entirely lose my memory. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in a bathing facility. What time is it? His head throbbed painfully as he pressed his forehead. Reclining on a massage table, his stomach churning incessantly. Why was there no one to restrain me? When Qingjun remarked that local beer was merely hops mixed with tap water, he ought to have realized that such inferior concoction would lead to intoxication. Alas, his inquiry went unanswered, only met with derision. Ah, the marketing maestro awakens. Following the sound, Lin Luo discerned it was none other than his uncle. Where's your hair? At that moment, his uncle sported a buzz cut, seemingly just having emerged, bare-chested, with a towel wrapped around his waist, surrounded by 3 young men, each with a similar hairstyle, all smoking casually in the bathing area. Lin Luo was surprised that upon awakening, his first concern was this. What were we here for? Only then did Lin Luo recall. All right, you should be at work. Let me help you prepare. Is this a haircut? Nonsense, it couldn't be more evident. He wondered how his uncle was faring while he had been in a stupor. His mood seemed quite buoyant as he patted his head. How do you find it? Sharp? Lin Luo examined him closely. His resemblance to his grandfather was notable. And with such a haircut, he resembled a respectable person. Well, have you purchased your clothes? Indeed. The mention of clothing brought a smile to his uncle's face, as if he had just tasted honey. This left Lin Luo, still somewhat dazed, quite puzzled. What are you up to? Why the sudden joy? Chapter 109. Truly intoxicated, can you not speak? His uncle's good spirits somewhat alleviated Lin Luo's discomfort. I am your maternal uncle. Oh, it is difficult to say whether we are truly related. Only grandmother knows. Despite his throbbing headache, Lin Luo could not resist teasing his uncle. His uncle pointed at Lin Luo, his smile diminishing slightly. Such is the bond of a nephew. Otherwise, he might have been inclined to strike. Lin Luo was unconcerned by his uncle's irritation, rubbing his temples and squinting at him. What is this you and I? Look at you, grinning as if it costs nothing. What happened? Did you stumble upon a golden axe? Even with a job, he had never seen his uncle so jovial. Something was amiss. The nephew merely spoke offhandedly. Yet the uncle chuckled knowingly. Indeed, he leaned in closer. Luo, one must admit, you possess quite the knack for persuasion. Are you aware of your actions? I have no idea, but I'm certain I didn't commit any fundamental errors. It appears that excessive alcohol consumption renders a man quite incapacitated. With that, Lin Luo, bare-skinned, turned on the faucet in the bathroom, rinsed his mouth with water, and only after spitting it out did he inquire, what did I do? He surmised that having lost all sense, he likely hadn't done anything too outrageous. After speaking, he settled onto the massage bed. The uncle joined him, confirming, "Have you truly forgotten?" Lin Luo, feeling rather uncomfortable, exhibited impatience. "What on earth do you wish to convey? If you don't speak, I shall make my way to the lobby." In this local bathing establishment, few were reputable, each tinged with a hint of impropriety, particularly within this bathroom. The men who came and went were not there to bathe. They merely rinsed themselves before departing. Observing the scene, Lin Luo understood that the place his uncle had brought him to was far from respectable. Noticing his nephew's evident impatience, the uncle felt a pinch of grievance. "No, I truly cannot comprehend how you acquired those dubious tricks. If you possess such methods, why not teach me instead of instructing Qingjun?" This statement left Lin Luo momentarily speechless. "What? I taught Qingjun something?" He genuinely could not recall. The uncle leaned closer, gazing intently into Lin Luo's eyes. Lin Luo, unsure of what the uncle was scrutinizing, simply shook his head in silence. After a few seconds of contemplation, seemingly convinced that Lin Luo was not feigning ignorance, the uncle sighed. "Ah, is Qingjun listening to you? He is preparing to start a taxi company? Isn't he reluctant to take out loans?" The fragmented memories caused Lin Luo's head to throb intermittently, yet he still recalled matters prior to his inebriation. The uncle nodded. "Indeed, did you not teach him that?" "What did I teach him?" Lin Luo was even more perplexed. In discussing this, the uncle revealed a tinge of jealousy. "Isn't it true that you spoke with him? Our county has quite a number of unlicensed taxis. The traffic police rely on them for revenue. These fellows have it tough. After earning a bit, they pay most of it in fines. If there were operational licenses for these drivers, who would be paying those fines?" After patting Lin Luo's head, he continued, "This is what they call resource integration, using others' vehicles to generate profit for oneself. We must ensure the child refrains from drinking. Once intoxicated, he tends to divulge secrets to outsiders." The uncle had meticulously calculated the situation. It was something he could manage as he was about to start working at the highway department, which is closely linked with the traffic bureau. Once familiar, obtaining a couple of licenses would pose no problem. Thus, if he could arrange for a few unlicensed taxis, it would yield some income to support his father and provide for a wife. Yet, now it seemed that Qingjun had taken on the entire responsibility. Such is the disadvantage of small towns. When one individual undertakes a task, it becomes exceedingly challenging for others to intervene. Lin Luo had no recollection of expressing such sentiments. As the concept seemed implausible, taxi operating licenses require the vehicle's registration to be integrated. Hence, he inquired, did Qingjun actually believe that? To his surprise, the uncle nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Qingjun promptly contacted the Transportation Bureau and secured 4 permits, which enabled over 20 vehicles to be registered. Each vehicle contributed a monthly fee of 1,000 yuan for this registration, and he had collected all the dues, even commencing the process for the company's license. Listening to his uncle, it seemed there was no deception involved. It appeared that Qingjun had genuinely accomplished this feat. How he managed it remained a mystery. However, who could doubt Li Qingjun? What might be unattainable for others could be effortlessly achieved at his behest. This left Lin Luo feeling somewhat disoriented. Was I not like a selfless benefactor, imparting wisdom? Truly, indulging in a bit of drink seemed insufficient to quell one's vanity. Only a fool would engage in fruitless endeavors. And it seemed that I had played the fool this time. Just as he was wallowing in regret, his uncle interjected, it was not in vain. Qingjun mentioned that there are 2 residential buildings near the train station to provide meals for our drivers. The bus station's cafeteria will also allocate a stall for us. Henceforth, every driver station there will dine with us. This represented a steady stream of income, and his uncle was quite pleased. By the way, De Luo, weren't we supposed to focus on barbecuing? Why have we shifted to packed meals? Why the sudden change in direction? His nephew's plans seemed to be in constant flux. Initially set on barbecues and beer, they ended up discussing a snack bar with Qingjun, which resulted in not 1, but 2 business opportunities. Lin Luo could not be bothered to explain to his uncle. As long as there was profit to be made, what did it matter? It must be said, he was indeed clever. Even after a few drinks, his advice had not gone unappreciated. Silently commending himself, Lin Luo suddenly recalled something. "Uncle, are you certain that Qingjun intends to start a company?" "Absolutely," his uncle replied. "But that does not seem right. Establishing a company requires capital verification. Is Qingjun truly prepared to form a limited liability company with the minimum registered capital of 100,000 yuan? Nowadays, company registration capital must be fully paid, and the minimum is indeed 100,000. However, few opt for exactly 100,000, as that would imply they possess only that amount, and any excess would suggest otherwise. Jun certainly cannot establish a limited liability company with merely 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing Lin Luo's inquiry, his uncle recognized that he had indeed consumed too much alcohol. Ah, have you forgotten? Wasn't this also something you taught him? What did I teach him? Lin Luo retorted, struggling to recall. Oh, crossing the bridge. With 100,000 yuan, through bank mediation, one could secure 5 million within a month, thus completing the capital verification report and establishing a company with a registered capital of 5 million. Such a company could undertake city investment projects, and with a mere phone call, the funds would be deposited into his corporate account. Lin Luo was astounded. While he was content with a few thousand yuan, Jun could effortlessly summon 100,000. However, that did not seem plausible. Did Jun truly have 100,000 on hand? He did not appear to be financially well off. And to speak frankly, he might even have less money than Lin Luo himself. Observing Lin Luo's bafflement, his uncle was left speechless. Wasn't the solution still one you proposed? What else did I suggest? Lin Luo pondered, struggling to recall his own advice. To his surprise, his uncle suddenly mentioned a name. Han Meijiao. Han Meijiao? What of her? Why is she being brought into this? Chapter 110, The Ancient City of Jingjue. Why does it seem that Han Meijiao is everywhere? Is she involved in mahjong? Did she also have an affair with Jun? Lin Luo's tone when he spoke these words was not one of doubt, but rather of curiosity. What could Han Meijiao possibly find unpalatable? Not at all. Uncle shook his head, casually tossing aside his cigarette. This response brought a long sigh of relief from Lin Luo. Otherwise, he would have truly admired this woman, as she seemed capable of charming anyone. But how did she become involved in this? Noticing his nephew's confusion, Uncle clicked his tongue and remarked, "Didn't Jun turn the old Xinhua bookstore into a cinema?" Lin Luo was aware of this. It was indeed a prime location. Not only was it situated in a golden area, but it also featured an independent courtyard, nestled closely between the new cinema and the Grand Theater, with a morning market and a night market nearby. However, what connection did this have with Han Meijiao? Did she have some stake in it? He had never heard of such a thing. Before Lin Luo could inquire further, Uncle bluntly stated, "You introduced them, didn't you? Jun has transferred the Xinhua bookstore cinema to Han Meijiao? What? That prime location is now hers. And I, Lin Luo, played matchmaker in this." He thought to himself, "How did I become so benevolent? If I'm not among the top 10 most inspiring figures in China this year, there must be some hidden agenda." Uncle, upon observing Lin Luo's expression, realized he had forgotten again. "Didn't you say it yourself? Merely talking is insufficient. You must also learn to pout like Lin Luo." "Ah, little uncle, if you ask me, let professionals handle professional matters. That cinema of yours is bound to be profitable. However, you, being such a busy individual, have too many matters to attend to. I'll introduce you to someone, Han Meijiao. You know her, right?" "Yes, she is the most notorious woman in our county. This lady specializes in adult films. It's truly her area of expertise. If you're embarrassed to engage in this business, she would be more than eager to do so." Lin Luo, fortunately, was not in the mood to argue with Uncle over this. "So, she has taken it on?" His only concern was how this woman had managed to gain such an advantage. "Of course, she came with money, 250,000. Uncle, with his hands raised in a surrendering gesture, seemed to imply that this sum was quite substantial. With this money, Jun would have all the necessary licenses, startup capital, and qualifications for city investment bidding. However, the one who truly benefited was Han Meijiao. To Jun, all of the aforementioned was destined for him. A fate he was born into. But for Han Meijiao, without this opportunity, she would have faced innumerable hardships in her life to engage in such a significant venture. It was indeed a stroke of luck for her. The thought of such a substantial advantage falling into her hands made Lin Luo seethe with resentment. If it had been given to him, it would have equated to a legacy for his descendants. With such an asset in hand, 3 generations could live comfortably without worry. Seeing his nephew so aggrieved, Uncle hurried to clarify, "It's not a gift. It's a lease, for 5 years. With this clarification, Lin Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, in a moment of solitude, he might have been inclined to chastise himself. "I knew it. Even if Jun were a fool, he wouldn't engage in a deal that yields only 5 or 10 bucks. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill in his heart. He had called others foolish, yet he was the biggest fool of all, having drunkenly let everything slip away. Noticing his nephew's slight despondency, Uncle patted him on the shoulder in a comforting manner. "It's all right. Your efforts were not in vain. Isn't there an old dormitory from Xinhua bookstore? We could turn that into a hotel." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo's eyes brightened. "Ah, an inn. That location, adjacent to the coal specialty store, the vocational high school, and a training academy for art students, is indeed prime real estate. The nearby cinema and Grand Theater are renowned rendezvous spots, and with Han Meijiao having established a film viewing venue, coupled with the proximity to a street bustling with grain and oil vendors, it's a veritable goldmine. With such a vibrant atmosphere, creating a splendid ancient city here would undoubtedly be lucrative. I mean, Lin Luo, a savvy player in the business game, would never engage in a venture that incurs losses. This realization brought him comfort, for he understood that regardless of how well Han Meijiao performed, as long as she turned a profit, Qing Jun would inevitably raise her rent. Yet, Qing Jun would likely be too courteous to broach the subject of rent increases with him. This distinction between himself and individuals like Han Meijiao was apparent. His uncle, witnessing his nephew's newfound smile, reciprocated with a grin of his own. Indeed, that row of two-story earth buildings at the entrance of Xinhua bookstore is now ours, he exclaimed, embracing Lin Luo and chuckling. However, De Luo, I must admonish you, shameless as you are, cannot take advantage of every deal. Just yesterday at the banquet, you mentioned wanting to sell intimate items at that inn. I must say, your frugality is a bit excessive. You haven't even stocked the merchandise. Moreover, Qing Jun, having indulged too much, is now offering you the free supplies from the health committee's initiative. Those condoms they distribute without charge are now yours to sell. Oh, is that so? It sounds rather reminiscent of my usual tactics, never spending if I can acquire for free. Yet, although the state does provide a yearly allocation of 120 free condoms to young adults, and this is a regulated distribution, I wonder if this policy is being implemented already? His uncle nodded. This has been in place since 1974, but few have claimed them, leaving the health committee in a bind regarding storage. Once Qing Jun expressed interest, they were quick to deliver. I see. It's crucial to understand that budget allocations within the system must be utilized within the fiscal year, otherwise, they are reduced in the subsequent year. Thus, even if few claim these condoms, it does not hinder the health committee from purchasing them. If you don't use it, you lose it. Yet, currently, no one seems to regard this matter seriously. In the future, however, it could very well evolve into an entire industry. Lin Luo scratched his head. Has the health committee truly agreed to this? Are there no stipulations? If they genuinely provide them for free, then it's fine if it doesn't yield profit. But if it does, I fear it might incite envy. It would be wise to clarify expectations in advance. His uncle had not considered this angle, but applauded Lin Luo's initiative. Indeed, they have now unearthed stock from 20 years ago. Take the good with the bad, as it is all usable. By heavens, I now perceive, De Luo, you are indeed a genius. To open an inn near a film viewing venue and sell the state's free condoms, such a low-cost entrepreneurial strategy is nothing short of miraculous. It seems this matter was not mentioned, which surely necessitates future dealings. Nonetheless, Lin Luo sought further clarity. What about Han Meijiao? Has she made any acknowledgement? After all, these opportunities were afforded by Qing Jun, yet Han Meijiao has also benefited from them. If she perceives me as a mere child to exploit, then I must take issue with that. This woman is certainly not one to be generous. If she believes that by becoming acquainted with Qing Jun she can cast aside her burdens, then she should not blame me, Lin Luo, for enlightening her on the distinction between administration and justice. However, this time, Lin Luo underestimated her. Despite her lack of generosity, she is astute enough to know where expenditure is unwarranted. She has expressed her awareness of our plans to open an arcade and a snack bar, and has provided 30,000 yuan. Furthermore, she arranged for the delivery of dozens of gaming machines, all from Sony Japan. Such magnanimity has even garnered the admiration of my uncle. She mentioned that once her brother is released, she intends to treat him well. While my uncle spoke casually, Lin Luo sensed an underlying tension, especially since it was said in Qing Jun's presence. Indeed, during our lunch together that morning, what had Qing Jun said? Oh, he had drunk too much and stepped outside to vomit. Lin Luo was uncertain whether Qing Jun was genuinely inebriated or if it was mere coincidence. Regardless, he chose not to pursue the matter. It seemed Qing Jun was not as foolish as he appeared. Nevertheless, this woman is rather bold, exhibiting a degree of cleverness. Thus, we now possess a snack bar, a stall, an inn, and an arcade. Only the grand opening remains. As these thoughts crossed his mind, my uncle rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Indeed, my dear Luo, our family is on the rise. From now on, I shall indulge in a bottle of matai and pour another. As he rambled on, Lin Luo grew weary of his incessant chatter. I have suffered through enough hardship. In the future, I will partake in whatever the wolves consume, and my wedding must take place in the grand hall. Lin Luo, disinterested in his monologue, glanced at the three quiet young men by my uncle's side, likely his brother Shinmao and a few companions. However, as he observed them, he suddenly realized someone was missing. Hey, where's Wenjia? It seems one cannot help but vocalize their thoughts, for just as he finished speaking, a child burst into the room, exclaiming, Big brother, let us go to the third floor. The big sisters say it's so much fun up there. Chapter 111. And Han, what is he doing here? Lin Luo was aware of his uncle's lack of propriety, but he had not anticipated it to this extent. Yet, it was true. His uncle was indeed this unrestrained. Lin Luo pointed an accusatory finger at his uncle. Is this a place for children? His uncle shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, he won't remember anything. Won't remember? When I was his age, you took me to Xing Chaiming's place. Lin Luo distinctly recalled that when he was as young as Wenjia, his uncle had taken him to the Happy Restaurant on National Highway 101, where a single meal cost 800. He had been eating while observing. In truth, the most helpless moment for a man is not when all his friends have retreated upstairs to indulge, leaving him with no money to do anything but lie in the lobby playing with his phone, for in such moments, he can still call the authorities to apprehend them all. Rather, it is when he finds himself surrounded by alluring, youthful, and radiant young women. And although he could engage with them without inciting anger, he finds himself utterly incapable of rising to the occasion. Before Lin Luo could articulate his thoughts, his uncle swiftly covered his mouth. No, how can you remember? How old were you then? Lin Luo forcefully pushed his uncle's hand away. This has nothing to do with age. In fact, it has a great deal to do with it. No, regardless of size. This is not an affair suited for an old uncle. If your aunt finds out, you will be in trouble. You two are blood relatives, while we are cousins, henceforth. Such matters should only involve yourselves, without bringing along Wenjia. Young Wenjia, still bewildered by the unfolding events, kept shifting his gaze between his brother and the old uncle. And then, still unconvinced, asked, Shall we go upstairs? Go upstairs. You might as well ascend to the heavens. The child's inquiry was met with a light smack on the head. 39. It was just fine a moment ago. Why the sudden rush now? Aunt Han and Sister Mo have yet to emerge. Clearly, Wenjia was reluctant to depart. Indeed, from the moment a man is born until the day he hangs on the wall, he remains captivated by beautiful women. Aunt Han. Upon hearing Wenjia's words, Lin Luo cast a suspicious glance at his uncle. How could she have come along? Wasn't she supposed to provide us with money? Logically, if Han Meijiao could bring the funds directly to Qing Jun, she wouldn't be stingy with her own. No. The old uncle's face flushed again, as if he were a ripe fruit featured in a short video. You don't understand the situation. I will explain later. Don't keep that stern expression. Let us discuss it while we walk. How could Lin Luo not wear a stern face? Where is the decorum in such behavior from an elder? If you truly cared for your nephew, you could simply provide a card. Why come in person? Sharing a piece of clothing is quite unsanitary. Yet, this place is not meant for lingering. Lin Luo turned on the tap, splashing water on his face while muttering complaints. You've already done what you did. Are you afraid of others talking? In this small place of Chuanzhou, if acquaintances see the three of you coming and going, what will they say? You may not care, but your grandfather certainly does. It's truly vexing. Of course, Lin Luo had no need for such considerations. He was beyond embarrassment. The old uncle could only endure Lin Luo's scolding, too hesitant to retort, unsure how to respond, though feeling somewhat aggrieved. Once Lin Luo had finished washing up, he softly pleaded for leniency. All right, De Luo, it's not as you think. A quick shower, wrapped in a towel, Lin Luo emerged first, still relentless in his reproach. What do you mean it's not as I think? I know you well. This isn't your first time engaging in such activities. And don't think I'm unaware of what this place is for. When it comes to seeking companionship, Lin Luo could be considered a master to his uncle. Unable to elaborate further, he continued his tirade. And how did you end up entangled with Han Meijiao again? Why did you bring her along to bathe? If you brought her, then what is your purpose here? Training students? That woman is far more vivacious than the girls here. As they arrived at the changing area, Lin Luo continued to grumble as he changed clothes, recalling how his uncle had never been particularly fond of Han Meijiao. What could possibly bind them together now? Was it merely for the sake of the inn and a few $1,000s? Surely it could not be so trivial. He had earned that money himself and had no need to express gratitude. However, upon opening his locker, Lin Luo sensed something amiss. Hey, where are my clothes? He checked his hands. It was indeed his locker, yet the clothes were missing. Momentarily hesitating to dress, he looked up at his uncle, who had already changed into new garments with remarkable speed. Not to mention, the attire was quite tasteful, youthful, yet somewhat authoritative. With a cropped hairstyle, he completely concealed the rebellious aura that once surrounded him, appearing less like a societal big shot and more akin to a recently discharged soldier awaiting employment. How does it look? Uncle stood straight, almost saluting. Who purchased this for you? It was neither his taste nor Uncle's style. Aunt Han. Before Uncle could respond, Wenjie eagerly interjected. Did she also buy clothes for both uncle and herself? When did we become so close? Lin Luo, skeptical, glanced at uncle. Uncle nodded. Just as it happened, Shin Emo needed to bathe as well. Unable to enter the women's bathing area. She came by to buy me a few outfits, and also helped Shun Emo tidy up. Observing uncle's flamboyant demeanor, akin to a peacock strutting about, Lin Luo genuinely questioned whether these two had been conspiring behind his back. Something felt amiss. Men only harbor special feelings for women they have been intimate with. Uncle's demeanor was unusual. A few outfits had bought his loyalty? How pathetic. Huh. Uncle seemed perplexed by this. Just as Lin Luo was about to inquire further, hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Weiping, the owner of the Huayuan resort, rushed in. Military man, are you done? Quickly take this young lady away. You know what I'm trying to accomplish here? Her presence is a minor inconvenience for my business, but if anyone sees you two leaving together, I might as well have my ancestral grave dug up. Saying this, the elder brother stuffed 1,000 yuan into uncle's pocket. We have no grievances with each other. So I beg you, take this money and escort the young lady to Handa for a wash. They've recently renovated. His words were filled with sincerity, even prompting him to kneel. This was even more troubling. Although Zhang Weiping did not mingle in the underworld, he was a significant businessman, owning the largest bathing center in the area, which included bathing, steam rooms, light meals, a children's play area, billiards, and table tennis, a rare pure male entertainment venue. The mere fact that he could thrive in such a business indicated his extensive connections. Lin Luo's grandfather was certainly not within his sphere of intimidation, merely someone he preferred not to offend. It was hardly worth such trouble just because uncle brought a woman to bathe. Uncle Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Weiping, in a fluster, disregarded the situation upon hearing someone speak, giving a thumbs up. Your uncle is a real man, bringing his partner here to bathe. Make sure to mention this to your grandfather. This was bound to make uncle quite resentful. Lin Luo finally grasped the situation, incredulously asking who. Could it be that the Aunt Han Wenjie mentioned was not Han Meijiao, but rather Han Baoyi? How did she end up here? How did uncle bring her along? This was disastrous. Chapter 112. Harmony Zhao Yanjun. You are truly impressive. Do you even know what your partner's family does? Among friends, you cannot treat me like this. Zhang Weiping, having lived to this age, had nearly forgotten what it felt like to cry, yet today was an exception. The day his father passed away, he hadn't felt as distressed as he did now. Uncle also realized he had caused trouble and hastily explained, Zhang, I truly did not mean to intrude. I merely approached your doorstep, and suddenly, I had to take a bath. Should I claim that your establishment is inappropriate? That would only implicate myself further. Feeling guilty, he found it challenging to justify how he knew of the place's dubious reputation, thus opting to betray Zhang Weiping instead. All right, Zhang Weiping accepted this reasoning. Now, swiftly escort this person away. Fortunately, he had a small bathroom designated for the ladies. Otherwise, he would have struggled to explain why the bathing center only featured male facilities. Thankfully, Han Baoyi had indeed brought Shun Emo to bathe, completely oblivious to the nature of the place. After their wash, they emerged without noticing anything amiss. Oh, you two are out so soon. Han Baoyi, her long hair wrapped in a towel, walked ahead while Shun Emo followed, drying her hair. Upon exiting the bathroom and entering the lobby, they encountered the owner and Zhao Yanjun engaged in a lively discussion. Unable to resist, Han Baoyi chimed in, Zhang, may I offer a suggestion? How is it that you lack even a hairdryer? Of course, it's absent. After an hour, the ladies merely rinse off and then depart. What need is there for a hairdryer? Zhang Weiping could only force a smile in response. Ah, it's my oversight. I shall rectify it immediately. He quickly inquired. Are you finished washing? Yes. Han Baoyi nodded, casting a glance at Zhao Yanjun. Let us go. Seeing this revered guest about to leave, Zhang Weiping felt an overwhelming desire to bid farewell with great fanfare. Without needing uncle's encouragement, he enthusiastically pushed him forward, calling out, as long as you're done. Miss Han, safe travels. No need for further farewells. Goodbye, and may we not meet again. The esteemed proprietor personally welcomed them, the main door wide open as he escorted them out. Han Baoyi was accustomed to such special treatment. As she walked ahead, she was well aware of uncle's character and, fearing he might overlook something, reminded him, Junior, remember to settle the bill. In her mind, uncle seemed to hold a particular prestige, having enjoyed complimentary food and drink at Zhang Weiping's establishment. However, if uncle had truly fallen to such depths, Lin Luo would not have needed to secure him a job. Yet Han Baoyi's words startled Zhang Weiping, prompting him to hastily refuse. No need, no need. It's already settled. His demeanor clearly indicated a desire to avoid any further entanglements. Nevertheless, in Han Baoyi's eyes, this refusal carried a different connotation. Exiting the Shuanggewen, She cast a glance at Uncle. So, Zhao Yanjun, dining in the city no longer costs any money? After saying this, she linked arms with Shun Mo and strode ahead, ignoring Uncle entirely. This left Lin Luo with no opportunity to approach and foster rapport. Meanwhile, her inept uncle trailed behind, bustling about with 3 young men, preoccupied with their needs, entirely neglecting his 2 nephews. Hey, Bowie, are you upset? No. Oh, as long as you're not upset, that's good. So, Bowie, would you like some soda? No. Hey, Bowie, how about some milk tea? No, it's unhygienic. Hey, Bowie, would you like a small cake? No. I'm on a diet. This uncle truly lacks perception. It is evident that she is visibly upset and wishes to ignore him, despite her disinterest. He insists on encroaching upon her space, even audaciously interrupting her conversations with her friends. It is fortunate that Han Bowie possesses a commendable character. Had she been one of those spoiled girls who, despite their striking appearances, lack noble lineage, virtue, or grace, she would have long since retorted with disdain. Strangely enough, the more affluent the girl, the more genuine her demeanor. Conversely, those from less fortunate backgrounds, regardless of the excellence of their partners, tend to embody greater cunning and relish in psychological manipulation. The most clumsy tactic among them is to undermine their partners publicly, deliberately suppressing them. Lin Luo trailed behind this group, unable to bear the sight of his uncle, and seized the opportunity to educate Wenjie. Do you see? In seeking a partner, aspire to find someone like Aunt Han, who is kind-hearted, respectful of others, and possesses the fortitude to say no to what she does not desire, while still appreciating your kindness. After all, who else would assist his uncle if not family? Wenjie, who always enjoyed an abundance of snacks thanks to his elder brother Lin Luo, mumbled in response, "All right. Big brother, I understand." This mischievous child, having finished Lin Luo's admonition, took a hearty sip of soda and, in a playful manner, shouted towards Han Bowie. "Aunt Han, my brother says when I grow up, I should date you." Quite the audacious stunt. He must truly wish his uncle ill. Han Bowie, blushing from embarrassment, shot an exasperated glare at the uncle, her eyes filled with reproach, before smiling at the child and replying, "All right, Aunt Han will wait for you to grow up." Everyone knew this was merely a jest, yet the uncle, flustered by his concern, could not take it lightly. When Han Bowie glared at him, he redirected his ire towards Wenjie, threatening, "Can't you ever keep your mouth shut while eating? Speak carelessly again, and you may not live to see adulthood." He genuinely took the jest to heart, inciting Han Bowie to deliver a light smack. "What are you proving by competing with a child?" Wenjie, undeterred by the uncle's wrath, boldly retorted, "Humph, my brother buys me all this food. I'll grow up by tomorrow. Aunt Han, shall we date starting tomorrow?" Han Bowie, indulgent of the child, found amusement in his innocent babble, laughing melodiously and responding, "Aunt Han will visit your home in a few days to be your bride." The uncle, oblivious to the jest, continued to scold the child, declaring, "Zhao Wenjie, you 1T survive the night." But as the words left his lips, Han Bowie's hand fell upon him once again. Despite the playful reprimand, the uncle felt a sense of joy in simply being acknowledged by Bowie. He continued to feign annoyance. This child truly needs discipline. "Oh, please stop hitting." Wenjie, witnessing his uncle's predicament, reveled in it. Let us date. Let us date. I will date Aunt Han and make you mad." Amidst the lively commotion, Lin Luo felt a throbbing headache, more excruciating than consuming low-quality beer. What a ludicrous tale of a cousin's lifelong affection for his uncle's wife. Yet, truth be told, given the current circumstances, there might indeed be a chance for the uncle and Han Bowie. What could this young lady possibly see in him? Is it simply because he once rescued her? Does the bridge effect truly hold such power? If so, could it be that I, too, have a chance with Louis Fei? Lin Luo, perplexed by the enigma of love, could only trail behind, observing the lively commotion among the group. In the midst of their antics, Uncle playfully attempted to grasp Han Bowie's hand, only to be rebuffed, though Han Bowie did not truly appear angered. Wenjie, bouncing about, intermittently interjected with foolish remarks. The scene resembled a harmonious outing, akin to an elder sister and brother-in-law strolling with a younger sister and child. As Lin Luo followed behind, gazing at the fading light of the setting sun, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, life is truly beautiful." After a while, the group, seemingly in cahoots, found themselves at the Bei Mei Hotel, where they promptly checked into a room. Lin Luo, caught off guard, murmured, "Is it progressing this quickly?" He dazedly followed them upstairs to the designated room. Uncle, lacking decorum, attempted to barge into the girls' room, utterly oblivious to Shun Mo's presence. Enraged, Han Bowie seized a shoehorn and sent him packing, exclaiming, "Zhao Yanjun, have you forgotten what you promised me?" Chapter 113. The impact while the others were engaged in their playful bickering, Uncle audaciously insisted on entering the room. Lin Luo swiftly pulled him aside, delivering a swift kick. Come on, do you still want to go in? Can't you see Mojia is still here? Given the earlier playful interactions between Uncle and Aunt Han, even if the situation was not fully settled, the prospects seemed promising. Were Shin Mo absent today? As a devoted nephew, he would have gladly cleaned Uncle up, adorned him with a bow, and presented him as a gift to Han Baoi. However, Shin Mo was indeed present. Zhao Yanjun, devoid of shame, might still desire Han Baoi, who was certainly not a woman of questionable reputation. Despite receiving a kick, Uncle remained unfazed, chuckling as Lin Luo dragged him away, grumbling, "Hey, why did you hit me?" He turned back multiple times, calling out, "Baoi, I'm just next door. Call me if you need anything." Lin Luo, wanting nothing more than to hurl him down the stairs for his embarrassing behavior, wondered how young people could be so indiscreet in matters of romance, failing to grasp the concept of moderation. Though Uncle was reluctant to leave, he was not completely oblivious, realizing that even if he entered the room, it would only be for a brief chat before he would have to emerge again, especially as night fell. He was aware of the implications. Thus, begrudgingly, he followed Lin Luo. "I have to report to work tomorrow. I'll escort you first, then go." In a public setting, shouting this in the finest hotel in town left no room for discretion. Who would heed his call? At this moment, Han Baoi had already closed the door. One must recognize that those residing here were either business travelers from afar or local dignitaries engaging in illicit affairs. More than half of the people inside were familiar with Lin Luo's group. In such circumstances, if Han Baoi and Uncle were to form a relationship, all would be well. However, if she were to reject Uncle, he might find it exceedingly difficult to marry in the future within their locality. Why did he not consider the long-term consequences? Yet, this was not the gravest concern. That was a matter only Lin Luo could privately discuss with Uncle. With some reluctance, I finally managed to usher my uncle back into the house. Once inside, he plopped down onto the sofa, rubbing his hands with an expression of infinite reminiscence. At last, we were free from outsiders. My brother and his friends had retreated to their own rooms. Only the three of us remained. Lin Luo kicked the door shut. "So, Zhao Yanjun, you're really in a relationship, aren't you? How is it? Quite delightful, I presume?" Having named him directly, my tone was inevitably harsh, as I was genuinely upset. Along the way, I had encountered numerous acquaintances, yet none had approached to greet us. However, the intimate demeanor shared by my uncle and Han Baoi had not escaped my notice. Now, there was no need for me to spread rumors. In the eyes of others, it had become a reality. How should I speak? "I'm your uncle." The loud bang of the door finally pulled my uncle back from his daydream. He scratched his head and wiped his nose. No, there's nothing yet. Baoi hasn't he agreed to anything. His nose scratching seemed somewhat lewd, as if he were savoring something. "What's the deal? Do you expect her to stand outside our door shouting, 'Zhao Yanjun, I like you'? Who likes me? Han Baoi likes you. Who does Han Baoi like? Han Baoi likes Zhao Yanjun." Was that the only way it could be counted? Given the situation, what more needed to be said? Aren't adult relationships typically enigmatic in their beginnings and mundane in their endings? Lin Luo was merely teasing his uncle. Yet his uncle took the idea to heart. No, if anyone is to shout, it should be me. "Luo, when do you think I should confess? Should I prepare some flowers and candles? Confess to your mother? Are you staging a melodrama?" Lin Luo couldn't help but curse. Why resort to insults while speaking? My uncle finally sensed something amiss. "Insults? You better think about how you're going to dodge the beatings when we get home." Lin Luo pointed at his uncle's nose. "Do you even realize what just happened?" There was no way grandfather wouldn't have heard about this. Judging by my uncle's behavior, a beating was unavoidable. Yet, my uncle remained baffled, wondering why this child's mood was so unpredictable. He had been the one trying to bring himself and Han Baoi together, and now that things seemed to be progressing, why was he suddenly being chastised? What went wrong? He genuinely didn't grasp his missteps. Aren't relationships supposed to unfold like this? From my uncle's perspective, he hadn't done anything wrong, nor had he acted inappropriately. Throughout the journey, Lin Luo had been suppressing his anger. The events that transpired along the way weren't due to his unwillingness to correct his uncle, but rather a calculated decision to allow things to unfold. However, that did not mean he would refrain from clarifying matters with his uncle when they were alone. "Zhao Yanjun, first and foremost, you are a person, and as such, you must exist within society, which necessitates an awareness of your influence. Especially since you are about to start working, you must pay attention to your reputation. You may think you've done nothing wrong today, but how do others perceive it? What do outsiders care?" My uncle responded, bewildered. "I'm just dating someone. Why should outsiders be concerned?" He was completely indifferent to external opinions. Think carefully. Today, I brought a young lady out from a place like Shuanggewen, and we arrived at a hotel amidst much commotion. What do you think outsiders would believe I was up to? Lin Luo had no choice but to use himself as an example. Uncle was initially indifferent, but upon hearing his nephew's words, he was suddenly jolted awake. What the hell? I haven't done anything. What can I do? Of course, it's about courting girls. He finally grasped the situation. Who cares what you do? In the double harmony garden, numerous entities indulge in casual affairs. Today, can you guess how many people witnessed this? In their eyes, you, Zhao Yanjun, have merely deceived Han Baoyi. Lin Luo was incensed because both Uncle and Han Baoyi were engaged in sheer folly, focused solely on their own amusement without considering the feelings of their families. As they exited the double harmony garden, he resembled a frenzied dog, leaping about. How many people saw that? And within this hotel, how many people know us? What will they say? At this moment, he finally comprehended why Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai faced familial opposition. The matters they engaged in were utterly absurd. Noticing Lin Luo's seriousness, Uncle pondered for a moment. Indeed, after today, without the need for declarations, it would be difficult to untangle the relationship between him and Han Baoyi. Yet, to him, this was a fortunate turn of events, precisely what he had long desired. Is that so wrong? Baoyi and I are genuinely in a relationship. If matters were that simple, Lin Luo would not be so irate. Chapter 114. Something is amiss as one ages. The significance of love diminishes within life. It is not a matter of disbelief. Rather, it is that such matters lose their importance. Observing Uncle's unwavering belief that true love can conquer all, Lin Luo disregarded the generational hierarchy and chastised him, pointing a finger at Uncle's forehead. What do you mean by being in a relationship? Can't you think things through before acting? Consider Han Baoyi. If this reaches her father's ears, what chaos would ensue? She is a virtuous young woman, alone in this place. And you subject her to such turmoil? How will outsiders perceive our family and its values? Would her family approve? He did not wish to engage Uncle in a discussion about so-called true love and sincerity, for he too believed in them. Yet he understood that sincerity is ever-changing. Furthermore, while two individuals may conduct their relationship privately, even indulging in a bit of 50 Shades of Grey, at most it would become an embarrassing chapter in their past. However, when it comes to marriage, it transcends the couple and involves both families. Given the current situation, Han Baoyi's perception of Uncle was no longer of paramount importance. What mattered was how her father regarded Lin Luo's family. Han Baoyi's father held a rank so esteemed that even the county head would have to queue outside his door. The old man's views on Uncle, his family, and the upbringing they had instilled were crucial in this relationship. Uncle's actions today revealed a significant truth. There was a lack of familial tradition and depth in the transmission of values. A mismatch in social standing is detrimental. Even Chen Guangrui, a top scholar, faced dire consequences for his union with Yin Jiaojiao. It is unthinkable for a poor lad like Uncle. Lin Luo could not assure that Han Baoyi would stand by Uncle. He was uncertain of her feelings for him, or even if she had any. If her father became displeased, a mere word from him would lead to many stepping forward to confront Uncle. Han Baoyi might not necessarily support him. In life, one must recognize that the promises made by others hold little weight. Only those matters under one's own control truly count. Lin Luo is unable to sway Han Baoyi's thoughts. Now, do tell, what did you promise Aunt Han? Just a moment ago, when my uncle attempted to enter the house, he was unceremoniously sent away by Han Baoyi, who had also inquired about this matter. It must be of considerable significance. Even when scolded by his nephew, my uncle refrained from expressing dissatisfaction. He could sense that his nephew was genuinely furious, and not merely in a passing manner. Oh, it pertains to the incident at Wuchi building. I boasted that I would undoubtedly uncover the perpetrator and seek vengeance on her behalf. Fear not, De Luo. What is a mere village official? My father, concerned about his reputation, dares not take action, but I will. When the time comes, I shall simply send people into the village. It is merely a place of over 80 households. How could I not manage it? His notion of revenge, in essence, merely amounts to delivering a beating. Lin Luo felt a surge of frustration. Do you really think it is that simple? The situation at Wuchi building, specifically in Wanglanchi village, is far from straightforward. As the name suggests, it is a settlement of ethnic minorities, which complicates matters significantly. You think you can just go around hitting people? Do we have connections in the United Front Work Department, or perhaps in the Ethnic Affairs Commission? The status of being the child of a prosecutor ensures that people will think twice before offending you, but it does not grant you impunity. Even someone like Li Qingxin met his fate, did he not? Moreover, those orchestrating the events in Wanglanchi are well aware that it is a no-win situation. Anyone involved will inevitably suffer. It is by no means a singular act of one individual, contrary to what my uncle believes. Pa, I've dealt with vendors of mutton skewers before. Why should I fear this group of relics? This young man is truly stubborn, a one-track mind. Lin Luo endeavored to suppress his irritation. Uncle, think rationally. Today, when Aunt Han went for a bath, she frightened Boss Zhang to the point of losing control. Given this incident, do you not find it peculiar? It was only on his return journey that he began to ponder the oddity of it all. This young lady, merely visiting a bathhouse, managed to terrify such a significant figure. Yet, she had previously nearly been abducted, and such a monumental event is casually brushed aside? Curious, indeed. My uncle had not contemplated this angle. Were it not for familial ties, or the warmth of a childhood spent with loved ones, Lin Luo might have chosen to disengage entirely. Such concerns are burdensome. Exasperated, Lin Luo poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down, his mind settling slightly. Observing his uncle's bewildered expression, he ultimately opted for compromise. Now, uncle, enlighten me about Wang Lanqi at Wuqi Building. Is it truly an inhospitable wasteland, devoid of life? Or shall we dissect the matter thoroughly? In this journey of life, there are always one or two allies who are difficult to abandon. Not only does Lin Luo believe his uncle is lacking in insight, but his uncle also perceives Lin Luo as underestimating the situation. Are you foolish? That place is merely a half-hour bike ride away. Otherwise, could I have arrived so swiftly? This marks the first oddity. The site of the incident is remarkably easy to access for assistance. In the village, the theft of iron is hardly newsworthy. It is only when the guard booth at the entrance of the police station is pilfered that it becomes a matter of significance. Similarly, the coercion of women by thugs may not raise eyebrows, but when villagers dare to intimidate a prosecutor in uniform in the presence of village leaders, that transforms into a headline event. Moreover, those two prosecutors were armed, one of whom held a distinguished position. Uncle finally grasped the situation. Indeed, this is not the Dabi Mountains, a remote area devoid of civilization. Although impoverished, it is not lawless. So, do you comprehend now? It has taken a while for him to come to this realization, indeed a challenge. What do you mean? Uncle sensed something amiss, but hesitated to believe it. The two men were on the verge of an argument, while the oblivious little Wenjia continued to watch television. The volume was quite loud, creating a disturbance that agitated Uncle. Turn it down. Unable to confront Lin Luo, he redirected his frustration toward his nephew. Don't take it out on the child. Lin Luo rebuked him sharply, which only deepened Uncle's sense of injustice. At that moment, the television was depicting the scene from Romance of the Three Kingdoms where Lu Meng crosses the river in white attire. Uncle glanced at it, unwilling to scold his nephew or his brother's son, and instead vented his ire at the television. Nonsense, a bunch of rats. Oh, so you're familiar with the Jiangdong rats? Lin Luo, understanding that he couldn't press Uncle too hard, decided to ease the tension. Uncle, not wishing to quarrel with his nephew over trivial matters, leaned back against the bed and continued watching television with Wenjia, casually responding to his nephew's remarks. You see, crossing the river in white attire, engaging in deceitful schemes. Those who resort to such tactics meet a grim fate. In the end, did he not fall victim to the spirit of Guan Yu? His words condemned Lu Meng. Yet the true target of his ire remained ambiguous. However, what Lin Luo and Uncle were discussing was not merely the issue of rats, but rather the means by which these rats achieved success. The notion of spirits exacting vengeance, relying on superstition and retribution, is a sign of impotence. The act of crossing the river in white attire is far more complex than it appears. How so? Was it not Lu Meng who, seizing the opportunity, executed a surprise attack while Guan Yu was unprepared? Uncle resisted this assertion. Disguising oneself as a merchant to successfully cross. Does that truly sound plausible? If merely a band of unarmored soldiers could capture Jingzhou, I could assemble a group of ruffians to accomplish national unification. Maritime warfare and landings are not as simple as one might think. Ignorance is not perilous. The true danger lies in having preconceived notions that inhibit further contemplation. The fact that Lu Meng managed to cross the river in white attire is insignificant. What truly matters is the underlying reasons that led to this outcome. Go ahead and boast. Can ruffians really contend with an army? Uncle scoffed. Your analogy is flawed. Lu Meng commanded regular soldiers. Lin Luo picked up the hotel phone and dialed Xiang Caijiang's pager, commenting as he did. You believe that just bravado? Wearing a cotton coat and wielding a knife qualifies as soldiers? That is a gross underestimate of armored warriors. Thus, the act of crossing the river in white attire was inherently impossible. To put it plainly, relying solely on that group of smugglers is futile. Chapter 115. The surprise attack. Uncle was unaware of whom Lin Luo was attempting to contact, but trusting his nephew's reliability, he refrained from inquiring further. Still entangled in thoughts about the television. How is it impossible? Did not the Jiangdong rats accomplish it? He pointed at the television, his expression exuding a confidence that facts were more persuasive than words. Can history serve as a mirror to understand why failures are so recurrent? History provides only the outcomes to posterity, neglecting to unveil the circumstances that led to these results. It is only when individuals encounter similar situations that they comprehend the helplessness embedded within seemingly foolish choices. After leaving a message at the pager, Lin Luo turned to his uncle and smiled. He chuckled at the notion that a multitude of thousands could masquerade as merchants and deceive border defenses. Even a few hundred students during a school exercise are conspicuous, let alone an army. The issue of concealment cannot simply be resolved through disguise. It necessitates collaboration from others. He gestured with his fingers, elaborating on the unreliability of what is portrayed on television. Moreover, do you fathom the distance from Zhejiang to Jiangling, and then to Jingzhou? How can one ensure the absence of mishaps along that journey? Ultimately, even if they manage to infiltrate, Jingzhou is vast, its walls towering. It would be arduous for a fully armed regular army to conquer it. How could a band of special forces compel an entire county to surrender in such a brief span? The illustrious Liu Bei, renowned for his benevolence, seemed to lack popular support in Jingzhou. How could one trust that a surprise attack by tens of thousands would go unnoticed when even 5 thieves stealing steel were caught? What do you imply? This is the merit of my uncle. Despite his lack of intellect, he comprehends what is said. Lin Luo picked up an orange provided by the hotel, tossing one to Wenjie and deliberately throwing another at his uncle. My point is that any endeavor that appears impossible and yet succeeds undoubtedly harbors secrets unknown to the public. What secrets? Perhaps we need not dwell on matters concerning Han Baoyi, as his uncle was content to engage in casual conversation with Lin Luo. Take, for instance, the crossing of the river in white garments. It was not merely Lu Ming's cunning, but rather the dissatisfaction harbored by the garrison of Jingzhou towards Liu Bei. The orange was quite sweet, and Lin Luo relished it. However, his uncle was skeptical of his words. Do not jest, that is the benevolent Liu Bei, revered by Guan Yu himself, who was then the governor of Jingzhou. Who would dare defy Guan Yu? Thus, Guan Yu met his demise. Lin Luo did not hold Guan Yu in such high regard. His uncle was momentarily taken aback. As Lin Luo peeled the orange, he treated Guan Yu as casually as the fruit in his hand. Uncle, one vexing aspect of Confucian culture is its propensity to deify individuals, attributing all achievements to a single person, as if only they possess the ability to accomplish great deeds, disregarding the contributions of others. In truth, the success of any endeavor is the result of collective effort. The arrogance of claiming sole credit can lead to repercussions. Logically, this should prompt Xiang Kaijiang to return the call, yet the hotel phone remained silent, and Lin Luo was pleased to discuss history with his uncle. Do you believe Guan Yu was so formidable that everyone had to heed him merely because he held a position in Jingzhou? He entirely disregarded the sentiments of others, and thus he deserved his fate. What do you mean? The idolization of Guan Yu cannot simply dissipate with a few words. Lin Luo recognized the futility of insisting otherwise. The phenomenon of personal adoration often arises from a lack of understanding of the individual, yet familiarity makes adoration challenging. To illustrate, Mi Fong serves as a quintessential example. He does not regard Guan Yu as particularly remarkable. Tapping his fingers on the table, Lin Luo concluded with an additional remark. This also explains why affluent individuals frequently change their nannies and drivers. As time passes, individuals who have witnessed the formidable figures commanding respect in the realms of commerce and politics often find their domestic lives in disarray. Consequently, they may lose their sense of reverence and might not hesitate to hinder progress. Speaking of Mi Fong, one might recall that he was indeed the brother-in-law of Liu Bei. During his academic days, lacking diligence in studies, he found himself drawn to such narratives. It is not a matter of idolizing the second lord. Rather, how could one betray Liu Bei? The reasons are manifold. As Lin Luo awaited a phone call, a sense of urgency began to brew within him. The human heart is inscrutable, yet I perceive that the predominant reason lies in the demise of Madame Mi, leaving Mi Fong in a precarious position. This rationale was met with skepticism by the elder uncle, who questioned Mi Fong's dissatisfaction, noting Liu Bei's kindness towards him. However, from Mi Fong's perspective, the situation was quite different. In earlier times, he was appointed as the governor of Nanjun. It is essential to acknowledge that at that juncture, Liu Bei had control over only a few counties in Jingzhou, with Nanjun being the largest and most prosperous among them. Therefore, the governorship of Nanjun held a position of great significance within Liu Bei's administration, ranking among the core officials. Yet, One must ponder why he would betray Liu Bei. As an external relative and a high-ranking official, what prospects awaited him in Eastern Wu? Indeed, allegiances can shift with astonishing rapidity. The Mi family, which once devoted all its resources to support Liu Bei, now harbored intentions to dismantle his legacy. This transformation occurred when Liu Bei, accompanied by a contingent, ventured into Sichuan, altering the dynamics. What changed? Upon conquering Yizhou, and particularly after his ascension to the position of Han Zhongwang, Liu Bei rewarded many of his ministers lavishly. Yet he offered little in terms of promotion or reward to the garrison of Jingzhou. What does this signify? Lin Luo posed an inquiry, to which the elder uncle shook his head in uncertainty. Lin Luo continued to dissect this matter. When Liu Bei served as the left general, the administrative framework was such that the left general's office oversaw the various counties of Jingzhou. Mi Fang's role as governor of Nanjun was one of immense authority and respect. However, upon Liu Bei's elevation to Han Zhongwang, the structure evolved into that of the Han Zhongwang's office, encompassing both Yizhou and Jingzhou's prefectures, thereby diminishing Mi Fang's status and relegating the entire Jingzhou garrison to the periphery. This laid the groundwork for the eventual betrayal by the Jingzhou garrison. Why was this the case? The elder uncle was not particularly astute regarding power dynamics, as he had yet to experience such positions. Lin Luo sought to pivot this discussion back to the matter of Han Bao Yi, thus articulating his thoughts in fragmented fashion. To illustrate, previously, a county magistrate in Wuling could fraternize with members of the left general's office, as they were all high-ranking officials. Yet, years later, when those who once held equal standing entered Sichuan and ascended to prominent positions within the Han Zhongwang's office, he remained merely a county magistrate, lacking even the privilege to dine at the same table during inspections. Could one expect the Jingzhou garrison to harbor no resentment? Would Mi Fang feel no grievances? The elder uncle pondered this and tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting that when we were all county magistrates together, now that you have advanced, we can no longer play in the same arena?" Not bad. He displayed considerable insight. Precisely so. Initially, we all graduated from the same political science institution. I was even the leader of your cohort, and now you have become my superior? By what right? If you possessed any substantial connections, one could understand. Yet here I am, with my brother-in-law holding a prominent position, while someone like Huang Zhong, a defector, has risen to become my superior. What does that make me? What does it render my deceased sister? What purpose does that Liu Shan, who shares no blood relation with me, serve? This is from Mi Fang's perspective. Do not jest. Huang Zhong is one of the 5 tiger generals. Upon hearing Lin Luo's comparison to Huang Zhong, my uncle was immediately discontent. Yet, Lin Luo's assertion held merit. Thus, Liu Bei could never achieve the greatness of Liu Bang. Although he shares a certain rogue demeanor akin to his ancestors, he lacks their audacity. Even Guan Yu recognized that his elder brother had erred in this matter. When Huang Zhong was appointed as the general of the front, Guan Yu expressed considerable dissatisfaction, chastising Huang Zhong for being an old soldier eager to compete. Do you truly believe his pride was the issue? Certainly not. Chapter 116. A good leader. The inevitability of history lies in the fact that experiences shape character, compelling individuals to make certain choices at pivotal moments. Guan Yu, however, was not a good leader. A warm cup of tea can alleviate much discomfort after drinking, and Lin Luo felt inclined to speak. Observing his uncle's eager gaze, he began to articulate his thoughts. Of course not. At that time, Guan Yu was the paramount leader of Jingzhou and had to take a stand for his subordinates. Individuals like Huang Zhong, prior to entering Sichuan, could barely be considered mid-level. Previously, they lacked even the qualification to serve drinks in front of Guan Yu and Mi Fang, relegated to waiting outside while holding 2 bottles of liquor, always prepared to enter and offer a toast. Yet, with Liu Bei's arrival in Sichuan, without any remarkable achievements to his name, Huang Zhong suddenly ascended to the rank of general of the Western expedition, becoming a central figure, while Mi Fang and others in Nanjun had to serve him drinks with utmost caution. If you were Mi Fang, could you bear such a transformation? From being the leading figure in Shanghai to suddenly becoming the head in Chaoyang, not to mention, those who once regarded him as too old to drive now found him their superior. How could the uncle, who had lost his sister and has no nephews, endure such a predicament? My uncle nodded. Lin Luo's father, a child of rural origins, found his footing in the metropolis thanks to familial support. Yet, should a day come when Lin Luo is no more, and with the absence of his sister, Lin Guohua, this brother-in-law, would likely become a stranger to him as well. Yet, one thing eludes his understanding. How could the second master advocate for his subordinates? Was he not the one who challenged Huang Zhong? How could his subordinates then betray him? Did they not seek out trouble with Huang Zhong? Is that not sufficient? Lin Luo shook his head. The deaths of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were deserved. They were all figures of the underworld, not political beings. Their actions resembled gangsters vying for territory, exhibiting no political acuity whatsoever. Oh, uncle, advocating for subordinates and advocating for oneself are two distinct matters. What Guan Yu did, let alone betrayal, would justify even his execution. It is merely because he was formidable in battle. Had he been weak, he would have been ground into paste long ago. What does that imply? Was the second master inadequate? Indeed, he was. After sipping his tea, Lin Luo reflected on Guan Yu's character and mused that he seemed better suited to exist within the realms of women's fiction, where he would be portrayed as petty and lacking in grandeur. The grievances of the generals in Jingzhou against Guan Yu stemmed fundamentally from the incident when he was pacified by a letter from Zhuge Liang. How does Zhuge Liang factor into this? When Guan Yu sought to confront Huang Zhong, it was Zhuge Liang's letter that assuaged his ire. Isn't that sufficient? Shouldn't we show some respect to the strategist? What nonsense. Just imagine, if you were an official in the South County Governor's office and a messenger sent by Zhuge Liang, the constant deputy emperor of Shu Han, finished reading the decree of rewards. Suddenly, Guan Yu slammed the table and shouted, "What absolute nonsense! Only those who entered Sichuan deserve credit? Our brothers have guarded Jingzhou, defending against Cao Cao from the north and Sun Quan from the east. We may not have accolades, but we have endured hardships. We have been supplying food and military needs, while you have indulged in years of comfort in Sichuan, enjoying the provisions we provided. That old fool Huang Zhong, who back in the day wasn't even worthy of sitting at the table, now dares to be proclaimed general of the Western Expedition. What rewards can our brothers from Jingzhou and South County expect? What positions can we hold? Wouldn't you feel indignant, vowing to serve General Guan until death?" The more Lin Luo spoke, the angrier he became, even smashing his teacup onto the table, setting aside the illustrious personas of historical figures. If we place this context upon a leader who only seeks personal gain and lacks team spirit, one would realize that Guan Yu is indeed inept. If Liu Bei had personally declared his stance, everyone might have been able to endure, but what authority does Zhuge Liang hold? Given Guan Yu's status, he could have addressed Zhuge Liang as strategist during their amicable times, but now Zhuge Liang is attempting to suppress us in Jingzhou, and Guan Yu, pointing a finger at Zhuge Liang, would still need to maintain decorum. Lin Luo even speculated that Liu Bei's silence was due to his lower status and distance from Guan Yu. Yet he relied on Zhuge Liang to bolster Guan Yu's authority. Alas, Guan Yu failed to meet expectations. Shaking his head, Lin Luo continued, "But what was the outcome? Just when you hoped General Guan would stand firm, pushing back against this unjust reward to advocate for the future of his brothers, you hear he has yielded, calling for a grand assembly to discuss a report on resolutely executing the decisions of the Han Zhongwang's office from the perspective of the greater picture." After inquiring, it became clear that Prime Minister Zhuge had written to him, urging him to consider the bigger picture, assuring him that his rewards would not be diminished, and that his status would certainly surpass Huang Zhong's. For the sake of Zhuge Liang's promise, what does he consider the brothers of Jingzhou? Is Guan Yu truly a leader? Does he only care about his own promotion, completely disregarding the lives of his subordinates? If you were in his shoes, wouldn't you contemplate defecting to Eastern Wu for at least a promotion or two? Upon hearing this, the elder uncle understood clearly. This was the reason behind their betrayal. Lin Luo nodded. "Uncle, power is only accountable to the source of that power. If Guan Yu were merely a general under Liu Bei, he would listen to whatever Liu Bei commanded, as his position and power were granted by Liu Bei. However, as the leader of the Jingzhou garrison, commanding a territory, his authority derives from the various counties and states under him. If those counties cease to heed his command, he becomes merely a subordinate. What he ought to do is be accountable to the subordinate counties. If he fails in this duty, he should not blame others for his downfall." The elder uncle nodded, partially convinced, though still somewhat unconvinced. "But all of this is merely conjecture. I assent to it. Where is the evidence?" At this point, the television had already depicted Liu Bei rallying the entire Shu to avenge Guan Yu. Lin Luo pointed at the screen. As you can see, when Liu Bei waged war against Wu, aside from the Wuling Miao, not a single individual from the 3 prefectures of Jingzhou supported him. After spending over a decade in Jingzhou, his current predicament speaks volumes. With Lin Luo's gesture, Uncle only glimpsed an MVP settlement screen accompanied by a poignant song. The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, washing away the heroes of old. Success and failure are but fleeting illusions, while the verdant hills remain, witnessing countless sunsets. All right, you may have a point, but what does this have to do with Baoyi? Lin Luo had been awaiting a response from Xiang Kaijiang, and finally, the phone rang. Upon answering, he hastily replied, "Aunt Han's situation, akin to crossing the river in white attire, is an impossible task that has somehow succeeded. For this endeavor to bear fruit, cooperation from all levels is essential. Thus, there must be an undisclosed matter compelling our prominent figures in Chuanzhou to take action. The aim is either to force Han Bao to depart or to ensure her complete retention. This transcends a mere case of human trafficking. The young man even harbored reasons to suspect that, even if his grandfather had not participated, he at least profited from the chaos. Otherwise, how could the hero save the beauty, allowing Uncle to take center stage? Chapter 117. Arranging the game. Had Lin Luo not experienced rebirth, it seems that with Uncle's departure, Han Bao would soon follow suit, moving to the provincial capital to assume a role at the Discipline Inspection Commission. Following this line of reasoning, it appears that Chuanzhou harbored some disdain for this woman, wishing for her departure. What could be the reason? Uncertain. However, truth often pales in comparison to the outcome. Han Bao was reluctant to leave and sought an explanation from Uncle. Then let us provide him with that explanation. It's not a monumental task. In matters of wrongful accusation, Lin Luo understood all too well that the falsely accused are of little consequence. He already had a candidate in mind, only lacking a witness. Uncle seemed poised to say something further, but Lin Luo gestured for him to remain silent, then cheerfully addressed the phone. Haha, Brother Xiang, have you missed me? Priorities are paramount. Who can afford to play the caretaker for Uncle's romantic affairs? His enthusiasm was met with equal fervor from the other end, as a voice laden with skepticism echoed through the receiver. Oh my, I've missed you dearly. Lin, my brother, how are you? It must be said, this individual was commendable. Despite the business being halted for many days, he initiated the conversation not with matters of profit, but with concern for his brother, whether genuine or feigned. Such words convey a warmth that one cannot help but appreciate. Who wouldn't relish the company of such a person? Haha, all is well. A good person, likely to receive a sentence of 3 to 5 years. With a year or two served, he should be home for dumplings by next year. With a guilty plea and family forgiveness, he typically won't serve long. A sigh of relief was heard from the other end. That is good to hear. At this point, we owe our brother an apology for the ordeal he endures in there. Let us ensure he suffers as little as possible. Lin, let us see what more we can do. This implies that they cannot visit their brother, fearing complications, yet they are willing to spend to ensure his comfort. Money does indeed hold power. It is fortunate to have wealth. It allows for shared generosity. Lin Luo leaned back on the sofa. Rest assured, I have arranged for him to deliver packages to Li Xianmin, the brother of our local sandpit owner, Li Xianjun. Life will certainly be manageable. Even if he cannot secure the top bunk, he can still find a comfortable spot on the second. Perhaps he might even forge a friendship. These are all individuals of note, making it easier to gather information. As soon as Xiang Kaijiang inquires, he will realize that Lin Luo has been truthful. Given that the matter has been laid out so plainly, Xiang Kaijiang will not pursue it further. Brother Lin is reliable in his dealings. I hold great admiration for him. My brother is doing well, which brings me peace of mind. He has a young child and an elderly mother who cries for her father and son, and I often find myself at a loss for words in response. Now I can simply say he has gone off to work on a boat and will return in a year or so. Serving time in prison is not a matter of pride, and if it can be concealed, then so be it. This old fellow even adds a touch of sorrow to his tale. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Luo's tone became more relaxed. It is all in the past. You are all unwitting participants. In the future, drive more cautiously, especially on our national highways. Do not panic when you see others. No one is out to catch you. So why run? Though the words may seem mundane, their implications are anything but. 39. Lin Luo's words carry a deeper meaning. What does he mean by saying there is no need to run, that no one is pursuing? At Xiang Caijiang's age, failing to discern the underlying implications would be a significant oversight. To drive on the national highway without fear of apprehension is no trivial matter. Their business straddles the line of legality. It can be deemed legal or illegal depending on the perspective. Ultimately, should they wish to apprehend you, they will certainly find a basis for doing so. Hence, his elder brother, Zhao Chonglong, has invested a considerable sum to hire elite graduates from prestigious institutions to conduct risk assessments, which are already factored into the selling price, banking on the assumption that highway authorities will not fish for violations. In essence, while we profit, we also allow the authorities to benefit. However, if Lin Luo's implication is that the highway authorities have been placated, then the costs are significantly reduced. Although Chuanzhou is not a major market, safe passage through it opens routes to Jilin, Heilongjiang, and Mongolia. Transporting frozen meat from Halutio to Inner Mongolia is a losing venture, but dealing in seafood is undoubtedly lucrative. Is there a hidden meaning in my brother's words? This warrants further inquiry. Yet Lin Luo deflected the question. When elder brother resumes business, he will know. But let us agree on this. I have 3 or 5 restaurants set to open, and I will be counting on you for supplies. The principle of humanity dictates that one should not harm the collective for the sake of individual gain. If the collective's interests are jeopardized, then the individual's interests must be satisfied. Providing convenience for Xiang Caijiang's enterprise ensures that one's own interests are also met. Xiang Caijiang readily agreed, patting his chest. That is not an issue. 3 or 5 restaurants do not constitute a significant volume. I can easily deliver that for you. However, I have a major client here in Chuanzhou, and if I make the trip, I can fulfill his needs in one go. Your request complicates matters considerably, as making several trips for such a small quantity is hardly worth the effort. Lin Luo, of course, was aware of the inconvenience. Do not trouble yourself, elder brother. Simply deliver it directly to the cold storage at the South Market. This is the crux of the matter. South Market? Xiang Caijiang exclaimed in surprise. That is not permissible. My dear brother, this matter must not infiltrate the market. The finest frozen goods we possess are the beef briskets from Factory 2437, slaughtered in 74. With a perfect ratio of 9 parts fat to 1 part lean. They are sold at 4 yuan per jean, while fresh beef of similar quality starts at 24. Should this enter the marketplace, it would undoubtedly spark a monumental scandal, one that no one could contain. Each profession has its own red lines. One must never transgress the game rules designed by the upper echelons, as this is the fundamental principle for survival. Lin Luo was well aware of this. After all, he was not peddling wares at the market. Rest assured, dear elder brother, this is merely a storage space for our own items. No one would dare to trouble me here, he reassured. His grandmother had already strategically positioned the pieces in their familial chess game. Now it was time to showcase their strength. It was imperative to make Xiang Caijiang aware of whom the protection fees should be paid. Are you certain? The man in the straw hat still appeared incredulous. Lin Luo seemed to be trying to persuade him, unable to conceal his intentions. What is there to doubt? The director of the South Market and the Construction Materials Bureau is my uncle. To be frank, the captain of the Highway Inspection Team is also my uncle. Are you reassured now? This revelation was almost uncontrollable, yet it served as a notification. However, Xiang Caijiang still sought confirmation. Related by blood? Don't be ridiculous. Does one call that a relative? This person is far too cautious. Before Lin Luo could finish his sentence, a sound of clapping echoed from across the table. My brother, if you had mentioned this connection earlier, then whatever you say goes. When will your restaurant open? I, your elder brother, shall come to support you. Very kind of you. Elder brother, once I have everything arranged, I will certainly inform you. Rest assured, my uncle should be on the road by the day after tomorrow, at that time. I will introduce you to the entire inspection team, including Xing Changming, so that you will face fewer troubles in the future. Oh dear brother, you truly are a remarkable individual. If only my second child were like you. Well, I shall not keep you with idle chatter any longer. Thank you in advance. Do not rush to express your gratitude. There is still another matter. Speak on. As long as it is within my elder brother's capability, I shall surely assist. It concerns the head of the detention center, who wishes to obtain a degree. I recall you mentioning that we have resources in this area. What do you think? That is not an issue, but I am unsure of what specific qualifications he seeks. We have 2 options, Shenyang University as independent college or a political science and law institution. I have yet to inquire. However, once my restaurant and arcade open, my uncle Yin will undoubtedly visit, and at that time, you may discuss it with him. It would also be a good opportunity to learn about your brother's situation. Oh dear, I must thank you once more, my brother. This is quite a scheme you are concocting for yourself. Are the younger generations truly this formidable these days? Chapter 118. Sacrifice. After ending the call, Lin Luo exhaled in relief. It was time for sleep. Tasks must be prioritized. One should undertake what can be accomplished. Is not success merely the selection of the right path, followed by relentless persistence? He was quite decisive, plunging into bed immediately after the call, while simultaneously admonishing his cousin, who was still watching cartoons. Keep your distance from the television. Take care of your eyes. On the screen, Blue Mouse and Big Face Cat was playing. Little Mouse, do not steal rice. Squeak, 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 squeak. Big Face Cat loves fish. Meow, 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 as long as I exist. So do you. We shall never part. How many years has this animated series vanished from television? It has even made Lin Luo wish to indulge in it for a while. Lying behind his cousin, he poked his head out, while his cousin, fully engrossed, shifted slightly to make room for his older brother. The 2 brothers became thoroughly absorbed in their viewing. However, it must be said that the animated series produced in 1992, regardless of its plot or quality, appears quite outdated. Its charm is merely accentuated by the subsequent works of domestic peers. Upon observing this, the uncle noticed that once his nephew completed his business, he no longer attended to himself, and thus joined the two brothers behind them. Deluo, have you figured out how to handle the matter with Bao Yi? This fellow has already developed a dependence on Lin Luo. How to handle it? You need not concern yourself with that. This matter cannot rely on the uncle or any family members employed in public service. They must remain untainted. The nephew's carefree attitude was so relaxed that it relieved the uncle. What? Do you have it figured out? As long as this matter is resolved, the relationship between him and Bao Yi will be set in stone. At least, that is his belief. Lin Luo casually grabbed a handful of shrimp chips from his cousin's bag, indifferent to whether he might make a mess, and dismissively replied to his uncle that he had no idea. No. This time, the uncle could no longer sit still. Deluo, don't jest with your uncle. This concerns his lifelong happiness. Who is joking with you? Just do your part, and leave the rest to fate. Nothing is absolute. Until the matter is settled, even the uncle cannot know what he intends to do. Furthermore, even if it does not go well, what of it? Wasn't love once passionate? Only for years later to forget the name of that person? Alas, the uncle is not one to remain patient. No, my relationship with Bao Yi is at this stage. And you tell me you aren't involved? He is merely a 20-something lad. Having faced the greatest challenges, this is all that remains, making it impossible not to care. How are you two? In Lin Luo's eyes, this matter is inconsequential. We have held hands. The uncle blushed and exclaimed, does that matter? The joys and sorrows of humanity are not the same. There is no such thing as shared experience in this world. What? Does holding hands lead to pregnancy? You don't understand. Although the uncle jested about Lin Luo's early romance, he believed that his nephew, at this age, could grasp many things but still did not comprehend what love truly means. Lin Luo instructed Wen Jie to fetch him a bottle of mineral water, and upon seeing the uncle's smug demeanor, he suddenly felt a twinge of disdain for himself. I don't understand. What is it that I do not understand? I simply do not grasp one thing. Why must two people who clearly love each other be punished for not being able to call each other by name? This domestic servant is indeed quite useful, obediently doing whatever is asked. Unlike the uncle, who has become a nuisance to his nephew. After gulping down a mouthful of water, he noticed the uncle was about to say something more and quickly interrupted. Sleep, stop lingering. Tomorrow, go report in properly. Do not overthink anything. A man without a career will not have a steadfast love. A man whose mind is filled with romance is destined for mediocrity. With that, he turned away, disregarding the uncle. He had no desire to engage in a discussion with his uncle regarding the notion that professional success bestows immense confidence upon a man, and that a man endowed with confidence possesses boundless charm. This is precisely why those who are socially adept find it effortless to attract romantic partners. Their innate self-assurance captivates others. However, the reasons provided by his uncle utterly extinguished any inclination Lin Luo had to converse on such matters. The notion that simply holding hands with Han Baoyi necessitated an explanation struck him as absurdly hasty. After all, merely seeking an explanation is not akin to advocating for world peace. It is quite a manageable affair. Why fret over such trivialities? Wearied by the conversation, Lin Luo closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, while his uncle remained restless. For someone of his age, the concept of love held the potential to wreak havoc on the world. Throughout the night, he tossed and turned, far less tranquil than Wenjie during his slumber. The following morning, with dark circles under his eyes and the sun yet to rise, his uncle roused Lin Luo from sleep. Deluo, it's time to get up. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Luo was indeed awake, yet he pondered the necessity of rising at such an early hour. Buried under his blankets, he muttered to himself, what a ridiculous notion. The world's time zones don't revolve around my schedule. Unbeknownst to him, his uncle had begun to tread cautiously in their conversations. It's 6 o'clock, time to rise. In terms of school schedules, it was indeed time to awaken. As the children from the post-80s generation in Northeast China were notoriously diligent, perhaps only second to their counterparts from Hunan and Hebei. With early morning study sessions, evening classes, and weekend tutoring, they were perpetually entrenched in a state of relentless competition. However, Lin Luo had endured this rat race for a lifetime. He yearned to escape it now. I neither have a job nor school. Why should I rise so early? To relieve myself? His mind clouded. He chose to ignore his uncle. Aren't you coming with me to the office? His uncle, hesitant to tug at Lin Luo's blankets, opted for a softer approach. Yet the undercurrent of anxiety in his tone tugged at Lin Luo's heartstrings, prompting him to reluctantly shift the covers aside. What could possibly occur on your first day at work? Just filing your documents and meeting the leadership and colleagues will suffice. Why must I accompany you? To drop off a child at preschool? Are you unaware of how busy I am today? Family can be a source of both irritation and concern. What are you so busy with? His uncle asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Faced with this inquiry, Lin Luo found it difficult to remain relaxed. Pushing aside the blankets, he began to mentally tally his responsibilities. There are still 3 fools next door awaiting support. That idiot Hua hasn't made a sound. Does he intend to quit? Li Qingjun has provided so many resources. I should review them. How am I to ensure the delivery of Han Meijiao's game console? I ought to keep an eye on that too. And I must address the matter concerning my uncle's workplace cold storage. Surely, I need to communicate about that? Why must all of this fall upon my shoulders? These were not responsibilities that his uncle should bear. The elder generation of the Zhao family was nearing its twilight, while his uncle's cohort had yet to flourish. The revitalization of the entire family rested solely upon Lin Luo's generation. Yet, this endeavor would require sacrifice, a sacrifice that could only be made by Lin Luo himself. Chapter 119. The Perils of Wine and Women. Each generation bears its own burdens. Some ascend the stage, while others lay the groundwork, and still others lead the charge towards greatness. The entire family must unite in their efforts, with each individual striving to achieve their respective goals. Inevitably, some sacrifices must be made along the way. Lin Luo sacrificed his social standing. The one tasked with managing the myriad of affairs, be they black, white, gray, or yellow, ultimately finds themselves branded merely as an entrepreneur. While such a title may sound appealing, one must still engage courteously with even the most junior tax officials. Take Wang Jianlin, a magnate of considerable stature. He too is subjected to unreasonable demands from a mere departmental officer. Initially, it was believed that the youth were oblivious to the realities of the world. In fact, those who dare to speak such words possess a certain audacity. Lin Luo contemplated the tasks before him, growing increasingly agitated. I have numerous pressing matters to attend to, and I simply cannot afford to waste time on trivialities. Do you even comprehend how many people I must meet today? Having such a clingy uncle can be quite vexing at times. He is hardly a stunning beauty, after all. Moreover, Lin Luo's endeavors are indeed serious. They not only lay the groundwork for the family's financial stability, but also serve to cultivate talent. Yet, there exists a slight drawback: the lack of emotional connection between him and his subordinates, whose relationships are purely transactional, particularly with that second-rate individual, Hua, who seems somewhat oblivious. Despite having received a prior heads-up from Yin Shirquan, Hua has yet to make an appearance. Is he truly waiting for me to extend an invitation? Has he overestimated his own importance? It baffles me how the pride of the impoverished can be so precious. Those who can barely scrape by are now playing the role of a demanding guest. Uncle, however, is undeterred by Lin Luo's multitude of concerns, pressing on with his own inquiries. So, you won't take care of my job situation? What is the matter? Are you feeling apprehensive? Lin Luo sensed his uncle's unease. Indeed, the first time can be somewhat nerve-wracking, making it easy to falter. Regrettably, uncle is as stubborn as a mule. Fear? Who do you think I am? Am I the kind to be afraid? I was merely planning to take you to my workplace to familiarize you with the surroundings. The more he spoke, the more it became evident that he was, in fact, anxious. It's nothing. Who doesn't he know who you are? Just go. I want to lose face over this. Lin Luo's attempts at reassurance lacked sincerity, coming across as rather perfunctory. So you really want to accompany me? Uncle pressed quietly once more. Enough, enough. It's time to rise. I have pressing matters to attend to today, starting with getting the arcade set up. I have no idea what chaos those 5 or 6 kids have wrought at home. And that fire-heated room, it absolutely requires windows, with 2 floors and over 10 rooms. Just installing windows will be costly. By the way, what about the 30,000 yuan from Han Meijiao? Relenting to uncle's persistence, Lin Luo finally got out of bed. But his first order of business was to secure the funds. He distinctly remembered facilitating a connection for Han Meijiao, who had generously provided him with 30,000. Here it is. Uncle, who didn't place much value on money and had no hidden stash, pulled out the cash from beneath his pillow and handed it over to Lin Luo. After glancing at the amount, Lin Luo muttered to uncle, "All right, keep the money. You can go freshen up now. Remember to wear the clothes your girlfriend bought for you, and make sure to deliver them before heading to work." However, upon closer inspection of the money, Lin Luo noticed a discrepancy. Wait, how is it only 26,000? I'm short 4,000. Uncle, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Didn't you know? Buying clothes doesn't come free." The bold demeanor exudes genuine confidence. Did you spend your own money? I initially thought that Aunt Bao had purchased the new clothes for uncle, but it turns out it was our family's funds. Why then? Do you feel the need to justify anything? Uncle, however, believes he is entirely justified in his actions. After all, how much does Bao earn in a month? If she were to contribute financially, I would not have objected. This foolish child, Despite the principle that sunk costs should not influence major decisions, most people find it difficult to adhere to that. The more a woman invests in a man, the more reluctant she becomes to accept a lack of favorable outcomes. If a woman is not permitted to spend on you, she will not fall in love. Lin Luo, unsure of how to educate uncle, muttered a curse under her breath. How foolish, spending extravagantly before even establishing a firm foundation. How will you manage in the future? Is it a competition over who has the more fashionable apron? In a few decades, the number of capable men from Northeast China will dwindle. They seem to compete not in earning, but in culinary skills. What are you saying? Uncle, preoccupied with washing his hair, did not hear. After wiping his head, he appeared to have a request, albeit with some embarrassment. Big Luo, what is it? Lin Luo hastily concealed the money he was counting, for Uncle's gaze upon it was anything but benign. Uncle was indeed fixated on the money, and in a moment of urgency, he exclaimed, "Could you spare me some cash? I wish to buy a motorcycle to take Bao Yi to work." The ever-prudent Zhao Yanjun, suddenly daring to make a request reminiscent of his extravagant mother, caused Lin Luo to ponder further. Why? Uncle provided a rather amusing justification. How impressive would it be to have a 39 cubic centimeters motorcycle? In 1995, it's hardly the novelty it once was. Lin Luo flatly rejected this ill-conceived notion. Forget it. Arriving at work in a tank in front of the courthouse wouldn't be impressive either. Many wealthy and powerful have faltered there. You should just ride a bicycle. Besides, you and Aunt Han can share a close embrace. The mention of an embrace turned Uncle's face crimson. All right, fine. He sheepishly rose to change into his new attire. This cashmere sweater, costing over 1,000, is indeed comfortable. No wonder my sister is particular about fabric when shopping for clothes. As Uncle fussed over his appearance, Lin Luo found himself fully awakened. He turned to see his cousin sprawled out in sleep and couldn't help but ask, by the way, did I fulfill my promise to buy Wenjie a pencil case? Breaking a promise to a child is quite detrimental, instilling in them the notion that integrity is insignificant. While it may seem trivial, it is something worth cherishing, especially when one needs to take a leap of faith. Uncle not only washed his face but also applied some fragrance, casually mentioning, I did buy it. Not only the pencil case, but you also promised him 100 yuan in pocket money each month. You really spoil the child. What 100 yuan? I only give myself 1 yuan a day. However, one must admit, Uncle S' newfound appreciation for personal grooming is commendable. A man need only maintain daily hygiene, bathe regularly, and apply a touch of cosmetics to attract a partner. Of course, gender should not impose limitations. With a generous application of cream on his face, Uncle playfully smeared some on Lin Luo, chatting as he did so. Indeed, while you articulate the notion of nurturing a child's self-sufficiency eloquently, the reality of a mere 100 yuan monthly allowance is rather disheartening. It is bestowed at the beginning of each month, yet once spent, one must fend for oneself. If I were to receive 100 yuan monthly, I would forego even the most modest indulgences. The price of Panda cigarettes is merely 2 yuan per pack. While Sherlin costs 5, my uncle has consistently maintained this standard. Lin Luo, too, acknowledges that he might be overstepping bounds. What era are we in? When a monthly allowance of 100 yuan is deemed sufficient. Back in 1996, the minimum wage for laborers in Shenzhen was around 270 yuan. How absurd. Who knows what you were thinking? Those 4 neighbors of yours, and you mention a base salary of 1,000 yuan per month? My uncle finds Lin Luo's spending habits utterly perplexing, perhaps due to the fog of intoxication. What? 1,000 a month? That is sheer folly. That dilapidated arcade barely earns 100 or so per day, totaling a few thousand at best, to be divided among those 4 siblings. Am I to starve? Is this how we cultivate resolute warriors? With such an amount, one could employ 2 trucks of laborers to dismantle a factory. Who knows your mind? My uncle shakes his head. Alas, vice leads one astray. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Lin Luo truly regrets that after consuming a few bottles of swill, he lost all sense of self. Chapter 120. The Scholarly Clan this morning. My uncle did not relent in his torment of Lin Luo. He held great hopes for his impending marriage into the Han family. Yet he remained skeptical about the affection between Han Baoyi and himself. De Luo, you must recognize that your Aunt Han is indeed a commendable person. Ultimately, her care for Shin Mo is her responsibility. Your lavish expenditures on her behalf stem from your belief in Baoyi's worth, do they not? Groomed and preened. My uncle fancied himself quite the dashing figure, believing that only a man who can carry a buzz cut is truly handsome. When Han Baoyi finally arose, he, undeterred, wished to accompany his beloved to work, yearning for Lin Luo's blessing regarding his feelings. However, perspectives on matters differ widely among individuals. My uncle exemplifies a youthful version of Qi Tongwei, prioritizing emotions and acting impulsively. Despite enduring significant setbacks, he merely perceives the harshness of reality, yet his methods remain nepotistic. Lin Luo, in contrast, harbors a hint of Ho Yangping within him. To him, love and affection are merely instruments for achieving personal ambitions. Watching my uncle's infatuation made it impossible for Lin Luo to find rest. He needed to clarify matters, both for his own sake and as a lesson for Wenjia. My dear uncle, your relationship with Aunt Han transcends mere personal affairs. It intertwines the fates of two families. You must grasp the magnitude of these matters. My uncle's generation has already solidified its character. Preaching will have little effect, as growth arises from real experiences. However, for Wenjia's generation, words and actions may leave lasting impressions. When faced with challenges in the future, a moment of clarity could prevent myriad mistakes. With this in mind, Lin Luo deliberately roused Wenjia from slumber, cradling him in his arms, and solemnly addressed his uncle. The Han family may be considered a lineage of law enforcement, but it is more accurately a family of scholars. His father lacks any significant judicial experience. He ascended through the ranks of the police academy. Thus, despite his high status, his power remains limited. After a restless night, the old uncle, preoccupied with thoughts of how to send his wife to work, eagerly awaited the moment reminiscent of Zhu Beiji carrying his spouse. At this juncture, his intellect seemed to pale in comparison to that of a pig. Confronted by the stern Lin Luo, he began to regret waking him. How did you know? He retorted, moreover. What does my affair with Bowie have to do with her father? Regardless of authority, I am enamored with Bowie, not her progenitor. Yet, beneath his bravado, the old uncle harbored doubts, for people often wish to present themselves as selfless. Lin Luo chose not to expose him, instead candidly stating, the implications of relationships are profound. You must understand the distinction between possessing real power and lacking it. We may all don white shirts. Yet when it comes to undertaking matters that do not breach principles, such as facilitating certain tasks related to fire safety or parking, if qualifications are adequate and one is reasonable, one can be assured that her father will find someone to resolve the issue. However, to assert that one has the authority to make decisions is simply impossible. That is the province of others in white shirts. This encapsulates the awkward predicament of those entrenched in legal families. While peers may derive their authority from personal merit, they draw theirs from social connections. The most embarrassing reality is that family resources cannot be legally inherited like wealth. The warmth of relationships dissipates far more quickly than that of those in power. Even when a powerful figure has promoted someone, they still retain some influence. Whereas the connections forged through teacher-student relationships resemble a stark contrast. Those in positions of authority command respect, while those in academic circles may refer to you as teacher, though the harsher truth is that one must adhere to titles during work hours. This explains why, despite Han Lao wearing a white shirt, Han Baoyi still had to ascend step by step within the judicial system, having spent 3 years in Chuanzhou, finally attaining the rank of a section chief. This pace of advancement reflects her father's official position but falls short of his rank. It is not that Han Baoyi lacks excellence. She is a graduate of a prestigious political and legal university, which already places her above many in a typical family. This scenario underscores the limited scope of her father's influence. Were he in a position akin to Qi Tongwei's, even a child attending a private university could be maneuvered into a more favorable situation, thus advancing far quicker than Han Baoyi. The old uncle, however, dismissed such matters. What does it matter? It's just a parking lot and selling fire safety equipment. We can manage these ourselves. The crux is that these ventures are not particularly lucrative. Qing Jun has considered them, but when the calculations are made, it's less profitable than securing a job. The market in this county is simply too small. Lin Luo held a different perspective, for this was not merely a financial concern. It pertained to his vision for the family's development. A Brahmin family in a county is characterized by strength within the county, support from the city, and backing from the province. Each element is indispensable. At present, the Zhao family barely possesses some influence within the county. However, where is their support and background? One must not always compare everything to Qingjun. His family's collective mindset is flawed. Networking is an intricate tapestry to weave. Many matters transcend mere profitability. The mindset of Lao Li's family is constrained by their ecological niche. Lao Jiao, scratching his head, was perplexed by Lin Luo's words. In our county, with 30,000 households relying on heating, 1/3 fails to pay. Yet the heating company continues to thrive. Why is that? Even when they are aware of the payment issues, they still pursue collections. Have you ever seen employees of the heating company face any difficulties in their affairs? Be it enrolling children in school or seeking medical care for the elderly. They never have to wait in line. This is what is termed as connections. Lin Luo's example finally resonated with Lao Jiao, who naturally assumed that once his family moved into an apartment, they would not be expected to pay for heating, neglecting the consequences of non-payment. That would mean that when the heating company encounters minor inconveniences, one should not complicate matters for them. But what does this have to do with Han Bao's father lacking authority and only possessing personal connections? Cautiously sitting across from Lin Luo, Lao Jiao timidly inquired. So what does this imply? He felt a sense of insecurity akin to that of a student unable to answer a question. The judicial system can manipulate the two largest sectors of the tertiary industry, transportation and fire safety, whether it involves parking lots, vehicle inspections, or the sale of firefighting equipment. As long as our family accumulates sufficient economic strength, we can venture into these industries in Chaoyang City, and the connections within these fields are what we aim to cultivate. Chaoyang is, after all, the superior authority to Chuanzhou. While Lin Luo scratched Wenjia's head, he continued addressing Lao Jiao. His tone seemed less about teaching Lao Jiao and more about imparting knowledge to Wenjia. Lao Jiao, you must understand that a city like Chaoyang, which is somewhat of a backwater, resembles a larger Chuanzhou. Every prominent local business is backed by an unseen figure. And as long as we gain entry into the industries I mentioned, we can establish ties with these businesses, and gradually, we will acquire what we desire. These were the undertakings Lin Luo needed to pursue for the sake of Wenjia and the fourth generation of their family. Is it truly that convoluted? Despite his confusion, Lao Jiao grasped the essence. In simple terms, it involved leveraging Han Bao's father to develop industries that provide conveniences for others and, in turn, cultivate personal connections. Since his nephew was determined to pursue this, he could not fault him for being shameless. Then, De Luo, shouldn't you also support Lao Jiao's romance? I think you should first invest in the expenses for my relationship with Baoi, and give me an additional 2,000. Zhao Yanjun had truly progressed. Previously, when he asked for money from his father, it was merely 20 or 30, but now he boldly requested 2,000. Giving you money is out of the question. Lin Luo's funds are valuable. Come on, the likelihood of you two succeeding depends not on you, but on me. On you? Lao Jiao was incredulous. We are also handsome young men with connections and have already held hands. What could possibly go wrong? Lin Luo was not jesting. Of course it depends on me. You don't even know the criteria for selecting a son-in-law from a scholarly family. Your role is merely to entice Han Baoi, while the rest falls to me. Criteria for selecting a son-in-law? Upon hearing the mention of becoming a son-in-law, Lao Jiao realized Lin Luo was not joking. What are the requirements? Han Bao's family, despite their lesser authority, had exceedingly high expectations. The pursuit of an heir within an academic family must be approached with utmost rigor, as the inheritance of its resources comes with stringent prerequisites, such as the ability to adeptly navigate the teacher-student dynamic. Consequently, many are compelled to pass their legacy onto their own students. Lin Luo whispered this to Wenjia. In the realm of romantic pursuits, the uncle, who had never married throughout his life, evidently pales in comparison to Wenjia. This child ultimately did not enter the oil industry, yet he found a partner, whose father promptly established a small Xiaomi phone store. It has been proven that his success far surpasses that of an uncle who remains unaware of his marital status. Lin Luo firmly believes that, with her guidance, Wenjia will undoubtedly find someone even more exceptional in due course. Regrettably, the child is still too young. Sitting in Lin Luo's embrace, preoccupied with thoughts of wanting to watch cartoons, rather than contemplating the ongoing discourse between the two adults. Regardless of whether the uncle and nephew grasped her words, Lin Luo continued, you are clearly not well acquainted with the academic circle. But there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Do not allow your lack of scholarly pursuits to discourage you or to feel unworthy of their regard. In fact, your lack of academic achievement might even serve as an advantage. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, the uncle's heart fluttered momentarily, particularly when she mentioned that university presidents often prefer to select outstanding students as potential sons-in-law. Yet, her nephew's shift in tone revitalized his spirits. Is it truly a blessing to perform poorly in studies? Lin Luo nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the criteria for selecting a son-in-law within academic families often results in a situation where, although they may enjoy a life of comfort, their offspring are only afforded limited care, ultimately severing ties with their lineage. Therefore, many academics prefer to choose their sons-in-law from among their students, hoping to perpetuate their family's legacy through a semi-adopted son. However, daughters from such families can be quite challenging to manage, their delicacy surpassing even that of my father's rather eccentric mother. Who would genuinely wish to marry into such a family? Those with true capability would not settle for being a son-in-law. Those who do often harbor ulterior motives. Much like the prince's consort in royal circles, they are seldom individuals of genuine merit. Furthermore, Those who gain entry into the academic realm and capture the attention of mentors or university presidents are undoubtedly exceptionally talented individuals. The assistance that mentors and presidents can offer to such prodigies is exceedingly limited. For instance, had Gao Yuliang not taken on a practical role, Qi Tongwei would not have held him in such high esteem. Similarly, Hou Yangping's dismissal of his daughter would not have carried such a lack of emotional burden. One might even reasonably speculate that it was Hou Yangping's rejection of his daughter in favor of another prominent student that made him realize the advantages of wielding real power, thereby forging connections with Liang Chuanfeng and embarking on an alternative path. This encapsulates the awkward predicament of academic families. Thus, these prodigies, whether male or female, often resemble Qi Tongwei, who is rather impulsive, or Hou Yangping, who is deeply calculating, neither of whom can be regarded as suitable partners. Just how scheming is Hou Yangping? In his 30s, his notable expertise lies in peaking opera, a pursuit that requires years of arduous dedication to yield any results, while mere enthusiasts seldom make it to the stage. In the show Qi Pa Shuo, the difference becomes evident when contrasting the performances of Kai Kongyong, an enthusiast of peaking opera, with that of Wang Peiyu, a professional in the field. The segment where Hou Yangping performs a specifically dubbed peaking opera illustrates his character's proficiency. While it may not reach the esteemed level of Wang Peiyu, it is nonetheless commendable for public performance. For someone of his age to undertake such a demanding pursuit and achieve this level of skill cannot merely be attributed to passion or innate talent. If that were the case, he would have enrolled in an art school rather than a party school. Thus, Hou Yangping's deliberate pursuit of this art form serves merely to cater to the preferences of a particular demographic. Such individuals, whose every interest and endeavor is orchestrated towards achieving a specific goal, are destined to face their consequences. Teacher Gao's daughter is merely a stepping stone for him, rather than a destination. A high position would suffice. This is precisely why Lin Luo sees potential in his uncle's marriage into the family. The uncle's value lies in this context. Coming from a respectable background, willingly entering a family for love, possessing considerable potential, and lacking excessive ambition, he faces no psychological burden when becoming the son-in-law of a prominent family. Among these attributes, the act of marrying into the family stands out as particularly alluring. Historically, the primary role of a wet nurse in a prominent family was not merely to raise children. The wet nurses for the young masters were exclusively chosen from within the family, serving primarily to shield the children from the influence of the matriarch's education. Children nurtured in such an environment naturally gravitate towards their own kin. Of course, as they grow, they may seek assistance from their maternal lineage in their pursuit of power. Yet they remain acutely aware that such support is external. The familial authority they vie for is inherently theirs. Thus, the contention over child custody is a core issue within the family. To illustrate, should Lin Luo's uncle and Han Baoyi have a child, it would not only be expected that the child bears the Han surname, but also that the grandmother's desire to see the child even once a year would be a formidable challenge. This is no exaggeration. Having witnessed the plight of men who marry daughters of high-ranking officials in the capital, one realizes the severity of such situations. It can even be posited that from the moment Han Baoyi gives birth, her career trajectory would be irrevocably stunted, as her family's resources would likely pivot towards the third generation. From a young age, cultivating a foundational social network within the circle, coupled with leveraging familial connections, renders it nearly impossible for one not to ascend to great heights in life. This is also why Lin Luo perceives his grandfather's involvement in the incident at Wu Qi Lu as rather disreputable. He is capable of contemplating these matters, and undoubtedly, his grandfather can too, if not more so. Having mentored Han Baoyi for 3 years, her grandfather certainly possesses a deeper understanding of her than Lin Luo does. Chapter 121. Worries. Initially, the youthful uncle's singular concern was whether she loves him or not. Now, however, he grapples with an additional worry. Will her father ever regard him favorably? In this regard, he lacks confidence, especially since even his biological father dismisses him, making it unlikely that another man would feel differently. What if Baoyi's father disapproves? What should I do then? Lin Luo, observing his uncle's distressed expression, dismissively remarked, "You're worrying about nothing. Securing approval from Aunt Han's father will be far easier for me than winning over Han Baoyi. You should strive in areas where you can exert your strength and leave the rest to me." The bold nephew instilled ample confidence in his uncle. "No problem, Baoyi. Are we not just a step away from that?" The sudden revelation startled Lin Luo. "Really? So soon? All right, I'll give you 2,000. Just don't come back tonight." "What? Why?" The bewildered uncle, upon receiving the money, found it difficult to comprehend his nephew's intentions. Lin Luo, equally confused, remarked, "Didn't you say you two were just a step away?" Stop dilly-dallying. Tonight, you must turn this raw rice into cooked rice for me, even if it's slightly undercooked. I can make sure that Han Baoyi's father eats it. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. The uncle hurriedly clarified, no, I meant we're about to kiss. What are you thinking, you child? After all that effort, this was the extent of his capabilities. Truly, if it were me, Han Baoyi's father would already be practicing diaper changes. I don't even know how to express my disappointment in you. Lin Luo felt disheartened. This time, the uncle was displeased. Are you talking about me? Han Baoyi is a respectable girl. Do you think she can be easily won over like those girls from vocational schools who pay $20 for a hotel? Indeed, young men in love are hard to reason with. Uncle, do not romanticize girls from educated families. They often have their share of psychological issues. Lin Luo was not speaking idly. He had experienced it himself. Only those who have been through it understand that these girls often possess striking contrasts, some of whom are even more daring than the delinquents on the streets. However, the uncle remained unconvinced. What? How could that be? Bao Yi is wonderful. Truly, love can blind one's judgment. Uncle, you are utterly infatuated. You even find her mundane actions charming. Yet, the issues at hand remain, stemming from their environment. What problems are you referring to? I simply do not believe you, the uncle insisted. Lin Luo, having suffered deeply, realized his uncle was about to tread the same path. He could not stop him, but felt the need to elucidate the potential consequences to prevent future regrets. My dear uncle, first and foremost, you must understand that parents from educated families are perpetually busy. They are occupied with projects, publishing journals, attending meetings, and socializing. If they are not busy, they cannot advance in their careers or achieve professional titles. Within institutional frameworks, there exist relatively objective standards for evaluation. Although power can provide some leverage, meeting these high standards demands substantial personal investment of time, or else one may not even gain entry. The uncle acknowledged this, not only in families like Bao Yi's, but even in his own. He was busy enough that it fell to him, as the uncle, to look after the children. So what? Our family is the same. Do I have any problems? Lin Luo, too weary to address his own situation, redirected the conversation back to Han Baoyi's family. As educated parents, they are particularly ambitious and hold exceptionally high expectations for their children. Merely being excellent is insufficient in their eyes. They believe their children should be at the pinnacle of success. If they are not, it is viewed as a lack of effort or seriousness. Even those who have reached the top are often met with parental discontent. Those who attain such academic prestige have emerged from a sea of competition, not ordinary competition, but a relentless pursuit fueled by both talent and diligence. Uncle recalled what Bao Yi had once confided in him. Her family seldom contacted her, and when they did, it was merely to inquire about her progress. He reluctantly acknowledged Lin Luo's words, feeling an urge to refute them, but finding himself at a loss for words. Lin Luo, undeterred, continued. In her social circle, she has encountered numerous exceptional individuals. Whether they have achieved academic success or made significant strides in their careers, such accomplishments are commonplace to them. This leads to an expectation that their offspring must meet exceedingly high standards. Do you not sense a hint of inferiority in Aunt Han? Han Baoyi's assistance to Shun Mo was not solely born of kindness. It also encompassed a sense of confidence and fulfillment derived from rescuing another. In the county, gaining admission to a prestigious university is akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, marking one as the creme de la creme. Yet, within the social milieu of the Han family, such outstanding individuals are abundant, often relegated to mere embellishments at gatherings. Inferiority? Uncle was utterly oblivious to this reality. In truth, it is quite apparent. After moving to the county, Han Baoyi chose to associate with individuals of lesser caliber, such as Uncle himself. Immersed in this environment, Uncle could not comprehend, and Lin Luo had no intention of elucidating. Surrounded by remarkably accomplished people, if one's children exhibit mediocrity, they may be looked down upon by their parents, whose disdain becomes palpable. This disdain could persist for years, even if Han Baoyi possesses above-average abilities. In the Han household, such qualities are akin to being foolish. Lin Luo, somewhat burdened by Wenjie, set the child aside and raised a finger. In such an environment, one can conclude that the parents are exceedingly busy, lacking the time to patiently guide their children from a young age. They are too intelligent to grasp the thought processes of less capable individuals, turning guidance into disdain and criticism. They may utilize their resources to elevate their children, yet simultaneously harbor contempt. The child feels that no matter how hard they strive, parental validation remains elusive. While materially unencumbered, they may exhibit tendencies towards self-destruction or harbor profound feelings of inferiority. This, in my perspective, encapsulates Han Baoyi. His analysis of Han Bao was far from mere jest. Surely not, Uncle mused, struggling to define the essence of Han Bao. Yet, he found her agreeable and comforting, simply desiring her company. Whether one labels this as infatuation or youthful admiration, it lacks the complexities Lin Luo ascribed to it. However, Lin Luo was determined not to let Uncle off the hook. Uncle, you need not disbelieve. She is a woman capable of instigating a calamity that the entire county scorns. A person who can achieve great things is certainly no fool, for fools cannot accomplish significant endeavors. Today, her willingness to disregard consequences and frequent questionable establishments, engaging in public displays of raucousness, underscores her rebellious nature, a result of having been belittled and dismissed by her parents, thus rendering her more inclined to explore unconventional paths. You ought to be grateful for her upbringing. Otherwise, she would regard you with the same disdain as a dog's excrement, passing by with contempt, let alone indulging in innocent affection with you. Indeed, given Han Baoyi's identity and circumstances, the entire county may wish her gone, signifying that she must have stumbled upon something she ought not to have. Such behavior similarly reveals that, deep down, she aligns with her parents' values, harboring an obsessive yearning for titles, positions, and accolades. Otherwise, such radicalism would not manifest. To some extent, the peculiarities inherent to families of high intellect are precisely the conditions under which the uncle could marry into the Han family. Insecurity, self-destruction, and arrogance, coupled with an uncritical adoration for power and strategy, paint a portrait of the mediocrity found among those born into such families. Ultimately, intellectuals can only derive a sense of superiority by outsmarting others within the confines of rules set by society, remaining entirely ignorant of the mechanisms of power and wealth. Thus, if the offspring of a highly educated family possess even a modicum of mediocrity, the family's fortunes are bound to falter. This is the reason Lin Luo harbors confidence in his uncle. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, the uncle became aware of the underlying tension. No, De Luo, do you know something? What exactly is going on with Bao? Everything that could be said has been said. What remains are matters unfit for discussion. What I know holds little significance. Such matters are beyond the comprehension of individuals like us, and you need not dwell on them now. He raised his wrist in a gesture of checking the time, despite it being empty. What you ought to do now is head to the hotel kitchen. Have them pour 2 glasses of milk, slice some toast, grill some ham, spread on butter, and present it on a plate for Aunt Han. Remember to take an extra serving for Sister Imo. We wouldn't want Aunt Han to feel out of place, understood? Lin Luo mused that even pursuing a romantic interest required his own diligence. Although his uncle had few merits, his obedience was a form of capability. Were he to speak less, he would be perfect. As the obedient uncle exited, he leaned against the doorframe and cheekily remarked, De Luo, you must be seeing someone. Chapter 122. The blessing of the poor. Get out, get out. Lin Luo, exasperated, began to usher people away. After a tumultuous morning, the uncle left with an air of self-satisfaction, seemingly having come to a realization. Now it remained to be seen whether Han Bao would find clarity as well. Inside, only Lin Luo and Wen Jie remained. With the absence of adults, the children felt more at ease. Brother, can I watch TV? Certainly. What's stopping you? As Lin Luo turned on the television for his younger brother, he didn't forget to connect the VCR as well. Truly, this was the finest hotel in town. Not only equipped with telephones in every room, but also with VCRs for playing tapes. Even the tapes were authentic, featuring titles like the God of Gamblers series, the Once Upon a Time in China series, and the Fight Back to School series, all favorites among children. Lin Luo made a simple adjustment and did not intentionally instruct Wen Jie, yet the boy adeptly changed the tape simply by observing his older brother. Originally, Lin Luo intended to show Wen Jie the murder incident on Guling Street, which bears some educational value. However, in a moment of distraction, the boy switched the film to Happy Ghost Goes to Summer Camp. Subsequently, when Jie became engrossed in the television, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen. This is why children learn so quickly. As long as something piques their interest, they can figure it out without instruction. After getting up and freshening up, Lin Luo did not indulge his younger brother's whims. A child's needs should not be suppressed, but rather fulfilled, so that they may not be easily swayed by temptation in adulthood. However, one cannot entirely neglect their upbringing. Lin Luo, having wiped his head with a towel, observed his cousin inching closer to the television and gently admonished, "Keep your distance. I've mentioned it several times." Wen Jie obediently leaned back, responding, "Understood, brother." In that moment, Lin Luo realized the depth of his affection for his family. Indeed, discerning love is rather simple. If a person, despite their apparent frivolity in your presence, does not irk you, then you undoubtedly cherish them. Currently, Wenjie was quite idle, yet Lin Luo found this rather agreeable, for life is not solely about enduring hardships. Thus, he joined Wenjie in watching the film. The movie was quite entertaining, albeit the picture quality left much to be desired. However, not long into their enjoyment, a knock interrupted their moment of leisure. "Who's there?" Lin Luo inquired, slightly displeased at the disturbance after such a brief respite. "It's me, Luo, Aunt Han," came a gentle voice from outside, which surprised Lin Luo and prompted him to hastily open the door. As soon as the door swung open, a scene of chaos unfolded. Uncle Zhao was insistently attempting to grasp Han Baoyi's hand, who appeared noticeably shy and struggled against his advances. Yet, the robust Uncle Zhao, with his considerable strength, ultimately prevailed, fulfilling his desire. It was evident that Uncle Zhao possessed a childlike spirit, reveling in inappropriate displays of bravado. Lin Luo, having opened the door, tilted his head, ready to chastise. "Zhao Yanjun, I sent you to cook for someone this morning, not to come here and feed dog food. If you're still hungry, go find somewhere else to eat your fill. I won't concern myself if you end up overindulging." Uncle Zhao's antics were nothing short of a display of petty bravado, and he seemed oblivious to the embarrassment it caused his nephew. Such remarks, however, were futile against Uncle Zhao's thick skin, leaving Han Baoyi blushing in response. Unable to withstand the ridicule from a child, she playfully smacked Uncle Zhao. Yet, she had come with a purpose. "Luo, do not mock Aunt Han. Hasn't she always been kind to you?" Although Lin Luo had limited interactions with Han Baoyi as the disciple of his grandfather, she consistently bestowed small gifts upon him, be it imported snacks or trinkets from the provincial capital, ensuring he was never empty-handed. This generosity made it difficult for a child not to harbor fondness for her. "What more can I say? Why else would I want you to be my aunt-in-law?" Unfortunately, this fond memory felt somewhat distant. Even the strongest affections can succumb to the ravages of time, rendering Lin Luo's reply somewhat flippant. "To repay Aunt Han, I was even considering packing Uncle Zhao off to marry you." Another jest at Aunt Han's expense. Due to a multitude of recent events, Han Baoyi had not seen Lin Luo for several months, yet upon their reunion, she sensed something amiss with the boy, particularly yesterday. After being summoned by Li Qingjun to accompany Zhao Yanjun on an outing, she had noticed a marked change in this seemingly ordinary child from the county. Upon first touch, he discerned the quality of fabrics. What were touted as high-tech materials became mere plastic in his discerning assessment. He is capable of engaging in discussions about the exquisite fabrics and understated designs of Noyu Pienya, articulating the premium associated with second-hand Hermes items, and discerning the luxury of the Cashmere King, Brunello Cucinelli. He can expound upon Ralph Lauren's design philosophy and the nuances of bespoke polo shirts and Prince of Wales suits. The clothing sellers have been so captivated by his charm that they willingly gifted him 2 outfits, hoping he would refrain from boasting about their merchandise, which had begun to draw disdain from those around him. Such knowledge is not something a child should possess, nor is it merely an act put on by a child. It is not due to intoxication impairing the child's self-control, but rather a glimpse of what one might call the fortune of the underprivileged. This reflects a weariness born from once being favored, now fallen from grace, yet still carrying the burdens of various desires that have been fulfilled, alongside a profound understanding of human nature in diverse circumstances. The experience of the world and the enjoyment of privilege cannot be feigned. This is evident in the minutiae of one's demeanor and discourse. Wealth manifests in presence rather than mere skill. Han Baoyi has only witnessed this in her father's once promising students. Now incarcerated, how could such an essence suddenly emerge in a child? She is perplexed. Yet she understands. If a family is firmly rooted and a wise individual is willing to uplift it, remarkable events are bound to unfold. Perhaps she could glean what she seeks from this child and the Zhao family to which he belongs. Thus, enamored by Zhao Yanjun's charm and roguish demeanor, she decided to be forthright and sought out Lin Luo with this audacious man in tow. "Luo, Aunt Han is off to work, and I'm entrusting my friend to you. We agreed, 1,000 each per month, remember? One person, 1,000. For 4, that totals 4,000. Just enough for Shenmo's tuition for the year." Even in a state of inebriation, the child instinctively orchestrated the most satisfactory arrangements. This child had already developed a conditioned reflex for the role of a broker. Could this be what her father referred to as talent? The so-called awakening of genius at a moment's notice? It is said that such individuals, when silent, remain unnoticed, but when they speak, they astonish. Han Baoyi was once skeptical, yet now, she yearns to witness it for herself. Chapter 123. The request. Lin Luo sat on the bed, accompanied by Wenjie, who was engrossed in the television, while Shun Mo and his brother were in front of him. Observing the demeanor of the individuals before him, he realized that Han Baoyi had overcomplicated matters. 3 thieves and a privileged college-bound student could not possibly be so honest in the presence of a child. It is challenging to instill a sense of reverence for a child. Han Baoyi must have said something to Shen Mo that prompted these individuals to exhibit a mix of reticence and deference towards Lin Luo. As for what his future aunt had conveyed, he was indifferent. The people before him were not formidable figures. Do you know why I summoned you? Lin Luo did not invite the few individuals to sit, so they remained standing while responding. Acknowledging their presence, he gestured for them to find a place to sit themselves. Just so you know, I've already informed you that our business is somewhat lacking in morality. Undoubtedly, many parents will come seeking us. However, we have opened our doors to commerce, and it is this very profit we seek. I invited you here knowing full well that you are not exactly upstanding citizens, having engaged in theft and other dubious activities. Should you arrive at my doorstep and act as if you were saints, refusing to profit from the children's money? He had long forgotten what he had said to them in his drunken state the previous day. The current small talk served merely to dispel the awkwardness. Otherwise, he would have preferred silence over wasting his breath on those he deemed unworthy. Among the group, the one who remained unyielding even after being struck by Li Qingjun looked at Lin Luo with an anxious expression, eager to speak, but was restrained by Shen Mo. It seemed he was indeed Shen Mo's brother. The conversation was naturally initiated by Shen Mo. Big brother, thank you. I understand this business is for my sister. Sister Han calculated that this little shop can barely support my brother and fund my education. Given my current state, surviving is sufficient. The notion of conscience is no longer relevant to me. Indeed, he spoke with a certain clarity, a testament to his education. Lin Luo always believed that the essence of education was enlightenment, and the primary manifestation of enlightenment was the understanding of one's identity and circumstances. For instance, the ducks of Quanzhou should never consider themselves as the masters. Understanding is paramount. Once you grasp many things, communication becomes simpler. Emojia, we are old neighbors. My grandmother has always held you in high regard. You have proven yourself, yet fate has its whims, and we all encounter misfortune at times. I am young, so I will speak frankly. In this day and age, a business that earns a few thousand a month is not remarkable, yet many covet it. It is better to clarify matters with you so that you are aware, lest you find yourselves burdened with guilt later. After saying these few words, he disregarded the others and picked up the landline. I will make a call first. The call was naturally directed to Han Meijiao. Those who could afford a phone could certainly manage a consecutive number, one that was easy to remember. She had previously promised him a gaming console, and he wondered if that promise still stood. After all, one must follow up on matters beneficial to oneself, for others would not be in a hurry. Shen Mo and the others wished to engage Lin Luo in conversation, but felt it inappropriate to interrupt his call. They could only sit quietly, fidgeting with their thighs, their eyes fixed on him. Lin Luo was already accustomed to being observed and felt no discomfort under their gaze. The call was quickly connected. The voice on the other end was impatient. Who is it? Han Jia, it's me. Having received her favor, he felt it necessary to adopt a more amiable tone. Han Meijiao did not expect to receive a call from Lin Luo. Oh, Dabao, what made you think to call your sister? Do you miss me? How about I treat you to a meal? Forget the meal. Is she thinking of having chicken, or perhaps a young chicken? Of course, I miss you, sister. Where's my game console? Although I have not released a few of Han Meijiao's brothers, it does not hinder Lin Luo from graciously seeking his own benefits. After all, her collaboration with Li Qingjun has proven quite advantageous. Han Meijiao, not one to be overly sentimental, remarked, Oh, are you anxious? Don't worry, I owe no one. Especially not you, my little brother. I will have Damon deliver the heated Kong to you. Just find someone to wait there, lest it gets lost in transit. That place is notorious for thieves, regardless of who you are. The Damon she referred to is none other than Zhang Damon, who runs the appliance sales on the first floor of the Galaxy Commercial Building, a figure notorious for monopolizing business from the Fujianese. Zhang Damon is not just a friend of Li Qingxin, but also the brother-in-law of Fu Jianhua, the local agricultural machinery company's general manager. While few may recognize the name Zhang Damon, Fu Jianhua is a household name, his fame rivaling that of Lu Dehua. Every year around the festive season, local broadcasts are inundated with his advertisements, which are quite catchy, repeating the same line. For agricultural machinery, look for him, Fu Jianhua, general manager of the agricultural machinery company. Fu Jianhua, representing all employees of the agricultural machinery company, extends New Year greetings to everyone. His generosity is notable, as local stations primarily rely on pay-per-view revenue. He inserts an advertisement and showcases a skit, running continuously for 24 hours, capable of doing so for an entire month. It appears that dealing in agricultural machinery is indeed lucrative. It is no surprise that Han Meijiao associates with such individuals. After all, from agricultural machinery to home appliances, they all intersect with the same illicit activities. Han Meijiao's ability to acquire Japanese game consoles is undoubtedly linked to these dealings. All right, I understand, Sister Han. You go ahead with your busy schedule. I shall check on it. Having secured what he desired, Lin Luo was about to hang up. However, Han Meijiao quickly stopped him. Hey, little brother, don't rush to hang up. You may not miss me, but I certainly miss you. Having just experienced something intriguing, it would be a shame not to share it with Lin Luo. Unable to resist her persistence, Lin Luo found himself unable to end the call. Sister, if you have something to say, just say it. With so many things on your mind, how do you manage each day? This ruthless character. How can there be so much genuine affection? Perhaps there is another reason you need me. Everyone makes mistakes occasionally, but this time, Han Meijiao was not mistaken. Oh, look at you. In the future, if I don't think of anyone else, I'll think of you. She observed the scene before her, highly amused. I'm at the building materials market right now. You wouldn't believe it. Qingjuan's store is a complete mess, a bare shell of a house that desperately needs renovation. By the way, do you need help? Are you still using that heated Kong? Shouldn't it be fixed up? How can I afford that? If you pay, I'll renovate it. Lin Luo, unaware of Han Meijiao's true intentions, teased her deliberately. Han Meijiao, unbothered, replied, Of course, it will be at my expense. You'll never guess who I just ran into here at Ma Shuangming's. Ma Shuangming is a local middleman in the building materials market, specializing in arranging labor for workers. Han Meijiao had stumbled upon something she knew would annoy Lin Luo. She could hardly contain her excitement. Chapter 124. Ma's Dilemma. What on earth does this rascal intend to do? Perhaps due to her age, Han Meijiao's every gesture made Lin Luo acutely aware of her intentions. Ma Shuangming, known colloquially as Ma San, holds a prominent position in the building materials market, though he hardly qualifies as a true magnate. At most, he is akin to a contractor, and not even a reputable one at that. Within the local projects, he tends to be assigned menial tasks such as tidying up or handling some landscaping. Although he has earned a modicum of income, he remains ensnared in a web of triangular debts, characterized by a lack of savings despite a steady stream of revenue. He typically occupies a spot on the street of the South Market, where he has but a handful of subordinates. Yet he can effortlessly summon a throng of laborers eager to engage in painting and plastering. Han Meijiao is acquainted with him, much to Lin Luo's lack of surprise. After all, one cannot truly be considered a child of Beijing without having tangled with Zhang Wei. Nor can one claim to be a man of Chuan Province without having shared a bed with Han Meijiao. In this expanse of Chuan Province, it is nearly impossible to traverse an area without encountering one of Han Meijiao's paramours. Her seemingly generous decision to spend money on her own home and introduce her lover to herself contradicts her notoriously frugal nature, indicating that she must have an ulterior motive. This individual is meticulous to the last penny, never squandering money unnecessarily. What fortune has Han Meijiao encountered that compels her to part with her cash? Lin Luo feels no qualms about swindling a few yuan from her, yet he dares not request her to spend on him willingly. Han Meijiao is resolutely determined to witness Lin Luo's embarrassment, having already invested hundreds of thousands. A trifling sum holds little significance for her. As you say, sister, isn't it only right for you to spend a bit on me? After all, aren't we like family? Well, not exactly, but I simply wish for you to meet Shuangming. Here, let me fetch the phone and introduce you both, so we can see what our heated discussions revolve around. With that, she strides towards the crowd, phone in hand. Han Meijiao is anything but discreet. While claiming to introduce friends, she places the phone on speaker and thrusts it forward. On the other end, a commotion ensues, the raucous voices filtering through the receiver. Oh, hello there. Isn't this my esteemed elder brother, Erhua? What is this? Unable to repay your debts. And now you're here to bask in the limelight? Didn't you claim to have a big brother? Is it true that your 13-year-old sibling can't support you? If that's the case, why not join me? Even in my impoverished state, I wouldn't subject you to such humiliation. Amidst the sweltering summer, a man clad in fur, clearly inebriated, stands before a bare-chested individual in shorts, brandishing his authority. It is evident that this man is Ma Shuangming, and the one in shorts must be Erhua. From the exchange, it seems Erhua owes Ma Shuangming money and has been cornered into settling his debt. Despite being a brother, Erhua, feeling the weight of shame, dares not retort to such taunts. However, Ma Shuangming shows no inclination to relent, intent on making his life difficult. I've been trying to locate you. You've been scarce, and I thought you were avoiding me, only to discover you're here, right under my nose, making money? So, how much have you earned today? Is it enough to cover my interest? Trapped against the wall, Erhua, fully aware of his precarious situation, can only respond in a feeble whisper, not much. It's just unfortunate timing. I haven't run into you until now. Look, now that fate has aligned, we meet. Logically, if it were truly a matter of social standing, Hua could easily have dealt with Ma Shuangming. Having just emerged from confinement, he truly wished to avoid returning, compelled to endure in silence. Yet, certain matters are inescapable. Ma Shuangming was precisely the harbinger of trouble. Damn. You managed to drag me out from the depths of a solitary refuge when you needed to borrow money, and now that the time has come to repay, you conveniently vanish? You truly regard me as insignificant. The act of borrowing and repaying money is, of course, distinctly different. It is rare in this world to encounter someone who willingly repays their debts. Hua leaned back slightly. Brother Ma, I am genuinely facing a difficult juncture. I have only just been released. Embarrassed, he retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to Ma Shuangming, his gaze pleading him to cease his reprimands. With a sweeping gesture, Ma Shuangming knocked the cigarettes from Hua's hands. What a waste. How many times have you borrowed money from me under the pretext of facing hardships? You claim to need assistance to overcome these obstacles, yet your troubles seem more numerous than the stars in the sky. Are you merely idling at home playing video games? This display was rather insulting. With his cigarettes scent flying, Hua's pride was wounded. Brother Ma, I am a man of dignity. You are well aware of my reputation. Are you not? Is it truly necessary to belabor this small debt? After all, he was a local boss, even in the vicinity of Guanshan. Not even a wolf would dare speak to him in such a manner. If not for the tens of thousands he owed and the obligation to assist his brothers with family matters, Ma Shuangming would not stand a chance against him. However, this was the construction materials market, Ma Shuangming's territory, surrounded by his followers. And you still dare to speak of dignity? You, who play cards with the elderly and bring 7 kings to the table, now wish to preserve your pride. Let me remind you, every time you borrowed money from me, it was for your parents' medical treatment or to help fund your son's education. Had I not visited your home, I would have been oblivious to the fact that your son is currently finding his own way to earn tuition at school. Ma Shuangming's anger stemmed from his own folly in allowing himself to be deceived. He had initially thought Hua to be an honest man and intended to pay him a visit upon hearing of his release. However, upon arriving at Hua's home, he quickly sensed something was amiss. His ailing mother lay on the bed, relying on a few cents worth of painkillers, clearly having not received proper medical attention. His son, scrounging for cardboard, couldn't even gather enough for a modest textbook fee and had been sent home by his teacher. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Hua had borrowed money in his family's name, all to support his brothers. But once he was incarcerated, no one remained to oversee the household. Hua, ever the accommodating person, would readily care for anyone who called him brother. Yet, in his current predicament, he found no one to stand up for him. Not wishing to escalate the situation, Hua softened his tone. Brother, I have just been released and wish to start anew. I no longer wish to engage in this life. Please grant me a chance to find my footing. However, tens of thousands of dollars could not simply be brushed aside as a mere opportunity to start over. Furthermore, Ma Shuangming, harboring grievances of his own, unleashed his frustrations upon Hua, pointing a finger at him and berating him. What do you think? Just because you've been incarcerated, you are somehow justified? Is it a badge of honor? You dropped out of elementary school, went in at 13 for robbery, and this time, you're here for stealing a motorcycle? And you still aspire to turn your life around? It is not that I hold you in contempt, but your son speaks as if he is taking a deposition, and you still aspire to maintain dignity? Does your family even possess that lineage? Ma Shuangming's words grew increasingly outrageous, and this time, it truly exasperated Hua. What do you want, Ma Shuang? Damn it. Do you really think those who owe money are your masters? Ma Shuangming remained unfazed. Both were at an impasse. One was in the wrong while the other relentlessly pursued, sparing no regard for face, ready to escalate to violence. Chapter 125. The conflict. Those who dare to make you feel embarrassed do so not due to their emotional ineptitude, but rather because they hold you in disdain. Han Meijiao did not regard Ma Shuang as a serious matter. What is happening? She merely wished to witness Lin Luo's misfortune, not to instigate trouble. Ma Shuang, show me some respect. He is my brother's companion. A mere verbal reprimand directed at Lin Luo's associate would suffice. If matters escalated, it would reflect poorly on everyone when Lin Luo arrived. After all, he was introduced by the revered Yen Luo Wang. Furthermore, given her entanglement with Ma Shuangming, she believed she deserved a modicum of respect. Alas, women often overestimate their worth. For men, what remains unattainable is deemed the most desirable. Once acquired, it becomes merely a trophy of conquest. Ma Shuangming granted her no respect whatsoever. You, a wretched creature, possess no honor. No one can stop me from confronting him today. This was not merely a trivial matter of debt. It was an affront he could not tolerate. Hua clandestinely arriving at his territory to work. Ma Xuan was acutely aware of his limitations. He lacked both fighting prowess and connections. His ability to carve out a niche in the construction market stemmed from his intelligence. He understood that he could only thrive by reaping the leftovers of others. However, the barrier to entry for this sustenance was exceedingly low. Today he was present. Thus he ate. Tomorrow, if he were absent, a mere word could easily shift the opportunity to another. To those well-connected individuals with substantial projects, Ma Xuan was indistinguishable from those idling by the roadside, waiting 21 days for work. When they arrived, they would simply call out, "We need 80 individuals for the completion cleaning at the residential compound of the machinery family." You would hear this, and without further inquiry, muster 30 or 50 people to complete the task, collect the payment for 80, distribute what needed to be given, and that would be that. The most skilled aspect of the job was merely gathering manpower. Ma Xuanming could manage this because the laborers mistakenly believed he could secure work. Thus they were willing to let him take the lead. He tolerated those earnest souls who worked here, each one timid and hesitant even to converse, let alone engage with superiors. Thus, the current situation emerged, with Ma Xuan merely acting as a figurehead. However, Hua was different. He was the renowned brother of Guanshan, a figure known for his benevolence, one who prioritized his brothers even over his own parents. Guanshan was notorious for its shanty towns, abundant in nothing but poverty. If Hua were to establish himself here, it would not be long before a benefactor noticed his diligence and offered him a project. "Well done, my lad. I have a task for you." In an instant, Hua could assemble a construction team. This was an advantage Ma Xuanming could never hope to match. He had previously preferred to financially support Hua rather than allowing him to engage in legitimate work, at least keeping him away from his own line of business. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon his release from prison, this rascal would be so inspired to lead a diligent life? What is the meaning of this? I have been financially sustaining you. Isn't it better for you to indulge in a little drinking and casual gambling? When I need assistance, I can arrange for you to have a good time at Shuanggewen. So why choose the path of righteousness? If you lack compassion, do not blame your brother for being unmerciful. Ma Xuanming gestured with a finger, and several burly men immediately surged forward to restrain Hua. "Hua, do you have any idea how much you owe me?" Hua was indeed capable of fighting. His prowess lay in his willingness to strike when armed. But in terms of sheer strength, he was no match for the surrounding musclemen. Even if he possessed the ability to kill, being held down by 3 or 5 strong men rendered him powerless. "For 30,000 yuan, if you were to take my life, I would consider you a man." Such a person neither valued the lives of others nor his own. "Kill you? Your life is worthless. Mine, however, holds value," Hua exclaimed. 30,000 yuan for an arm. Is that too much to ask? Ma Xuanming understood that as long as he didn't create a significant issue with Hua's family circumstances, they would be incapable of pursuing responsibility. Moreover, his intention was not to sever an arm, merely to inflict a fracture and keep him obedient for a few months. The upcoming months were peak season, and he had little time to waste on trivial matters with him. An injury would take 100 days to heal, and by winter, construction would cease. At that point, Hua could do as he pleased. Worst case, he could retreat to another city for a few months. After all, money could solve many problems. "Get to it," Ma Xuanming commanded, and his brother Ma Dao prepared to strike with a hammer. "What do you intend to do?" Han Meijiao, frightened, quickly interjected, harboring a growing resentment towards Ma Xuanming. She merely had a questionable reputation, but she did not wish to lose her dignity in society. She could engage in promiscuity, but could not allow herself to be publicly insulted. Initially, she sought merely to witness a spectacle, yet unexpectedly found herself the subject of ridicule. During this period, Han Meijiao frequently visited the detention center to see her brother and, through repeated visits, learned that the strict guard Wang had introduced Hua to Lin Luo for some work. Observing Hua in such a predicament made her instinctively feel this was a chance to regain face through Lin Luo. This young punk consistently suppressed her, not only holding her brother in a tight grip, but also daring to take charge of her life. Just yesterday, when she received a call from Qingjun, she felt elated at the prospect of climbing the social ladder, only to find him arrogantly commanding her to bring money and making decisions on her behalf upon her arrival. This alone was acceptable, as she stood to gain from the arrangement. However, this boy even offered her as an additional asset at the end of the deal. Despite facing a group of young, vigorous men, shouldn't she be the one in control? What did Lin Luo think of her? Yesterday, she had bottled up her anger and dared not express it, feeling increasingly unsettled, and today, she found herself once again enduring humiliation at the hands of Ma Xuanming. The individual surnamed Ma, once fervently seeking my favor, was bustling about, setting up stalls in the market and introducing his relatives to me, as if he would kneel down and lick my feet if it meant gaining my approval. I recognized his potential utility and indulged him for a while. Yet mere days later, he turned his back on me. The callousness of men led Han Meijiao to question herself. Had she failed to maintain their affection? How could she fail to hold on to their hearts? This could not be. The lingering attachment of Hu Laojiu to her was ample evidence of her worth. The weapon in her grasp, wielded by Meng Tian, was formidable enough to command respect, a fact not to be taken lightly. In her perplexity over the cold-heartedness of men, Han Meijiao discerned who was truly vulnerable to manipulation. From Hu Laojiu to Lin Luo, and finally to Ma Shuangming. It was evident that Ma Shuangming was the least capable among them. The typically conflict-averse elder sister raised her mobile phone, pointing it at Ma Shuangming, and shouted, "You wretched creature, who are you cursing? Release my brother Erhua, or I will dismantle you." Jiao Jia was not without allies, and she was certainly not intimidated by him. Chapter 126. Ascendancy. Once one's heart turns ruthless, the path ahead becomes smoother. Yet, there are always skeptics. Following Han Meijiao's proclamation, a throng surged from the southern market, brandishing cleavers, scales, and baskets. In terms of sheer numbers, even the most formidable adversaries would struggle to match the multitude of her associates, who could easily rally 100 or more. This spectacle was not insignificant, even in a small place like Quanzhou. It could contend for dominance in Hong Kong's bustling Causeway Bay. Of course, the might of a county's influence is not solely determined by numbers. Their strength relied on connections and the ferocity of their subordinates. Typically, a boss need only a couple of fearless souls and a handful of capable fighters. And this configuration would suffice to deter any potential conflict, as there was no substantial gain in provoking them. This was also why Han Meijiao preferred to avoid confrontation. Her own crew consisted of individuals lacking in prowess. The most capable among them could barely hold their own against a child, let alone those who dared to seize heavy trucks with firearms. However, today, she was truly incensed. "Ma, do you think I am showing you respect? This is no time for you to take liberties. I will end you." In her fury, she unleashed her words without restraint. Anyone humiliated in public would feel the urgency of the moment. Yet, her boldness was fortified by her backing. There were dozens standing behind her, particularly the butcher in the front row, wielding a pig slaughtering knife, whose imposing physique was indeed intimidating. "Jiao Jiao, what is the matter?" The pork vendor had long harbored feelings for Han Meijiao. The bachelor, who had yet to find a wife, genuinely envisioned a steady life with her. As long as she refrained from frivolous talk about her past, he was indifferent to it, dreaming of marrying a beautiful bride. He viewed Han Meijiao as his one true love. Yet, while she was willing to share her bed with many, she resolutely refused to share it with him. The reasons behind the situation remain elusive, even to Han Meijiao, who wishes for the meat vendor to keep his distance. She consistently displays her vulnerabilities in his presence, provoking Ma Shun by referencing her past entanglements with him, while simultaneously warning old Sun to abandon his fantasies. A multitude of people surged forth, creating quite a spectacle. Yet Ma Shun, a seasoned individual, remained unfazed. In the realm of construction, even an assistant, regardless of their minor role, inevitably encounters conflicts. Where there is profit, there is contention. Thus, he understood the dynamics at play and recognized that no significant disruption would ensue. "What's the matter, Han Meijiao? Are you defending Erhua now? Do you two have a history?" He patted his belly, clad in a fur coat, dismissing her theatrics. "Just because there are two of you, you think you're formidable? I could make you call me daddy tonight, just as easily as I could now. Care to challenge that?" He was acutely aware that in mere minutes, market management would intervene. Did they truly believe they could act without consequence? Knowing that no grave issues would arise, he decided to play the part of a tough guy in front of the laborers behind him, thus enhancing his own reputation. Unfortunately for Erhua, he seemed to have narrowly escaped calamity. In the absence of oversight, he could have dealt with Erhua as he pleased, even without fear of police involvement. But with others present, things changed. Any public confrontation with Erhua, especially in front of law enforcement, would no longer be a private matter. In a bid to assert his authority, Ma Shuangming resolved to act as the dominant figure. Han Meijiao was left speechless by his shameless demeanor. When one is enraged, words often escape them. Seeing his beloved woman subjected to such humiliation, old Sun brandished a knife and charged forward, exclaiming, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" In that moment, he felt like a hero. In this shared marketplace, everyone was aware of each other's petty grievances. When Ma Shun noticed old Sun's arrival, his arrogance only intensified. "Fatty, don't even think about comparing yourself to us. You better kneel and beg. For the day I intimidate Han Meijiao, I'll have you standing by, clueless about her true nature. Ha ha ha. The building materials market and the food market have never been harmonious. The reason is simple. The construction market is generally divided into two types of individuals, big bosses and laborers. The big bosses, who thrive on cordiality, seldom engage in major conflicts and do not form deep connections with the laborers. Conversely, the food market is comprised primarily of small vendors. These small traders are the ones who interact closely with the laborers. The animosity among the impoverished is the most genuine, devoid of any pretense. Small vendors with a bit of cash often look down upon the laborers, who struggle to make even the smallest sales. Sharing the same space, they inevitably develop grudges over time. As the representative of the laborers in the building materials market, Ma Shuangming's role is to verbally spar with the vendors of food, for that is his duty. Otherwise, how did Ma Shun earn his notorious nickname? The unattractive Sun Fatty not only lacks charm, but also struggles to articulate his thoughts. Otherwise, he might have long been the confidant of Han Meijiao. I find myself at a loss for a retort against Mason, and to my surprise, I feel a flicker of temptation towards his suggestion. As Mason speaks, the surrounding commotion intensifies. With so many people gathered, whispers are inevitable. Although Han Meijiao cannot discern the specifics of their conversation, her imagination runs wild, leading her to believe they are gossiping about her. In a sudden burst of frustration, she shoves Sun Fatty forward, exclaiming, "You useless creature, confront him. With such a robust physique, why does he not dare to fight? Is he incapable of bearing the consequences?" Her disdain for Sun Fatty grows stronger. "Fight me? Have you got what it takes?" Mason, in a dramatic display, flexes his chest, discarding his mink coat onto the ground, and strikes a signature Michael Jackson pose, proclaiming, "Han Meijiao, on my turf, if I allow you to win, I might as well sit down to urinate." Mason's bravado ignites laughter among the crowd. "Huh, you're just begging for a beating," he adds, reveling in the moment. Despite the apparent intensity, neither faction dares to escalate the conflict. They are merely a collection of cowards, lacking any real resolve. Han Meijiao grows increasingly frustrated. Reminiscing about her brothers in the past, regardless of their fighting prowess, at least they had the courage to confront challenges. This current group is merely present for spectacle, offering neither support nor action. Just as despair begins to settle in, a raspy voice, indicative of adolescence, cuts through the air. "Oh, who here is declaring their territory? Let me see who has ascended to power." Chapter 127. Who are you? Why did Song Jiang kill Yin Pixiang? It is because women often fail to grasp the boundaries that men uphold, nor do they comprehend the operational dynamics of a patriarchal society. Particularly with men they have been intimate with, regardless of their status. Once such a relationship is established, women often perceive themselves as equals, abandoning any sense of reverence. This mindset leads to behaviors that consistently challenge the very foundation of men's existence in society, resulting in provocation that can incite men to react with irrevocable aggression. The moment Lin Luo received Han Meijiao's call, he knew she was about to stir up trouble, and it would be devoid of logic. Damn, after spending a night with Li Qingjun, she has become quite the handful. He is acutely aware that many women act irrationally. For instance, in choosing between opening a milk tea shop and a health supplement store, she opted for a Chinese herbal milk tea venture. This decision alienated both tea enthusiasts and health aficionados alike. Women often fall into such traps, attributing their choices to emotion. Thus, Lin Luo rose and, accompanied by Shun Mo and others, headed to the southern market. The chaos she creates is trivial. What truly matters is that it does not affect his family. Upon arrival, he found, as expected, that the entire southern market had come to a standstill due to Han Meijiao's antics. Whether merchants or shoppers, everyone was gathered to witness the spectacle she had caused. In the heart of the city, instigating a public disturbance pales in comparison to wielding a knife at the train station. Lin Luo, holding an ice pop, could not simply overlook the fact that his uncle had just started working when trouble arose at the office. "Disperse. What are you all doing here? Soon enough, you'll be taken to the police station to give statements." The young man, with one hand clutching his younger brother and accompanied by a striking young lady and 3 ruffians, exuded an air of arrogance typical of the privileged. Not everyone was acquainted with Lin Luo. At least, Ma Shuangming was not familiar with him. "Who are you, brat? When did the South Market allow you to play the role of the big brother?" Ma Shuangming's words were tempered, for he had just spoken too boldly. And given the familiarity of those behind him, he would not normally engage in conflict with a child. Only a fool would perceive the courtesy of others as a form of submission. In such a grand setting, a child who could approach and speak with such confidence could not be deemed simple-minded. Confidence is not merely a facade that can be donned through bravado. However, to Ma Shuangming's surprise, The newcomer had yet to speak. Instead, the smaller boy he held by the hand raised a milk tea bottle and asked him, "Why are you speaking to my brother like that?" Wen Jia, gazing at the milk tea he had acquired for a mere $1, felt irritation rise as he looked at the bare-chested clown before him. "My brother is indeed my brother. There is no need for pretense. He is my real brother." Over the past few days, he had treated him to video games, snacks, and toys, thereby elevating himself in the child's heart to a position previously held by their father. "My cousin is my real brother. And you are?" Ma Shuangming adjusted his trousers, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. It was one thing to deal with a child around 7 or 8 years old, but this one, barely taller than a potato, dared to speak up? Was his own standing so diminished? Was this attire not a mockery of societal norms? Upon noticing Lin Luo's arrival, Han Meijiao, who was pushing around old San, hurriedly rushed over from her group. "Dabao, why are you here?" Having been on the phone all this time, she had long forgotten her initial intentions. Lin Luo, however, had no time to engage with her and turned to wave at the crowd. "Disperse. Is there even money for management fees? Are we getting paid? What are you all doing here? If you don't wish to work, just say so. I'll collect your stalls." Unfortunately, his youth rendered his voice somewhat lacking in authority, and few paid heed to him. Yet, Han Meijiao anxiously circled around Lin Luo, offering explanations. "No, Dabao. This guy is causing trouble. He is targeting your brother, Erhua." Knowing the child's background, she instinctively sought to absolve herself of any responsibility while simultaneously ingratiating herself. Lin Luo patted Wen Jie and thought to himself how he wished he could pry open Han Meijiao's head to see just how many mature male reproductive cells had taken residence within. "Sister Han, this is my brother. I wasn't aware my uncle had such a large son." Erhua, pinned to the ground, remained silent and had yet to rise or greet Lin Luo. It was evident that Erhua wished to distance himself. Was it simply because he was introduced by Yin Shirquan that he felt compelled to acknowledge him? It was worth noting that if this fellow continued in such a manner, Yin Shirquan would have to apologize to him. What good was it to be skilled in a fight if one could not contend with a firearm? Han Meijiao never anticipated that Lin Luo would disregard this favor. If Yin Shirquan were to introduce his brother to her, she would have undoubtedly treated him with utmost respect. She was still contemplating an explanation when Lin Luo, resolutely, chose to ignore her. "What is this? Disperse your people. My uncle has only recently begun his duties. Are you harboring grievances against me or my uncle?" If it weren't for his role, she doubted her own uncle would even bother with this situation. It dawned on Han Meijiao, after Lin Luo's reminder, that the leadership of the South Market had indeed changed, with the newly appointed Zhao Yandong at the helm. If any disturbances arose in the market, how would that reflect on him? "No, De Luo. I keep wanting to justify myself, yet I find no words. All right, let us disperse. Return to your respective duties." Though she recognized her mistake, she still felt aggrieved. Yet, it must be said that she had a decent reputation. Those whom Lin Luo could not drive away dispersed at her mere utterance. The vendors in the food market retreated, but those in the building materials market remained unmoved. No one paid any attention to Ma Shuangming, which left him quite displeased. "Who do you think your uncle is?" Ma, with his hands on his hips and foot tapping, felt that the child before him was treating him with utter disrespect. However, before he could finish his thought, a voice rang out from behind. "It's me. Who the hell are you?" Ma's foul words escaped before he even turned around, and by the time he beheld the speaker, it was too late for regret. "Oh, it's Director Zhao. Markets, being essential to the populace, operate year-round, and thus, the management personnel work in shifts." The newly appointed director, however, was particularly diligent and spent considerable time at the office. Ma Shuangming might not recognize many, but in this line of work, one simply could not be unfamiliar with the market director. To put it frankly, even before Zhao Yandong's arrival, the rumor had circulated that a new director would take over due to the previous one's corruption. When it was confirmed that it was Zhao Yandong, the gossip had already escalated. No one knew the exact reason for his appointment. They only knew that his father was the director of the prosecutor's office and that the case involving the former director's corruption was managed by him. Under these circumstances, everyone had tacitly accepted the reality, thus treating Director Zhao with a degree of caution. The big bosses in the construction market, who monopolized certain materials, were particularly careful around him. Ma Shuangming was no exception. "Ah, Director Zhao, you're on duty today as well?" He had already forgotten the words he had spoken. Perhaps he was unwilling to accept an unwelcome truth. Chapter 128. Economy. When disturbances arose, it was typically the responsibility of the police rather than the market management. However, as the head of the department, Zhao Yandong felt compelled to investigate. It seemed inappropriate to disregard the uniform he wore. Upon his arrival, He not only witnessed the two troublemakers in the market, but also spotted his son and nephew. In this case, he could not simply treat it as a matter detached from personal ties, as that would inevitably implicate his family. One must find a suitable pretext to divert this matter for the time being, to settle accounts later. Ma Sun, having regained his composure, acknowledged the harsh reality, an objective truth that does not cease to exist merely because one chooses to disbelieve it. It is simply a matter of someone owing me a sum of money and now seeking repayment. He finally accepted the fact that this disappointing child before him was indeed a younger relative of the director. In a moment of quick thinking, he crafted the most fitting excuse for himself. When it comes to collecting debts, unless particularly egregious incidents occur, most individuals tend to turn a blind eye, especially emotionally. People naturally lean towards the side of the creditor. Ma Sun promptly brandished this shield of excuse. Such matters are truly delicate to intervene in. By rights, economic disputes fall under the jurisdiction of the Economic Investigation Unit, yet the handling of cases requires funding. Those engaged with cases involving hundreds of millions are far too preoccupied to concern themselves with trifling amounts. If the police system struggles with such issues, one cannot expect other entities to lend a hand. Moreover, economic disputes abound in the marketplace. The primary function of the Municipal Management Office is to assist the police in mediating. Upon hearing Ma Sun's words, Uncle recognized him as a seasoned veteran. Economic disputes necessitate either police involvement or legal action. This is a marketplace, so let us not complicate matters unnecessarily. He truly had no interest in meddling in such trivialities and was more concerned with why his son and nephew were here. After expressing this sentiment, he glanced at Lin Luo, inwardly cursing. This mischievous lad has led my son astray in just a few days. His son, with a milk tea in one hand and an ice pop in the other, had a roll of bubblegum secured at his waist, utterly unconcerned about the risk of diabetes. Lin Luo, however, was not merely a bystander. The crux of the matter was that Xiang Kaijiang required several cold storage units, which he needed to mention to Uncle. More importantly, with his own uncle employed here, not having a stall of his own would render several tens of thousands of yuan wasted. Assisting with others' affairs was merely a matter of convenience. Yet, since he was already inclined to help, he might as well take the opportunity to handle another task. Upon hearing Ma Sun dismiss the debt issue, Lin Luo perceived a potential opportunity. He quickly exchanged glances with Uncle and spoke up. Uncle, how can economic issues be considered trivial? As the head of the South Market, isn't it your responsibility to assist the community in overcoming difficulties? Conflicts arising among market operators due to economic issues would make for an excellent report at the next meeting. This is a perfect chance to extend our reach into the economic flows and regulatory domains concerning relevant practitioners. Not to mention, simply ensuring each merchant obtains a bank card for business transactions would greatly benefit the bank. We are still in an era of physical currency transactions. Small vendors neither employ QR code payments nor utilize services like La Ka La or POS machines, and the prevailing storage practice remains the passbook. If these hundreds of merchants were to unify under a single bank for settlement cards, it would undoubtedly warrant the establishment of a branch office here. One can only wonder who the branch manager would be. Furthermore, this endeavor would yield numerous benefits for Uncle as well. Power, after all, is about seizing opportunities when they arise. Who decreed that the market management, which possesses the authority to set notification prices, is unqualified to oversee matters related to the economy. Two significant indicators of authority are, within one's jurisdiction, the ability to manage financial resources and the capacity to oversee personnel. Merely managing administrative fees is insufficient. The elder uncle is aware of his nephew's cunning nature. If it were not for the nephew's assertiveness, his name would undoubtedly appear on the list of layoffs, let alone his current position as director. Upon hearing his nephew's remark, he realized that the boy had devised another scheme. Regardless of the child's intentions, his response was succinct: support. Thus, he continued the conversation, acknowledging the recent disarray in the vegetable market. Disputes arise over trifling amounts, yet significant sums are also contested. Day after day, they neglect their business to engage in quarrels. He cast a glance around, and his gaze alone sent everyone scattering. For this man held their livelihoods in his hands, determining whether they would have food to eat the following day, all reliant on his word. As the crowd dispersed, the elder uncle turned to Lin Luo and said, "Let us proceed to my office." Certainly, Lin Luo promptly followed, not forgetting to beckon Ma Shuangming and Han Meijiao, saying, "Come along, we'll discuss this privately." Regardless of any past grievances, one must still make use of available resources. After all, one needs paper to take care of business. And sometimes the paper may not be pristine, yet one cannot forego the necessary actions. Ma Shuangming was eager to comply. Who would disdain closeness to leadership? However, Han Meijiao was less inclined. She was acutely aware of Lin Luo's solitary nature. While associating with him might yield benefits, the cost was one she was unwilling to bear. The boy looked down upon her. Lin Luo and the elder uncle, accompanied by Wen Jie and others, proceeded ahead, indifferent to whether the two were following. Left behind, Han Meijiao swiftly turned on Ma Shuangming, who had just moments ago been her adversary. Are you insane? When I call you, you simply go? Not daring to refuse herself, she sought to drag Ma Shuangming into the fray. Confused by her sudden shift in demeanor, Ma Shuangming asked, we were about to clash. And now it seems you wish to confront me in private? Unable to comprehend, he responded with resignation. The leader has summoned us. How can we not comply? Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to ruin your standing in the South Market? His business paled in comparison to Han Meijiao's, who monopolized the local green onion and garlic trade, relying heavily on distribution from the South Market. Han Meijiao grasped Ma Shuangming's arm, hoping he would refuse first, allowing her to gracefully decline as well. Yet, she could not articulate this directly. How could she admit to being intimidated by Lin Luo? As engaging with him was excessively troublesome? Instead, she feigned intrigue, asking, do you know the relationship between that boy and Erhua? No, Ma Shuangming shook his head. But you just mentioned it, did you not? Erhua has taken that boy as his leader. Do you not know who that child is? Oh, is that true? I thought it was just some street banter. So it was that lad just now? Who is he? Isn't Erhua also a protector of Guanshan? He truly found a child to lead him. The key point was, from their earlier interaction, it was evident that the two were not familiar with one another. Han Meijiao also noted this. Ma Shuangming was only relaying hearsay, and his information was utterly inaccurate. Who? That is the grandson of the head of the anti-corruption department at the prosecutor's office. His two uncles, one you just met, and the other is from the highway inspection team. No way. It is rather improbable for Erhua to associate with a mere child, is it not? Would it not be more fitting for him to mingle with his uncle? What accomplishments could possibly arise from befriending a little brat? Dare Erhua decline? After all, he was introduced to that child by the formidable Yin Luoang. You mean that Yin Shirquan from the detention center? I am somewhat acquainted with him, as I have dealt with him frequently due to the business in the town outside the detention center. Indeed, speaking of this individual, Ma Shuangming could not afford to be careless. What business does this child engage in? That is none of your concern. The crux of the matter is that you have left his brother in such a predicament. Now, if you approach him, do you think he will not retaliate? Han has not seen him exercise caution. He hastily tried to intimidate. In that moment, Ma Shuangming found himself at a loss for what to do. Chapter 129. It is not so simple. The circumstances surrounding Zhao Xiong and Guo Weibo serve as a clear testament to the fact that a high school education suffices to navigate the majority of jobs in this society. The true challenge lies in securing such positions. Good jobs are seldom advertised. Thus, when vacancies do not exist, one must create them. The elder uncle escorted Lin Luo to his office. To be frank, the office environment left much to be desired, consisting of 2 rooms converted from an old corner tower. Damp and stifling. Should one choose not to light a stove, the musty, moldy odor permeates the air, adversely affecting those who bring meals at noon. Yet, if one were to light a stove, the heat would be unbearable. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Lin Luo lifted the cotton curtain, he instinctively covered his nose. The smell was overwhelming. Come now, are you becoming delicate? In your childhood, our family once lived in a coal mine, did we not? It was quite wild amidst the cornfields. For a considerable period, his grandfather's family resided in a cave beneath a deep ravine, surrounded by cornfields. At that time, they even raised 2 sheep, although a child's understanding of their circumstances was limited, and he thought that place rather pleasant. Now, asking Lin Luo to return to such a dwelling would be akin to asking for his very life. Not to mention, the corn husks woven into the bedding would prick his skin. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Lin Luo found a stool to sit on, expressing his disdain as he did so. Wen Jia also took a seat beside him. Indeed, my brother now requires 4 dishes for a meal and must take a car when he goes out. This child has not endured the hardships of that time. Yet that does not imply his previous days were comfortable. When his grandmother managed the household, having fine grains for every meal was a luxury. They had to mix in sorghum and millet, with vegetables primarily consisting of cabbage and tofu. However, during these recent days spent with his elder brother, he had enjoyed sweet and sour pork, stir-fried meat, 3 delicacies from the earth, and a large bowl of egg drop soup, causing Wen Jia to forget the conditions at home. It must be said, his grandmother has managed to save several thousand yuan over the years, even supporting the children. This money was painstakingly earned, one mouthful at a time. In truth, Lin Luo remained dissatisfied with these circumstances. Was it not simply 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for 99 yuan per meal? It bore no distinction from his life after bankruptcy. Yet, the elder uncle glanced at his rotund son, now even fatter, and felt a twinge of jealousy. How well he must be eating. He looked at Lin Luo and curled his lip. Go on, indulge yourself. In front of others. He found it inappropriate to inquire about Lin Luo's financial situation, how much he possessed. Moreover, as an uncle, it would be rather unbecoming to appear overly concerned about his nephew's affairs. After all, it was his nephew who had secured all the jobs, rendering the elder uncle powerless to express any discontent when faced with him. Seated comfortably in a chair, Lin Luo's hands were not idle. They roamed across his uncle's desk, casually grasping a porcelain jar. After taking a sip of tea, he remarked, "What do you care? Can one not bear offspring without spending money? Now, let us address the matter at hand. Uncle, could you spare me a few of those cold storage units? I have a use for them. This tea is truly subpar, not at all comparable to what Yin Shikuan offers. It leaves an unpleasant aftertaste. Such extravagance is truly remarkable." Though his uncle was uncertain about the child's intentions, he was more than willing to accommodate the request. "You may have whatever you wish," he replied, appearing to cast off a burden. "It's absurd. A significant sum was spent to establish these cold storage facilities, and yet we lack even a seafood business to utilize them. That previous fellow deserved his fate." This was a reference to his uncle's predecessor. After a brief pause, he added, "However, payment is required. 600 a month? 600? That figure is intriguing. It is neither 500 nor 1,000. His uncle opened a window and boiled a kettle of water. "There are still 3 people working in our office, and they haven't received their salaries in 6 months. We must ensure they have something to eat." Frustration welled within him as he recalled the previous individual who had left behind a mountain of debts. Much of the funds allocated for the cold storage had not been settled, and numerous management fees remained unresolved, rendering it impossible to distribute salaries. Only in recent days had his uncle managed to sort through the accounts, discovering that they owed several $100,000 in project funds, along with a significant shortfall in the management fees. There was no clear explanation from above, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Although the contractors were too intimidated to demand payment, he felt a lingering discomfort about the situation during his tenure, as such matters could easily hinder his advancement. "Are the management fees also in arrears?" Lin Luo inquired, aware that engaging in improper construction projects could lead to complications. Yet, how could there be a deficit in the management fees that should be secure? It seemed improbable. To his surprise, his uncle provided an astonishing answer. Indeed, when that rascal was in charge, the invoiced management fee was 20. Without an invoice, it was merely 10. The unaccounted funds lined his own pockets. Now that the upper echelons demand accountability, how am I supposed to collect from the market again? It appeared that the previous individual had not been accustomed to proper conduct, daring to engage in such misconduct. Corruption often flourished through collusion between officials and businesses, securing profits from projects. This was the most reliable method of corruption, as long as one's connections remained intact. With projects come achievements. Whether spending was excessive or minimal, negotiations could be made. However, misappropriating funds that were meant for the public treasury was a grave offense, one that could even jeopardize one's own supporters, for it violated the established rules. Touch public funds, and you seal your fate. It was no wonder that this individual had cleared a path for his uncle. But how does this concern you, a newcomer? Observing his uncle's troubled expression, Lin Luo shifted into a more comfortable position and continued to inquire. Perhaps it is the duty of those in their positions to manage affairs, even if one is merely a minor cadre. Having prepared his tea, his uncle poured himself a cup, blowing on the surface to disperse the tea leaves before responding. "While it does not directly concern me, if the accounts remain unsettled, it complicates the process of securing financial allocations. If the allocations are complicated, then issuing salaries becomes a challenge. This place was once lucrative, but you know how things have changed. Those with audacity either faced expulsion or incarceration. Now, the remaining 3 had always been too timid to accept payments and were even less inclined to defy the rules. It was imperative for me to ensure their livelihood. If you intend to utilize the cold storage, you ought to remit the payment now. I shall have the accountant note it down, and we can proceed with this month's salary. Surely, the nephew who dines out with his son must have some funds in his pocket." At this juncture, Lin Luo grasped that the management office previously comprised more than just 4 individuals. There were at least a dozen, spearheaded by the director, who had formed a small cabal engaged in embezzling management fees and illicitly approving projects. Those who refrained from participating were undoubtedly marginalized, not only deprived of assignments but also denied wages, effectively coerced into resigning. To his surprise, these three had held their ground, and before their resolve could falter, that corrupt faction was dismantled. His uncle, newly appointed, inherited such a dismal situation, lacking both funds and personnel, yet overseeing a considerable market. It was no wonder that his uncle, guarding a treasure trove without knowing how to manage it, hesitated to make bold moves, having learned from the failures of others. Thus, Lin Luo refrained from hastily offering funds and quietly remarked, "Uncle, this approach is untenable." Previously, the management fees for the southern market were collected daily, taking into consideration the flexible employment of individuals. A rural farmer may come today to sell their specialties, yet may not return tomorrow. Collecting a month's fee in one go is simply inappropriate. Besides, back then, the management fee was merely a few cents. The nephew earnestly analyzed. The situation is different now. The stalls are largely stable. Continuing to collect daily fees would only create unnecessary complications. It should be done monthly or even annually. As Lin Luo spoke, he felt quite astute. Little did he know, his uncle dismissed his insight. "Lin Luo, it is not as simple as you think," his uncle replied. The inability of his unregistered subordinates to dispense salaries did not imply that he was incapable of doing so. As a leader, his primary concern was merely the wages of the few individuals under his purview. The well-being of the southern market was of no consequence to him. It belonged to the state. As someone with a cadre for a father, he understood profoundly that achieving results within the circle was not paramount. Avoiding mistakes was what truly mattered. Successfully completing a task was not a mark of skill, as naturally, competent leaders would claim credit once the job was done. The true measure of ability lay in thwarting a project. Thus, his uncle cast a glance at Lin Luo's companion, the neighbor Shinimo, and candidly stated, "My dear nephew, this is not about running a company. Everything must be aimed at profit. The daily collection of management fees does not benefit us at all. Not a single cent ends up in our pockets. However, if we were to collect fees annually or monthly, there would be no work for our management office." His uncle lit a cigarette, tossing the pack to Shun Mo's companions, and continued conversing with Lin Luo. "Without work, there are no positions. If we were to follow your suggestion, then I could manage the southern market with just an accountant. Do you understand the consequences?" Lin Luo was already aware of the implications without needing his uncle to elaborate. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Uncle let out a sigh of despondency. "Alas, it's all about the unified funding from above. Why should I subject myself to discomfort? Besides, a daily inspection counts as work. One cannot remain idle. Even if it seems futile, it still constitutes effort." Despite his words, a man who has spent a lifetime within a collective harbors an intrinsic sense of collective honor. If possible, Uncle would wish for the prosperity of his workplace. However, in this dilapidated place, burdened with over 1 million debts, the outlook appeared grim. With another sigh, he glanced at the silent children behind him, who did not treat him as an outsider, and found himself distracted by a mere box of 3 yuan Ishima. None of the youngsters under his nephew's charge exhibited any semblance of steadiness. After conversing for a while, he noticed that Han Meijiao and Ma Shuangming had not entered. Their sudden silence only heightened Uncle's displeasure. Lin Luo, oblivious to this detail, listened to Uncle's grievances and realized it was time to speak of matters better left unsaid. This information should not reach outsiders, so he called out to his companion. "Emojia, take those 3 brothers to check on Han Meijiao and that bare-chested fellow. Even if they don't come in, ensure they're kept here. Don't let them escape. With National Day approaching, we ought to slay a couple of fat sheep for celebration." Shun Imo understood that the 2 men had matters of delicacy to discuss and responded, "Understood." He beckoned to his brothers and departed. Once they had all left, Lin Luo quietly addressed Uncle. "Uncle, the calculations are not so straightforward. With the current reforms and the impending application to join the WTO, everything hinges on the economy. You must consider not merely the labor aspect, but the economic one. This requires a different perspective." "What perspective?" Once the outsiders had departed, Uncle felt considerably more at ease. "Let me show you," Lin Luo replied, retrieving a pen and beginning to jot down figures on the table. The South Market boasts over 300 stalls, not accounting for the makeshift structures in the building materials market, which brings the total to nearly 500 vendors. Assuming each stall averages 600 yuan a month, that amounts to 300,000 yuan a month, translating to over 3 million yuan annually. Noticing his nephew's earnest calculations, Uncle could not help but interject. "Millions are of no use. Each cent must be accounted for meticulously, as it must all be reported." The last person who toyed with this matter ended up returning embezzled funds and still left with a debt of over 100,000. Who would dare to gamble with such money? The discipline inspection and anti-corruption authorities are relentless. Do not entertain such notions. In Uncle's mind, The concept of cash flow exceeding profit was foreign. Lin Luo, well-versed in the nuances of business, understood all too well that the survival of small to medium enterprises relies heavily on cash flow. By sacrificing profits, one continuously utilizes subsequent funds to bridge prior gaps, thereby gaining the ability to survive while awaiting a chance for resurgence, not just in the present, but even decades down the line. An enterprise with a stable cash flow of 3 million can flourish and operate legally. Waving his hand to interrupt Uncle S' admonitions, he scoffed. Ah, that S illicit gain. We are law-abiding citizens, not engaged in unlawful activities. Uncle was bewildered. Then what do you intend to do? If you're not embezzling, why accumulate so much money in the accounts? Lin Luo resumed his efforts to delineate his territory. In our county, the investment funds for the city and the salaries of various units are primarily disbursed by the bank. Thus, there must be a specific billing cycle between the bank and the finance department. Our task is to first engage in discussions with the bank regarding the collection of market management fees, allowing them to directly deduct these from our county's finances, thereby preserving the billing cycle for our contributions to the county treasury. This is akin to trading time for space during warfare. As Lin Luo continued to write, a figure of 3 million emerged in the public account of the municipal management office. Elder Uncle, he began, let us inform the market vendors that from now on, management fees will be collected uniformly. We shall see how many are willing to pay annually. If we can secure fees from over 500 vendors for a year, that would translate into a business volume exceeding 3 million. He gestured towards the figure, juxtaposing it with 500 business-related bank cards. In anticipation of serving these 500 to 600 clientele who utilize bank cards, primarily consisting of reputable merchants, the bank would undoubtedly establish a local branch. With such performance metrics in place, we could leverage the name of the management office to ensure that all significant transactions within the market are settled via these bank cards. At that juncture, whether or not the settlement accounts needed to traverse the public ledger of the management office would simply be a matter of dialogue. The implications would extend far beyond 3 million. The volume of transactions within the market would directly dictate the balance in our accounts. Fearing that Elder Uncle might not grasp the full extent of this, he elaborated, when that branch is established due to our efforts, the branch manager will certainly be amenable. As long as there are funds in the accounts, the volume of transactions will rise, which means the public account of the management office will also reflect an increase. Having funds equates to possessing political capital, does it not? Would that not empower us to make demands? Not only would we have funds, but we would also gain an ally within the bank. A person who is not part of the inner circle could not maintain the position of branch manager. Elder Uncle nodded in agreement. This was indeed a valid point, but with political capital comes the risk of new figures being parachuted in. Demands? What sort of demands? Promotions? Given the current financial state of the county, submitting several million would undoubtedly be a notable achievement. In pursuit of this achievement, individuals with even stronger backgrounds than yours will undoubtedly arrive. Yet, to pacify your sentiments, they will also share the benefits. Elder Uncle truly had an opportunity to make a move. However, Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 131. Creating problems. Li Yunlong managed to revel in his accomplishments for an extended period due to an inadvertent action only someone with experience in state-owned enterprises would comprehend, committing a blunder immediately after achieving merit. This ensured that the leadership retained the authority to provide him with constructive criticism, thus allowing them to keep utilizing him. Lin Luo summoned Wen Jie, instructing him to sit nearby and listen attentively. Elder Uncle, regarding promotions, no one can guarantee you a position. After all, our patriarch can only ensure that others do not bully us. He cannot guarantee preferential treatment. This is a truth understood by all, yet when faced with choices, one may feel a sense of dissatisfaction. He pointed to the mind map on the table, urging Elder Uncle, however, given your current position, should you not first attend to your responsibilities? The resources spent by our family to place you in this position were not solely to secure a stable job for you, but also to lay a foundation for the family's future. Observing that Elder Uncle remained unresponsive, Lin Luo pressed on. Regardless of whether it is for financial gain or political achievement, one must inevitably engage in work, he mused as he rubbed his fingers together. There is no need to fear subsequent inquiries regarding the potential for others to usurp your credit, as long as the bank is on your side. The funds will be under your control alone, impervious to the touch of outsiders. Once the money is secured, it shall be spent accordingly. He gestured towards the dilapidated office. Look at this South Market, in such disarray that even flies could prepare a meal here. Does it not warrant a thorough renovation? And those stalls, some constructed from wood, others from plaster, do they not pose a fire hazard? Shouldn't we consider a unified plan? Furthermore, the signage, The affluent utilize illuminated displays while the less fortunate resort to cardboard. How aesthetically displeasing. Shouldn't it adhere to certain standards? As long as there are funds available and designated for expenditure, the power remains firmly in the hands of the spender. Moreover, once everything is in order and the market is resplendent, shouldn't we maintain it? Perhaps we ought to hire some cleaning staff. Wouldn't that elevate the organizational structure? Thus, it becomes not merely a matter of finances, but one of human resources. With more funds under his control, he can afford to employ more personnel, thereby enhancing his influence. These concepts are well understood by the elder, yet he still exhibits some hesitation. However, all of this requires formal reports, which may not be readily approved. In essence, he lacks the authority to make unilateral decisions. Lin Luo had already anticipated this concern for the elder. Without issues arising in the South Market, these projects would face significant hurdles for approval. Yet, should problems occur, would that not facilitate the approval process? Therefore, let us first find someone to set a fire. Burning a few stalls, would that not constitute a fire safety issue? Then we could incite some local ruffians to create a disturbance after suffering from food poisoning. Would that not raise sanitary concerns? If there are no existing issues, we shall simply manufacture some. Resources in this regard are not lacking at our disposal. The elder nodded, finally persuaded by Lin Luo. It is indeed a clever idea. However, you are aware of the county's financial constraints. There is no money. All that you propose incurs expenses, and if I were to collect a year's management fees, they would be consumed before I can account for them. The revenue from the South Market is fixed annually and is not permitted to be privately withheld. The previous administration fell into disrepute over such matters. The elder is particularly concerned that, adhering to regulations, the funds will be submitted to the Treasury. And seeking approval for these projects while attempting to secure further allocations is quite arduous. Even if problems are contrived and approval is granted, it does not guarantee that the Treasury will dispense funds readily. After all, the county is in dire need of money, especially concerning the large-scale unemployment resettlement issues. Otherwise, the largest local market would not remain in such disrepair. Lin Luo had considered this aspect as well. The key lies in the accounting period. He pointed to the word bank. As long as the books reflect a balance, the Treasury will find a way to manage the funds for them. Transactions are merely numerical entries. We must simply extend this accounting period, allowing the money to circulate. Once the funds are in motion, political achievements will naturally follow. Over 3 million, if circulated among the property owners, management office, bank, projects, and county treasury, can stimulate the growth of numerous tangible industries. Through the bank's magnification, we can at least ensure that no one incurs losses. And if these political achievements casually land in our hands, is that not a boon? The elder nodded and posed one final question. De Luo, you must realize that the previous issues have yet to be resolved, and now we are embroiled in another predicament. The former administration was embroiled in controversy due to unauthorized project undertakings, and now you find yourself repeating the same folly? Is that not a sign of folly? This is fundamentally a matter of finance. Lin Luo gently patted Wenjie's head. Uncle, back in the 80s, those engaged in construction eagerly anticipated utilizing properties to settle accounts. Properties, once acquired, could yield substantial loans from banks. And what of the present? Whether you owe the contractors or use properties as collateral, the essential requirement is that you execute the work. The properties still retain their value. The banks possess considerable leeway in their valuations of various assets. So long as the contractors are willing to assume debt, matters can be managed easily. Contemplating this, he leaned closer and inquired, regarding the significant hole that emerged. Have you seen anyone approach you for funds? The uncle shook his head. Indeed, no one has. It seemed as though they were all resigned to their losses. Receiving this affirmation, Lin Luo continued, precisely. For those in construction, profit or loss is inconsequential. As long as there is work, they can survive. For the sake of that little money, if they offend you now, they risk losing future projects, which would jeopardize their livelihoods. Therefore, as long as you have projects and intend to continue, they would gladly cooperate, even advance funds on your behalf. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no outsiders were present, Lin Luo cautiously proposed, what I mean is, once the bank is organized and the smaller projects are completed, we could ultimately use a few storefronts as collateral. Storefronts? This left the uncle puzzled. Lin Luo was not jesting. Indeed, the most valuable aspect of the South Market is the land itself, located in the city center, right next to the Chuanzhou shopping center. If we construct a series of storefronts encircling the market, we could enclose it. Wouldn't that suffice? Upon arriving, Lin Luo had noticed the area should accommodate a ring of storefronts. It was currently vacant and littered with refuse. This cannot be allowed to persist. It is a sheer waste of potential. If there is a future for it, why not create it now? It became clear that the nephew intended to pursue this project. Will this receive approval? Undertaking construction is no trivial matter. It involves significant complications, far beyond what your uncle can manage alone. If the uncle cannot handle it, then he should seek someone who can. Once it is arranged, it would certainly reflect well on your uncle as the overseer. We can submit this project to Li Qingjun and have him consult Qiu Tingyan, can't we? The uncle's enthusiasm waned upon hearing Qiu Tingyan's name. Let us not go down that road. You are aware that Deputy County Head Qiu's wife has a long-standing feud with your mother. Why pursue such misfortune? Chapter 131. Taking the blame, the uncle was reluctant to discuss his sister and could not fathom her intense competitive spirit. Qiu Tingyan and Lin Luo's father. His brother-in-law Lin Luo hailed from the same village and were elementary school classmates. This connection could be strategically advantageous, as it represented a valuable resource. After all, it was quite remarkable for two university students to emerge from neighboring villages, one with a bachelor's degree and the other with a diploma. However, to claim that their friendship was particularly profound would be an exaggeration. The elementary school in Pingyang village only offered education up to the 3rd grade, after which students had to travel to the township for further schooling. During their time as classmates, Lin Luo and Qiu Tingyan were rather naive. And given the transient nature of their schooling, attending classes one day and skipping the next, they hardly spent any meaningful time together. It was only later, upon their return to the county, that they fortuitously discovered they hailed from neighboring villages and had even attended the same elementary school. If one were to indulge in superstition, this would indeed be a profound connection. Naturally, their life trajectories bore similarities, both achieving commendable success. However, Qiu Tingyan's advancement was notably greater. He not only possessed a bachelor's degree but also held the esteemed position of a son-in-law, benefiting from both his educational background and a capable father-in-law, which naturally facilitated his ascent to a significant role within the county committee. There was little merit in comparison. Yet, Lin Luo's elder sister, convinced of her own beauty, felt compelled to compete with Qiu Tingyan's wife, whom she deemed diminutive and unattractive. For a time, the two families grew closer, but she incessantly undermined the other woman. The motivations behind her behavior remain an enigma to Zhao Yandong even now. Ultimately, her actions led to a rift between the two husbands and their families. Consequently, when Lin Luo's nephew mentioned seeking Qiu Tingyan's assistance with a project, the elder uncle was filled with trepidation. You know how Qiu Tingyan's wife feels about your mother. What business do you have approaching her? The authority that her husband wielded afforded her the privilege to act with impunity, a stark contrast to the behavior fostered by Lin Luo's sister. However, Lin Luo perceived no significant issue, as he did not need to intervene personally. It's not as if we are begging, he mused. Qingjun had recently secured a 5 million loan from the bank to establish a company with contracting qualifications, albeit lacking immediate projects. All he needed to do was share his vision with Qingjun. They would navigate the difficulties themselves. According to the elder uncle, Qingjun had presumably built a substantial company by his own design. For someone of his stature, possessing a large firm without corresponding projects would surely be unsatisfactory. Thus, with the southern market providing the funds and the county issuing the documentation, it would be a natural progression for Qingjun to undertake the work, provided he was willing to pursue it. Success seemed inevitable. Qingjun had established a large company. What was his intention? The elder uncle was genuinely unaware of the matter. Perhaps it was a quest for validation, Lin Luo speculated, uncertain how to respond to his uncle without revealing his own deception. Upon receiving this information, the elder uncle reflected deeply and concluded that success was indeed plausible. Everyone was aware that the elderly was nearing retirement, and the choice of his successor would take into account the opinions of veteran comrades. At this juncture, there was a collective inclination to support the elderly. Thus, in the coming years, Qingjun would undoubtedly enjoy considerable favor. Yet, even if this endeavor bore fruit, what advantage would it bring to their family? After all the exertion, wouldn't it merely benefit Qingjun? If Li Qingjun took the lead, he would certainly secure the project and the necessary approvals, likely opting to subcontract the work, thus claiming the lion's share of the profits. Their family lacked the capacity to engage in subcontracting, leaving them with no tangible rewards, whether it involved renovating the market, reconstructing stalls, or reorganizing signage. These were merely political achievements, not substantial benefits. Surely, we need not go to such lengths for the sake of advancement, the elder uncle reasoned. If it were merely for the sake of securing a position, it was unnecessary. This was certainly not the case, as Lin Luo reclined comfortably, crossing his legs. My dear uncle, how could I possibly endure the toil of striving for a departmental promotion solely for your sake? Moreover, Grandfather has only recently attained a formal rank, and you already aspire to ascend further? Such aspirations are not in accordance with the norms of our realm. In the world of bureaucracy, one's lineage and rank dictate one's trajectory. Lin Luo, with a pen in hand, inscribed a circle on the paper before articulating his intention to achieve this. It is imperative that Qing Jun profits while we merely savor the broth. His methods are somewhat fair-minded, and while I shall not concern myself with the details, two matters are certain to fall under my purview. First, the cold storage will be mine, and second, once the storefront is refurbished, I shall establish a canteen there. Based on my previous dealings with Qing Jun, this outcome seems inevitable. Uncle, unaware of the intricate dynamics between these two, inquired with curiosity, a canteen? Do you fancy this is child's play? Are you capable of running a restaurant? He is acquainted with Qing Jun and knows the lad to be rather loose with his resources. However, he believes it's somewhat frivolous for his nephew to abandon his studies for the pursuit of a restaurant, which could potentially ruin his future. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo waved his hand. Whether one herds a single sheep or two, I must endeavor to minimize costs. Uncle, you are unaware that there exists a storefront by the middle school, another at the old bookstore, and yet another by the station, all courtesy of Qing Jun. I am already preparing to venture into fast food. I must learn the ropes. At the very least, I must reduce expenses. I have considered that if I am to guard the market, I cannot also be burdened with sourcing supplies myself. Otherwise, my uncle's position would be rendered meaningless. Furthermore, with frozen meat already in use, what additional greens could possibly be lacking? A few discarded vegetable leaves from the wholesale vendors at the market would suffice for my canteen's needs. We simply need to proceed. The only prices that exist are those of unsold goods, not unsellable quality. If all expenses are solely borne by labor costs, this venture would yield exorbitant profits. For labor is undervalued. Lin Luo's assertion startled his uncle. What nonsense is this? According to the child, this amounts to 3 storefronts, and if this endeavor succeeds, it would become 4. Is the boy attempting to deceive Qing Jun? After all, Li Qing Jun is not to be trifled with, whose storefront is not of value. How could they be so freely given? Surely, old Li would not acquiesce. There is no need for such astonishment. Qing Jun has always been generous. Lin Luo spoke as though it were the most ordinary matter. But on what basis? Uncle also acknowledged that Qing Jun lacks prudence, much like his brother Li Qing Eschewing, who has often been misled by opportunists. However, such generous benefits cannot be bestowed without cause. You must not emulate that scoundrel, Chai Jingyu. He will inevitably bring trouble. Then do not inquire further. When you next converse with Qing Jun, you shall discover the truth. Lin Luo himself was uncertain of how he had managed to persuade Qing Jun, especially considering he had been inebriated that day. Just ask if this endeavor is feasible. If so, we shall organize it. I have already chosen a scapegoat for you. Who might that be? Uncle inquired once more. Emojia. Lin Luo called out. Bring in Han Mei Jiao and her companions. Chapter 132. Unsettled in the dim corner outside, Han Mei Jiao had abandoned all semblance of decorum, crouching on the ground. It was a pity that her dress, which had cost her over 1,000, had been imported from Hong Kong. Despite her disheveled state, she continued to chastise Ma Shuangming. I told you to leave, but now look where we are. You can't leave, can you? Silence emerged with an air of indifference, accompanied by 3 younger brothers, blocking the way without uttering a single word, unwilling even to engage in conversation. This left the two in a state of confusion, unable to express their frustration, relegated to simmering in a corner. Ma Shuangming, however, managed to endure. Well aware of his own worth, yet he could not fathom Han Meijiao's grievances. Why do I get the impression that you are so frightened of Director Zhao? Has he somehow subdued you? It was not surprising for Ma Shuangming to think this way, as he had never witnessed Han Meijiao afraid of any man. Perhaps Director Zhao possessed extraordinary talents, akin to that of a legendary figure, capable of remarkable feats? If that were the case, Han Meijiao should be enamored with him rather than intimidated. This woman truly baffled him. What do I have to fear? If a woman is bold enough, it is only the men who should fear her. Han Meijiao, of course, does not fear Zhao Yandong. In fact, she is aware that he is afraid of her. This fear, however, stems from Zhao Yandong's apprehension of his wife and the potential disruption to his family life. Thus, Ma Shuangming found himself even more perplexed. Then why have you been dawdling here for so long, constantly on the move? Who are you trying to evade? Surely not a mere child? With a sigh, Han Meijiao eventually conceded. Am I afraid of his nephew? He is just a kid. What is there to fear? Ma Shuangming, taken aback by her admission, found it quite unexpected. Though the boy had been quite arrogant upon his arrival, he hadn't posed a significant threat. Now, with her still nursing a sore hip, Han Meijiao struggled to find the right words. You wouldn't understand. So enlighten me, he retorted. Moments ago, two individuals on the brink of conflict now found themselves nestled together, exhibiting a semblance of harmony. You must clarify for me to comprehend. There was a hint of camaraderie between them, reminiscent of fellow inmates. Han Meijiao produced her lady cigarettes. Clearly vexed. The Zhao family prides itself on decorum. They value face. When dealing with his family, at least they treat you with some respect, refraining from excessive bullying. But this nephew is different. He is utterly shameless and treats me with complete disdain. Indeed, despite having gained some advantages from their acquaintance, she had invested her own resources and efforts, only to see him receive everything with mere words. She felt as if she were of less worth than a dog in his eyes. What is going on? A bewildered Ma Shuangming, unable to grasp the situation, found it difficult to comprehend why Han Meijiao felt so insecure regarding a child. He knew her too well. After their brief encounters, she showed no psychological burden when they met again, as if nothing had transpired. With such a mindset, it was hard for him to believe she could be intimidated by a child. Han Meijiao could not openly discuss her interactions with Lin Luo, as doing so would reveal her vulnerability. The grievances she bore could only be understood by her alone, as the warmth and chill of her experiences were hers to bear. Thus, she spoke indirectly. That boy is both greedy and malicious. Let me put it this way. He runs a shop selling condoms and exploits public resources. He is the type who expects you to handle his affairs while also demanding you foot the bill. What are you talking about? Ma Shuangming, oblivious to the context, was unable to decipher her words. Han Meijiao leaned back slightly. All right, I won't linger with you any longer. You'll understand in due time. With that, she forced a smile towards silence. Girl, I'm quite busy. Perhaps I should take my leave now. I'll discuss this with De Luo later. If there is anything, please have De Luo call me, and I will arrive immediately. I have been waiting here for quite some time. She truly does not wish to remain any longer. The two were detained. Although they were not explicitly forbidden to leave, the three young men who approached insisted on a conversation while offering a cigarette. It was clear to any fool that escape was not an option. Shun Imo leaned against the wall, her long hair obscuring one of her eyes. Hearing Han Meijiao's desire to leave, she couldn't help but smirk. Sister Han, Chuan Prefecture is not that vast. Where could you possibly go? Shen Laolai was merely an ordinary employee of the mining bureau, and she found it challenging to avoid him, let alone imagine Han Meijiao evading Lin Luo. Han Meijiao felt that Lin Luo had deliberately kept her behind, believing it to be a bad omen, and thought that if she could avoid calamity for a moment, it would be a small victory. Sister, I feel you look quite familiar. Do we know each other? Many times, one acts against their better judgment, and Han Meijiao was not one to give up easily. Shin Mo, however, was disinclined to engage with such trivialities. Closing her eyes, her stance was unmistakable. You definitely cannot leave. Forcing it would be undignified for everyone involved. This response only deepened Han Meijiao's discomfort. I am a significant boss. You can't simply detain me without reason. Is there no law anymore? Thus, she stood up, preparing to confront Shin Mo, but before she could utter a word, Shin Mo interjected, Sister Han, let us be reasonable. Otherwise, it would not bode well for either of us. De Luo considers you worthy of use. And that is already a compliment. Do not overestimate your worth. Han Baoi had mentioned to Shun Mo that being a mere tool for Lin Luo was already a significant honor. So why entertain the notion of being treated as a person? During her days on the streets with her brother, she had long witnessed the fickleness of human nature. Seizing this opportunity to escape the mire and provide her brother with a protector was her utmost desire. And she could not afford for Han Meijiao to err in her presence. Observing Han Meijiao, Shun Mo perceived that this woman possessed little self-awareness. Feeling exposed, Han Meijiao grew somewhat uneasy. No, sister, you are overthinking it. She tucked her legs under her, refraining from voicing her demands. Just then, Lin Luo's voice resonated from within. Bring those two, Han Meijiao and her companion in. With newfound courage, Han Meijiao felt utterly deflated. She could not fathom why, but she felt a profound insecurity in Lin Luo's presence. It seemed as though this young man could unveil her innermost thoughts at any moment. Throughout her life, no man had ever truly seen through her. Even when stripped bare, no one could grasp her desires. Yet this child, regardless of how tightly she cloaked herself, appeared transparent before him, devoid of secrets. No one wishes to associate with such a person, as it breeds an unsettling fear. Unable to escape, Han Meijiao quickly rubbed her numb legs, her heart heavy as she followed Shin Mo into the room. Zhao Suo Luo Luo. Upon entering, the two greeted respectfully. The elder uncle was polite, waving his hand. Please, sit down. We are all friends. No need for formality. This was the scapegoat Lin Luo had referenced. and he had to treat these two well if he hoped for them to accomplish anything. In ancient times, even those sentenced to death were granted a final meal. Ma Xuangming had been following Han Meijiao, listening to her chatter, but upon entering the room and seeing Lin Luo, he felt quite at ease and boldly took a seat. Regardless of the circumstances, establishing a connection with Zhao was undeniably a positive development. Chapter 133. The Perils of Drinking Upon Encountering Lin Luo. Han Meijiao felt a sense of unease, as if she were a thief caught in the act. When she had witnessed Erhua being dealt with, she harbored ulterior motives. Her intentions were not solely to revel in Lin Luo's misfortune, but also to seek a favor from him regarding another matter. During their drinking session, Lin Luo had mentioned something that lingered in her mind, prompting her to seek confirmation, yet she had failed to find the opportunity. Initially, she had envisioned the situation unfolding favorably. However, she did not anticipate Ma Xuangming's lack of cooperation, particularly when Lin Luo appeared. The look in his eyes conveyed that he was fully aware of her small schemes to mock him. This individual was not one to be easily trifled with. As expected, both she and Ma Xuangming found themselves at his mercy. This demeanor heightened Han Meijiao's anxiety as she prepared to confront Lin Luo. I cannot linger any longer, Zhao. I've already wasted half the morning. I must check on my business. Moreover, De Luo's gaming console has just arrived, and I've received a call about it. Perhaps we can discuss this another time. She genuinely wished to depart swiftly, intending to clarify her affairs before proceeding further. Zhao Yanjun looked at the woman he had previously engaged with, feeling somewhat disoriented. Just days prior, she had exuded vibrancy and charisma. Now, however, she seemed rather deflated. This was perplexing. Hadn't De Luo mentioned that she had secured a substantial deal with Li Qingjun? Confounded by the developments, the bewildered uncle turned his gaze toward Lin Luo. Observing Han Meijiao's urgency, Lin Luo wasted no time. No time, is there? Then I shall refrain from wasting your time further. I noticed the two of you appeared quite prominent at the vegetable and building material markets. The role of a tool is merely to serve its purpose. Who truly cares for the tool's sentiments? Not at all. Han Meijiao hastily waved her hand. If Lin Luo were not present, she might have felt some confidence. However, the distance created by the telephone diminished her ground considerably. Ma Xuangming nodded. Things are going well. The brothers at the market recognize me. This remark infuriated Han Meijiao, who thought, what pretense are you putting on now? Avoiding pretension could have left room for refusal. Yet, having stated it, there was no longer any excuse to decline. Who could fathom Lin's true intentions? He offers benefits, but undoubtedly seeks to extract even greater returns, of a nature one would find difficult to relinquish, yet would suffer for accepting. Reflecting on this, Han Meijiao felt a pang of regret. In that moment, she had been utterly bewitched. Why, oh why, did she hastily agree to Li Qingjun through Lin Luo? She could have waited until after the drinking session to approach Qingjun, having engaged in such dealings before. She wondered why she had lost her composure this time. Clearly, Li Qingjun was far easier to manipulate than Lin Luo. This fellow was not merely securing a cinema. He was establishing a method to misappropriate public funds. Lin Luo had convinced Li Qingjun to hand over his cinema, while insisting that she be responsible for the verification of movie tickets distributed to middle and primary school students during their winter and summer breaks. She had consulted a lawyer about the matter, realizing it was far more complex than she had initially perceived. The local area boasts an enrollment of over 20,000 primary and secondary students, each of whom is required to contribute 10 yuan for movie tickets during every holiday. In return, they receive a stack of paper vouchers intended to offset the cost of film viewings, which is a component of a holiday assignment that entails watching a movie and writing a reflection. These vouchers possess no anti-counterfeiting features, making them exceedingly easy to forge. Anyone who has been a student knows that hardly anyone genuinely attends a movie and writes a review. Most simply fabricate their responses. However, the money is very much collected. This sum travels from the schools to the Education Bureau, then to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, eventually reaching the cinemas. The distribution to the cinemas depends on the number of vouchers submitted. Although Qingjun's cinema is somewhat of an opportunist, it possesses all the necessary qualifications, including a complete screening license, allowing it to accept these vouchers. Thus, under the guise of Li Qingjun, it is entirely feasible to extract a sum of between 100 to 800,000 over the course of a winter or summer vacation. Initially, she marveled at the ingenuity of today's children. Who could conceive such an idea? 20,000 a year is no trifling matter. However, upon hearing the lawyer's explanation, she grasped the gravity of the situation, which could entail a prison sentence of no less than 7 years. Therefore, this issue transcends mere monetary concerns. It signifies a pledge of allegiance made by the child. Engaging in such actions would allow Li Qingjun and Lin Luo to disavow any responsibility, while the person executing this act would find it much harder to extricate themselves. Yet, could she dare to refuse Lin Luo the money? Fully aware that it was a pledge of allegiance, engaging in covert maneuvers would only lead to swifter demise. Today, she had originally intended to leverage the matter concerning Erhua to draw him to her side, hoping to leverage it to make demands of Lin Luo. But it appeared that her efforts were in vain, as Lin Luo seemed to hold Erhua in low regard. Who would have thought that the esteemed elder brother of Guanshan, introduced by Yin Shirquan, would prove to be so ineffectual? As a result, when Lin Luo sought her out again, she adopted a more cautious demeanor. Luo, if you have something to say, just say it. You know what kind of person I am. I have given you everything. Do you still not trust me? Since the matter with Erhua was unfeasible, she decided to pivot to the issue of the video recordings. However, Lin Luo had long since lost track of the conversation. Completely unaware of what she had discussed with Han Meijiao, only puzzled by the woman's evident caution upon meeting her, he tugged at Wenjie, instructing his cousin to keep a close watch, then directly addressed the two individuals. All right, since that is settled, let us not linger. I have two tasks for you. From this year onward, we will change the market management fee to an annual collection. You will collect the market fees, and you will collect the building materials market fees. Is that acceptable? He gestured to Han Meijiao, then pointed to Ma Shuangming. Ma Shuangming appeared troubled at being assigned tasks without regard for their willingness, questioning, "Who am I to you that I must work for you?" Yet Han Meijiao readily agreed. No problem. Without waiting for their affirmative responses, Lin Luo continued to issue directives. Additionally, create some disturbances at the vegetable market, particularly with the cooked food vendor. He directed this at Han Meijiao, then turned to Ma Shuangming. You should set fire to that and used straw shed at the building materials market. Remember, the situation should escalate, but not become too serious. Do you understand? His tone was exceedingly firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The tone of this command made Ma Shuangming quite uncomfortable, suddenly feeling akin to a domestic servant raised in a wealthy household. In contrast, Han Meijiao exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Luo, what is this about? Sister Chui, who sells cooked food, has been here for over 10 years, and she hasn't offended you, has she? The matter of collecting money was straightforward. In the southern market, those with stalls had been in the business for many years, and they inevitably had some cash flow and savings. A few thousand yuan was hardly a concern. Whether payment was made daily or annually was irrelevant. As this trade operated year-round without respite, if one dared to take a day off, their spot would be lost the next day. Even if a family member were gravely ill, one would still need to hire someone to keep watch. Presently, everyone was aware of the fluctuations in the market and had long been prepared. They all knew that the previous administration had embezzled a considerable amount, and it was anticipated that the market would need to fill the gap. Thus, paying a year's fees at once was within everyone's expectations. However, Lin Luo instructing someone to incite trouble at the cooked food stall was somewhat excessive. Wasn't he this essentially forcing them out? He had yet to comprehend the misuse of public funds in the cinema, and now another extortionate incident emerged. What was wrong with this child? Sister Chui had her own struggles. Chapter 134. Flaws are those that can be amended, while weaknesses are those that cannot. Lin Luo possessed flaws, but sought to avoid weaknesses. Therefore, when he noticed Han Meijiao questioning his command, he realized he had committed an error born from experience. Immediately, he adjusted his demeanor and scolded her harshly. She has it hard? What about you? Why don't you step up? I don't care how you handle things. I only require results regarding the sanitation issues in the southern market. Han Meijiao, did I not call you sister a few times? Do you truly believe you were birthed by my mother? Han Meijiao's audacity to challenge his command made Lin Luo aware that his misstep lay in providing too many details in his orders. Having only been a small boss and a minor leader, he had managed merely a handful of individuals. Such microenterprise leaders often habitually provide meticulous instructions, as this is the only way to ensure project completion rates. Originating from sales or technical backgrounds, they cannot escape this mannerism. However, the drawbacks are evident. The more one elaborates, the less distance there is. When subordinates perceive familiarity, they may feel a sense of camaraderie and dare to refute commands. They may express their inability to comply. Averse to labor and reluctant to shoulder responsibility is a fundamental aspect of human nature. This poses a significant taboo for those issuing commands. As a leader, one seeks outcomes. The means by which subordinates accomplish these outcomes is of no consequence. Therefore, do not instruct them on how to execute tasks. Rather, state the desired outcome, and let those capable take charge. Thus, in response to Han Meijiao's hesitation, Lin Luo entirely shifted his demeanor. You, a mere prostitute, are now concerned for the nation? Is that your responsibility? Who is Sister Cui? Lin Luo did not know her at all. He simply believed that the most problematic area in the southern market was the cooked food section, hence issuing this command. If Han Meijiao was displeased, so be it. It provided an opportunity to reprimand her, then allow her to operate freely, ultimately giving himself an excuse to intervene in the market sanitation issues. Indeed, once an individual ascends to a position of power, they must endeavor to distance themselves from the lower echelons, as those in such positions often struggle to navigate the complexities of self-interest. Here, Han Meijiao remains oblivious to the chasm that separates her from her own social class. Lin Luo's words, delivered publicly, were exceedingly hurtful, causing Han Meijiao's face to fluctuate between shades of blue and purple. Lin Luo, we have a connection. I have shared a bed with Qing Jun. Yet, Lin Luo displayed no interest in hearing her out. Spare me your idle chatter. If you can perform, then do so. If not, depart. His unyielding demeanor momentarily stunned Han Meijiao, who ultimately clenched her jaw and retorted, I can do it. She dared not refuse. As no market besides the South market could accommodate the volume, she could wholesale. Selling garlic, ginger, and scallions, she could hardly resort to peddling them in the countryside. With a heart full of grievances, she secretly contemplated seeking solace from Qing Jun that evening. Having dealt with Han Meijiao, Lin Luo's gaze shifted to Ma Shuangming, who was blissfully unaware of Lin Luo's scrutiny. In a moment of distraction, he casually remarked, Hey, Zhao, it seems your household is lacking adult supervision? Not everyone can maintain vigilance at all times. Witnessing Han Meijiao being outmaneuvered by a mere child, he could not suppress his schadenfreude. A child wielding authority in the South Market Management Office could only indicate the absence of parental guidance. Unfazed, he thought little of it. After all, he was a seasoned veteran and could hardly be intimidated by a young upstart. However, in an instant, a resounding slap echoed as Lin Luo struck him across the face. The smile on Ma Shuangming's face had yet to fade when the blow landed. How dare you hit me? He exclaimed, staring at Lin Luo in disbelief, awaiting an explanation. Instead, he received another, even harsher slap. Immediately, Lin Luo's silent brother stepped forward, forcefully pressing Ma Shuangming's face against the office desk. Lin Luo then placed a foot on the desk, towering over Ma Shuangming as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. Do I not regard you as a person? Observing the ruckus his nephew was causing in his workplace, the uncle felt a wave of embarrassment and directed his gaze to the ceiling, clearly unwilling to concede any respect to his nephew. Yet, ignoring the situation would only undermine his own authority as an uncle. After some deliberation, he opted to feign ignorance. In doing so, he inadvertently caught sight of his son, Wenjia, who, resembling a squirrel, was munching on a bag of pine nuts while watching the unfolding drama. Is this appropriate? The uncle's frustration boiled over. Are you merely going to sit there and watch your brother act like a fool? Unable to intervene himself, he hoped his son would restrain his nephew. He certainly could not allow his son to learn mischief in front of an audience. However, the escalation of violence was alarming, as his nephew was brandishing a porcelain jar, seemingly intent on striking someone with it. Should any harm come from this, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. The uncle glanced at the two young men restraining Ma Shuangming, calculating, all right, if matters escalate, let them bear the brunt. In truth, he had long harbored a dislike for Ma Shuangming, who, relying on a modicum of cleverness, fancied himself a significant figure. Earlier at the market, he had crossed paths with the uncle, and had it not been for the crowd, the uncle would have already dealt with him. Now, witnessing his nephew take him to task was merely poetic justice. Wenjia was momentarily stunned by his father's loud call, glancing bewilderedly at his father before shifting his gaze to his cousin, who was bustling about energetically. Suddenly enlightened, he dashed over and exclaimed, Brother, the porcelain jar can easily cut your hand. Use this instead. The boy approached the stove and reached for the fire hook, which had just been used to stoke the freshly added coal, glowing a fierce red, nearly burning Wenjia in the process. Lin Luo had already struck Ma Shuangming with the porcelain jar, shattering their uncle's white vessel on the spot. He was on the verge of cursing and calling the police, fabricating a story about a public disturbance that would surely land Ma Shuangming behind bars for a while. Little did he expect that his reckless younger brother would come wielding the red-hot fire hook, insisting that he use it to deal with Ma Shuangming. Lin Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. The boy was still too young. Did someone like Ma Shuangming truly deserve the treatment befitting an underground party member? His brother's impulsive action had surprisingly calmed Lin Luo's irritation. He snatched the fire hook from his brother's grasp, seated him beside him, and patiently instructed, Wenjia, one must not act impulsively. This is not a festive occasion for slaughter. There is no need to be reckless. Pointing at Ma Shuangming, he continued, a person like him, with no backing and merely relying on a modicum of good relations to scrape by in the market, should he realize that his livelihood depends on our goodwill, we might grant him a meal out of compassion. If he fails to understand, then a beating is in order, followed by a charge of disturbing public order. And we can easily find someone to replace him. Always remember, violence is the last resort for resolving issues. We possess ample means to handle such individuals. After imparting this wisdom, he turned to his silent brother. What is your name again? Shinbo, right? Go, put on a red armband and head to the materials market. Inform the laborers that due to recent disturbances in the market, anyone wishing to work here must first register. Dealing with a rootless character is merely a matter of words. Having completed this task, he turned back to Wenjie. Tools should be used according to one's comfort. If they don't suit you, discard them. Indicating the motionless Ma Shuangming on the ground, he added, his value lies solely in having a few bricklayers among his laborers, which is a modicum of skill. Yet, even this scant value does not warrant him making demands in our presence. Do you understand? At such a tender age, Wenjie could hardly grasp these concepts. Lin Luo's words were clearly directed at everyone in the room. Shun, who initially contemplated defending his stuttering brother, immediately retreated upon hearing this. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Their uncle scratched his head, pondering whether this was a lesson for his son to learn good or bad behavior. If it were the latter, it was evident that there were useful insights to be gleaned. Not only for his son, but even he himself found some understanding in Lin Luo's words. However, if it were the former, it felt as though no virtuous person would need to learn such things. Unsure of what to do, he considered stepping in to bring resolution to the situation. Yet, before he could move, a knock sounded at the management office door, accompanied by a questioning voice asking, "Is anyone there?" Chapter 135, Education. Who is it? The arrival of an individual was a welcome relief, as Zhao Yandong feared that his unruly nephew might create further chaos in the office. The children at home possess remarkable abilities and ideas, yet such traits can leave the elders feeling somewhat at a loss. Experience tells him that his nephew's actions are meaningful endeavors, and he must not impede them. However, traditional morals dictate that children should not behave in such a manner, at least. Not in this way. What has this become? A tyrant like Ninbatian? The perplexed uncle feels immense gratitude that this individual has arrived in front of outsiders, rendering him unable to speak ill of his nephew. Come in. Regardless of who it is, the uncle, without even having seen the person yet, already holds a favorable impression. As he spoke, a man clad in a floral shirt and a tattered straw hat stepped into the room. Upon entering, he noticed shattered cups on the floor and several intimidating figures standing about, while his younger brother Lin Luo was engrossed in teaching a child, seemingly unaware of what he was doing. With several bottles of liquor, a few packs of cigarettes, and a couple of boxes of snacks in hand, Xiang Kaijiang suddenly questioned whether his arrival was ill-timed. Oh dear, is this an unfortunate moment for me to come? He had only witnessed such a chaotic scene once before, when his elder brother Zhao Changlong had been rescued by Zhang Laosan after falling into the water, which had incited a great deal of anger from Zhao. Prior to Xiang's entrance, Lin Luo had been holding Wenjie and teaching him a myriad of nonsensical things. Little brother, remember, we will inevitably suffer losses due to our youth. Because our starting point is higher than others, those we associate with must either come from a notable background or possess a certain age. Regardless of which category they fall into, in their eyes, we are merely inconsequential figures. So what should we do? How could a child possibly respond to such a question? Wenjie, bewildered, shook his head and casually stuffed a wrapped pine nut into Lin Luo's mouth. Chewing on the pine nut, Lin Luo nodded with satisfaction. Thus, we must remain unapproachable. Surprisingly, roasted pine nuts do have a delightful aroma. A crucial aspect of being in a position of power is ensuring that subordinates do not inform you of what they are incapable of accomplishing. Do you understand why? Wenjie was even more clueless. Lin Luo did not expect an answer from him. Instead, he surveyed the silent individuals around him, Han Meijiao and Ma Shuangming, who lay motionless on the ground. Remember, once subordinates discover that by telling you something is unfeasible, they can avoid doing it. More and more directives will soon become unexecutable. Those below will unite to inform you that accomplishing a task is impossible, whether due to infringing upon a powerful figure's interests, challenging the foundation of a certain faction, or simply claiming insufficient funds. You, however, are not a sage. Within these unfeasible responses, it is nearly impossible to discern which are genuinely unattainable, which are mere excuses for laziness, and which stem from their own vested interests, as they wish to protect their privileges. Zhao Yandong refrained from interrupting his nephew's lecture to his son, as he found the insights shared to be valuable, knowledge that had never been imparted to him by his own father. Presently, his nephew's instruction to his son was indeed beneficial. Lin Luo had no reservations, for the individuals below were indifferent. Their knowledge was of no use to them. So, little brother, do you understand why I struck him? With the growth of their grandfather, uncle, and himself, by the time it reached Wenjia, these experiences would serve him well. Early education leads to early competence. As he spoke, he gestured towards Han Meijiao and her associates, nearly naming them outright. Take today's affair for instance. I have already delegated the task. Yet this group claims it is unachievable and even belittles me due to my youth. If I were to withdraw, thinking myself reasonable, I would be doomed. These individuals would not only fail to express gratitude, but would perceive my hesitation as weakness. Gradually, they would encroach upon my authority, treating me like a fool, rendering me a mere figurehead. If I do not align with their expectations, my directives will go unheeded, and ultimately, I would find myself marginalized. Do you comprehend? The outcome of any endeavor can only be discerned through action. Those in power need only to conceive an initiative. It is the responsibility of those beneath them to execute it. This principle may falter abroad, yet it remains an unyielding truth domestically. Such matters were beyond Wenjia's understanding. As he was simply too young, Lin Luo harbored no expectations for him to grasp it. He merely hoped this dialogue would leave an impression, so that when Wenjia encountered similar situations in the future, he would naturally comprehend. At the very least, those present, listening to the elder brother instructing the younger, were enlightened. Particularly Han Meijiao, who recognized her missteps. Lin Luo's discourse was truly difficult to interrupt. Fortunately, Xiang Kaijiang entered, carrying numerous items. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Ah, little Luo, I found you." This intervention brought the lesson to a halt. It turned out he had specifically come to seek Lin Luo. Surprised to see him, Lin Luo paused his admonition to Wenjia and rose, greeting, "Oh, Brother Xiang, what brings you here?" Xiang Kaijiang had only caught the latter part of the conversation, but upon observing the scene, he understood that an unpleasant exchange had transpired. He quickly placed his belongings on the table and apologized profusely. "My apologies for the intrusion. Allow me to clarify the situation, otherwise it would be quite inconsiderate. My brother, it so happens that while traveling on the national highway, I encountered our little uncle. He shared the good news that you were at the hotel. When I went there and found you missing, I learned you had come to the South Market." Indicating the items on the table, he continued, "Since it was my first visit, I thought it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, so I brought a few things. Rest assured, dear brother, these are local specialties, dried sea cucumbers, and such. Take them home to nourish the elder." His ability to humble himself was evident as he addressed Lin Luo in such an endearing manner, calling him little uncle despite the fact that his own age was sufficient to have a son the age of Lin Luo's uncle. This was not all. He looked in astonishment at Zhao Yandong, seated behind the desk, and asked, "Oh, is this our uncle?" Without inquiring about the disruption in the room, he managed to make his entrance feel less abrupt. Chapter 136. Policy. Those who display bravado are often the most fragile. True strength lies in confidence. Confidence breeds kindness, and kindness fosters resolve. Xiang Kaijiang pretended not to notice, and Lin Luo acted as if nothing had transpired, even taking the initiative to bridge the conversation. "Ah, my dear elder brother, let us speak separately. This is my uncle, Zhao Yandong." After the introduction, he curiously added, "Brother Xiang, how did you happen to meet my uncle on the national highway? Is he already demonstrating such dedication in his new role?" The extent of my uncle's negligence is well known to him. Xiang Kaijiang did not rush to greet Director Zhao, but instead earnestly responded to Lin Luo's inquiry. "We did not make any special effort to seek him out. It just so happened that my younger brother returned to his hometown and only came back today. As fate would have it, he encountered a vehicle inspection on the national highway, and to his surprise, it was none other than an acquaintance, the captain of the highway inspection team, a brother we had previously met. He certainly does not regard Lin Luo as a mere child due to his youth, hence my urgency to come and make arrangements." With a sigh, he continued, "I have been out of work for several months. I truly cannot afford to wait any longer. Now that the national highway is under our control, we must expedite the resumption of work. It was merely due to the inconvenience of communication that he did not come sooner. Otherwise, he would not have followed along only to witness such a scene." Having grasped the situation, Lin Luo turned to introduce, "Uncle. This is a friend of my uncle's who engages in the frozen goods business. Our cold storage facility is utilized by him." The unexpected appearance of Xiang Kaijiang was easily understood. Who could genuinely believe he had come seeking his own interests? After meeting with my uncle, he realized he had not deceived him and hastened to meet my elder uncle. He is a person of principle, and we are not ignorant of such matters. Seeing that Lin Luo had no objections, Xiang Kaijiang stepped forward to greet him warmly. Hello. Hello. My elder uncle could vaguely guess the identity of this individual, someone whose position and the inheritance of my brother's role likely depended on his financial backing. The so-called frozen goods business was probably just a facade. Who among those engaged in legitimate business would fear a car accident? With this thought, my elder uncle stood to respond. Greetings, elder brother. Having spent his money, he spoke with considerable courtesy, mindful not to act superior simply because they both referred to each other as uncle. Xiang Kaijiang, having confirmed Lin Luo's promises were genuine, would not let the title of elder brother from a superior make him careless. He quickly approached and clasped Zhao Yandong's hand, saying, "Thank you for your kind consideration. I am merely here to express my gratitude to my brother and to pay you a visit." He was indeed not meeting him merely through Lin Luo. He is just a child, do not indulge him. Faced with such a commendable attitude, my elder uncle remained humble, understanding that he must keep his own child grounded. Unfortunately, Lin Luo's brilliance was too pronounced to conceal. Xiang Kaijiang expressed admiration. Who would dare to treat our brother as a child? His approach to matters is remarkably prudent. Before coming here, I visited a brother of mine in the ranks. He is finally enjoying a few good days and has put on quite a bit of weight. Once he is released in a year and a half, it will certainly provide his family with some closure. Such flattery, after 3 months of hunger, could hardly be attributed to merely a few days of feasting. This exchange of information immediately enlightened my elder uncle. There was no doubt. This was the individual involved in the incident with old Gu and his crew. Your brother is also a young man. They have all made mistakes that are forgivable, and their families have surely come to terms with it. This matter was indeed handled by my mother, a fact my elder uncle was well aware of. The wife of old Gu, having received the money, is almost calling my mother mom, especially since my mother had even sent her to a school to teach. The relationship between the two families has become quite extraordinary. In recent days, Xiang Kaijiang has been actively engaging in various activities. His visit to Changmao was made possible by the arrival of a letter of understanding. After meeting with Changmao, he took the opportunity to become acquainted with the brother of the individual caring for him, Li Xianjun, who is affiliated with the Dongguan battlefield. From Li Xianjun's words, he gleaned insights regarding the influential figures behind the scenes who were assisting him. This prosecutor, neither too significant nor too insignificant, was undoubtedly adequate, and his family had deep-rooted connections in the local area. Consequently, Xiang Kaijiang was even more eager to cultivate a strong relationship with Director Zhao. However, this unintentional oversight must be addressed. What should be done will be done. Are there any further requests from the family? Surely, we shall accommodate them. Xiang Kaijiang was anxious about any unforeseen incidents. What further demands could the family possibly have? This inquiry, overtly directed at the family, was subtly probing Zhao Yandong for any additional expectations. Lin Luo, having discerned Xiang Kaijiang's meticulous approach, recognized that when he undertakes a task, he either refrains from acting or executes it to perfection, ensuring ample benefits are rendered, so substantial that one might even feel embarrassed. The newly appointed uncle, still unfamiliar with the extent of this man's influence, responded politely, "What demands could there be? Our locality welcomes enterprises like yours that contribute to economic development." Yet, to Xiang Kaijiang's ears, this bore a different connotation. "Rest assured, Director Zhao, our intentions are solely aligned with economic growth. Pray tell, how might we foster this development?" Some utterances may be disregarded as inconsequential, while others warrant careful contemplation for their deeper implications. Previously, he merely sought assistance in resolving a collision incident, and the 30,000 or so required funds were adequately allocated. However, now, the entirety of transportation and sales was firmly in the hands of the Zhao brothers, prompting Xiang Kaijiang to wish for more demands to be presented, thereby strengthening their ties. In truth, the uncle had no such intentions. Having just arrived at the office, he was still acclimatizing to the environment and could not possibly embark on bold ventures immediately. Yet, Lin Luo, standing nearby, detected Xiang Kaijiang's investment aspirations and perked up. "Brother Xiang, the investment from external enterprises in our locality does not constitute an extraordinary achievement. I recall that we possess a seafood business. Do you have any overseas connections? If we could attract an overseas enterprise to invest, regardless of the amount, as long as it involves foreign exchange, we could secure policy support for you. With such policies at hand, what couldn't we achieve? Those engaged in smuggling surely know foreigners." With a grand gesture, he pointed towards the outskirts of the southern market. "This area is bound to undergo significant development. If you're interested, I could orchestrate a seafood gourmet city for you." Although Chuanzhou is a poverty-stricken county, it is also the starting point of the Liaoxi corridor, facilitating transportation to Qifeng and Tongliao. Lin Luo's suggestion for Xiang Kaijiang to invest was merely a gamble. If it succeeded, it would be fortunate. Otherwise, it would not matter. After all, the local populace capable of indulging in seafood was a mere handful. He harbored hopes that this venture would prosper, primarily hinging on policy support. Believing Xiang Kaijiang would undoubtedly require it. With policy protection, the chances of his questionable meat operation failing would be significantly diminished. However, this situation aptly illustrated the adage that different fields can feel worlds apart. Lin Luo remained unaware that Xiang Kaijiang required not only policies, but also a legitimate processing base. Chapter 137. Attracting investment. Sometimes, the adage of not putting all eggs in one basket arises from the basket's inadequacy. Hearing that Lin Luo could provide him with favorable policies invigorated Xiang Kaijiang. At the starting point of the Liaoshi corridor lies a legitimate business opportunity that could enable him to undertake numerous ventures, such as distributing seafood to Inner Mongolia or repackaging discarded Japanese electronic waste for resale. What policies do we have to support local businesses? The specifics are less significant than the assurance of support, which signifies a protective stance. This group, while not insignificant in Halutio, primarily engages in the fishing and aquaculture of seafood, alongside smuggling activities, with the seafood trade serving as a facade for the latter. As their business expands, the desire to transition toward legitimacy grows. Once sufficient wealth is amassed, thoughts shift to how to legalize operations and pass them on to future generations. However, legitimizing such enterprises is no simple feat. The distinction between industrial and financial legitimization is vast. Achieving the former necessitates creating a closed-loop supply chain. This inevitably leads to conflicts with established monopolies in related industries. For instance, smuggled household appliances, when repackaged and legally sold, encroach upon the profits of legitimate appliance vendors. Previously, Xiang Kaijiang's faction handled the smuggling, leaving the rest to their partners. However, this arrangement placed control in the hands of others. As long as they had not reaped sufficient rewards, they would not relinquish the profits derived from the repackaging process. Should one attempt to bypass them, it would incite trouble, leading to inevitable conflict. Both sides possess their own backing, making negotiations challenging. Thus, to succeed, one must venture beyond local confines and seek to transfer industry outward. However, the influential figures in Halutio may not hold sway elsewhere, rendering ambitions unfeasible. Initially, his elder brother planned to establish operations in Jinzhou. Recalling that Halutio was once known as Jinsi and was part of the same administrative unit, he believed that their connections could facilitate relations in Jinzhou. Yet, upon further engagement, it became evident that this assumption was flawed. The severed administrative ties had bred animosity, rendering relations only slightly better than those with adversaries. Furthermore, Jinzhou, being a coastal city, boasts its own river crab aquaculture and agricultural products, creating significant overlap with the industries of Jinsi and Halutio. When investing in their territory, while they may not explicitly refuse, their demands are exorbitant. This predicament has caused distress for his elder brother, making Lin Luo's promise of potential policies all the more appealing. The situation has become increasingly intriguing. For instance, while frozen meat cannot be sold directly in the market, there are no restrictions on cooked food sales, provided there is a location willing to offer protection. These raw materials could be transformed into canned goods or prepared foods for external distribution. The same applies to electronic waste. The only shortcoming lies in the inability to identify a location amenable to such business endeavors. Can they provide basic infrastructure, land installment plans, and tax rebates? The essentials proposed by Xiang Kaijiang are fundamental, yet securing even these would suffice. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Luo found himself at a loss for words, as he was unaware of any specific policies for foreign enterprises in the area. Aside from knowing that a local medical materials factory had produced a batch of infusion devices valued at 300,000 yuan for sale to the north. The order was completed on the 17th, and by the 18th, the factory leadership attended a national commendation conference for outstanding individuals. Such fervor speaks volumes. With this significant premise, to deceive Xiang Kaijiang, Lin Luo would dare to weave any tale. Old Xiang, I cannot predict what you might procure. But let me make one thing clear. Aside from the mining bureau, our Chuanzhou County possesses no pillar industries, let alone the capacity to generate foreign exchange. If you can attract foreign investment, even from Hong Kong, Macau, or Taiwan, it matters not whether it is profitable. Whatever policies are needed will be granted. Whether it be old Li from the organization department or old Xiu from the county office, they are all our relatives. Even if someone from Hong Kong opens a small eatery in the market, it could significantly elevate my uncle's standing. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Xiang Kaijiang pondered, revealing a look of difficulty. There are none from Hong Kong or Macau, but there is a highly reliable foreign investment opportunity. However, I fear that with your local memorial halls and other establishments, it might not reflect well. The investor had made no demands, merely stating what they could offer. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo surmised that the foreign investor Xiang referred to was likely a corporation registered in Japan. While public sentiment must be considered, it was not Lin Luo's concern. He disdainfully swatted at a fly in the room. Rest assured, old Xiang, when there are no benefits, resistance is fierce. Once there are advantages, who would still quibble over it? He rubbed his fingers together. Everything else is illusory. What truly matters is that the common people live well. He continued, gesturing towards the south. The joint venture automobile companies in Shanghai offer a basic salary of only 4,500, while the housing prices in that vast international metropolis are merely 2,000 to 3,000. Local matchmaking allows one to don the finest work attire to marry the most beautiful brides. If you can bring enterprises with such benefits to our locality, I would let you sit atop the county magistrate's seat without hesitation. His words were somewhat audacious, prompting Xiang Kaijiang to repeatedly wave his hands. That's too much. Too much. Toyota and Honda are not enterprises he can compare to. At most, he could leverage the name of a corporation to establish a Japanese-style seafood restaurant. My dear brother, we, too, excel in seafood farming and have long sought to engage in food processing ventures. Moreover, we have some channels to assist in the disposal of electronic waste from abroad. I wonder if you understand. In the crowded room, Xiang Kaijiang could not openly discuss certain matters, as one never knows who might be affected by them. Yet Lin Luo understood perfectly. Japan generates a fair amount of electronic waste, such as refrigerators, color televisions, and washing machines. Disposing of this waste incurs costs, as locals do not have a system for recycling old appliances. This could easily give rise to an industry that profits by collecting their appliances and smuggling them to underdeveloped regions. However, such matters cannot be openly acknowledged. For Lin Luo had intentions to involve himself as well. Rest easy, my elder brother. Is it not merely a Japanese restaurant? There is no issue whatsoever. In the catering industry, one must engage in Japanese cuisine. It is immensely profitable. Many Japanese restaurants around the world are run by Wenzhou people, earning far more than Chinese restaurants. The Japanese cannot compare to us in cost control. Wenzhou people are capable, and so are we. Just go ahead boldly. Renaming barbecue to yakitori would elevate the profit margins. Having concluded his remarks, Lin Luo turned to Shun Mo and instructed, Sister Mo, please take your team and ensure that this scoundrel and his operation are dealt with thoroughly. After arranging matters with Ma Shuangming, he shifted his attention to Xiang Kaijiang and remarked with a smile, Brother Xiang, shall we take a look at the cold storage? Perhaps we can converse along the way. Ah, my brother, that suits me perfectly. Xiang Kaijiang's eyes brightened. I've brought 2 truckloads of samples, just the right amount to show you. With the absence of outsiders, many matters could now be discussed more freely. Chapter 139. Profits. What kind of business must it be? 2 boxes of samples? Lin Luo was skeptical. This was merely a polite gesture, essentially a gift. The group chatted idly as they made their way outside, with the main conversation coming from Lin Luo's uncle. Where are you from, old brother? From Halutio. Oh, what a fine place. However, it pales in comparison to Chaoyang. There are a few mines, but they are all monopolized by a group from Nampio. The only advantage is being near the sea, which provides some livelihood. This was pure boasting. Compared to the drought-stricken Chaoyangchuan prefecture, their coastal and mineral-rich location was undeniably superior. Lin Luo's uncle understood this was merely flattery and chuckled, saying, well, having mines isn't necessarily a blessing. The local enterprises are detached from the resources, which do not belong to us but to the state. As a result, little of the revenue benefits the local area. This is why Chuan Prefecture remains shackled in poverty. Indeed, having mines can lead to numerous troubles and poor public safety. Our local Changshu Bin and Nampio Dong Baojun have clashed over mining rights multiple times, resulting in several casualties. We are not exempt from such troubles either. Chai Jingyu and Li Urban have also been embroiled in disputes, all due to mining. By the way, do you know Lu Zhongdong? Lin Luo's uncle had a bit of a network. To his surprise, Xiang Kaijiang was indeed acquainted with him. I know. Our local Lu Leagun's elder brother, right? He shifted from our county to the city to open a sauna and bathhouse. He has quite a figure, even has dealings with the police. But he has calmed down considerably now, making an honest living, though his brother did suffer an injury that left him with a limp. The two engaged in a casual exchange, and before long, they arrived at the cold storage, where the trucks were already waiting to unload. As they approached, a gloved worker jumped down from the vehicle, saying, Brother, how are we to unload the cargo? With just 2 drivers and 1 person to compress the load, We cannot possibly finish all of this. Lin Luo's uncle quickly retrieved the key to the cold storage and called out to the laborers working in the construction market. A few of you, come help us move the goods. A throng of individuals rushed over, including the recently tidied-up Erhua. As the cold storage door swung open, the two trucks drove in, and a multitude began to unload the cargo, not even questioning whether they would be compensated. The boxes were moved one by one. It was indeed physical labor, but fortunately, the South Market had an abundance of laborers. Thus, the vast cold storage was finally put to good use. No longer appearing so empty, considerable funds had been expended on this facility, and the cold circulation system was even imported. Seeing so many people assisting, Xiang Kaijiang ceased to worry, waving his hand for his subordinate to bring over 2 boxes of genuine samples. Lin Luo's uncle busily directed the unloading from the sidelines, remaining at a distance but still advising, "De Luo, keep an eye on your brother. Ensure he doesn't catch a cold." Initially, he was reluctant to allow his son to come over, considering the cold storage was rather chilly. However, his son insisted on accompanying his brother, who was equally pleased to have him along. Thus, he decided not to impose. Consequently, Lin Luo refrained from taking his younger brother to the cold storage, understanding that suffering from a fever or cold was quite distressing. After all, the reason parents often refrain from washing their children's hair is to avoid catching a cold. Isn't it? Understood, uncle, he acknowledged, leading Wenjie to pause at the cold storage entrance. Xiang Kaijiang profoundly understood that in this family, this child was responsible for managing the household affairs. Therefore, he proceeded to present the samples he had brought in front of Lin Luo and Wenjie. "Come, my old friend. Take a look. This braised pork is priced at 1 yuan per jin for the fatty cuts and 8 mao for the lean. A strip of pork belly costs 3 mao 5, weighing at least 2 taels. The meaty spine pieces are priced at 1 yuan 2 mao 5 per jin. The front hock is 1 yuan 8 mao 5 per jin. The large bones are 1 yuan 1 per jin, while the ribs are 2 yuan per piece. We have as much as you desire." Of course, the pricing was not intended to extract money from Lin Luo, but to inform him of the considerable value of the goods he had delivered. These were medium-sized trucks delivering cross-city, with each truck carrying 8 tons, based on an average price of 1 yuan per jin. This amounted to a substantial 30 to 40,000 yuan worth of goods. Lin Luo kept Wenjie close, aiming to impart valuable lessons through example. While Xiang Kaijiang introduced the products, he did not forget to share various insights with Wenjie. "Do you see, Wenjie? This is what we refer to as exorbitant profits. Fresh meat in the market typically sells for 8 yuan per jin, with tenderloin reaching 12, and ribs even more. Thus, if a restaurant were to utilize such high-quality ingredients, profitability would be nearly impossible. They must resort to these options instead. A conscientious restaurant can never compete with one lacking integrity, as the difference in taste may be negligible. Yet the price disparity is substantial. The market price for standard pork is merely 4 yuan per jin, but to make a profit, it must be sold at 8 yuan. Most restaurants lack the purchasing power for bulk goods. Of course, frozen goods have yet to become widespread, thus having little impact on most restaurants. Given that smuggling remains limited in scale." Wenjie nodded, somewhat perplexed by his brother's words, yet he grasped one truth. Ribs have become quite expensive, and Grandma hasn't bought them for the family in a long while. This year's prices have soared. At the beginning of the year, meat was under 6 yuan, now exceeding 8, and ribs have skyrocketed, making even families like his reluctant to indulge. Xiang Kaijiang, enjoying teasing the child, noticed Wenjie fiddling with a few rib bones and approached him. "Young master, our crispy bones can be procured for just over 2 yuan, even with the price increase. Without transportation and labor costs, they would be practically free. However, our products are better suited for sale outside. There's no need for our family to consume them. Next time I visit, I'll bring you fresh lobsters, which are delightful. Really, sea cucumbers, lobsters, abalones, and the like are still considered luxury items. As large-scale farming has yet to be established," Wenjie replied, having only seen them on television but never tasted them. "This big brother is truly wonderful. He is a kind-hearted person." In truth, Xiang Kaijiang aimed to cultivate a stable relationship, ensuring a consistent channel for gift-giving. Lin Luo, of course, appreciated this goodwill. It is natural for individuals to have objectives, while those without can be quite frightening due to their unpredictability. Moreover, you, Xiang Kaijiang, are a master of weaponry in the resource-rich region of Heludio, while I am a local Brahmin from Chuan Prefecture. Our interregional collaboration would indeed yield significant advantages. Thus, he chuckled merrily. "Dear brother, you mustn't indulge the child too much. Wait until the new year when the child pays you a visit to offer New Year's greetings. Won't you feel a twinge of regret when it comes to handing out red envelopes?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Kaijiang was elated. For being welcomed into one's home signifies an extraordinary bond. What is there to regret? I cherish children immensely. If it were not for the present circumstances, I would gladly have one right now. I would even consider raising them like the fish fry. One could not help but marvel at how effectively family planning is enforced in the Northeast, where even the underworld adheres strictly to the regulations. One wife, one child. To have more children, one might even take multiple wives, yet dare not defy the family planning policy. With just a few exchanges, Lin Luo and Xiang Kaijiang established their unspoken understanding. Observing Wenjie gazing hungrily at the meat, Lin Luo jovially instructed, "Enough of the staring. You truly cannot eat this." However, Wenjie, do you know why these frozen goods are pre-cut? Why? Wenjie was oblivious to the reason behind the pre-cutting and the fact that this was indeed inedible. These frozen goods are technically consumable, though they are perceived as unhealthy. Naturally, those with wealth would indulge in better fare, Lin Luo intentionally boasting. After secondary processing, food can circumvent certain regulatory oversight. When meat is cut into portions, it is classified as an industrial commodity. Do you understand? He sensed that Xiang Kaijiang might be inclined to establish such a processing factory locally, thus he broached the subject. Chapter 140, No Fault Found. Products that enter the market directly through quarantine are considered primary goods, inherently linked to the public's livelihood, and are never trivial matters. However, once processed, they become industrial products, regulated with less stringency. Taking agriculture as an example, when primary products are transformed through processing, their shelf life can be extended. The duration of this period exists within a gray area. Lin Luo, upon seeing the frozen meat arriving in containers, recognized that it had already undergone a cutting process, indicating that they were aware of how to mitigate risks. At that moment, Xiang Kaijiang felt for the first time the comfort of working with an intelligent partner. Oh, no wonder I enjoy associating with you, my dear brother. You possess great insight. Their group was in search of a suitable location worldwide to establish this secondary processing factory, necessitating a place with abundant repetitive labor. Yet, Lin Luo did not rush to discuss this matter with Xiang Kaijiang. Instead, he continued to enlighten his younger brother. Wenjie, you must also understand that such under-the-table dealings, no matter how you attempt to evade scrutiny, when the time comes, the law will inevitably find a basis to act against you. This is the essence of unpredictability in criminal matters. Our efforts to navigate these precarious businesses are merely attempts to avoid detection, yet one must never harbor a false sense of security, believing that nothing will go awry. The underlying message was directed at Xiang Kaijiang as well. Both parties must hold mutual value for the business to endure. Xiang Kaijiang understood this implicitly. There was no need for further affirmation. Wenjie, not comprehending his brother's words, assumed he was merely attempting to frighten him, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. "What shall we do, brother? I wish to dine on lobster." "Silly child," his brother replied, "once this matter is settled, I shall provide you with lobster as if it were mere shrimp skins." Lin Luo continued to press Xiang Kaijiang, articulating his thoughts. Thus, in such a venture, if you lack the requisite strength, you must conduct it discreetly, securing enough profit before fleeing. Do not be greedy. He sought to ascertain whether Xiang Kaijiang's faction possessed sufficient influence within their jurisdiction of Hulu's island. It seemed inadequate, otherwise, they would have already taken action. In contrast to the reticent Xiang Kaijiang, Wenjie was quite chatty. "Ah, brother, we are right here, we cannot escape." Lin Luo regarded his adorable younger brother with great affection, cherishing him dearly. "Fear not. You must endeavor to expand, transforming it into a pillar industry locally, rendering it of significant political value, ensuring that no one dares to challenge you. If they lay a finger on you, the entire county shall suffer the consequences." As he spoke, he selected several pieces of frozen meat, which appeared pristine without a trace of blood, devoid of any unwelcome odor or flavor. A mere glance revealed that without a proper seasoning, one could not create a delectable dish. Indeed, even stir-fried meat strips would lack the flavor of meat compared to tofu. Discarding the meat back into the box, he clapped his hands, losing interest. Xiang Kaijiang remained silent, eager to hear Lin Luo's calculations. Now, having listened to Lin Luo's words, his interest was piqued. "My dear brother, you are absolutely correct. This is how business should be conducted. In fact, we are contemplating establishing a food processing factory in a neighboring area. I just observed that there is still available land in our southern market. If we can keep the transportation of raw materials within Hulu's island and relocate the processing phase to Chuanzhou, many matters will proceed smoothly. Finally, they would no longer need to live in fear of administrative penalties at the customs." However, while Lin Luo wished to collaborate with Xiang Kaijiang on this enterprise, he did not desire to limit their partnership to this singular venture. As he perused the samples, he noted the presence of frozen pork, beef, and lamb. Yet there was an absence of duck meat, prompting him to casually inquire, "Elder brother, why is there no duck meat?" He initially assumed Xiang Kaijiang lacked the product. But to his surprise, the latter, fanning himself with a straw hat, responded, "That item is simply too cheap. It barely covers the cost of fuel. Our ship has no cargo to transport, and we only procured a few to avoid running empty. Now, we regret it, and it still remains piled up locally. What of it? Do you want some? If so, provide some fuel money, and I'll arrange for someone to bring it to you. It's not that I'm being stingy. It's simply a loss-making venture, and rather unlucky. Indeed, gifting is one matter, and conducting business is another. Duck meat does not serve well as a gift, and when sold, it suffices to merely symbolize its value." Yet, this response left Lin Luo even more astonished, compelling him to probe further. "How much of it do you have?" Xiang Kaijiang, unfazed, replied, "It depends on your needs. We don't have much, just a few leftover scraps." Lin Luo, suppressing his burgeoning excitement, continued, "Do you have any lambtail fat or beef tallow?" Xiang Kaijiang looked puzzled. What do you need that for? It's even less valuable. We sell our beef so cheaply that we have to cut off the tallow for customers to even consider buying. It's treated as waste." Lin Luo found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. The duck meat, enveloped in lambtail fat and beef tallow, is utilized for skewering and slicing, a practice not uncommon among vendors of lamb skewers. How could Xiang Kaijiang be so oblivious to this? One would assume that someone in his profession would be familiar with such a classic recipe. Yet Lin Luo momentarily forgot that this was 1995. Even if this practice already existed, it remained a closely guarded secret among a certain demographic. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "Brother, given the low cost of these goods, why not transport them via train instead of by vehicle? My family has some connections with the railway. If you can get them on a train, I can manage the receiving end. Is there any issue with that?" His grandfather had transitioned from the railway troops to civilian life, and the father of Yin Shirquan had devoted his entire career to the railway. With the connections between their families, securing several train cars for this purpose would pose no problem. This method would undoubtedly accommodate far more than a truck could hold. However, this arrangement would be limited to the route from Haludio to Chuan Prefecture. Only those with considerable influence could legitimately engage in such fringe trade via train. For instance, Wang Shi's initial fortune stemmed from trading corn, made possible by his father's position as the railway bureau chief and his father-in-law's status as the province's second-in-command. Individuals like Lin Luo and Xiang Kaijiang could only coordinate efforts between the two locations, as it would be unrealistic to expect this contract to extend nationwide. However, should they succeed in procuring the goods and processing them into flavored meat skewers, they could sell them freely. Upon hearing Lin Luo mention his railway connections, Xiang Kaijiang slapped his thigh in excitement. With such connections, what more is there to discuss? There is, however, one downside. The refrigeration of the train cars is not particularly reliable. He patted the frozen meat, acknowledging that it could only be thawed once, and any unforeseen circumstances could lead to significant losses. Nonetheless, the duck meat poses no issues. As for the lambtail fat and beef tallow, I will transport those via truck. How does that sound? Lin Luo nodded in agreement. No problem. Brothers should be clear about the finances. Just tell me the amount, and we will settle it together later. All right, brother, you continue with your work, and I will make arrangements on my end. Xiang Kaijiang understood that Lin Luo's intent was to handle the procurement of products akin to braised pork and other similar items while steering clear of the processing aspect. He appeared to be keen on establishing a separate industry focused on duck meat and beef and lamb fats. While the specifics of his approach remained unclear, those in the trade could often surmise a few ingredients merely from discussing recipes. I'll await your news, brother. As long as you have the policy in place, I will ensure the funds are ready on my end. No issues there. None at all. Chapter 141. Expansion pig liver is priced at 2.5 yuan per kilogram. If this 30,000 kilograms were sold, it would yield a mere 20,000 yuan. After completing his tasks at the cold storage, Xiang Kaijiang had already left. Old Xiang was genuinely anxious to resume operations and rebuild the factory, as this was crucial to their group's transformation. He thought to bring foreign currency next time to facilitate connections, so he did not linger. By the time old Xiang finished his work, only Lin Luo and his son remained in the cold storage. Standing before the mountain of frozen goods, they appeared somewhat dazed. The two trucks together totaled 160,000 kilograms, enough to provide every person in the county with a little over 1 liang of meat. How long would it take to sell all this? This quota was already substantial. Which impoverished county would dare to consume so much? Scattered throughout are some seafood delicacies, including Arctic clams, sweet shrimp, and snapper. Before leaving, Xiang Kaijiang specifically advised Lin Luo to check the dates before indulging, choosing only the freshest. Lin Luo rummaged through 2 boxes of sweet shrimp, locating the recently produced batch, and then pointed to the production date on the other package, saying, "Uncle, shrimp from 1921. And it still hasn't sold. What's the worst that could happen? It could last 100 years, right? It has survived 70 or 80 years. What is another 3 to 5? After saying this, he casually picked up the newly produced package, declaring, "We'll eat this tonight. And I'll whip up a little soul sauce to showcase my culinary skills." It is difficult to discern the differences in such frozen goods by their packaging alone. Seeing Lin Luo preparing to consume shrimp older than his grandfather, his uncle quickly waved his hands in protest. "I want to eat that. Isn't that a disservice to our ancestors? Back then, it seems there was still an emperor in northeast China. What are you thinking? This is fresh," Lin Luo insisted, bringing the newly dated package closer to his uncle. The uncle took both packages of shrimp to compare and finally noticed that, aside from one being excessively white, there was little difference between them. Can this really be eaten? Despite knowing they would have fresh shrimp for dinner, his uncle could not quell his doubts. 70 or 80-year-old meat, can it really be preserved well through freezing? If all this meat, 30 to 40,000 pounds, were to be consumed, what if there were any health issues? No one would take responsibility. It was only because they did not yet have a refrigerator at home that his uncle had not realized the magic of refrigeration, which halts the passage of time for its contents, ensuring they remain unspoiled. Lin Luo flicked the frozen goods with his finger. They are neither rotten nor spoiled. They are simply older. So what if they are older? They understand the value of care better. Besides, if you are truly worried, we can add some anti-inflammatory medicine to the marinade. Then, when we add some licorice slices, we might even attract repeat customers. This would be standard practice for future street vending. Otherwise, how could a 12 yuan portion of braised pork and chicken leg meal come to be? As long as the price is low enough, the less affluent would certainly be discerning. However, upon hearing this, his uncle was startled at the thought of not only selling aged meat, but also adding medicine. What is this? Aren't you harming people? Harming? People should be grateful to me. Lin Luo did not see anything wrong with his perspective. If they can't afford meat, what is the point of living healthily? His nonchalant attitude left his uncle exasperated. Unable to prevent it, he could only sigh. No wonder your aunt was sent to hospital logistics. It turns out it was for this. The aunt he referred to was, of course, Dan Lingfeng, his grandmother's niece. Lin Luo was genuinely unaware of this. Oh, she went to the hospital? Grandma seems to handle things more decisively than I do. Why is it that she gets muddled when it comes to my mom? His uncle nodded. Yes, she has been assigned a position at the Health Commission. Isn't the mining bureau going bankrupt and converting into a company? The original mining bureau hospital should now belong to the local government. It has been turned into the county's second hospital, and your aunt has taken charge of logistics there. That's great. Now I have a channel for some additives. Great. That girl always had high standards. It's even harder for her to marry now. In the eyes of his uncle's generation, the ability to marry and establish a family far outweighed career considerations. Lin Luo dared not engage in a dispute with his uncle. It would be a fruitless exercise, a mere waste of breath. All right, I must return to the Fire Kong building, as my arcade has already commenced operations and begun to generate revenue. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Why are you in such a hurry to make money? His uncle did not quite grasp his nephew's fervent desire for wealth. Of course, I am anxious. Lin Luo, having turned his back and already walked away, accompanied by his cousin, left behind a remark without glancing back, offering no further explanation to his uncle. He could not express to his uncle that this year, the mining bureau had begun extensive layoffs, and by 1997, it would enter the stage of bankruptcy liquidation. During that time, the capable individuals would return to the Ministry of Industry to resume their positions, while those less fortunate would have already amassed sufficient funds and would seek every possible means to remain in their locales. This year marked the final chapter for Old Li, a year characterized by recklessness. As long as the payment was assured, he would facilitate anything for you. At that time, whether it was the vertically integrated units from top to bottom or the horizontally delineated administrative divisions, they would become increasingly bloated. A throng of individuals, indifferent to their salaries and solely eager to retain their original ranks, would crowd at Old Li's doorstep, pleading for assistance with their professional titles. This was tacitly permitted from above, as resolving the management-level remuneration issues of enterprises alleviated burdens for the higher-ups. At that juncture, even the county's Writers Association, a department that most counties lacked, established its own secretariat, administration department, human resources department, creation department, creative liaison department, research office, information office, and 5 editorial divisions. It is noteworthy that throughout the county's history, there had only been 3 renowned writers, 2 of whom had passed, and one whose background was less than illustrious. Given such a foundation, not only was it absurd to expand the Writers' Association to this extent, but even the very existence of the county's association seemed superfluous. At this critical moment, lacking financial resources might lead to being sidelined. Moreover, with such a vast mining bureau facing bankruptcy, the division of assets required not only substantial strength, but also adequate funds. Although money served merely as a supplementary force, it was undeniably essential. For instance, Lin Luo, with just over 30,000 yuan at his disposal, found himself overwhelmed by the renovation issues of 5 or 6 stores. Casually tossing a sweet shrimp to a household servant, Lin Luo called out to his uncle, "Be sure to join me at the Fire Kong building tonight." Understood. Observing his son, who was unbothered by the cold and delightfully clutching a tray of large shrimp trailing behind his nephew, his uncle sighed in resignation. "Ah, this child is truly a burden." After responding, his uncle returned to the cold storage to sift through items with good dates, preparing to distribute some benefits to his subordinates. He couldn't shake the feeling that, according to his nephew's plans, his management office might expand to an unforeseen scale, and without the support of the subordinates, the execution of work would likely falter. Reflecting on his nephew's ambitions, he found them rather amusing. He was merely a subordinate unit of a department, and for his nephew, a mid-level cadre to ascend, he would have to be promoted. However, such a promotion would require relinquishing the lucrative opportunities at hand. Initially, he had thought to work for a few years and cultivate a trusted individual. But if his nephew truly succeeded in attracting foreign investments, this place might very well transform from a subordinate unit of a department into a directly managed county entity. The child possesses an abundance of ideas and an audacious spirit, unafraid to engage with anyone. When my uncle conversed with the man surnamed Xiang regarding Lu Zhongdong, the man's disdainful demeanor made it clear that this was not an entirely reliable individual. There exists a distinct difference between those involved in shady enterprises and those who roam the streets. Chapter 142. Barefaced jealousy upon Lin Luo's return to the heated Kong building. He did not merely hail a single vehicle. He was followed by 2 trucks laden with laborers. He had even taken care to select individuals skilled in carpentry, not for the purpose of repairing the windows of the heated Kong building, but rather for the future task of slicing mutton. The process required a 2-step freezing and then shaving with a plane to create the meat rolls, alternating layers of duck meat and beef or mutton fat. Hua was among this crowd, and both feigned ignorance of the matter concerning Yin Shiquan, proceeding with their respective tasks. One did so to preserve the intermediary's dignity, while the other simply could not bring himself to lose face. In this scenario, the taxi driver even jested with Lin Luo, asking where he was off to with such a motley crew. Nowadays, young people engage in brawls using this very tactic, hiring a multitude from the building materials market, and the side with fewer participants conceding defeat, uttering a harsh retort before retreating to gather funds for a rematch. Ultimately, no fights transpire, fostering economic activity. Hence no one intervenes. Lin Luo, however, paid no heed to the driver, burdened by myriad concerns that left him with no energy to engage in idle chatter. Setting aside the renovation alone was enough to keep him occupied. After all, he would not be challenging Ma Shuangming, a player from the 18th tier, were it not for the scant resources he possessed from the building materials market. In the back seat, Ma Shuangming was thoroughly reprimanded by his taciturn brother. Yet he remained unyielding. In terms of resilience to beatings, Lin Luo found himself somewhat admiring him. To save a few coins, it truly is no easy feat. The hot pot restaurant, Japanese cuisine, braised pork, buffet, and an arcade all demanded a certain investment in renovation costs. Lin Luo was at a loss as to whom he could approach for credit. And was it truly right to send his uncle to curry favor with the building materials vendors? While feasible, he feared they might take advantage of him. Those capable of thriving in such a business invariably had their own affiliations. By the time they reached the heated Kong building, Lin Luo had not devised a plan. Yet, interestingly, he discovered that someone had already begun to tidy up the windows, and within a day's effort, they were nearly completed. Initially puzzled as to who could be so thoughtful, he turned the corner to find a table set up in the open space where a group of raucous underlings from the Wolf Gang were drinking and grilling meat. It became apparent Zhai Degoran truly knows how to navigate social dynamics. One cannot deny the man's ability to carve a niche for himself. Despite the awareness of mutual disdain, he still fulfilled his obligations, opting simply to avoid direct encounters. When Lin Luo entered the alley with a throng of individuals, the lead underling promptly rose. The young master has returned. This exemplifies the prowess of the Wolf Gang, no matter how vexed Lin Luo felt towards them. He could not demand the destruction of the windows. He could only nod and inquire, "Did your elder brother summon you?" Their gestures were invariably ones that he could not refuse. The younger brother was the one who accompanied the uncles to deliver someone to the police station. And he had encountered Lin Luo before. Nodding in acknowledgement, he replied, "Second brother is busy. I understand you wish to establish a recreational venue, and fortuitously, I have resources at hand along with individuals ready to assist, so I have arranged everything. The power supply has been set up, connected directly from the electricity bureau." The other party did not mention any business dealings, yet was clearly aware that Lin Luo intended to engage in commerce. What could Lin Luo say? Any words would only imply his own fault. "All right, my brothers, enjoy your drinks. I shall take my leave." After speaking, he turned to Wenjie and said, "Little brother, please serve some dishes for the esteemed guests. Seafood in inland cities does not come cheap. A box of fresh shrimp costs several hundred yuan. And even frozen shrimp is a few hundred." Wenjie, generous as he was, had the means. His family possessed a substantial cold storage facility. Thus, he carelessly tossed the box of shrimp onto their table, nearly toppling the low table. "Large shrimp, imported," he noted, recognizing the foreign labels on the box. The young wolves, nearly having their meals disrupted, could only express their gratitude. "Thank you, second young master." There was no choice but to comply. Lin Luo, uninterested in engaging with this group, intended to take his own people upstairs to see what else needed tidying up before properly dealing with Ma Shuangming. Unexpectedly, Han Meijiao approached, eager to remain with the group. "Shall I stay here and keep the brothers company?" She genuinely wished to avoid ascending with Lin Luo, especially considering the brutal state in which Ma Shuangming had been left by Lin Luo's men. She felt it was unwise to be associated with such circumstances. If she could find an excuse to stay downstairs, it would facilitate her escape when the moment arose. She simply could not fathom where Lin Luo had sourced these half-grown youths who handled Ma Shuangming so ruthlessly. Lin Luo, indifferent, ascended the stairs, ignoring her entirely. Seeing his response, Han Meijiao reluctantly followed, careful not to stay too close. Lin Luo held Wenjie's hand, proceeding forward while engaging in casual conversation. "Wenjie, you must remember, every person has emotions, and emotions can easily sway one's judgment. When swayed by emotions, it becomes exceedingly difficult to make sound decisions. Although I may look down upon the likes of the wolves, truth be told, I hold a certain admiration for them." This statement clearly exceeded Wenjie's comprehension. At his age, it was already commendable that he understood his brother's disdain for Uncle Chai. "Brother, why do you look down on Uncle Chai? He is quite kind. He always buys me ice cream when we meet. It is entirely natural for a child to be won over by small favors." As they climbed the stairs from the first to the second floor, Lin Luo realized the handrails needed reinforcement and a carpet laid down to prevent safety hazards. Otherwise, the laborers he had summoned would have made the trip in vain. Addressing his younger brother's innocent inquiry, Lin Luo simultaneously instructed Shun Mo to note down the subsequent arrangements while explaining, individuals like him, who struggle at the bottom, ought to strictly adhere to the rules, study diligently, and strive for improvement. Otherwise, how can they justify 9 years of compulsory education? While he spoke of wolves, he was, in fact, referring to the individuals from the same disadvantaged background. They neither possessed family wealth nor received proper upbringing, which should have been their destined path. What does it mean to lack family wealth? Wenjie pondered, considering his own family's modest means. How could the bond with his brother have intensified so rapidly? Just a few days prior, he despised him for pilfering his toothpaste tube, yet now he cherishes him above all. Indeed, it seems that adversity breeds a certain short-sightedness. As Wenjie surmised, Lin Luo provided him with an answer that resonated deeply. Their family's meager income barely sufficed for their expenses, rendering them perpetually unable to save. This, he deemed a lack of foundation. Isn't that also true for our family? Wenjie might not be privy to the extent of their wealth, but he is acutely aware of their financial struggles. Who would have thought that his brother would shake his head in disagreement? It's different. While your parents may struggle to save, they have both elders and children to support them. With grandparents to rely on, Wenjie is, in truth, someone with a familial foundation. What began as casual banter took an unexpected turn when Wenjie suddenly interjected, "Oh, but uncle is in a bind. He has to repay his father's gambling debts." "What? Gambling debts?" Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Yes, his father lost tens of thousands gambling in Dongguan, and it was uncle who footed the bill. No wonder Li Xianmin ended up incarcerated. It seems these two harbored a grudge. "How do you know this?" "My dad took me to Grandpa Li's house, and I overheard." "So that's how it is." At that moment, Lin Luo recalled an event. In November, Li Xianjuan's sister, Li Xianbua, was poised to win the Olympic gold medal in women's judo. Such an accolade held significant value. Prior to that, he could leverage this personal connection to repay a favor in home renovations. After all, it is a time that calls for national confidence. Should the brother of a champion find himself incarcerated, it would surely invite disdain. He had no desire to owe anything to Chai Jingyu. However, such thoughts need not be shared with a child. With a father so disappointing, it was remarkable that Chai still managed to rise. He deserved his fate. Jealousy transformed Lin Luo's demeanor into something rather unpleasant. Chapter 143. The murder case. A mind cluttered with unverified answers is destined for misfortune. Lin Luo's envy towards Chai Jingyu stemmed from a realization he had come to after traversing numerous detours. Upon reflection, he recognized that Chai, despite his humble origins, possessed an understanding from a young age. Perhaps the wolf did not comprehend this either, yet by some stroke of fortune, he stumbled upon the correct choice amidst a plethora of erroneous options. This phenomenon might be aptly termed the chicken dinner law. In a game of survival, irrespective of one's skill level, victory is not guaranteed. Nevertheless, there will always be a single victor. This is also known as survivor bias. Lin Luo acknowledged the existence of fortunate individuals in this world, yet he resented the fact that he was not among them. Much like the wolf envied Lin Luo. For this world harbors privileges, and he is not among the beneficiaries of such privilege. Consequently, Lin Luo silently cursed Chai Jingyu, though what escaped his lips was, "Brother, the reason the wolf holds me in disdain is that he, of all people, should adhere to the rules, yet he does not." Upon reaching the second floor, many rooms had been tidied, and a considerable number of second-hand desks and chairs had been procured. Lin Luo casually pulled out a chair to sit. Discovering an abundance of documents within the desk, upon inspection, they were all court records. It made sense, considering that the new courthouse was set to be completed by December 19th, and the provincial high court would be coming to oversee operations. It appears that Yin Shirquan's future father-in-law is beginning to show signs of rising prominence at this very moment. What a fortunate fate. After taking a seat, he placed Wenjie atop the table. One by one, the others in the room filtered in, yet Lin Luo did not hasten to invite them to sit. Instead, he continued to engage in trivial conversation with his younger brother. In principle, Chai Jingyu should be the product of an extremely ignorant upbringing, with his family priding themselves on understanding principles and adhering to rules, pondering daily whom the fish head should be presented to, as long as others praised his sensibility. It brought him greater joy than any meal. His life was one of genteel refinement, filled with knowledge and propriety. Yet he bore a thin skin and a strong sense of vanity, with no resources to offer from his household. Life is akin to a stage. As a child, he was compelled to assume the role of a leader. Thus his preferences could not be overtly stated among those present, but had to be subtly conveyed through his actions. He needed those beneath him to grasp that he was at odds with the wolves. Regardless of how harmonious their interactions appeared, in reality, they were worlds apart. This set the tone for development. They were part of the underworld, engaging in violence and chaos. However, we are not part of that realm and must not adopt their ways. As the gathering of people became complete, Lin Luo raised his voice. Yet, Chai was undeterred. He had long comprehended that the so-called principles and rules of the lower strata were merely the mental shackles imposed by the privileged. From a young age, he had not been deceived. In fact, he had left Li Qingxin bewildered, leading that young master to take the fall. Indeed, it is those lacking proper upbringing who are better suited to rise above the rest. It took Lin Luo a considerable amount of time to understand Chai Jingyu. Years later, upon encountering the internet and witnessing how certain individuals thrive despite their dubious backgrounds, he came to realize, the more one despises something, the more it flourishes. And the fault lies not with others, but with oneself. For instance, while those without proper upbringing may be detestable, they are often more adept at capitalizing on the internet's opportunities. In an era where attention reigns supreme, hatred can endure longer than affection. Chai's profoundly misguided sentiments left Wenjie perplexed. Isn't having a good upbringing a positive thing? This child hailed from a family of educators and leaders. Although they were somewhat impoverished, they still adhered to traditional education. How had he ever encountered such twisted notions? Confucian culture has persisted for thousands of years, whereas reform and opening up have only spanned a few decades. Lin Luo's words were not merely meant to instruct Wenjie, but were also directed at the group lingering at the entrance, hesitant to enter or take a seat. Silly brother, in families like ours, a good upbringing is a facade, crafted to garner favor, yet one must never regard it as an end goal. For the sake of genuine aspirations, when it is time to shed the facade, one must do so without hesitation. That is the quality you ought to possess. What? My mother says that is not how a good child behaves. The boy murmured quietly, glancing at his brother. I am not urging you to emulate wolves by breaking the rules. In families like ours, we are beneficiaries of these rules. Thus, our duty is to comprehend, abide by, and utilize them. How does one do that? In response to his brother's inquiry, Lin Luo swept aside the documents on the table, revealing a series of legal stipulations. He gestured towards the papers. Look, this is the rule. As long as you study diligently, pursuing a degree related to political law, you will gradually come to understand. To avoid breaking the law, one must first understand it. Even when contemplating actions that may cross boundaries, it is essential to know how to minimize the consequences. These words, ostensibly directed at Wenjia, are more aptly aimed at the individuals lingering at the entrance, for the ignorant of the law shall never achieve anything substantial. If one's subordinates act recklessly, emboldened by their superior, it is inevitable that the superior will eventually face repercussions. After speaking, Lin Luo lowered his gaze and then looked up at Shun Mo and the others. Do you understand, esteemed brothers and sisters? A courteous phrase imbued with proper upbringing. Yet it resonated with discomfort. The group found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, realizing this was a subtle reproach directed at them. After all, Ma Xuanming lay there, inert and lifeless, a clear testament to the situation at hand. It seems Lin Luo has little fondness for brute force. However, while his subordinates remained silent, Ma Xuanming found his voice. Now that he was spared from immediate punishment, he grew considerably bolder. You little brat, do you think you can kill me? Isn't your grandfather just a prosecutor? I refuse to believe there is no law. Those present understood Lin Luo's implications, and Ma Xuanming interpreted them as Lin Luo's capitulation. Being still so young, he was evidently frightened. Observing the audacity of this young man, Lin Luo quickly interjected. Hey, refrain from speaking recklessly. Let us not discuss whether I am of age or not. I didn't lay a finger on you. So what do you want from me? Are you out of your mind? How could this individual be so oblivious to the reality of the situation? Lin Luo had not even touched him. Such a blatant attempt to shirk responsibility made Shun Mo uneasy. After all, it was his brother who had struck Ma Xuanming. However, there was little need for concern, as Ma Xuanming was clearly out of touch with the gravity of the moment. Perhaps, when one is engulfed in extreme emotions, adrenaline can cloud one's judgment. Ma Xuanming, convinced that Lin Luo would not dare to end his life, continued to boast. Don't waste your breath on me. Look at me now, do you think I fear you? Given his current injuries, it was likely he would be left with some form of disability. Lin Luo felt a sense of dread regarding this unruly character. To take a life without any psychological burden suggests a degree of sociopathy. And Lin Luo was clearly not of that ilk. He rubbed his face and massaged his eyes, feeling slightly more at ease. Ignoring Ma Xuanming's outbursts, he casually picked up a conspicuous document from a pile of court files on the table and pointed it out. Come here, Wenjia. Let your brother enlighten you on the procedural trajectory following a homicide. What an outrageous notion, teaching a child such things. Is murder truly a subject for education? Disregarding the astonished expressions in the room, Lin Luo began to speak earnestly. Do not trust the dramatizations of detectives solving cases in television shows. Discovering a bloodstain does not automatically designate the area as a crime scene. One must understand that police budgets for investigations are often severely limited. Hence, a critical determinant in the most severe homicide cases is whether or not a body can be found. A death is classified as murder only if a body is present. Without a body, it is merely a missing persons case. Even if the room is drenched in blood, it does not constitute murder. As he spoke, he gestured to the stack of documents. You see, there are so many missing persons cases that I cannot even begin to count them. Until a body is located, no one pays much attention to a missing persons report. Most individuals perceive their lives as secure, primarily due to their lack of encounters with peril. Conversely, those who have faced danger often lack the opportunity to convey the true essence of such threats. Chapter 144, The Rules. Comrade Rulong is indeed correct. Where do we find so many corrupt individuals? Or rather, isn't everyone merely cut from the same cloth? The losers in internal strife should accept their fate. What truly matters is that their methods remain within the confines of established rules. Thus, when someone resorts to assassination, they have already sealed their own defeat, as they position themselves in opposition to all who adhere to the rules. This is a notion that individuals like Ma Xuanming, who engage in petty cunning in the marketplace, fail to comprehend. Damn it, Xiao Jie, are you even teaching murder now? If you have the capability, why not show me some finesse? I refuse to believe that heaven is blind. In truth, when such individuals utter these words, they have already become powerless. To place one's hopes on retribution is a sign of impotence. if one possessed even a semblance of capability, who would rely on divine intervention. Lin Luo paid no heed to Ma Shuangming's impotent bluster. He merely wished to convey to his subordinates that they were not a gang of criminals, but rather legitimate entrepreneurs. He pointed at the raucous Ma Shuangming on the ground and declared, "Let me reiterate, violence is unacceptable and should only be employed as a last resort. Do not resort to brutality at the first sign of trouble. I instructed you to handle him, not to beat him into submission. What utility lies in that?" A few of the men, chastened by Lin Luo's words, lowered their heads in silence, particularly Shun Mo's brother, Shun Bo, who truly struggled to comprehend what he could contribute beyond his fighting prowess. Ma Shuangming, however, remained defiant, spitting blood in defiance. "Damn it. I've propped up the wall before. Do you think everyone is as spineless as Erhua?" He presumed that Lin Luo's targeting of him was merely to defend Erhua. Yet Lin Luo was genuinely interested in his construction team. In a year or two, as the nation aimed to join the WTO, the demand for infrastructure would surge, and lacking a construction team would spell disaster for him. The misfortune of Ma Shuangming stemmed from possessing that which he ought not to have. Observing his continued defiance, Lin Luo pointed at him and said, "Individuals like him should be subdued alongside his two subordinates. Then the authorities should be alerted. We can label him as a bully in the marketplace. Find a couple of witnesses in the construction materials market, and engage a local journalist for coverage. The process isn't complicated. Once he is incarcerated, even if he pleads guilty, I can ensure he remains behind bars until I come of age. Is this not a straightforward task? Can one not engage their intellect before taking action? Is there a placenta growing on your shoulders?" Though his tone was harsh, it was genuinely an attempt to instruct Shun Mo and the others in effective conduct. Noticing that Lin Luo was not genuinely angry, Shun Mo, who was diligent in his studies, mustered the courage to speak. "De Luo, just instruct us on how to deal with him. My brother is somewhat dim-witted and believes he has erred. But now what?" She sought to ascertain whether there was any possibility for resolution. Lin Luo shrugged his hands in response. "Am I to blame? When I directed you to handle him, I had already envisioned the headlines. Ma and his accomplices, leveraging their notoriety, obstructing others from engaging in legitimate business activities in the construction materials market, and forcibly securing local project contracts at underhanded prices, illicitly profiting hundreds of thousands. The prosecution could easily file charges against them for coercive trading, establishing them as a criminal organization. How simple is that? Once we enter the program, we stand as the champions of justice, ensuring that the process flows as smoothly as possible. Of course, we cannot place the blame solely on De Luo." Shun Mo hastened to intervene, saying, "De Luo, his two brothers are downstairs repairing the stairs. We must ensure that no one escapes." This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Shun Mo, who thought, "Let us proceed, as Lin Luo suggested." Lin Luo, however, was taken aback by Shun Mo's actions. How could the boss be suffering while his subordinates were tasked with such menial labor? What kind of situation is this? He shook his head in disbelief. Now, the individual has been beaten to this extent. How can we still deliver him? Once the program is initiated, if even one person lacks understanding and brings a weapon to assess injuries, it will lead to numerous complications. A flawless case of merit and a flawed one are received with entirely different degrees of acceptance. Moreover, my grandfather would push back Qi Guangda's case due to insufficient evidence regarding Xiang Kaijiang's subordinates. Such beneficial relationships would refuse intervention for this matter, let alone a situation that requires a complete procedure involving multiple facets. Supporting his head with his hand, Lin Luo pointed at the group before him. "In the future, when encountering such individuals, we must adhere to the process, particularly with those who exhibit obvious issues and lack backing. Will you not wield the weapon of law? Do not possess such a shallow awareness of the law. The people's police stand with us. Do not consider yourselves the villains. He is the true wrongdoer." Shun Mo, upon hearing these words, was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Here we were, a band of thieves, being deemed the good ones. She could only quietly inquire, "So what do we do now?" Now we certainly send him to the hospital." Lin Luo wiped his hands, appearing nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Ma Shuangming, who had been silent for a while, exhaled with relief. He truly did not expect Lin Luo to handle the situation in this manner. Fortunately, fate had favored him. The young man's subordinates had erred. Although he had endured a beating, he had managed to avoid incarceration. Had they followed Lin Luo's suggestion, given his connections, a sentence of 5 to 8 years was indeed a possibility, especially since his own record was not pristine. He had indeed engaged in coercive tactics to prevent others from intercepting goods in the building materials market. If no one pursued the matter, or if those pursuing it lacked power and influence, he would not have been concerned. He had dealt with the police before, and they were relatively reasonable. However, if someone like Lin Luo were to pursue him, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Thus, in retrospect, this beating was not in vain. It spared him from a prison sentence. For this reason, Ma Shuangming had initially contemplated throwing a few words at Lin Luo to assert himself, but then reconsidered, recognizing that a wise man does not suffer needless losses. If he were to provoke this young man, it would be far too costly. The boy's heart was truly dark. Indeed, a family entrenched in public security could hardly raise good children. Feeling aggrieved, he lowered his head. Shen Mo quickly stepped forward, helping Ma Shuangming to his feet. All right, I will call for an ambulance immediately. When mistakes are made, one must act swiftly to rectify them. Her brother, too, needed to be more cautious in future dealings. Lin Luo was the last lifeline for them. Both Ma Shuangming and Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, just as they had managed to stand, Lin Luo chimed in again. What do you mean by calling for an ambulance? Call the Liangshui mental hospital. There is a madman violently banging against the wall. And does the hospital not care? Look at the blood splattered everywhere. I can hardly recognize who it is. Pointing at Ma Shuangming. Lin Luo seemed to genuinely regard him as a lunatic. Meanwhile, Ma Shuangming, his mind momentarily incapacitated, finally exclaimed, "Damn you." Chapter 145. Kindness. I was utterly terrified. What has happened to this society that allows madmen to roam the streets? Doesn't the hospital intervene? Lin Luo clutched his heart, feigning shock. Is a mental hospital truly a hospital? Shenin couldn't comprehend, but he dared not ask, his gaze involuntarily scrutinizing Lin Luo. Under such scrutiny, Lin Luo became even more spirited, blushingly remarking, "What's wrong? Aren't we all just children at heart?" Observing Lin Luo's demeanor, Han Meijiao finally realized that this seemingly vicious and ruthless individual was, in fact, still a child. At such a young age, what would he become in the future? It was unclear whether this was due to the ancestral graves of the Zhao family smoking or the Lin family's ancestors lacking virtue. How could they raise such a being? Cunning, deceitful, utterly devoid of humanity, with no moral compass whatsoever. Lin Luo, unfazed by how outsiders perceived him, pointed to the large mobile phone in Han Meijiao's hand. Initially distracted, she snapped back to attention upon Lin Luo's gaze and quickly handed the phone over. Grabbing the phone, Lin Luo, without any pretense, first dialed 114 for the number before connecting with someone. Once connected, he spoke with audacity, "Director Yang, it's me, the grandson of old Zhao from the Procuratorate. Well, I was scratched by a madman on the street. I've managed to subdue him, so please send someone from your hospital to take him away. He seems rather pitiable. I will cover the hospital expenses, just send someone over. All right, when I visit your hospital next time, we can chat in detail." The ability to effortlessly transition between innocence and shrewdness is indeed a skill. He made these remarks in front of Ma Shuangming, who was now screaming, "Lin, you won't have a good end." Deep down, he was frightened. He knew all too well that someone capable of placing him in legal jeopardy could easily have him committed to a mental institution. Once inside, he had no assurance of how he would emerge, not like the police station, where frequent visits allowed for some chance of negotiation. The fear of ghosts stems from the unfamiliarity with them. Mystery breeds terror. Unfortunately, such an attitude would elicit no sympathy. Wiping his hands, Lin Luo disdainfully shook his head. Indeed, when one feels inferior, they can become quite rude. "Farewell, Master Ma, no need to see you off. In contrast, our dealings are far more courteous." Were it not for the situation escalating to this point, he would hesitantly reconsider how to handle this individual. Seeing Ma Shuangming's fate sealed, Shenin quickly nudged his brother. "Go on, take him away." His brother, usually not the most obedient, remained still beside him, failing to act without prompting. Wasn't he foolish not to seize this opportunity to show initiative? As he would soon be off to school, how could he leave him behind with peace of mind? Shen Bo was quite obedient, dragging Ma Shuangming down as if he were a lifeless dog, without any consideration for the child present. Wenjie, observing someone being hauled away right before him, Wenjie felt a twinge of compassion. "Brother, is this really necessary?" He never fought this way with others at school. As Lin Luo dealt with Ma Shuangming, his thoughts were preoccupied with finding a suitable successor for Ma Shuangming's dealings. To his surprise, his younger brother, who had been watching the commotion, suddenly interjected with a frown, earnestly questioning him. "How can you possess such a vile quality as kindness?" Indeed, it seemed that good children should not be left to the education of inept parents, as evidenced by the misguided teachings he had received. What kind of talk is that? How can kindness be vile? Wenjie increasingly felt that his brother was being absurd. Mom says kindness is a beautiful quality. It's no wonder that teachers can be so out of touch. As Lin Luo observed Ma Shuangming being pulled away, He ceased paying attention to the scene and devoted himself to a discussion on kindness with his brother. However, he refrained from voicing his own opinion initially and instead retorted, "Listening to your mother won't lead you to wisdom. Sooner or later, you'll regret it. She can't even grasp the simplest matters, so what does she truly understand? Do you remember that teacher Wang from your mother's school? Our aunt is merely a primary school art teacher. To be honest, her abilities are quite limited. She's just a nice person, good to uncle and to herself." Upon hearing his brother mention teacher Wang, Wen Jie felt a wave of nostalgia and nodded, "Yes, I remember. Sister Wang is from Shanghai, very beautiful and fashionable." But she returned to her hometown. Noticing his brother's disappointment, Lin Luo found it hard to comprehend. A native of Shanghai traveling thousands of miles to the northeast, was that not merely a fleeting whim? Did they expect her to settle down and contribute here? After realizing he hadn't washed his hair properly during his last bath, Lin Luo scratched his head, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and asked, "Do you know why she left?" "Youth certainly brings vigor." His hair was still thick and lush. "Huh, I don't know," replied Wen Jie, oblivious to the complexities of the adult world. Lin Luo had brought up teacher Wang solely to impart a lesson to his brother. "Ah, your sister Wang came here to teach as a volunteer. She is a genuine Shanghainese, with a family that owns property and factories. She is, at the very least, a capitalist's daughter. Unfortunately, she is simply too kind." As he adjusted Wen Jie, who was leaning on the table, to prevent him from falling, he continued, "She came to your mother's impoverished rural school solely to do good deeds." Reflecting on the woman's experiences, he sighed. Feeling a surge of frustration, what a wonderful person. During her free time, she volunteered at the home of a 70-year-old woman in the village, helping to clean the yard, tidy the house, chat with the elderly, explain policies, and assist in applying for subsidies. Truly, she was a good person. Even the two women, Shen Imo and Han Meijiao, nodded in agreement, thinking such a good soul surely deserved good fortune in return. As a result, Lin Luo shifted the topic and shook his head. All the good deeds have deeply touched the old lady, who deems this girl kind-hearted and easy to converse with, insisting on repaying her by introducing her to her son, a man in his 40s, disabled and uneducated. The introduction itself seemed rather polite. It was hard to tell if Wen Jie comprehended this, but it left Shen Imo quite astonished. What kind of person is this? After dealing with Ma Shuangming, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, allowing even Shen Imo to speak up. Lin Luo then playfully tapped Wen Jie on the head, teasing him that his sister Wang had fled overnight, leaving him without the imported chocolates she would have brought. Do you understand? What could this possibly teach a child? Wen Jie shook his head. Lin Luo did not find him foolish for this. Instead, he affectionately pinched his nose. You see, as long as you are kind-hearted and compassionate, you will be perceived as someone easy to manipulate, and people will flock to you, draining you dry. As he spoke, he lightly tapped Wen Jie again. Remember, a sign of maturity is the ability to refuse others without guilt. Kindness, alas, is the most futile of traits. In this society, who does not judge others based on their own interests? Your kindness will only lead to underestimation. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Luo cast a disdainful glance at his younger brother. Why are you still sniffling? Chapter 146. Not being the good person, Wen Jie pouted and picked up a piece of paper from the table to wipe his nose. He appeared to be a bit under the weather. It was uncertain whether Wen Jie absorbed his brother's words. Yet, after spending these days together, it was clear that Wen Jie was not afraid of his older brother. Children are sensitive. He could sense his brother's affection. Those who are loved often feel a sense of freedom. Brother, what exactly happened with that guy? How do you plan to deal with him? The guy naturally referred to Ma Shuangming. The child still could not escape the dichotomy of good and evil, hoping for a justification that the man was a villain, thus warranting his brother's actions against him. After all, how could such a good person as his brother possibly be a bad one? Lin Luo cherished his brother, but that did not mean he would indulge him. He would not fabricate lies to meet his brother's expectations, and thus he stated plainly, "Nothing much happened with me." The child remained skeptical. "He must have provoked you." "I assure you, he did not." Wen Jie tilted his head. "Could it be that you are the legendary villain? That seems implausible." Lin Luo refrained from elaborating, for Wen Jie would not understand. But since his brother insisted, he decided to simplify the matter, as if explaining to those waiting outside. "Oh, foolish child. If you were to crush an ant, would you owe it an explanation? Dealing with him is not about right or wrong. It's merely bad luck for him. Just like Dongxing back in the day. Who could blame him for being so financially successful?" Rising, Lin Luo fetched a roll of tissue paper and gently wiped Wen Jie's nose while continuing to speak. "This guy has dominated the southern market for years, possessing resources for construction materials and capable of assembling a team for projects. In the past, Our locality lacked legitimate work. Thus, he managed to thrive with what he had. However, moving forward, with more lucrative opportunities arising, these resources will slip beyond his control. To put it plainly, my dear brother, I simply wish to seize opportunities in a reasonable and legal manner. Is that so wrong? After all, we possess the capability, do we not? Why, you may ask? There is nothing amiss with that. Wenjie expressed his confusion on behalf of those loitering at the entrance. It is all for the sake of profit. A fact that requires no concealment. Profit? The child is yet unaware of the significance of money. Lin Luo, without disdain for his younger cousin, tossed aside the used tissue. Alas, in our county, there are but a few lucrative ventures. As he spoke, he began to enumerate with his fingers. Firstly, there are sand dredging operations. A single vessel can yield 50 tons overnight, with each cubic meter fetching hundreds of yuan. By securing several river segments, one can reap pure profits. It merely requires a few discreet arrangements with key officials and a bit of monetary incentive for the villagers, allowing one to earn tens of thousands effortlessly each day. Unfortunately, this trade belongs to Li Xianjun, and it would be unwise to confront him over a trifling sum. He is no pushover. Without waiting for Wenjie to comprehend, he raised a second finger. Next, there are earthworks. A construction site can easily net hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Those with a sharp mind may also promote excavators and tower crane rentals. Regardless of whether you require them, payment precedes the contract. Without a signature, the project cannot proceed. Such dealings, unless one foolishly provokes the wrong influential figures, are entirely legitimate and subject to taxation. It is unnecessary for me to elaborate on who engages in these businesses within our county. They operate without fear of dissent, and any grievances must be directed to their powerful connections, who are currently preoccupied with county executive meetings. Wenjie felt a bit dizzy, unsure whether it was due to his brother's convoluted explanations or a lingering cold. Lin Luo then raised a third finger. There are also gambling establishments. A few subordinates can oversee the venue while others keep watch, and by offering loans at exorbitant interest rates, the subordinates can profit while smoking and drinking. A gambling house can generate a turnover of several million annually, especially during the Lunar New Year when migrant workers return home, yielding even greater profits. This is the primary livelihood of the infamous Fourth Chai. The lucrative yet perilous venture of gambling is one the Li family wisely avoids, wishing to steer clear of any unsavory entanglements. As for other endeavors like demolition, they are merely laboring for others. After articulating all this, Lin Luo was left with a singular thought. The market in our county is exceedingly saturated. He refrained from mentioning matters pertaining to the mining bureau, as those would only be addressed once the bureau truly faltered. Currently, the only domain left for my intervention is the building materials sector. As we are not yet in the midst of a real estate boom, it is crucial to strategize ahead. This industry is characterized by exorbitant profits, a realm where only the most cunning dare to tread due to the high risks involved. The most challenging aspect is the necessity to ensure that others are compelled to utilize your cement, sand, and steel. How could Ma Shuangming possess such audacity to dominate the construction materials market? If I do not take action against him, someone else surely will. My approach would be lenient. Were it another, he might find himself on the list of mining disasters. Initially, Lin Luo had intended to bring this individual on board, a person lacking connections yet well-versed in the market. If he were willing to collaborate, it would be like a fish in water. However, this fellow seemed somewhat unappreciative of the opportunity. But that is only natural. Who among us has not faced setbacks in life? After conveying these thoughts, Lin Luo gently patted his brother's shoulder. Therefore, must I proceed in this manner? Wenjie glanced at his brother and then at the dilapidated two-story building, perplexed by the distinction between the profits derived from this gaming hall and those from construction materials. Brother, isn't this profitable? The innocence of youth shone through his words. Everything Lin Luo had articulated was, in truth, intended to enlighten his associates. The enterprises we currently engage in, be it gaming halls, Japanese restaurants, hot pot eateries, or perhaps in the future, self-operated KTVs, are all merely vehicles for money laundering. These establishments are legitimate fronts. After speaking, he observed his yawning younger brother and was suddenly reminded of an important matter. Oh, right, our business must categorically prohibit drugs. Anyone caught using them within these walls will be unceremoniously expelled. I knew it, my brother is a good person. But why the harsh words? Lin Luo quickly refuted. Not at all. It's just that the profit margins from drugs pale in comparison to those of the aforementioned ventures. Aside from the construction industry, which can lead to fatalities, the rest of the businesses, if properly managed, might only incur a maximum of 5 years of imprisonment in the event of mishaps. With a stroke of luck, one might even escape with just a fine, making it easier to launder money. Take your Uncle Chai Si, for instance. Those entangled in illicit activities can pivot to establishing real estate companies, acquiring land, and developing properties, thus witnessing their wealth soar. Moreover, if one truly descends into the drug trade, it signifies a lack of options in the county. If you possess even a modicum of connections, there are far more lucrative paths than this. I cannot afford to lose face over such trivialities. Wen Jie pouted, questioning why his brother could not simply be a good person. Chapter 147. A good person, what are you staring at? Do you fancy yourselves as good people? As Lin Luo imparted wisdom to his younger brother, Shun Bo returned, observing the scene. The affairs across the Lianshui River had been handled quite efficiently. For those with connections, obtaining a mental health diagnosis was not a challenging task. The reason capable individuals refrained from such actions was that this document held little value. It is not a get-out-of-jail-free card for heinous acts. Rather, it resembles an additional shackle. When authorities deal with an ordinary individual, they must adhere to protocols, striving for reasonable legality. Even when there are violations, risks are involved. However, when a mental hospital handles a patient, they can do as they please, for their actions are inherently legal. After all, who can blame you for being unwell? Thus, when delinquents wield mental health certificates for nefarious purposes, it is merely an exploitation of the naivety of the populace. Anyone with a modicum of insight, willing to invest a little in a mental health facility, could ensure that such rogues would tremble in fear upon encountering them in the future. Lin Luo glanced at his brother and then surveyed the newcomers who had just ascended the stairs. Was the astonishment of these individuals truly warranted simply because he claimed not to be a good person? What was there to be surprised about? Consider the reputations of those present: ingrates, loose women, thieves, and vagrants. How curious it was that such characters bore a distorted reverence for moral paragons. It truly echoed the adage that the more one lacks something, the more they yearn for it. He raised his hand, pointing at the individuals by the entrance, and continued to educate Wen Jie. Remember, those who speak of lofty ideals are often the first to betray when the moment of truth arrives. Those who profess integrity and righteousness are seldom genuine. In the future, be more observant when accompanying grandfather. Those who display embrace all rivers in their offices are typically narrow-minded. Those who hang heaven rewards diligence are often domineering little bosses. Those who proclaim integrity wins the world are, more often than not, unreliable charlatans. Those who exhibit kindness is like water are frequently former ruffians turned contractors. Those who advocate generosity are invariably miserly misers. Those who espouse virtue carries all often possess a volatile temperament. Those who promote striving to win are typically timid businessmen lacking in courage. Do you understand? Wen Jie's cold had left him feeling as heavy-headed as if filled with lead, rendering him utterly bewildered as he retorted, "Understand what? Understand what our game hall ought to display," Lin Luo exclaimed. Having been illness-free for quite some time, he had not realized anything was amiss. "Display what?" asked the child, sniffing as he took a big gulp of cola, instinctively inquiring again. To which Lin Luo boldly declared, "We should hang studying for the rise of China." This child can't even chant the slogans anymore. We are in a learning machine class. It is quite fitting. This statement left Shin Imo momentarily dumbfounded. "De Luo, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Such a righteous phrase. Does it truly belong at the entrance of a game hall?" Lin Luo was well aware of its inappropriateness. However, he merely sought to use humor to gradually diminish his brother's blind reverence for authority, encouraging him to maintain a sense of skepticism towards everything from a young age. If you dare to jest about anyone, no one can deceive you with grand ideals. Of course, such skepticism should remain concealed within. There is no need to bring it to light. Noticing Shun Mo's earnest reminder, Lin Luo smiled and chose not to dwell further on the topic. He appreciated Shun Mo's goodwill, but turned to mock Shun Mo's younger brother, Shun Bo, and his associates. Pointing at Shun Bo and his peers, he continued, "Wen Jie, look at these few. They have been petty thieves since childhood. Not a single good character among them. Let them roam outside, and they'll end up merely collecting protection fees, putting on a show for others, and worse, they might even face charges of intentional harm or robbery, spending more time in prison than out in the world. If their boss is unreliable and involved with drugs, these few will readily become scapegoats. A drug-involved boss without strong connections only knows how to find someone to take the fall for them. Thus, we must avoid drugs at all costs. We have solid connections and should engage in urban construction and distressed asset projects instead. The profits from drugs pale in comparison to these ventures. Projects that rely on strong connections, aside from the construction industry, which can be perilous, usually entail manageable risks. At worst, one might face a 3-year sentence. Or with a bit of luck, just a fine, making it easy to clear one's name. Consider Chai Jingyu, who was once involved in dark dealings but transformed into a real estate mogul over the years, leveraging his skills to acquire land and construct buildings, with his assets skyrocketing, nearly becoming an entrepreneur. As Lin Luo continued his persuasive discourse, Shin Imo suddenly sensed something was amiss with Wenjie. Summoning her courage, she approached and touched Wenjie's forehead. Discovering it was indeed burning with fever, she quickly called for Shun Bo's younger brother. Hurry, go buy some fever-reducing medicine and white wine. And also call the hospital at the mining bureau. Is it not said that women possess a keen attention to detail? It was only then that Lin Luo, as the elder brother, realized his sibling was genuinely unwell. This frail figure is truly delicate. He sighed, ceasing his incessant chatter. The prolonged discussions over the past half-day were merely for the sake of team cohesion, but such matters cannot be resolved overnight. After all, this was a ragtag ensemble, and he remained uncertain of his teammates' execution capabilities, hence his incessant nagging. Clearly, this was not the moment for such discourse. The priority was to take the child to the hospital. There were still numerous tasks to finalize in the gaming room, yet these did not require Lin Luo's concern. Shin Imo had already approached, her face etched with worry. De Luo, I will accompany Wenjie to the hospital. You can take charge here. Having a trustworthy individual could indeed alleviate many burdens. Shin Imo opened her mouth, the words poised on the tip of her tongue, yet she refrained from speaking. Lin Luo waved his hand, interrupting her. You are the most accomplished among our friends and family. It is quite remarkable for someone from our humble locale to achieve what you have. Your future is boundless. Thus you must remain unblemished in character, understand? Just before departing, he unexpectedly added this remark. Unblemished. Shin Imo managed a wry smile. Who would have thought that this neighborly younger brother would leave her with another statement? I keep my promises. Your record will remain immaculate. After this month, focus solely on preparing for school. Do not concern yourself with anything else. As for your brother, Shin Bo may not fit the mold of a conventional good person, but I assure you, he will not become a criminal to burden you. My brother? During the time spent with her sibling, Shin Imo experienced the essence of familial bonds, a force potent enough to compel her to forsake everything, even her principles. As long as her brother could thrive, she would endure anything. Estimating that the hospital vehicle was nearing, Lin Luo took Wenjie's hand and prepared to descend, adding, Your clinical medicine program requires 7 years for both undergraduate and master's degrees, right? Study diligently and do not get distracted. Shinbo doesn't need your worry. Turning around, he addressed Han Meijiao, who had been lurking in the shadows. Sister Han, why do you keep avoiding me? Is a reason even necessary for avoidance? Han Meijiao felt a pang of unease but feigned composure. No, De Luo, you misunderstood. What is there to explain? Let us discuss this on the way. Lin Luo directly interrupted Han Meijiao's explanation. Chapter 148. Mediocrity in many instances, debating the merits or demerits of a situation is futile. For behind every absurd policy lies a simple truth. There are no alternatives left. Lin Luo instructed Han Meijiao to leave, and despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to comply. This feeling reminded her of years past when she had first encountered coercion, that sense of helplessness. Back then, she was merely a young girl, pulled into a small grove by a group of mischievous boys, laughing alongside them. Everyone believed it was a consensual game. Yet she alone vividly recalled how terrified she had been. Even after all these years, whenever faced with anxiety-inducing situations, the suffocating sensation returned to haunt her. To be honest, she would rather Lin Luo drag her behind the building for a scolding than to silently follow along. She was not even afraid of being sold out by Lin Luo. Her true fear lay in being sold while still assisting Lin Luo in counting the money. As they descended the stairs, the two encountered Erhua. Erhua pretended not to notice them, meticulously cleaning the steps. Lin Luo also feigned ignorance, casting a glance without uttering a word. However, upon stepping outside, the child hummed a line. The wind and snow have weighed upon me for 2 or 3 years, collectively amounting to 5. It was truly perplexing. Yet Han Meijiao dared not inquire further. Once outside, there was no need to await the hospital vehicle, for Han Meijiao possessed her own car. Lin Luo took the items from the young man who had hurriedly bought medicine and liquor for Wenjie, uttering a brief thank you before entering Han Meijiao's new Bluebird. The car bore an out-of-province license plate, likely from Fujian. It was uncertain whether it had been driven over by her paramour or was a pawn vehicle. Once inside, Lin Luo first administered medicine to his younger brother, then poured a bit of liquor into his hand, rubbing it together before disregarding his brother's struggles and applying it all over him. This rudimentary method of physical cooling was the most effective means at hand. The strong liquor evaporated quickly, leaving one feeling cool even in summer. Little Wenjie complained, All right, brother, it's too strong. Yet, having begun the process, one must endure the discomfort. Otherwise, it would have been in vain. Lin Luo pried his brother's hands apart and applied more, saying, "Stop squirming. The sooner you recover, the sooner you can go out to play. If Grandma finds out, she'll bring a bowl of water and chopsticks, asking if your great-grandfather is around." The matter of their grandmother resorting to extreme measures with a cleaver whenever a child fell ill was a source of exasperation for their grandfather. Yet there was little he could do. Fortunately, the liquor proved effective, and before long, Wenjie had dozed off against his brother. With the child's noise silenced, Lin Luo turned to Han Meijiao, who was driving, and inquired, "Do you know why I sought you out?" Han Meijiao was undoubtedly aware, or thought she was. "De Luo, that matter is indeed troublesome. It's difficult to reconcile the accounts." The challenge with the movie tickets lay in the fact that not all children refrained from watching films. Among tens of thousands, a few would surely attend, leading to discrepancies in ticketing. She contemplated using this as an excuse to decline Lin Luo's request. Yet, Lin Luo genuinely could not recall the matter at hand. He vocalized in curiosity. This prompted Han Meijiao, feeling guilty, to hastily clarify, "De Luo, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that this situation is quite complex. If all else fails, I can reimburse you, as long as our cinema thrives. We won't be short on funds." She had calculated that the cinema rented from Li Qingjun could easily earn 1 to 2,000 per day from ticket sales alone, accumulating 30 to 50,000 monthly, translating to 4 to 500,000 annually. Thus, parting with 100,000 for Lin Luo was hardly a burden. Regular cinemas struggled with ticket sales, usually screening films like The Flowers at the Foot of the Mountain or The White-Haired Girl. Frankly, those offerings paled in comparison to the entertaining educational tours conducted by prison inmates. In contrast, Han Meijiao showcased popular films from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the West. Should patrons be dissatisfied, she could always feature some domestic films, ensuring high ticket sales. With a capacity of several hundred and tickets priced at 3 yuan, screening 3 or 4 shows in an evening sufficed. This figure merely represented ticket sales. Should she also sell DVDs or related merchandise, the profits would swell even further. Hence, she was prepared to spend generously to resolve the issue. Han Meijiao inexplicably offered to compensate Lin Luo, leaving him in a state of indecision about whether to accept or decline. To refuse would mean foregoing much-needed funds for his renovation. To accept might mean overlooking a prior commitment he had made to her. Unable to recall what he had promised, he could only respond ambiguously, "Sister Han, you focus on your matters, and I shall attend to my work. Let us keep it simple so that we can maintain our relationship, shall we?" The same words can convey different meanings in varying contexts, particularly given the asymmetry in their communication. "That's not it, De Luo. I, Han Meijiao, wish to clarify my stance." She insisted. She truly did not want to engage in that endeavor. However, Lin Luo stubbornly pretended not to understand, hastening his speech, "Stop beating around the bush. I don't grasp this talk of money. I just know you are my sister, and it's not excessive to seek your assistance, is it?" "No, it's not excessive," she replied, though inwardly she questioned the fairness of his request. Disregarding her internal turmoil, Lin Luo continued, "Sister Han, I have 3 or 4 shops that need renovation. I still require someone to take charge of Ma Shuangming and his crew, consolidating them into a capable working team. You two are old acquaintances. How do you propose we handle this?" Han Meijiao paused, fully aware that this was a double-edged sword, yet she was still tempted. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. "De Luo, rest assured, once my brother is out in a few days, I will have them address Ma Shuangming's matters. Within 3 days, I will have the team organized, and we will commence the renovations. I guarantee completion within half a month. Does that sound acceptable?" Well, Lin Luo frowned slightly, but a week seems rather long. "Please expedite the process. It should not take too long. It doesn't need to be extravagant, just clean and functional, as we are engaged in budget-friendly business. Lavish renovations are unnecessary." To him, a half-month's time felt like an eternity. Han Meijiao understood Lin Luo's implication and promptly revised her timeline. "All right, 1 week it is. Now that is more like it. Sister Han, you truly are efficient. Oh, by the way," Lin Luo added, "I know you have connections for importing goods. Could you assist me in acquiring some imported snacks? That wouldn't pose a problem, would it?" While conversing with Han Meijiao, Lin Luo suddenly recalled that her vehicle bore a license plate from Xiamen, Fujian, a notorious area for smuggling imported snacks. The local modus operandi involved large-scale contraband through methods like misdeclaring goods, false transshipment, and bypassing customs, primarily concerning refined oil, automobiles, and substantial quantities of vegetable oils and pharmaceutical ingredients. During smuggling operations involving vehicles, expired imported snacks were often mixed into optimized space. Though unsure whether Han Meijiao's vehicle had any connection to that region, Lin Luo felt it prudent to take a chance, as there was little to lose. Unexpectedly, Han Meijiao readily agreed. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Just refrain from mentioning that movie ticket matter, and we can discuss anything else. After offering Lin Luo assistance with imported snacks, Han Meijiao immediately regretted her decision, realizing it revealed her connections along the southern coastline. No, De Luo. It's just that I tend to travel south for business and know a few people from Fujian. Her instinctive attempt to remedy her statement only served to undermine her confidence further. Individuals hailing from the lower echelons of society exhibit a distinct characteristic. Their management of expressions is often lacking, leading to overt displays of their thoughts through their demeanor. Their behavior oscillates between social exuberance and social anxiety. The former arises from a desire to transcend limitations and challenge oneself, while the latter stems from an inability to command the situation with grace. Even Han Meijiao, who has been somewhat exposed to the world, retains this fundamental trait, remaining oblivious to her subconscious and failing to engage in profound introspection regarding her true feelings. Lin Luo is reluctant to unveil this truth to her. In her business, the only necessity for interaction with external merchants pertains to the procurement of green onions and garlic. It is credible to claim familiarity with a few individuals from Shandong, yet to assert knowledge of those from Fujian is mere nonsense. Fujianese individuals do not engage in trivial profit-making ventures, dismissing any gross profit margin below 85 as unworthy of consideration. After embracing Wenjie to ensure his comfort in slumber, Lin Luo casually remarked, "Indeed, Fujianese are adept in commerce and affluent. They can even construct grand residences for you. Their primary wife would not belittle a concubine." Such words reveal his utter disregard for Han Meijiao's feelings. The term concubine is self-explanatory. What makes Han Meijiao intriguing is her capacity to associate with anyone while steadfastly denying her role as a mistress. Daluo, they are not married. Besides, I am merely playing with him. If he wishes to marry me, I would not acquiesce. The woman seems particularly concerned about whether a man harbors intentions of marrying her, despite her own reluctance to wed him. If he lacks such intentions, it feels as though she is lost. Lin Luo harbors skepticism towards Han Meijiao's assertions. Given his deeper understanding of the characteristics of individuals from her region, he is aware that even the daughters-in-law there do not bear sons nor formalize their unions, making her dalliance with a local merely a fleeting distraction. Of course, one cannot entirely fault the men from Fujian. Such customs are ingrained. Locals avoid dealings with those without heirs, perceiving them as devoid of future prospects. And without a future, one lacks moral boundaries. Despite his low opinion of Han Meijiao, Lin Luo refrains from exposing her petty thoughts. Very well, forming connections with Southerners can be beneficial. You should learn the art of business from them. Observe how they engage in lucrative enterprises, seeking swift profits. His tone resembled that of a mentor guiding a protege, which greatly excited and validated Han Meijiao. Indeed, it is no wonder they possess wealth. We are indeed lacking in this regard. They conduct business on commercial terms, even if love is fervent. When it comes to settling accounts, matters must be handled accordingly. At worst, they might offer gifts as compensation, but business is a separate affair. Han Meijiao declared, patting her vehicle to imply it was a gift, contrasting with the difficulties faced in their own locale. The car, bearing out-of-province plates, is evidently unregistered, leaving one to ponder her sense of pride. Lin Luo opts not to debate the differences in business practices between regions, instead wholeheartedly endorsing Han Meijiao's perspective. It is not so straightforward, Sister Han. Their profit-making transcends mere commercial transactions. Fundamentally, they earn from human nature without the burden of moral considerations. As they approached the newly constructed outpatient building of the Mining Bureau Hospital, Lin Luo pointed and remarked with a smile, "Take a good look. What do the people of Fujian primarily engage in? The legitimate enterprises here consist mainly of hospitals, temples, cemeteries, and the sale of counterfeit goods. These ventures cater to your desire for sophistication, faith, vanity, fear of death, and the need for social status. Essentially, they are expenditures that one must indulge in when financially capable." This observation holds some truth. Selling counterfeit goods in that region is regarded as one of the most legitimate industries. As they neared the hospital, the parking lot proved too small and rather congested. While searching for a parking space, Lin Luo casually added, "As for the less reputable industries, that is another matter entirely. Scams are merely the least of their transgressions. When the stakes are high enough, individuals can be quite audacious, although misfortune can befall them with alarming ease." Alas, if his suspicions are correct, and Han Meijiao's paramour hails from that area, this group of individuals is bound to face significant setbacks. As for Han Meijiao, her fate is beyond my concern, but I hope not to be entangled in her troubles. Unfortunately, Han Meijiao harbors excessive confidence in her own beauty. Don't worry, Lin Luo. Compared to his uncles and older relatives, Xiao Lai is far too timid. Baking cookies, brewing coffee, and making candy is about the extent of his capabilities. Nothing major will come of it. Upon learning that Han Meijiao's lover bore the surname Lai, Lin Luo found himself even more perplexed. This had little to do with the nature of his business, but rather stemmed from the misguided notions of the Lai family. They believed they were engaging in a lucrative enterprise, ensnaring the locals with their profits. Yet the truth is that various unspoken desires drive their actions. This provides them with the capital to thrive, yet they must avoid certain pitfalls. Han Meijiao was genuinely taken aback. Merely mentioning the surname Lai prompted Lin Luo to recognize her lover's familial background. Could it be that such insider information truly exists? Even if it did, would her grandfather's status warrant access to it? The information was alarmingly well informed. This exemplifies the advantage of rebirth. The most significant disparity between ordinary individuals and those of wealth and power lies in the realm of information. The affluent have already ensnared their fortunes, while the common folk only learn about their lucrative ventures through news. They might even find that the wealthy have already served their time and returned, prompting the curious to delve into past events. As Lin Luo observed Han Meijiao's astonished expression, he nearly forgot about the parking situation and cheerfully waved his hand. Sister Han, we also have state-owned enterprises locally. As you should know, when conflicts arise between local interests and enterprises, the latter rarely concedes, especially powerful entities like the Three Barrels of Oil. Lin Luo, what do you mean? Han Meijiao was indeed aware that the mining bureau held considerable sway over the county. It is noteworthy that the profit margins in the coal industry pale in comparison to those of oil. However, Lin Luo was unwilling to engage her on this topic. All right, we are merely engaging in idle chatter. It bears no significance. These are matters beyond our involvement. Nonetheless, if your lover is merely subsisting on the fringes of the Yuanhua group, you would do better to advise him to head to Guangxi. This is Lin Luo's sincere suggestion. Chapter 150. Border residents. It is perplexing what has transpired in the county over the past 2 years. The parking lot has become increasingly diminutive while the number of three-wheeled vehicles has surged, each more unreasonable than the last. They jostle for space everywhere, and the sight of those riding them conveys a sense of desperation. The parking area is occupied not by ambulances, but by three-wheeled taxis awaiting passengers, leaving little room for anything else. Han Meijiao parked her vehicle to the side and cast a puzzled glance at Lin Luo, inquiring, Guangxi? What else is there apart from pyramid schemes and real estate speculation? After posing her question, a sense of curiosity stirred within her. Why did this child always speak in half-truths? It dawned on her that Lin Luo seemed poised to discuss something of substance. After witnessing Han Meijiao engage with a smuggler from Fujian, she remained oblivious to the current state of Guangxi, and Lin Luo surmised that perhaps such ventures had yet to take root there. Upon reflection, it made sense. The massive real estate scam in Beihai had drawn national attention, and few would consider that the nearby border areas could offer discreet and legitimate opportunities for profit. Regrettably, he felt powerless to reach such places himself, so he might as well encourage Han Meijiao to pursue them. With this thought, Lin Luo articulated, everyone knows that profitable businesses are often not genuinely lucrative. Despite the bustling activity surrounding real estate speculation, it is merely a game of passing the buck, destined to collapse sooner or later. Hanjia, do you know about border residents? Border residents? What are they? Han Meijiao was unfamiliar with the term. Lin Luo placed his hand gently on the sleeping Wenjie's head, caressing it as he continued to elucidate for Han Meijiao. Yes, they are the populace residing in border regions. What significance does that hold? Han Meijiao was perplexed. Aren't there plenty of them in Dandong? Noticing her genuine confusion, Lin Luo became even more convinced that this was an untapped industry. Hence, he elaborated further. Indeed. Have you not noticed the exorbitant prices in Dandong? Moreover, cities like Shuifen and Heilongjiang have become wealthier than Daqing in recent years. Have you ever wondered why? Han Meijiao had never contemplated this aspect. Is it solely due to border residents? Lin Luo nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Do not underestimate this. Border residents hold a unique status and identity, bearing historical, geographical, political, and economic pressures. Thus, they enjoy certain privileges, such as the right to carry a specific quantity of goods across borders. This, Han Meijiao was even more bewildered. What use is that? It appeared this woman had not delved deeply into this line of work. How could one engage in a profession without a passion for it? How could one dare to plunge into the unknown? Indeed, It seemed that the previous generation had merely reaped the benefits of rapid economic growth. Hanjia, the profits your acquaintance is making come from tax exemptions and contraband, don't they? Before formally entering the WTO, domestic procurement of international goods relied entirely on Hong Kong as the sole gateway. Most goods, including even food supplies, were subject to embargoes. Wang Shi was able to amass his initial fortune through the grain trade, which, to put it bluntly, was a form of smuggling, circumventing the customs procedures that required passing through Hong Kong. This is also why the Guangzhou region became prosperous so early. Lin Luo desired to savor the benefits offered by Han Meijiao's paramour, naturally wishing to indulge long-term. Should the Lai family fall from grace, implicating her companion, Lin Luo would be compelled to seek alternative suppliers, a predicament he wished to avoid. Thus, he kindly suggested, "Sister, since your lover is engaged solely in the food sector, which is not particularly expansive, why burden yourself with unnecessary complications? There are indeed cautious yet profitable ventures, while others engage in high-risk enterprises. Your partner can operate a modest business for 3 to 5 years. However, with a little perseverance, this period could transform into a mere fine imposing venture, all while preserving profit margins, which would be splendid." To demonstrate his formidable information network, Lin Luo cryptically remarked, "Being under the aegis of Yuanhua does not necessarily guarantee safety. It could also lead to chaos should the tree fall. If your friend has some capital, it might be prudent to utilize Hong Kong as a transshipment point, consolidating various imported snacks. Then, in Guangxi, one could procure border resident permits for a mere 5 yuan. Engaging in large-scale operations through Fangchenggang is a pursuit only for those who cannot afford to thrive. The true Guangxi still relies on a more modest, incremental approach to logistics, as this is a welfare benefit provided by the state." Noticing that Han Meijiao remained silent, Lin Luo assumed she did not grasp his point. Hence, he elaborated this way: "You could leverage Vietnam as a springboard, utilizing the policy that allows each border resident to carry a certain quota of goods into Guangxi. Ultimately, you could designate Guangdong as the distribution center, dispatching smuggled items across the nation, thereby circumventing numerous complications. It is worth noting that border residents possess both strategic value and international representation. Trivial matters rarely attract scrutiny from domestic or foreign entities. Moreover, this serves as a means of resource acquisition from the international community. Prior to 2002, the authorities were largely permissive regarding such activities. Even afterwards, they merely tightened regulations temporarily to align with WTO standards, after which oversight diminished." Han Meijiao understood his words, but remained apprehensive. Can this truly work? How can one obtain a border resident permit for merely 5 yuan? Isn't that akin to theft? At my current standing, I wouldn't even bother to pick up 5 yuan. Lin Luo had not anticipated that her concern lay in the fear that border residents might disdain the low price and withhold permits. Given their educational level, many border residents cannot even recognize their own permits. We owe a debt of gratitude to international humanitarian principles. These residents are primarily from ethnic minorities in closed environments, where their cultural preservation is prioritized, discouraging excessive interference in their lives. Consequently, individuals in this region lack legal awareness and are oblivious to their special entitlements. The ant-like approach to logistics exploits their lack of education. Thus, it is imperative to act swiftly, for in a few years, after experiencing numerous scams, they will come to understand and begin to engage in such activities themselves. Reflecting on Lin Luo's words, Han Meijiao thought of the illiterate villagers and nodded slightly. Although she did not possess a thorough understanding of these matters, she felt compelled to relay this information to her paramour, as she trusted that Lin Luo's words were not unfounded. Finally, a parking space became available, and as she secured her vehicle, the woman seemed to have resolved herself to a particular course of action. "All right, De Luo, I mentioned to Xiao Lai that if this venture proves successful, you shall have your share of the profits." Concerned, Han Meijiao still sought to involve Lin Luo in the matter. However, Lin Luo entrusted her with the task precisely to avoid entanglement, promptly declining. "There's no need for that. Simply supply me with goods. Expired imported snacks would be ideal, affordable and reputable products that are sure to sell well. You provide the goods, and I will handle the distribution. I might even introduce you to some online contacts." Jiang Kaijiang was also engaged in this business, albeit focusing on the Japan-Korea region. The two enterprises have distinct specializations, which might open avenues for collaboration. Chapter 151. Hospital. Initially, Han Meijiao intended to drop Lin Luo and his companion off at the hospital and leave. But now it seemed she could not depart and would have to assist instead. "De Luo, wait for good news from your sister. I've contemplated this, and it may indeed be feasible." "What a ridiculous notion. as she merely seized the opportunity while the vehicle was halted to make a brief call to her paramour. This brief exchange bolstered her confidence. Lin Luo was also pleased to have someone to help care for his child, while he contemplated inquiring more about Han Meijiao's lover and his true worth. It is well known that the economic boom in Southeast Asia is attributable to the ingenuity of the people from Fujian. To put it succinctly, for a period, the proprietors behind the systems used in internet cafes across the nation were predominantly from Fujian. They initially offered free installation of cash register systems in internet cafes, subsequently creating private servers for games like Legend and Dream, embedding Trojans and advertisements to promote the distinctive industries of Macau. Ultimately, due to their involvement with Macau's unique industries, a substantial situation began to emerge. Those who could not repay their debts were left with no recourse but to resort to drinking Chinese liquor and deceiving friends and relatives. In fact, the largest revenue stream for a certain prince was not through telephone services, but by providing systems for various industrial parks. At present, these events have yet to unfold. However, in a few years, as the internet becomes more developed, the timing for entering the private server gaming industry will be critical. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity early on. Observing Han Meijiao carrying Wenjia as she made her way to the outpatient building, simultaneously calling acquaintances at the hospital, Lin Luo did not intervene. The woman had orchestrated everything with clear objectives, leading Lin Luo and his companion toward the inpatient building. As they walked, she lamented, "These doctors today possess no medical ethics. Everything requires payment. They claim the child is ill, yet instead of inquiring about the symptoms, they first ask whose child it is. As if they are above us. Are they implying that those without money cannot receive treatment? Furthermore, am I, Han Meijiao, someone who lacks funds?" This phone call appeared to be quite unpleasant. From her words, it was evident she had spoken to a female doctor, as a male physician would likely not have treated Han Meijiao with such disdain. Upon reaching the outpatient building, the smooth marble steps nearly caused Han Meijiao, clad in 8-centimeter heels, to stumble. This incident only worsened her mood. Damn it, they can't even manage to pay salaries, yet they construct such lavish buildings. The director ought to be reprimanded. In truth, Lin Luo did not need Han Meijiao's assistance to navigate the hospital. He was far more familiar with it than she was. As a child, he had often been frail and sickly, having long regarded hospitals as his second home. At that time, although his mother was in the south, she still had her name registered at the hospital. Moreover, her somewhat erratic mother sold her position to a friend, who in return took good care of him. Listening to Han Meijiao lament about the unethical behavior of doctors, Lin Luo was reminded of several doctors from his childhood who had shown him great kindness. Feeling somewhat indignant on behalf of these frontline workers, "Sister Han, sometimes one cannot blame the doctors for their shortcomings. As you are utterly unaware of the extent of the corruption among the hospital's leadership, what's the matter? Just because the hospital director is greedy for money, does that mean the doctors should exploit the patients?" As she spoke, she patted Wenjia. "Look at your brother. He doesn't even support you." Although she was merely standing up for the children, it seemed her compassion could not warm Lin Luo's heart. A young man is far more demanding than an older one. Reflecting on the fragments of his childhood, Lin Luo shook his head. In the past, the doctors at the hospital, adhering to the traditional notion of dedicating their lives to the institution, held a profound sense of attachment to their workplace. Their long tenure at a single location enabled them to cultivate intricate networks of relationships, fostering a sense of obligation. As they had devoted their lives to this place and had to maintain their dignity, glancing around, he found not a single familiar face from his childhood, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Now, in the era of so-called medical reform, the reality is that there is a fear of doctors forming cliques. Consequently, doctors are compelled to look out for their own interests. Frequent transfers hinder their chances of growing within the same institution, stripping away complex networks of relationships and leaving only a straightforward job. A few individuals supported by the handrails crafted from yellow would ascended the steps while conversing. Take, for instance, the hospital affiliated with the mining bureau, which cannot even afford to pay salaries, thus lacking substantial political capital. Once Director Zheng steps outside the hospital, his words lose their weight. Therefore, regardless of how well the hospital develops, it is not truly theirs. Why should they exert themselves to seek advancement? Moreover, the path of enlarging the pie only to share the spoils can easily lead one into precarious situations. It is far better to spend only what one has. The more one spends, the more projects materialize. It is no wonder that Han Meijiao complains, for the hospital's decor is indeed excessive, particularly the fountain at the entrance, rumored to have cost several million. Even Lin Luo shook his head in disbelief. "So, Sister Han, do you know what the consequences are of preventing doctors from misusing medications?" The medical insurance system, which commenced in 1993, officially initiated the integration of social pooling with individual accounts. This meant the consolidation of medical services with a capitation payment system, leading to the implementation of performance assessments for doctors. Han Meijiao, oblivious to this, merely took it as idle chatter. I have no idea. Lin Luo did not expect her to understand. The outcome is that the middle management of hospitals willingly allows departments to incur losses while submitting profits, refraining from establishing incentive mechanisms within their departments. Selling off departmental resources in exchange for personal support from the hospital is deemed the rightful path. Many borderline behaviors completely evade the scrutiny of the Discipline Inspection Commission, being merely self-examinations within the hospital. As long as the hospital leadership supports you, you are not considered in violation, and even investigations cannot proceed. Therefore, one can do as one pleases. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the first floor of the outpatient building. It is perplexing to consider the rationale of the Mining Bureau Hospital, which has placed both the emergency department and the radiology section on the first floor of the outpatient area, creating a scene of chaos on one side, while the other resembles a ghost town, where even the slightest noise sends shivers down one's spine. Upon entering the lobby, one instinctively avoids the emergency wing, as it is filled with individuals who either appear to have engaged in drunken brawls or are suffering from sudden ailments, all of which exude an aura of misfortune. Particularly striking is the sight of a drunken motorcyclist, helmet-clad, cradling his eyeball in his hands, more terrifying than any horror film. As Lin Luo navigated past the radiology section, she cast a glance towards the emergency area and, with a smile, remarked, "Look at our humble establishment." The ultrasound and imaging departments are segregated into two separate entities. The ultrasound side is so busy that they are on the verge of developing tenosynovitis, while our radiology section, we have a total of 3.5 staff members, 2 of whom, aside from having graduated from a medical school, are family members of miners who perished in the line of duty. Before joining the department, their only experience with healthcare was having caught a cold. Given such circumstances, what is the necessity of this department's existence? Had Lin Luo not posed this query, Han Meijiao might not have pondered it further. In small-town hospitals, the ultrasound department indeed operates at full capacity, handling all aspects of examinations. Expectant mothers from the countryside inevitably come for scans, and there are always means to ascertain the gender of their unborn children. The doctors there are constantly busy applying gel to patients' abdomens. With the frequency of their repetitions, it is no wonder they might develop occupational ailments. However, the scarcity of staff in the radiology department is one thing, but the lack of patients is another, at most. They conduct a few orthopedic x-rays, predominantly during the winter months when slippery roads lead to fractures. In the past, there were more abdominal x-rays and similar examinations, but those have diminished significantly, with the department only experiencing a surge in activity during health checkups. Yet, with such a workload, the division of functionally similar departments into two is utterly unnecessary. After all, we are not a major hospital in the provincial capital that requires such meticulous delineation of responsibilities. After considerable reflection, Han Meijiao concluded that this division must be an attempt to emulate the larger provincial hospitals. Chapter 152. The Drunken Fool. After much contemplation, Han Meijiao arrived at this conclusion, much to Lin Luo's amusement. It is indeed true that the greater the number of departments, the more directors there are, and with an increase in directors comes a greater ambition for leadership, thus amplifying the power of those at the helm. Furthermore, each department incurs its own expenses, at the very least requiring the establishment of several offices and desks, does it not? How much could that possibly cost? Han Meijiao dismissed Lin Luo's assertions with skepticism. This line of thought inevitably leads one to ponder the extent of human audacity and the bounty of the earth. Lin Luo smirked disdainfully. The few second-hand machines in the radiology department were procured abroad by Zheng Ligua for a staggering 24 million yuan. Can you believe that? This is a not-so-secret secret. The county's Discipline Inspection Commission and the Procuratorate have sought to intervene in this purchase multiple times, only to find themselves thwarted as the Mining Bureau Hospital remains part of the Bureau's system, making intervention impossible. But Han Meijiao was unaware of this. What? 24 million? Her brother had been involved in a scuffle and had been to the radiology department for an injury examination. Was that antiquated machinery truly worth such a price? Certainly. Han Meijiao had discerned the machine's obsolescence when her brother had undergone a leg x-ray, prompting her to have a chest x-ray as well, curious about the condition of her lungs. The radiologist insisted she remove her bra and forbade her from wearing a coat. Such an implication led Han Meijiao to engage in a heated dispute with the doctor. In the operating room, she inadvertently caught sight of an old, moldy wooden board, along with the inspection certificate from 1979. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not discern the antiquity of the machinery within the dim examination room. Realizing that this equipment had been manufactured at least in 1975, Han Meijiao was astounded. After over 2 decades, how could they dare to sell it for more than 20 million? This seemed excessive. She couldn't help but cast a glance towards the radiology department, which was still sparsely populated, with the aging head of the department surrounded by a group of idle staff, all smoking, while a few interns attended to the scant patients at the window. Lin Luo also glanced over, his expression filled with irony. Well, don't concern yourself too much. Just remember this: the medical resources in the county are insufficient. The hospital is akin to a reservoir managing saline land. It cannot allow too many clouds in the sky, as that would affect its water sales. Once I am financially secure, I will also open a hospital, luring rural residents in for free hospitalization, exploiting insurance to the fullest. Most township hospitals operated in this manner, even devolving into hiring individuals for 700 a day to stay hospitalized. Observing Lin Luo's unwavering confidence and recalling the hospital's dealings amounting to millions and tens of millions, Han Meijiao felt her legs weaken. Despite her years of diligent labor, engaging in dubious dealings and trifling relationships, her accumulated business barely reached 1 or 2 million, which was already commendable. Yet, compared to the hospital, it seemed like a jest. She couldn't even afford a stone at the entrance. Wasn't this utterly outrageous? That decrepit machinery wouldn't fetch a dime at a scrapyard. Yet they dared to spend such an exorbitant sum? What did her hard-earned money amount to? Consider it your diligence, Lin Luo quipped, shifting his gaze towards the emergency department, leaving Han Meijiao somewhat speechless. Everyone knew that being in a position of power was advantageous, but not in such a manner. At that moment, she regretted not studying diligently. Had she applied herself, perhaps she could have attended university and entered a position of authority. Alternatively, if she had pursued medical school and become a doctor, wouldn't that be a more respectable and lucrative path than her current endeavors? As she pondered this, the figure of Shun Imo suddenly flashed through her mind. Ah, no wonder the Zhao family takes such good care of this child. He is a genuine graduate from a reputable medical university, having completed both his undergraduate and master's degrees in a continuous program. Should he wish to return, it would surely be easy for him to secure a position in the hospital, perhaps even ascend to deputy director within a few years. By that time, wouldn't both Shun Imo and the Zhao family benefit? Their foresight as a family of officials was indeed remarkable. It seemed that aiding Shun Imo was an investment with promising returns, and old Zhao had essentially taken on the role of nurturing a future professional. With this thought, Han Meijiao couldn't help but glance at Lin Luo again, realizing he was still focused on the emergency department. Was he planning to arrange for Shinmo to work there in the future? That department, as rumored, offered little profit compared to clinical and ophthalmology fields, with a heavier workload, making it far from an ideal place. Not wishing to delve deeper into her thoughts, she resolved to follow Lin Luo closely. After all, those in power were undoubtedly astute. Han Meijiao was poised to press the button for the elevator leading upstairs. The outpatient and inpatient departments were situated in 2 separate buildings, necessitating a journey from the first to the 3rd floor of the outpatient area before reaching the inpatient section. However, despite having already pressed the button, she noticed that Lin Luo had stalled. What's wrong, De Luo? Confused by the unfolding situation, Han Meijiao followed Lin Luo's gaze towards the emergency room, where she witnessed a young couple in an embrace, crying. Opposite them, a drunken man, clutching an 4 bag, shouted at the couple, "Stop pretending. Let me tell you, my sister is the director of this hospital, and I can strike you without consequence. Keep it up, and I'll hit you harder." His brazen demeanor, unmistakably influenced by alcohol, demonstrated a blatant disregard for authority. While his boastfulness bore the hallmark of inebriation, it was evident he possessed some form of influence. Han Meijiao had encountered many who bragged after a few drinks, but never one who dared to challenge a superior in such a manner. Clearly, alcohol merely served as an amplifier. Yet, no matter how much it magnified, it could not transform 0 into 1. De Luo, let it go, she urged, as she did not know these individuals. However, noticing Lin Luo's distress, she hastily advised, "There are plenty of drunken troublemakers around here. They'll calm down once sober." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Luo had already grabbed a half-broken 4 stand beside the elevator and advanced towards the scene. Hey, what are you doing?" Han Meijiao exclaimed. Balancing a small stand was cumbersome enough without managing the larger one, and in that moment, she fully comprehended the challenges of motherhood. "Wait for me." Concerned for Lin Luo's safety, she hurried after her. At the entrance of the emergency room, The drunken man was gripping the chin of the girl and the couple, menacingly instructing, "Stop crying. Hold it back. If you keep it up, I'll drag you into the fields." Terrified, the girl buried her face into her bloodied partner's shoulder, fighting back tears, but unable to suppress soft whimpers that tugged at the heartstrings. Infuriated, the drunken man raised his hand to strike. "I told you to stop crying. Didn't you hear?" Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept past him, followed by a sharp pain in his shoulder as he fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it, he began to curse, only to have a sneakered foot planted firmly against his face. A hoarse voice then commanded, "Hold it back." Initially, the drunken man considered resisting, but upon seeing who had confronted him, he immediately recoiled, curling into a defensive posture on the ground, pleading, "Lin Luo, I'm your uncle. Can you go easy on me?" Such pleas for mercy evoked no compassion. "Allergen, have you forgotten your lessons?" Lin Luo delivered a powerful kick aimed at the man's head. Chapter 153. Allergen. The resemblance between a nephew and an uncle was indeed undeniable. Lin Luo, much like her uncle, exhibited a fierce disposition. Otherwise, it would have been unthinkable for him, in his youth, to gather a group of undocumented individuals and venture to Hong Kong seeking loans, deceiving them into believing that only with consumption records from banks and insurance companies could they receive funds, ultimately abandoning them in shopping stores. Those were individuals who could scarcely afford a train fare. At this moment, the youthful vigor surged within him, as he kicked the man on the ground with the same disdain one would show towards a mere object, utterly disregarding him as a human being. It is, in theory, quite implausible for a burly man over 6 feet tall to be trampled upon by a mere adolescent. The disparity in both stature and weight positions them on entirely different tiers. However, the nature of confrontation often unfolds in unexpected ways. One individual may possess the audacity to strike, while the other may easily succumb to fear and refrain from retaliation. Even the two young souls who had previously embraced in tears recognized the truth. The one sprawled on the ground was genuinely terrified of the assailant. No, it would be more accurate to describe this as sheer terror. The aggressor showed no mercy, rendering the victim so paralyzed with fear that he dared not utter a sound, instead opting to shield his head and endure the blows. This plight stirred compassion even in the hearts of the two beleaguered youths. "Enough, young man," they implored. It was evident that these two were of an earnest disposition, perhaps to the point of being somewhat timid. Initially, witnessing the tormentor receive a taste of his own medicine brought them a modicum of satisfaction. Yet gradually their sympathy swelled. He merely drank too much and spoke out of turn. "Please, cease this violence. He did not intend any harm." Remarkably, even the victim garnered sympathy for the perpetrator. Han Meijiao had long since taken Wenjie into her embrace, but dared not intervene. She was acutely aware of her brother's conduct following their incarceration. Lin Luo, buoyed by youth, struck with untempered force, and she felt it prudent to remain uninvolved. At that moment, Wenjie had awakened, standing beside Han Meijiao and observing Lin Luo's assault. Recognizing the victim, he chose not to intervene until his brother could no longer continue. "Uncle, perhaps you should kneel and plead with my brother. He is weary from the exertion." Indeed, the bond of kinship often grants an advantage. A mere gesture of goodwill could sway his favor. However, the audacity of his words elicited laughter from Lin Luo. He halted his assault, pointing at the prostrate figure feigning death on the ground, and remarked with derision, "Allergen, have I not cautioned you? Refrain from boasting in public and avoid disgraceful behavior. Have you no memory?" Allergen, also known as Shan Lingzhu, was the nephew of their grandmother. His mother, of Mongolian descent, had bestowed upon him a name meaning the golden pillar of the old Shan family. His family cherished this name, yet to others, it simply sounded foolish, leading to his being dubbed Allergen. Observing that Lin Luo had ceased his attack, Allergen remained seated on the ground, sulking and sobbing. "Why must you strike me? I shall inform my sister." He was genuinely fearful of his nephew, harboring an innate apprehension. This nephew regarded him with disdain, failing to acknowledge him as an equal. In truth, this perception stemmed from Allergen's own insecurities. Lin Luo, once a docile child, could be far more intimidating when pushed to his limits. Recalling his childhood, when Allergen was merely 3 or 4 years old, their uncle had gifted him a battery-operated toy train. A substantial expenditure, given that his uncle's monthly salary at the time was only 82 yuan. Allergen adored this train, often cradling it as he slept. Lin Luo, at that tender age of 8 or 9, was also enchanted by the toy. Yet, due to his family's modest means, he could not afford such luxuries. Seizing the opportunity while Allergen napped, he stealthily took the train to play with it, driven by curiosity about its mechanism. However, in his eagerness, he dismantled it, and found himself unable to reassemble it thereafter. At that moment, he merely felt he had caused some trouble, not thinking much of it. As his sister indulged him, his mother pampered him, and even his aunt treated him kindly. He did not foresee any repercussions. When his cousin woke up, he carelessly tossed aside the disassembled toy train and muttered, "Not sturdy at all." He expected the child to burst into tears, prompting everyone to comfort him. After which he would apologize, and the adults would merely scold him lightly, and that would be the end of it. To his surprise, his cousin gazed at the broken train and then at him, remaining silent, not just at that moment, but throughout the entire afternoon, leaving the adults bewildered about what had transpired. He thought that the child, feeling wronged in the absence of his biological parents, would have to endure it alone, as no one would advocate for him, and he dismissed the incident entirely. It wasn't until evening, when he and his parents were staying at his aunt's house, that he fell into a deep sleep and suddenly felt a loud thud in his head, followed by a haze of consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in a hospital bed. The child had inadvertently inflicted a concussion upon him, leaving him nauseous for a month. The doctors remarked that had the child been stronger, the outcome could have been far worse. It was during this hospital stay that both families finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His own parents incessantly berated the cousin, while his aunt's family hurriedly offered apologies. Yet, the child stood there with crossed arms, still silent, fixated on him, relying on the crowd. His mother grew increasingly irate, contemplating a physical reprimand for the child. However, the cousin seized a glass syringe from the hospital, complete with the needle, and jabbed it into his mother. At that moment, his family realized that this child did not regard them as elders. Consequently, the atmosphere became tense. The discord between the two families escalated to a cacophony, leading to a bitter parting. However, this was not the end. Throughout the month of December, his family faced a series of unfortunate events. All the windows were shattered in the winter chill, their woodpile was set ablaze, and even the drains were clogged. It was obvious who was behind these mischiefs, yet no one could intervene, as all attempts at persuasion were in vain. This child was just short of poisoning their well. Ultimately, his sister borrowed money to purchase a similar toy train to return, which finally brought closure to the matter. From that point forward, the once fearless Dan Lingzhu developed an aversion to his cousin. Despite being spoiled by everyone at home, he felt genuine dread towards this cousin, who seemed intent on making his life miserable, even having taken action to do so. He, who had been coddled by his parents and sister, displayed defiance to everyone, even to peers like Zhao Yanjun, yet felt a sense of trepidation and grievance when confronted with his cousin. The grievance stemmed from feeling like a revered ancestor at home while being treated as less than human by this cousin. Thus, he found himself both fearful and eager to please the child. He was unsure why he felt compelled to appease his cousin. Perhaps he hoped that one day he would be treated as a person in return. In any case, even though the child had not yet reached his shoulder in height, when the cousin struck him, he not only refrained from retaliating, but also lacked the courage to stand up, instead sitting on the ground and muttering, "Just wait. Wait until my sister comes." This was the most defiant statement he could muster towards his cousin. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding slap landed on his face. "Your sister's here, but that won't stop me from hitting you." Amidst the crowd, a short-haired beauty clad in Giordano jeans and sharp-toed leather shoes, draped in a pristine white lab coat, discreetly retreated, fervently shaking her head at her younger brother, silently imploring, "Do not see me, do not see me." As she observed her sister's absence in coming to her rescue, the distressed Dan Lingzhu, cradling his face, muttered, "I will inform Dad." This provoked yet another resounding slap. "Even your father will be dealt with." The elderly man, who had intended to step forward, hesitated in his advance, recalling a frigid winter long past. Chapter 154. "And have I ever mentioned to you to behave yourself in public?" Lin Luo questioned Dan Lingzhu, pointing accusingly at his nose. Naturally, he had not. Lin Luo, ensnared by habitual thinking, forgot that he had not shared a bond with this maternal uncle's family for nearly 2 decades. However, Dan Lingzhu dared not retort, stubbornly asserting, "I have." With that admission, he could not hold others accountable. "Then why were you behaving that way just now?" Lin Luo gestured toward the young couple, demanding an explanation for why he had bullied them. In truth, Lin Luo himself was not innocent of such behavior, yet he understood that, given his status, he must never intimidate ordinary individuals. This was not a matter of ethics, but rather one of influence. Regardless of whether one's actions were right or wrong, should one assert dominance over common folk, public opinion would invariably deem one at fault. For one has family's power and privilege, just as the likes of young Master Wang and his associates, who, when confronted by commoners at a barbecue stall, chose to avoid conflict, understanding that any escalation would ultimately reflect poorly on them. Thus, Lin Luo only contended with those of predatory nature. Should a confrontation arise with rogues like Wang Weitao or Bai Li Bin, no sympathy would be afforded to the ruffians, for they deserve their reckoning. In this instance, had Dan Lingzhu provoked a notorious figure or a brazen thug, Lin Luo would undoubtedly have chosen to remain uninvolved. Yet, since he was bullying a pair of innocent souls who were already wronged and pleading for help, Lin Luo could not stand idly by. Should something untoward occur, the gossipers would only turn their tongues against his maternal grandfather, never casting blame upon Dan Lingzhu. In truth, Lin Luo felt quite helpless. With such unsavory relatives at his side, he was compelled to keep a vigilant eye on them. It was inevitable. He operated under the banner of their family, and outsiders would genuinely believe him to be connected. In response to Lin Luo's admonition, Dan Lingzhu appeared thoroughly aggrieved. What did I do? I did nothing at all. How audacious to still argue. Caught in the act, he denied his guilt. Dan Lingzhu had grown quite brazen. I truly did nothing. I was just dining with my sister and father at the snack bar. He pointed towards the young couple seated at the opposite table. Even a simple meal can lead to trouble. You seem ill-equipped for life, Lin Luo remarked, casting a glance at the nearby Sen Lingfang. This comment, although seemingly directed at his maternal uncle, was, in fact, a veiled inquiry into how this sister was managing her responsibilities. Lin Luo had noticed Sen Lingfang long before, refraining from summoning her out of consideration for her dignity. Realizing Lin Luo had spotted her, Sen Lingfang knew evasion was futile. She hastily clutched a stack of test results and reimbursement receipts, feigning casualness as if she had just arrived. All right, all expenses have been settled. Let us conduct a thorough examination. There should be no major issues. We will compensate as necessary. Her demeanor suggested an air of ignorance about the unfolding situation. With her arrival, the surrounding patients eagerly made way for the woman clad in a white coat, cautiously gathering at the periphery to witness the spectacle. A young nurse stepped forward to greet her, calling out, "Director Shan." Each utterance of director caused Shan Lingfang to feel somewhat elated, prompting her to turn to Lin Luo. Feigning surprise, "Oh, Luo, what brings you here?" Lin Luo regarded the proud woman before him, initially inclined to spare her dignity by not acknowledging her, but ultimately conceding for the sake of his grandmother. After all, among his grandmother's acquaintances, she was the only one of any significance. However, while he feigned ignorance, Shan Lingfang took advantage of his pretense to engage in a charade of her own. "Oh, isn't this Director Shan? Why the sudden title change?" Lin Luo remarked with a half-smile. In truth, referring to her as director was already a form of flattery. There existed an unwritten rule in the small county hospital. When patients encountered nurses, they were to call for doctors. Upon seeing doctors, they would address them as directors. And when meeting directors, one was expected to call them professors. Shan Lingfang held a position with the Health Commission, which had subsequently assigned her to the Workers' Hospital of the Mining Bureau. This arrangement was merely a tactic to ensure oversight when the Mining Bureau eventually faced bankruptcy and the hospital was returned to local governance. After all, what warranted her placement in such a lucrative logistics procurement role? Yet, within the hospital, she remained an outsider. The original department staff would not even show her the account books, rendering her virtually powerless. This reality was well understood by those from the Health Commission. Of course, the hospital was not entirely dismissive. While they could not share power with her, they ensured her treatment was commensurate. Thus, everyone addressed her as director, allowing her to maintain a semblance of dignity. Previously, Shan Lingfang had been unemployed, aspiring to take Lin Luo's mother's position in the pharmacy, but that did not materialize. Working in the hospital seemed advantageous for finding a partner. At that time, she had been involved with a young man from the electric grid, but when that fell through, so did the relationship, leaving her somewhat despondent. Who could have anticipated that years later, her aunt would arrange for her to step into a director's role, elevating her self-esteem along with it? Now, she felt unsatisfied unless she could secure a relationship with someone of high status. Seeing Lin Luo's amusement at her expense caused her cheeks to flush. Luo, I am your aunt," she exclaimed in a tone that was almost playful. In truth, she was Lin Luo's small aunt, but such distant familial relations were often easily confused. Upon hearing this, Han Meijiao's gaze flitted back and forth between Lin Luo and Shan Lingfang, her eyes brimming with curiosity. It was no wonder Han Meijiao was perplexed. The most popular television drama this year was the Louis Koo version of The Return of the Condor Heroes, and Shan Lingfang's reference to aunts sounded rather ambiguous, prompting her to scrutinize the woman before her more closely. People tend to project their own experiences onto others. Han Meijiao believed that all women were somewhat akin to her. It was merely that some lived transparently while others concealed their truths. Having volunteered at a domestic violence center, She had encountered numerous unfaithful women. These women had husbands who were wealthy, handsome, or exceptionally caring, yet none of these attributes prevented them from straying. Through her experiences, she concluded a singular pattern. The only type of man whose wife would endure severe mistreatment without leaving was one who excelled in bed. It is evident that morality serves merely as a shackle that suppresses the innate nature of women. In truth, few women are not preoccupied with such matters. Take, for instance, the present figure of single Ling Fong. Her straight-cut jeans rolled at the edges, deliberately exposing a glimpse of flesh-colored stockings, a loose white coat draped carelessly over her shoulders. Its collar unbuttoned, revealing a deep V-neck top that is quite dazzling, with a gold necklace cascading down her chest, undeniably captivating. Even without the necklace, her figure is enough to draw attention, and the addition of the necklace compels the gaze to linger a moment longer. In Han Meijiao's eyes, this woman is evidently not of reputable character. She is openly provocative, while the other remains subtly alluring. Could it be that Lin Luo has a preference for this type? I must learn from it as well, Han Meijiao mused, her mind racing with calculations. Little did she know, before she could fully comprehend, the child Wenjie suddenly interjected, "Annie, if you make my brother angry, you won't have an aunt anymore." Han Meijiao glanced at Lin Luo, then at Wenjie, and finally grasped the truth. They were indeed relatives. Chapter 155. Pediatrics Life has four great concerns: birth, aging, sickness, and death. Each demands substantial expenditure. Only those who have spent time in a hospital truly understand the profound sorrows of human suffering. Oftentimes, when a doctor prescribes medication costing merely 20 yuan, they feel compelled to inquire, "Is your family able to manage this?" Such inquiries may seem excessive, but they stem from witnessing the plight of those who cannot spare even a few coins. The vast inpatient area spans 6 floors, with corridors filled with army cots, leaving no space to stand. Some family members stand nervously beside the doctor, their aspirations dampened by their financial constraints, hesitant even to ask if they might rent an army cot for a couple yuan less. Others, wealthier yet still polite, engage in humble conversation with the doctor, discreetly sliding a modest red envelope into the doctor's coat pocket, seeking to transition from a 4-person room to a 2-person one. Meanwhile, some families occupy an entire ward for a mere child's cold, situated near the internal staircase for easy access and adjacent to the medical staff's resting area. The ward buzzes with activity, reminiscent of an expert consultation. Senior Medical Officer Gao, accompanied by 2 newly arrived resident doctors, gestures animatedly over a child and ultimately arrives at a conclusion. "Director Sean, it's nothing serious, just a fever. There's no need for injections. A bit of anti-inflammatory medication and some glucose will suffice." He seeks to clarify the relationship between the child and the adult, when personal interests are not at stake. No one is willing to offend this director, who has been placed here by the health committee. Everyone is aware of the impending hospital reforms, yet the future remains uncertain. Indeed, times are rapidly changing. As a doctor hailing from a major city, Director Qi had only heard of resident training programs in affiliated hospitals of medical universities. Who would have thought that, in these past 2 years, even their small, humble hospital would be assigned resident trainees? In such circumstances, who can predict what the future holds? Shan Lingfang is indeed quite lovely, which naturally leads to her receiving preferential treatment. It is evident that the deputy director of pediatrics harbors a particular interest in Director Shan. However, regrettably, this deputy director Qi does not fall within the realm of her romantic preferences. Perhaps in the past, he might have been a suitable candidate, but now he seems somewhat lacking. In the face of her admirers, Shan Lingfang exudes an air of aloofness. "Oh, this is my nephew, my aunt's grandson. Moreover," she adds, "Old Qi, must you always address me so familiarly? Are we truly that close?" At merely 22 or 23 years of age, Shan finds Deputy Director Qi, who is in his 30s, somewhat off-putting, detecting a hint of old man in his demeanor. Her unvarnished remarks leave Deputy Director Qi blushing profusely, particularly in front of the interns he supervises, rendering him quite embarrassed. "Am I really so old that I warrant such disdain?" he muses. After all, how many younger individuals are there in the medical field? The pediatrics and clinical disciplines are not vastly different, both requiring 5 years of undergraduate study. He is still a student at the medical university and must complete 2 years of residency training at a teaching hospital to qualify as a practicing physician. Furthermore, to attain professional recognition, he pursued a master's degree. After more than a decade of effort, he has finally reached his current position as an administrative director. What gives him the right to look down upon me? Wherever I go, I am considered a gem. Numerous prestigious hospitals vie for my attention. Is it merely because of my good looks that he dismisses me? Unable to fathom this attitude, Lin Luo interjects, unable to bear it any longer. Deputy Director Chi hails from the provincial capital, doesn't he? Fortunately, this inquiry provides a much-needed distraction, helping Chi regain some composure. How do you know? He responds. Noticing that all the adults in the room are standing while the only child seated with such poise speaks up for him. Lin Luo casually peels an orange on the table, her smile becoming even more amiable. That's just the warmth of the provincial capital. We speak so familiarly. Wenjia's bedside is adorned with an array of fruits. In the short span of time, under the pretext of being Lin Luo's mother's former colleague, a good friend, and an old acquaintance of her grandfather, several visitors have already come to pay their respects. It seems that everyone is aware of her grandfather's standing. Of course, many are also curious about how a graduate from a vocational school ended up as a director in a hospital, primarily eager to discover the financial investment involved. As Lin Luo finishes peeling the orange, she notices Wenjia watching eagerly and generously places a segment in her own mouth before casually inquiring of the pediatric director. When I entered, I noticed on the announcement board that you graduated from the medical university. Why didn't you remain in the provincial capital and instead come to our hospital? The expansion of university admissions began in 1999, yet prior to that, there was a sense of diminishing value associated with degrees. However, this deputy director Chi, by age, is a university graduate from the early 80s, specifically from China Medical University, and is said to have obtained a master's degree from Japan. Although the validity of a Japanese master's degree may be questioned, the former Imperial College, now known as Nippon University, ranks above even Tsinghua and Peking universities. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding his degree, it is improbable that he would have fallen to such a small locale. To put it plainly, owing to Deputy Director Chi alone, the pediatric department at the mining hospital has achieved a level of authority that surpasses that of the county's first hospital. This exemplifies the exceptional nature of talent, yet nonetheless, such a distinguished figure cannot be accommodated in this modest setting of Chuan Province. Upon mentioning this, Director Chi's expression turned bitter. Alas, let's not dwell on it. He too felt troubled. It was love that initially drew him to this small locale. He and his former partner were university classmates, one in pediatrics, the other in nursing. She chose to return to her hometown due to familial obligations, and he followed suit. Subsequently, for various reasons, he assisted her in obtaining a master's degree. Their plan was to endure 2 years in Japan, working diligently to support themselves, with hopes of serving their country upon completion. However, she ended up finding a Japanese partner, opting to remain there, and even coaxed him back home. Upon his return, he sought to leverage his connections at the university to secure a position at a provincial hospital. This Sichuan province had become a place of heartache for him. At that time, he vowed never to trust women again. Yet, unexpectedly, a new director named Sean had arrived at the unit, making it difficult for him to leave. However, how could he explain this to a child? Director Chi did not respond, but instead posed a question. And you are? Even Lin Luo could discern that this young man had taken a liking to Director Sean. And thus he pointed out, this is my aunt. Oh, your nephew? Upon hearing this, Director Chi's demeanor brightened considerably, even wishing to approach her for a proper introduction. After all, if he were to develop a relationship with Director Sean, this boy would become his nephew. However, just as he was about to step forward, he noticed Director Shan's frown, which made him hesitate. This moment of indecision left him rooted to the spot. Lin Luo, observing his awkwardness, stifled a chuckle, thinking him lacking in resolve, but quickly offered an escape. Director Chi, I fear we may need to trouble you in the coming days. My grandfather's family currently has only this one grandson, and we cannot afford for him to be discharged until he is well. He believed that talent should be respected. Although he did not engage in matchmaking, he also did not wish to offend anyone. On the hospital bed, Wenjia listlessly watched his brother eat an orange. Pondering, is it true? Does my family really cherish me? If so, why did you bully me every day before? Now, you want to even share an orange. Though he felt aggrieved, he dared only to pout and gaze silently, for his brother was looking at him with disfavor. Chapter 156. Ah, love. Children often feign illness to receive affection. Dr. Chi had already hinted quite subtly that the child was essentially fine, requiring no injections whatsoever. Furthermore, prior to entering the ward, Wenjia had made a plethora of demands to Lin Luo: moonlight dentures, a 4-wheel drive car, a laser pen, a slingshot, bubble glue, a magic board, and more. He was nearly requesting a convenience store from Lin Luo. As an older brother, it became clear to him that the child was merely using excuses to extort from him. Yet having promised his younger brother, he found it difficult to retract, leading to a budding annoyance towards Wenjia. Director Chi, though shy and somewhat bookish, possessed a hint of lechery. Nonetheless, being a cultured individual, He understood goodwill when he saw it and quickly decided to take a step back. Very well. Children will be children. If you wish to observe him for a few days, I happen to be on duty for 3 consecutive day shifts and shall be here daily. He gestured toward the office across from him. If anything arises, call for me there. If this were indeed Director Shan's nephew, she would likely come to check on him regularly, thus providing him with ample opportunities to interact, rather than relying on mere chance encounters in the cafeteria. In an effort to avoid rejection, he departed with the 2 students. Observing their exit, Lin Luo hastily directed old Shan, the father of Shan Lingfang, to see them off. Logically, as Wen Jia was his cousin, it should have been his responsibility to bid farewell, yet he had inquiries for Shan Lingzhu and Shan Lingfang, thus resorting to instructing the idle old Shan to fulfill the task. The old man, somewhat begrudgingly accommodating to the child's arrangement, twisted his hips but ultimately went to escort them, grumbling under his breath about not even being addressed as grandfather. He assumed that the child would not dare to act against him in the presence of others. However, Lin Luo, steeped in decades of muscle memory, was not one to indulge the family's peculiarities. He delivered a swift kick to the old man's rear, reproaching him publicly. You only discipline your son, forgetting to address me? His demeanor suggested he was the head of the household. Even the old man seemed to have mentally prepared himself for the encounter, accepting the blow with a grin as he followed Director Qi, cheerfully suggesting, Little Qi, let me see you off. Do come over for a meal sometime. In the old man's eyes, this young man was a promising candidate for a son-in-law. This scene left Director Qi perplexed, frequently glancing back in confusion at the peculiar familial dynamics on display. Nevertheless, upon receiving the old man's invitation, he felt a surge of delight. Very well, uncle. I shall visit when time permits to savor Auntie's culinary skills. Shan Lingfang, incensed and reluctant, lamented the situation, but alas, the old man and Deputy Director Qi had already ventured far. Initially, Shan Lingfang intended to chase after her father to clarify matters, but as she reached the threshold, a chilling noise emanated from behind her. Speak up, what is happening? Startled, she quickly shut the door, retreating indoors. Inside, Han Meijiao played the role of caregiver, bustling around for Wenjia. Lin Luo's earlier remark had cast a shadow over the atmosphere, prompting her to emerge and mediate. Lin Luo, Wenjia is still here. Please speak gently and do not frighten the child. Despite attempts at reconciliation, the Shan siblings exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to speak. Their silence stemmed not from ignorance of what to say, but from their inability to confront Lin Luo. The family, haunted by past grievances, had grown fearful of this child, each member reluctant to raise their voice in his presence. Even now, they remained baffled by how such a seemingly meek individual could wield such formidable influence externally while being so submissive before his own parents. Behind closed doors, the family had often criticized him, claiming Lin Luo lacked warmth and respect for his elders, destined for a life of mediocrity. They had hoped that by avoiding him, they could evade any repercussions. Little did they know that the first member of the family to secure employment would be thanks to this very child. When the eldest aunt visited the household to introduce the eldest sister to connections at the health bureau, she repeatedly emphasized that the funds for securing the job were provided by Lin Luo, even stating that the arrangement for the sister's placement in the hospital was also his initiative. Now, the family's adversary had transformed into their benefactor. In recent days, due to the sister's employment, the household had experienced a surge of pride. Previously, they had allowed Lin Luo to reprimand them out of fear, but now, even avoiding reprimand felt somewhat embarrassing, as Dan Lingzhu concealed himself behind his sister, fearful that Lin Luo might take a disliking to him and strike a few blows. He discreetly tugged at his sister's coat, signaling her to speak swiftly. In her position, his sister found herself at a loss for words, and in a hushed tone, she began, "De Luo that." However, Lin Luo had no desire to hear her explanations. Dan Lingfang, do not attempt to engage me in pointless discussions. The reason my family arranged for you to enter the hospital is that we have lacked a reliable relative there for years, making it inconvenient to seek help. The oranges at hand are quite delectable. After finishing the fruit and discarding its peel, noticing Dan Lingfang's silence, he continued, Your purpose here is to cultivate relationships within the hospital, not to offend anyone. I do not care whether you admire Director Qi or not. But remember, do not cultivate enmities while neglecting friendships. If you cannot remain here, my family is not without options. In truth, Dan Lingfang had committed no grave error. She merely sought a better partner by leveraging her elevated status. It is human nature to be selfish, to pursue one's own desires. Regrettably, the more proactive a man is, the less he tends to be favored. Had Qi not been so forward, Dan Lingfang might not have been so audacious. Those who are favored often act with impunity. Lin Luo's words were intended to convey to Dan Lingfang that her current ability to choose was a result of her family's needs, and she should temper her ambitions accordingly. Of course, his assertion that his family had alternatives was merely a tactic to intimidate Dan Lingfang. Compared to her lofty aspirations, the Lin family had little to offer. His aunt, unable to conceive, married an old bachelor and adopted a child. Their family lacked education and often took it upon themselves to instruct others, attempting to persuade Lin Luo to abandon his studies for street performances to earn money. His old aunt faced further misfortune upon moving to the city for work. She joined a textile factory while residing at their grandmother's house, hoping for her grandmother to find her a suitable match. When no prospects materialized, she fled. Lin Luo calculated the days, suspecting she had taken up with a delinquent from Guanshan, who would likely be incarcerated soon for stealing a motorcycle. His uncle fared no better, being utterly ineffectual, characterized solely by his earnestness. Being the eldest son, he felt neglected by his parents compared to Lin Luo's father. In summary, the entire family possessed grand aspirations, yet lacked worldly experience. No matter how ambitious Dan Lingfang was, she still had the advantage of being articulate and possessed favorable qualities. Nonetheless, Lin Luo's intimidation proved effective. The nuances of relationships do not require explicit mention. Everyone is acutely aware. In Dan Lingfang's eyes, although she was uncertain of the source of the boy's wealth, the Lin and Zhao families were distinct, not to mention the added layer of the Dan surname. With her aunt present, the two families remained related. Without her aunt, they would be mere strangers. Upon hearing Lin Luo's reluctance to care for her any longer, she hastily offered an explanation. "De Luo, I understand. I have no intention of offending anyone. As for this Chi person, well, let us leave it be. Matters of the heart are difficult to articulate. It can be quite vexing when someone you do not favor has affections for you. Sometimes, that very affection can transform indifference into aversion. However, discussing such matters with a child seems rather unnecessary." Confident in her ability to handle everything, she deftly sidestepped the topic. No longer mentioning him, she reflected that the incident involving Zhuzi was truly not his fault. A child capable of caring for her work deserves her respect. Moreover, regardless of whether he possessed that capability, Lin Luo's temperament warranted that her elder aunt be treated with caution. Aware of her aunt's understanding, Lin Luo refrained from intervening and directed her attention toward Shan Lingzhu, suggesting he express himself. After all, he was not a judge here to deliberate on right or wrong. The couple had already moved on and chose not to report the incident. Thus, it was no longer a matter of concern. It sufficed to educate Shan Lingzhu on whom to engage with and whom to avoid. Allowing him to articulate his thoughts would also provide insight into his communication skills, thereby aiding in determining how best to guide this child. Having been a bear of a man all his life, he had never truly engaged in a meaningful conversation with him. Under the current circumstances, it could be seen as an opportunity. Were it not for the low standing of his family, rendering him devoid of support, he would not wish to squander this time. Chapter 157. Reasonable and justifiable. Lin Luo insisted on hearing her brother's account, and Shan Lingfang understood that this was an opportunity for him. She nudged Olajen in the side, urging him to speak freely. Yet, this oblivious fellow, startled, retorted, "Sister, I'm grown. Why do you keep poking me?" This left Shan Lingfang with a headache. Silly child. Why can't he discern what to say and what to withhold? De Luo is asking you. Tell him why you hit someone. To her surprise, Shan Lingzhu's stubbornness surfaced. Having already struck, he saw no need to elaborate. Frustrated, Shan Lingfang slapped him, insisting, "Just say what you need to say, stop being foolish." After receiving the reprimand, the foolish boy relented and muttered, "Oh, well, around noon, my grandfather and I were thinking of grabbing a bite. So we went to a snack stand by the hospital, and that couple was sitting across from us." Shan Lingzhu took a seat by the bed. The girl, clearly not from around here, spoke with a thick accent while trying to feign a northern dialect. Throughout their meal, she incessantly chattered to the young man about her difficult childhood, how kind her father had been to her, and how her mother had shown her little affection. Reflecting on this girl, he couldn't help but grimace. She was quite verbose, lamenting that despite her acceptance to university, her mother had never smiled at her. Just because she was a girl, she had never been breastfed as a child and had scarcely exchanged a few words with her mother as she grew up. When discussing the girl, he instinctively glanced at his sister, pondering whether he had been unjust to her. Ultimately, he felt reassured, even acknowledging that he often listened to her. And then he scratched his face and continued. Then the girl mentioned how much her father cherished her, being his only child, and he never wished for a son. In other families, if the firstborn is a girl, they might call her Zhedi or Pundi, but she was named Xingnan. She kept berating her mother while praising her father. Just because her mother favored sons, You resorted to violence? In truth, Lin Luo also discerned numerous discrepancies in the girl's narrative. However, given the multitude of eccentric parents in the world, it was hardly surprising to encounter another pair. After all, I too have my own pair of troubles. Dan Lingzhu, feeling a bit carried away, opened up the conversation. It's not that their family's circumstances concern me. I don't even know them. I was just joking with my sister, saying, look, our family is good, right? Our parents cherish me, and I cherish you. As he spoke, he gestured out the window, where the girl was helping the boy walk. Even from the fourth-floor window, they were still visible. At that moment, the girl was recounting childhood stories, mentioning an encounter with a human trafficker who nearly abducted her. Her father had organized the entire village to search for her, and had even killed the trafficker in the process. Her mother was often a hindrance to her father. After pointing out the two who had just left the hospital, he indicated his sister. Upon hearing this, my sister laughed softly and whispered to me, what if the one he killed wasn't he actually a trafficker? Hearing this, Lin Luo's mind buzzed. However, it seemed that Dan Lingzhu did not grasp the implication. My sister's words were rather ambiguous, so I asked her, what do you mean? Perhaps my voice was a bit too loud. As it attracted the attention of the couple, the boy, for some unknown reason, became irate and brandished a chair, ready to confront me. What followed was a chaotic scene. Dan Lingzhu began to gesture animatedly. Am I the sort of person to back down? I splashed a bottle of liquor into his face and grabbed his hair, delivering a series of kicks. He looked like someone who couldn't fight, yet dared to challenge me. As it turned out, I managed to subdue him. I remarked to Luo that he shouldn't have engaged with them. They were clearly a pair of lunatics. Dan Lingzhu, in his loud manner, seemed to think he was quite capable. However, Lin Luo sensed something amiss. I commented that peculiar parents are not so numerous. Indeed, every river has its source, and every tree has its roots. Those who yearn for cash are often financially constrained. The unusual nature of this situation must be rooted in something deeper. The underlying story was somewhat heartbreaking. What intrigued me the most was why Dan Lingfang's comment had incensed that young man. It was exceedingly odd. Fearing Lin Luo wouldn't comprehend, Dan Lingfang interjected, "De Luo, no one goes around abducting people." Lin Luo, already aware, waved his hand dismissively. Hey, other people's pasts are none of our business. We should refrain from meddling in their affairs. Didn't you see that? Your loose tongue almost got your brother into trouble. This remark infuriated Dan Lingfang, as it implied that I had attacked her brother and yet blamed her. She attempted to defend herself, but Lin Luo was uninterested, instead asking with a mischievous grin, "Is that young man a local? Don't you need an ID for treatment at the hospital?" Interrupted, Dan Lingfang refrained from further explanation, simply replying, "I checked the documents. He is not from here. He is from Tiling Kaiyuan. The girl is from Ningxia. I have no idea why they are here." Lin Luo nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. Do you know when they arrived? Dan Lingfang shook her head. No, I don't. Lin Luo pondered for a moment before speaking again. All right, get me that young man's identification information shortly. Oh, sure. Dan Lingfang, unsure of his intentions, dared not ask further. How intriguing. He chuckled, a smile that hardly suggested good news. Though Dan Lingfang refrained from questioning him. Han Meijiao was still in the room. De Luo, what is so interesting? She was genuinely curious, yet she did not forget to peel an orange for Wenjia. Lin Luo was troubled about how to explain the situation to Han Baoi, particularly regarding how to transform a falsehood into truth. Fortuitously, a genuine opportunity had presented itself. Since the means to commit the act were already in hand, all that remained was to orchestrate the frame-up. He did not respond to Han Meijiao's inquiry, but instead retorted, "Has Hu Laojiu's son gotten married?" The woman, who was simultaneously entangled with both of them, flushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. It seems he is married, but due to the absence of children, they are embroiled in a divorce. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo clapped his hands together. Perfect, this was simply ideal. If this were the case, it would be wholly reasonable. Chapter 158. The spirit of the contract. As Lin Luo pondered how to manipulate the situation, he suddenly recalled the adage, "Why do those who wrong you know just how wronged you truly are?" Because they do not need to know your deeds. They merely need to pin the blame upon you. Once they accomplish this, the wronged individual must undertake two foolish tasks. First, to prove their innocence to those who have wronged them, and second, to demonstrate their innocence to those who merely spectate. The first endeavor is undoubtedly futile, as the accusers are fully aware of your innocence. Their intent is malicious. The latter, however, is even more challenging. For the onlookers, do they genuinely care about who is just and who is wicked? They are simply there for amusement, to witness misfortune unfold. Outwardly indignant, they merely use the incident to vent their own emotions, rather than caring about the event itself. Thus, one can brazenly accuse others, confident that the spectators will solidify the narrative. Leaning against the window, Lin Luo's mind incessantly replayed the potential unforeseen complications, striving to refine the details to avoid disaster. He could remain at ease in any location, yet Wenjie was restless. "Brother, let us return to the hotel. I still need to watch cartoons tonight," he exclaimed, attempting to prove he was unperturbed, shouting, "Grant me strength, for I am He-Man." Of course, Wenjie's desire to escape stemmed not solely from a yearning to watch cartoons, but also from the sight of the nurse's station across the ward, where a young nurse was already preparing to change the medication in the forebag with a glass syringe. The sight of the needle piercing the bottle and releasing fluid was akin to an executioner preparing their blade before the act. "Lie still," Lin Luo, interrupted in his thoughts, cast a glance at his younger brother. This child indeed ought to be spoiled with care, yet not with bad habits. A young child, when ill, should remain obedient in the hospital. Why run about? Who has the time to dither back and forth just to facilitate his cartoon viewing? Yet, Wenjie was insistent. "Brother, it's the broadcast. If I don't watch it today, it will be gone." Seeing his brother's urgency, Lin Luo, without much thought, casually replied, "I'll buy you a tape later. Once you're well, you can watch it all in one go." A child's desires should be fulfilled as much as possible, particularly those of boys, for the unattainable in youth often becomes a lifelong burden. Such childhood regrets will inevitably manifest as weaknesses in the corridors of power. Really? Wenjie had not anticipated that his desire to escape the hospital would yield such unexpected delight, especially as he observed the nurse taking the medication to another ward, which further eased his mind. Lin Luo gazed at his younger brother, who seemed on the verge of springing from his hospital bed, and quickly restrained him, proudly exclaiming, "Have I ever deceived you?" Regrettably, this did not elicit any praise from his brother, who lay on the bed, counting on his fingers and listing grievances. "Oh, quite the contrary. The last time you said cardboard was 2 cents a pound, I saved for an entire year and handed it all to you. Yet you only gave me 50 cents. Later, when I inquired at the recycling station, they informed me it was merely 10 cents a pound, and even claimed that you and Uncle had swindled them, watering down the cardboard. Furthermore, you told me aluminum cans were 50 cents a pound, when in fact, it's $3. The little one's complaints were relentless, inciting Lin Luo to give him a light smack. "Why must you be so petty, quarreling over such trifles? After all, I am not in the wrong. Brothers are meant to be deceived." The slap hardly stung, but it only fueled Wenjie's defiance. "Well then, let us not quibble over scraps. What about the red envelope money? Haven't you deceived me there as well? My mother tricked me once, and now you too. It's utterly unfair. Out of a total of 530 in red envelope money, my mother took 500. You promised me 30, saying you would help me reclaim that 500, and what was the outcome?" Lin Luo recalled this incident, unabashedly replying, "Outcome? Haven't you witnessed it? Your mother hits hard. I genuinely felt for you. How could you be so foolish as to argue with her? She is someone even grandma would not dare confront." This topic made Wenjie feel wrong to the point of tears. "Wasn't it you who said, 'Give me 30, and I'll speak on your behalf'? Yet, you didn't even defend me." How naive this child was, so easily trusting. "I am not foolish." Lin Luo chuckled and shook his head. "I don't even acknowledge the contracts I sign, let alone your verbal agreements." To prevent his brother from being duped by outsiders, Lin Luo adjusted his pillow while imparting wisdom. "Oh, my foolish brother, allow me to teach you something valuable. When dealing with local merchants, remember that the spirit of contract does not exist. The purpose of contract law is to classify and signed agreements as fraud, while signed contracts become civil disputes. Thus, when two parties collaborate on a matter, the significance of signing a contract is minimal. First, consider whether you are indispensable to the endeavor. If not, always keep an escape route open." The child could hardly grasp such concepts. He only understood that his brother was dismissing his words, and in anger, turned away. "I won't talk to you anymore." Indeed, tormenting a child could bring a peculiar joy, which explained why his uncle used to bully him during childhood. Such oblivious antics were irresistibly endearing. All right, just stay comfortably in the hospital. It's not as if there's no television. It's merely a bit smaller than a hotel room." Sensing his brother's tone soften, Wenjie hesitated to continue the argument, tentatively asking, "We really can't return to the hotel?" After all, lying in a hotel was far more comfortable. The mattress was much softer than that of the hospital. However, this time, his attempts at coaxing were met with a playful thump on the head. "Quit whining." "Humph." Wenjie rubbed his head, sulking slightly. Han Meijiao, having listened intently, felt that Lin Luo's words were directed at her. Understanding the nuances, she swiftly intervened. "All right, let us watch some television," and turned on the hospital TV for Wenjie. "See, enjoy." To divert the conversation, I turned to Lin Luo and suggested, if there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Those business dealings require my attention. It dawned on her that the ventures in her hands necessitated Lin Luo's support, and she appeared to possess little agency in the matter. If that were the case, she would need to be more diligent. Lin Luo also noticed that Han Meijiao and Shan Lingfeng had not even exchanged basic pleasantries, creating an awkward atmosphere in the room. Indeed, the competition among beautiful women is often most palpable. Upon hearing that Han Meijiao intended to leave, Lin Luo pondered briefly. Tasks such as refurbishing the storefront largely rely on labor, with occasional material expenses. The vendors in the southern market would be more than willing to assist Zhao with such matters. To them, it was merely pocket change. Given the advantages he had provided to Han Meijiao, asking her to handle these tasks could not be considered exploitative. However, the significant costs associated with catering, such as stoves, kitchenware, and refrigeration equipment, were not trivial. If Han Meijiao bore the burden of those expenses, it would amount to taking advantage of her. Moreover, considering her recent commendable performance, it would be appropriate to offer her some reward. Thus, he nodded and said, "Very well, you tend to your affairs. When you have a moment, visit my uncle Yin and mention that Li Xianbua is expected to participate in an international event soon." This was the favor Lin Luo extended to Han Meijiao. "Who is Li Xianbua?" Han Meijiao inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, fearing she might not convey the message accurately. Chapter 159. Pointing at a deer and calling it a horse when someone pulls you from one circle to another, even if it means bending over backwards. It is still a form of reward. Among a group of migrant workers sharing a meal, the most significant outcome might simply be a plan to address their street-side work the following day. Yet, when a group of bosses dines together, and a kneeling laborer is interspersed among them pouring drinks, the outcome could very well lead to the emergence of a contractor. At least this was how Han Meijiao interpreted the situation, which is why she approached Lin Luo's request with caution. Who is this Li Xianbua? It was no wonder she was unfamiliar with him. If it were about a local gentleman's facial blemishes, she might have known, but when it came to notable personalities, particularly women, she was at a loss. Furthermore, the champion had left home for training at a young age. It was only when she claimed the title of World Judo Champion in the 66-kilogram category that her hometown learned of such a remarkable talent emerging from their midst. This revelation led to the establishment of a judo team at the local sports school, which subsequently received special attention and funding, along with several new coaching positions. Consequently, the individuals from the sports school often discussed these developments when they helped others compete, which is how Lin Luo became aware of her. There was no need for Lin Luo to elaborate to Han Meijiao. He believed that merely hearing the name would suffice for Uncle Yin to comprehend the situation. "Let us go. Do not concern yourself with who it is. My Uncle Yin knows well enough. Oh, and one more thing. The Provincial High Court will be conducting inspections at the end of the month, and my uncle's father-in-law is among the accompanying personnel." Planning to take a few days of respite at the hospital, Lin Luo entrusted the task of relaying messages to Han Meijiao. She, however, overlooked the crucial information regarding the Provincial High Court and instead fixated on another detail. "Oh, Uncle Yin is in a relationship?" To her astonishment, there were indeed individuals who took an interest in that inscrutable character. Not only did Han Meijiao exclaim in surprise, but even Dan Lingfeng, who stood beside her and had yet to recover from the earlier remarks, widened her eyes in disbelief. "Brother Yin, are you getting married?" The tone of her words carried an unmistakable hint of discomfort. Lin Luo was not one to delicately attend to a woman's feelings. "Is that so strange? It would be odd not to marry at the age suitable for it, wouldn't it? Yin Shirquan is hardly someone without the means to wed. Moreover, families like Lin Luo's and Yin Shirquan's understood that marriage serves as a means to fulfill certain objectives. They were not marrying for the sake of marriage itself, but rather to find a suitable partner to bear children. Thus, what was there to be so flustered about? However, such a purpose-driven arrangement seemed worthy of inquiry in Han Meijiao's eyes. "Who is it?" Lin Luo did not conceal the truth. "It's Zhao Xiaojun from the district office." The two had already intertwined their tongues in the dance hall, leaving little to hide. The only obstacle between them was Yin Shirquan's father. But with the matter of the Provincial High Court at hand, that was no longer an issue. "Oh, they make quite a match," Han Meijiao nodded, expressing her approval of the union, though it was unclear why her opinion held any significance. Immediately after sharing her thoughts, she switched to a gossiping mode. "When are they getting married? Don't forget to let me know. I must at least give a gift." Upon saying this, she regretted her words and cast an apologetic glance at Lin Luo. Given her reputation, even if someone with a history of multiple marriages were to wed, they might not extend an invitation to her, especially those from respectable families who were more concerned about such matters. To this day, Her attendance at weddings consisted merely of signing a gift book at the entrance, never having genuinely sat down to partake in the banquet. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo readily agreed. Sure. When the time comes, you can bring a generous gift, and I will ensure to give him a good scolding. He must not take advantage of that young man. Reflecting on Yin Shirquan's fortunate choice of a marriage partner, while his own uncle required prompting to even identify a direction to strive for, left Lin Luo feeling weary. Of course, he had also considered Han Meijiao's reputation, calculating that even if Yin Shirquan's father, Lin Luo's grandfather, recognized the potential in Zhao Xiaojuan's father and consented to the marriage, the arrangements for the betrothal gifts and wedding date would take at least a year and a half. By then, he anticipated having laid a solid foundation and drawn several individuals into his camp. At that time, he would require a test of compliance to gauge the acceptance of these individuals towards him. Bringing along a woman of Han Meijiao's questionable reputation to the wedding would serve as a tolerable measure. Although her reputation was tainted, she was aiding the Zhao family in generating income. Would anyone object? If there were no objections, all would be harmonious. If there were, it would indicate that his credibility within the faction was insufficient, necessitating further consolidation. In essence, this was akin to Zhao Gao's infamous act of declaring a deer to be a horse. Politics indeed, it is merely a process of mutual compromise. Taking Han Meijiao to attend someone else's wedding is merely a plan conceived by Lin Luo, whose validity is uncertain, yet he did not anticipate the overwhelming emotions it would evoke in Han Meijiao. Really? Then I must be on my way. We must truly manage this business well. She seemed invigorated, grabbing her mobile phone and car keys before heading outside, turning back to remind him, if anything arises, I shall call the ward. Ensure you answer. This reaction left Lin Luo, who was deep in thought, perplexed, muttering to himself, why the excitement from a mere experimental subject? The intricacies of a woman's heart eluded him. The moment Han Meijiao departed, she was swift in her actions, already making calls as she walked. Hello, is this the market store? Please inform old son that I need to procure some materials on credit from the building materials market. Just tell him what I require. Yes, that is how it should be done. Even before she had completely exited, she had already set things in motion. While work needed to be accomplished, it was equally essential for the leadership to take notice. At that moment, Lin Luo was her superior. Once she left, the awkward atmosphere in the room dissipated considerably. Dan Lingfang, who had been reluctant to speak due to Han Meijiao's presence, finally relaxed and took a seat. Dan Lingzhu, feeling emboldened now that Han Meijiao was absent, cautiously perched himself on the hospital bed she had occupied, blushing as he inquired, Lin Luo, who is she? Is she your father's new wife? When Han Meijiao was around, he dared not converse with her, but had always cast furtive glances in her direction. Now, with her absence, he felt emboldened. What is it that makes Lin Luo dismissive of Dan Lingzhu? It is precisely because the boy speaks without thinking, voicing whatever comes to mind. Did I not treat you with some semblance of kindness? He shot a glance at the lad, feeling an urge to toss a flower pot at him. Lin Luo was indifferent to comments regarding his father or mother, but was deeply concerned about the implications of their relationship. His parents could conduct themselves however they wished, but their reputation must not tarnish his own. In essence, regardless of his parents' character, he must maintain a harmonious relationship between them. After all, this would ultimately influence how his future partner's family perceives him when the time for marriage arrives. One must not underestimate this aspect. The notion that love conquers all is a fantasy confined to the realms of romantic literature. The reality is that your family background significantly dictates the kind of partner you can attract. The more affluent both families are, the more discerning they become regarding each other's familial environment. Furthermore, given that his parents are quite the eccentric pair, it is better to keep their relationship stable, free from any scandal that might disrupt their peace. Your mouth is meant for eating. Keep it under control. This is a hospital, and if you continue to speak foolishly, I shall see to it that you spend the rest of your life here. Lin Luo pointed at Dan Lingzhu with an intensity that suggested he was not jesting. Chapter 160. Finding a partner. Lin Luo's warning was serious, yet Dan Lingzhu, having escaped any repercussions, found his jest amusing. Hey, I was just kidding. He chuckled, raising an eyebrow mischievously. But if it weren't for my cousin's honey, could you introduce me? I think she is quite attractive. How old is she? This foolish boy, clearly unaware of who Han Meijiao was, dared to provoke her. Lin Luo cast a sharp glance at Dan Lingzhu. You don't know her? That is Han Meijiao. If you are unperturbed by the prospect of producing a mixed-breed offspring, then by all means, pursue her. Regarding Han Meijiao's demeanor, one might speculate that one day she could give birth to an alien creature, and it may not even be the facehugger's doing. If someone as foolish as Dan Lingzhu were to associate with her, he would inevitably meet the same fate as Zhao Guangding. With Lin Luo's words, Dan Lingzhu turned pale with fright. A person's reputation is akin to the shadow of a tree. While he may not be acquainted with Han Meijiao personally, her notoriety is not lost on him. The mere mention of her name sent a wave of discomfort through him. It is indeed Han Meijiao. Not only that, but Dan Lingzhu's exclamation also stirred concern in Dan Lingfang. Oh dear, I knew it. One glance at her, and it was evident she was not a person of good standing. Luo, how could you associate with someone like her? You're still a child. She hasn't bullied you, has she? That woman is capable of anything. Upon realizing it was her, Dan Lingfang's immediate thought was whether her nephew had gone astray. Her second thought was whether this woman was the one arranging jobs for her two cousins. It is said she is quite wealthy, but how could her uncle accept money from her? Dan Lingfang quickly voiced her concerns. Luo, Yin Gu is a respectable person. You cannot introduce such a disreputable character to him. If Yin Gu gets entangled with her, who knows what might happen? No, I must inform Xiao Wan. In her quest for a suitable partner, Dan Lingfang had frequented the Cultural Palace's karaoke hall for matchmaking. Through these encounters, she became acquainted with Zhao Xiaowan, a fellow trainee. Of course, while she knew Zhao, the latter may not have been as familiar with her. When Lin Luo noticed her stirring up trouble, he waved his hand for her to sit down. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. It is not that I look down upon your family. If even one of you could manage things properly, it would not be the case that you are the only one making headway now. Focus on your duties at the hospital and leave the rest to others. Do you possess the competence to involve yourself in everything? Were it not for this old aunt treating him well, he would truly prefer to ignore her. Her specialty lies in her likable appearance. Anyone who sees her feels an innate closeness, embodying the standard of a virtuous family woman. Furthermore, her demeanor is consistently even-keeled, showing no evident favoritism. She is a natural public relations gem. This is precisely why she was placed in the hospital. Yet, this old aunt seemed decidedly unyielding. Luo, Yin Gu and I have grown up together. How could I not be concerned? You are still young and do not understand. Lin Luo, however, understood perfectly well. In his eyes, this old aunt was the true child. Spare me your concerns. I know you too well. Yin Shirkwan doesn't even look at you, let alone Han Meijiao. I understand your eagerness to marry. Just be patient. I have plans in mind for you. To a man of a certain age. Viewing a 20-something young lady like this old aunt is akin to looking at a 3-year-old child. Caught out in her secret thoughts, Dan Lingfang hurried to explain. That is all in the past. Her explanation was merely a means to save face, as if she had any real connection with Yin Shirkwan. Yin Laoi wouldn't even consider Zhao Xiaowan's family background, let alone her disheartened parents and younger brother. Lin Luo did not wish to dwell on her affairs too much. Enough. I know you better than you know yourself. Just be obedient, and that will suffice. Recently, you have been tasked with 2 matters at the hospital. It seems that Auntie is preoccupied with her quest for companionship, neglecting more pressing concerns. What is the significance of 39? Up to this point, Shan Lingfang does not perceive it as a grave issue. Lin Luo, undeterred by her lack of enthusiasm, proceeds with his plans. The first order of business is to evaluate the hospital's cafeteria to determine if a stall can be acquired. Why, you ask? Upon hearing this, Auntie displays evident hesitation. Lin Luo, however, remains unfazed. It's business, what else? He retorts, dismissing her concerns as trivial. Anxious, Shan Lingfang quickly interjects, No, Luo. It's not that simple. If it were feasible, I would have arranged one for Zhuzi long ago. The shops in the hospital, the cafeteria, and even the flower wreath vendors across the street all have their own backing. I've only just arrived. I lack the authority to make such decisions. Lin Luo, known for his calculated remarks, finds himself interrupted by her incessant chatter. Am I not aware? I understand more than you think. Refrain from voicing your opinions and listen to me. Finally, her nephew, with a piercing gaze, manages to quell her incessant commentary. At that moment, the door swings open, and old Shan returns. Lin Luo gestures for him to close the door before speaking. I will coordinate with the old cadre bureau and submit a document to the hospital regarding the senior ward. He gestures towards Wenjia's hospital room. In truth, the hospital already possesses such provisions, yet they lack formal recognition. Until it is brought to light, it remains a mere facade. When the time comes, you can raise this matter at the hospital meeting and couple it with the cafeteria reform proposal. Zheng Ligui will know how to proceed. The old cadre bureau is a subordinate unit of the organizational department, and thanks to Lin Luo and Li Qingjun's connections, this task is trivial. Moreover, it is generally acknowledged that such matters ought to be elevated within the protocol. Naturally, the senior comrades deserve respectful treatment. After all, we all age eventually. The individual who resolves this issue for the hospital should also receive due recognition. Shan Lingfang, unaware of these intricacies, is nonetheless thrilled at the prospect of being able to influence the old cadre bureau. Really? That is indeed a reputable establishment. I've heard many promising young talents have joined this year. Lin Luo nods dismissively, but upon witnessing the glimmer in Auntie S' eyes, he swiftly cautions her. Those individuals at the old cadre bureau lack potential. However, if you happen to connect with a widowed elder, I have no objections. An older gentleman is quite advantageous. Should he pass away, there is social security and a substantial burial allowance. This is pure jest. Oh dear, Luo, what are you saying? Shan Lingfang blushes deeply. This desperate-for-love woman has left Lin Luo at a loss. Enough, my dear Auntie. You need not fret over finding a partner. Can your search rival the suitability my grandmother would suggest? What you ought to focus on is solidifying your position as director and maintaining strong relationships within the healthcare system to assist family and friends. Matters of romance can be handled later. When the time comes, I will introduce someone for you. Just ensure you conduct yourself well and do not bring shame upon the family. It is imperative to communicate clearly, indeed. Lin Luo finally comprehends why he has developed a cool demeanor. It is simply due to the abundance of foolishness surrounding him. Even Shan Lingfang, who is generally regarded as perceptive by others, appears to possess an emotional intelligence lower than that of a golden retriever in his eyes. Observing the laughter of his aunt, who was covering her face with joy due to Lin Luo's assurances, he harbored a singular thought, to diligently nurture the third generation. Ah, how splendid Zhao Wenjie is. Chapter 161. The unreliable plaything. Seeing his obedient younger brother, Lin Luo felt a surge of happiness within. This endeavor represented not just his brother's future, but also the trajectory of his own life. My future selected candidate, Comrade Zhao Wenjie, will you not wield power and influence, jeopardize communities, marry Lu Yifei, engage in extramarital affairs with Yangmi, and leave Dilraba as the third party, while ensuring Guli Naza bears your child? Your efforts will determine the outcome. You must not disappoint these women. Should they fail to secure a man as fine as me, they shall live with regret for eternity. My dear brother, do you realize? You are not merely striving for yourself. You are laboring for those starlets who find it difficult to marry. Without a mobile phone or a gaming console, Lin Luo could only lean against the window and dream. In truth, Wan Xian would suffice, and Wang O is quite commendable. However, Bing Bing is out of the question. The famine is too great, and repaying debts is arduous. A mischievous smile spread across his face. The more he pondered, the more beautiful the prospects appeared, transforming his countenance into one of amiability, as though his irritation had dissipated. The hallmark of relatives is that even a hint of goodwill prompts them to take advantage. Observing Lin Luo's cheerful demeanor, Dan Lingfang became curious about how her own romantic situation was being orchestrated. Though her aunt was reliable, her impatience was overwhelming. At over 20, had it not been for previous delays, would she truly be so preoccupied with such matters? Furthermore, considering her decent looks and good job, what was wrong with seeking a partner of admirable qualities? Thus, she cautiously inquired, Luo, how is your grandmother arranging things on her side? How could grandmother possibly concern herself with such matters? She has a younger son to care for. There is little time for a niece. Lin Luo merely leveraged his grandmother's name to ensnare someone for Dan Lingfang. His elderly aunt harbored aspirations, but lacked the understanding of true strength. Not comprehending the potential of a 30-something medical master's degree, she was not the type to accompany a man on his journey of growth. Yet she certainly knew how to enjoy the fruits of success without feeling guilty about it. Director Qi was outside her selection criteria, and that was his fortune as well as hers. What she needed was a youthful, affluent son-in-law who could be showcased and bring honor to the family. Lin Luo was equally in need of such a match. Let us wait. There are many matters at home these days. Once this flurry of activity subsides, according to his plan, the South Market branch would surely yield a suitable candidate. However, the selection of the branch manager or an influential deputy manager was not in his hands, leaving him feeling slightly lacking. Yet, the family was unable to unearth any relevant talent. At most, they could manage to place a friend or relative in as a credit director. However, lacking pertinent experience in the financial sector meant it was wiser to maintain a low profile, lest they be blamed for others' misdeeds. Thus, to secure control over the financial purse, the only remaining option was marriage. A youthful and ambitious branch manager would surely catch Dan Lingfang's eye. Do not rush. Haste is of no avail. Lin Luo reassured his aunt, whose daydreams had been interrupted. Yet, the comfort offered by a child was unlikely to be of any real solace. My dear nephew, how could I not be anxious? Just look at how much our Zhuzi has grown. If I do not seek a partner, how can he find one? Embarrassed to admit her own yearning for marriage, she deflected the responsibility onto her brother. Even my sister remains single, making it indeed difficult for my brother. Unfortunately, her brother is somewhat dim-witted, failing to grasp her intentions. He was idly playing with his fingers and nonchalantly remarked, "I'm not in a hurry. I don't even have a job, so why seek a partner? Even if I found someone, they couldn't be with me." His latent desire was unabashedly voiced. He too wished to secure employment. At this moment, the elder Shantao returned, and upon hearing her son's words, she recalled the recent upheavals in the Lao Zhao family, leaving her quite unsettled. Her sister's two sons had secured positions in public offices, living off the state-s provisions. Why then? Was her own sister not considering her own son? Consequently, she confronted him with a look of discontent. "Luo, what is your grandmother doing? How could she forget about our Juzi? Always busy with trivial matters, unable to distinguish between what is important and what is not." This grievance stemmed from her sister's meticulous arrangements for her daughter-in-law's job while neglecting her nephew. Not only did she ignore him, but she also imposed restrictions on her niece. What kind of situation is this? A daughter will eventually marry, but a son is the true heir of our family. It is evident that the character of a father shapes the education of his son. Seated there, Lin Luo massaged her lower back and retorted without restraint, "Old man, you better remember your surname. I have not even dared to distinguish between my grandmother's affairs and my own. How dare you bring it up? Your words sound as if you are entitled to dictate the world. Have you forgotten who you are?" Many were displeased, including Lin Luo and Wenjia, who leaned on their elder brother, listening to his words while observing the elder Shantao. A rhyme slipped from his lips. A farmer enters the city with a straw rope around his waist, drinks a bottle of soda, unaware of the bottle return, watches a movie, oblivious to its title, buys a popsicle, unaware of its flavor, cannot find the restroom, any corner will do. He spoke freely, even clapping his hands. Individuals like Lao Shantao possess a peculiar sense of pride. He lives as a mere jest, yet refuses to be the subject of mockery. What children, still looking down on farmers? Such a label is undeserved. Lin Luo would not permit anyone to tarnish her brother's reputation. "You are you. Do you represent the farmers? You think you are worthy of respect? What have you done to earn such regard?" Lao Shantao indeed lacks ambition, particularly after her grandfather joined the army, leaving her grandmother to raise her daughters alone in the village, with no hopes pinned on him. Whenever a situation required someone to step forward, it was always her grandmother wielding a kitchen knife. I am your grandfather." When an unworthy elder finds themselves at a loss, they often resort to claiming their status. "How absurd. My own grandfather would never dare speak to me like that," Lin Luo declared, not intimidated by this elder. In truth, her grandfather would not speak to Lin Luo in such a manner, for Lin Xingyuan, the old comrade, was even less accomplished than Lao Shantao. Lin Luo's father, Lin Guohua, frequently had to rely on others to send money back home, settling debts for this elder. However, the old man Lin possesses a slight advantage over the old man Dan in that he is aware of his own shortcomings. Thus, when in the presence of his grandchildren, he adopts a more lenient demeanor, allowing them to express themselves freely while he listens, resigned to his fate as an elderly idler. The crux of the matter is that fortune has favored him, at his age, with merely a primary school education and the ability to play the eru. He has managed to secure a position as a teacher with a pension, which, due to a series of haphazard circumstances, he has been able to enjoy at a relatively young age. Yet, his character and approach to life have led his relatives to regard him with a measure of disdain. Upon hearing the mention of Lin Luo's grandfather, old Dan straightened his back with pride and remarked, "Your grandfather, that wastrel, could never compare to me. My family has been impoverished for 3 generations. What about yours?" "Father," the old aunt, realizing that her father had overstepped, quickly interrupted, admonishing him that discussing family lineage so casually is inappropriate. "You are courting trouble." The lineage of the old Lin family is nothing short of legendary. The eldest brother studied abroad in Japan and returned as a translator for the invaders. The second brother served the country in the army, albeit as a captain in the nationalist forces. The third brother followed in his father's footsteps, becoming a notorious bandit, only to meet his end during a crackdown on banditry. Yet, their names resonate loudly, still recorded in local annals. The Lin clan, particularly Lin Shengsan, is a notable figure in the 3 eastern provinces. At their height, they boasted the title of shaking the 3 rivers, a moniker from the days when the warlord was at his zenith. Among this generation, only the 4th brother, Lin Luo's great-grandfather, ran an inn and was considered a relatively decent individual. However, the elders would say, those who run boats and shops must be scrutinized, or they deserve punishment. Compared to his 3 elder brothers, the innkeeper was seen as the lesser of evils, though he too was not entirely virtuous. His past was marred by shameful deeds, opium smoking, selling his own children, gambling, and engaging in debauchery, forsaking family and home. Consequently, while Lin Luo's paternal grandfather hailed from the Black City of Chuan Prefecture, his paternal grandmother was sold off to the Jinzhou area. It was precisely due to the irresponsibility of the great-grandfather that Lin Luo's grandfather managed to survive. Otherwise, given their family background, they would have been relegated to the wastelands of the Northwest long ago. Even so, they endured countless hardships. As relatives, who doesn't know these tales? Now, to speak of such matters in front of the grandchildren, does one not believe that the child would refrain from retaliating? This child has never been coddled. Furthermore, any assistance from the aunt towards our family is solely due to her husband. How dare you voice such grievances in front of the grandchildren? A child cannot be expected to hold their tongue. Just the two matters your father mentioned, regardless of which, if they reach the ears of the elders, it will not bode well. Have you forgotten how the entire family resorted to stealing fabric from the textile factory to compensate for that little train incident? Speak less, Dan Lingfeng urgently advised. Yet, old Dan felt no remorse and defiantly retorted, "What have I done wrong? I am her own brother. A woman who neglects her home daily and fails to keep an eye on her husband. What is she so busy with?" It is one thing to lack respect in the eyes of the grandchildren, but even his own daughter does not support him. The irate old man leaned against the corner of the wall, removed his shoes, and sat down. With a sullen demeanor, he produced a tobacco pipe, forcefully packed it with tobacco, as if he were at home. "Get out and smoke," he barked. "My brother is hospitalized here." Lin Luo felt no inclination to argue with this old curmudgeon over personal matters, as he had no justification to do so. Nevertheless, the old man was utterly oblivious to his own shortcomings. After all, it was his daughter's job that had been arranged by him. Had he made a mistake in assisting her? The old man, instead of facing immediate repercussions, seemed emboldened. He stiffened his neck, attempting to defend himself. However, when he noticed Lin Luo lifting a flower pot, he begrudgingly put away his pipe, muttering, "Damn, you little brat, even smoking is regulated now. You youngsters are getting too bold." Indeed, they had grown bolder, exuding a newfound confidence. Lin Luo refrained from striking the old man immediately, having spotted someone approaching from outside the ward. Although he could not discern who it was, he was determined not to provide them with a spectacle. Outsiders would not concern themselves with whose fault it was within his family. Just as he was about to set the flower pot down, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Lin Luo quickly concealed the flower pot and called out, "Come in." An individual clad in uniform entered. The newcomer, observing Lin Luo polishing the flower pot, cheerfully remarked, "Xiao Lin, you've acted impulsively again. It seems you've let someone see what should remain hidden." "Lu Gu." Lin Luo did not attempt to deny it, and casually greeted him back. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected visit. "What brings you here?" The visitor was a police officer involved in the Han Meijiao case, previously apprehending Wang Weitao and several of Lu Yonggong's associates. Lin Luo recognized him. But their acquaintance was limited to that case, and logically, they had no personal connection. Why was he aware of Lin Luo's presence here? What was his purpose? Moreover, Officer Lu did not arrive empty-handed. He brought a basket of fruit. Politely placing it on the bedside, he spoke in a friendly tone, "You mentioned your brother is ill. How could I not come to check on him? Besides, your case is still in my hands, with no developments. I thought I should discuss it with you. By the way, how is your brother doing?" This left Lin Luo even more perplexed. Lu Gu, regarding the case. "The key issue lies in having acquaintances advocating for me. I haven't done much. I simply offered my understanding, and I appreciate your concern. My brother is doing well. Just a cold." He felt that such a visit was unwarranted for such a trivial matter. After all, the police were responsible for investigation, and the prosecution handled the case. They didn't need to consult a victim like him. Concerned about delaying the progress, Lin Luo added, "Isn't the case with the prosecutor's office now?" Officer Lu's pretext was the case, but he was not there solely for that reason, smiling with a hint of deeper meaning. "Why are you hiding things from me, little brother? I just returned from Yan Ji's." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo quickly corrected himself. "Then I cannot call you brother. He is my uncle Yan." From Yan Shirquan here? Han Meijiao was indeed earnest in her endeavors. Officer Lu waved his hand at Lin Luo's insistence to call him uncle. "Let us keep our titles separate. I'm not that much older than you, so don't refer to me as old." His tone suggested he had come specifically to see Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, whatever you say goes. After all, you are my brother." The thoughtful demeanor of Officer Lu greatly pleased him. "Good brother," he remarked. "However, do not overthink it. I am here merely to inform you that Wang Weitao has been sentenced to 3 years, while Lu Yonggang has received a 3-year suspended sentence. Do you understand?" With that, the officer stood to leave. "I have delivered the news. Now, rest well. There are others waiting." I shall not linger here, as I must attend to someone by the end of the month. He departed, leaving behind a cryptic remark. As Officer Lu entered the room, Shan Lingfang's eyes lit up. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly rose. Aren't you going to sit for a moment? Allow me to see you off. Eager to establish a closer rapport. She was aware that the two new university students at Nanshan Police Station hailed from the provincial capital and were of commendable standing. However, before she could approach, Officer Lu interjected, "No need. My partner is visiting me and is waiting downstairs." His words doused Shan Lingfang's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Officer Lu's abrupt visit left Lin Luo perplexed, as he had yet to discern the purpose of the officer's arrival before he departed. Chapter 163, Comings and Goings. The aunt, a woman desperate for marriage, remained in her thoughts, prompting Lin Luo to rise and close the door. Is it not normal for someone to have a partner? Why the despondence? This woman was utterly consumed by the desire to wed. Ignoring his aunt's lamentations, Lin Luo returned to his bed, hoping for a moment of quiet reflection on the officer's seemingly purposeless visit. What could have prompted such a visit from Officer Lu? And what was significant about the end of the month? Before he could contemplate further, a knock echoed at the door. Is the young master in here? Lin Luo's reverie was interrupted as he opened his eyes to see Qian Gu, a familiar face from the detention center. "Ah, you," he exclaimed. "Hey, young master." Qian Gu began with a grin. "I heard your brother is unwell, so I came to check on you." The former armed police officer, now clad in the uniform of a law enforcement officer, was considerably more courteous than Officer Lu had been. His intent was easily discernible. One could tell from his attire that he had come to express gratitude. Lin Luo would not turn away such goodwill and promptly stood with warmth. "Oh, Qian Gu, please. No need for such titles. Those are relics of the past. Just call me De Luo. Come, Wenjia, greet Qian Gu." In the face of someone reaching out, it was only fitting to extend the appropriate courtesies. Despite Qian Ji's background suggesting he had taken a position that might confine him for a lifetime, he seemed content with his lot. After all, being in such employment was no small blessing, and his visit was clearly imbued with gratitude and a desire to forge connections. As Lin Luo suggested Wenjia call him brother, Qian Xiaoming quickly waved his hands. "Oh, no need for that. The child is still unwell. Why trouble him? I merely came to see how you were doing." He patted his clothes, signaling that he was ready to depart. "You seem to be in good spirits. I shall not intrude further. Today is my first day on the job, and I am already slacking off." With that, he departed with haste. Even more swiftly than Officer Lu, Lin Luo hastily rose to see him off. At the door, Qian Xiaoming gestured for Lin Luo to return, whispering, "Young master, you must be busy today, so there's no need to attend to me. Our relationship is unlike that with others." Lin Luo discerned the implication in his words, but could not quite grasp the situation. Nevertheless, he took Qian Xiaoming's hand and replied, "All right, brother Qian. I shall treat you to a meal another day." After bidding him farewell, he wandered back to the ward in a daze. Having learned from previous experiences, Dan Lingfang waited until the visitor had left before asking, "De Luo, who was that just now?" The young man seemed rather spirited, much better than that old Director Qi. Before Lin Luo could respond, another knock echoed at the door. "Excuse me, is this the ward of old Zhao's grandson?" A driver-like man entered, accompanied by a group carrying an assortment of supplements. Lin Luo nodded, unfamiliar with the visitor. The man efficiently directed his companions to bring the items inside, and after placing them down, he stated, "I am from the Dongguan Xianjun family. My elder brother is away, but he will treat the young master to a meal upon his return." The incessant address of young master made Lin Luo feel as though he were not in Chuanzhou, but rather in Guangzhou, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Such an ill wind truly blows from the top down. Why was he suddenly regarded as a young master? After sending off this group of drivers, Dan Lingfang sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Lin Luo. With 3 waves of visitors having come, all of notable standing, she thought that if necessary, Lin Luo could introduce her to a suitable partner. Although relying on a child for matchmaking seemed somewhat embarrassing, many female teachers had married their students' uncles or older relatives. And as long as the marriage was advantageous, there was no shame in it. She leaned closer and began to inquire, "De Luo, where did you acquire so many friends?" Before she could finish her sentence, another knock resounded. This newcomer was quite casual, entering after a brief knock, bearing a pile of slippers and a basin. "Xiao De Luo, do you remember your Uncle Wang from the Power Supply Bureau? Didn't he play mahjong with your father during the New Year?" Naturally, Lin Luo had no recollection of such encounters and did not wish to offend, so he greeted warmly, "Oh, Uncle Wang, what a surprise to see you here." Clearly, this visitor was not there on purpose. Wang Chanyu set his items down on the floor and pointed towards the next room. "My son has a fever as well. This cold has been widespread. Seeing that someone in your family is hospitalized, I thought you might need some extra supplies, so I brought these for you. While Wang was unceremonious, Lin Luo felt compelled to be polite. Oh, no need. I can manage to buy some myself. Come now, don't be modest. We are friends. With that, Wang departed promptly after delivering the items. Once he had left, Dan Lingzhu curiously asked, "Who was that again?" "Whoever he is," Lin Luo replied, unable to clarify the man's identity. He tidied some fruit and handed it to Dan Lingzhu, saying, "Go, see which ward he belongs to and deliver this." What? Suddenly given a task, and Xiaozhu seemed quite unaccustomed. Dan Lingfang quickly urged, "If I say go, then go. Why the fuss?" Even old Sanzi felt it was time for him to go. "Go on, my son. The power supply station is indeed a favorable place. Perhaps the director of the station could procure a position for himself." Two ineffectual fellows were eager to approach whenever there was a chance. Lin Luo cast a glance at the pair. "What? Are you so desperate for money?" he mused. Indeed, with a position at the station, one could earn as much as 18,000 a month. Old Shan seemed to take it as a compliment, his face beaming with delight. "Is that so? How could Dan Lingfang possibly be more capable than her father?" "Father, are you a tiger?" This remark finally roused old Shan from his reverie. 18,000. Wasn't that merely a burial expense? Never mind. Never mind. It appears there are risks involved as well. Just as he dismissed this visitor, another knock echoed at the door. The same routine ensued, polite exchanges followed by departures, with each guest placing their items down and introducing themselves to avoid any confusion in the room. Lin Luo busied himself with the comings and goings, and throughout that afternoon, the atmosphere remained lively. Those in the know understood that Wenjie had caught a cold, and Lin Luo had taken the opportunity to seek refuge in the hospital. Those unaware might have thought someone at home was gravely ill. Dan Lingfang was genuinely taken aback, pondering her uncle's newfound prominence. Why was he so popular? That afternoon, dozens of individuals passed through: the tobacco industry, oil companies, banks, the education bureau, and the transportation department. All were respectable minor leaders, privileged enough to enter, exchange a few pleasantries, and depart. As for the remaining merchants, those in mining, sand excavation, and coal hauling, regardless of the scale of their enterprises, they merely left business cards, not daring to linger for fear of interrupting the conversations. It wasn't until after 8 in the evening, when the hospital prohibited visits, that the commotion finally subsided. Having encountered such a multitude, Auntie flitted about like a butterfly, ensuring to exchange contact information with those who warranted it and becoming acquainted with others. By the time things quieted down, she was still not satiated. "Deluo, do we have so many friends?" she mused, initially believing these guests were drawn by her uncle's presence. However, Lin Luo, having mingled with this crowd, discerned that they were not familiar acquaintances of the family. The ages didn't align, and they were certainly not old friends. A conspicuous trait among these individuals was their connection to Yin Shirquan. Is working in the detention center truly so alluring? Reflecting on this, he realized that the two comments he had made regarding Yin Shirquan had indeed made an impact. One merely spoke of a champion, while the other pertained to the inspection matter. Was the provincial high court's scrutiny of such importance? Chapter 164. The guests had finally departed. In the presence of outsiders, Wenjie was exceptionally agreeable, especially with those who appeared somewhat capable. It was imperative to make a good impression. His brother had taught him that one must exhibit good manners in such situations. Thus, despite his slight fever, he sweetly engaged with everyone. Regardless of familiarity, he addressed each individual respectfully. The older men as uncle, the younger as young uncle, those with female companions as auntie, and couples who seemed well matched as uncle. Should he err, they would correct him. If he did well, he would leave a favorable impression on their female companions. The peculiar vanity inherent in men is often intricately linked to women. To elevate his companion far outweighs any accolades directed towards him. Such wisdom is imparted by my elder brother. Before outsiders, Wenjie presented himself as a paragon of virtue, adjusting the position of the bed and directing the family members within the room. "Hurry, I'm missing out on my animated series. Turn on the television. Has Feng Xinbang started yet? This child is impressive. Despite his mischievous demeanor at home, he holds his own in public. At such a tender age, exhibiting the ability to navigate social interactions with dual personas is indeed commendable." Lin Luo could even boast with pride, "My younger brother Wenjie possesses the potential of a great sovereign." These social exchanges were fundamentally orchestrated for Lin Luo's benefit. Everyone used Wenjie as an excuse to become acquainted with the esteemed eldest grandson of the Zhao family. Although the warmth of human connections may lack substantial value, familiarity is preferable to ignorance, for it offers at least a chance, a glimmer of opportunity. Lin Luo and these acquaintances engaged in brief, yet measured interactions. And with Wenjie appropriately presenting himself from the bed, no one could find fault. At the very least, outsiders surely perceived the Zhao family as worthy of association, recognizing the potential demonstrated by their child. However, this display incited jealousy among relatives. Within the confines of the room, the old man, who had previously refrained from uttering a word despite the influx of guests, suddenly found his voice once they departed. "Little brat, why the pretense? Who taught you this? In my family, we are all genuine people. Jealousy can warp one's perception." The elderly man, lips pursed tightly, regarded Wenjie with a gaze that suggested disdain, causing discomfort in the young boy's heart. Children are inherently sensitive. Given his elder brother's expression, Wenjie felt he had performed admirably. Why then, did the old man's words make him feel as if he had erred? His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked up at his brother. Reflecting on this elderly man's demeanor, Lin Luo recalled a piece of wisdom shared by his elder brother in a previous life. In this world, even one's biological parents may desire your well-being, but only within the confines of their control. If you surpass their expectations and break free from their grasp, they may come to resent you, let alone relatives. Relatives often harbor a fear of your success. In their eyes, your abilities are mere illusions. We are all of the same ilk. What gives you the right to excel? Yet, the bond of kinship complicates matters. Blood ties compel one to rely on them. As the broader your ambitions grow, the more you require the support of trusted individuals, and they are your most viable choice. Thus, when one senses the dawn of their ascent, the first act must be to temper the relatives. It is not about ensuring their misfortune, but rather about maintaining a constant reprimand. Human nature dictates that if you are perpetually kind, their desires will only swell. The day you can no longer fulfill their cravings, they will turn against you. Conversely, if you consistently chastise and reprimand them, even a slight reduction in your severity will evoke gratitude and compliance from them. In this current scenario, it is evident that the old man, witnessing the child's success, is consumed by envy. If he is not given a few harsh words, he may truly believe himself to be of significance. "You old fool! What glory have you ever achieved? Have you no sense of shame? The old fool! What accomplishments have you garnered throughout your life? You are nothing but a worthless relic. Anyone who shares your traits is equally disgraceful. Not to mention you, but the two offspring you've raised. Do either of them possess any redeeming qualities?" Lin Luo did not merely berate the old man. He extended his scorn to his children as well, pointing to the older one, who flitted about like a flower butterfly. He questioned the value of such frivolous behavior. After that, he gestured to the younger one, who was too timid to meet anyone's gaze, a mere wretch unworthy of respect. With a swift withdrawal of his finger, he resumed chastising the old man. "Do you truly believe yourself to be commendable? Were it not for my grandmother, you wouldn't even have a meal. Land allocations in the village have been usurped, and you resort to inviting people for a drink, pleading for a plot of land. Yet you dare speak of education?" Not content with mere insults, he sought to belittle him further. "The best education you could provide your children is to ensure they aren't burdened by your shortcomings, lest they endure a life of hardship." In truth, the two children of the Dan family did not display such poor behavior. Although they were of little assistance, they did not hinder progress either. However, this mattered not. What was paramount was that today, emboldened by his seniority, you dared to speak of my brother. If I do not address this foul habit of yours, will you not soon find yourself in my home, directing me to serve your whims? Lin Luo's rebuke was far from simple. He rose, towering over the old man, and chastised him in front of his children. "When you return home tonight, you ought to take your medicine. I will arrange to sell off your worthless parts, for that is the greatest contribution you can make for your children." His wavering finger, directed at the shameless old man, fell upon deaf ears, yet he dared not respond. Fearing Lin Luo's wrath, a true figure of contempt, he was only spared by the fact that Wenjie was still young. In a few years, he would not have the audacity to speak to Wenjie in such a manner. Lin Luo's tirade truly vindicated Wenjie. "My parents have never spoken to me thus. What gives him the right? My brother is far better. Relatives on my grandparents' side may possess similar traits, yet my parents never stood up for themselves. My brother, however, has defended me." The insults were exceedingly harsh, even suggesting death. Dan Lingfang felt her face flush with embarrassment. "Big Luo, my father," she cautiously interjected, hoping Lin Luo would cease his tirade. Little did she know, Lin Luo redirected his focus towards her. "You haven't been scolded, have you? Channel your energies into your work instead of wasting time on trivial matters today and tomorrow. If your reputation deteriorates to that of Han Meijiao, will you not come to your senses?" In truth, the girl was performing adequately, but mere adequacy was of no use. her eagerness could easily be exploited by the discerning. In this world, there is no yoga pant that a pretentious big shot from the county cannot seize. With her current demeanor, should she catch the eye of a certain boss or driver today, it could lead to complications that would require her to be rescued later on. Considering her own scheming against Han Baoyi, could she not also fall prey to someone with similar intentions towards Dan Lingfang? The two individuals at home who leave Lin Luo feeling uneasy are 1. Dan Lingfang, who is drawn to ostentatious show-offs, and the other, his own aunt, Lin Guoli, who has a penchant for good-for-nothings. When others stir up trouble, it is merely a matter of smoothing things over. However, when these two create chaos, they are bound to drag along two more troublesome companions. Thinking of her aunt, Lin Luo felt even more infuriated by Dan Lingfang. Why don't you indulge yourself a bit? Don't act as if you've never seen money before. You are so cheap with everyone. Hearing her nephew say this, Dan Lingfang felt truly wronged. She had indeed never encountered wealth. If her family were in better circumstances, would she have to endure this? What do you mean by you? The act of cursing only escalated her anger, making it difficult to stop. Especially when those being scolded offered no proper response, it only fueled Lin Luo's fury. Elders or youngsters, all three of you are worthless. Weren't you just so talkative? Speak up. What is wrong with you? Go on, say something. While berating Dan Lingfang, she also kicked Dan Lingzhu, which infuriated him further. I'm just an innocent bystander here. I haven't said a word. Why are you hitting me? The more she acted this way, the less the three dared to respond. After a prolonged silence, Lin Luo cast another glance at the three. What happened to your bravado just now? It was only at this moment that he remembered he was defending his brother, not that the trio had committed any grave transgression. Forget it, forget it. I've already scolded you, so let us continue. Just as he prepared to unleash more words upon them, a gentle voice floated in from the doorway. Who has upset my dear nephew? Lin Luo immediately fell silent. Wenjie reacted even quicker, exclaiming, Mom, I've missed you so much. Their uncle and aunt appeared at the entrance. Chapter 165. The adopted son. Upon seeing his uncle and aunt, Lin Luo hurriedly greeted them. Oh, aunt. At any moment, ensuring one's own clarity of mind is the infallible secret to avoiding tension. Those external pressures that cause you physiological and psychological discomfort are merely your subconscious signaling that someone has crossed your boundaries. All such intrusions are tests of your limits. What you must do is retaliate, otherwise, they will encroach further. After having dealt a blow to old Dan, Lin Luo felt quite pleased. It is crucial to keep this resilient old man under constant pressure, otherwise, he might ascend to the heavens. Today, his aunt was particularly warm, ignoring everyone else in the room and heading straight for Lin Luo. Luo, look what Annie has brought for you. Steamed dumplings with beef filling, your favorite. With a thermos in hand, Auntie resembled a visitor to a patient, though her eyes held no concern for anyone ill. This caused Wenjie to glance between his brother and mother in disbelief, thumping his chest to get attention. Mom, I'm here. I'm your son. I have a fever. Despite being the one who was sick, he found it incredulous that his mother showed no concern for him, but instead focused on his brother. Unfortunately, Auntie didn't even spare him a glance. From her perspective, her son merely had a fever and cold in the past. She would have given him a couple of pills and let him rest under the covers, and he would recover by the next day. There was no need to be so delicate or to even consider a hospital stay. If it weren't for her husband mentioning that this involved other matters, she would have taken her child home already. Besides, children could always be born again. But where could she find such a wonderful nephew? She considered herself fortunate to have married well. Initially, she felt utterly humiliated after being swindled due to a job transfer, especially since the money lost was borrowed from her natal family, which compounded her embarrassment. Furthermore, her family's financial situation was precarious, rendering the matter insurmountable. Consequently, her honest and well-meaning nephew, despite his tender age, boldly ventured out to deceive some outsiders, securing a considerable sum of money. Not only did he manage to alleviate their financial woes, but he also encouraged his grandmother, thereby resolving employment issues for both himself and his husband. Now, she stood as the esteemed director of a junior high school, respected by her former colleagues, all thanks to her nephew's efforts. At least, that is what her husband claimed. Such a thoughtful nephew was a rare find, far superior to a son in her eyes. Thus, she promptly adjusted the height of the dining table beside her son's hospital bed, disregarding his yearning for maternal affection, and somewhat disdainfully remarked, "Move aside. You're only causing trouble for your brother." She placed a plate of steaming dumplings before Lin Luo and urged, "Eat while it's hot." The notion of a son paled in comparison. Henceforth, Lin Luo would be regarded as her own. As for Wenjie, merely a cousin. Taken aback by such unexpected treatment, Lin Luo found himself at a loss. He glanced at his uncle and then at his aunt, bewildered by the display of hospitality. Why this formality among family? He inquired. However, while his aunt maintained her polite demeanor, his uncle was far less restrained. Eat. You've endured enough these past few days. Once you've finished, rest well in the hospital. Stop fussing around. You, of all people, should know better than to seek out that individual. This afternoon, the commotion was not solely confined to Lin Luo's vicinity. His uncle's office was also bustling with visitors. Initially perplexed, his uncle soon deduced that his nephew must have stirred up some trouble again. Thus, after work, he picked up his wife, greeted his mother, and set out to find his brother. When they failed to locate him, they decided to visit their nephew instead. Upon seeing the chaos within Lin Luo's room, his uncle realized that the atmosphere there was even more vibrant than in his own office. Seeing his uncle's mixed expression of amusement and reproach brought Lin Luo some comfort, prompting him to unceremoniously grab his chopsticks and dig into the meal. The steamed dumplings, generously filled with beef, were truly delectable. His aunt watched with satisfaction as Lin Luo devoured the food. If you enjoy them, I shall make more for you. I will bring you meals for the next few days. Meanwhile, Wen Jie, who had been overlooked, felt compelled to interject. Mom, I am here. He was bewildered by his mother's apparent neglect. This exasperation prompted his aunt to retort impatiently. What on earth are you doing? Do you need your soul called back? Such a clingy child. I should have known better than to have a son. Observing his aunt's demeanor, Lin Luo surmised that the couple had likely been present for some time, but their reluctance to enter was due to his previous outburst. When the commotion subsided, they finally stepped into the room, their expressions laden with discontent towards their son. Their frustration stemmed from the fact that while his brother had stood up for him, he had not reciprocated with support, leaving his brother disheartened. Thus, his aunt, who held her nephew in high regard, found her son increasingly irksome. What a child! Certain sentiments were best left unspoken in front of the old head of the family. If that person were not present, my aunt would likely exclaim, "Your brother has already scolded him. Why haven't you taken action against him? What are your hands for, if not to do something? All you do is eat." However, the unspoken words inadvertently bolstered Old San's confidence. Adults are concerned about their reputation and tend to adhere to societal norms, granting respect to their elders. Lin Luo, being a child, did not regard Old San as an elder, yet Yin Dong and Yin Jun's generation were still expected to treat him as an uncle. He mistakenly believed that someone would stand up for him, and so he ambiguously remarked, "Indeed, you scolded him a bit, yet here I am, being berated without distinction." My aunt held a low opinion of Old San's family, but as a good daughter-in-law, she felt it inappropriate to confront her husband's uncle. She cast a sidelong glance at Old San, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens, then shot a warning look at her husband, conveying a clear message. This is your uncle. You deal with him. If you cannot manage it, I shall deal with you. What a person, daring to disrespect my nephew. Throughout his life, my uncle has owed no one anything, except to his wife. A once promising art teacher had married him, yet they had scarcely enjoyed a few blissful days together. Now that he has gained some small abilities, he would not allow his wife to suffer any longer. Faced with his wife's threat, he promptly capitulated. Casting a cold glance at Old San, he stated bluntly, "Uncle, please refrain from coming to the hospital for the next few days. Return home." This was a direct dismissal. Chapter 166, A Watershed Moment in Truth. My uncle's decision to send Old San away was for his own good, for the hospital was likely to be inundated with visitors, many of whom would be inappropriate for Old San to encounter. On the way to pick up his wife, my uncle learned that things were quite lively on Yin Shirquan's side. Due to certain personal matters, Yin Shirquan had shared 3 pieces of news during a gathering with friends. The first news was that the provincial inspection had been officially announced, and inspectors would soon arrive in the county, suggesting a thorough investigation. Considering the previous 151 project, it remained uncertain who might fall from grace this time. An inspection at the provincial level implied that one person's downfall could implicate many others. Those who are well-informed would be able to preemptively prepare or cut ties. The second piece of news was that Li Xianjuan's sister would be participating in the upcoming World Military Games, reportedly with a chance of winning a championship. While this was not a major revelation, it did indicate the military's information channels. The final piece of news was the most definitive. The provincial party school had formally notified Yin Shirquan to report for enrollment in this year's undergraduate in-service program, combining 4 centers into one. Each piece of news was more tantalizing than the last. Had these 3 pieces of information been staggered, people might not have given them much thought. However, their simultaneous emergence, all connected to the Zhao family and supporting Yin Shirquan, an emerging talent nurtured by the Zhao family, inevitably led to speculation. While the provincial inspection and military games might have been dismissed as mere rumors, the notification regarding the party school was a clear and formal communication. Consequently, a consensus began to form. The Zhao family had connections in the province, and they were not insignificant. Moreover, should someone fall from grace, coupled with the sordid affairs of Zhao's son and the mining bureau, it would certainly stir the minds of many. In such a vast mining bureau, who wouldn't desire a taste of the warmth? Thus, even Zhao Wenjia's mere cold became a matter of great significance. As a result, it was not just the hospital that buzzed with activity. Even the South Market transformed into a grand spectacle. In the afternoon, even Li Qingjun paid a visit to his uncle, assisting in establishing a bank branch in the market. Qiu Tingyan, under the pretext of inspecting work, paraded around the market with his classmates from the city, even making introductions with Li Qingjun. These two, taking the opportunity, reiterated to the bank representatives the plan to cultivate and develop individual private enterprises with a production value exceeding 10 million yuan, 20 enterprises with over 5 million yuan, and 500 enterprises with a production value of 1 million yuan, aiming for the total output of the city's individual private economy to reach 5 billion yuan, with operating income of 6 billion yuan and tax contributions of 1 billion yuan. He was the child of the county committee, boasting without restraint. But the bank dared not heed such bravado lightly. Thus, seizing this opportunity, the uncle managed to accomplish the tasks mentioned by Lin Luo. Only a minor incident was needed to expedite progress. This was tangible political achievement. At this juncture, who would dare to disrupt his accomplishments? Zhao Yandong would not hesitate to sever ties. Observing his ineffectual uncle, the elder uncle found himself somewhat envious of Lin Luo. Pondering why he could not have such an ambitious relative. Contemplating his discontent, he urged Lao Shantao to rest well at home, suggesting he refrain from frequent visits to the hospital. With their family present, it was inconvenient for the nephew to disclose information to those who needed to be informed. However, what the elder uncle did not anticipate was that his uncle was even more ineffectual than he had imagined. Lao Shantao, emboldened by the presence of his nephew, asserted, "You, my child, why do you still defer to your uncle? I was just about to seek you out. I heard you've taken office. Perhaps you could arrange something for your cousin." His words left Zhao Yandong, with his own ambitions, perplexed. "What is this? You come to me for job arrangements. As if I owe you something? What should I arrange?" The elder uncle was somewhat bewildered by his uncle's intentions. Lao Shantao, although wary of Lin Luo, showed no fear towards his own nephew, commanding, "You all, with your positions as directors and captains, can't you secure a position for your brother?" His casual demeanor suggested familiarity. Those who knew him understood his nephew was merely a junior officer, while others might assume he was speaking from a high office. This authoritative tone left the astute elder uncle at a loss for words. To be candid, while inspecting the South Market alongside the county's third in command and the city's fifth in command, he had managed to articulate himself well. Yet, faced with his farmer uncle, he found himself at a loss. This was the first time he felt so speechless. Previously viewing his uncle with disdain, he now grasped the reason for his aversion. "Dad!" exclaimed Shan Lingfang, who had gained some insight, quickly interjecting. She genuinely felt embarrassed to be associated with her father, questioning the absurdity of the notion of securing a position for her cousin. This afternoon, she perceived that there might be significant matters at her uncle's house. The atmosphere of welcoming and sending off guests had taken on a rather unusual tone. This scene reminded her of her childhood during the New Year celebrations at her uncle's home, which had steadily declined over the years. They had thrust her into this position out of sheer necessity, as there were truly no other viable options. Yet, how could her father entertain such a notion? With a younger brother who could not even ascend to a position of authority while imprisoned, what could he possibly achieve? What could he possibly become? However, the old man remained oblivious to his own faults. "What's wrong? Am I mistaken in my words? Yanjun has also held an official position. So why can't my son?" Despite the widespread belief that Zhao Yanjun was inept and a wastrel, he genuinely believed his nephew was inferior to his own son. This old farmer was unaware that the first significant division in life is akin to the waters of amniotic fluid. Lin Luo chose to ignore him, preoccupied with her meal, as hunger had truly set in. Once finished, she set down her lunchbox and flashed a smile at her aunt. "Hey, aunt. Do you think it's my fault for hitting him? Doesn't he deserve it?" How could her aunt respond? "He certainly deserves a beating, but I cannot say that aloud." After a sip of water, she remarked, "Your uncle is here, after all. That old man," she thought, "would soon find himself in trouble when I take the dong away. Let us see if my nephew gives him a good thrashing." Chapter 167. Temptation. Never mind. Perhaps it is best not to trouble her uncle further. Any conflict with the old man would be to her advantage due to age. Being younger and inexperienced, while he, being older, was disrespectful, created a sense of balance. Moreover, she had no desire for a reputation and was unafraid to sever ties, having done so before. Yet, her uncle could not afford such disputes. He was a legitimate public servant, and one could never know if a political campaign would arise, turning trivial matters into significant issues. In this circle, allies could easily transform into adversaries, and rivals might just as quickly join forces against others. Fearing that her aunt would compel her uncle to defend her, Lin Luo rose, tidied her lunchbox, handed it to her aunt, and headed towards the old man. This startled him. "Don't come any closer. My nephew is right here." The old man's family regarded this nephew as a calamity in their lives. "Do they not see us as human?" During a winter in the 80s, with no water, electricity, or coal, and drafty windows, the entire family had endured the harshest of cold wrapped in cotton quilts devoid of cotton. Do not inquire where the cotton had gone. One need not ponder to know the answer. The old man endured a winter more brutal than any he had faced during the years of great hardship. Lin Luo had no intentions of striking him. Observing his demeanor, she spread her hands. "What are you afraid of? I wouldn't throw you from the balcony." His reaction revealed to her that he was aware of the predicament he was imposing on others. Otherwise, why the sense of guilt? Yet, knowing well that others were incapable of fulfilling such demands, he still dared to make them, relying on familial ties and his seniority. It seemed he did not genuinely believe his son could hold an official position, but rather sought to negotiate. Unfortunately, before the charade could continue, Lin Luo interrupted. Upon hearing her threat of tossing him from the balcony, the old man could no longer remain seated. "What are you saying, child? Your elders are still present." "The memories of my own children may not be particularly vivid, yet I recall a certain incident involving that small train, where the child in question acted most egregiously by tampering with their family's gas canister. This was not merely an act of malice directed at them. It was a reckless gamble with their very lives. Who could have foreseen that this seemingly docile child harbored such an explosive temper?" Others claimed he would not be cast aside, dismissing old San's bravado as mere bluster, as if murder were without consequence. However, when Lin Luo assured that he would not be thrown from the building, the child remained skeptical, for he was known to act without regard for the repercussions. When he said he would not abandon you, it meant he intended to do just that. Consequently, old San, trembling slightly, grasped his nephew Zhao Yandong's hand and said, "You must keep an eye on your nephew. We are on the 4th floor of a hospital, significantly higher than a typical residence. Should he fall, he would not only face death, but potentially a life of paralysis." The uncle quickly shifted aside, declaring, "I cannot control him. Even his grandparents cannot rein him in. So do not seek my assistance." The only ones capable of managing Lin Luo were likely his grandmother or grandfather. Yet, the uncle deliberately chose not to convey this, instead wishing to create the impression that his nephew was unmanageable by authority. This was precisely what Lin Luo desired. Upon realizing that no one in the room could discipline the child with Lin Luo present, old Sen contemplated retracting his earlier statements. Wasn't the intention merely to secure a job for Zhuzi? The young man was of age, having studied culinary arts for 2 years. Yet he could not even secure a position as a waiter in a restaurant. We are all relatives, and it would be remiss not to assist him. It was imperative to clarify that they simply wished to help the child find employment. Titles of elder or uncle hold little weight here. As long as Lin Luo refrained from striking him, he would tolerate anything, even being chastised by Lin Luo's grandfather or being subjected to ridicule. However, Lin Luo genuinely had no intention of striking him. He sought a constructive conversation, for there was a task that required someone capable, and Olagen seemed an apt choice. "Uncle, you should convey this notion. Olagen possesses the ability to articulate well. Earning a meager salary in a mundane job would only hinder the child's potential. Why not pursue the position of chairman? It offers a golden opportunity." Only a fool would believe such a statement. It was patently absurd. Even Olagen could not suppress his disbelief. "De Luo, you may criticize my father, but why involve me?" Although he perceived himself as significant, the idea of becoming a chairman was preposterous, a role reserved for fictional characters on television. Observing this exchange between the two men, San Lingfeng finally understood why she had struggled to find a suitor. "Enough," she interjected. Just moments ago, amidst the bustling crowd, she believed she had presented herself admirably, engaging warmly with the elder brother and forming close connections with the older sister, making several friends who promised to reach out to her for assistance at the hospital. Even several minor leaders from the health bureau had patted her shoulder in encouragement, leaving her name etched within a limited sphere. Yet, such displays appeared trivial in Lin Luo's eyes, undermining her confidence. She was perplexed as to what sort of individual could ever earn Lin Luo's esteem. It was only upon witnessing her father and brother's earlier behavior that she began to comprehend the reasons behind his disdain for her. Born into such a family, it is inevitable to adopt their way of thinking, and even the deeply ingrained habits become apparent. People tend to take every word to heart. Upon observing the behavior of her father and brother, Shan Lingfang realized how ridiculous she had been moments ago. All those polite exchanges were merely pleasantries. Yet she naively believed that genuine connections could be formed through mere words. Recognizing this, she hastily urged, "De Luo, do not jest with my father and brother. They lack formal education and refinement. As for Zhuzi's matter, you need not concern yourself. I merely wish to discuss whether he could engage in a small business at the hospital's canteen." If Lin Luo's thoughts were so easily decipherable by these few individuals, it would be a grave oversight. "Look, I have spoken, yet you remain skeptical. If you do not believe me, why approach us?" The prospect of a high-yield, low-risk venture at the hospital's canteen was simply not something she would relinquish. What a whimsical notion. In 2007, the 30-square-meter shop on the first floor of the Central Hospital commanded an annual rent exceeding $500,000, which required competitive bidding. Such a lucrative opportunity would never be offered to her family. Having just arrived at the hospital a few days prior, Shan Lingfang was unaware of these realities. She certainly did not believe that Lin Luo, who had orchestrated the position of a director, would hesitate to secure a canteen stall. Confused, she immediately inquired, "De Luo? What do you mean? Are you making a mockery of our family?" Lin Luo approached, settling beside Jin, resting a hand on his shoulder. "I am not jesting with you. If I cannot be the chairman, I can at least be the general manager or director. Are you willing to take on the challenge? If so, I can arrange it for you." This display of intimacy alleviated much of the apprehension. "Really?" Both Jin and Shan Lingfang simultaneously posed the question. Lin Luo did not affirm or deny, instead urging, "This opportunity will not last." Just as Jin was about to respond, Shan Lingfang tugged at him. "No, Luo. Speak clearly and allow Aunt to consider." Something felt amiss, undeniably so. If one were to claim that their family had recently handled matters with great finesse and garnered appreciation, it would be acceptable. However, they had just put her uncle in a difficult position, and yet he treated them with such kindness. There had to be something amiss. Nonetheless, the allure was overwhelming, so compelling that one could not resist the temptation to listen. Chapter 167. Family indeed, there were matters to discuss. Shaking Shan Lingzhu's shoulder, Lin Luo spoke candidly. "My uncle's peripheral market is set for redevelopment, and this project should be under the purview of Li Qingjun. Given my uncle's status, he is certain to allocate a stake to our family. Besides public servants, it is only my brother and I, mere children, who cannot be legal representatives or supervisors. This is not a trivial task. Over 5 million. Can it be managed without oversight? You have mentioned that we are relatives. Should you find it feasible, I can arrange it for you. Surely, this is more advantageous than running a business in the hospital canteen, is it not? The choice between a one-time windfall and a steady, modest enterprise is not easily discerned. Yet, upon hearing the figure of 5 million, Old Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The lottery had been in circulation for over a decade, and winning 5 million was a dream shared by the entire nation. Here was an opportunity, and who would not be thrilled? As for the profit margins of a 5 million project, that was not something Old Shan could calculate. Really, he was the first to succumb to temptation. The second individual in question is his son. Indeed, before Dan Lingfang could gather her thoughts, Dan Lingzhu eagerly interjected. After a brief shake of his shoulders, he felt a strong camaraderie with Lin Luo and embraced him tightly. "It's you, Luo. If you can think of your uncle, then your uncle will certainly look out for you in the future. Once I become the general manager, dressed in a suit, driving a small car, and holding a large mobile phone, what woman wouldn't be drawn to me? 5 million. How could one possibly spend that?" Lin Luo tolerated the embrace, but it left him somewhat uncomfortable, as there was an unidentifiable scent about the person. Discreetly extricating himself from this display of affection, he inched closer to his great-uncle, continuing to press for answers. "It doesn't matter whether we get along. Working diligently is far more important. Are you certain? If so, I will make the arrangements." "Arrange it. Arrange it. What is there to ponder? If this works out, your uncle will treat you to drinks." Dan Lingzhu was nearly eager to kneel and bow to Lin Luo in gratitude. However, Dan Lingfang sensed something amiss. Her brother was too hasty. No. Her mind raced as she sought a reason to delay. It wasn't that she was unwilling to proceed. Rather, the prospect of such an unexpected opportunity felt overwhelming. Almost too good to be true. Yet, she struggled to articulate a reason for hesitation. Given that Lin Luo had the audacity to speak up, it was clear there was merit to the matter. If they were to decline, It wasn't as if there weren't other uncles or aunts who could take this chance. If those relatives prospered later on, her brother would resent himself for a lifetime. But to agree immediately felt wrong. Thus, she sought to buy some time to consult with someone more discerning. Before she could formulate a valid excuse, old Dan interjected. What is there to question? This is our old Dan family's nephew, and that is final. Tadeo, you must keep an eye on your brother. Didn't you say you have control over the South Market? Have that fellow, Li Qingjun, take your brother under his wing. The situation was precarious. He didn't even know who Li Qingjun was. Dad. The unfounded comments exasperated Dan Lingfang, causing her to stamp her feet in frustration. Observing her distress, Lin Luo took the initiative. There's no rush. Take your time to think it through. If necessary, consult my grandmother. See if she approves. At this, Dan Lingfang's eyes lit up. Right, and there's also my aunt. Lin Luo would never deceive his grandmother. This honesty led Dan Lingfang to reconsider her earlier doubts. Tadeo, don't overthink it. I know my brother is ineffectual. This is a significant project, and I fear he may hinder your progress. Let me consult my aunt and get back to you. At this point, Dan Lingfang was already inclined to believe, merely seeking a safeguard. Very well. Go ahead and seek wise counsel. Lin Luo promptly urged them to leave. It is often said that a grandmother's authority is paramount. Once the old Dan family heard this, they assumed Lin Luo had experienced an epiphany and sought to make amends with their relative. In that moment, they could not linger. Hastily departing to discuss the matter with their aunt, leaving without even bidding farewell to Lin Luo. People are often blinded by their desires. Once they had left, Lin Luo could not suppress a chuckle. Such a schemer, showing no regard for decorum. This fool serves as a mere windbreak. Alarmed, the eldest uncle quickly closed the hospital room door, looking helplessly at Lin Luo. Why must you act this way? Relocation and matters pertaining to construction invariably intersect with incidents of violence and safety hazards, and such occurrences cannot merely be averted through precautionary measures. Furthermore, when entangled with an unreliable associate like Li Qingjun, complications multiply. That individual tends to stir trouble, and it is not solely for profit. According to my uncle's perspective, our family has already navigated the necessary connections, rendering the need for a public figure unnecessary. Li Qingjun is rather generous toward his own, ensuring that financial matters are adequately addressed. As long as our family remains intact, the presence of such a person is inconsequential. Of course, should we falter, no one would be of assistance. Moreover, even if we were to engage someone, it certainly should not be all a jinn, for that would only invite trouble. In any situation, he and Li Qingjun would be competing to escalate matters. His character is even more troublesome than Li Qingjun's. My uncle's reasoning is not flawed. Yet Lin Luo harbors his own convictions. There must be someone within the family. Is it truly acceptable for me to abandon my studies upon completing middle school? Ordinary individuals lament the missed opportunities of a prosperous era, often forgetting that they too once lived through it. Regardless of future prospects, be it stocks, infrastructure, cryptocurrencies, or gold, they merely grumble about past decisions. Yet why did they not act at that time? It was either due to ignorance or a lack of means to enter the fray. The present situation mirrors this. Opportunities are not simply seized by desire. One must have participated in advance, equipped with the requisite tools and experience, to have any chance of profit. For instance, one must engage in the relatively low-risk construction industry to grasp its intricacies, thereby acquiring relevant experience and a competent team. When the inevitable wave of opportunity arrives, one can then partake in the bounty. This exemplifies the notion that opportunities favor the prepared. Preparation is vital, whether it involves saving money or acquiring knowledge pertinent to the industry. Only then can one anticipate opportunity. Otherwise, even if it presents itself, one may not be capable of seizing it. My uncle recognizes the validity of Lin Luo's assertions. Sitting across from his nephew, he gazed into Lin Luo's eyes, contemplating for a while before solemnly stating, "Mother will be troubled." Lin Luo observed his uncle, finding familial bonds to be quite peculiar. Two sons, often overlooked, harbor a profound yearning for maternal affection. Each strives for filial piety. Had this individual not been sorely wounded later, he might have surpassed even the eldest uncle in being a good son. With a smile, he replied, "Let it be, uncle. As long as one treats the family well, grandmother would spare no affection, including for herself, except for my mother and me." To speak of oneself may be somewhat self-aggrandizing, but to mention one's mother surely resonates with my uncle. Grandmother's favoritism toward mother defies logic. This elicited a sigh from my uncle. "Ah, you." He then assumed a sympathetic demeanor, checking on his feverish son, muttering a wish for his child's simplicity and naivety, hoping for a life free from calamity. A child with too strong a will is also a burden, leading to exhaustion. Behold, the family of old Dan, who will surely find ways to express their gratitude towards their nephew in the future. Little do they realize that should fortune smile upon their household, they too shall thrive. However, should misfortune arise, they may be the first to be cast aside. Alas, the son remains oblivious to his father's sentiments. Yet, the oft-overlooked Wenjia, feeling neglected by both his mother and brother, finally garners a modicum of attention, gazing up at his father with a look of pitiful longing. Dad, I didn't get to eat any dumplings. Those dumplings, filled with pure meat and devoid of onions, were instead seasoned with scallion water, a scent he can discern with his keen nose. Despite being unwell, he had not tasted a single one, as they were all consumed by his brother. With a sense of grievance, he implores, all right, Dad will have the cafeteria send some over. The hospital has them too. Faced with his son's endearing display of affection, paternal love overflows within him. The aunt, having observed the scene for some time, may not fully grasp the intricacies of the old Dan family's affairs, yet she comprehends her husband's final remark. After all, she is a graduate of a reputable teaching institution. How could she not be acquainted with Su-Shi? Witnessing this tender display of familial affection, she approaches the pair and playfully chides. Who has wronged you? What tribulations have you endured? Where do you plan to wander? The proud achievements of Lin Luo have managed to astonish even the uncle. When a child excels, it is the duty of the family to provide support. That is the essence of kinship. With the parents absent, it is the uncle's responsibility to assist, rather than uttering cynical remarks. Amidst the playful chaos, Lin Luo smiles. For this is indeed his family. Chapter 168. Ordinary people. After a brief period of merriment, the elder uncle prepares to depart, as he must return to work the following day and cannot afford to sleep in the hospital. The aunt's summer vacation has also come to a premature end, for she is required to work at the Education Bureau for a month before heading to a school. The hospital remains a secure environment, with Lin Luo keeping an eye on his younger brother. Just as they are about to part ways, Wenjia finally gets to taste dumplings, albeit those prepared by the hospital, filled with lamb, which cannot compare to his mother's culinary skills. Pouting, the younger brother complains, "What kind of hospital serves this? These lamb dumplings are barely tolerable. Onion-filled ones would be preferable. At 18 yuan a portion, it is rather pricey, yet if the scallions are generously added, it would be deemed more worthwhile. All right, if you're truly unwell, I'll take care of you. Making such a fuss over a cold. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Instead of focusing on your studies beside your brother, you only think of indulgence. Who do you think you are?" The aunt expresses her discontent towards her son. The identity of young Master Zhao, which has gained external recognition, bears little weight in the eyes of his mother. After scolding their son, the couple entwine their arms and take their leave. As they exit, the aunt reminds, "Make sure to lock the door at night. Director Qi is in the duty room. Contact him if needed." Understood, Lin Luo replies casually, eager to send them off, for he notices his brother signaling to him. Upon reaching the entrance, the elder uncle suddenly recalls something he had forgotten and turns back to inquire, "By the way, Lin Luo, do you know where your old uncle has gone?" "Oh, I had completely forgotten about him," Lin Luo admits. "I have no idea. I only know he reported for duty this morning and went to inspect the vehicles. He should have finished work by now. That lad." The elder uncle shakes his head. "I even went to his workplace to find him, only to learn he drove off in a company car after finishing. Is he perhaps headed to your home?" "Perhaps. Without a phone call, communication proves inconvenient." "It is nothing. You are an adult now, why still dwell on him? In the past, while idling about on North Street, we never saw you worry." The elder uncle did not acknowledge the comfort extended towards his nephew. "How could we not worry? We were on edge every day. After much effort, he finally found a respectable job. We hope he does not stray again." This brother truly does not compare to his nephew in terms of peace of mind. Although the nephew is not without his own troubles, he possesses capabilities unlike his brother, who only knows how to create chaos. Observing the elder uncle's anxious demeanor, Lin Luo offered reassurance. "No, the old uncle still has his sense. He would never strike anyone on the back of the head with a brick." "Is that what you call a sense?" The elder uncle shot a blank stare at his nephew, irritated, before taking his wife away, leaving behind a remark. "You two continue your collusion. I can no longer manage you both. Once one becomes an official, they become insufferable, filled with idioms." Lin Luo did not see them off for long, but hurried to close the door, for his brother could no longer contain himself. Earlier, with their parents present, the little one felt embarrassed to unwrap gifts from others. That bag of Wong Wong goodies had stirred his cravings immensely. In front of adults, children are always somewhat restrained. Now, seeing his parents gone, the younger sibling wasted no time, tearing open the gift bag, stuffing stickers into his pocket. and grabbing the rows of Wang's milk to drink. Not content with just drinking for himself, he also shoved snacks like snow cakes and sunbae towards his brother. No wonder he does not like eating dumplings. He was merely putting on a facade to deceive their parents for the sake of delicious snacks. Brother, try this. It is delightful too. Lin Luo was not fond of snacks, yet he did not spoil the fun, merely advising, drink less soda. I shall not be responsible if you wet the bed tonight. I want tea wet the bed, he retorted, putting on a small crying act. Lin Luo was not convinced. The child had a mischievous streak. All right, you won tea. Receiving his brother's assurance, the younger sibling leaned against him, unwrapping snacks and toys while chattering away. Brother, Auntie looks so beautiful. Why do you look down on Auntie? The brother was not mistaken. Shan Lingfang certainly belonged to the type of woman who could leverage her beauty. However, Lin Luo did not disdain her. He simply did not know how to articulate this to his brother, so he changed the subject. Silly child. Do you know what kind of person speaks in a way that reveals their ordinary family background, making them easily looked down upon? The younger one, who had just unwrapped a box of imported chocolates, was bewildered by how his brother had diverted the conversation. Lin Luo did not require a response. Instead, he continued to assist in unwrapping gifts while explaining. It is the kind of person who likes to actively make friends, who is open-hearted with family and friends. Their thoughts tend to be extreme, viewing the world in black and white, becoming stubborn and fixated on their own beliefs. They possess an excessive sense of cleanliness regarding their values, are overly loyal to friendships, meddle in others' affairs, exhibit an abundance of compassion, and are easily moved to tears. They often take on the role of a teacher, eager to share their experiences, being somewhat talkative, and showing greater warmth towards others. Moreover, they possess a poor sense of vigilance, believing everyone in the world to be good. With scant inherited wisdom, they cannot keep their innermost thoughts hidden, are unable to hold back their feelings, and are more inclined to confide in others, only to regret it afterward. They are prone to self-deception, mistakenly perceiving one-sided confessions as sincerity and often fail to receive the same in return, leading to internal strife. Individuals often exhibit a delicate sensitivity, coupled with a pronounced sense of self-esteem. While they may overflow with compassion, they frequently lack the ability to empathize deeply, offering kindness that may be unwelcome or even burdensome to others. Such observations resonate, as if enumerating the 7 deadly sins, targeting specific flaws. Your aunt embodies this archetype. Wenjie gazed at the myriad toys strewn across the bed, attentively nodding to his brother's ramblings. This isn't so bad, he mused. There's nothing inherently wrong with Annie being this way. Alas, good intentions may prove insufficient. Lin Luo presented a box of jungle chess to Wenjie, remarking, yet, such individuals are destined to face significant setbacks, whether deceived by the opposite sex, misled by superiors, or confronted with the diversity of existence. To embody goodness requires both skill and capability, which she evidently lacks. Rather than allowing others to deceive her, I would rather be the one to do so. At least I wouldn't lead her to ruin. Is that so? Will I also become like this in the future? Wenjie pondered, adjusting the jungle chess pieces, only to discover they were crafted from gold. He eagerly pointed this out to his brother. Lin Luo, having anticipated this revelation, pushed the box towards his younger sibling, also recognizing Wenjie's cleverness. He playfully tapped Wenjie on the forehead. You little rascal, you try to deceive me too. This set was a gift from Director Han of the Rural Credit Cooperative. With 16 pieces made of gold, the value must be around 2,000 yuan, considering the craftsmanship. Back in 95, gold was barely 100 per gram. This gift is quite substantial. Wenjie, caught in his clever ruse, quickly resorted to a charming display of affection. Brother. This elicited a fond ruffle of his hair from Lin Luo. I'm not reproaching you. Your innate nature is well suited for the bureaucratic environment. That's a positive trait. However, Wenjie, you must remember what? Wenjie, engrossed in his game, was oblivious to the true value of the pieces he was treating as mere toys. Lin Luo, amused by his naivety, continued his lesson. Remember that our society is exceedingly lenient towards children during their novice phase. Even if you inadvertently offend someone, it won't be taken to heart. In our traditional culture, we believe in forbearance, and it is considered unbecoming to quibble with those who are still learning. This can be both a blessing and a curse. There is no buffer. Once you reach adulthood, no one will indulge you. Much like marriage, during your schooling, you're barred from even dating, yet post-graduation, you're expected to start a family. With a sigh, Lin Luo hoped Wenjie would grasp this concept. In the absence of generational wisdom, one might make irreversible mistakes upon reaching maturity. So, do you understand? Wenjie, focused on his game, responded without much thought. I understand. I need to learn more from you and Dad. This dismissive attitude earned him a light smack on the head. No, you should make the most of your novice phase. Under the protection of your elders, commit all the errors you need to make. One cannot learn solely from teachings. Experience is the best teacher. The more mistakes you make, the more you will learn. What kind of brother are you? Teaching me to misbehave. Chapter 170. The broker's sincerity is not a guaranteed weapon. Rather, it is the perception of your sincerity that holds true power. Within the confines of the hospital, the seasoned night watchman felt as though he was on the brink of earning 2 stripes and a star. The reason eludes him. All he knows is that a child from a prominent family is hospitalized. Such is the nature of rumors, which often escalate from trivial matters to something sinister. His grandfather certainly does not qualify as a person of significance, and Lin Luo can at best be regarded as an individual, a notion that is laden with controversy. Within the pediatric ward, a profession known as a political broker emerges. The disparity in information can indeed yield substantial advantages, particularly since the astute are often skeptical. If one possesses an accurate piece of information, they will concoct an array of narratives themselves. Dear aunt, it is not merely your face I must consider, but also the prestige of my Uncle Li. Even if Uncle Li's reputation has waned, I cannot disregard the standing of Grandfather Su. Should the old gentleman hold him in high regard, my uncle could find himself in a predicament. Our Zhao family could hardly overlook such a favor. The daughter of Grandfather Su, the wife of Li Ding from the county secretary's office, made an appearance and successfully secured the construction project for the building materials complex at the South Market. Lin Luo was entirely unaware of the project's nature, yet he vociferously expressed his support. The reasoning is straightforward. Such news, which even he does not comprehend, is merely a notification to prevent any internal discontent and avoid causing inconvenience to others. Whether or not he is involved, the undertaking will proceed. Thus, it is better to clarify one's stance and verbally pledge unwavering support. Just as one visitor departed, another arrived. Yu Tianran, son of Yu Bingyan, entered the room and plopped down on the sofa, immediately launching into grandiose claims. His uncle is an engineer at Xinfei, and his elder uncle is the deputy director at the Dawn factory. It was all rather nebulous, with no clear purpose. Yet the gifts he brought were excessively extravagant, a key to a luxurious Toyota Previa. Regrettably, Lin Luo declined. Apologies, Yu Go, but my grandfather is a man of principles. You must take your leave. He was disinterested in whatever Yu Tianran had to say, as their families had no prior connection and thus lacked any foundation of trust. Consequently, he brusquely dismissed him. Infuriated by being turned away by a mere child, Yu Tianran stomped his feet at the door, spat, and departed. This scene drew a shake of the head from a woman who had just climbed the stairs. Upon seeing her, Yu Tianran's once arrogant demeanor vanished, and he fled, even opting to exit through the front door to avoid her. Lin Luo did not see Yu Tianran off. Rather, upon noticing the woman, he sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. Ah, Anton. After greeting her, he donned a professional smile reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher and bent down to engage with the child she had brought. Who is this? Is it Wenwen? Come to play with Wenjia then? Very well, you may go and play. He led the girl inside, and the woman followed, though her expression was far from pleasant. Once seated, her first words were, "Little Lin Luo, my ire is directed at your mother, not at you. However, who can help it that you are her son? Whatever transpires, you shall bear the brunt for her." Her unabashed demeanor clearly conveyed that she was not to be trifled with. Lin Luo could only smile in response. "Oh, Anton, you know how my mother can be. I am well aware of her irritations. It is only right to direct it towards her," indicating that we are allies. This display of seeking favor through maternal connections elicited a smile from the woman. The daughter of the Zhao family is well aware of the situation and can comprehend why the child speaks as such. She even finds it rather gratifying. If even one's own son does not support you, one must reflect upon their failures in life. Lin Luo is also cognizant that leaving an impression of being a sycophant is undesirable, yet the towering stature of those in power renders her inconsequential in their eyes. When faced with true authority, receiving a mere nod of acknowledgement can be considered a benevolent gesture. This woman is the wife of Qiu Tingyan, a rival of Lin Luo's mother. Their family is not merely a local gentry. They possess influence that reaches the provincial level. To illustrate, Qiu Tingyan has 2 children, his son Eschewing, who is the same age as Lin Luo, and a daughter named Qiu Wenwen, who is 2 or 3 years younger than Wenjia. And Shuang has been residing in the provincial capital at his great-uncle's home, having seen his father only a handful of times. It is only in recent months, due to some changes in the province, that Shuang has returned to the county. On the day of his arrival, the rank of the escort who accompanied him was equivalent to that of the highest official in the county. Thus, Lin Luo was quite surprised by Ming Yue's visit to the hospital. "Auntie, why have you come all this way? You could just call me if you needed something," Lin Luo remarked, which pleased Ming Yue greatly. The essence of one's character is of little concern to others. What matters is one's own comfort. "Oh, you child," she chided playfully, not intending to stay long, before summoning her daughter. "Come on, let us go see your brother Wenjie. We have other matters to attend to." The girl, possessing a rather timid disposition, was on the verge of tears from an ordinary remark. "Mom, can we skip the vaccination?" Her mother, irritated by this display, replied, "No nonsense." Only when her mother showed signs of anger did the girl reluctantly follow along. Lin Luo did not dare to meddle in their affairs, remaining at a distance like a courtier, smiling in deference. In fact, she felt a sense of relief, considering it merely a chance encounter. However, just before exiting, the woman revealed her true intention. Children should mind their words and keep their mouths shut. It was then that Lin Luo comprehended her purpose and quickly responded, "Understood, Annie. Please send my regards to Uncle Chiu." Lin Luo could only muster a polite greeting for Chiu Tingyin, and even refrained from mentioning Ming Yue's half-brother, the head of the Yin family, as well as their great-uncle, fearing to even hint at their affairs. "Take care," she offered, knowing that in over a decade, this individual would stand unflinchingly in court as the news began to recite the charges. XX has lost their ideals and beliefs, forsaken their original mission, contradicted the new development philosophy and the requirements for high-quality development, implemented major decisions with reluctance, compromised on party principles, formed cliques, nurtured personal power, engaged in opportunistic schemes, befriended political frauds, resisted organizational scrutiny, violated the spirit of the 8 regulations, improperly accepted invitations, breached organizational principles, failed to uphold the integrity of selecting and appointing officials, improperly received gifts and money, allowed family values to deteriorate, neglected discipline over family members, exhibited insatiable greed, misused their official position for personal gain in project contracts and cadre selections, and illicitly accepted massive sums of money. Such a person is indeed deserving of a place in Qin City. There exists an elderly gentleman, and it seems that women possess the luxury of being capricious. Just as she was about to descend the stairs, she seemingly recalled something and turned back to add, "That rascal Yu Tianran has stolen quite a few cars, all of which have been impounded. You ought to pay him no mind." Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that he had inadvertently struck a chord of truth. Indeed, those who have been reborn often find themselves graced with a touch of fortune. Thus, Zhao Wenjie, despite suffering from a fever, and his brother resided in the hospital for nearly 3 days. During this time, a parade of celestial beings, demons, and spirits came and went, leaving Lin Luo utterly exhausted. In truth, Wenjie's fever had subsided on the very first day. However, he was unable to leave the hospital. The bustling atmosphere attracted the attention of Director Zheng Ligua, who made a special visit. Upon observing that it was merely a child's cold, he feigned concern for a few moments before taking his leave. This display revealed that he was not particularly well informed. After dealing with these various entities, Lin Luo felt as though he might collapse from fatigue. He collapsed onto the bed, muttering to himself, "Indeed, pandas are beloved by people worldwide, and it is precisely due to their numerous titles." Wenjie, observing his brother's exhaustion, looked at him with confusion. "Huh?" It was only natural for the child to struggle to follow his brother's train of thought. Only Lin Luo understood that, in the eyes of the crowd, he had become akin to a giant panda. Consider the giant panda. To a Caucasian, it appears white. To an African, it seems black. To a Russian, it resembles a bear. To the Japanese, it is simply kawaii. To the underprivileged, it embodies a sense of relaxation. To the strong, it lives in a state of nonchalance. And to the weak, it never bullies the small. In the West, it is regarded as the Miss Saigon of the animal kingdom, and among our own people, it is viewed as our specialty. As for me, dear brother, I am now but a great panda. Chapter 171. Hainan Lin Luo understood that his current role was that of the Zhao family's firewall, the overseer of household matters, a tool for amassing wealth, a provider of material needs for the Zhao patriarchs, and a conduit between officials and merchants, illuminating the pathways of higher echelons with vital information. In short, bearing such titles necessitated additional expenses when staying in hotels, as a double room could not accommodate all. Wenjie did not quite grasp his brother's musings. Yet he discerned the difference between his brother and their aunt. His brother was capable of refusing others, and he did so with remarkable grace, never feeling any embarrassment in the act of denial. This alone was enough for their aunt to learn throughout her lifetime. Although he did not understand the criteria by which his brother distinguished between the comers and goers, he had witnessed a few notable figures, typically seen only on local news, being turned away by his brother. However, a taxi driver, who happened to be a small fry, was granted a ride to the train station without hesitation. This was quite intriguing. The requests of prominent individuals did not necessarily warrant approval, while those of lesser beings were not always dismissed. The criteria for judgment remained elusive to Wenjie. "Brother, will we still be in the hospital tomorrow?" he inquired, eager to know when he could venture out, preferably to visit his brother's arcade. As the influx of visitors subsided and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lin Luo, feeling a sense of relief, closed his eyes and answered his brother's question. "No more hospital stays. There's no need to feign illness. Tomorrow, Grandma will treat us to a meal, and we must be discharged." At Grandma's gathering, one might say that Wenjie is not unwell. Even if he were, he must attend. Thus, the brothers planned to sneak away under the cover of darkness. However, in recent days, an influx of visitors had arrived, many bearing gifts that Wenjie cherished. Upon hearing his brother's intention to leave, Wenjie lamented, "Ah, brother, we cannot possibly take all these things with us." Lin Luo surveyed the room filled with items that, while not extravagant, were imbued with thoughtfulness, and felt a headache coming on. He grumbled, "These unreliable uncles truly treat me like a beast of burden. My parents may be negligent, but why have yours not bothered to check on you these past few days?" Although the child feigned illness, it was all for the sake of the family. How could they disregard him? During this time, not a single family member had visited the hospital, only guests. Despite his complaints, Lin Luo began to organize the gifts, humming a tune. "Is what you gained still so little? Is your effort still so great? Life's path is often fraught with unfairness. Do not take it to heart, and live with a certain ease." His younger brother did not grasp the sentiment behind the song. But upon hearing his brother mention the absence of their parents, his little face darkened. "I don't know. But Grandma asked me a couple of days ago if I wanted a little brother or a little sister." The child subtly hinted that his parents might be preparing for a second child. This concern was, in truth, unfounded, setting aside their current circumstances. Even if they were to have another child, it would not deprive him materially, and considering the current status of their uncle and aunt, such a prospect was unlikely. Lin Luo did not even lift his head. "Stop worrying about things that are of no consequence. Your grandmother cannot even manage your mother. How could she possibly take charge of our family? Rest assured, if your father were still working in the factory, perhaps he might secretly have another child to keep your mother in check. But now, who would dare?" From a pragmatic perspective, neither of them could bear the repercussions of violating the one-child policy. Really? Wenjie was puzzled as to why this was the case. But if his brother said it was impossible, it must indeed be so. It seemed that few only children genuinely desired siblings. Lin Luo sorted the gifts into categories. Some required reciprocation, others needed to be remembered, and some would be hastily discarded. Of course, at this moment, not only would they not consider having a second child, but even if the couple had a quarrel, they would certainly keep it behind closed doors. New officials often took their position seriously, you may rest assured. The likelihood of them adopting a child was far greater than that of having one biologically. As he spoke, he extracted a coconut carving from the pile of gifts and tossed it aside. Seeing his brother discard such a beautiful piece of craftsmanship, Wenjie grew anxious. "Brother, why are you throwing this away? Woman really likes it. I wanted to give it to her." In his eagerness for toys, he momentarily forgot about their parents. Lin Luo turned to look at his brother, torn between whether to explain the intricacies of the situation or to remain silent, fearing his brother might not comprehend. Ultimately, he decided to speak. "The woman who gave us this gift is not from Grandpa's side. This group likely sensed something amiss and came to probe. Therefore, we must distance ourselves from them." Wenjie gazed longingly at the discarded item, making a final attempt to salvage it. The woman is clearly from the south. Her accent is not local. How could Grandfather have met her? Such a fine item, even one has never seen one. In small towns, let alone foreigners. There aren't many southerners either. They truly are a rarity. The gift was brought by a person associated with the court. One cannot undermine the intermediary's dignity. Lin Luo accepted the item, yet when the intermediary departed, he indicated his own helplessness. Thus, once the person leaves, discarding it remains an option. This is what one refers to as a signal. As Lin Luo continued to organize other items, he casually responded to his brother. "That accent is unmistakably Hainanese. Hainan, a splendid place, the capital of the 3 eastern provinces. Hainan." Wenjie had only seen it on television. It is said to be the eastern Hawaii, quite beautiful indeed. Since the conversation had begun, Lin Luo did not wish to withhold any information from his brother. "Yes, well, let me explain it to you properly. Chen Doxiang, the former instructor of the Chaoyang Traffic Police, embezzled several million yuan from the traffic police to invest in real estate in Hainan a few years back. making quite a fortune. Not only did he replenish the embezzled funds, but with the remaining money, he transferred himself to Jianping County, taking a prominent position in the police department. This woman is someone he met in Hainan, his mistress. Individuals like Chun Doxiang are not isolated cases. Many Northeasterners who initially invested in Hainan were of similar ilk. At that time, the property prices in Hainan were far beyond what private wealth could afford. However, such matters are not suitable to share with Wenjie. Oh, and what does that have to do with our family? Upon mentioning this, Lin Luo paused his actions, facing Wenjie earnestly. Chen Doxiang and Zhu Fengyan are in cahoots. You must know Zhu Fengyan, right? The drunken man who came earlier, do you remember? Oh, Uncle Zhu, yes. I've seen him in grandfather's office. Isn't he part of the criminal police? Grandfather does not think highly of him. Indeed, that is him. Zhu Fengyan's wife is from Balochi Township. Balochi? What is that? Wenjie was unaware. Fossils and iron ore. Chuanzhou is the place where the first bird took flight. With villages like Huangzangzi, Balochi, and Sawangwan rich in fossil resources to the extent that villagers used them to build houses. Everyone knows coal is valuable. But no one pays heed to patterned stones. It was precisely due to this lack of understanding that later, when experts assessed the Red Mountain artifacts, even thieves dismissed them as trivial items. Consequently, during investigations, Zhu Fengyan replaced these artifacts with forgeries and claimed them as his own. Later, the profits from selling these artifacts allowed him to acquire over 2,000 square meters of property in Chaoyang's Jintai Spring. After recounting this lengthy tale, Wenjie merely took it as a story. Oh, and how does this relate to our family? Their illicit dealings could only travel one path, which is National Highway 101. Oh, Uncle is part of the National Highway Inspection Team. Indeed. Chapter 172, Feudalism. Even children understand what sort of people they are. Thus, we cannot accept their possessions. Startled, Wenjie hastily discarded the items he had intended to secretly hide. Lin Luo noticed it was still that small gift from Hainan and couldn't help but laugh. It will not be a gift for Wenwen anymore. Were it not for the weariness of my heart, I would be tempted to indulge in this pairing. Reflecting on Wenwen, the younger brother hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately steeled himself to say, I shall devise another plan. This elicited a nod of approval from Lin Luo. Well, that is certainly an improvement over your uncle. Receiving his brother's commendation, Wenjie beamed and inquired, so brother, who are these individuals? He appeared quite intrigued by such matters. Upon discovering a cockroach in one's home, it signifies that this has become the domain of the pest. Lin Luo was acutely aware of the infamous gang from Majia village in Longton Township, who had nearly toppled a wolf. Thus, he earnestly cautioned his brother, their web has expanded significantly, reaching from the city to various counties, with their members infiltrating everywhere. Names like Chen Doxiang, Zhu Fengyan, Chen Dan, Li Chao, Wang Yan, Yu Zi, Chui Song, and especially Zhang Shouwen. Mind you, you are still young, do not emulate me. I dare to confront the wolves because I possess leverage against him. Should you encounter Zhang Shouwen, flee at once and leave the matter for me to handle. This gang was, in truth, rather inconspicuous, comprising approximately 30 individuals. When the wolves clashed with them, they did not take them seriously. Merely a bunch of rural simpletons attempting to seize control of a local iron mine, disregarding Chai Jingyu entirely. Yet, when the confrontation ensued, they astonishingly revealed over 60 weapons of various kinds, leaving the wolves momentarily dazed. However, such knowledge was not appropriate for a child like Wenjie. Who is Zhang Shouwen? Wenjie pondered, recalling the others he recognized, including local police from Kazuo, members of the county's criminal investigation team, the legal enforcement unit, the court, and the tax authority, but Zhang Shouwen was a stranger to him, merely a ruffian from the mining industry. Lin Luo himself did not pay much heed to these individuals. Regardless of their actions, his brother had been acquainted with such mining thugs from a young age, as their father worked at the mining bureau, so he did not find them particularly intimidating. Yet, the times had changed, and Lin Luo pinched his brother's nose. Because you are precious now, it is unnecessary for you to associate with them. Allow me to be candid. If I were to run him over with my car, it would still be deemed a hit and run after 200 meters. But should he attempt to abduct you, who would we turn to for solace? A gentleman does not place himself in precarious situations. Why must I reiterate this? Oh, Wenjie nodded, seemingly absorbing the message. He then glanced at the gifts his brother had laid out and queried, so, are these individuals here in pursuit of convenience? Otherwise, what do you suppose? Do you think they hold any genuine affection for you? Wenjie contemplated this and conceded that familial love was natural, yet those individuals could only be acquaintances, having shown no prior concern for him. Their sudden attention felt rather unnatural. Pondering the identities of these individuals, he found it perplexing that they were all motivated by self-interest. Were there not any earnest individuals dedicated to serving the people? Indeed, a nation's strength is reflected in its youth. Yet Lin Luo recognized that his own youth had long since waned. He wished not to dishearten his brother, yet he could not suppress his disdain. Those who proclaim the world is for the public and seek to confine power within a cage often meet a grim fate. This was not the answer a child would wish to receive. Yet, the truth remains unyielding, never bending to the whims of human expectation. Lin Luo, with a hand resting on his head, continues to embody the shameless adult who refuses to allow his younger brother to remain sheltered in a fairy tale. Brother, remember the events of the 6 dynasties. They merely served personal agendas. From antiquity to the present, those in power have always been embroiled in such trivial matters, often transforming their personal interests into benefits for the nation and its people. What does that mean? This is not a contemplation suited for a child. Yet, that is of little consequence. What matters is that the seed will inevitably blossom. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Luo drew his brother close. This brings us to the concept of historical cycles. What is that? This was also unfamiliar to Wenjie. It is the notion that prosperity arises swiftly, yet decline occurs abruptly. I don't understand. His brother was perplexed, but the story must be told. After years of abstaining from smoking, Lin Luo felt an urge to light a cigarette when discussing this topic, though such an indulgence was forbidden. Sighing, he continued, "This story begins from our humble beginnings. In our early collaboration, to demonstrate our sincerity, we invited Mr. Huang Yanpei and 4 other gentlemen to visit our base. The esteemed educator Huang Yanpei, after touring our grounds, was profoundly moved and engaged us in a heartfelt conversation. He candidly posed the following questions. In my 60-plus years, what I have heard and seen truly embodies that prosperity arises swiftly, yet decline occurs abruptly. Many entities, individuals, families, organizations, regions, and even nations have failed to escape the dominion of this cyclical law. Initially, there is intense focus. Every task receives earnest attention, and no one spares effort. Perhaps during those arduous times, one could only glean life from the brink of death. As the environment gradually improved, spirits began to ease. Some, due to the passage of time, succumbed to inertia, evolving from a few into the majority, fostering an atmosphere that, despite initial vigor, became immutable and irreparable. Others expanded their regions, driven by natural development or ambition, forcing growth until their talent pool dwindled, struggling to cope as conditions grew increasingly complex, resulting in diminished control. The history of our nation is fraught with examples of political apathy, the rise and fall of leaders, and the pursuit of honor and disgrace. In summary, none have managed to transcend this cyclical pattern. From the past to the present, I have gleaned some insights and hope to uncover a new path to escape this cyclical dominion. With that, Lin Luo paused, granting Wenjie time to ponder. Whenever his brother discussed serious matters, the younger sibling listened intently, contemplating deeply. However, his limited understanding left him confounded, prompting him to look up and inquire, "Oh, how did we respond?" He was convinced that his brother would surely have an answer. Yet, the all-knowing Lin Luo merely shook his head. "How would I know?" This response clearly dissatisfied Wenjie. "Brother, does no one know? How do you think we can escape?" This amused Lin Luo. Such wise individuals have not reached a conclusion. Yet you seek my opinion? You hold me in far too high regard. I only know that our family must first complete its endeavors before discussing further matters. Each generation bears its own mission. Let us trust in the wisdom of those who come after us. My younger brother is even less accepting of this answer. "Brother, your feudalistic mindset is far too severe." Little did he know, the elder merely sighed. There is truly nothing new under the sun. Every year, new raindrops fall upon the old eaves. Am I truly feudalistic? Chapter 173. Weakness. Lin Luo stood by the window, seemingly awaiting someone. With a lollipop in his mouth, he sang in a half-formed Cantonese. Having learned from past experiences and guided by scholarly texts, he now perceives the world with clarity, no longer ensnared by his own troubles. He felt a sense of accomplishment, no longer as foolish as before, wiping away tears and smiling lightly as he walked. After receiving a few warnings from Mingyue, Lin Luo gazed out at the moon and the scattered stars, contemplating various matters. In 2002, BMW established a presence in Shenyang, commencing operations. However, such significant endeavors do not materialize overnight, requiring extensive negotiations. Choosing a site is not a decision that the provincial capital can make unilaterally. It faces a formidable competitor in Dalian, which boasts a natural ice-free port. The mere advantage of lower transportation costs is a hurdle that Shenyang cannot surmount. As a profit-driven foreign enterprise, it will not take into account the domestic political implications you may wish to emphasize, with both background and cost inferior to its rival. Securing this project must have demanded considerable effort from Shenyang. However, such efforts yield rewards. The annual tax revenue exceeding 40 billion provides Shenyang with the confidence to confront Dalian. To put it bluntly, without this, Shenyang would struggle to pay its civil servant salaries. In such a scenario, it is understandable that Olden, alarmed, would disperse his descendants. The extent of the competition between the first and second provinces remains uncertain, and its impact on camaraderie is ambiguous. To act preemptively for stability is justifiable. Yet, this alone indicates that the officials of this phase, though ambitious, have indeed accomplished some deeds, demonstrating a united front against external challenges. Under these circumstances, it is entirely reasonable to combat private car dealers like Tianran to foster a favorable business environment. Lin Luo, feeling as though he had seen through the superficial to the essence, experienced a surge of pride, singing even more joyfully. In the grand scheme of things, your wealth or poverty is predestined. Being wrong will never lead to correctness, while truth remains eternally true. Regardless of what you say, I will abide by my duties, steadfast in my belief that silence is golden. However, if you wish to sing, do so well. This rendition of a Cantonese song with a northeast accent caused Wenjie to cover his ears. Brother, men lament while women endure hardship. It is unbecoming for a man to sing. Unable to endure any longer, my younger brother invoked our grandmother's words in an attempt to silence his elder. Yet, this tactic proved ineffective. What do you understand? In society, the first lesson a man must learn is to sing. When out in the world, even a ruler's command may not be heeded, let alone your false authority. Nevertheless, the diversion proved effective, as Lin Luo could no longer continue his song. Why? Achieving his goal, Wenjie did not dwell on it, but instead cooperated with his brother's performance, inquiring earnestly as to why men must learn to sing. However, little did he know that the singing his brother spoke of was not the same as what he envisioned. His brother's singing was primarily a matter of vocal expression, often accompanied by the motion of caressing his thigh. Lin Luo turned to sit on the windowsill, facing the door of the ward, and casually rambled on. Given that human energy is inherently limited, one cannot be an expert in everything. Yet, once one ascends to a higher position, there will inevitably be individuals who seek you out, and one must navigate the complexities of social interactions. Oh, what does this have to do with singing? Why has my brother been so cryptic in his speech lately? In truth, it was merely a matter of his thoughts jumping from one idea to another. Pulling his younger brother onto the windowsill, Lin Luo chuckled as he explained. Silly brother, it is only in the extravagant world, amidst the intoxication of opulence and the allure of nightlife, that one can truly discern a person's fundamental weaknesses. KTV serves as the perfect venue for this. Weaknesses? Wenjie followed his brother's gaze, looking towards the ordinary-looking young nurse, who was engaged in a playful tug with Director Qi, a relatively young figure who remained unfazed. Lin Luo subtly pointed out this scene. For instance, your Uncle Qi's weakness lies in his lecherous nature. Wenjie scratched his head in confusion. Huh? Is it lecherous to like your cousin? This Uncle Qi evidently has affection for his aunt, while the nurse seems to harbor feelings for him. Having already gifted the young lady, Wenjie certainly understood the concept of affection. Yet, who does not appreciate beauty? The child glanced back at his brother, who gently shook his head. Simply liking your cousin does not equate to being lecherous. Outside, footsteps echoed down the stairway, prompting Director Qi and the young nurse to halt their actions. Who could be arriving at this late hour? Just as the nurse felt a tinge of embarrassment akin to being caught in a clandestine affair, the most boisterous voice from the ward exclaimed, "Here." Lin Luo waved his hand to greet the approaching figures. The nurse realized they must be searching for someone in this room, muttering a quiet complaint about the late-night disturbance. No sooner had she spoken than a striking woman, accompanied by two gentlemen, strode in confidently. The newcomer was, of course, Shen Imo, passing by Director Qi. The soon-to-be college student Shen Imo, out of courtesy, nodded at the doctor, for her future undoubtedly held the promise of becoming a physician. Thus, she viewed the medical profession through a lens of admiration. However, that brief nod was all it took. The moment her long hair brushed past, it seemed to cast a spell upon Qi Ming. Director Qi, the child in room 3 has a persistent high fever. The family is in a state of frenzy within the ward. The nurse, who had been accompanying the director through several night shifts, urged. Who would have imagined that the doctor, who had just moments ago been deeply concerned for the welfare of the young patient, would suddenly change his demeanor? Damn it. I already informed the family that the inflammation has not subsided. They need to maintain a light diet. whose kind-hearted family feeds a child 8 eggs and 2 chicken legs in a day. It's as if they are raising chickens at home. Arrange for him to receive anti-inflammatory injections and advise the child's parents to rein in that old lady. The greatest adversary of a pediatrician is not the afflictions of illness, but rather the erratic behavior of family members. Countless children have tragically succumbed to the folly of misguided parents. Just moments ago, a seemingly amiable individual transformed inexplicably, his temper flaring. After arranging for the nurse, he paid no heed to whether the task at hand posed a challenge for her. This doctor, who would typically attend to patients even in the dead of night, abruptly diverted his path to Lin Luo's ward. The nurse, observing the doctor's resolute stride, found herself momentarily taken aback. Had all her efforts over the past few days been in vain? Confounded and biting her lip in frustration, she resolved to enter the ward. All of this unfolded before Lin Luo's eyes. Shen Mo also noted the interaction between the doctor and nurse outside, but she dismissed it as she entered the room, where she saw the items neatly organized. She called out, "Coins, change, carrying things," before inquiring, "De Luo, shall we leave?" Her experience with Lin Luo had taught her to act efficiently and speak sparingly. "Wait," Lin Luo interrupted Shen Mo, glancing at the approaching Director Qi. "We must bid farewell to our attending physician before we depart." "What farewell? He is merely here to observe." Qi Ming, lacking ambition, arrived at Lin Luo's door, spat into his palm as if to use it as hair gel, smoothed his hair, adjusted his collar, and knocked. "De Luo, are you asleep?" The ward door was fitted with glass, and with the bright lights inside, it was evident whether Lin Luo was awake or not. "Uncle Qi, come in. I saw you long ago." What a comical man, so easily swayed by his desires. Chapter 174. From uncle to brother, Qi Ming still possessed a sense of propriety and felt somewhat embarrassed as he pushed the door open. Did I appear that obvious? Upon entering, his gaze first settled on Shen Mo before scanning the room. "Are you being discharged? Why leave at such a late hour? You could wait until tomorrow." He had initially hoped to keep the child in the hospital for more opportunities to interact with his aunt, only to be disappointed when she made her appearance on the first day and subsequently failed to show up for work, seemingly indifferent to her responsibilities in the hospital. In such small towns, there truly seems to be a lack of professional commitment. Observing Qi Ming's demeanor, Lin Luo silently mused that at least he was not a hypocrite. He demonstrated a degree of generosity. However, he spoke aloud. "Uncle Qi, there are matters to attend to tomorrow. As you can see, if we do not leave tonight, we may miss our chance." During the day, the ward was bustling with people, making it difficult to extricate oneself. Qi Ming, despite his many flaws, was undeniably competent. Thus, one must show respect and allow him his dignity. With that, Director Qi became more forthright, casting a glance at Shen Mo. "Oh, is a family member here to fetch you? And who might this be?" As Shen Mo prepared to introduce herself, Lin Luo was quicker. "This is my sister, my uncle's child." In truth, Lin Luo had no uncle. Both his parents were the eldest in their families. However, he could fabricate a narrative if necessary. Having heard that his father had an elder brother who tragically perished from starvation at the tender age of 5 or 6. This revelation left Shen Mo momentarily speechless, glancing at Lin Luo, uncertain of the situation but unwilling to disrupt his narrative. Qi Ming is an outsider, thus he is unlikely to be privy to such intricate details. However, through his observations over the past few days, he has discerned that Lin Luo's family is quite well off, which implies that his sister must also be of good standing. "Oh, please refrain from calling me Uncle Qi. I may appear older, but I am not that old. You may simply call me Brother Qi." The transition from uncle to brother seems rather excessive, akin to a hidden agenda. Lin Luo, however, bears no psychological burden, promptly adapting, "Brother Qi." This seemingly flamboyant fellow, perhaps still in the throes of youthful infatuation, seems to be living in a world of books, finding it difficult to move past the sight of a beautiful woman. "Hey, little brother," Lin Luo called out, glancing at his younger sibling, signaling that this was a weakness, and then feigning nonchalance. "By the way, brother, did you graduate from the medical university? My sister is a freshman this year and is about to enroll. She is, after all, your junior." "Really? What is her major?" Lin Luo expressed pride. "I did not expect her to be a junior. It is quite impressive for someone from a small town to gain admission to such a prestigious medical university, indicating she is both academically gifted and morally upright. Indeed, she is in clinical medicine, a 7-year program for both bachelor's and master's degrees. Not only is she the first legitimate university student in our family, but she is also the first graduate student. He has forcibly usurped the title of university student that rightfully belonged to his father, bestowing it upon this sister with no blood relation. Qi Ming, though somewhat lecherous, is not a fool. He immediately joined in the praise. Impressive. Do you know who her supervising professor is? After all, she is a graduate of the medical university, an outstanding alumnus, and has connections within the institution. Particularly, the university's finest programs are pediatrics and preventive medicine. As a graduate in pediatrics, he has many former classmates who have firmly established themselves at the institution, capable of providing substantial assistance to Shun Mo. Lin Luo's initial intention was not this. Yet unexpected gains emerged, leaving him with a sense of regret. Who could have known? The semester hasn't even commenced yet. Why not have Brother Chi accompany us to see her off when the time comes? You are a graduate of that university, after all. Chi Ming was rather pleased. Hey, the way you phrase it makes it sound as if you're sending off my sister. No need to wait for the semester. I will inquire right now. The doctoral programs at the school have become quite robust in recent years. My former professor is now a doctoral supervisor. If your sister is interested, I can introduce her. She could directly pursue her doctorate there without needing to take an entrance exam. If she is interested, let us exchange contact information. Though this man's intentions are transparent, he is educated and adept at leveraging his advantages. What family does not desire the best for their children? Who would reject such a request for contact information? However, the proposal feels somewhat disproportionate, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Offering a chance at a doctorate in exchange for a phone number seems rather dismissive of his mentor's worth. Even so, Lin Luo remained noncommittal. My sister and I do not possess cell phones or pagers. Where would I leave that information for you? You can leave it to me, as family members of students. We are certainly invested in this matter. We will reach out to you in the coming days. While it seemed like an agreement, it was, in fact, ambiguous. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Chi Ming's enthusiasm. All right then, did your sister not find a part-time job this summer? Why not consider an internship at the hospital? The intentions are glaringly obvious. It would be better for her to marry than to remain in this situation. Lin Luo has yet to fabricate an appropriate background for Shun Mo, making it impossible for the two to meet privately, and thus, she outright declined. My sister has been busy helping our family manage the store during the holidays, leaving her no time for such endeavors. Well then, Chi Go. We shall take our leave for now. Do reach out if anything arises. Tomorrow, there is a family gathering to attend. The matter of a fraudulent marriage requires considerable refinement. Although this was not Lin Luo's original intention, she found it hard to resist Chi Ming's insistence on this path. Shen Mo remained silent throughout. But the family's approval greatly encouraged Chi Ming, who, typically at a loss for words, displayed an unusual quick wit today. A gathering, indeed, is a delightful prospect. Oh, just the thought of it stirs a sense of homesickness within me. The esteemed director has been quite accommodating these past few days. He possesses both the looks and capabilities, alongside a solid family background. With the conversation reaching this point, you must respond. Lin Luo pondered for a moment and concluded that it posed no significant issue. Thus confidently stated, Chi Gu, if you wish to come, just say so. There is no need for secrecy. My sister's parents passed away early, and it was my grandmother who raised her. Before he could finish his sentence, Director Chi firmly resolved the matter. Is it convenient? How could it not be? Casting a glance at Shun Mo, whose cheeks flushed slightly, Lin Luo gritted her teeth and declared, Room 888 at Fu Sheng Yuan. Just come, and we'll be done with it. Elated? Chi Ming rubbed his hands together. All right, then you will definitely be discharged today. I shall see you off. Initially intending to prevent them from leaving, he now eagerly assisted in carrying their belongings. Chapter 175. Wandering souls having never touched a drop of spring water. The greatest hardship Chi Ming had ever endured was that brief torment during military training at university. He ascended and descended the 4 floors using the internal staircase, bearing heavy bags with great effort. It was not that he could not take the elevator, but his impulsive nature led him otherwise. With the crowd ahead and the potential for distractions, he opted for the stairs. This was meant to showcase his thoughtful side. Yet he found himself laboring alongside Shin Bo's 2 underlings, Coin and Change. Once everyone was safely in the vehicle, Chi Ming still feigned nonchalance, calling out, "Take care." Only when the vehicle had started and its taillights were visible did he gingerly support his aching back. Oh dear. However, no one felt pity for him. It was all of his own making. The vehicle was merely a worn-out van, not even belonging to Lin Luo, but borrowed from Shun Mo and her companions. Though it was spacious enough, Coin and Change occupied the front seats while Lin Luo and Shun Mo settled into the back. After the car had driven a fair distance, Lin Luo turned to Shun Mo and inquired, "Is this my fault?" It was indeed perplexing how this situation unfolded without consulting her, which was rather inconsiderate. Yet Shin Mo had long grown accustomed to others dictating her life. She shook her head. "No, it's just, Lin Luo understood her reluctance to speak openly, especially in front of Wen Jie, and thus interrupted her. There's no need to elaborate. I am more aware than you might think. After saying this, he worried Shen Mo might misinterpret his words. And do not overthink it. I assure you, I will not engage in matchmaking of that sort. Today, circumstances have conspired fortuitously. I did not initially intend to introduce you to any potential suitors. However, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. There is no need to feel inferior due to past experiences. Just look at your sister Jiao. She lives life with such freedom and grace. Two individuals, fully aware of each other's thoughts, communicate effortlessly, even when others cannot comprehend. I understand your hesitation, but despite my prolonged silence, I have yet to articulate the essence of my thoughts. She remains uncertain about her future. Lin Luo has never treated her poorly and harbors no intention of doing so in the future. Even when she was of little use, Lin Luo was considerate. And now that she possesses greater value, this consideration only deepens. There is no division between us. Yesterday, the newly appointed director phone from the neighborhood committee visited the hospital, and I mentioned your household registration issue to her. You should find the time to visit the police station to rectify your identification documents. Then, approach her to sort out your household registration. If you wish, you may even place your brother's registration under your name. This proposition left Shen Mo momentarily stunned, gazing at Lin Luo in disbelief. She knew that both Han Baoi and Lin Luo could facilitate this minor matter, yet she had never voiced such a request. Having grown accustomed to a life of constraint, she had never dared to hope for liberation. Who would have thought that Lin Luo would bring it up herself today? Indeed, this is a trivial matter, and there is no need for such profound emotion. You are more than capable of handling it yourself, though I cannot fathom your reluctance. No one can truly empathize. Lin Luo does not seek to share Shenmo's sentiments. Nevertheless, Shenmo's feelings of gratitude are genuine. Should I change my surname to Lin? She pondered, reflecting on how Lin Luo might utilize her. Lin Luo shook her head. No need. These matters are entirely at your discretion. Excuse me? Shen Mo found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by Lin Luo's casual dismissal. Observing her discomfort, Lin Luo finally spoke. If you are Shen Mo, then we are merely friends. You need only to be responsible for your family and your own life. However, if you choose to be Lin Mo, you will bear the responsibility for our entire family. Acknowledging her sisterhood, it will inevitably become a matter of obligation in due time. Hoping to intimidate Shen Mo into retreating, Lin Luo was surprised when, after a lengthy silence, Shen Mo inquired, "Do you truly have an elder?" "Yes, but it is of little consequence," Lin Luo replied, nodding. "He passed away quite early, a wandering spirit now. Let us not dwell on it. If you feel inclined, you may visit his grave in the future, as it would at least acknowledge his existence." "Very well," Shen Mo affirmed, her response signifying her acceptance of the surname change. However, Lin Luo interpreted it merely as her agreeing to tend to a wandering spirit. Reflecting, Lin Luo mused that women are indeed prone to sentimentality. A modicum of unearned gratitude can easily ensnare them. To persuade Shen Mo to fulfill her own desires, Lin Luo did not hesitate to exploit even the dead. Continuing with this melancholic subject, she expressed her regrets. "I had not anticipated this. It appears that this surname Qi has been rather insistent. I apologize for placing you in a difficult position." Yet, Shen Mo did not feel burdened. Individuals like Dr. Qi were sought after for their advantageous circumstances, and she was merely fortunate to possess beauty that set her apart. The intertwining of interests necessitates a clear articulation of risks. Lin Luo would not conceal anything from Shen Mo simply because of a few kind words. "Initially, I believed that in our small town, someone of his stature would not be able to thrive. It was only a matter of time before Qi Ming would return to the provincial capital. During this interim, I aimed to cultivate a deeper acquaintance with him, thus enabling me to connect with pharmaceutical representatives, facilitating my endeavors in the industry. To ensure that my dining establishment does not encounter any health-related incidents, such connections are essential. Emoji. I trust you understand that when Director Qi departs for the provincial capital, he will leave behind a somewhat unsavory legacy at this institution. Yet no one would pursue the matter. After all, many surgeries in our county require the expert hands of doctors from the provincial city. Thus, no one would hold on to the missteps of Dr. Qi, who is no longer under our local jurisdiction. This arrangement serves my purposes well. Indeed, Shen Mo comprehended that the county health bureau's oversight of chief physicians from provincial hospitals would be considered overreach, and no one wishes to embroil themselves in unnecessary complications. Consequently, as long as Lin Luo does not orchestrate a scandal of monumental proportions, no one would dare to challenge him. Sensing Shen Mo's understanding, Lin Luo continued to elucidate his previous actions. Who would have thought, amidst the casual exchanges, this fellow would come rushing towards you? I am not a feudal patriarch overseeing arranged marriages, yet upon reflection, one must consider that you will be required to remain in the provincial capital for at least 7 years, not to mention the obligatory residency training at the hospital. Should you pursue a doctorate, that could extend to over a decade. By that time, if you wish to return. Shin Mo speculated that Lin Luo feared he might neglect his family while remaining in the provincial capital. Indeed, those who feel confined often yearn to be needed. This realization weighed heavily on Lin Luo. You need not worry about me. Focus on living your life well. Shenyang is a fine place. Though it may not rival the major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, it is certainly superior to Chaoyang. If you have the opportunity to establish yourself there, why return to this place filled with sorrow? You still have your younger brother and your maternal family. Shin Mo interjected solemnly. Lin Luo did not take this observation to heart. Director Qi, despite his myriad faults, I doubt you would come to like him. Yet that is inconsequential. If you truly cannot stand him, consider using him as a stepping stone. I am not that type of person. I am grateful to all who have helped me escape the mire, Shin Mo reflected, believing that after spending time with her brother, she had already become a villain in her own narrative, yet she did not wish for her family to see her as such, especially those who constantly consider their own interests. However, such sentiments would not resonate with someone like Lin Luo, who merely waved his hand dismissively. Sister, Shun Lao Lizi is hardly a pit of despair. Your fear of him stems from his past bullying of your younger self. But now, you have matured, and your brother relies on you. I failed to evoke a heartfelt response from him, yet I found myself touched by his words. The vehicle arrived at its destination, and the timing was just right. Lin Luo was not particularly adept at emotional expressions. He opened the car door, took Wen Jie by the hand, and smiled radiantly. Well then, this is the situation. You should discuss matters thoroughly with Bo Gu. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Regardless of what decision you make. You must accompany me to dinner with my grandmother tomorrow. If you are absent, she may take it out on me. All right. She, attending a family banquet for the first time, glanced at her wrinkled attire. Chapter 176. From home to business, the recent social engagements had proven to be quite burdensome, leaving not only Wenjie, who feigned illness, fatigued, but also Lin Luo. Thus, the two brothers returned to Lin Luo's residence, intent on indulging in a restorative slumber. However, their rest was far from peaceful. After several days of absence, they discovered their home in utter disarray, with the area in front of the house cordoned off, indicative of a transformation from a residence into a commercial establishment. This unmistakable handiwork bore the signature of Chai Jingyu. Given his extensive network of information, Chai Jingyu's absence from the bustling Minwu Bureau Hospital was telling. He likely knew the situation all too well and had chosen to exert his influence elsewhere. His modus operandi was clear. With a construction team at his disposal nearby, he could effortlessly facilitate the changes for Lin Luo. Not only had he converted the front yard into a shop, but he had also established a warehouse in the back, deliberately leaving a space for rest. The alterations were executed in such a manner that Lin Luo could find no grounds for complaint, and the household's furniture and appliances, along with various store-related equipment, had all been replaced. Such subtle maneuvers had not escaped Wenjie's notice. Brother, why does fourth uncle seem so fearful of you? His flattery is quite excessive, isn't it? How could he not be wary? Lin Luo replied. He possesses knowledge of your concealed secrets and is well acquainted with the movements of the provincial elite. The confluence of these two factors can only signify one thing. Chai Jingyu suspects he may have unwittingly entered the blacklist of the hall. Particularly troubling for Chai Jingyu was the knowledge that Lin Luo had a mistress and a son in the provincial capital, information that was decidedly abnormal, leading to sleepless nights for the wolfish character. Unbeknownst to his mistress and son, he had been masquerading as a legitimate businessman, while his own carefully crafted identity in the provincial capital remained impeccable. What if Lin Luo had inadvertently drawn the attention of provincial investigators? If that were the case, Chai Jingyu might actually owe Lin Luo a debt of gratitude for the advance warning. It seemed the connections he had fostered in the provincial capital were proving beneficial. Thus, Chai Jingyu endeavored to ingratiate himself at a considerable cost. Lin Luo remained oblivious to Chai Jingyu's thoughts, nor did he care. His confidence was bolstered. He felt as though he could hardly be contained within the confines of Chuan's state. As for sleep, what significance did interpersonal relationships hold for a child? The practical implications and stakes of someone like Chai Jingyu should not fall within the realm of a child's contemplation, understood? I do not understand. Wenjie shook his head, exasperated. Brother, why do you always ask if I understand? If I don't answer, I get hit. With that, the child playfully darted away. Lin Luo, caught off guard, watched as he retreated into the room, prompting him to follow. If you do not understand, just remember. Now sleep. Exhausted, Wenjia eagerly burrowed into his blankets, mumbling, "Oh, brother, will you tell me a bedtime story?" It was not advantageous for a child to overthink matters, as Lin Luo found it challenging to manage. Fortunately, a child's primary concerns remained food, drink, and play. With no other recourse, Lin Luo assumed the role of storyteller, recounting a tale about a malevolent spirit that cursed a couple, declaring, "I curse your child to perish tragically on their birthday." This curse instilled deep terror in the couple. The Taoist, who had aided them in driving away the malevolent spirit, leaned closer to the couple and reassured them, "Do not worry. The evil spirit has not obtained a medium for the curse from you. His malediction is ineffectual." The couple felt a wave of relief wash over them. The child's birthday arrived as anticipated. The malevolent spirit, timing his arrival perfectly, burst through the door wielding a cleaver. Wenjia listened in silence, exasperated. "Brother, if you cannot narrate it properly, then you ought not to speak at all." Lin Luo, equally bewildered, retorted, "What do you mean I cannot tell it? This tale is rich with moral significance. If you don't wish to hear it, then let us sleep," Wenjia declared. Thus, the two brothers succumbed to slumber, carrying with them the remnants of their fleeting discontent. The following day, they languidly rose at 9 o'clock. After a hasty wash, they hailed a taxi and made their way to the famed Fushenjiwan, a restaurant perched on a hill. At that time, a culinary trend known as ecological garden dining was flourishing, prompting every establishment in the county to adopt a garden-themed name, even if merely phonetically. The mere observation of this trend indicated the lucrative nature of the business. All that was required was the ability to emulate the successful. Upon arrival, Lin Luo did not rush into the well-known establishment, but instead paused at the entrance, pulling Wenjia aside for a moment. To be frank, compared to the small roadside eateries that their uncle frequently visited, this sizable restaurant occupying a two-story building seemed remarkably superior. However, his dissatisfaction remained, and he lamented to Wenjia, "Little brother, did you notice? Big places run small shops while small places run big ones. This is the legitimate way to profit. Alas, it is a pity that our locale is impoverished, leaving us overlooked by serious entrepreneurs. If only a reputable restaurateur would open here, they would surely drive the competition out of business. What is the matter? Isn't it quite good?" Wenjia, having never dined in such a grand establishment, regarded it with admiration. Lin Luo, who had dined at numerous Michelin-starred venues, scoffed. "What a farce. The average cost per person is 100 or 2. The waitstaff are older than my grandmother, and the owner seems intent on bringing in his uncle to guard the door. Does this resemble a proper business? If it weren't for our limited options, would they even be able to host family banquets?" With no competitive pressure, this grand restaurant appeared rather out of place. On one hand, one could commend it for adhering to the small eatery model. On the other hand, one could criticize it for having invested substantially in its decor. After airing his grievances, Lin Luo and Wenjia ventured inside. From the interior design to the staff configuration and the distance from the kitchen to the dining tables, he could identify no fewer than several dozen faults. Is it any wonder that making money is so effortless nowadays? One need not possess extensive knowledge of a particular industry. As long as one can gather the funds to engage in it, profit is attainable. The competition is scant, and the extraneous tactics are plentiful. See, Wenjia, if your kitchen were clean, you would opt for an open layout. Yet look, the chef is cooking with his chest exposed, as if to showcase a new talent rather than serve a meal. After berating the chef, he turned his ire towards the staff. Moreover, the waitstaff must be young and presentable. Hiring older individuals is simply unacceptable. As one ages, a common affliction arises, the tendency to treat guests as family, particularly manifesting in the presumption of elder status, which leads to unsolicited admonitions directed at the younger guests. This often results in a lack of decorum, where one believes they are being amiable, yet in reality, they become quite bothersome and devoid of subtlety. Observe, for instance, a staff member who frequently advises patrons to refrain from ordering more food, while simultaneously directing her attention to 2 tables of guests who have indulged excessively in drink. Moreover, a large restaurant must employ a sufficient number of vigorous young male servers, as the bulk of profits in the dining industry stems from alcohol sales. When patrons consume too much, they are prone to causing disturbances, and inadequate staffing renders it impossible to manage such situations. Frequent incidents of property damage lead to the police making regular visits, an unsustainable situation, even as guests retreat to private rooms. There is a continued focus on minor grievances, the cleanliness of the restroom, and the insistence that the establishment maintain high standards. The presence of numerous advertisements in the restroom suggests internal corruption within the establishment. Despite entering the private room, one fails to notice the company present, assuming familiarity breeds comfort, and thus speaks without restraint. Engaged in conversation with Wenjia, they remain oblivious until a stern voice interrupts. Close your mouth while in the restroom. Chapter 177. The helpless Zhao family startled after finishing in the restroom. Lin Luo hurriedly fastened his trousers and emerged to discover. Isn't that Comrade Zhao? Has he returned triumphantly? It was then he observed that quite a few individuals had gathered within the room. His grandparents were seated at the back, with his grandmother beside Han Baoyi, who held the young woman's hand, beaming with warmth. Behind Han Baoyi sat his uncle, visibly anxious and appearing quite worn. And Han, here to mooch a meal? It became clear why his uncle had been absent for several days. He had been courting someone. Lin Luo felt as though his home had been invaded, akin to a cherished son being reduced to a mere pet for another. Particularly, since his exit from the restroom, Han Baoyi regarded him with an air of triumph, provoking a sense of rivalry within him. Speak respectfully to your Aunt Han, who taught you to behave like a ruffian. A jest directed at his grandfather earned no reprimand. Yet a seemingly innocuous inquiry toward Han Baoyi resulted in a reprimand. Nevertheless, Lin Luo remained undeterred, leaning towards his grandfather, his eyes gleaming with mischief, whispering, "What is happening? Old Zhao, is the pace accelerating? Has your son finally seen the light?" In public, Lin Luo maintained a respectful demeanor toward his grandfather, acknowledging that this was a family gathering and did not warrant excessive formality. Moreover, as long as his grandfather was unperturbed by the informal address, no one else would dare to object. His grandfather appreciated a son who adhered to propriety but was less fond of a grandson who did. The reason for this distinction eluded Lin Luo. It had been quite some time since he had seen his eldest grandson, and the old man was eager for their reunion. Particularly, discussing his son's romantic entanglements with his grandson brought him an inexplicable joy. Casting a glance at the family's prized possession, he expressed his satisfaction. "Isn't it your encouragement that has led to this? If only you had guided your uncle better." When his younger son and daughter-in-law arrived hand in hand for a visit, old Zhao understood the dynamics at play. They were free to proceed as they wished. What more was there to say? The family was prepared for what was to come. "So this is how it is, Zhao Yanjun." Lin Luo was more than willing to indulge his grandfather. "Ah, Comrade Lao Zhao, you certainly did not speak this way before. It was all Uncle's fault for leading me astray. Why now am I the one being blamed? Besides, you are his father. Does he heed your words? Why is it that he listens to me? However, I must say, are you truly dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law? Even if Han Baoyi is older than Uncle, and even if she has continually provoked me, one must admit that Uncle is the one who has elevated himself beyond his station." Even the usually stern grandfather could not help but stroke his stubble. Satisfied? How could one not be? After saying this, he cast a wary glance at his grandson. "Yet, can you fulfill the promise you made to her? Is this matter still to be entrusted to me? She is still a child. Must she handle everything herself?" Grandfather was quite mischievous. The old man did not genuinely wish for Lin Luo to take the lead. Rather, he was cautioning him about his recent exuberance. Can you not contain your excitement? Haven't you had enough of your antics these past few days?" After this, he intended to say that it was best to leave it alone. However, to his surprise, Lin Luo took the initiative and accepted the task. "Very well. Who am I to refuse, given that you are my grandfather? I shall keep an eye on it." The grandfather, who originally intended to warn his nephew, reconsidered and thought that entrusting it to the child might not be a bad idea. At his age, no mistake was too grave to rectify, and so he lowered his voice a notch. "Be cautious this time. Once you act, ensure it is decisive and without mercy." Hearing his father's words, Lin Luo understood that he must have been aware of the circumstances from the beginning. "Understood, Comrade Lao Zhao. So have you confirmed it?" He gestured towards the insignia on his grandfather's shoulder. The prosecutor's uniform was quite similar to that of the police, the distinction lying in the shoulder insignia. The prosecutor's insignia featured golden crossed swords, which did not clearly indicate rank. Later, the dark blue suit only bore a badge on the chest, a matter that pertained to the years beyond 2000. The head of the anti-corruption division, elevated to first-level prosecutor. "Well done, congratulations." Upon receiving this news, Lin Luo felt even more elated than his grandfather. This was indeed splendid. It marked the realization of a substantive position at the department level. This was not merely a matter of prosecutor allowances, regional allowances, position allowances, or housing benefits. More importantly, the barrier between a first-level prosecutor and a fourth-level senior prosecutor was not insurmountably thick, especially considering that grandfather held a substantive leadership position as a first-level prosecutor. This meant that at his current age, with this title, he could strive for a few more years in a management role, and upon retirement, seek connections within the province to possibly retain his position as a fourth-level senior prosecutor for an additional year or two before stepping down. A fourth-level senior prosecutor was equivalent to a deputy position at the county level. At the very least, in the years leading up to retirement, he would be on par with the key figures in the county. Comrade Lao Zhao, you have finally seen the light, and I am truly pleased. How should one converse with grandfather? Reflecting on the recent events, with the institution finally bestowing the long overdue benefits that had been withheld over the years, and even offering some compensation, how could grandfather's spirits be anything but high? Scolding his grandson was merely a playful jest. Yet, how did his little grandson manage to establish connections with the province? Grandfather could not help but gaze towards the future daughter-in-law. The grandfather and grandson were secretly whispering to each other. Upon noticing my gaze, the uncle, startled, stood up to discern if I had any instructions for him. However, as soon as he rose, the previously jovial Han Baoyi cast a glance at him, and with merely a look, he promptly sat back down, standing as rigidly as if at attention, a most obedient display. What on earth has gotten into this woman? Why is she always at odds with him? Observing this scene, Lin Luo playfully tugged at his grandfather's hand and jested, "Is there a tradition of strict wives in the Zhao family?" The uncle's reaction was entirely as Lin Luo had anticipated. Marrying Han Baoyi was akin to Lin Luo marrying Louis Fei. After all, one must heed her every word. However, the grandmother's response was unexpectedly surprising. Logically, one would assume that a grandmother would feel a twinge of discontent seeing her disobedient child suddenly acquiescing to his wife. Yet, upon hearing Lin Luo's remark, the grandmother seemed to intentionally support her daughter-in-law, displaying great satisfaction with the uncle's demeanor. Then, she quietly shared something with Han Baoyi, culminating in her removing a 30-gram gold bracelet she had worn for a lifetime and placing it directly on Han Baoyi's wrist. To add insult to injury, Han Baoyi accepted it with great grace. This infuriated Lin Luo. Goodness, is there a bias against outsiders? Are they bullying me, a member of a different family? Fine, fine. The weak Zhao family has finally welcomed their authoritative figure, haven't they? I shall take my leave. This proclamation elicited uproarious laughter. The grandfather quickly restrained Lin Luo, who feigned departure. Aunt Han, thoroughly flustered by the jest, pointed to her eyes and then to Lin Luo, declaring, "Little Lin Luo, with your parents absent, your education now falls to me, and I shall keep a close watch on you." Lin Luo, adopting a defiant posture, placed his hands on his hips, retorting, "You're impressive, is that enough?" After a brief bout of playful banter, they settled down. What is going on? Has it truly been decided? Does Aunt Han's family know? The grandfather sighed softly. Your generation truly does not regard marriage seriously. Enough of this. You should accompany your uncle to the provincial city. Matters concerning children ought to be discussed with the family. It's essential to make amends. With that, he retrieved a small red booklet from his pocket, inscribed with the words, "Marriage Certificate." What? Lin Luo had thought their secret affair was outrageous enough, only to learn it was legally sanctioned. The grandfather sighed once more, stating, the two of them have secretly obtained their certificate. He sighed, but why the pride? At that moment, Lin Luo, momentarily at a loss, blurted out a foolish question, "Is the uncle of age?" Immediately regretting it, he realized this matter was trivial not only for Han Baoyi, but also for the uncle. The uncle, barely 20 in nominal years, had been promoted to the head of the highway inspection team. And altering his age for work convenience and to secure a few extra years of social security was hardly unusual. Wasn't he that sufficient for marriage? The grandfather, taken aback by his grandson's words, shot Lin Luo a glance. "Humph, neither you nor your uncle are exactly law-abiding citizens, are you?" It seemed the grandfather was aware of Lin Luo's recent endeavors, though perhaps not in detail. He certainly had heard whispers. However, Lin Luo could not concede. "Alas, Comrade Zhao, even if you were my beloved grandfather, I still reserve the right to accuse you of defamation. What unlawful act have I committed? It matters not what you know, for I am resolute in my stance. Confessing might lead to leniency, whereas resistance invites severe consequences. It is better to return home for the new year. A grandfather has no power over his grandson. Go ahead and act as you wish. I, Zhao, have spent my entire career in the judicial system. Do you think I am less informed than you? If we were to delve into your actions, none could be clearly justified. Once a case reaches the prosecution stage, a conviction is inevitable." Lin Luo acknowledged this truth. "From what you say, the acquittal rate for criminal cases in our nation is a mere 0.024%. Those who traverse the underworld know well that the prosecutor's indictment dictates the court's verdict. Rest assured, I will never reach the stage of prosecution. The purpose of a lawyer is to advocate for the shortest possible sentence for their client, not merely to win a case." Seeing his grandson's defiance, The grandfather struck him with a sharp slap. In the underworld, speak of your affiliations. With that, he held nothing back, causing Lin Luo to crouch beneath the table, cradling his head in pain. Of course, I am on the grand path toward the future prosperity and strength of our motherland. Please, do not strike me again, I misspoke. Yet, once beneath the table, he noticed that Grandma Han Baoi appeared somewhat repressed, while she embraced his grandmother, whispering sweet nothings typical of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. She was simultaneously kicking her husband. What transpired in the past few days that their relationship had intensified so rapidly? Lin Luo could only pretend not to see and hastily emerged from beneath the table. Enough, grandfather. With a new daughter-in-law, you seem to have forgotten your grandson. Han Baoi tensed slightly when Lin Luo appeared from under the table, preparing to retract her foot. Unfortunately, her shoe was not properly secured, and she failed to withdraw it in time, revealing herself to Lin Luo. Having been caught, she decided to abandon her pretense, gleefully flaunting the golden bracelet on her wrist as though she were a triumphant general. Little Lin Luo, you shall now call me Aunt. Is that not so, Aunt Dan? One could only wonder what she was so proud of. Her uncle, a naive young man who could be stirred with just a hand-holding, was being toyed with by Han Baoi, and she had the audacity to boast. You have not called my grandmother mother, have you? Lin Luo retorted defiantly. In a bold manner. Han Baoi replied, I have yet to receive a fee for changing my title. Once I do, I shall comply. So, it is about money, is it? Lin Luo thought, feeling cornered. Fine, name your price. I will gather whatever is needed, even if it means selling all I own. Han Baoi, aware that Lin Luo would take her seriously, cautiously raised 2 fingers. This caused Lin Luo to furrow his brow. Is it 200,000? Have the dowries become so exorbitant? To his surprise, Han Baoi boldly declared, 20,000. If you provide that, I shall change my title. In a moment of impulsiveness, Lin Luo pulled out 20,000 from his pocket. Here, now call me. The last time he had been this extravagant was when he had managed to pocket 3 aces during a game of cards. That time, he nearly had his hand altered. Once the money was spent, regret washed over Lin Luo, not due to the loss of money, but because the guilt etched on his uncle's face was hard to bear. Realization struck him. Han Baoi was deliberate in her actions, seizing control of his financial authority, while his uncle had evidently sold himself out completely. Thus, the sum of 20,000 had been demanded, a significant portion of his savings. Zhao Yanjun, you truly are something else. Lin Luo, who had come to understand the deception, sought to reclaim his own funds. However, he arrived too late. With a grand gesture, Han Baoi pocketed the money and, in the presence of many, sweetly called out, Dad. Mom. She had indeed changed her address. This delighted the elderly couple. One would think that merely calling would suffice. After addressing them, Han Baoi turned to Lin Luo, signaling that it was his turn. Caught off guard, Lin Luo had no choice but to concede. All right, Aunt. You're impressive. When will you and my uncle return home? Arrogance. I am well aware of your weaknesses. With those words, Han Baoi's triumph faded. Lin Luo immediately grasped the situation, as he had suspected. This matter had not been discussed with the family, but rather was a private affair, an instance of taking the initiative without prior consultation. No wonder this couple could come together. Han Baoi merely possessed slightly more experience, yet they were fundamentally the same. Despite their age, they indulged in such surreptitious dealings, leaving him to pick up the pieces. 2 individuals cannot share a single bed. Now, it was Lin Luo's turn to feel triumphant. However, before he could retaliate against Han Baoi, a voice called from the entrance, returning home? Who is returning? His uncle and aunt had arrived as well. Chapter 179. Fools indeed, poverty breeds sorrow in couples. If economic troubles were absent, the remaining issues would pale in comparison. Even arguments could be deemed a form of flirtation. Recently, his uncle and aunt had been so infatuated with one another that they seemed to be experiencing a second spring of romance, which explained Wenjia's frequent musings. Upon their arrival, they were entwined, exuding an unmistakable scent of love. Oh, you've come, but why are your hands empty? Lin Luo, unable to hide his disdain for their happiness, took the opportunity to provoke them. Wenjia chimed in, Exactly. Having consumed a few days' worth of Wangzai milk, he felt that his parents had rather neglected him, thus he unconditionally sided with his brother. His aunt, uninterested in the complaints of the children, removed her silk scarf and stood by the table. His uncle naturally took her coat and hung it up, even moving a chair for her. What are their empty hands? My mother hasn't criticized me. With that, he moved closer to his grandmother. As the only daughter-in-law, she mistakenly believed the earlier mention of returning home referred to her. Having spent the last few days at her parental home with her husband, she thought the family was merely jesting. Thus, once seated, she solemnly declared, I'm not returning. My uncle is at my house and is driving me mad. While speaking, she refreshed her grandmother's teacup with new tea, her mouth never resting. That old bachelor knows I'm the head of the teaching department at a middle school and thinks I've achieved great status. He runs to the education bureau daily to bring me food, either asking me to introduce him to a companion or to set up a match for your son. After serving the tea, I even sanitized the utensils, despite the fact that the dishes had yet to be served. You say you came, so just come. Why the need to direct everything? As soon as he entered my office, he began commanding this and that. Who would heed his commands? No one paid him any mind. Yet he continued to bluster, proclaiming himself as Wen Guiping's uncle. Oh, how he embarrassed me. Speaking of this uncle, he truly vexes Andy. Just moments ago, we had a quarrel. This old fellow had my assistant, Xiao Wang, fetch him some water, while I, a newcomer, dared not issue commands. He seemed to think I was exceptionally accommodating. Not only did he complain, but seeing Wen Jie, who bears a striking resemblance to his maternal family, only intensified her ire. Do not take after your maternal grandfather's side. After reprimanding her son, her mood lightened considerably, and she resumed her chatter with Grandma. My side of the family is truly lacking in ambition. At that time, I was not in the office. I had gone downstairs to fetch Dedong. Xiao Wang was rather busy, so I allowed him to help himself. Just as I returned, that old man began his ruckus in the office, exclaiming that the girl was my colleague and had no sense of etiquette. My son certainly should not marry someone like that. What must Xiao Wang think of me? Enraged, I had Dedong throw him out. Mother, what can one do when faced with such an uneducated old farmer? The director of the Education Bureau also shares the surname Wang. This is a family relative who has caused trouble, and Auntie was informing the family, wondering how to handle it. Of course, the anger was genuine. Just when life seemed to improve, these burdensome relatives appeared. Why can't life be more pleasant? After speaking, Auntie blew on her teacup, as if to apologize, and nudged Grandma gently, continuing her complaints. What do these relatives think? They are busy yet unhelpful, and instead, they create chaos. What could Grandma say? Every family has its share of troubles. She patted her eldest daughter-in-law's hand, signaling that all was well. Xiao Wang is engaged and is set to marry by the end of the year. She specifically informed us of this last month. You know this, so find time to discuss it with her. With Grandma's reassurance that the matter was not grave, Auntie felt a sense of relief. Turning her gaze to the family banquet, she noticed Han Baoi had arrived and curiously approached her. She glanced at the newcomer and then at her younger brother-in-law, silently inquiring if they were indeed involved. This was no mere courtship. They had truly become sisters-in-law. Even if they did not live together in the future, there would still be times when they would encounter one another. Han Baoi quickly took Andy's hand. Oh, you are fortunate. At least you haven't caused a significant scandal. Knowing that the engagement was official, there could be no thought of introducing potential suitors, thus alleviating any offense. When it came time to offer gifts, it would be prudent to contribute generously, and the matter would pass. Everyone has eccentric relatives. It is something we can all comprehend. Han Baoi seamlessly joined the conversation, engaging with Auntie as if they were sisters. She even managed to include Lin Luo. The Luo. Do you know how that judicial police position at the procuratorate ended up going to Shaoqian? Lin Luo had no idea. As he was busy teaching his younger brother to count, he casually replied, "Oh, didn't he pass the exam?" Han Meijiao grasped her sister-in-law's hand and chuckled. This small fortune is truly a stroke of luck, a substitute that came through. I won several rounds against my brother, turning his monthly allowance of 300 yuan into 200. She casually inquired, "Oh, who was the opponent?" If it were a relative of some notable figure, she could inform Brother Qian, thus doing a favor. Han Baoi, while flaunting her bracelet to her sister-in-law, responded to Lin Luo, "Not anyone significant. Just an old cadre from the tax bureau. Back in the day, he came to our village as a sent-down youth and was supported by this family. With his retirement approaching, he wants to repay their kindness." Lin Luo, intrigued, asked, "So, how did he get replaced?" Upon seeing the bracelet, Auntie realized the couple was genuinely together and became even more enthusiastic towards Han Baoi. At this point, their union seemed all but settled. Han Baoi, while chatting with her sister-in-law, shared, "Actually, the young man who got accepted is quite remarkable. His grades and physical fitness are commendable, and he is a third-class veteran. He even came to our courtyard to report, with his mother accompanying him. Who would have thought that the mother, in front of everyone, would ask our political office's Zheng about her child's father, who was involved in a motorcycle accident and was ordered to pay compensation? She wondered if this would affect her child. How could it not? If she had inquired privately, it would have been fine, but to do so publicly?" Han Baoi chuckled, realizing that the foolishness she encountered recently in her work was astounding. Thus, the original candidate was dismissed, and the substitute was brought in. Chapter 180. The filthy mind. After Han Baoyi finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room for several seconds. It is often said that one can only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Regardless of how dependable a situation may seem, it can easily be disrupted by unreliable individuals. This was not only astonishing to her, but left everyone in the room in disbelief. What kind of mother is this? Does she truly not understand, or is it intentional? Alas, no matter how exceptional one may be, if surrounded by foolishness, progress remains elusive. Even Grandma could not help but voice her disdain. It's all fate. Which family doesn't have a few clueless individuals? There are ways to deal with the ignorant. Look at my good grandson. He shows no mercy when it comes to selling his uncle. You all should learn. One must be willing to part with something to gain. Although she spoke thus, her words were laced with a hint of reproach. Lin Luo, however, refused to bear that burden. Grandma, that is where you are mistaken. I did not seek her opinion. You, who can abandon your own interests, should not hesitate to let go of a brother. While Grandma expressed her grievances, she felt more frustration towards her brother's lack of ambition. Forget it. That family has their heads in the clouds. Can I really stop them? Why did you nurture their expectations so high? When you were raising Ling Fong, I warned you. Ah, old lady, you didn't say that back then, Lin Luo retorted, settling comfortably into his chair. You even thanked me for it. The grandfather and grandson merely exchanged playful banter. The little rabbit, how well you've treated me. How shameless of this old lady. Grandmother took out the family tree and continued to tease Lin Luo. What could Lin Luo do? With everyone saying such things, he quickly acquiesced. All right, it's all my fault. This satisfied the grandmother, who had her own judgments about right and wrong. She couldn't blame Lin Luo. Moreover, the family truly needed someone to earn money. Was she supposed to send her own grandson? She could never bring herself to do that. Thus, it had to be her incompetent younger brother. Speaking of that old fool, the grandmother was uncertain whether to involve herself with him. At that moment, she even found fault with her husband. You old fool, you should have let him drown in the well back then. I wouldn't have to worry so much about him now. After saying this, she twisted her husband's arm in frustration. Why did you save him in the first place? Truly, it's an indiscriminate attack on everyone. What could grandfather say? He dared not speak at all. Back then, in the village, his family was the poorest. There were 5 siblings, without a father, and the older sisters were all unmarried. In such circumstances, if he didn't find a way, how could he ever marry? This secret would remain with grandfather until his death. All right, old lady. We're in front of the children. Aren't we discussing the daughter-in-law's return? Why am I being dragged into this? Let us not dwell on these unpleasant topics. Return home? Upon hearing the father-in-law say this, the aunt finally reacted. So it wasn't about me. Suddenly realizing, she widened her eyes to look at the taciturn younger brother and Han Baoyi. You two got married? The uncle also understood what had transpired. In June, have you put Han Baoyi in a difficult position? His first thought was whether his unreliable brother had employed some coercive means. His younger brother was certainly capable of such actions. The tone of this inquiry made the uncle lift his head, his face weary as he uttered his first words. Brother, he looked like a young bride dragged into a cornfield, clearly indicating that he was the one being put in a difficult position, not the other way around. Lin Luo sat back in his chair, tapping his foot against the leg, almost as if performing a juggling act, while observing the uncle. Serves you right. In our household, there are no rules about whose head the fish should face. If the mood is right, heaven will surely comply. Let us not even mention sitting down comfortably. Seeing that the uncle and aunt finally grasped the situation, the nephew laughed at the uncle, then sarcastically remarked, these two irresponsible ones, without parental consent or intermediary, secretly tied the knot. We should really consider how to apologize to Grandpa Han. What if they come to Chuanzhou to demand an explanation? Lin Luo was certain that these two carefree individuals had not informed their families. Their family had just found out, let alone the Han family. Upon hearing this, the uncle grew even more agitated. What nonsense is this? That can't be allowed. Such formalities cannot be overlooked. We must make amends quickly. Otherwise, how will Uncle Han view our family? When Baoyi served as an apprentice to my father, he even called to ask us to take good care of his daughter. This is no way to care for her. It's impossible to explain. In my opinion, we should make a trip to the provincial city. He was the first to propose this suggestion. This advice was indeed sensible. Having taken care of the girl and turned her into a daughter-in-law, it truly seemed a bit unjustifiable. However, what Uncle did not anticipate was that Lin Luo sought more than just this. Despite the cozy atmosphere in the room, Lin Luo, with his shadowy disposition, was acutely sensitive to happiness. He initiated the conversation solely to elicit this particular statement from Uncle. Lin Luo did not hesitate to entertain the worst possible interpretations of others' intentions. The outcomes of events are often beyond one's control, If they progress favorably, it would naturally bring him joy. Yet, should they take a turn for the worse, one must always consider the consequences. Thus, even though Han Baoyi appeared to be exemplary, aligning herself with the Zhao family and asserting her dominance within the household, Lin Luo remained wary of her. The crux of his concern lay in the rapid escalation of her relationship with Uncle. Lin Luo feared the potential of something adverse occurring at Wuqi building, which she might conceal with Uncle's complicity, leading to a miscarriage that would ultimately bury the incident. While such a scenario might be acceptable in terms of familial interests, Uncle could afford to remain blissfully ignorant for a lifetime, but Lin Luo could not. With Uncle having broached the subject, Lin Luo promptly seized the opportunity. Well, as it stands, who knows whom the matchmaker will approach? I propose that when school commences, I should accompany my sister to her classes, and perhaps Uncle could join me. It is only fitting for him to pay a visit to the family, regardless of whether it leads to confrontation or reprimand. It is what he deserves. This strategy would afford them a buffer of over 2 weeks. If nothing transpired during this month, all would be well. However, if Han Baoyi were to become pregnant within this time frame, he would need to bind Qi Ming, her brother-in-law, into a predicament to create an unexpected situation. Some children ought not to enter this world. Lin Luo acknowledged that such thoughts were morally reprehensible, yet, aside from a few, everyone in the room was astute. The moment he mentioned escorting his sister to school, his grandmother immediately grasped the implication. You mean to take MOMO, right? A diligent student is a rarity, she remarked, having called him that since childhood. As mealtime approached, it seemed that fate had a sense of timing. No sooner had he spoken than Shun Mo, adorned in a beautiful dress, appeared at the door, trailed by Qi Ming, burdened with various packages. Lin Luo and his grandmother were taken aback. Shen Mo truly had brought Qi Ming along, but it was rather sudden. He quickly added, "It's a family gathering. Is it all right that my sister is here?" The mention of sister drew the attention of everyone in the room, prompting Lin Luo to reflect that perhaps it was best to speak less falsely in the future. Opting instead to deceive with the truth, for one lie necessitates a cascade of others to uphold it, which is exhausting. After speaking, Lin Luo moved closer to his grandmother. Chapter 181. The nature of humanity. All individuals possess vulnerabilities. Youthful recklessness, midlife anxieties, and the elderly's fear of death are part of the human condition. Thus, persuading the elderly lady to cooperate was rather simple. It sufficed to utter a single sentence. Lin Luo leaned towards his grandmother and whispered, "Grandmother, this is Director Qi, the head of the pediatric department at the Mining Institute, who will be returning to Shenyang soon. He is a distinguished graduate of a reputable medical university." This statement, though straightforward, carried significant weight. In a county with a population of 40,000 and possessing 2 tertiary hospitals, the available medical resources were woefully inadequate for addressing serious illnesses. A cataract phacoemulsification surgery combined with intraocular lens implantation must be performed by a doctor from the provincial capital. This is precisely why, despite being a brief procedure, dozens of individuals must queue for a month before undergoing it collectively. The visiting physician completes the surgeries for all these patients in one go, earning a substantial sum in the process. Consequently, the medical profession remains a respectable vocation. However, most ordinary families cannot afford to support a medical student until they are able to earn a living. In the county, elderly individuals, particularly those with some means, are eager to be acquainted with doctors from larger cities, as they are well aware that they may eventually need to be hospitalized in the provincial capital and will rely on these connections. The field of medicine is notably exclusive and geographically biased. Southern medical students find it challenging to secure positions within the northern healthcare system, and vice versa. A student from a medical university returning to the provincial capital naturally has opportunities at hospitals affiliated with their mentors or classmates. Moreover, the grandmother has long been aware of such dynamics. Unbeknownst to her, her somewhat unconventional niece has been leveraging the status of this young department head to elevate her own standing. It is true that a department head in their 30s is considered young. However, her niece, in her 20s, seems indifferent to this fact, as she is attracted to those who are in their 20s and hold considerable wealth and power. This standard certainly puts the grandmother in a difficult position. As a well-informed figure in her neighborhood, she has assessed all the individuals she knows and ultimately identified only one who fits the criteria, her future grandson, Lin Luo. Yet, is that truly appropriate? Thus, when she observes the somewhat naive young man before her, who embodies a bookish politeness that seems out of place at a social gathering, she feels a sense of disappointment. Come, sit down. She beckons. If he were her own nephew-in-law, she would undoubtedly hold her head high when visiting the provincial capital. Therefore, She warmly reassures the anxious newcomer while inwardly chastising her niece for her lack of discernment. Just because someone is pursuing you, does that mean they are unworthy? Their circumstances are more than sufficient. Even if he is not tall or particularly handsome and wears glasses, his profession attracts admiration from many young women. Beautiful girls may have no shortage of suitors, but they are not as proactive. If they were to recognize the value of his position, they would have children in tow by now. Reflecting on her niece's persistent requests for introductions to potential partners, often using suitors as a benchmark, it becomes clear that even someone like Director Chi is deemed insufficient. This has grown tiresome for the grandmother. In truth, including her niece, Dan Lingfong, they all understand that Director Chi is indeed impressive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so frequently mentioned. Now it's settled. There is no need to discuss it further, as he has already departed. This has heightened the grandmother's regard for Shun Mo, having brought Director Chi along. Finds a seat, emphasizing their familial bond. Lin Luo, upon hearing his grandmother invite the newcomers to sit, promptly descends from his chair, pulling out 2 chairs for them to take a seat. As they sit down, he eagerly addresses the group. Come, Director Chi, please, have a seat. Allow me to introduce to you my sister, Lin Mo's partner, Shun Mo. Lin Luo is aware that Shin Mo does not possess much wealth. However, she has donned new attire and brought along expensive gifts, which are likely all arranged by Qi Ming. It is evident that having accepted such kindness, one ought to bestow a proper title in return. In the world we navigate, one must either split expenses or assume a defined relationship, lest one appear careless. Therefore, Lin Luo deliberately referred to Shun Mo as Lin Mo, prompting the others to ponder the implications. Fortunately, today's uncle was not in his right mind, his senses dulled by the effects of alcohol, rendering him oblivious to Lin Luo's words. Otherwise, he would have surely let slip something untoward. Aside from him, there were no fools in the room, and each person, to varying degrees, felt a jolt upon hearing Lin Luo's declaration. Notably, Han Baoi widened her eyes in disbelief, her gaze conveying a clear message. You are entrusted with my beloved. Have you truly taken her to wed? Do you deserve her? I am of value. Her discontent was palpable. Lin Luo had little inclination to engage with her. Since they were already in the act of deception, they would proceed unabashedly, maintaining a positive demeanor. He grasped Qi Ming's hand and began to introduce everyone. Brother Qi, this is my grandmother and grandfather. At this, Qi Ming could no longer remain seated. He promptly rose and offered a slight bow. Regardless of whether he addressed them by familial rank or by Shun Mo's association, it was appropriate, despite having previously referred to them as Uncle Zhao. The elders, having lowered their own status, understood the situation well. Good. The 2 elderly figures responded in unison, fully aware of what their grandson intended. They recognized this as beneficial, both for the family and for Shun Mo. In this closed-off small town, the extent of confinement is such that the only transportation hub is the bus station, with the furthest long-distance route leading to the city. The train station lies on the outskirts, adjacent to the expressway, with no lodging in sight. In such a county, certain matters remain unspoken not due to ignorance, but because they are deemed inappropriate for discussion. The incidents surrounding Shun Mo, if tethered to this small locale, would only grow increasingly burdensome with time. One could easily become a second Han Meijiao or find oneself permanently in Lianshui River. Thus, relocating to the provincial capital seems prudent. We could serve as benefactors, helping her maintain discretion, marrying her into a respectable family, while simultaneously securing access to the medical resources of the province. In our later years, seeking healthcare in the province would indeed be more convenient. The elderly couple exchanged glances, mentally calculating their course of action. Yet it was the grandmother who boldly pierced through the veil of silence. Young Qi, our Mo is a good child, just starting university. There is no need to rush. You are older, so bear with us a little. The child has become somewhat spoiled under our care. The old lady, adopting a protective grandmotherly stance, stood firm. Her words left Shun Mo's face flushed, a mixture of excitement and embarrassment, as she tremulously uttered, Grandma. This display of emotion only heightened Qi Ming's eagerness, prompting him to assert his sincerity. Grandma, I am truly earnest. You need not worry. I will take good care of Mo. I shall submit my salary and savings today. He was eager to solidify their commitment without delay. Yesterday, I spent the entire evening conversing with my family over the phone. They are supportive of the arrangements, including the dowry and the preparation of the marital home. This previously socially inept bookworm, who had little interaction with the opposite sex during his school years, has finally attracted the attention of a stunning beauty, leading him to feel somewhat euphoric. In Chapter 182, The mention of dowry by Qi Ming equates him with Uncle Lao, revealing emotional intelligence comparable to that of a golden retriever. As if my family is in need of your meager contribution, he remarked, acknowledging Shun Mo as his sister. It is only fitting that he provides a dowry. One cannot reap the benefits of a union without offering something in return. Qi Ming soon realized he had misspoken. Brother, that was not my intention, he stammered, though his resolve was unconvincing. Lin Luo, uninterested in his explanations, assumed the role of a brother defending his sister. Enough. If you wish to clarify, speak with my sister privately. Today is a family gathering at my grandmother's house. He began to introduce the guests. This is my uncle, the director of the municipal bureau. His uncle graciously acknowledged Qi Ming with a simple handshake. Qi Ming, aware of the age similarity, politely greeted, Uncle. Following the introduction of his uncle, he proceeded to introduce his aunt. This is my uncle's wife, the head of the junior high school. Qi Ming, resembling a dutiful son-in-law, promptly greeted her aunt. At this point, he realized his earlier misstep. However, Lin Luo was relentless. Uncle, wake up. The uncle, who had fallen asleep, was jolted awake by his nephew's voice, leading Qi Ming to mistakenly think he was disapproved of, particularly when the uncle opened his eyes and remarked, is this the girlfriend of DMO? Why choose someone so much older? His talent for discomforting others left Qi Ming feeling quite embarrassed. Watch your words. I might just retaliate. Mrs. Dan, quite pleased with Qi Ming, swiftly intervened. She believed her son's behavior was not inappropriate. In a household where one parent plays the villain, the other must take on the role of the hero. Otherwise, Qi Ming might assume everyone is content with him. Disagreements are inevitable in marriage, and if young Qi Ming were to take advantage of his family's approval to bully Shun Mo, that would not be permissible. Unexpectedly, as she finished her thought, Han Baoi protectively shielded her husband, playfully scolding, Mom, do not speak ill of my Dejun. To demonstrate unity with her man, she teasingly admonished Qi Ming, deceiving our child at such an age? Come here, Mo, to Auntie, we are not solely reliant on him. Both are adept at pursuing younger partners, and she even expressed disdain for others. Aunt. Shin Mo was taken aback. How did Han Jie become her aunt? Had she married Lin Luo's uncle? Han Jie was her first benefactor, and now she was married? Given Han Baoi's previous kindness to Shin Mo, she obediently made her way to sit beside Han Baoi, effectively ignoring Qi Ming. The two women, now seated together, began whispering secrets, leaving Qi Ming feeling quite neglected. Lin Luo glanced at her grandmother, who was smiling contentedly, radiating warmth and affection, seemingly oblivious to the tension surrounding her. Turning her gaze to Qi Ming, who stood awkwardly in hopes that his partner would come to his aid, she noticed that, regrettably, his companion was preoccupied with teasing him alongside her aunt, leaving him to fend for himself. Ultimately, the only one who could possibly support him was her younger uncle. Lin Luo looked at this innocent soul and explained, this is my uncle and aunt. One is the head of the highway inspection team, and the other works at the prosecutor's office. After the introduction, she pressed Qi Ming back into his seat. My aunt was very close to my sister before she married into our family. Don't be misled by the absence of my sister's parents. You still have a mother-in-law to honor, and she is your living mother-in-law. Regarding your relationship with my sister, my grandmother's approval is insufficient. If my aunt disapproves, it simply cannot be. If Han Baoi were truly resolute in her disapproval, Qi Ming would indeed find himself at a loss. Although this was stated in jest, it frightened Qi Ming, who hurriedly poured tea and water, his words tumbling out in a fluster. Aunt, I was just delayed by my studies, and I have only recently entered society. I'm not deceiving anyone. I genuinely wish to lead a quiet life. I don't smoke or drink, and all my salary goes to my family. No wonder he felt unworthy. How could he dare to mention a bride price in such a context? Clearly, this was not a family in the business of marrying off their children. Among them, not a single ordinary citizen could be found. Did they truly lack that little bit of money? The ordinary person, Wen Jie, was overlooked. All right, everyone is here. Let us serve the dishes, Lin Luo announced from her position by the door. The dishes for such family gatherings were pre-ordered, and with a simple call, they could be brought out immediately. During the serving of the dishes, Qi Ming was anxious not to err again, bustling around, handing plates to this person and bowls to that one, being exceedingly diligent. Yet, it was to no avail. Her uncle's family continued to engage in hushed conversations, while her eldest uncle's family remained cautiously neutral, avoiding any potentially inappropriate remarks. This left Qi Ming in a predicament, wanting to raise a toast here or slip away there, standing up only to find no suitable opportunity, then sitting back down, repeatedly. Don't be so fidgety. My maternal family is not that complicated, Lin Luo interjected, unable to watch any longer. This is the maternal side. Oh. It was uncertain whether Qi Ming comprehended. But he finally quieted down, though his eyes remained fixated on the silent figure, as if any slight movement would cause him to return his chopsticks to the table. This compelled Lin Luo to find a topic of conversation. Why are we being so formal? Today is merely a chance to meet relatives. When my sister is about to start school, we will visit our relatives on our side, and that will be that. We won't hold a graduation banquet just yet. My grandfather has just received a promotion, and it's somewhat inconvenient. The true reason for the inconvenience was the fear of gossip among a large crowd. Should they hold a gathering, there might be individuals who harbor jealousy and say something unflattering about Shen-mo, which would be detrimental. The common people often harbor resentment, while good fortune eludes them. Thus, Lin Luo used her grandfather's promotion as an excuse to deflect the matter. This quelled some of Qi Ming's doubts. I understand. The relatives on this side possess greater capabilities, which is entirely normal. The decision to forego a graduation banquet stems from the fear of exceeding acceptable standards, as the presence of certain unpredictable individuals could lead to undesirable outcomes. Thus, a private family gathering for a meal is entirely understandable. Unfortunately, while Qi Ming comprehended this, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding along, leaving Lin Luo to continue speaking. All right, regarding my sister's matters, I can exercise some authority. Since you've mentioned the bride price, your family might as well symbolically offer 88,000. This is no trifling sum, yet fortunately, Qi's family possesses sufficient means to afford it. It appears that even with a good family background, one cannot escape societal norms. Just as he was about to agree wholeheartedly, Lin Luo interjected once more. As for the dowry, our family is prepared to contribute 66,000. Your marital residence should ideally be spacious, preferably a 3-bedroom if possible. Avoid settling for a 2-bedroom. If you can manage to purchase a property with management services, do not opt for an old, dilapidated place. Even if you need to take out a loan, it is acceptable. We must ensure that, when children come along, there will be adequate space. With this statement, the entire family turned their attention, chattering amongst themselves. Even Qi Ming was taken aback. It had been years since he had encountered the concept of a dowry. He hastily contemplated showcasing his own spacious 4-bedroom apartment near Biling military district, not wanting to appear lacking. However, before he could formulate his response, his brother-in-law continued. As for the house, I will also provide my sister with a suite as part of her dowry. It certainly cannot be large, just a 1-bedroom apartment. You may choose the location. I have never been to Shenyang. Should we purchase near the medical university? Or would it be more appropriate to be closer to her future workplace? Lin Luo had indeed visited Shenyang, but he was curious to discern Qi Ming's standing within the provincial medical circle. The location he selected, whether it be on Bayer Road in Heping District, Nanjing North Street, or Sanhao Street in Tieshi District, would reveal his position within the medical university's healthcare system. Even a residence on Chongshan East Road could provide insights. Each of these areas corresponds to the university's campus, the first affiliated hospital, the second clinical college, the Sino-Japanese Medical Education Center, and the Shintai Central Hospital, which has distanced itself from the medical university's management. A single inquiry could ascertain whether his mentorship derived from the academic faction, the healthcare framework, international training, or was simply a part of the establishment. Despite being a mere foot soldier in the hierarchy, any connection to such mentorship would grant him the right to knock on doors. Unaware of his brother-in-law's intentions, Qi Ming found himself bewildered by the prospect of not only a monetary dowry, but also the inclusion of a property. He waved his hands dismissively. No, that's unnecessary. My family has sufficient housing. My grandfather left me a spacious 4-bedroom apartment. It's not for you. The property would be under my sister's name, ensuring she has a place to stay should circumstances ever change between you two. Lin Luo remained unconvinced, believing that he could not possibly be the fool in this arrangement. Of course, I wish for you and my sister to enjoy a harmonious life together, but as her brother, it is my duty to consider her future. Relying solely on an outsider for her well-being does not instill confidence in me. Ultimately, the crux of this matter revolves around my sister. He spoke with such sincerity that when he silently gazed at Lin Luo, he seemed to project the image of his own younger brother, Shunbo. So, this is what having a Baiyuju at home is like. It turns out she need not be the family's golden pillar after all. She contemplated rejecting him. After all, Lin Luo had done so much for her. Yet, she found it difficult to refuse, as she had never experienced such kindness throughout her life. She attempted several times to voice her thoughts, only to swallow them back down. Qi Ming felt increasingly uncomfortable. His wife's family was excessively dominant, and the pressure was overwhelming. Was this the price one pays for marrying into a prominent family? No, truly no need. If it's not feasible, I can buy it for MOMO, I might not afford the full price, but I can manage the down payment. How could Lin Luo possibly agree to that? Alas, it's not appropriate. That's a matter for you two as a married couple. This is something I must arrange before your marriage. Just tell me where to buy it. When I take my sister to school, I can conveniently take care of it after visiting relatives in the provincial capital. It appeared that regardless of her involvement, they were already planning to buy a house for their daughter. Qi Ming found it hard to refuse. Then let us purchase in Tieshi, near the Japan-China Medical Education Center's affiliated hospital. My mentor serves as the deputy director there, and several foreign experts from my previous research institute are his seniors. My Japanese is quite proficient, and I will likely visit this hospital when I return to Shenyang. After speaking, he hastily clarified to avoid any misunderstanding with Lin Luo. This hospital is excellent. Japan has provided 6 billion yen in medical equipment, utilizing only the finest machinery. It has several doctoral programs and collaborations with enterprises. I thought if MOMO is willing to pursue a doctorate, she could receive joint training at this hospital and eventually remain there. The employee benefits are likely comparable to those in Japan. Lin Luo nodded in agreement, sensing the allure of a Ritter's circle. This arrangement seemed advantageous. Investing 10 years in education for a job that would yield a salary exceeding 10,000, with substantial opportunities for advancement, was rather appealing. All right, by the time my sister graduates, it will probably be 2005. Given the salary comparable to Japanese companies, it should be around 17 or 18,000. He was uncertain whether Qi Ming's assertion of benefits being on par with Japan referred to local standards or those of Japanese companies. Not quite that much. Qi Ming quickly interjected upon hearing the lofty expectations. In reality, the basic salary for a regular doctor at this hospital is around 14,000 to 19,000. With various bonuses, it could amount to around 5,000. However, before he could finish his explanation, Lin Luo raised her hand in refusal. That's enough. We are simple folks here, unfamiliar with Shenyang's income and expenses. As long as my sister can support herself, that's sufficient. Anything beyond that, I'm here for her. With that, she patted Qi Ming on the shoulder. My sister is marrying you for who you are, not for your job. If it were merely about the work, you wouldn't need to arrange anything. Even without her degree, we could certainly find her a position in the health bureau or any hospital. This statement reminded Qi Ming of Dan Lingfong, leaving him momentarily melancholic, although the feeling quickly dissipated. After all, he already had such a wonderful wife. Why yearn for anything else? Nonetheless, my brother-in-law was not mistaken. It is said that the department head only graduated from high school. Yet he too occupies a similar position in the hospital, presumably through family connections. This thought only solidified his resolve to return to the provincial city. Remaining here would render him a mere son-in-law, which was unacceptable, as his family awaited his marriage and the promise of grandchildren. The crux of the matter is, even as a department head in the county, one could barely earn a few hundred a month, and with various unaccounted bonuses. The total might reach 2,000 to 3,000 at best. However, if he were to return to the provincial city, although he might relinquish his title, he would still enjoy a higher salary and the benefits of a deputy senior position. Marrying a woman from such a background necessitated a more substantial income to maintain his dignity. Rest assured, the compensation in the provincial city far surpasses what we have here. Moreover, the China-Japan Medical Education Center, directly overseen by the Ministry of Health, is a pioneering modern hospital in the Northeast with immense potential for growth. As you know, I have experience studying in Japan. The pride of an intellectual often makes discussions about money seem distasteful. However, to put it plainly, upon returning to the hospital, my proficiency in Japanese would enable me to join the JITSA collaboration, resulting in a monthly salary of 150,000 yen, roughly equivalent to 120,000 yuan. Fortunately, he did not mention this, or Lin Luo would have truly perceived Qi Ming as eccentric for sacrificing such prospects for love. Given your potential, I shall raise the stakes. Very well, when the time comes, provide me with a car as part of the dowry, but it must not be in your name. That belongs to my sister. Should it be an Accord, a Camry, or an Audi A6? Surely, a doctor can manage to drive one of these. The prices for these vehicles are as follows: Accord at 400,000 yuan, Camry at 510,000 yuan, and Audi A6 at 340,000 yuan. In an environment where the average monthly salary for workers in Shenyang hovers around 417 yuan, Lin Luo's offer was a subtle indication that their family was not as modest as one might assume, gauging Qi Ming's reaction. Of course, this was also Lin Luo's bravado. He currently did not possess such funds. Thankfully, Qi Ming, being an educated individual, understood the local dynamics well. Having served as a department head in a local hospital for some time, families from such small towns, once affluent, tend to spend their wealth elsewhere rather than squander it locally. Thus, extravagant expenditures during a daughter's marriage could be somewhat comprehended. However, suggesting such vehicles was a bit excessive, and Qi Ming promptly declined. No, I have a xiaoli to get me around. It is merely a bit humble. Seeing Qi Ming's willingness to accept, Lin Luo nodded in agreement. If you do not impose discomfort upon her, she shall not feel any. Mere words are futile. Such heartfelt sentiments motivated Qi Ming. Rest assured, little brother-in-law, I would never dare to overstep. What I seek is your assurance. Just remember your words today. My sister is determined to venture out. She cannot be contained at home, but bear in mind that should the day come, I can always bring her back. I am capable of supporting her. This stern warning signified that the matter was settled. Overjoyed, Qi Ming quickly raised his glass. Excellent. However, before he could clink glasses with Lin Luo, his mother-in-law, of similar age, suddenly interjected after listening attentively for a while. Mom, does Dejun have a dowry? Chapter 184. Division of Inheritance. The grandson truly possesses an audacity that is quite remarkable, thinking he has ascended to a higher status in the bustling city. One can only hope he gathers his wits and manages to handle this situation. Otherwise, how will he navigate the future? Observing her grandson's uninhibited demeanor, the grandmother occasionally nudges her husband. Oh, Minister Zhao, when shall you report to the capital? What a character, this grandson, with his fanciful tales. Leaving the newly appointed director, Zhao, quite flustered. The elderly couple chuckled heartily, enjoying the spectacle. Who would have imagined that the young daughter-in-law would suddenly interject? Are we witnessing a scene that involves us? The old lady was perplexed. It was one thing for her younger son to become a son-in-law, but now, due to her grandson's boasting, they were expected to supplement a dowry? What a predicament! Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Her son ought to receive a modest dowry. It seemed like a haunting specter, but resources were available. Thankfully, this gathering was organized precisely for such matters, and she still possessed some assets. Moreover, it was a fortuitous time. Her husband had made some progress, resulting in improved benefits, and even the value of their shares had increased significantly. The previous price of 500 per square meter had astonishingly dropped to 320. The procuratorate had even added some allowances due to prior issues. Otherwise, the old woman would have found herself in quite a difficult position today. Watching her daughter-in-law blink in anticipation, the grandmother pulled out a stack of coffee-colored property certificates from her bag and surveyed her children with a sense of authority. Well, the procuratorate has constructed a new residential complex, hasn't he? The location is quite favorable. The government is situated above, while the commercial district lies below, with a junior high school nearby and a high school not far off. Thus, we have acquired additional properties. She dramatically slapped the stack of property certificates onto the table, exuding an air of grandeur. Today, everything aligns perfectly. Let us divide these assets, and from now on, you shall all close your doors and lead your own lives, without relying on my resources. While her words dripped with annoyance, they were, in truth, a display of pride. It is indeed a moment of great pride for an elder to distribute their inheritance to their children. Most elders never experience such joy in their lifetime. Indeed, Han Baoi was rather irked by Lin Luo's boasting, which prompted her to incite the grandmother. That A6, a newly launched model of the Audi 100 after the joint venture, was said to be worth over 300,000. In reality, without additional configurations, one could scarcely acquire it. It was a privilege reserved for officials at the provincial and municipal levels. Yet, to offer such extravagance as a dowry for her sister? How audacious! Does she not realize how little she possesses? Truly, only a little over 20,000, yet she dares to boast of 2 million. That very sum still rests in my pocket. How remarkable! Thus, she redirected her ire towards the grandmother, hoping to persuade her to rein in her grandson. Who would have thought that a mere jest would yield such benefits? Mom, I want something larger. The 2,000 as a consultation fee was not easily earned, but her sweetly calling out mom made it all seem so genuine. Ever since she and Zhao Yanjun registered their marriage, Han Baoi had become rather audacious. As a child, she had envied her classmates who boldly asked their parents for things, throwing tantrums if they were denied, due to the family's strict disapproval of such matters. Now that she has called someone else mother, she feels entitled to reclaim the affection she lacked in her childhood. The elderly lady glanced at her shameless daughter-in-law, intending to scold her, but couldn't suppress a smile. She appeared to be nothing more than an unloved, oversized child, a naive offspring of a wealthy family. The dilapidated house in the small county town was hardly worth fighting over. With a sideways glance at her daughter-in-law, whose eyes sparkled with mirth, she remarked, "Take whatever is given to you. Why be so picky?" The old lady, perhaps a bit whimsical, seemed to have forgotten the frugal days spent saving every penny to support her daughter and worry about her eldest daughter-in-law's job. After teasing her daughter-in-law, she began to distribute the property documents. This house, complete with a garden, had been home to the elderly couple, but as they aged, climbing stairs became increasingly burdensome. Most buildings in the county were 6-story structures without elevators. The grandmother withheld one property deed and handed another to her eldest daughter-in-law, asserting, "You are the eldest, and this second floor is conveniently located above us for your care." It was stated as a fact, not a question. Naturally, there were no objections. The eldest daughter-in-law, being the first to receive, felt it was her due. Oh, isn't this how it should be? As the eldest child, she had thought she would live with her in-laws, but was surprised to find herself in a separate unit, albeit just a floor apart, which was far more convenient. Furthermore, with work and housing responsibilities piling up, who had time for objections? The elderly lady could give her a couple of gentle slaps, and she would still praise her mother-in-law for her youthful energy. With the documents in hand, she feigned politeness, saying, "What do we need this for? I think we should just live with our parents. They can help us with the children." Her insincerity was palpable, making even her son uncomfortable. "Then you two can live with Grandpa and Grandma. I don't want Grandma to take care of me. I'll stay with my brother upstairs." Wenjie preferred to be with his brother. How could this child undermine his own mother? The eldest daughter-in-law felt a tinge of embarrassment, but the grandmother remained unfazed. In fact, she believed a little insincerity was beneficial. It kept everyone happy. She playfully tapped her eldest grandson's forehead. "You don't want to live with your parents, do you? And do you think they would enjoy living with us? Let us just live our own lives. Living well is more important than anything." Having worked in the community, she had encountered various types of parents and did not wish to become one of those who lamented their children's lack of filial piety, often stemming from their own neglect during the children's upbringing. Reflecting on this, the grandmother produced another property deed and handed it to Han Baoyi. "Here, this is the most significant one." "All right then." Han Baoyi, pretending to be a child, thought, "Shouldn't he marrying a younger husband make me youthful too?" Little did she know that her mother-in-law was serious. "Really? How much?" She eagerly accepted the property deed, contemplating her newfound fortune. "Let it be taken seriously, for I must regard this esteemed lady as my own. From now on, I shall have the final say in this matter." Upon receiving the property certificate, my eyes fell upon a charming 3-room apartment, exceeding 70 square meters, a rather generous space. Alas, it is situated on the 5th floor. Despite my overwhelming satisfaction, I still sought out minor flaws, merely to assert my presence. The elderly lady was more than willing to indulge my theatrics. "What is the matter? You young ones can simply climb a few flights of stairs. Consider it a form of exercise." With a reluctant expression, Han Baoyi swiftly tucked the certificate away. "Very well. Dear lady, out of respect for you, we shall compromise and reside on the 5th floor across the way." The old woman could easily be swayed by her, and she resumed perusing the stack of certificates. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Not even calling me mother anymore?" She deliberately provoked a reaction, then produced 2 more certificates. "Here, for both of your families, one for each to establish a shop. Are you satisfied now?" "Oh, is there more?" exclaimed the elder sister-in-law. "Mother, you're the best." The younger sister-in-law chimed in, displaying her affection. Chapter 185, More Offspring. Not necessarily a blessing, the extravagantly indulgent matriarch had begun to feel akin to the venerable matriarch Jia Mu of the Rongwa mansion. She yearned to utter something like, "In our modest family, let us not covet the wealth of others, nor lament our unfulfilled desires." However, upon reflection, she deemed it inappropriate, for she was far superior to Jia Mu. The latter, relying on her status as a noblewoman, had preserved the Rongwa mansion's noble title, which was commendable. Yet, she instigated discord between her 2 sons, stripping the elder of authority and the younger of status, merely to maintain her own dignity as the head of the household. Was this reasonable? She was not an emperor, after all. Why engage in such balancing acts? Contemplating this, she observed her 2 daughters-in-law engrossed in examining the property certificates and felt compelled to speak. Clearing her throat, she said, "You two, do not be misled. This is not a grand establishment. They are merely small shops of 20 to 30 square meters. Renting them out will not yield exorbitant prices, but you could still earn 500 to 800 a month, which is commendable. You both have jobs, and henceforth, do not expect financial support from home. Spend wisely and save a little. Do not come running to me for every little issue. Living hand to mouth, aren't you ashamed?" The daughters-in-law, having benefited from the arrangement, voiced no objections, recognizing the wisdom of such a mother-in-law. Regardless of whether her words were pleasant or not, the shops were now theirs. The 2 daughters-in-law nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. This was a tangible opportunity, particularly for Han Baoyi, She eagerly wished for the matriarch to speak further, hoping for additional assets. With her monthly salary exceeding 500, her spending habits left little to save, often necessitating support from her family. Unfortunately, her parents were not the type to readily empathize with their children. She had to request funds to receive any assistance. At the end of each month, when her funds fell short, her parents would chide her for being wasteful, warning her that such habits would lead to her downfall in her marital home. This was indeed a bitter pill to swallow, yet she endured it for the sake of that little over 1,000 yuan. Now, with her salary of over 500, her husband earning just over 400, and the prospect of renting out a shop for an additional 500, she could anticipate a comfortable monthly income of around 15 to 1,600, sufficient for her personal expenditures. Moreover, her husband's income from the highway inspection team was far from clean, especially since he had already secured a steady line of income. Although the exact amount provided by the people in Haludio was unknown, it was a fixed source of revenue. As Han Baoi flipped through the property certificate, she beamed with delight. All right, dear lady, you have the final say. Her sister-in-law, Wang Guiping, echoed in support. Don't worry, Ma, we will definitely save money. The investment in the children's education is no small matter. The family gathered around their grandmother, exchanging warm words. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Lin Luo rolled his eyes, his expression rife with dissatisfaction and disdain, particularly towards his future son-in-law, Qi Ming, who had not yet crossed the threshold of their home. You see, this old lady understands all too well, but rest assured, when it comes to action, she is a different story altogether. You have no idea. Whenever my mother speaks to her, it's like coins just pour out of her mouth. If there's a period when my mother doesn't ask her for money, she herself will call to inquire, my dear girl, what's wrong? I hope my eldest daughter in Shenzhen isn't feeling wronged. This old lady has one flaw. She indulges her children. This monologue was merely a performance for the grandmother's benefit, leaving Qi Ming in a perplexing position, unsure whether to engage or remain silent, ultimately resorting to serving plates. The grandmother wasn't deaf, with such a ruckus from her grandson. It was clearly meant for her ears. It was as if they were outright declaring favoritism. Enraged, she threw a property certificate across the room. Little rascal, I may dote on your mother, but I dote on you as well. What family allows a child to live alone in an apartment? Enough. You will move out from your mother's place tomorrow and relocate to the house opposite your uncle's. When school starts, you will go to and from school with your aunt, and I'll see how you fare. The eldest daughter-in-law observed the troublesome grandson, realizing that the school's structure would be a blessing. Typically, he would linger around their doorstep, and if he returned home late, he would undoubtedly face consequences. The old lady, watching her spirited grandson, made a firm decision in her heart. Lin Luo, ever nimble, swiftly caught the maroon book that flew through the air. Upon opening it, he discovered that the property certificate bore his grandmother's name. Although minors could be registered on such documents, there were numerous restrictions. Lin Luo understood that the division of property would certainly include a share for his own family, but he had assumed it would be registered under his mother's name. After all, the old lady's affection for her daughter bordered on the unreasonable. Thus, he calculated it accordingly, as this item could not possibly belong to him. Who could have anticipated that his grandmother had considered this and registered the property in her own name, intending to keep it for herself? Though it might not hold substantial value, it was nonetheless a statement of intent. Well done, Mrs. Dan. You've certainly made progress. The satisfied great-grandson began to act in a more audacious manner. As long as the grandmother and he were of one mind, no concern would be too great. This realization eased the old lady's heart. At last, she had managed to placate this troublesome grandson. Had he known that she had secretly slipped 10,000 yuan to her daughter, there would have been an uproar. Fortunately, old Zhao's recent endeavor in Taohuatu involved addressing a case of state-owned asset loss, through which he successfully recuperated a substantial amount, exceeding 1 million in illicit gains, earning him commendation. Remarkably, he has shed some of his former rigidity, now adept at utilizing informants. According to regulations, case handlers are ineligible for bonuses, yet informants are rewarded. Upon discovering concrete leads, he enlisted the assistance of his sister's daughter-in-law, a cousin residing in Taohuatu, to provide crucial evidence, ultimately facilitating the recovery of the funds. Without the recent influx of over 20,000, her financial situation would have indeed been precarious. Observing her grandson's contentment in light of her perceived neglect towards his daughter, the elderly matriarch came to realize the deep-seated animosity between the mother and son, foreseeing tumultuous days ahead. The thought of impending domestic unrest prompted her to voice her grievances to her two sons. You see, having just one child suffices, whether there are more or fewer. It is they who bear the burden. Do not squander resources like a reckless fool, discarding money carelessly. Each of you struggles to support yourselves. Do not bring trouble upon me. At my age, I can only assist with child rearing, but I shall concern myself no further. Reflecting on her 3 offspring, her eldest daughter headstrong, her eldest son ruthless, her youngest son challenged, and her most troublesome grandson, she found solace in the notion that perhaps a smaller household might not be such a disadvantage. The adage of more children, more blessings seemed a fallacy, as with increased progeny comes greater strife. Which parent can truly maintain impartiality?